Chapter 1. The Apprentice in the Imperial Capital. The western sky was gradually turning red, and there were few pedestrians left on the streets of Anyang City in the evening. As one of the most important cities in Liang Kingdom in the Northern Kingdom, it didn't look like a bustling city. Anyang City was located in a remote area near the border of Liang Kingdom, not a transportation hub, with no exploitable resources around it. It became an important city in Liang Kingdom solely because of the tall tower standing in the center of the city. This was an ancient and simple tower, completely different in style from other buildings in the city, looking somewhat out of place, as if it wasn't part of the city at all. Yet everyone in the country and the continent knew its importance. Although Anyang City is located on the border of Liang Kingdom, its geographical location is not a strategic battleground. However, Liang Kingdom dispatched nearly 1/10 of its national military force to have 3 legions permanently stationed here, for this tower is like the lifeline of the nation. This tower seems connected to the fate of the continent. Since ancient times, every country on the continent has had one such tower within its territory, regardless of the size of the land. Without this tower, the nation would certainly fall within 100 days, and history has never acknowledged these countries. If the capital is the brain of Liang Kingdom, then Anyang City is the heart. Ever since the founding of Liang Kingdom, the 20,000-strong army stationed here has remained unchanged. The continent has been at peace for a long time, but this tower remains a primary target during wartime. And Liang Kingdom, being one of the few countries where the tall tower isn't located deep inside the country, does not dare to neglect it. However, having 200,000 standing troops places a heavy burden on the small country. Over time, these 3 legions have become more like large-scale militia groups. Soldiers in the legions need to farm themselves. They also have families in the city, but they must abide by military discipline and conduct regular training sessions. The state only needs to pay a small amount of military salary and necessary military expenses. Should war suddenly break out, Anyang City can swiftly mobilize forces to resist, allowing Liang Kingdom more reaction time. Although Anyang City has a considerable population, most are soldiers and their families, and the rest are some pilgrims from the Tower religion. Therefore, the atmosphere in Anyang City has always been very solemn, with rarely anyone on its streets except on rest days. A carriage drove along a desolate street in Anyang City. In front of the carriage, a driver was flicking the whip, controlling the carriage. The driver looked puny, hardly seeming capable of managing the horses. Gazing at the solemn city, he mused that it seemed different from his imagination, though he didn't dwell on it further because he felt time was short. He gave another flick of the whip and sped towards the city gate. The sun in the west disappeared, and the sky grew darker. The carriage rushed southward through the closing city gates without scrutiny from the gatekeepers, as this was a carriage belonging to the Tower religion. A cold wind blew, making the driver in thin clothing shiver. A wide bamboo hat covered the face of the driver, preventing the guards from seeing him. Beneath the hat, his sword-like eyebrows knitted slightly, indicating his discomfort with the cold. This was actually a teenager, appearing just over 10 years old. The youth was exceptionally handsome, almost eerily so, with a pale complexion. Such a coachman, if spotted by the guards, would surely arouse suspicion. He glanced back at the ancient tall tower, curving his lips into a smile, and murmured, "I will definitely return, unlike those predecessors." In stark contrast to the calm within the city, the church of the Tower religion beside the high tower in the city center was in turmoil. Perhaps ordinary believers inside the church hadn't noticed anything unusual, but the clerics in the tower, who possessed some spiritual abilities, had sensed that the eternal tower today experienced slight vibrations, shocking them even more due to their long service nearby. Clerics gathered around the tall tower, discussing among themselves the shattered stones and cracked marble floor tiles on the vacant land to the south of the tower. Do you think these stones fell off from the tower? That's impossible. The tower is a supreme divine artifact. It cannot possibly lose stones. You're defaming the tower, an ardent elder cleric scolded. Then why did the tower shake? The chastised cleric murmured quietly. How could the marble slabs crack? Some other clerics wondered aloud, suppressing their urge to pick up the stone fragments for study, because the Grand Master had yet to speak. These clerics dared not move recklessly. Not long after, a bishop hurried out from deep inside the church courtyard and said to the assembled clerics, "Grand Master says there is nothing abnormal about the demon Subduing Tower. The faraway great power battling shook the stones here, otherwise the marble slabs wouldn't just break because of a falling stone. Everyone should disperse now." Although many clerics looked puzzled upon hearing the bishop's words, none dared to question the Grand Master. They reluctantly glanced at the stones before leaving. After all the clerics had left, the bishop called a few confidants, carefully wrapped up the stones, and then hurried back deep into the rear courtyard of the church. In a dimly lit study deep in the rear courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in clerical robes was frowning deeply in thought. If he were standing among the other clerics in the church, no one would find him remarkable. However, everyone in the church in Anyang City knew his wisdom and fearfulness. Yet they were puzzled as to why such an accomplished grandmaster preferred to stay in the relatively unimportant Liang Kingdom rather than serve in the holy capital. The grandmaster had been aware of the unusual state of the demon Subduing Tower earlier than anyone else. He immediately sent out his spiritual awareness, discovering that an anomaly suddenly appeared from the top of the tower, along with some falling debris, but the tower itself remained undamaged. The origin of the broken stones was unknown. It seemed like there was some kind of barrier around the anomaly, preventing any spiritual probing for information. However, when the bishop was about to investigate further, the anomaly vanished into thin air upon hitting the ground. In the Grand Master's understanding, He had never seen anything or anyone disappear under his watch without leaving any trace. This could not help but leave him lost in deep thought. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door came. This cleric frowned even more tightly, clearly disliking being disturbed while thinking. Enter. A magnetic voice issued from his mouth. Bishop, the recovery of the stones is complete. The bishop bowed respectfully. Good, you may withdraw. Wait, prepare the carriage. I need to go to the holy capital. As one of the three great empires on the continent, the prosperity of Luocheng, the imperial capital of the Mingyan Empire, was beyond doubt. On the major streets of the city, carriages and people flowed continuously, even during the night. A young apprentice in the big horse inn rested his chin on the table, dazedly looking at the endless stream of passers-by outside. His tilted cap over his head looked quite funny. The apprentice had an ordinary face. Each feature by itself was acceptable, but combined, they formed a very forgettable countenance. It was now mid-afternoon, the time when the inn had the fewest customers. The apprentice lay motionless on the table, as if asleep. Big brother Xiaoming. A pleasant voice came from a young girl. She was the only daughter of the shop owner, Ma Yueyao. Her father adored her greatly. Although she wasn't stunningly beautiful, she was considered one of the best-looking girls in the neighborhood. The apprentice felt at ease whenever he looked at her. Do you think that handsome guy will come today? Ma Yueyao asked as she sat beside the apprentice, supporting her cheek with her hand. I hope he doesn't come. I've nearly gone crazy these past few days. I have just these 2 hours of leisure time every day, but he keeps interrupting my rest. The apprentice replied listlessly. Brother apprentice shows such longing for me. Have you already decided whether to accept my request? A gentle voice came from the door. Alas, the apprentice showed an expression of complete despair. A youth with a handsome but somewhat pale complexion and a spring breeze-like smile walked in and sat opposite the apprentice. He wore clothes familiar to everyone in the imperial capital, the uniform of Qingming Academy, the best higher academy in the capital and one of the top 5 academies on the entire continent. The apprentice didn't know his name, but ever since the previous month when this person met him once, he had been asking the apprentice to do him a small favor, promising to grant him any single request unconditionally in return. Though this offer would make most people envious, it was indeed an opportunity for common folk to achieve greatness and change their fate. The apprentice simply did not trust this pretty-faced youth. How could someone like himself, merely a junior waiter, be of any use? Once he completed the task, his life might end too soon. Thus, the apprentice rejected him outright. From that point on, this youth began coming daily to pester him endlessly, talking nonsensically about what benefits helping him would bring, almost like a salesman. Over time, the two became acquainted, though their special relationship meant neither knew each other's names. That's enough. I can't afford your requests. People like you should be socializing with those official gentlemen instead of coming to our remote little inn. And by the way, the person who longs for you is right over there. The apprentice pointed toward Ma Yueyao who was nearby, drooling over the youth. The young man ignored the apprentice's sarcasm. Unlike previous occasions, he just smiled faintly, making the apprentice feel cold all over. Just as the apprentice was about to slip away into the kitchen, he suddenly heard the young man's voice. The Tower Religion celebration is starting soon, and I don't have time to persuade you anymore. Tonight at midnight, I'll be waiting for you at Qinglin House. I'll give you a reason you absolutely cannot refuse. My name is Mo Yuning, just mention it when you arrive. The apprentice jumped in surprise. Seeing that Ma Yueyao next to him apparently hadn't heard the sentence, he thought, is this what they call forcing sound into a line? Wow, this guy really is here just to act cool in front of me. Mo Yuning? Why does this name sound so familiar? The young man cast a deep glance at the apprentice who was lost in thought, and then got up and walked toward the door. Hey, why are you leaving so early today? I wanted to watch some more. The little fangirl huffed and looked at the apprentice with annoyance. It must be you who scared him away. Hey, small waiter, bring us a pot of wine. A rare customer at this time interrupted the apprentice's train of thought. Coming. The apprentice hurriedly ran over, not sure what exactly he was thinking about. Qinglin House, being one of the well-known hotels in the imperial capital, differed greatly from the other famous hotels. It wasn't located in the most bustling areas of the capital, but instead beside the southern city wall. However, even in such an out-of-the-way place, Qinglin House was frequently packed because outside the south city wall lay the renowned Qingming Academy across the continent. Originally within the city walls, Qingming Academy rose to prominence 100 years ago through its exceptional performance in various competitions, rapidly gaining renown and acquiring more funding from the empire. To provide a better teaching environment and more land for facilities, the academy decided to relocate outside the city walls. However, it didn't blindly expand enrollment. Instead, it raised the difficulty of the entrance exams, thus gradually becoming one of the top 5 academies on the entire continent. For the convenience of students, the palace sent someone to construct a new small gate in the south city wall, allowing Qingming students to enter the city directly from the side gate of the academy. Therefore, most of the guests at Qinglin House were either Qingming students or tourists coming to visit the Qingming Academy. And since Qinglin House was the largest and nearby, wealthier students preferred to gather there. It was now the hour of high, close to midnight. Due to Qingming's regular curfew, there were no longer any students in sight at Qinglin House. Only a few groups of patrons scattered among the seats remained. At this moment, a handsome young man with somewhat pale complexion sat at a corner table near the door. Expressionless, he stared at the entrance, his eyes calm as no one could tell of the anger bubbling inside him. Mo Yuning had already changed out of his school uniform into a simple green silk robe in order to avoid drawing attention. 2 hours had already passed. and anxiety led him down from the luxurious private room upstairs to the bustling hall below, seating himself closer to the door. Judging by the time, it seemed unlikely that the apprentice would show tonight. That's what Mo Yuning thought. Mo Yuning was furious, but he also found it strange because he rarely felt anger. Could it be that in recent years, very few people dared to refuse him, and that's why he was so infuriated? No, not quite. It was that things were finally progressing after years of stagnation, but he couldn't advance any further. A person who rarely gets angry finds it hard to let go once angered. So, Mo Yuning decided to vent his frustration. How to vent? Naturally, by going straight to the source to release his anger. Just as dawn approached during the hour of Een, the apprentice was sleeping soundly when a shadow slipped quietly through the window without making a single sound. Looking at the apprentice's drooling face, and remembering how the latter stood him up which made him sleepless all night, Mo Yuning became angrier. Slowly, he lifted his hand. Smack. Pain struck the apprentice's face as he was about to shout before his mouth was covered. When the apprentice tried to retaliate against the youth, he was picked up like a chick and tossed back out of the window by him. In the dim morning light before dawn, roosters crowed in the yard below. The shadow leaped onto the roof of Big Horse Inn, jumping silently toward the rear, occasionally emitting muffled cries. After half an hour of jumping and running, the shadow finally came to a halt, now reaching the city center where only 2 streets separated them from the palace. Far off in the north loomed a faint silhouette of a tall tower. The apprentice felt his stomach churn uncontrollably, falling on the ground and vomiting immediately after being thrown by the young man. Retaliation. This is sheer retaliation. Leaning against the wall, the apprentice protested, his left cheek still slightly swollen. You'll regret. Are you rested now? Mo Yuning cut off the apprentice mid-sentence, lifting him again and continuing northward. Another half hour passed, and the demon Subduing Tower loomed into view. Mo Yuning began accelerating. Not sure what methods he used, his footsteps disappeared entirely as he quickly bypassed the patrolling soldiers. With a soft touch of his soul, he leapt effortlessly over the 10-foot-high wall. Within the walled compound of the demon Subduing Tower, the apprentice lay trembling on the ground, glaring fiercely at Mo Yuning as if trying to kill him with his eyes. But Mo Yuning seemed completely oblivious to the apprentice's existence, leaning against the wall, staring at the massive demon Subduing Tower, lost in deep thought. After about a quarter of an hour, the apprentice slowly got up and looked at Mo Yuning, who was in deep thought. The apprentice strolled over, and when he was just an arm's length away from Mo Yuning, he suddenly clenched his fist and swung it toward Mo Yuning. I recognize your necklace. The apprentice's fist froze midair, stopping just an inch from Mo Yuning's face. What? I said, I know the origin of your necklace. Mo Yuning looked straight into the apprentice's eyes as he spoke. Uffed. Mo Yuning stared at the apprentice in disbelief, completely baffled as to why his punch had been thrown. Are you not at all curious about the origin of your necklace? Mo Yuning couldn't hide his astonishment as he gazed at the apprentice. Of course I care. There's nothing I care more about than this. But how does that have anything to do with me hitting you? Since you've been pestering me for a whole month and tonight shamelessly dragged me out here against my will, don't think I believe you won't tell me eventually. You want my help even more than I'm desperate to know the origins of my necklace. The apprentice grinned smugly as he noticed the look of frustration on Mo Yuning's face. For Mo Yuning, at his level of cultivation, the apprentice's punch was no different than being bitten by a mosquito. But this unexpected act made him uncomfortable. How long had it been since he'd felt like this? You're truly unlike anyone else. Show me your necklace. Mo Yuning smiled again and said to the apprentice. Upon hearing this, the apprentice immediately pulled out the necklace hanging beneath his collar. He had been feeling strange, but hadn't noticed anything unusual until Mo Yuning mentioned it. Now he realized the pendant around his neck, a gift from his mother, had been heating up ever since earlier. As the apprentice watched the faint glow emitting from the purple crystal on the necklace, his expression became vacant, and his body trembled slightly, as though something inside him was being ignited. Not long after, the apprentice stopped trembling and appeared to have calmed down. Raising his head, he looked at Mo Yuning, his eyes burning with suppressed excitement. This necklace has something to do with the demon Subduing Tower, right? Despite his inner agitation, the apprentice remained composed. If this wasn't related, there was no way Mo Yuning would have gone to such lengths to bring him here. How did you know? Because Loadu was so vast. The apprentice had never come to the demon Subduing Tower before, and naturally, had never discovered the connection between it and the necklace. I need your help to enter this demon Subduing Tower. When you emerge from it, you'll understand the connection between the tower and your necklace. Mo Yuning looked at him and said, entering the tower may lead you to the path of cultivation. All right, I'll do it. I thought you'd take a while to decide. By the way, I've never had the chance before. What's your full name, brother apprentice? Lu Changming. Chapter 2, Qualifying Competition for Tower Entry. Legend has it that in ancient times, the demon race dominated the continent. Back then, humans were not very powerful and could only submit to the demons, who treated humans as livestock. Under the oppression of the demons, humans resented their rule, but could do nothing because of the demons' overwhelming strength. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago that a genius emerged among humans. In his youth, he discovered an ancient relic and spent several decades cultivating godlike abilities. Unfortunately, even a genius cannot fight alone against countless enemies. The demon race was too strong with an unimaginable number of powerful warriors. Had this genius cultivated for a few more years, becoming a deity, he might have been able to subjugate the demons. However, Fearing that the demons would massacre all humans due to his actions, he used his supreme divine power to transform an ancient divine artifact into 81 towers, sealing all demons within them across the continent. Afterwards, having exhausted his divine power, he passed away. This is the origin of the demon-suppressing towers, and that genius was known as the Tower God. Afterward, humanity developed rapidly thanks to the cultivation methods left by the Tower God, eventually dominating the world. One can say that the Tower God is our savior. Without him, we humans would still be enslaved. In a lower-grade academy in Ledu, a teacher was enthusiastically telling this historical tale to students who were less than 10 years old, yet they seemed entirely uninterested. Ever since they could remember, followers of the Tower sect had been introducing this history to them, trying to cultivate respect for the Tower from an early age. The teacher was clearly a fervent believer, but the students were unmoved. Some were reading books, others daydreaming, and a few had even fallen asleep on their desks. Sighing helplessly, the teacher thought, "In a month will be the celebration of the Tower sect, and today there's going to be a preliminary qualifying competition for Tower entry. I hope to take advantage of this opportunity to inspire the students further, but it seems like only when they mature will they appreciate the grace of the Tower God. Now, class is in session, everyone must pay attention," the teacher said angrily. The fourth day of the third lunar month marked the grand celebration of the Tower sect, the largest festival on the continent. It was the day the Tower sect was established, believed to also be the birthday of the Tower God. Its magnificence even surpassed the New Year's festivities since over 80% of the population worshipped the Tower sect. The sect's history, power, and absolute neutrality garnered respect from every nation. On this sacred occasion, except for vendors, most people on the continent were granted 3 days off to celebrate. Every 9 years, the Tower sect would open 9 of its towers during this period. A competition was held over the course of a month prior to the festival to select the most outstanding young talents from the continent to enter the towers for training. For each floor passed within the tower, they would receive a dosage of energy from ancient divine artifacts. Almost every remarkable individual on the continent had reached great heights in the towers on this particular day. Although at specific times, the Tower sect would open the demon-suppressing towers for training. Only during the festival day were these towers brimming with energy. Ascending to higher floors offered tangible benefits for cultivation. On regular days, these towers served primarily as battlegrounds for refining combat skills or as places to seek treasures that were sealed inside alongside the demon races. With time, however, it had become increasingly rare to hear of anyone finding such treasures. Perhaps out of consideration for humanity or as retribution against the demon race, the demon inhabitants inside these towers gained eternal life but could never leave. They existed solely as targets for those entering the tower for practice. The low to mid-level demons, unable to endure this torment, lost their souls and became mindless zombies trapped within the tower. As for the high-level demons, no one knew what their condition was like, for seemingly no one had ever reached that far into the tower. The demons inside the tower, once killed by those training within, would resurrect after everyone had left the level. This was seen by the followers of the Tower sect as a punishment for the demon race. Despite the compassionate hearts of some who questioned the necessity of such treatment, those who dared oppose would be deemed traitors by the devout, regardless of any silence from the Tower sect itself. Mingyun Empire, one of the 3 great empires, housed 17 demon-suppressing towers within its borders. Unluckily, only the tower located in its capital city, Ledu, would be open this year. Young talents from all around the empire and adjacent vassal states without open access to a tower would gather here to compete in thrilling contests. The top 32 from this martial arts competition will gain the qualification to enter the tower, Mo Yun-ning stated, observing the densely crowded crowd and frowning slightly. He and Lu Changming were already at the square in front of the demon-suppressing tower. "Brother, you're not expecting me to participate in this competition, are you? Look at my frail arms and legs. I haven't trained at all. I'll be killed instantly if I go up there. Isn't there going to be a week-long window 6 months from now? Can't I wait until then?" Lu Changming said miserably. "Only that day will be useful for you to enter. There's a limit on the minimum cultivation level for martial arts contests, and I have other ways. You don't need to participate. Time is almost up, so you should go back first. After the preliminary competition is over, I'll look for you again." As soon as Mo Yun-ning finished speaking, he had already vanished without a trace. Looking at the place where Mo Yun-ning disappeared, Lu Changming sighed. "It's really great to have a high level of cultivation. Although he said that I can start cultivating after entering the tower, people like me who have no talent probably won't ever feel this sense of being invisible and disappearing." Lu Changming looked at his somewhat skinny body and suddenly felt restless. He shook his head, stopping himself from continuing the train of thought, and walked southward. Along the way, he would visit the area of Ledu's devil-suppressing tower, which he had never been to before. The qualifying competition for tower entry is second in scale only to the Intercontinental Academy exchange matches on the continent, but the number of participants far exceeds the latter. The reason is that the latter serves as a place for various academies to exchange and display their strength, as well as each country to show the power of its next generation, which is closely related to national honor. However, the participants are merely a few academies selected by each country domestically. On the contrary, the former has nothing to do with national honor for any country. Although it is valued, it is not held too elaborately. For young people on the continent, this is a stage to enhance their own strength and showcase themselves to the world. Although there are cultivation requirements, they are not limited to the several major academies. Anyone under the age of 20, whether from lower-ranked academies or sects, can participate as long as they are among the best of their institution. At the hour of C in the morning, the participants had already drawn lots. The preliminary competition was held on 32 giant stone platforms. Because the sect has many priests who practice earth-type skills, these 32 platforms were constructed within less than 2 hours last night. There were no spectator seats for the preliminary round. Seats would only be available during the round-robin stage. By the finals, significant figures from the capital would come to watch. At this moment, outside the competition venue, several teenagers dressed in Qingming Academy uniforms and a few teacher-like individuals were trying to persuade a fat, bearded old man who was pacing anxiously. This overweight old man was the leading teacher for Qingming Academy this time, Deputy Dean Xianxia. Damn it, that good-for-nothing kid, Imo Yunning, I don't know where he ran off to. If he causes trouble, next time I see him, I'll give him 2 slaps, said Deputy Dean Chong angrily. Master, stop worrying. I think Yunning has already gone in by himself. I believe he won't be careless about important matters, one teacher consoled. That's right, Master, Brother Imo must already be inside. Even if Brother Imo loses his qualification due to tardiness, since this is our home ground, our brothers will surely secure half of the final spots, said a boy in uniform. His youthful face indicated he might have been brought along by his elders to gain experience. But that group of bunglers can't win first place. All right, he should already be inside, but I still want to scold him. He came and didn't even report to me first, showing no respect for his teachers. No respect for his teachers. This preliminary competition is an elimination system, divided into 32 groups. The top 4 from each group will qualify for the round-robin stage. Then, the 128 qualified competitors will be randomly split into 8 groups for the round-robin matches. Each competitor will fight all members of their group, and the top 4 performers from each group will enter the finals and gain access to the tower. Mo Yunning stood among the crowd, looking at the zonal map posted under the competition rules on the wall. Although he still had a smile on his face, his eyes occasionally flickered with distaste, as if he disliked the large number of people around him. Troublesome, Mo Yunning muttered as he walked toward the platform where he'd been assigned. I've already searched through Qingming Academy's library thoroughly and couldn't find useful information. He also agreed to enter the tower, so I guess I'll have to go to the next place soon. Mo Yunning thought. Since his match was later, he took advantage of this idle time to plan for the future. Mo Yunning had a slight headache. To be able to read some books in the deepest part of the Qingming library, he had behaved a bit ostentatiously. Now, the entire academy was paying attention to him, making it nearly impossible to leave secretly. He still had more than a year until graduation, and he didn't have much time to wait. However, he was grateful that he had come to Qingming Academy. In this academy, he felt something different from other places. Although there were occasionally small conflicts, there was none of the serious intrigue and backstabbing he had experienced elsewhere. It was completely different from what he had expected before joining the academy, and this feeling made him very comfortable, altering his plans considerably. Moreover, in Ledoux, he encountered someone who surprised him greatly, a person named Lu Changming. Chapter 3, The Arrogant Mo Yunning. Number 104 wins. The referee swallowed hard. From the initial shock to now, he had become numb. The young man in front of him was simply not human. After knocking down his opponent, Mo Yunning turned around and left the ring without paying attention to the shocked gazes from the audience below. This guy is too terrifying. I've watched all of his matches, and no one has been able to last even a single move against him, said a participant who, although in the same match as Mo Yunning, fortunately did not face him and managed to enter the top 4. He looked at Mo Yunning's unchanging smile and felt a chill in his heart. Who is he? Why have I never heard of such a person before? Another asked. After leaving Qinglin Cottage, Mo Yunning had never returned to the academy, so he was still wearing his green robe. Except for a few people, the others didn't recognize him as a student of Qingming. Mo Shixiang is really amazing. A group of Qingming's students gathered nearby to discuss, among them a younger but exceptionally talented one whose cultivation was sufficient to attend the competition. Since this young student hadn't seen Mo Yunning many times, he exclaimed in admiration. Of course, Master Mo has been praised by our elder brother before. These small fry are nothing to him. An older student commented, it's just that we don't understand why. Given that Master Mo had the strength to qualify so long ago, he only comes to compete now. During the celebration day of the pagoda sect, everyone only gets one chance in their entire life to enter the pagoda, and they must do it before the age of 20 because the younger one is, the more room there is for growth. Typically, before 18 is considered optimal. As the pagoda levels get progressively more difficult, extra years of cultivation don't necessarily ensure advancement through more layers, so most people participate in the pagoda sect celebration immediately after acquiring qualification, seeking more room for development. However, since Mo Yunning is close to 20, his tardiness in joining has been quite surprising to those at Qingming Academy. The preliminary rounds went quickly, despite the large number of participants. Because of the elimination format, thousands of competitors across 32 arenas soon determined the final 4. Just as night began to fall, all matches were over. Mo Yunning disliked crowded places, so after completing his match, he hurriedly left the arena. After leaving the arena, he headed toward Dama Restaurant, where he needed to inform Lu Changming about some plans. Half an hour later, Mo Yunning arrived at the entrance of Dama Restaurant. This was the busiest time for the restaurant. Entering, however, Mo Yunning didn't see Lu Changming. Instead, he saw Ma Zizhang substituting for Lu Changming, helping another waiter with taking orders, while Ma Yueyao helped collect payments. Since the restaurant wasn't large, the three managed rather well with their tasks. You're looking for that good-for-nothing Changming, aren't you? He hasn't returned yet, the innkeeper said upon seeing Mo Yuning at the door. Over the past few days, Mo Yuning had often come here, and the innkeeper recognized him. That brat disappeared early this morning without asking for leave. I'm angry about this. Half a month's pay deducted when he returns. Meanwhile, Lu Changming sat on the side of a sparsely populated road near the west side wall of Luoyang City. Having lost his way due to the vastness of Luoyang, Lu Changming was unable to reach the northern section where the demon Subduing Pagoda stood. Since he came from the southern district and was unfamiliar with these non-north-south directional roads, wandering around only deepened his confusion. Thus, he thought following the city wall southward would lead him back, though a straight line between the demon Subduing Pagoda and Dhamma restaurant required nearly 3 hours of walking. Starving after missing meals all day, he had no strength left to walk further and could only sit helplessly by the side of the road. Mo Yuning must have deliberately tricked me, Lu Changming muttered, cursing him inwardly. Puff. Suddenly, a steamed bun landed beside Lu Changming. Staring at it for a moment, anger flared up within him. Standing up, he pointed at the frozen river beside him, yelling towards the figure already far away. Even if I starve to death, I'd rather die outside than eat your food. Crazy, came a voice shouting from afar. Mo Yuning had indeed forgotten about this. He had inadvertently treated Lu Changming as one of his own due to matters concerning the necklace. Fortunately, Mo Yuning had some expertise in tracking techniques, enabling him to find Lu Changming fairly quickly. Otherwise, Lu Changming might have ended up dead on the street. Mo Yuning observed Lu Changming from the rooftop at a distance. He had found Lu Changming 15 minutes earlier, but hesitated to meet him because of embarrassment, wondering how he could explain his oversight. If the teachers and students of Qingming Academy found out, they would definitely be astonished. The man who showed no respect even to the vice principal and could only be restrained by the principal himself, elder brother Mo, was actually pondering so much about a young waiter. Lu Changming stared at the steamed bun on the ground, pondering a serious issue. Should he die for dignity or live by discarding it? To hell with dignity. What relation did eating a steamed bun have to do with one's dignity? Thinking this, Lu Changming stretched out his hand toward the steamed bun. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Lu Changming. Dazedly raising his head, Lu Changming looked at the familiar figure and the always smiling, handsome face that he detested. A rush of blood surged to his head, and he opened his mouth wanting to say something, but fainted before any sound came out. It was now midnight. Last night, at evening time, around 3 a.m., Lu Changming had been dragged awake by Mo Yuning and traveled all the way to the side of the demon Subduing Pagoda. Mo Yuning's words had also left a shock on his spirit. Still early spring, the weather remained particularly cold. Lu Changming dared not sleep on the road, and having no money on him, he had gone without food, drink, or rest for an entire day and night. His frail body could no longer bear the strain. When he saw Mo Yuning, as soon as his tense mood relaxed, he collapsed. Mo Yuning immediately supported the nearly collapsing Lu Changming, looking at him apologetically, then carried him and sprinted southward. By now, Mo Yuning's name had spread throughout the capital. His dazzling performance in the preliminary rounds drew attention from many people. After all, Mo Yuning was extremely famous within Qingming Academy. Everyone in the academy and some in the capital knew there was a powerful but eccentric master Mo at Qingming. Although Mo Yuning had never shown up outside of Qingming, outsiders unfamiliar with his appearance could easily investigate and confirm that the person who entered the top for using just a few moves during the preliminaries was indeed Mo Yuning of Qingming Academy. The afternoon of the day after the preliminaries, since there was one day of rest following the preliminaries, intelligence gathering began among participants at places like inns where many contestants gathered. Those who hadn't qualified still wanted to use information about their own group's competitors to make connections with strong friends. There is a Qingming ranking in Qingming Academy that records the top 100 students' strength rankings. To get on the list, one must defeat someone already on it in an open match or duel, and this can also be used to improve one's ranking. But hey, does anyone know? This Mo Yuning has never been on the list. At the Shizhong Inn, by a table near the wall, a self-proclaimed know-it-all explained to his companions. Could it be that Mo Yuning's skills are so poor? That can't be right. Or is the top 100 of the Qingming list composed entirely of monsters? That doesn't fit either. There aren't any other Qingming students in other groups who seem as skilled. Another person at the table asked. Hey, don't interrupt me, let me finish. It's said that this person has an odd personality and doesn't like fighting in public, hence he never made the list. This time, it might be because he's nearing the age limit, and to enter the pagoda, he has no choice but to participate in the competition. However, teachers in the academy don't dare manage him. Rumor has it that Mo Yuning only went to Qingming for its cultivation facilities and books. In order to avoid classes and gain more personal practice time, he challenged many teachers, defeating many of them, thus living somewhat recklessly within the academy. But some students were bufu and thought he must have some powerful background, making the teachers reluctant to discipline him. So there were challenges issued to Mo Yuning, but he never responded. Gossip began spreading around the academy, claiming that Mo Yuning was a coward, or that he relied purely on his connections to remain at Qingming. Until one day. One day what? Someone asked impatiently. Aren't you going to finish the story? Stop interrupting me. Did you not hear me? Do you still want to listen or not? Do you? The know-it-all glared furiously at the person who interrupted. The person turned red-faced, trying to argue back, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Until last year, the first-ranked individual on the Qingming list challenged Mo Yuning. Do you know who won? The know-it-all asked while looking around at the crowd. Who won? The crowd gulped, curious and eager to know. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, the know-it-all continued. They fought somewhere unknown. The next day, the first-ranked individual suddenly appeared and informed everyone not to bother Mo-Yuning anymore, but didn't disclose the result of the match. Some speculated that it ended in a draw. Very few suspected Mo-Yuning won, while most still believed that Mo-Yuning lost, though receiving recognition from the first-ranked person. Last year's top of the Qingming ranking, Xianxia, was very familiar to everyone here. He could be considered the best among the young generation on the mainland. During last year's mainland academy exchange competition, he single-handedly turned the tide, enabling the Qingming Academy, which had not made it to the semifinals for many years, to directly win the championship and become renowned across the mainland. After winning the championship, Xianxia graduated from Qingming Academy and disappeared, but the legends he left behind were still widely discussed. Looking at the people lost in thought, the self-proclaimed know-it-all smiled in satisfaction, picked up the money for the intelligence left on the table by everyone, and left the inn to continue gathering information. The crowd in the inn gradually came back to their senses. Some were disdainful, some were still pondering, and others didn't care much. But all seemed to believe more in the latter guess. It was hard for everyone not to believe that Mo-Yuning could have won, because everyone had witnessed Xianxu's strength, and no one was willing to believe there could be another monster equally or even more terrifying than Xianxia. Chapter 4. The Eccentric Vice Dean. It was said that all the martial arts on the continent were related to the Tower God. Before setting off to seal away the demon race, the Tower God had inscribed everything he had learned in his lifetime onto a stone stele. After the destruction of the demon race, descendants of the Tower God established the first empire in human history, and the Emperor inherited the Tower God's will, promoting the development of humanity by making the stele publicly available for anyone to come and comprehend. Now, countless martial arts across the continent originated from that era, which is why, despite their vast variety, their realms were basically consistent, arranged from low to high as physical refinement, chi refinement, soul passage, spirit passage, divine passage, and finally, divine change, comprising 7 ranks. Legend had it that during the Tower God's time, he reached the pinnacle of the divine change realm, needing only one more step to become a god, while the demon race also possessed several experts at the same level. However, since that era, there has never been another person who achieved the divine change realm. Due to the excessive kindness of the empire's emperor at the time, the state could not be well governed. Only over 100 years after its establishment, the empire collapsed due to internal strife, and from then on, the continent was never unified again. The stele disappeared amidst rival factions vying for control, either hidden away by some faction or already destroyed. However, strangely enough, although various warlords carved out their own territories, the number of nations never exceeded 81. This was because every country must possess a demon-suppressing tower within its borders. Without this tower, even if a country were founded, it would soon fall. Time passed quickly, and countless countries faded into obscurity throughout history. There may have been brief periods of peace for recuperation, but mostly the land endured constant warfare. Until 1,000 years ago when 3 great empires were consecutively established, bringing about a millennium-long peace to the continent. The 3 great empires were Xuan Empire located in the southern part of the continent, Fengyang Empire in the northwest, and Mingyan Empire in the northeast. Various smaller countries aligned with these 3 empires respectively. The strength of these 3 empires was extremely balanced, checking each other. Even though minor skirmishes between the nations continued, no full-scale war ever broke out. On the morning of the 6th day of the 2nd lunar month, the demon-suppressing square before the demon-suppressing tower was already crowded with people, the weather cold but failing to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Because today, the preliminary rounds of the once-in-9 years tower qualification tournament in Liu were about to begin. In this world where might is supreme, watching various martial contests had become one of the favorite forms of entertainment for people across the land. Although participation in the tower qualification tournament was restricted to those under 20 years old, all participants were the cream of the crop among the youth, their skill generally not falling short and often surpassing even that of regular adult competitions. Moreover, since individuals of higher cultivation rarely engaged in public martial contests, tickets for the finals of the tower qualification tournament were prohibitively expensive, leaving them inaccessible to ordinary people. Additionally, intercontinental academy exchange competitions were closed events, allowing only official attendees. Therefore, the preliminary rounds of the tower qualification tournament represented the highest level of competition an average person could witness. This year, due to only Liu's demon-suppressing tower being open in the entire Mingyan Empire, all young talents from the empire gathered here to compete, significantly raising the quality compared to previous years, thus increasing the anticipation of the people of Liu. On the square, 24 of the 32 arenas had been removed, leaving only 8 evenly distributed across the space. The vacated area was converted into spectator seating, now filled to capacity. As the top-ranked academy in Liu, and one of the leading academies across the continent, each arena had a designated front row section exclusively reserved for Qingming Academy for viewing matches. At the VIP dedicated seats for Qingming Academy located at the southeast corner of the square, Vice Dean Chang sat humming a tune amidst the faculty and students, looking rather cheerful. This year, the Qingming students were performing exceptionally well, with 31 out of the total participants in the preliminary rounds coming from Qingming, fully a quarter of the entrants. Despite the home field advantage, this year featured more competitors than usual, and they were stronger too. already exceeding expectations. Furthermore, the Vice Dean noticed a name on the preliminary roster that had caused him some concern recently, finally easing his mind after days of anxiety. Originally, as a Vice Dean, there was no need for him to personally attend the preliminary rounds. If the priest responsible for this venue knew the dean was present, they would undoubtedly arrange a special seat just for him. He had come because someone was drawing too much attention to himself. As the secret weapon for the next Intercontinental Academy exchange competition, he deemed it necessary to stop this individual from further grandstanding. Moreover, this Vice Dean couldn't locate this person directly, so he had to humbly make his way to the venue to find him. Upon entering the contestant waiting area, Mo Yuning relaxed his furrowed brow. The number of people in the square was overwhelming, making him feel quite uneasy. Thankfully, the waiting area was spacious, with fewer than 20 contestants and staff present, offering ample space. Satisfied, Mo Yuning settled down in a quiet corner. Now, most people still did not know what Mo Yuning looked like. They only knew he was a handsome young man around 18 years old. Moreover, contestants were only aware of their own designated zone and didn't know who their opponents were, so Mo Yuning's growing fame in the preliminaries had not drawn much attention from others when he arrived at the waiting area. Mo Yuning had just sat down when his frown deepened again. The reason was that he saw a bearded, plump old man enter from the doorway and walk toward him cheerfully. It was none other than Vice Dean Chang of Qingming Academy, though it was unclear how he managed to sneak into the contestants' waiting area. Although Vice Dean Chang often behaved rather erratically, as one of the few individuals in Qingming Academy whom Mo Yuning could not fully see through, he held him in high regard. Chang Dean was different from the important figures in the imperial capital. Although he was usually kind to everyone in Qingming, Mo Yuning still disliked his somewhat eccentric personality. Moreover, this Vice Dean seemed unusually interested in him, always finding reasons to approach him. Despite being confident that he wouldn't uncover any secrets about him, Mo Yuning still found this unsettling. "Hi there, Yuning. Where have you been these past few days?" "I've been looking all over for you," said Vice Dean Chang, approaching Mo Yuning with a bright smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuning suddenly considered forfeiting today's competition. What does the esteemed dean want from me? Though Mo Yuning wished to ignore him, he knew the man would stick around like glue, lacking even an ounce of grace, leaving no choice but to respond. "I've told you countless times, don't be so formal. We're close enough now, just call me Uncle Chang." He patted Mo Yuning on the shoulder and took a seat beside him. Mo Yuning glanced at this Vice Dean who was easily old enough to be his grandfather, speechless. "Yuning, you're already a celebrity in the imperial capital. I hear every match in the preliminary round ended in a single move? That doesn't sound like you. You used to be so low-key," Vice Dean Chang said while rubbing his hands together. "Speak plainly. You're too cold-hearted." Vice Dean Chang pouted. "The academy has faced a shortage of talent the past couple of years. Ever since Chung Yu graduated last year, those monkeys and young monkeys from other academies have been dying to laugh at us in the next exchange competition. This time around, let's keep a low profile. Don't make yourself even more famous. Next year, during the Intercontinental College exchange competition, I want to see those monkeys squirm." Saying this, a lecherous grin appeared on Vice Dean Chang's face, as if he'd already decided how to taunt those individuals later. For this event, use over 10 moves during the group stage matches, over 30 during the final phase, and fight for at least 100 moves before winning the championship in an apparently tough way. Vice Dean Chang gave Mo Yuning his scheming advice. "Alright, the match is about to start. I'll go warm up first since my bout is the first one." Finishing his words, Mo Yuning stood up and walked toward the arena. Vice Dean Chang blinked blankly, unsure whether the alright meant agreement. Helplessly, he laughed and thought to himself, well, never mind. He couldn't really stop Mo Yuning anyway if he had some plan, but he hoped nothing unexpected happened. It was natural for Vice Dean Chang to occupy the position of deputy headmaster without merely showing off by having Mo Yuning play down his strength. He simply believed that once geniuses like Chung Yu and Mo Yuning revealed their talents, they would certainly draw jealousy and possibly elicit actions from other countries. Furthermore, both came from the same country. At this thought, Vice Dean Chang couldn't help worrying about Chung Yu, given almost a year had passed with no significant news regarding him. Although Vice Dean Chang trusted Chung Yu's abilities to protect himself in the continent, he feared some unscrupulous nations might summon ancient experts. As for Mo Yuning, he had his own motives behind participating in such an ostentatious manner. His vague reply was simply to placate Vice Dean Chang. He found interacting with that obese elder rather uncomfortable, especially since he also had matters to contemplate. Chapter 5, The Creepy Battle. The body refining realm is the most fundamental and also the most special realm. It is the only realm in which most people can reach the peak as long as they work hard. It is also the only realm that does not require reaching the peak to advance to the next realm, because one can enter the chi practicing realm at any stage of the body refining realm through cultivation techniques. However, a good physical foundation is necessary to achieve greater strength, and many powerful techniques require a body refined to the advanced stage of the body refining realm. Each realm has 4 stages: low, intermediate, high, and peak. After reaching the peak of each realm, practitioners can attempt to break through to the next realm. Only the body refining realm, despite having 4 stages, continues to develop after reaching its peak. Although the growth rate of physical qualities slows down significantly after reaching the peak, it can still grow. Some people believe that the realms on the continent could be divided into only 6, with the body refining realm being considered separately. Others think that there are reasons for the ancient classification. Some have said, A cultivator may never break through the body refining realm until death. This is because no one can train their body to a point where it cannot get stronger. Excluding the body refining realm, the chi practicing realm is the lowest. However, it stops most people from stepping onto the path of cultivation. In the chi practicing realm, one uses techniques to perceive an energy called chi, both within the body and in the environment. Through these techniques, external chi is absorbed and stored internally, transforming into what is known as true chi. People can use true chi within them based on their techniques, whether for attack, enhancing speed, or healing wounds. Each technique has its own unique method of using true chi. When a person can absorb chi and store it inside their body, they have reached the initial stage of the chi practicing realm. On the continent, there exists a well-known technique called the true chi technique, created by a great figure thousands of years ago, so everyone could test their talent for cultivation. It suits most people on the continent. This technique only explains how to sense and absorb chi, but does not cover storing or utilizing it. Therefore, if someone can absorb chi using the true chi technique, they gain the right to enter a lower academy tuition-free to choose a more advanced technique for further cultivation. Although the true chi technique fits most people, those who cannot sense chi always find it unsuitable. Also, the high tuition of academies is not affordable for average families, leading most to give up. Among those paying to enroll annually, less than 1,000th manage to find suitable techniques and embark on the path of cultivation. Naturally, the tower entrance qualification contest must have minimum entry requirements. Otherwise, even if Loose City expanded twice its size, it wouldn't accommodate all participants. The minimum requirement for the qualification contest is breaking through chi practice to reach the soul refining realm, blocking out 80% of those wanting to participate. On the continent, breaking through to the soul refining realm before 20 marks superior potential. Ordinary graduation requirements for higher colleges demand reaching the high stage of chi practice before 20, achievable with moderate talent. However, renowned institutions like Qingming Academy require breaking through to the soul refining realm before 20, resulting in lower graduation rates. Meng Chong looked disdainfully at the handsome youth across from him, as the latter seemed almost 20. Participants who made it to the elimination round usually reached the middle stage of soul refining. Younger competitors indicate better talent and future achievement. Meng Chong, at 17, already reached the middle stage of soul refining, being undisputedly first in his academy. He believed he could place in the top 10 at Qingming, considering the current participants' talent inferior despite it not being too bad. Last year, Meng Chong broke through to the soul refining realm and participated in another city's entrance contest, but did not make it to the elimination round due to his weaker skills. He was not disheartened as he was young. This year, breaking through to the middle stage with previous competition experience, he was determined to secure the entrance. Meng Chong's pride was justified by his accomplishments. Though disdainful, he did not underestimate his opponent since they shared the same level despite differing talents, demanding his full effort. As the match began, the referee retreated from the arena. Meng Chong infused his sword with chi, emitting a blue glow, but found his opponent motionless, seemingly deep in thought. Meng Chong was enraged, perceiving the other's total disinterest in the match and outright ignoring him. "You'll pay for your arrogance," Meng Chong growled in his heart, as he swung his long sword forward. Several wind blades shot toward the handsome youth opposite him, and Meng Chong rushed after them. In just an instant, the wind blades reached the youth, but he still didn't move. Meng Chong sneered coldly, imagining the youth's skin splitting open and flesh tearing apart. But a miraculous scene unfolded. It was as if the youth had no corporeal form, and the wind blades passed right through his body. Then they were blocked by the audience protection barrier, rippling with waves of energy. Meng Chong was extremely surprised, having never seen such a strange sight before. Just as he thought to halt himself, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. A pain surged across his face, and then he was flying through the air. However, Meng Chong reacted quickly, somersaulting backward a few times to return to his previous position. This time, though, he appeared disheveled, a shoe print now imprinted on his face. Stunned, Meng Chong had no idea what had just occurred, but gasps echoed throughout the spectators section. What Meng Chong hadn't seen was that, at the moment the wind blades pierced through the youth, his line of sight had been obstructed by a shadow, leaving no time for reaction. The audience below, however, saw clearly. The shadow that crossed Meng Chong's view was undoubtedly his opponent's shoe. Though they also weren't sure how the young man managed to dodge the wind blades after the blades passed through him. They watched as the youth turned into a fleeting blur, swiftly reaching Meng Chong and kicking him away before returning to his original distant position as a blur once more. Now cautious, Meng Chong began thinking about what he should do next, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Projectile? Impossible. Who would use such a large projectile? And how did the youth avoid the wind blades? While deep in thought, Meng Chong kept an eye out for any sudden attacks from his opponent. After half a tea kettle's worth of time, dissatisfaction arose among the audience below. "We came to watch a martial arts competition, not a standing punishment," one viewer shouted. After another half a tea kettle's worth of time, some viewers began to stand up. The youth frowned slightly, looking somewhat impatient. Suddenly, Meng Chong noticed the youth vanish into the distance. A sharp pain shot through his buttocks, and he found himself flying again. As he was about to land and curl up to reduce the shock upon hitting the ground, a powerful force grabbed him by the collar and lifted him back into the sky. Meng Chong practiced a wind attribute technique. Although his cultivation wasn't sufficient to enable him to fly, maneuvering in the air was still within his abilities. But this time, Meng Qiong felt his technique completely useless. Despite his efforts to control his body and attempt a swift landing, every time he was about to touch the ground, the youth arrived almost instantly, tossing him back up into the air. This cycle repeated 8 times. On the 9th try, instead of throwing him upward, the youth pushed him horizontally off the platform. As Meng Qiong tried to regain control and land safely, he realized with despair that his power seemed sealed. No matter how much he urged the true qi inside him, not a shred of strength flowed from within his body. All he could do was helplessly watch himself land outside the arena. The crowd below naturally observed this as a one-sided beating and started booing at Meng Qiong, assuming he only made it to the elimination round by luck. The referee looked at the youth as if he were a monster because he couldn't discern the level of this young man's skill. Suddenly, something seemed to dawn on him, and curiosity flickered in his eyes when he glanced at the youth again. With an iron-gray complexion, Meng Qiong stared at the young man who had just been declared the victor on the stage. He was even angrier than before. The other party clearly could have defeated him with one strike, but instead tossed him around like a sandbag, treating him entirely as a toy, an insult beyond compare. Yet Meng Qiong dared not say anything. Although anger coursed through him, fear gripped him even more as he sensed the vast chasm between himself and the youth, like earth and heaven. Mo Yuning descended from the arena and muttered softly, "Exactly 10 moves, I guess Big Fat Chong won't have much to complain about now." If Meng Qiong had heard this sentence, his fury might have overshadowed his fear. "My matches are over for today. I'll head back to check on Lu Changming. I wonder if he has woken up yet." Concern for Lu Changming seemed to quicken Mo Yuning's pace as he exited the venue. Lu Changming fainted simply due to exhaustion and hunger. So, when Mo Yuning came to see him, he was already sitting at the edge of the bed drinking porridge. While he needed a few more days of rest, there were no serious issues. Seeing Mo Yuning enter, Lu Changming immediately swallowed the mouthful of porridge, scalding himself as he screamed in pain. "You don't need to explain anymore. Anyway, I've remembered this time." Lu Changming pointed at Mo Yuning. "Remember or forget, it's none of my business." Mo Yuning shrugged nonchalantly and swatted Lu Changming's hand away. When Lu Changming was about to curse, Mo Yuning immediately grabbed a steamed bun from the table and stuffed it into Lu Changming's mouth. Mo Yuning, having stuffed the bun into Lu Changming's mouth, looked at him and said, "Stop beating around the bush. I have something important to tell you." Seeing Lu Changming nod his head, Mo Yuning finally let his hand drop. "TCH." Lu Changming spat out the bun, looking quite displeased. Gazing at Lu Changming's aggrieved face, Mo Yuning felt an urge to laugh inside. "After the round-robin matches are over, you should leave this place. Once you enter the tower, you won't be an ordinary person anymore." Chapter 6, Mo Shixiang's Friend. The round-robin tournament lasted 15 days, with 8 martial arts matches each day, allowing each participant to compete against the other 15 individuals. Deputy Dean Chong was now even more worried. Although Mo Yuning seemed to have agreed to use more than 10 moves in the round-robin, he indeed did not instantly kill his opponents like in the preliminary selection. However, Mo Yuning's fame grew even larger, because Mo Yuning's so-called 10 moves were actually 10 instances of him handling his opponents. His rivals on the arena had no room to fight back, being tossed around like sandbags, eventually getting thrown off the stage. In the final few matches, some opponents lost all their courage and directly announced their forfeit. No one knew why Mo Yuning suddenly changed his previous style and began playing with his opponents. Only Dean Chong realized that this might be due to his request. This made Dean Chong somewhat speechless with amusement. During these 15 days, Mo Yuning earned a new nickname among the competitors, Demon, and this nickname began spreading across the entirety of Luo capital. Dean Chong could not fully understand why Mo Yuning would act this way. Even Monkey thought this was behavior that brought harm without any benefits. The title of Demon had already reached Lu Changming's ears. After all, he worked at a restaurant and often overheard guests talking about various things. However, Lu Changming had no mood to mock Mo Yuning because he himself was nervous and somewhat excited. Tomorrow was the final phase of the tower entry qualification competition. The matters Mo Yuning spoke to him about over the past 2 weeks, he had thought deeply about. He had already asked Mr. Ma for an extended leave, stating he wanted to help Qing Ming's student. It appeared Mr. Ma foresaw Lu Changming's resolve and agreed, without further questioning. Lu Changming was grateful to Mr. Ma, who gave him a place to work when he was at a dead end. He also didn't want to part with Miss Ma Yueyao, that beautiful young girl. But sometimes if you don't seize opportunities, it is better to let them go when hope has already been found. Lu Changming felt he must succeed. He left behind the money he obtained from Mo Yuning in his room, and then set off with his luggage, leaving Dama Restaurant. Watching the splendid houses of Luo capital flashing rapidly behind him, Lu Changming was currently being carried quickly toward the demon-subduing pagoda by some force exerted by Mo Yuning. The floating sensation was stable, and Lu Changming did not feel any turbulence, but he wasn't happy. Once again, he recalled how he was first grabbed by Mo Yuning, reaffirming his belief that Mo Yuning had been seeking revenge back then. Soon they arrived at the demon-subduing pagoda square. The square had completely transformed from when Lu Changming last visited. The 32 arenas had all vanished, and the final phase was not taking place in the square, but in the demon-subduing pagoda stadium adjacent to it. The earlier preliminary rounds and round-robin competitions were held on temporary platforms in the square because there were too many participants and matches. Tickets for the finals were expensive, placing a heavy burden on ordinary citizens. Hence, most spectators were wealthy merchants, officials, and practitioners of cultivation. Nevertheless, there were still many people on the square. Although commoners generally couldn't enter the stadium, those who had spare time wished to be the first to know the results of the matches. The final phase lasted 7 days. During the first 2 days, 8 matches each day advanced 32 participants to 16. On the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, there were 16 advancing to 8, 8 advancing to 4, and semifinals. On the 6th day, there was a rest day, and on the 7th day, the final match would occur. Such a tightly scheduled competition didn't require concern about the participants' conditions since the pagoda sect possessed a large number of specialized clerics trained in healing and recovery techniques. Only a massive neutral organization like the pagoda sect could have the energy and resources to cultivate such individuals. After presenting the contestant certificate, Mo Yuning took Lu Changming through a dedicated passage into the stadium. There was still some time before the start of the competition, so not many people sat in the audience. Mo Yuning quickly located the position of the Qingming Academy group and led Lu Changming towards them. Qingming Academy sent approximately 2/3 of its teachers and students, almost reaching 1,000 people. Although the tickets were rather expensive, since they were pillars of the future empire, when purchasing specifically designated seats prepared for Qingming Academy, the empire provided significant subsidies. As a result, nearly everyone with nothing pressing to do came. When Mo Yuning approached the Qingming group, he introduced Lu Changming saying, "This is my friend. Let him watch the games here these days." Then he headed towards the contestant waiting area without even glancing at Dean Chong sitting among the others. Several dozen people near the front heard Mo Yuning's statement and looked toward Lu Changming. Lu Changming tried to stop Mo Yuning, but discovered that he had already walked far away in an instant. Feeling helpless, Lu Changming turned around only to be shocked to find dozens of eyes focusing on him. "Hello everyone." Lu Changming, a bit frightened, greeted the group and sat down at a corner seat in this area. The dozens of eyes that had been on him followed his every move, making cold sweat run down Lu Changming's back. What are these bigwigs doing? Is there something strange about me? Or do I look weird? Lu Changming wondered as he touched his face, finding the behavior of these Qingming teachers and students quite peculiar. What Lu Changming didn't know was that the Qingming faculty and students were pondering even more curiously and strangely. How could Mo Yuning actually have a friend? Everyone who had interacted with Mo Yuning knew that while he always wore a smile and seemed approachable, after spending some time with him, they could sense his distant coldness. He would greet people he recognized, but never seemed to get close to anyone, let alone have friends. In the eyes of most Qingming students, Mo Yuning was their highly respected top student. They admired him, but found it hard to summon up the courage to approach him for conversation. Only Vice Dean Chong, with his high status and quirky personality, would persistently show up wherever Mo Yuning was. They were curious about what kind of person Mo Yuning's friend might be. After observing for a while, they all pretty much came to the conclusion that Lu Changming was just an ordinary guy with nothing particularly outstanding about him. Some did wonder if Lu Changming might be a reclusive martial arts expert who didn't want his identity known, hence why he had used Mo Yuning to bring him in secretly. But this thought was quickly dismissed. Who in the world would allow a reclusive master to endure being watched like a monkey by so many people? Besides, this master looked too young. Even if he had altered his appearance, certain qualities cannot be easily hidden. He definitely didn't have the bearing of a master. No, like Deputy Dean Chong said, this world probably won't produce another master like him. Finally, after about 15 minutes, one of the Qingming students sitting near Lu Changming moved closer. Lu Changming was startled and looked at this person beside him with some alertness, thinking, "These people have been staring at me for so long. Now this one is coming here. What does he want?" This person appeared mature beyond his years, looked honest, but was still wearing the Qingming school uniform. So he mustn't be that old. Bowing slightly, the student said to Lu Changming, "I am Lu Wenjing from Qingming. May I ask the name of this young sir?" Holding his luggage tightly, Lu Changming turned his head and replied, "Lu Changming." Lu Wenjing paused momentarily, confused by Lu Changming's brief response with only 3 words. Did this mean his personality was similar to Mo brothers? Thus they became friends? But wait, how could 2 ice-cold people become friends? What Lu Wenjing didn't know was that Lu Changming was unsure of what to say. He was dumbfounded, as it was completely unexpected that a Qingming student would come over and talk to him. He didn't realize this was all because of Mo Yuning. "I guess Brother Lu doesn't like talking much, so I will just come straight to the point." Lu Wenjing hesitated slightly, then grew nervous. "We are really curious. How did Brother Lu manage to become a friend with Mo brother?" Lu Changming found it odd that this person was speaking so haltingly. Mo brother? Who was that? Mo Yuning? Wow, calling him master brother when you're so old already? Lu Changming snorted inwardly, but dared not voice it out loud. Seeing that Lu Changming remained silent, Lu Wenjing thought perhaps he hadn't explained himself clearly enough and added, When Mo Yuning brother was at Qingming Academy, he has always been alone, without any friends. We once admired his strength and wanted to make friends with him, but Mo brother never took notice of us. Now, since Brother Lu has managed to befriend Mo brother, you must have extraordinary qualities. Could you please teach us, how did you manage to become friends with Mo brother?" Lu Wenjing felt somewhat inappropriate directly asking a stranger such a question, but he couldn't help his intense curiosity and blurted it out anyway. Lu Changming didn't find it improper, though. He was instead reflecting on something else because the behavior of Mo Yuning at the academy was vastly different from what he'd witnessed personally, leading to a very strange misunderstanding. Is Mo Yuning this kid really without friends? That's not obvious at all, huh? This man seems to think Mo Yuning doesn't want to make friends. Could he have some deep secrets? Or maybe he has psychological or physical issues. Lu Changming speculated wildly. Seeing that he still wasn't responding, but smiling faintly, Lu Wenjing sensed an opportunity and spoke again. Please give me some guidance, Brother Lu. What guidance? Lu Changming snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I spaced out just now. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Wenjing waved his hand to indicate it was no big deal, but he started to daydream wildly. Mo Xixiang had never been kind to anyone, yet he alone became friends with him. Looking at how happy Mo Xixiang seemed earlier, could it be? Lu Wenjing was clearly thinking something strange. A person who looked honest on the outside might not necessarily be honest inside. Mo Yuning may sometimes laugh insincerely, but he doesn't feel that cold to me. Lu Changming began to feel more comfortable with Lu Wenjing after this brief exchange. Feeling that Lu Wenjing was approachable, Lu Changming spoke more freely. Besides, he's like a sticking plaster, always clinging on to me, and I have no idea how I managed to befriend him. Lu Wenjing was startled. He had never heard anyone who knew Mo Yuning dare to speak ill of Mo Xixiang so openly. Lu Changming's voice wasn't even low enough to avoid being overheard by other students and teachers nearby. This meant their friendship must be quite strong. Moreover, it sounded as though Mo Xixiang had taken the initiative. Could it be true that Mo Xixiang really was? Unintentionally, Lu Changming had already attributed some peculiar qualities to Mo Yuning and himself. If Mo Yuning found out, would he be angry or perhaps secretly pleased for successfully retaliating against Lu Changming? Chapter 7. A Formidable Opponent. The competition had already begun. Although Mo Yuning's match today was relatively later, most of the finalists were stronger than the Qingming students who came to watch today, so it was still worth their while to learn from them. Besides, apart from Mo Yuning, 2 other Qingming students also had matches today. Now Lu Changming had become very familiar with Lu Wenjing, and he began inquiring about some matters concerning Mo Yuning, hoping to find any valuable intelligence that could be useful. There was quite a large gap in strength between the 2 sides in this match, and the outcome should have no suspense. Lu Wenjing was among the strongest in the group watching the game, but his bad luck during the preliminary selection had him face an exceptionally strong competitor. As such, he wasn't paying much attention to this particular match. Meanwhile, Lu Changming couldn't even understand what was going on, only knowing that the 2 people on the stage were fiercely exchanging blows. I noticed that Brother Lu seems older than Mo Yuning. Why do you call him elder brother then? Lu Changming had been holding this question for quite some time. At our Qingming Academy, we determine the elder-younger relationship by one's strength, respecting the strong, naturally. All students at Qingming respectfully address Master Mo as elder brother. Lu Wenjing said, clearly expressing full trust in Mo Yuning's abilities. Lu Changming was greatly shocked, thinking to himself, impossible. This guy is so powerful. Should I try to keep a lower profile around him? Although I'm not sure exactly how strong Master Mo has become, if there are no surprises, I believe Master Mo will definitely take first place. With each further step among the top 32, there will be additional rewards. Moreover, the Empire opens the palace treasure house for these talents, allowing them to choose from within. The top 4 will even gain access to the inner repository where all sorts of invaluable weapons and magical artifacts lie. Saying this, Lu Wenjing showed an envious look on his face. As they chatted like this, the first round of the competition ended as expected, with the contestant of higher cultivation achieving victory. After the referee announced the winner, they declared a rest period. Since there were only 8 matches today, time wasn't a pressing issue. The next match is our Academy's senior brother Chen's game, Lu Wenjing explained with some embarrassment. It's somewhat shameful, but this senior brother Chen is 1 year younger than me, only 18 years old, yet his cultivation level surpasses mine significantly, leaving me no choice but to call him senior brother. In this round, senior brother Chen shouldn't encounter many problems. Lu Changming, incredulous, said, You're only 19? Man, I thought you'd fail the grade. Clearly, Lu Changming's focus was slightly off point. Lu Wenjing blushed slightly and replied, What can I do about looking older? Honestly, I've already participated in 2 tower entry qualification tournaments. Last year, I even made it into the loop matches, but this year, my luck ran out in the preliminaries again, encountering another strong player and getting eliminated. Next year will be my last chance to participate. I don't know if I'll ever get the opportunity to enter the tower. Sympathizing with him, Lu Changming said, Don't worry, everyone's luck doesn't stay terrible forever. And by next year, your cultivation will definitely have increased, and you'll succeed. Let's hope so. The break time passed quickly. The senior brother Chen that Lu Wenjing mentioned stepped onto the stage. Though they were far away, his vibrant aura could still be felt. When his opponent also ascended the stage, Lu Wenjing's eyes squinted slightly. It's unclear if senior brother Chen can win this time. His rival is the same powerful individual who defeated me, and I can sense that his cultivation level is likely superior to brother Chen's. Lu Wenjing's voice deepened. In order to protect competitors' privacy and improve their adaptability, the tournament didn't disclose contestants' names, instead assigning everyone a number. Hence, members of Qingming Academy weren't able to find out who their opponents would be. They just knew when they were supposed to go up and whether there were any intra-academy fights planned. After the 2 exchanged formalities on stage, the match began. It seemed that Lu Wenjing had already provided the participants from Qingming with information regarding the person who defeated him, so this senior brother Chen acted very cautiously. He held his spear diagonally across his chest, a soft red light emitting from the weapon, assuming a defensive posture, clearly not intending to attack first. Upon seeing this stance, his opponent, a man with dark complexion, slightly tilted his lips upward, seemingly mocking him. Suddenly, the opponent rushed towards the senior brother Chen, like a cannonball hurtling forward. The speed of the opponent was too fast, leaving Chun little time for reaction. He managed to cross his spear in front of him just in time, increasing the flow of true energy through it. However, that man ignored the spear as if it weren't there, directly striking his fist against the spear shaft. Chin's response had already been commendable under the circumstances, but when the fist connected with the spear, Chin felt as though he'd been struck by a colossal dragon. The spear emitted a mournful cry and flew away. Only after it landed did the spectators see that the shaft made of fine steel had already bent nearly 60 degrees. If it were made of inferior material, it would have surely broken. As for senior brother Chun, he had already been flung out of the competition area, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, both arms seemingly dislocated. It was unclear whether there were fractures or not. Clearly, his opponent had held back at the last moment. If the force that had bent the spear had directly struck senior brother Chun, he might have immediately lost consciousness. At the moment senior brother Chun was hurled out, everyone from Qingming suddenly stood up, startling Lu Changming quite a bit. As they watched their senior brother being carried away by the medical staff of the pagoda, an expression of disbelief hung on every face. It's impossible. Senior brother Chun is almost about to break through to the high stage of the soul-refining realm. What level must this person be to have struck senior brother Chun down so hard? One student from Qingming Academy asked in a hoarse voice. This, probably only someone who has reached the peak of the soul-refining realm, having cultivated an ultimate strength-oriented technique, could accomplish this. A teacher furrowed his brows, saying this. The teachers were more astonished than the students because they understood much better what this power signified. Apart from Chengyu, none of them had ever seen anyone this young reach such a realm. Dean Chong thought even further ahead. Although he believed Chengyu was slightly more powerful, this individual wasn't far behind either. What worried Dean Chong was that two geniuses unprecedented in a millennium had appeared in the same era. This man's participation in the competition in Lu City meant he must definitely be a citizen of Mingyan Empire. No other nation would allow such a talent to go to a potentially hostile enemy country. What concerned Dean Chong more was that since these two prodigies were from the same country, this would inevitably make the other two nations more wary, possibly leading to unforeseen events. It seems he held back with me. But why did he hit senior brother Chen so harshly? Lu Wenjing spoke thus. No sooner had he finished speaking than everyone realized why that person had acted in such a manner. Mo Yuning. In a few days, you will become just like your younger brother. That person arrogantly declared from the platform towards the waiting area. It seemed that senior brother Mo had offended him somehow, although it was unclear exactly how he had angered him. Could senior brother Mo win against him? Everyone began worrying about Mo Yuning now, watching that man's impressive strength unfold before their eyes, gradually losing faith in Mo Yuning as well. That person appears to be a student from Yinju College. I saw that when he defeated senior brother Chen earlier, all the people from Yinju cheered, one keen-eyed student said. So he's the once-in-a-generation genius from Yinju College, Yu Yongquan? Although Yinju College belongs to the same Mingyan Empire as us, they've always had a competitive relationship with our academy, hence relations between the two schools have never been good. Given Mo Yuning's recent prominence, dissatisfaction with Mo Yuning makes sense too. A teacher explained, but why did he participate in the qualification trials now? I thought only Mo Yuning would act this way. Yinju College, another top 10 ranked academy within Mingyan Empire, isn't located in Luo City, but rather in Longcheng, a large city in the south of Mingyan Empire. It had previously consistently ranked higher than Qingming Academy until the previous Continental Academy Exchange Tournament, where Qingming relied on Chengyu to secure first place, allowing Qingming to surpass Yinju College. Thus, Yinju College remained highly dissatisfied, with the rankings of both academies closely following each other at 4th and 5th respectively. Let's rewind time to before the match started. Mo Yuning arrived at the holding area and, as usual, sought a quiet spot to sit down. Meanwhile, the other members of Qingming also wisely refrained from coming over to strike up a conversation. However, soon after he sat down, someone approached him. This person was Yu Yongquan. He didn't recognize Mo Yuning, but according to what he described as an intuition derived from encounters among strong individuals, he immediately identified this solitary figure as Mo Yuning, whose fame had been soaring recently. He felt it necessary to have a private meeting with this Mo Yuning, to gauge whether he truly possessed the legendary skills attributed to him. I suppose this gentleman is Mo Yuning of Qingming Academy? I am Yu Yongquan, from Yinju College. Though his prowess was formidable, he never acted arrogantly. He deemed his own words polite enough, believing the other party would naturally stand up upon hearing his name. However, Mo Yuning thought otherwise. He'd never heard of Yu Yongquan's name, assuming he was just some idle individual. Even if Mo Yuning knew who Yu Yongquan was, he probably wouldn't show any response. He gave Yu Yongquan a glance, then continued closing his eyes to meditate. Yu Yongquan felt as distressed as if he'd swallowed something vile. Since entering the qi condensation stage and starting his rapid cultivation journey, no one had ever dared to ignore him so utterly. Even the most even-tempered people would feel irritated under such circumstances, let alone someone with a somewhat fiery temperament. Though Yu Yongquan was enraged, he still pressed down his anger and continued asking, I wonder if Brother Mo could spare some time to talk with me? As Yu Yongquan saw that Mo Yuning still made no movement, he finally could not suppress his anger. Due to the restriction in the waiting area where one cannot start a fight, otherwise he would have already thrown a punch. He said to Mo Yuning, you'd better forfeit before you meet me, otherwise having your arms and legs broken is inevitable. If I'm not careful and snap your neck, there will be nothing I can do about it. Mo Yuning opened his eyes, looked at Yu Yongquan, who stormed off with an expression akin to someone looking at a lunatic, then closed his eyes again. The crowd from Qingming Academy certainly wouldn't believe it, but Qin Senior Brother's injuries were all because of Mo Yuning. If Mo Yuning hadn't angered Yu Yongquan, even if his opponent was from Qingming, Yu Yongquan wouldn't have gone so far. Soon, it was Mo Yuning's turn to compete. Although the incident with Yu Yongquan earlier had everyone from Qingming discussing, they soon stopped their conversation out of curiosity to see what other antics Mo Senior Brother would come up with. Alas, Dean Chong sighed, as expected, and just as promised, Mo Yuning struck 30 times during this match. Chapter 8, the final. The first day's competition ended quickly, and the following days basically turned into a performance by Mo Yuning and Yu Yongquan. The limelight was completely taken from the others. It seemed as if the pagoda sect also intended for them to meet in the final, as the subsequent draws never paired them against each other. Starting from the quarterfinals, some of the big figures from the imperial capital began to come and watch the matches one after another. By the time of the quarterfinals, everyone who would attend had arrived, and the empty space in the middle of the spectator seats was finally occupied. Do you see? That position in the center of the high platform over there is reserved for His Majesty, the Emperor of our empire. I've heard that His Majesty's health hasn't been good these recent years. It seems he won't be coming this time. Lu Wenjing was introducing information about the high platform to Lu Changming, but Lu Changming appeared somewhat absent-minded. He couldn't believe how strong Mo Yuning was. From his initial shock, he was now numb to it. He originally thought that Mo Yuning would be of medium to upper level ability in this competition and might get thrashed in one match. However, it seems his hopes were dashed. In these few matches of Mo Yuning's, even a fool could see that he dominated all his opponents. Lu Changming felt somewhat envious of Mo Yuning. Lu Wenjing didn't notice Lu Changming's absence of mind and continued to introduce. To the left of the empty seat for the Emperor is that old man with the divine air. He is the dean of our Qingming Academy. Beside him is Prime Minister Meng of the Empire. Don't look down on our dean just because he is merely the head of an academy. His strength is formidable. It is said that apart from certain reclusive old immortals, our dean is the top person in the Mingyun Empire. In terms of status, he is the highest in the Mingyun Empire except for His Majesty. Saying this, Lu Wenjing revealed an expression of admiration. And what about that empty seat? Lu Changming pointed at the empty seat to the right of the Emperor's and casually asked. That belongs to the Grand Priest of Lidu Pagoda sect, whose face I have never seen. Even during the Pagoda Festival, I only saw a vague outline from afar. Looks like he won't appear this time either, though most of the Pagoda sect's priests are here. Look, they're sitting on that row below, answered Lu Wenjing. It looked like today was going to be the same. Seeing Mo Yuning kick his opponent out of the arena again, Lu Changming yawned. On the day of the final, Lu Changming sat in the stands with dark circles under his eyes. He suffered insomnia last night because Mo Yuning had found him yesterday and told him that after the final, he needed to do something. If he wanted to enter the pagoda, he would have to put in some effort himself and face some things. Just thinking about what Mo Yuning asked him to do made him nervous, so much so that he was unable to sleep all night. Although, in Mo Yuning's view, the task was not difficult. Today, Lu Wenjing did not say much to him, because everyone from Qingming Academy, including himself, was very excited today. This final match could be called a once-in-a-thousand-years event. It was almost a century since anyone had reached the peak of the soul refining stage before turning 20, and today, two people like that were going to engage in an ultimate duel. Thus, starting early this morning, everyone from Qingming had been discussing this matter. Who do you think will win today? One student from Qingming asked his companion. Of course it's Senior Brother Mo. Who has ever seen Senior Brother Mo use his full power? In the previous matches, although both of their games were one-sided, Senior Brother Mo clearly won more easily. The person beside him replied. I don't think so. Haven't you heard the teachers say that Yu Yongquan cultivates Yen College's highest level technique, the wild current decisive battle skill? A cultivator of this skill can have explosive force comparable to someone several cultivation realms above them. It's practically unbeatable within the same realm. Another person joined in, saying to the two of them, no way, then why aren't more people cultivating this wild current decisive battle skill? Why don't we see any other people from Yen College practicing this? One person asked. Are you stupid? Didn't elementary school teachers tell you techniques need to suit yourself? How did you enter the Qi refining stage back then? The other retorted irritably. According to the teacher, it has been a long time since anyone could cultivate the wild current decisive battle skill. One needs to reach the advanced body strengthening stage before Qi refinement, and then immediately enter body strengthening's peak when starting cultivation, making the body increasingly stronger every time a new realm is broken through. Moreover, there are many other more stringent conditions. Wow, that's insane. Both people exclaimed. They were still only at the intermediate body strengthening stage. The man lowered his voice and covered his mouth, whispering to the two of them. I'll tell you a secret. I nagged it out of the teacher, but you must not tell others. Both widened their eyes and leaned closer to the man beside them. It's said that if one cultivates the wild current decisive battle skill to its highest level, it can break through the body's limits and transcend the body strengthening stage. The two of them stared blankly. They had never heard of body cultivation breaking through beyond the body strengthening stage. After a while, once the two had calmed down somewhat, the man continued, but I feel Senior Brother Mo still has a good chance. I watched Senior Brother Mo's previous matches. He excels in speed. Moreover, the wild current decisive battle skill lacks endurance. If one doesn't directly confront Yu Yongquan and deplete his true Qi while dodging, relying on the body cultivated by the wild current decisive battle skill, senior brother Mo would have a great opportunity to win. On the competition field, Mo Yuning and Yu Yongquan stood facing each other. Mo Yuning remained calm as ever, but his expression grew more serious than in the previous matches. On the other hand, Yu Yongquan appeared extremely excited. Among his peers at Yin College, he no longer had any opponents. Ever since hearing about Mo Yuning, he was eager for a match with him. Originally, he didn't intend to come this time because he felt his own talent was sufficient, and there was no need to enter the pagoda to boost his strength. His teachers couldn't do anything with him. But upon learning that Mo Yuning would participate, he decided to take advantage of this tournament to meet him. Yu Yongquan believed that only people with similar strength could truly connect. That was why he sought out Mo Yuning before the match, even though it annoyed him quite a bit. However, after days had passed, his annoyance faded, and now, all he wanted was a proper battle with Mo Yuning. The match began. For the first time during the early seconds of a match, Mo Yuning moved. He sidestepped swiftly. In the instant he did so, with a loud bang, a figure appeared where he used to stand, and his fist had already sunken into the stone slabs of the arena. Cracks appeared across the ground where Yu Yongquan originally stood, suggesting that he'd been concealing his abilities until now. This force and physical constitution were terrifying. His body must be made of iron. Every spectator was thinking this. Yu Yongquan's raw power made his linear speed extremely fast, perhaps even faster than Mo Yuning's. However, his agility was not as good, and Mo Yuning could dodge his fearsome punches using his own agility. Still, just now, Mo Yuning narrowly avoided the attack. Though he reacted quickly, the audience wasn't sure whether Mo Yuning could evade all those blows. Being struck even lightly by those fists would likely cause injury. Everyone from Qingming Academy worried for Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning's face remained calm, as if the punches weren't aimed at him. Yu Yongquan charged towards him again, and Mo Yuning dodged yet another blow. This time, he had more reaction time. While evading, he kicked Yu Yongquan's rear and utilized the counterforce. Ha ha, I knew it. You're the first among our peers who can retaliate while dodging my attacks. Yu Yongquan turned around and slapped off the shoe print on his butt. Mo Yuning furrowed his brows. The kick earlier didn't feel like it hit human flesh at all. It was as if kicking an iron block, causing some pain in his ankle. And so, the two played cat and mouse. One chasing, the other escaping, moving rapidly across the arena for about 15 minutes. The spectators were left dizzy and bewildered, far from what they expected to be a strong versus strong confrontation. Finally, Yu Yongquan stopped chasing, and Mo Yuning halted too. Over these few days, Mo Yuning finally looked disheveled for the first time. His hair was slightly tousled, and a large rip had appeared on the sleeve of his left arm, exposing toned but not overly muscular arms. As for Yu Yongquan, he fared worse. His entire body was covered in shoe prints, and there was a clear footprint on his face. No one knew how Mo Yuning managed to land that kick. Clearly, Mo Yuning wasn't just fleeing. He retaliated constantly as he dodged. Yu Yongquan wiped his face, removing the embarrassing shoe print, and said, "You're like an eel." Mo Yuning's lips twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but restrained himself. He responded to Yu Yongquan's words, "Wild boar." But eels can never defeat wild boars. Yu Yongquan paused, then continued. The person who created the wild current decisive battle skill based on the stone tablet must have been an incredibly talented individual. Mo Yuning wasn't sure why he said this, but after hearing it, Mo Yuning let out a cold laugh as if mocking something, without explicitly denying it. Of course. So, how could such an impressive person fail to know the weaknesses of the wild current decisive battle skill? Yu Yongquan said, veins bulging on his forehead. This move is specifically designed to counteract your type of eel. Mo Yuning sensed something was amiss and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. A powerful suction emanated from Yu Yongquan, pulling debris from the court toward him, which crumbled to dust before touching him. But the spectators outside noticed nothing unusual. It seemed this technique had a limited range. What kind of martial skill is this? Mo Yuning had never seen it before. The suction force was so great that if his feet left the ground, he would immediately be pulled over. Mo Yuning had no choice but to crouch down to lower his center of gravity. This move consumes too much energy, but the remaining true chi should be enough to finish you. With that, Yu Yongquan charged towards Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning didn't dare to stand up because once he did, he would fly directly towards Yu Yongquan. He thought, this move is simply disgusting. The spectators widened their eyes in surprise at this sudden change. Finally, they were witnessing the situation they wanted to see, while everyone from Qingming Academy held their breaths. They had no idea what method Mo Yuning would use to counterattack. Ha ha ha, Mo Yuning, let's see if you can withstand my strike. Chapter 9, Victory. Today, a large crowd had gathered at the demon Subduing Pagoda Square. Although they couldn't see the match directly, they could at least be among the first to know the result. The cold weather did little to dampen the enthusiasm of the people. The identities of the two finalists were already well known. Both were once-in-a-century talents who had reached the peak of the soul cultivation realm before the age of 20. Now, the two were engaging in a martial arts contest inside the arena. To ordinary people, the concept of martial realms meant little, but the duel between these two geniuses was undeniably captivating. The demon Subduing Pagoda Square was bustling with excitement as everyone discussed hearsay about the contestants and speculated on the outcome of the match. In contrast to the lively atmosphere outside the arena, the audience inside was unusually quiet because the two competitors were about to collide head-on for the first time today. Most spectators believed that Yu Yongquan had already won since Mo Yuning currently appeared too passive. His reliance on agility was proving ineffective. He had been confined in place by Yu Yongquan's unreasonable martial techniques. What he was about to face was the same fist that had left a deep impression on everyone, now glowing with red light, signaling an increase in its offensive power. Almost everyone thought that Mo Yuning would, at the very least, suffer grave injuries. The referee attempted to halt the match. Although the priests of the Tower sect could treat most injuries, severe wounds might leave lasting damage and could significantly impact future cultivation. He didn't want the nation to lose a future divine spirit realm master. Members of the Qingming sect clenched their fists tightly, deeply concerned for Mo Yuning. Nearby, Lu Changming wasn't worrying about Mo Yuning. He noticed Mo Yuning's confident expression, showing no signs of panic, and thus he felt certain that Mo Yuning could withstand this blow. Lu Changming himself wasn't sure where this confidence came from. But it was too late. Yu Yongquan's speed was too fast. The referee was still far away and somewhat perplexed that those capable individuals in the VIP seats weren't intervening. Meanwhile, none of the spectators, including Yu Yongquan himself charging towards Mo Yuning, realized that Mo Yuning, supposedly cornered, actually smiled at that moment. Mo Yuning crossed his forearms protectively in front of him, channeling all of his inner energy into both arms. When the two figures finally clashed, a powerful explosion sent dust and debris from the shattered stone tiles flying everywhere, obscuring the view of the audience. As the dust finally settled, a trench marked the battlefield. At its end stood Mo Yuning, crouching slightly before slowly standing up. His forearms trembled continuously, his hands claw-like, brows furrowed tightly, gritting his teeth, indicating considerable pain. The audience, the referee, and even the members of the Qingming sect froze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. This outcome wasn't what they had imagined. They thought Mo Yuning would surely be bloodied or severely injured, but instead, he seemed intact. The referee was utterly stunned. The spectators couldn't clearly see Mo Yuning's condition from their distance, but he, positioned close to the edge of the field, saw clearly. The trembling of Mo Yuning's arms was not consistent with someone suffering heavy damage, and there was no sign of broken bones in his arms, otherwise the shaking would cause even more pain. He simply couldn't comprehend how Mo Yuning managed to block that attack without resorting to defensive skills and relying solely on his reinforced forearms infused with true essence. The arena fell silent again. The audience was astonished. Neither contestant showed any intention to make the next move. Yu Yongquan narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Mo Yuning. His outward expression remained calm, yet his mind churned like a raging storm. That impressive martial technique from before, although extraordinarily powerful, consumed too much energy when unleashed over a wide area. For the decisive blow, Yu Yongquan put everything he had into that punch. Even experts at the Spirit Passage realm would sustain significant injuries from being hit head-on. He had no idea how Mo Yuning managed to endure such a strike using just his arms. Could it be that Mo Yuning used some kind of artifact? But he detected no fluctuations characteristic of artifacts. Worse still, Yu Yongquan's internal energy was down to less than 20%. He knew he had lost. If Mo Yuning chose to continue evading, then defeat was inevitable. Still, he wasn't ready to give up. He wanted to win. Mo Yuning, you're very strong, truly. I don't know why you kept running earlier, but now that you've withstood my last attack, at least it proves that you can face me head-on. You should also have realized that I have little chi left, yet even after just one move from me, I feel unsatisfied. Therefore, I'll use all of my remaining energy for this final move. If you can withstand it directly, I will admit that you are stronger than me. But if you evade like before, though I might concede defeat, I will never acknowledge you as the superior one. Yu Yongquan knew he was acting a bit disgracefully, but his frustration wouldn't let him back down. He didn't want to be worn out until defeated. It felt too humiliating. Hence, he decided to provoke Mo Yuning into meeting him directly, wanting to know what Mo Yuning's true offense was. By this point, Mo Yuning had already put down his arms, and they must not be in pain anymore. He looked at Yu Yongquan, smiling slightly, and nodded. All right, no wonder you're the first in Qingming. Yu Yongquan began to build up strength. Since his previous punch hadn't worked on Mo Yuning, he decided to utilize a more powerful martial technique this time. Although he wasn't very proficient in this skill, it seemed to be his only chance to win. Yu Yongquan channeled all of his remaining true energy into his right fist, where flames began to emerge around it. Projecting true energy externally? Isn't that something only achievable in the Spirit Passage realm? Could he have already advanced to the Spirit Passage realm? Some spectators exclaimed. Of course, Yu Yongquan was still at the peak of the soul cultivation realm. However, as a top-tier cultivation method, the Roaring Tide decision did include certain extraordinary martial techniques. Still, the side effects of this technique were quite significant. Even if Yu Yongquan won, he would likely need some days to recover post-competition. Once fully prepared, Yu Yongquan charged toward Mo Yuning, who finally stopped evading and charged forward himself. They confronted each other face-to-face under normal circumstances for the first time. Yu Yongquan's movements were straightforward, right punch aimed directly at Mo Yuning's chest. Mo Yuning blocked just as simply, his left palm glowing with faint blue light placed in front of his chest. But the punch and the palm never touched. At the moment the fist made contact with the blue glow, Mo Yuning swiftly swung his left hand outward, deflecting the blow, causing Yu Yongquan's punch to miss entirely. Yu Yongquan's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Mo Yuning to be able to resolve his attack so smoothly. Thinking that even Mo Yuning's recent tactic couldn't withstand such a blow, he attempted to redirect his right punch towards Mo Yuning. But suddenly he felt a pain in his abdomen, flying backward through the air. Yu Yongquan slammed heavily onto the ground and didn't get back up. The silence in the arena was palpable. Everyone was astonished, speechless at what had just happened in the blink of an eye. Most had no idea what had transpired. Xuanhuan struggled to lift his head, showing shock for the first time. Looking at Mo Yuning, who had been smiling steadily since their exchange, he admitted, "I'm outclassed, and I lose with no regrets." Suddenly, cheers erupted throughout the arena from the Qingming group, rejoicing over Master Mo's victory and celebrating the triumph of Qingming Academy. This wasn't just the final round of a tower entry competition. It was also a showdown between the top students of Qingming Academy and Yanyu Academy, involving the honor of their academies. In the midst of these cheers, the people seated high above appeared calm. The principal of Qingming Academy, an elderly man with white hair, showed no expression, as if the victory had nothing to do with him. Beside him, the Imperial Prime Minister watched Mo Yuning intently, lost in thought. As for those high priests, some admired, some were shocked, while others pondered deeply. After a while, one of the main priests stood up and loudly called, using an amplification stone, "Quiet. Everyone, please settle down." Out of respect for the Tower sect, voices quickly softened, until the cheering eventually quieted down. That priest then said, "Young master, are you still holding on?" Xuanhuan struggled to stand up and nodded at the priest. Then, "May all participants come to the front." The other 30 competitors emerged in succession from the waiting area, arriving before the various priests. Subsequently, this priest delivered an encouraging speech, affirming and blessing the abilities of all contestants. Finally, it was time to announce the rewards. Everyone on the scene was highly excited. The priest announced, "All of you have reached the final stage, thus naturally acquiring the qualifications to enter the Demon Subduing Pagoda. In 5 days is the celebration ceremony of the Tower sect. Please arrive at the Demon Subduing Pagoda by dawn on that day for the entry ceremony, during which the master priest will explain the procedures of entering the pagoda." At this point, the chief priest turned to bow towards the prime minister before continuing. "The imperial family will allow all of you to enter the imperial treasure vault to select treasures. The top 32 may choose 1 item, the top 8 may choose 2, and the top 4. The chief priest paused for a moment and continued, "May enter the inner vault to choose 1 treasure." Then he glanced at Mo Yuning and said, "And for the first place, the Lidu Tower sect promises to grant a wish. As long as it is not too excessive, the sect can help you fulfill it, separate from the reward given by the empire, valid within a year's time." Everyone looked enviously at Mo Yuning. The Tower sect was the largest and oldest organization on the continent. Even a branch sect of a single city possessed unfathomable resources, capable of turning someone into a billionaire or bestowing them with high status without effort. As martial practitioners, most previous winners had wished for rare and extraordinary treasures or powerful magical artifacts to enhance their own abilities. "Could I have my wish granted now?" Mo Yuning smiled and asked the chief priest. "You may, please speak. I would like to transfer the tower entry qualification." Chapter 10, Transfer. Mo Yuning said this very calmly, so calm that it made everyone feel as if they had heard wrong. "Could you please repeat that?" The bishop felt like there might be something wrong with his ears. "I want to give my friend the qualification to enter the tower." Mo Yuning looked at the bishop and repeated again. The contestants around him looked at Mo Yuning with expressions of disbelief. They felt as if Mo Yuning's brain was damaged in the previous match. Xuanhuan also looked at Mo Yuning in confusion. Although he didn't care about entering the tower, thinking that Mo Yuning should be the same way, since he had participated in the qualification round for the tower entry and made it to the final, he definitely would enter the tower, just to broaden his horizons. He did not dare to ignore the dignity of the pagoda sect and refused to enter the tower. As a sacred object of the pagoda sect, refusing to enter the tower after participating in its qualifying rounds is tantamount to slapping the pagoda sect publicly. While Mo Yuning's attempt to transfer her tower entry qualification to her friend was unlikely to lead to such dire consequences, but still seemed disrespectful to the pagoda sect. Whether or not the pagoda sect would agree was unknown, but even if they agreed, Mo Yuning was likely to end up on their blacklist. The face of the bishop turned slightly sour. He said solemnly, "The demon-suppressing pagoda is our sect's sacred artifact. Your behavior here is an act of desecration against our sect. If we agreed to this, where would our sect's reputation be? I do not." "Director I have different opinions." Just as the bishop was about to refuse, an old voice interrupted him. There were only 2 people present who could cut him off without hesitation. From this voice, it was obviously the old dean of Qingming Academy. Everyone thought that the old dean was going to protect his student. Since Yuning uses the wish granted by the pagoda sect, and Yuning herself gains no benefit from it, I don't think there's any problem with it. Since your sect cares so much about saving face, I see that few people around us have heard Yuning's words. I am willing to lower myself to ensure that they keep the secret. Saying this, the old dean scanned the crowd, who all fell silent as if afraid of cold weather. They all knew how formidable the old dean was, so they indicated that they wouldn't spread the word. Finally, the old dean nodded towards the prime minister. But, Director, he wanted to say more, but he was interrupted again. "I think it's feasible. I will naturally help the old dean too." The speaker was naturally the prime minister, and only he could express his opinion under such circumstances. Director, he stopped speaking. If the old dean represented only himself or Qingming Academy, then the prime minister represented the entire empire. As a minor bishop, he dared not oppose the whole empire, let alone the fact that he represented only the branch church of Lu Capital and couldn't represent the Holy Capital or the Pope. Even though the branch in Lu Capital did not belong to the Mingyun Empire, the influence of the empire over it was still significant. "This is beyond my authority. please allow me to consult the Grand Bishop. I will inform both of you of the result tomorrow. After saying that, Director he paid respects to the two, and turned back to Mo Yuning and said, this afternoon, bring the person you're transferring the qualification to the teaching palace. I need to personally inspect the person. All right. Mo Yuning smiled and bowed respectfully. Lu Changming felt like he was about to be stared to death. The distance between the students of Qingming Academy and the high platform was very close, so they naturally heard what was said. Though Lu Changming was shocked when he heard Mo Yuning's words, he did not expect Mo Yuning to use this method, making him feel somewhat touched. However, the students of Qingming were not just shocked, they were horrified. They clearly understood what Mo Yuning's words implied, unlike Lu Changming who understood nothing, and unlike Xuanhuan who didn't care about entering the tower. After Mo Yuning spoke those words, they quickly realized who she was giving her qualification to. Among those known to be Mo Yuning's friends, Lu Changming was the only one who possessed no cultivation and yet was brought along, making it evident that Mo Yuning intended to gift the qualification to this ordinary person before them. Thus, after staring blankly at Mo Yuning for a while, the Qingming students simultaneously turned to glare at Lu Changming, wanting to find out if there was anything special about him. In just a few days, most people at Qingming already knew that the man sitting quietly in the corner was Mo Yuning's friend. So now, hundreds of eyes were glaring at Lu Changming all at once, making him feel as if he were a monkey in a zoo, and perhaps the most watched one. Dean Chong reacted first. He stood up and approached Lu Changming, stroking his beard while observing him. Lu Changming felt bewildered seeing the suddenly approaching plump elder. Through these past few days, he knew this elder should be the vice dean of Qingming Academy, a major figure. Therefore, facing the vice dean, he didn't know what to do and simply remained motionless. Vice Dean Chong suddenly approached Lu Changming, eyes wide open as if he wanted to see something on his face. This startled Lu Changming, and cold sweat broke out on his body. After a few seconds, Vice Dean Chong shook his head, disappointed, apparently not seeing anything, then returned to his seat. The others from Qingming Academy also reacted and started to move around, but at this moment, they were still speaking on the platform. The bishops had not yet announced that it was time to leave, and they did not have the status or courage of a vice dean, so they could only sit in their seats, suppressing their curiosity. But Lu Wenjing, who sat beside Lu Changming, had no such restraint. He quickly leaned towards Lu Changming and said, "Hey, are you Brother Mo's long-lost brother? I didn't expect Brother Mo to be so loyal to friendship. If I got first place, I wouldn't have the audacity to use my qualifications and wishes on my younger brother." Lu Changming, who had just regained his composure, heard Lu Wenjing's sentence and said irritably, "Take a look at my face, then think about his face. How likely do you think it is that we're brothers?" Lu Wenjing nodded in agreement and said, "Right, you're so ugly and look so different from Brother Mo. There's no way you could be real brothers." Lu Changming looked at Lu Wenjing's old face, shrugged, and said nothing. "If you're not real brothers, then why?" Lu Wenjing cupped his chin and thought for a while. Then before he could ponder more, the 32 contestants dispersed. Mo Yuning came straight to the area of Qingming Academy, and after a while Bishop, he also announced the end of the final phase. Spectators could now leave their seats. The people of Qingming started to leave their seats and come closer to Lu Changming. At this moment, Mo Yuning had already arrived beside Lu Changming, dragging him away towards the exit of the arena. Time was running out. They needed to go to the Pagoda Sect Teaching Palace in the afternoon, so there were a few things Mo Yuning wanted to tell Lu Changming, and he himself also needed to prepare. He hadn't expected that the bishop would want to take Lu Changming to the Pagoda Sect Teaching Palace for inspection. This had never happened before. Clearly, Bishop he was a very cautious person. He saw the expression of Bishop he and knew that if he didn't agree to this, it might fail, so he hadn't objected then. He certainly wasn't afraid of Bishop he checking on Lu Changming. Nothing unusual would be found on him. But he was somewhat afraid of the Grand Bishop, the real high-ups of the Pagoda Sect. He feared what the Grand Bishop might know, or what he might deduce from his own actions. "This afternoon, you're going to the Pagoda Sect Teaching Palace. Take off your necklace, don't wear it." As they left the arena, this was the first thing Mo Yuning said to Lu Changming. The Pagoda Sect Teaching Palace was very close to the demon-suppressing pagoda. If the necklace glowed, anyone would think there was something wrong with it. "What? Why are we going to the Pagoda Sect Teaching Palace? Isn't it enough to just stand on that stage and answer some questions?" Lu Changming was a bit confused. "I've given my qualification to you. Of course, the Pagoda Sect will suspect something. Who knew the bishop was so careful? He probably wants to check your background or whether you have any sinister intentions," Mo Yuning said, while walking without stopping. Lu Changming fell silent, and Mo Yuning didn't talk to him anymore. They walked for about the length of an incense stick. Mo Yuning led him to a residential house within Lu Capital North District. It was a house Mo Yuning had bought there. For these past few days, Lu Changming stayed here even though Qingming Academy had dormitories. No one knew why Mo Yuning had bought a house there too. After entering the house, Mo Yuning went to the corner near a box. Opening it, he saw clothes inside. But when he put his hand in, the box made creaking sounds. The bottom wooden board opened up, revealing it was a compartmentalized box. From this hidden layer, Mo Yuning retrieved a few items, placed them on his person, closed the box, then half lay down on the bed in the room, starting to rest. Apparently, this competition was also quite draining for Mo Yuning. "What did you get?" Seeing the strange things Mo Yuning took out, Lu Changming was curious. "Protective magic weapons. I saw there are still many inside. Can you give me two?" Lu Changming looked enviously. "It's safest for you to bring nothing to the teaching palace this afternoon. I'll give them to you when we return." Subsequently, the room quieted down. Watching Mo Yuning resting, Lu Changming didn't feel right interrupting him, so he went into his room and rested as well. At Weisher in the afternoon, Lu Changming was woken up by Mo Yuning. The time is almost up. It's time to go to the teaching palace, Mo Yuning said. On the way to the teaching palace, the two walked side by side. Lu Changming looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak, as if he had something to say. Just ask quickly. You won't have the chance once we're at the teaching palace, Mo Yuning said upon seeing Lu Changming's expression. You. Why did you give me the opportunity to enter the tower? This tower seems to benefit martial artists a great deal, and reaching the upper levels requires strength. What's in it for you to give this opportunity to me? Is it really just because of this necklace? These questions had troubled Lu Changming for a long time. Although Mo Yuning had already explained how he would transfer the qualification before the final, Lu Changming still had many more questions, and this time he finally blurted them all out. Such a nag. Mo Yuning was somewhat at a loss for words, as he was still pondering these things, but he still replied. Entering this spirit-subduing tower has no use for me. And you're right, it's because of this necklace that I want you to enter the tower. You don't need to be surprised, this necklace is just that important to me. Once you enter the spirit-subduing tower, you should understand. Some things can't be fully explained with words alone. Chapter 11. The Grand Archbishop of the Tower Religion. The result of the final had already been announced. Now, in the streets and alleys of the northern district of Luado, people were discussing the outcome of the match, with detailed accounts being exaggerated to such an extent that Mo Yuning was nearly deified. However, Mo Yuning's transfer of the qualification for entering the tower to someone else had not yet leaked out, which shows that the threat from Principal Qingming and Prime Minister had indeed been effective. But Lu Changming and Mo Yuning did not care about these rumors, as they had already arrived at the entrance of the religious palace. This is a magnificent building. The reason it's called a palace is because this entire structure is nothing less than a palace itself. It is located behind the church, and it is the residence of the clergymen of the Tower Religion. To be precise, the church is the main gate of the religious palace, while the two are now at the side entrance of the palace. Even though it is a side door, it is used to receive guests, so it doesn't fall short compared to the main gates of the church. As one of the largest cities on the continent, the Grand Archbishop of Luado's Tower Religion holds a position second only to the Pope within the Tower Religion, equal in status to a Cardinal Archbishop, and is a full 2 ranks higher than the Grand Archbishops of smaller cities. Therefore, the other clergy members in Luado naturally held themselves high above others. They believed they couldn't live in the backyard attached to the church like the small branch churches in other cities. In all of Luado, the group of buildings consisting of the church and the religious palace is second in size only to the royal palace, clearly showing the immense power of the Tower Religion. Lu Changming stood in front of the religious palace extremely nervous, his legs trembling nonstop. He had never been to a place like this before, but Mo Yuning remained calm, still smiling on his face. When Mo Yuning was only around Lu Changming, he wouldn't show any smiles, which puzzled Lu Changming. Mo Yuning seemed to always pretend in front of others, and Lu Changming didn't know why he chose to do this. Of course, the religious palace would not keep its doors open to the public like the church does. Mo Yuning said to the Tower Religion Knight guarding the door, "Please inform Lord Archbishop that Mo Yuning has come for the appointment." The knight looked curiously at Mo Yuning. After all, Mo Yuning's name was well known by then. His name had become famous throughout Luado, and was sure to spread even further soon. Naturally, the knight couldn't detect anything unusual from Mo Yuning's innocent smile, and could only turn back to deliver the message inside the religious palace. Not long had passed when Archbishop He appeared in front of them. Of course, he wasn't going to greet Mo Yuning warmly. Glancing briefly at Lu Changming behind Mo Yuning, he simply told them, "Come in," before turning around and walking back into the palace. Archbishop He had originally intended to let them wait outside for a bit longer to pressure Mo Yuning, but since the Grand Archbishop wanted to meet the two, he dared not neglect this order and abandoned his own idea, bringing the two in instead. Once inside the religious palace, there were 2 rows of huge stone columns ahead. However, the hall was dimly lit, illuminated solely by night pearls, thus making everything except the central path unclear. All they could vaguely see were some guards standing behind the columns and the glow of light at the end of the path. Walking on this dim road made Lu Changming feel somewhat afraid, so he leaned closer to Mo Yuning. Finally, they reached the end of the road where the light magnified many times over. This light was emitted from an arched passage, resembling a gateway formed entirely of light. After passing through this light gate, what met their eyes was a dome reaching dozens of meters high, supported by 4 enormous stone columns. The walls around were adorned with various murals, dazzling enough to make Lu Changming's eyes spin. An elderly man looking to be in his 70s, dressed in lavish religious robes, stood in the center of the great hall, gazing upward at the light emanating from the dome. Archbishop He stood lowly without daring to disturb this elder. Despite the smile still lingering on Mo Yuning's face, his inner turmoil grew as his worst fears came true. This old man was likely the Grand Archbishop of the Luado Tower Religion. Meanwhile, Lu Changming's mind had gone blank, feeling as if he were dreaming. Finally, the Archbishop seemed to notice the arrival of the 3 people, lowering his gaze towards them. "These 2 are Mo Yuning and his friend," said the Grand Archbishop in a deep voice, yet not aged. "Yes," answered Archbishop He, bowing his head. "Good, indeed, young talents." The Grand Archbishop looked at Mo Yuning and said, "You may leave now. I want to have a private conversation with these 2. "Yes," replied Archbishop He, stepping back to exit. The Grand Archbishop turned his attention to Lu Changming, frowning slightly at seeing his stunned appearance. I heard you intend to give your qualification for entering the tower to this youth beside you? Yes. Why? My friend wants to tread the path of cultivation, and I don't wish for him to remain an ordinary person for his whole life. I believe entering the demon-suppressing tower might give him a chance. Mo Yuning responded. The demon-suppressing tower has never allowed commoners entry in the past. I am also unaware of this matter. How do you know? I once read about it in an ancient classic. Oh, which ancient classic? Having read tens of thousands of books, I have forgotten exactly where I saw this. Ha ha. Upon hearing Mo Yuning's clearly evasive answer, the Grand Archbishop did not get angry, but laughed instead. Looking at your friend's blank expression, even if he were to practice refining qi, he wouldn't achieve much. He's just inexperienced with big occasions. He's very smart, and I think his talent is acceptable, Mo Yuning replied. He is already 17. If he can refine qi, how many more days will he have to cultivate? My friend has a deep yearning for cultivation. If he could refine qi, he would work doubly hard. Even if there's no hope of breaking through, it wouldn't be unworthy of me. Your friend may not even pass the first level. Just let him give it a try. Fine, then I'll see what kind of achievements your friend will attain in the future. The Grand Archbishop said smiling. Thank you, Grand Archbishop. Mo Yuning bowed in gratitude. After glancing at Lu Changming once, the Grand Archbishop didn't look at him again because he didn't detect anything extraordinary about him. Just an ordinary townsfolk. In the Grand Archbishop's eyes, Lu Changming was nothing more than someone lucky enough to have befriended Mo Yuning. On the other hand, the Grand Archbishop had great appreciation for Mo Yuning. Not only was Mo Yuning naturally talented, but he had also done so much for his friend. Such a person, full of sentiment and righteousness, must surely reap rewards from the good karma they created this time. As for the Tower religion's reputation, the Grand Archbishop believed in the old principle of Qingming Academy, a person whom even he respected. After exiting the religious palace, Missouri Yuning exhaled a breath of relief. It seemed he had overestimated this Grand Archbishop, who likely hadn't detected anything. It wasn't that the Grand Archbishop was incompetent. Rather, Mo Yuning performed exceptionally well. Although his tone was calm while speaking, his actions conveyed some nervousness, fitting perfectly for a young achiever facing a significant figure. Moreover, the disguise artifact on his body successfully blocked the Grand Archbishop's probing. And as for Lu Changming, as long as he wasn't wearing the necklace, even if the Pope came, he could only conclude that Lu Changming was an ordinary person because he truly was one. Lu Changming finally came to his senses. He felt he would never be this nervous again in his life. He almost couldn't believe their success was so easy. He had been prepared for a thorough search, but nothing happened. All it took was a few words exchanged between Mo Yuning and the Grand Archbishop. You look like such an idiot. Mo Yuning glanced at Lu Changming disdainfully. All right, stay at my place for now. I still have some matters to take care of these next few days. I'll come find you on the 5th day during the Tower religion celebration. Hey, don't leave yet. Tell me how to open the hidden compartment in that box of yours. Time quickly reached March 4th, the day when the followers of the Tower religion celebrated joyfully. The entire Loado was filled with festive atmosphere, celebrating the birth of the great Tower god. Lu Changming had thought he wouldn't be so nervous anymore, but he was obviously wrong. Seeing the throng of people in the demon-suppressing Tower Square, and thinking that he would soon walk onto the elegant high platform for the entry ceremony, made him begin to lose confidence. Mo Yuning patted Lu Changming on the back, consoling him. Don't be nervous. You'll just stand there for people to admire. No one will ask you to make a speech. You'll only need to replace me as the top scorer, standing in the most conspicuous spot. Lu Changming became even more nervous. They arrived behind the tall stage, which was in front of the main entrance to the demon-suppressing tower enclosure. Soon, Lu Changming would lead the procession onto the high platform to receive the Grand Archbishop's blessing. The other competitors had also arrived. They found a place far away from the crowd to wait for the ceremony to begin. Though they were far apart, Lu Changming clearly felt all the other participants' gazes focused on him and Mo Yuning. However, after being trained by Qingming's people, Lu Changming had handled this better during the past few days, remaining unaffected by those dozens of stares. He was fully immersed in preparing for the upcoming ceremony, knowing that tens of thousands of eyes would be watching him. Compared to this, those 30-something pairs of eyes felt as trivial as shrimp. Xianxuan naturally showed up as well. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't presumptuous enough to defy the Tower religion. Seeing Lu Changming encouraging himself, Mo Yuning couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Your mind works differently from others. Look at them." Mo Yuning pointed toward a few competitors farther away. They're also nervous, but not about the ceremony. They're contemplating what to do once they enter the tower. Although they should know what lies inside the demon-suppressing tower from their elders, this is still the first time they'll enter it. That's right. How could I forget that? I heard the monsters inside are quite powerful. What should I do? Another alarming piece of information left Lu Changming feeling uneasy. Don't worry. With this necklace, you won't be in any danger. Seeing Lu Changming's uncomfortable appearance, Mo Yuning stopped teasing him. And before entering the tower religion will provide you with transmission stones. If you sense any danger, they will automatically transport you out. Chapter 12, Entering the Tower. The ceremony was finally about to begin. Under the guidance of a bishop, Lu Changming led the group as they walked towards the high platform. This time, the archbishop finally appeared in front of the public. Naturally, he still had to preside over the Tower Church celebration. Is that person Mo Yuning? He doesn't seem to be the same as the rumors. The voices from below the stage were clearly heard by Lu Changming. Isn't he supposed to be handsome? I came early just for a front row seat. One woman said. Yeah, how could he look so terrible? Her companion replied. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changming's face turned red with embarrassment, like a big shrimp, but he could only stand there helplessly. He didn't hear a single word of the Archbishop's benediction ahead of him, and naturally, the Archbishop wouldn't pay any attention to someone he'd already marked as a useless person. On the contrary, Xuanhuan found Lu Changming's flushed face quite interesting and looked at him a couple more times. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Archbishop's benediction finally ended, freeing Lu Changming from his ordeal. The group was then brought inside the walls surrounding the Devil Suppression Tower. As they looked up at the ancient tower, almost everyone revealed expressions of excitement. It was an opportunity one would get only once in a lifetime. A bishop approached the group, handing each person in turn a six-sided stone plaque engraved with strange patterns, saying, "This is the transmission stone. If you encounter lethal danger inside the tower, it will automatically transmit you out, while recording the last floor you were on before exiting. You must return this after your exit. Regardless if any of you have entered the tower before or not, today's situation differs from previous times. On this day of celebration, the energy density within the Devil Suppression Tower is much higher than usual, and the power of the demons will also be stronger than before. Please do not be careless, lest you fail to perform to your full potential. Will the transmission stone really be able to transport us out in time?" Someone who was about to enter the tower raised their hand to ask. The bishop frowned slightly, seemingly very dissatisfied with this person doubting the church's ability, but still answered, "In the 10,000 years since the founding of the church, no record of death due to failure of the transmission stones has been noted. Are there any other questions?" The bishop asked, looking at the crowd. "Then I shall open the Devil Suppression Tower." With that, he moved toward the front of the Devil Suppression Tower, raising both arms with palms facing the tower. In a manner akin to reciting a spell, obscure incantations issued from his mouth. Amazingly, where before it seemed there was no entrance to the Devil Suppression Tower, now a majestic door several meters high emerged. Lu Changming had previously wondered how entry was possible. This explained it. Following the bishop's spells, the great door slowly opened. Although the door was wide open, nothing within the tower could be seen. The dark void inside swallowed even the sunlight. "Gentlemen and ladies, please go in. May all of you have good luck," the bishop said. Lu Changming stood before the gate, gazing at the abyss of darkness before him, a little afraid. However, warmth surged in his chest. It was the necklace left to him by his mother. Suddenly feeling less frightened, he lifted his head and strode into the dark expanse. All around was endless darkness, and water-dripping sounds constantly echoed. The air felt humid, and the temperature especially low. But Lu Changming, despite having no cultivation skill, felt no chilling bone coldness because the necklace around his neck had grown hot. Unable to endure it anymore, he took it out. Before this, hidden under layers of clothing, Lu Changming hadn't noticed its glow. When he took the necklace out, the purple light flashing nearly hurt his eyes. After quite some time, his vision gradually recovered. Looking around, he saw himself standing in a small cave. Drops of water occasionally dripped down from the ceiling, making the ground muddy. There was no one around. Dark tunnels surrounded the cave, leading to different places, occasionally accompanied by eerie howls resembling wild beasts. Despite being somewhat scared by those howling noises, Lu Changming remained calm. Mo Yuning had once personally explained to him what conditions to expect upon entering the tower. However, he'd also heard that Mo Yuning had never entered the tower himself. Still unclear how Mo knew so much. According to Mo Yuning, the demon ceiling tower was essentially a giant spatial magical artifact. Its interior space was tens of times larger than what it seemed from the outside, each level being roughly as large as a small city. Moreover, the entrance of the demon ceiling tower itself was also a spatial array. People entering would be randomly teleported to various spots on the first level. Once inside, encountering others would be quite rare, with pathways to subsequent levels located directly in the center of each floor. It was rumored that when the spirit of the tower sealed away the demonic races, it included sealing parts of the geographical environment inhabited by demons within the tower. Hence, each layer of every demon ceiling tower might represent a different geographical environment and wasn't necessarily always flat ground. Generally speaking, aside from demon clans and some demon-transformed creatures, no other living beings existed there. After all, this enclosed space without sunlight had existed for 10,000 years, most comprising deserts and urban ruins. Looks like a cave. I wonder how those devil clans think, living in such an unfriendly place where even birds don't defecate. Lu Changming couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Just then, the necklace in his hand, more accurately, the purple crystal at the front of the necklace, started to float, pointing towards a certain direction. However, Lu Changming did not immediately proceed in the direction indicated by the crystal. As he gazed at the floating crystal, many thoughts flooded into his mind. He recalled faint memories from his childhood, but they were blurry. He could barely remember his mother's face, only vaguely remembering that his parents seemed to be very powerful people. Shaking his head, Lu Changming stopped thinking about things unrelated to his current situation. It appeared this crystal had some sort of connection with the tower, but he didn't know where his mother had gotten it from. He followed the direction indicated by the necklace, arriving at another pitch-black cave entrance. Gathering his courage, he stepped into this dark cave. This cave wasn't much different from the previous hollow space except for the absence of muddy soil. All around were damp stone walls, without a trace of moss, utterly devoid of life. Suddenly, a screeching roar echoed from the front. Lu Changming was startled and clung to the rock wall, too frightened to move. He thought about retracting the necklace so the monster wouldn't sense the light source and find him, but reconsidered. Mo Yuning had told him that this necklace could protect him inside the demon sealing tower. Moreover, in complete darkness, if the monster could discover him through other means, he would have no way to escape. The sound gradually drew closer. Suddenly, a humanoid shadow appeared ahead, slowly approaching Lu Changming. As it neared, he saw its form clearly. Lu Changming quickly covered his mouth to stifle a scream. The creature was covered entirely in long hair. Not hair, but tentacle-like appendages as thick as his little finger and a repulsive ink green color. This hair blanketed its whole body except for the eyes. The eyes resembled human ones, but lacked pupils. Instead of being white, the scara was black-purple and lifeless. Moreover, the monster emitted a foul stench, the odor of decaying corpses, forcing Lu Changming to raise his hand higher and cover his nose as well. As Lu Changming contemplated turning back to escape, the monster stopped advancing, seemingly fixated on the necklace in his hand. After a while, the monster moved, but not toward Lu Changming. Instead, it shifted towards the stone wall opposite Lu Changming, still keeping its black-purple eyes on the necklace as though deeply afraid of it. Eventually, it settled behind Lu Changming and remained motionless. Lu Changming hastily walked forward, careful not to rush and disturb the monster. After about half an hour, Lu Changming felt the monster should have ceased following. He stopped to lean against the wall, gasping for breath and simultaneously feeling relieved that the necklace really did protect him. At the same time, he found it peculiar. The actions of that monster seemed odd. It wasn't just afraid of his necklace. Its movements looked somewhat like making way. Not dwelling on it further, Mo Yuning reminded himself that he must continue ascending as soon as possible. After resting for a moment, he resumed moving forward, guided by the necklace. Walking approximately half an hour, Lu Changming finally left the endless cave and entered a void chamber several times larger than the one before. At the center of this chamber was a purple glowing altar which seemed to be the gateway to the next level. During this half-hour journey, Lu Changming encountered two more monsters. Neither attacked him, though one had scales covering its body, while the other moved on all fours with a forked snake-like tongue. Lu Changming wondered to himself, why does each of these devils look different? How do they reproduce? Are they reproduced asexually? Because ordinary people would never enter the tower during their lifetimes, the church hadn't disclosed this fact to them. So, ordinary people did not know about it. But most cultivators generally understood. Here is how the church explained it. Devil clans were originally human-like, but in the harsh environment within the tower, after death and revival, their bodies mutated every time until they eventually transformed into various monstrous forms over time. Looking back at the dark caverns, Lu Changming guessed he should be the first to arrive here. Guided by the necklace, it took him nearly an hour to reach this point. He wondered how long it would take the others to get here. There weren't any crossroads in the caves. If someone marked the route properly, others probably wouldn't get lost on the first level. Not giving it any more thought, Lu Changming decided he needed to hurry up. Approaching the altar, when he reached it, the necklace in his hand began trembling violently, as if eager to get onto the altar. Without hesitation, Lu Changming stepped directly onto the altar. As he stood in the center of it, the altar suddenly erupted in purple light. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping him completely. Under the illumination of the light, he felt comfortable in his body. All the fatigue disappeared, and he was filled with energy. This feeling was wonderful. Was this the channeling of the demon sealing tower's vital energy? He turned his head and looked at the crystal on the necklace in his hand, which seemed to be greedily absorbing the light. After a while, Lu Changming vanished in the light. He then appeared in the ruins of a city. The moment he emerged, countless howls came from all directions. Chapter 13. Inside the demon subduing tower. Although there was no sun, the ruins of this city were not dark. Numerous purple light sources hung high above, similar to the light from the previous altar. These lights seemed to be located at the top of this level. The absence of light on the first level must have been due to the caves blocking these light sources. Lu Changming carefully moved forward while holding the necklace, not daring to move too fast because countless pairs of eyes were watching him among the surrounding ruins. It was clear that they belonged to monsters just like those on the first level. These monsters might not pose a significant threat to the others who had entered together with him, but Lu Changming was an ordinary person. Even accidentally alarming one monster could bring about his demise. He had no idea how effective the necklace's deterrent power was, so he cautiously proceeded forward. Outside the demon subduing tower, it was now the second day after the young people had entered the tower. The celebration for the tower teaching had concluded, but the archbishop's work was not yet done. They had to take turns keeping watch in front of the demon subduing tower, waiting for the young people inside to emerge. Just moments ago, the first person had already been teleported out, and the teleportation stone recorded the 5th level. This wasn't a good result. The average level for individuals at this stage should have been around 10 levels. Perhaps this person had bad luck and encountered an ambush by demons at the 5th level. The individual looked extremely dejected, as this opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. But even their disappointment changed nothing. They could only leave quietly. Since the first person had emerged, others would likely also be transported out for various reasons soon. What puzzled the archbishops, however, was why the ordinary man who had used Mo Yuning's opportunity had not yet come out. Given his strength, even if he'd had good luck and hadn't met any demons on the first floor, he should only have made it to the second floor. The second floor offered no place for him to hide. Had he perhaps hidden on the first floor? But even if he did hide on the first floor, how long could he survive in such harsh conditions without the restoration abilities provided upon passing each level? An ordinary person could endure at most 2 days before being transported out by the weakening vitality. It was estimated that he would be transported out tonight. Lu Changming certainly didn't behave like the clerics thought he would. By now, he had already reached the 20th level, where a vast desert stretched endlessly under the peculiar purple light. The view here was wide open, making it easy to spot several monstrous creatures in the distance. In more than a day's time, he had encountered even more bizarre-looking creatures. Some weren't just human-shaped, but resembled other living beings from the outside world, only much more disgusting. Lu Changming couldn't help but think how numerous the demon race really was. He also came to realize the miraculous properties of the necklace in his hand. Not all the demons within the tower were afraid of it. It seemed that non-human-shaped ones were unaffected, but when they attacked, the necklace emitted a purple protective barrier that repelled them effortlessly. The first attack scared Lu Changming considerably. As such, Lu Changming grew bolder. He no longer tiptoed around, but began to stride boldly forward, following wherever the necklace led. Each passing level brought renewed vigor through its rejuvenating glow. He discovered that his body, which was previously feeble, could now sustain an hour-long run instead of collapsing after merely 10 minutes, as it used to do. Thus, Lu Changming started to joyfully make his way towards higher floors of the tower. It had been 4 days outside the tower. Most of the entrants had already emerged, leaving only a few who had excelled in the finals still inside. Lu Changming, too, had not appeared. By now, the archbishops had given up trying to figure out how Lu Changming managed to stay inside the tower for 4 days. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't comprehend how he achieved that. They had sent someone to report this matter to the Grand Archbishop, but he paid no mind. To him, it was understandable that since Mo Yuning had allowed Lu Changming to take her place, providing him with a few protective treasures was hardly surprising. If Lu Changming had climbed a few levels thanks to these items and stayed inside the tower for 4 or 5 days, there was nothing strange about it. Some individuals who had already left the tower had not yet departed. Instead, they wanted to see how many levels Xianxia could reach to compare the gap between themselves and him. Although they knew this gap might never be closed in their lifetimes. For days had passed. Lu Changming no longer knew which floor he was on. It should have been somewhere beyond the 40th level. He had no idea how many more floors he had to climb, and the journey felt exceedingly dull. Those surrounding demons had lost their novelty. After seeing so many, he was accustomed to them. They either avoided him or simply collided into his protective light barrier, resulting in bloodied messes with no further reaction. And so, Lu Changming continued climbing a few more levels upward. Since the barren deserts and steppes made up more than half of these 40-odd floors, when he appeared on a new level, he initially thought it would be similar. However, after his vision cleared, he discovered that instead of the usual terrain, there was now smooth flooring beneath him. Ordinary blue stone paving that didn't show any signs of erosion despite the passage of time. Lu Changming couldn't help but wonder, had he reached the top? But then, the necklace in his hand still pointed to a direction. Evidently, he was meant to continue moving forward. Still, the sudden change in his surroundings left Lu Changming feeling somewhat out of sorts. Moreover, the purple starlight in the sky of this floor had vanished, leaving it as dark as the first level, so he could only rely on the light emitted by the necklace to illuminate his way. Despite sensing something peculiar about this floor, he continued walking forward. This floor was eerily quiet. As he progressed, Lu Changming did not encounter any of the monsters from the previous levels, only hearing the sound of his own footsteps echoing on the blue stone ground. This made him feel extremely uneasy. What is unknown is always the most terrifying. Before, he had grown accustomed to the creatures, knowing that the necklace was enough to protect him. Now in this abnormal darkness, he began to fear what might suddenly appear, a monster capable of breaking through the necklace's defenses. Lu Changming had already been walking in the darkness for half an hour. He noticed this floor seemed much larger than the others. Due to the many obstacles present in the previous levels, traveling for half an hour on this level covered far greater distances than it would have in the earlier ones. By such long stretches in other levels, he probably would have already found the altar, yet he still hadn't seen anything resembling one here. A wave of frustration suddenly washed over him. For an entire hour, he hadn't encountered anything besides the empty blue stone ground. He started thinking, would he have to walk endlessly? Did this level have no end? Lu Changming let out a loud scream, venting his frustration accumulated over the past days. The echo reverberated for a long time before fading away. Listening to the echoes of his own voice, Lu Changming felt a shiver down his spine. He stopped screaming wildly and resumed following the necklace forward. The presence of an echo indicated that this floor must have boundaries after all. With a sense of relief, Lu Changming concluded that he wouldn't need to walk endlessly. However, judging by the speed at which the echoes returned, it would likely take a while longer to reach the edge. After approximately another half hour of walking, Lu Changming noticed a flicker of light appearing ahead. Finally, thought Lu Changming. He was ready to leave this place behind. It offered nothing but endless darkness. He began running towards the light. But though he could see it, the brightness remained frustratingly distant, like a star that seems within reach but is actually millions of light years away. Lu Changming kept running, unaware of how long he had been running. Just when he was about to give up due to exhaustion, the light in front of him began gradually expanding. From afar, he had assumed this altar looked like the previous ones, but upon reaching it, he realized that this altar was several times larger and brighter than the previous ones. The patterns engraved on this altar were far more intricate, imbued with an unusual beauty. These patterns seemed to possess a powerful allure, causing Lu Changming's breathing to grow heavy as he was involuntarily drawn to them. Buzz, buzz. The vibrations coming from his hand woke him up from the trance. Lu Changming felt a chill down his spine, remembering how just moments ago, it had felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Determined not to look at the patterns again, he lowered his gaze to the necklace in his hand. The crystal embedded in the necklace was shaking violently. Lu Changming was curious. The necklace had only vibrated the first time he encountered an altar on the first floor. And this time, the intensity was much stronger than before. As he raised the necklace closer to examine it, the crystal suddenly detached itself and floated toward the altar. Since the necklace was wrapped around Lu Changming's wrist, he stumbled backward as the crystal dragged him along. Though small, the crystal exerted tremendous force, seemingly attempting to pull Lu Changming towards the altar. However, because of the earlier incident, Lu Changming felt a deep dread toward the altar and instinctively resisted getting close to it. As the dragging force grew stronger and Lu Changming struggled to hold on, the socket holding the crystal in the necklace cracked with two click sounds and broke apart. The crystal flew into the altar's light, floating steadily at its center without moving. It appeared to be absorbing the power of the light. Lu Changming stared at the crystal for a while, then glanced at the broken necklace in his hand, finding it very strange, as though it were alive. Though he wanted to step inside the altar and see what might happen, the pattern still unsettled him deeply, so ultimately, he refrained from entering. Thereafter, Lu Changming sat down beside the altar, avoiding looking at it directly lest he once again be drawn in. After an unknown amount of time, a wave of funzok-ness rose in his heart. Staying any longer in this place made Lu Changming feel like he was about to go crazy. He turned back to look at the crystal and, running his hand through his hair, thought, "This isn't getting us anywhere. I need to do it." Lu Changming finally resolved to step onto the altar. Even though he felt something bad might happen once he went up, it seemed better than just waiting here for death. With the strength he still had, perhaps he could put up some resistance. With this thought, he walked towards the altar. Just as Lu Changming was about to lift his foot to step onto the altar, a voice suddenly came from the center of it. "Don't come in." Chapter 14, Lu Changming's mother. A figure slowly appeared at the center of the altar. "Ghost!" Lu Changming screamed, falling backward to the ground and retreating incessantly. It was a graceful woman around 27 or 28 years old, but she only had her upper body. Below the waist was nothing but colorful light mist. It seemed as if she lacked a physical form. No wonder Lu Changming mistook her for a ghost. "I plan to absorb more energy so I could fully materialize," the woman said gently while looking at Lu Changming. "But it seems you are too hasty. Longming, look how much you've grown." Who are you?" Lu Changming sat on the ground, pointing at the light-turned woman, trembling non-stop. "I am your mother." The woman looked at Lu Changming with a smile in her eyes. "You must be my father too. How impolite you've become. You deserve a beating." She lifted her hand, but realizing she had no physical substance, she lowered it back down again. "Are you really my mother?" Lu Changming asked, agitated yet at a loss. His clear memories started only after he was 8, and those before 8 were very blurred. He only remembered waking up one day in a mountain. Somehow, he wandered until he reached the suburbs of Luado City, where Boss Ma found him and took him to work at his inn. And so nearly 10 years passed. Neither of them spoke, just silently facing each other, both lost in thought and somewhat uneasy. After a long pause, finally, the light-transformed woman spoke. "Do you hate us?" When saying this, the woman kept her head down, as if she didn't dare to look at Lu Changming. "Hate? Of course I do," Lu Changming said softly. Hearing this, the woman trembled all over, and her expression became very disheartened. "In my faint memories, my parents were extremely powerful people. In my eyes, they could solve anything. But they abandoned me like this. Why would they abandon me? I couldn't understand, and I lived for 10 whole years with that question in mind." By now, Lu Changming looked up, tears streaming down his face as he stared at the light-formed figure of the woman. "But, when I saw you, I realized I was wrong. You must have encountered something irresistible, and that's why you had to leave me behind. And you ended up like this." Hearing this, the woman seemed close to crying, but no tears came out. Her hand moved forward as if she wanted to touch her son, but she suddenly realized she couldn't move. Lu Changming noticed this and stood up, walking towards the altar. "Don't come near here," the woman shouted suddenly. Lu Changming was startled by the shout and instinctively stopped his steps. "Don't touch this light." The woman looked at the purple light surrounding her, then gazed upward. "We're already at the top floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda. If you touch this light, you will be absorbed by those things." "What things?" Lu Changming was curious. "It's too early for you to know now. When you're strong enough to find out, naturally you'll know. Let's not talk about this. Come, tell me what happened these years." The woman appeared to be changing the subject. Lu Changming fell silent for a moment, and then began telling his mother about his experiences from the past few years. Apart from the recent month, Lu Changming's life was actually quite monotonous, and he wasn't particularly good at storytelling either. His narrative was dull and lackluster, yet the woman listened with great interest. It didn't take long before Lu Changming finished his story. "So, his name is Mo Yuning now," the woman murmured to herself. "What, do you know Mo Yuning?" Lu Changming was curious about Mo Yuning, whose background was mysterious. He'd asked many people in Qingming, but none knew what Mo Yuning did in the past. "Yes, he comes from the same place as me. One might say he is your distant cousin." Lu Changming opened his mouth wide, completely astonished. He stayed dumbfounded for a long time, but soon, everything made sense. "So that's why he helped me. That's why he knew about this necklace. Now I understand. He was quite adorable when he was a kid and also mischievous." The woman seemed lost in her own reminiscences, "But I left that place a long time ago. When I departed, I believe he was only 9 years old." Lu Changming heard some problems in this sentence though. This sounded strange. If Mo Yuning was only 9 years old when my mother left home, and Mo Yuning is just a year or two older than me. Shouldn't I have been 7 by then? Yet I don't remember ever going to my mother's hometown. Could I have forgotten? No, although my memory is fuzzy, I still recall the major events of my life. The woman, however, hadn't noticed Lu Changming's anomaly and was still lost in her recollections. Even before I left, he had already shown extraordinary talent beyond normal people. It seems certain that he would eventually leave there as well. Lu Changming stopped pondering those things, realizing no matter how hard he thought, he wouldn't find an answer. His mother's previous words caught his interest. If one has strong talent, they can leave home. That's a strange rule. Does that mean, mother, that you have great talent too? Of course, the woman beamed with pride. I was the most talented among my generation. At this point, the woman suddenly remembered something and her expression turned serious. Changming, since you've come here, you must want to become a warrior, right? But I assume you haven't successfully cultivated the Zhenqi decree. Lu Changming felt somewhat embarrassed and nodded. People from our place are different from the majority, not suited for that technique. We have our own unique method there, the woman explained. Hearing this, hope sparked in Lu Changming's eyes. He thought he could cultivate now, but then the woman said something else that deflated him. My cultivation method is only suitable for women, so it won't work for you. The woman flashed a mischievous smile but added, However what? Mo Yuning's cultivation method would be perfect for you. The woman laughed. Lu Changming felt speechless, wondering why he hadn't thought of such a simple thing. I can teach you to refine qi without using any method. The qi you absorbed on the lower levels, we may as well call it true qi. After refining qi successfully, it will be enough for you to reach its peak directly. Then by using Mo Yuning's method, you might enter the soul refining stage immediately, the woman said. Is that true? Teach me quickly. Lu Changming was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Looking at Lu Changming sitting cross-legged cultivating qi, the woman muttered softly. I wonder whether your entering this pagoda was right or wrong. At the same moment, outside the devil-suppressing pagoda, the last person other than Lu Changming emerged. It was Xuanhuan, and it was the 5th day. Xuanhuan appeared extremely exhausted, having reached the 15th floor ultimately. This pagoda grew more perilous the higher up it went. The strength of the demon race also became increasingly powerful. In the earlier floors, he had maneuvered easily through crowds of demons, but the higher he climbed, the harder it became. From the 14th floor onward, he was only able to kill 1-to-1. Unluckily, on the 15th floor, he encountered a group of demons, fighting desperately, but unable to prevail. Had he had better luck, he might have advanced another level or two. Before, during the normal opening of the devil-suppressing pagoda, he had entered, though not as strong then as now, he still reached the 18th floor. It seemed the priest's words were correct. These days, the strength of the demons within the pagoda had indeed increased. Xuanhuan found it amusing how dismissive he used to be about entering the pagoda, because every time he passed a level and absorbed that purple light within the tower, he clearly felt the growth of his inner energy and physical strength. Before entering, he hadn't noticed such purple light. These few days, the devil-suppressing pagoda was truly wondrous. And strangely for Xuanhuan, this light could enhance physical power. He'd never heard of this before. Had others never experienced it? If he knew this kind of energy could strengthen the body, he would have come much earlier and wouldn't have waited until now. Thinking about it, he owed thanks to Mo Yuning. If it weren't for him, he might never have entered the devil-suppressing pagoda. He was already starting to feel the signs of breaking through. He had only just ascended to the peak of the soul-refining realm before the competition, but now, less than 2 months later, he was about to break through again. The next realm was the spirit-channeling realm. Though just one realm, the difference in strength was vast. Recalling this, he thought of Mo Yuning again, grateful he hadn't entered the devil-suppressing pagoda. Otherwise, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. Walking toward the priest who had been waiting outside the devil-suppressing pagoda, he handed over the teleportation stone. The priest checked the recorded number of levels on the teleportation stone and looked somewhat surprised, but he didn't overly focus on Yu Yongquan's achievement. While young individuals achieving such heights at this time were uncommon, they weren't unheard of. Normally, it would have caused quite a stir, but now there was a matter he had never even heard of. Yu Yongquan sensed the priest worrying about something and asked, Master Priest, has something happened? Strange, it's really strange. The person who replaced Mo Yuning going inside hasn't come out yet, the priest replied. Yu Yongquan froze, remembering Lu Changming. Having met him, he froze because that individual was clearly an ordinary person, and he couldn't comprehend how someone like him could stay inside for such a long time. After hesitating, Yu Yongquan asked, Did he die inside? The priest didn't refute, as he had made the same guess. Although the teleportation stone had never failed, no ordinary person had ever entered the devil-suppressing pagoda before. Perhaps, the teleportation stone doesn't work on ordinary people? The bishop had already reported to the archbishop before, and this time the archbishop took it seriously. It seemed he went to the library of the cathedral to look up the cause. Chapter 15, Abnormal Change. Lu Changming stood up, waved his arms, and threw a few punches forward. Waves of air-breaking sounds followed. Is this what it feels like to practice qi refinement? Lu Changming muttered. Congratulations, the woman clapped her hands. Hee. Lu Changming looked somewhat embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Just then, the figure of the woman suddenly blurred for an instant, but it was still noticed by Lu Changming. What's going on? Lu Changming asked uneasily, feeling a sense of foreboding. The woman bowed her head in silence for a while before saying, My time is almost up. What do you mean your time is almost up? What exactly is happening? If you tell me, I might be able to help you. Lu Changming said anxiously. Child, you can't help me. The woman replied gently as she gazed at Lu Changming. Do you think my current state is merely a soul? Lu Changming nodded. No, I am already dead. The current me is just a remnant of willpower, only able to appear thanks to the power of this tower, and I cannot last long. My time is limited. Seeing Lu Changming's eyes gradually turning red, she felt some pain. Changming, come sit down and keep me company. Lu Changming was deeply distressed. He was truly suffering. It felt like there was a huge rock pressing on his chest. He knelt down and slowly bent over, crying uncontrollably. He had been so happy today, seeing his mother, and knowing that she had not abandoned him. Why does heaven toy with me so cruelly? Why let him see his mother, only to have her disappear before his eyes? Lu Changming, with bloodshot eyes, leaned against the altar. By now, the woman's figure had become very faint. Lu Changming no longer dared to look at her. He feared that she would vanish right in front of his eyes. All he wanted now was to chat with his mother, to hear more of her voice. I have no gift for you except using materials at hand, the woman suddenly said. Look, these purple crystals embedded around the altar are actually the same kind as the one on your necklace, and they possess even more miraculous powers. I know how to take them off. Lu Changming turned his head toward the ring of purple crystals beside the altar. He didn't want to move, but since it was his mother's final wish to give him a present, he must accomplish it. Channel the true essence within your body into one of the crystals, push it twice to the left, and once to the right. Alright. Watching Lu Changming remove the crystal, the woman smiled as if very pleased. Coincidentally, only pure energy converted by the tower's energy can activate these crystals. Looks like your luck wasn't too bad after all. As Lu Changming was about to mock his own fortune, an abnormality suddenly occurred. The tower began to shake violently, and a light beam several times stronger than the one from the altar suddenly illuminated the altar from above. As a result, the woman's figure became exceptionally clear. Her pupils contracted sharply as she murmured, It's impossible. It's not the time yet. How did they? Changming, run. Quickly. The woman suddenly turned around and shouted to Lu Changming, looking extremely anxious. But Lu Changming raised his hand, wanting to say something, but the teleportation stone on his body seemed to sense danger, causing his figure to blur momentarily before being teleported out. Outside the Devil Suppression Tower, Lu Changming stood dejectedly in front of the entrance of the Devil Suppression Tower, still clutching the broken necklace in his hand. The bishop sighed with relief upon seeing Lu Changming emerge safely, at least confirming that the transport stone functioned correctly. Moreover, since he survived, perhaps he could explain how he stayed inside the tower for such a long time. The bishop walked up beside Lu Changming and asked, Young friend, how do you feel? Young friend, seeing no response from Lu Changming, the bishop reached out to pat his shoulder, but was stopped by someone. Mo Yuning. Bishop Deng, my friend seemed shocked. I would like to take him home first. The bishop furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased, but he had no reason to prevent Mo Yuning from leaving. After all, the person standing in front of him was the champion of the tower entrance qualification competition. Then please hand over the teleportation stone. By this time, Lu Changming had regained consciousness, although his gaze remained somewhat vacant. Mo Yuning took the teleportation stone from his hand, glanced at the characters engraved on it. They weren't numbers, and concluded that apparently only the people of the tower sect could interpret it. The bishop received the teleportation stone and gestured that they were free to go. However, just as they were about to walk out of the gate, the bishop's shouts came from behind. Wait, don't go. Stop them. The last sentence was directed at the knights guarding the door, who didn't immediately react. Realizing the situation was dire, Mo Yuning quickly dashed out of the gate, the knights failing to respond fast enough. While running along the roof's edge, Mo Yuning pulled Lu Changming and said to him, She didn't tell you to descend to the lower level before coming out, did she? So you really knew I would meet my mother when I went in? Lu Changming angrily exclaimed. Do you still have the time to worry about these? The most important thing now is to escape. He wants you, not me. The bishop had already chased out. Judging from the appearance of the chasing bishop, he was not a person known for speed. Under normal circumstances, Mo Yuning could easily outrun him. Unfortunately, Mo Yuning was also carrying Lu Changming. We can't keep running like this forever. Soon, reinforcements from the tower sect will arrive. Mo Yuning said and shoved a waist pouch and a piece of jade into Lu Changming's hands. Inside are my martial techniques and a space teleportation array. This array can teleport you 2,000 kilometers in a chosen direction, west, towards the Fengyang Empire. However, it requires approximately 10 breaths to activate. I'll buy you those 10 breaths. Hey, what about you? It was obvious that Mo Yuning intended to stay behind, and Lu Changming was deeply worried. Don't worry, they won't do much to me. With Qingming Academy's protection, they wouldn't dare to harm me too much. Besides, I'm a pillar of the nation. The royal palace would protect me as well. After speaking, Mo Yuning kicked Lu Changming hard on his buttocks, making him fly forward by inertia, and he himself stopped running. Lu Changming still hadn't mastered how to skillfully adjust his body with true essence, so he landed face down awkwardly. But he knew how to use true essence to protect his body, thus avoiding chipping any teeth or anything. He glanced at the jade in his hand. It was a rhombus-shaped jade. Upon injecting true essence into it, it emitted a dazzling white light, showing 8 directional pointers around its surroundings. There was no time to marvel at the strange phenomenon. Lu Changming quickly chose the pointer pointing west, and then the other pointers disappeared, leaving a dazzling white light enveloping Lu Changming. The bishop saw Mo Yuning kick Lu Changming away and stand before him. Smirking derisively, he said, You overestimate yourself. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the bishop slapped towards Mo Yuning. This seemingly casual move was surrounded by tangible glowing energy, a sign of the soul communicating realm, the ability to externalize true essence. In his mind, an individual at only the peak soul refining realm should definitely be unable to withstand such a blow. His target was Lu Changming, not Mo Yuning. He only wanted to knock Mo Yuning away without using full force. However, something shocking happened. Blue light surged from Mo Yuning's arms as he effortlessly blocked the attack. The bishop's pupils contracted, and he swiftly swung his left arm down to parry Mo Yuning's subsequent strike. Then, he quickly retreated to put some distance between them. Soul communicating realm? And its mid-stage? The bishop looked at Mo Yuning with astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. He had never heard of anyone reaching this realm before the age of 20. This retreat wasn't due to fear of Mo Yuning, but rather caution. The astonishing performance of Mo Yuning made him uncertain whether Mo Yuning held any more tricks up his sleeve. Although the bishop himself was at the high stage of the soul communicating realm, there were examples of being killed by someone of a lower realm. Moreover, in his perspective, as long as Mo Yuning didn't run off with Lu Changming, it would be impossible for Lu Changming to escape Lidu alone under the strength of the Tower sect, which could search out an ordinary person with ease within the city. The bishop had no knowledge of the existence of the teleportation array, and he couldn't even think of it because on this continent, only the demon Subduing Tower had matters related to space. If he knew Lu Changming could teleport away, he would surely spare no effort to chase after him first, because Lu Changming was currently more important than anything else for the Tower sect. The bishop stood against Mo Yuning, fearing he might accidentally gravely injure him. Clearly during the previous final competition, both the principal of Qingming Academy and the royal family obviously intended to protect Mo Yuning. He simply couldn't bear their wrath. Mo Yuning didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. If the bishop insisted on chasing after Lu Changming forcefully, he'd have to resort to other means. But unexpectedly the bishop didn't pursue further. He was happy to maintain a standoff with him and deliberately showed expressions of caution and uneasiness to relax the alertness of the bishop in front of him. In the distance, a group of people appeared. Evidently, reinforcements from the Tower sect were arriving quite swiftly. Yet, the 10 breaths activation period for the teleportation array was almost up. From not far away, a small alley suddenly burst with a strong white light. The bishop noticed something was amiss, leapt immediately towards it, while Mo Yuning didn't obstruct him, for when this white light emerged, Lu Changming was already 2,000 kilometers away. After entering the alley, the bishop examined for a while, but found no suspicious things, and was very puzzled. When he exited the alley, Mo Yuning's figure had vanished. At the same moment the bishop headed towards the alley, Mo Yuning dashed back to Qingming Academy at top speed. Having helped Lu Changming escape, the Tower sect was bound to cause him trouble. For safety reasons, returning to Qingming Academy seemed to be a better choice. Just imagining the chaos that would erupt in Lidu as the Tower sect searched for someone who wasn't even in Lidu brought an uncontrollable laughter to Mo Yuning. At the same time, the Grand Bishop inside the library finally received the news that Lu Changming had come out of the tower. He stared at the teleportation stone in his hand, his pupils contracting sharply, and for a moment, it seemed as though his heart had skipped a beat. His hands holding the teleportation stone couldn't stop shaking. He understood even better than those bishops what the symbols on the teleportation stone signified. When interpreted, these symbols represented the number 49, which was none other than the highest level of the demon Subduing Tower. In 10,000 years, there had never been anyone on the continent who had reached the top of the demon Subduing Tower. The Grand Bishop quickly strode towards the exit of the library. This matter needed to be reported to the Holy Capital immediately. Chapter 16. In the forest. Lu Changming looked at the towering trees around him, lost in thought. He had been teleported to a forest, surrounded by some tall trees he had never seen before. It was just the start of spring now. Although there were some new buds on the trees, they still seemed rather bare. The ground was covered with fallen leaves that made a crunching sound underfoot. For the past few days, he had been in a dazed state, needing to sort out many things. However, this ghostly place was not suitable for staying long, as one did not know when a magical beast he had heard about from his boss would jump out. So, he should first find a safer place. First, he checked the package given to him by Mo Yuning. There should be something helpful inside it. In the package, there was a book, some money, a plain-looking dagger in its sheath, and a round, smooth iron disc. But curiously, no food, which made Lu Changming uneasy. It seemed he would have to find his own food. This book should be Mo Yuning's cultivation method. There were no words on the cover, and he did not know its name. This money, it was useless now. Lu Changming took out the iron disc and examined it carefully. It did not seem particularly special, though it somewhat resembled. Yes, the protective talisman Mo Yuning had taken out from the box that day. Thus, Lu Changming tried injecting his internal energy into the iron disc. Suddenly, a blue light barrier appeared in front of him. Electric currents flashed across the barrier, looking quite terrifying. When he stopped infusing his energy, the barrier disappeared too. But the energy consumption was considerable. In less than 3 breaths, his energy seemed to have already diminished by a tenth. What a good item. Finally, he felt he had some ability to protect himself. Lu Changming did not put the iron disc back into the bag, ready to activate the shield promptly if danger suddenly arose. He observed the surrounding environment and realized that all directions were more or less the same, just trees everywhere. He did not know which way would allow him to leave the forest faster. But since Mo Yuning wanted him to head west towards Fengyang Empire, and he had already been teleported 2,500 kilometers west, moving further westward should be correct. He looked up at the sun. At this time in height, it should be noon, meaning the west was to his right. Lu Changming quickly determined his direction and started walking westward. Carefully observing the surroundings, he moved forward quickly. He did not know how long it would take to exit the forest, so his top priority was to first find some food, and then look for a cave or somewhere to rest. He was really tired. There wouldn't be any wild fruits available during this season. He could only find some weak wild animals to roast and eat. However, he walked for a long time without seeing anything that moved nearby. It was strange, and he gradually began to feel uneasy, sensing something dangerous might occur. He usually trusted his instincts, so he quickened his steps. Finally, he saw ahead a dim outline of a cave. He thought to himself, "Finally, I found a place to rest." Lu Changming hurried to the entrance of the cave. From afar, he hadn't noticed much, but now he was surprised to see that the cave opening was approximately 2 men high and 3 wide. He was curious about how this cave was formed. Could it possibly be the nest of some ancient giant creature? The idea sparked within him to retreat. Yet suddenly, he remembered the iron disc in his hand, gaining confidence again. What was there to fear? Didn't he have the protective treasure Mo Yuning had given him? After the events of the past few days, he felt that Mo Yuning was very powerful, and his treasures wouldn't be weak either. Raising the iron disc in front of him, he cautiously stepped deeper into the cave. Taking out the dagger, Lu Changming continued to move inward. Soon, however, the light grew darker. A problem dawned on him. He didn't have a light source, so continuing further inside was impossible. Just as Lu Changming decided to leave the cave, a roar came from outside. The sound approached quickly and soon became particularly horrifying, mixed with hissing sounds, followed by the snapping of trees. What should he do? Lu Changming's brain raced, analyzing the situation. Despite his fear, he didn't panic, realizing clearly how these recent events had toughened his nerves. Outside the cave, it was obvious that 2 powerful magical beasts were fighting, but it seemed to be one chasing the other. If not for that chase, they wouldn't have suddenly appeared here. He definitely couldn't go outside, so he had to move further in, hoping that the 2 magical beasts were just passing through and not because one of them was fleeing back to its lair to hide. As if confirming what Lu Changming thought, the cave shook violently. The 2 magical beasts had reached the cave's entrance. Lu Changming had no choice but to run further into the cave. With no other recourse, he channeled his energy into the dagger, emitting a faint purple glow to let him barely see the path ahead. By this time, the shaking had lessened, but the roars were still continuing. It seemed as though the 2 huge beasts were locked in a fierce struggle. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lu Changming thought that they probably wouldn't come into the cave. However, it seemed like heaven wanted to go against Lu Changming. Just as he relaxed for a moment, a sudden gust of putrid wind blew from behind him, making him choke. Lu Changming immediately turned around, channeling his energy into the iron disc in his left hand. A barrier filled with electric currents appeared in front of him, and thanks to its light, he could clearly see what was in front of him. It was an enormous snake head, taller than a person, with a snake tongue as thick as an arm, scaring Lu Changming so much that he broke into a cold sweat. Nevertheless, this snake's head was covered in wounds, its left eye already blinded, the left side of its face a mess of blood and flesh, and there was a large gash on the front of its mouth, seemingly caused by being clawed by some magical beast. This snake did not advance further. Instead, it quickly retreated in the blink of an eye. It appeared as though it was pulled back by another magical beast. Then, outside the cave, came a sound of tearing, after which no other sounds followed. Judging by this, that snake should have died. Feeling terrified in hindsight, Lu Changming turned off the protective barrier and quickly walked further into the cave. He was worried that the opponent of that snake might become interested in entering the cave. Lu Changming reckoned that since that magical beast had managed to kill this giant python, its size must be quite large, and it shouldn't be able to enter the cave. However, just in case, he decided to venture deeper into the cave. Soon, however, he stopped, because he seemed to have stepped on something strange, and there was also a faint odor of decay. Unwilling to take any risks, Lu Changming channeled his energy into his right hand, activating the protective barrier again to check what lay ahead under the light. In front of him were large patches of white keratinous objects. It was clear they were snake skins shed by the python earlier. This cave was indeed the nest of the giant python, explaining why it had fled inside. Upon realizing this, Lu Changming felt a wave of dread. He realized how lucky he had been. Had he entered this cave earlier while the giant python was still inside, he didn't know what would have happened to him. If Mo Yuning's talisman hadn't been effective enough, he would have likely become its meal. Under the illumination of the barrier, Lu Changming saw that up ahead was a larger space. It seemed like he had reached the end of the cave, unable to proceed further. The stench here was too strong for him to bear, so he retreated halfway into the cave. He would wait here for a while. Anyway, that magical beast outside should not dare enter. While waiting for it to leave, he would take some time to gather his thoughts. With that in mind, Lu Changming sat down leaning against the wall. After calming down, Lu Changming began thinking about his mother. His eyes became moist, and he took out the necklace. Now only the chain remained, and it was already broken. What connection does Mo Yuning have with my mother and this demon subduing tower? They know more about the demon subduing tower than others do, yet it is obvious they are not people of the tower sect. What exactly is going on? And this necklace? How did my mother obtain it? The crystal on this necklace has such a great influence on those monsters inside the tower and can absorb the tower's energy. Could it possibly be similar to the crystal I removed from the altar, something my mother had previously taken from the tower? Recalling the crystal, Lu Changming took it out. It was about the size of a walnut, much larger than the one on the necklace before, and it also differed slightly from the gemstone on the necklace. There wasn't a demon subduing tower nearby, yet this crystal still emitted a faint purple glow. If he weren't in the cave, Lu Changming probably wouldn't have noticed it. Holding the crystal in his hand, Lu Changming felt an extraordinary sensation. It seemed like there was some sort of energy infusing itself into his body, giving him a feeling similar to what he experienced every time he passed a level in the demon subduing tower. Lu Changming believed that this might help him with his cultivation. Lu Changming had absorbed so much purple energy within the demon subduing tower that he didn't notice its effect, but if someone else knew about it, they would go mad. Anyone who had entered the demon subduing tower during that time knows how beneficial the purple energy is for cultivation. If they found out this crystal could continuously supply such energy, they would definitely come at all costs to snatch it. Should this news spread, it would surely cause a stir throughout the continent. Staring at the crystal, Lu Changming recalled the scene then, feeling a dull ache in his heart once again. What exactly was that pillar of light back then? Was it because I removed this crystal that made the pillar of light descend? Was it? Lu Changming seemed to realize something. At the time, when the blurry figure of Mother appeared clearly under that beam of light, could it mean that the light could help her? Could it prevent her from dissipating? Could it even bring her back to life? At this thought, Lu Changming suddenly became excited. He felt as though he had suddenly found a goal. I must return to Luo City again and climb that demon subduing tower once more. I want to see my mother again. But the necklace is gone now, and I wonder if this crystal in my hand can help me reach the top of the tower. The most pressing matter right now is cultivation. Only by growing stronger can I ensure that even without the crystal, I will be able to rely on my own strength to scale that tower. Lu Changming stood up. He needed to take a look at the martial techniques Mo Yuning had given him, but the cave was too dark. The other magical beast should have left by now. Better to go outside first and check. Chapter 17, The Letter. As they reached the cave entrance, a strong smell of blood hit them, and Lu Changming quickly covered his nose. Outside the cave, the once flat ground was now pockmarked with holes. Blood was everywhere. Not far away lay a huge snake tail, but the upper body of the snake had vanished completely. Scattered on the ground were some palm-sized scales and brown fur. These scales probably belonged to the giant python, while the fur likely came from the beast that killed the python. Lu Changming picked up one of the scales for inspection. It felt like iron, hard in texture, yet not heavy. Even when he used all his strength, along with true energy, he couldn't make the scale change at all, not even to bend it slightly. After trying to cut it with his dagger, only faint white marks appeared on its surface. What a fine thing. If collected, these might be useful later for crafting armor or such like. There were no less than 100 scales scattered around, but only 21 remained intact. Most were damaged, which gave an idea of how powerful the beast must have been. Moreover, the bag Mo Yuning had given him wasn't very large. Storing just these 21 scales already occupied about 2/3 of its space. After collecting the scales, Lu Changming approached the enormous snake tail. Around the tail was a large pool of blood, with dried blood threads on the massive wound. It seemed that over time the tail had lost all its blood. Scales also adorned the snake tail, but despite putting forth every ounce of effort, Lu Changming could not pry any loose. Glancing at the sky, night was falling. Lu Changming dared not stay in the forest after dark. For tonight, it seemed he would have to stay in this cave. The cave's original owner was gone, and with no animals nearby, thanks to the presence of the python, it was likely that no other beast would learn of the python's death soon, making the cave temporarily safe. He looked at the massive snake tail in front of him. Dinner would be roasted snake meat tonight. He'd first gather some dry wood for cooking. It was early spring, so finding dry branches and grass wasn't too difficult. Soon enough, Lu Changming had collected enough dry wood to last him the entire night. This meal didn't sit well with Lu Changming. Although he had once worked as a kitchen helper in a large inn and wasn't a bad cook, he had no other ingredients available here. All he could do was dry roast the snake meat, leaving it tasteless, a far cry from the grilled skewers he had enjoyed in the inn. Besides, since the python was so massive, its meat was tough and hard to bite into. He roasted more snake meat to serve as food for the coming days. Though it wasn't appetizing, anything was better than nothing. After setting aside the meat to air dry into jerky, Lu Changming took out the book given to him by Mo Yuning, wanting to acquaint himself with the martial arts techniques inside. Although he was now at the peak of chi refinement, he hadn't cultivated using proper methods. The way his mother had taught him allowed only for simple absorption and release of true energy or enhancement of himself through energy, without any effective offensive skills. Practicing these techniques would help him utilize the true energy within his body and give him the means to protect himself. His mother had told him that if he mastered another cultivation method, he should be able to break through to the spirit refining realm, giving him greater chances of successfully exiting the forest. But as Lu Changming retrieved the book, something fell out from within it. He quickly picked it up. It was a piece of paper, densely covered with words. They must have been written by Mo Yuning for him, and Lu Changming eagerly read it. The very first sentence made him feel nauseous. When you read this letter, you should be in the Fengchen forest of the Fengyang Empire. Whether the situation at that time was urgent or not, I'm unsure. I may or may not have mentioned it before, but let me repeat. Although I advised you to head west toward the Fengyang Empire, under no circumstances should you go westward through the forest. Absolutely not. I've reviewed the map. 2,000 kilometers west of Lu City is the eastern edge of the Fengchen forest. Heading west would take you to the heart of the forest where there are beasts even I fear. At this point, Lu Changming wanted to slap himself for not checking whether there was something tucked within the book. Why hadn't Mo Yuning simply enclosed the letter in an envelope outside the book instead of tucking it within? Had he seen this letter earlier, he never would have come here for no reason. Who plays games with their own life? Luckily for him, he had good fortune, otherwise once done lamenting, Lu Changming turned back to the letter. Going south will get you out of the forest fastest, and you probably won't encounter any formidable beasts. You should find a place to practice the technique I've given you to reach self-protection. I hadn't intended to write this letter, but since you've read it, it confirms my premonition was right. I truly know your mother. She's my distant aunt, which makes me technically your cousin. I know my aunt has passed away, but I was quite surprised when I saw you. I didn't know she had a son outside. Do you know how I recognized you? Yes, it's that necklace. That necklace is a family heirloom of aunt's. If not for a family member, she would never give the necklace to anyone else, even if she knew she was going to die. Moreover, you carry the aura of our hometown. As for information about our hometown, I can't tell you now. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming wasn't surprised. She had already learned these facts from her mother. But why wouldn't they both talk about their hometown? He thought perhaps he could ask Mo Yuning something about the demon-suppressing pagoda. He should be very knowledgeable about it. If your aunt had previously told you a way to go down to the lower levels of the demon-suppressing pagoda and asked you to descend, then you probably wouldn't have seen this letter. But since you've read it now, it means either she forgot or an accident happened. Those archbishops must have already told you that the teleportation stone records the last level you were on. You descended from the top floor, the 49th level. On this continent, no one has ever reached beyond the 40th level, including those within the pagoda sect who revere the tower as a sacred artifact. Since you managed to ascend to the top floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, they will surely bring you to the holy capital of the pagoda sect. If you went there now, many troubles I don't want to see would arise. Indeed, Mo Yuning seemed very knowledgeable about the demon-suppressing pagoda, so he decided next time he met him, he'd ask thoroughly. Before you leave the forest, it's best to learn the disguise technique I wrote at the end of the book. The pagoda sect is probably conducting a thorough search for you right now. Although they won't reveal the real reason, because it involves the secret of the demon-suppressing pagoda, they will certainly issue a warrant for your capture. You cannot show your current appearance. When you arrive at the Fengyang Empire, I suggest finding a higher academy to study in. Even though they may not teach cultivation methods, fighting techniques, physical exercises, diet plans, etc., will all benefit you. High-level academies usually organize students to participate in outdoor practice sessions. Additionally, while studying at such an institution in any country, you'll receive financial support, significantly reducing your expenses. Try finding a more remote, less famous academy. Otherwise, someone might detect clues about your mysterious origins. Though you're older now, most high-level academies recruit students around 16 years old. Still, with an excuse, these smaller academies should also accept you. Mo Yuning's slightly superior attitude made him uncomfortable. What he casually called small academies were actually revered martial institutions in his eyes before becoming a cultivator himself. It was hard to shake off a decade-old concept. Try not to get entangled with the pagoda sect. Though my disguise art is advanced, I can't guarantee no one from the pagoda sect can detect any issues with you. Furthermore, I feel there are serious problems within this sect. As for what I've left you, as for the money, there's no need to mention that. The cultivation method isn't the one I practice, but another I discovered. It should be more suitable for you than the one I'm practicing. I'm not sure what's special about the dagger. It was given to me by the old principal of Qingming Academy. I rarely use it, but it looks quite sharp. I felt you might need it during your time in the forest, so I included it. This magical object is called the Lightning Mirror, one of the finest protective treasures I've gathered over the years, and the only one with attack capability. It cannot replenish energy arbitrarily. Instead, it absorbs lightning force during thunderstorms outdoors or requires someone cultivating lightning attribute abilities to recharge it. Although recharging takes some effort, aside from this, the treasure is highly suited for you. After fully charging, provided you have enough true qi, it can continuously project a shield for approximately 2/4 of an hour. For you, that duration should suffice for half a year. Its shield can withstand full-strength attacks from a peak soul-refining realm practitioner without breaking, and a few hits from a spirit infusion realm individual. After shattering, it cannot release another shield for half an hour. The primary function of its electrical current is paralysis, secondary being damage. And as long as it's carried close to the body, when attacked, it automatically releases a shield. Its defensive power, however, diminishes significantly, only able to block peak soul-refining realm attacks and sustain for a brief moment. Usually, this period should be enough for you to react. There should still be half the energy stored in this lightning mirror. Manage your usage based on this timing. Be cautious while charging. It must be kept outside, easily stolen if left unattended. Don't lose it. Its previous owner did just that. Upon seeing this, Lu Changming let out a laugh. Clearly, Mo Yuning had stealthily taken this item when no one was paying attention. So it seemed that Mo Yuning wasn't above doing underhanded things either. Remember, you shouldn't rely on it too much, or it might affect your cultivation. We should meet again soon. Lastly, I hope the next time I see you, none of your limbs are missing. This last remark caught Lu Changming off guard. He picked up the lightning mirror. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first glance, but now upon closer inspection, it did indeed look like a mirror. After listening to Mo Yuning's introduction, he felt it truly was a remarkable treasure. So long as he possessed it, he wouldn't need to fear anyone below the soul-refining realm. However, Mo Yuning was right. He couldn't depend on it entirely. Chapter 18, Breakthrough. Lu Changming put down the lightning mirror and picked up the cultivation technique book. It was a thin book, with only about 20 pages. He was very excited. This was the first real cultivation manual he had ever seen. Carefully opening the book, the first page detailed how to sense the qi around you and absorb it into your body. Lu Changming felt a little puzzled. Don't most manuals introduce their features and attributes at the beginning? Was it that higher-level techniques required one to understand their mysteries on their own? Moreover, although there was no name on the cover of this technique, Lu Changming thought there would be something inside the book, but after flipping through several pages, he couldn't find the name of the technique. While searching for the title, Lu Changming also noticed that the writing in the book looked quite new, and the paper wasn't the kind of yellowed, old paper typical of ancient manuscripts. He found it rather amusing that this was probably written by Mo Yuning himself. If this was a copy, Mo Yuning should have copied the introduction too, right? There was an extremely high possibility that this was memorized by him, and he might even have forgotten the name of the technique. Holding the book, Lu Changming suddenly had the urge to throw it away. Why did Mo Yuning seem so unreliable? If there were any mistakes in the technique he had memorized, he could go into spiritual deviation during his cultivation, which would not just result in limb injuries, but possibly leave him a fool or dead. Though feeling helpless, he had no other choice but to learn it. This was the only cultivation technique available to him at the moment. Following the instructions in the book, he began sitting cross-legged and sensing the surrounding qi. Although he was currently at the peak of the qi training realm, the internal qi within him was taught by his mother, transforming the purple light absorbed in the tower into qi using a particular method. He had never learned how to actually sense and absorb qi, and while the qi within him could be replenished, it was merely because the purple light stored within him was abundant enough. Lu Changming closed his eyes and tried to sense the environment for a long time, yet felt nothing unusual except darkness. Could it be that he truly had no talent? Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed an unusually bright purple light orb next to him. Even though the essence of true qi described natural qi as blue fine points, he believed this technique must be special since sensing such different forms of qi seemed plausible. Excitedly, he attempted to use the absorption method outlined in the book to take in that light orb. However, despite all his efforts, he still failed to move the orb even slightly. Disappointed, Lu Changming wondered if he indeed had absolutely no talent for cultivation. Even though his eyes were closed, he knew the exact location of the orb. When he opened them, he was surprised to discover that the orb was actually in his bag. He quickly opened his bag and locked onto the purple crystal. Only this glowing crystal gave off a strong, energy-like sensation. Upon holding the crystal in his hand, the familiar sensation of energy gradually flowing into his body returned. Lu Changming became excited again, immediately utilizing the qi absorption method from the book to absorb the energy contained within the crystal. Suddenly, the energy surged as if someone had opened a gate, rushing into his body. Previously he hadn't felt much, but now the energy abruptly multiplied. Lu Changming realized this energy was identical to the purple light from within the tower. It was definitely the same type. He felt that perhaps he could cultivate using this crystal. In less than a quarter of an hour, the energy transmission began to weaken, and Lu Changming himself started feeling a bloated pain, seemingly having reached the limit of absorption. Lu Changming checked the current state of the crystal, finding that the purple orb had become quite faint. Furrowing his brows, it seemed like the crystal's energy was gone. Would this mean he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating? Ignoring further thoughts, the full-body bloating sensation was too painful, and if he didn't break through to the soul refining realm soon, he felt like he was going to explode. Thus, he hastily flipped to the page about breaking through to the soul refining stage. Soul refining, literally meaning soul refinement, involves refining the soul. To break through to the soul refining realm, the practitioner needs to guide their internal qi through the neck meridians into the head. The qi training realm allows the formation of a small cycle of qi between the chest and abdomen. The soul refining realm enables the creation of a grand circulation of qi throughout the body's meridians. In the qi training realm, one primarily absorbs qi and accumulates it until it is sufficient to break through the acupoints in the neck and enter the cranium, eventually forming a circulatory path throughout the whole body. At the point when qi accumulates to a specific level, one reaches the peak of the qi training realm. At this point, the amount of qi within Lu Changming's body was already enough for him to break through 5 to 6 times. The brain is the most intricate organ in humans, and guiding qi into the brain to form a circulating system in the head is extremely difficult. It feels like forging one's own soul. Hence, this step is called soul refinement. Once successfully broken through, the practitioner enters the soul refining realm. The greatest difference between the soul refining realm and the qi training realm is that true qi can circulate throughout the body and be summoned at will without needing to first activate it to a specific area as required in the qi training realm. Therefore, while the power of individual martial techniques doesn't differ much between the two realms, their speed does, and this significantly boosts one's combat effectiveness by leaps and bounds. Lu Changming felt no desire to continue practicing the cultivation method since its content seemed entirely written based on someone's own understanding, but he had no other choice. The swelling sensation was becoming more pronounced, as though his meridians were about to burst. The true qi inside him was already saturated, and if the purple energy could not be converted into true qi, it would be difficult for his body to utilize it properly. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes and started channeling the true qi within his body up toward his neck, slowly guiding it into his head. According to the manual, the meridians in the neck are exceptionally narrow, so great care must be taken when the true qi passes through them. While transmitting the energy, the practitioner must also strengthen and widen these channels. Once the neck's meridians have been strengthened sufficiently to match the rest of the body, the true qi can then smoothly enter the head. However, the meridians in the head are not only narrow but also complex, requiring even greater caution. If any of them rupture, it might injure the brain and turn the person into an idiot. Even though Lu Changming was confident in the safety of the cave, he still worried something might disturb his breakthrough process. Meridians in the head need only to be strengthened, not widened. Widening them might compress the brain. Moreover, there are enough meridians in the head to facilitate the flow of true qi adequately. Once these two steps are completed, directing the true qi into the limbs to complete the cycle becomes relatively easy. Thus, breaking through to the soul refining realm doesn't necessarily require innate talent. It simply requires extreme caution. Hence, most people in the continent who manage to cultivate true qi can eventually reach the soul refining realm. In this way, an entire night passed, and Lu Changming successfully established the circulation system inside his body. Yet, he wasn't sleepy at all, perhaps due to the newly activated true qi in his head, making him feel particularly refreshed and invigorated. He stood up, surprised. Was that really it? Had he just ascended to the soul refining realm so easily? Because of the abundance of purple energy within him, he directly reached the intermediate stage of the soul refining realm, which made him feel a bit proud. But then he remembered that he could only cultivate using the purple crystal, and he didn't know whether its energy could replenish itself, causing him some concern once again. Though he advanced rapidly in such a short time, this progress did not leave his realm unstable due to the nature of the purple energy. Nevertheless, his lack of battle experience worried him deeply. He estimated that with his current abilities, he wouldn't even stand a chance against a peak qi training practitioner, and surely hardships awaited him in the future. What Lu Changming thought made the breakthrough look simple was actually due to both the cultivation technique and the true qi within his body. This true qi, derived from the purple energy, was capable of directly reinforcing someone like Xuanhuan, indicating that it was extraordinarily high grade. Its converted form of true qi was thus quite distinct from ordinary kinds. For others, their chosen cultivation techniques initially provide a clear direction with various attributes and characteristics. During the refining process, practitioners must allow their true qi to pass through their meridians in a special order. However, this particular technique required Lu Changming to merely circulate his true qi through all the meridians in his body. After completing his practice, Lu Changming felt a bit odd, as if something was missing. He hurriedly flipped through the technique manual. There were only 10 pages. Where were the martial skills? Every cultivation technique should come with specialized martial techniques tailored to its users, shouldn't it? Of the over 20-page book, more than half described disguise methods, and after carefully searching several times, Lu Changming finally found a small note at the end of the manual. This cold splash of water doused his excitement over his quick advancement. It was likely Mo Yuning's message. This technique doesn't possess any exclusive martial arts. Its strength lies in its inclusiveness. It enables you to learn all types of martial skills. You don't need to limit yourself to absorbing only those energies suited to your true qi attribute, like others do. Furthermore, it's highly compatible with your inner tower energy. The realms you ascend to using this technique are easier compared to other techniques, but mastering martial skills is more challenging. Other techniques have their own unique operation methods, so learning their inherent martial arts isn't too hard. I suggest you start by learning versatile common martial techniques. They might take you longer, but not by much. For the exclusive martial skills, you'll need to adapt your internal true qi's movement patterns according to each skill's feature, which demands additional training. For this cultivation technique, ascending through realms is secondary, as it's rather straightforward, and your combat effectiveness largely depends on how many martial arts you've mastered. The advantage of this technique is that it generates substantial reserves of true qi, making you adept in endurance battles and allowing a variety of combat styles. However, its disadvantage is its relative weakness during fights before you've learned a wide range of skills. As you master more and more skills, your combat prowess will improve, and perhaps eventually enable you to fight beyond your rank. After reading, Lu Changming finally understood that it was simply because of the cultivation technique that his breakthrough had been so easy. But why didn't Mo Yuning give him any martial skills? All he received was a disguise technique. Was Mo Yuning expecting him to rely solely on true qi to escape the forest? Moreover, this cultivation technique seemed very powerful, yet there was a serious question. Why didn't Mo Yuning practice it herself? Lu Changming suddenly felt like he might have been tricked. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Mo Yuning not providing any martial techniques. First, using this technique to learn martial arts in the forest wasn't safe. Second, she hadn't anticipated that after entering the forest, Lu Changming wouldn't even glance at the books she provided and would head directly westward. If he had followed her plan and headed south instead, he could have left the forest very quickly. Chapter 19, Departure. After complaining about Mo Yuning, Lu Changming began to experience the differences between the soul refining realm and the previous stage. Firstly, he noticed that his mind felt much clearer. This was because true energy entering the head would continuously nourish the brain, making thoughts sharper and potentially boosting one's IQ. He felt that now he could think more clearly during emergencies. If he had been able to think this clearly before, he probably wouldn't have encountered such dangers. At the time, if his luck had been worse or if he had walked slower, even if the snake didn't eat him, the impact of its charge into the cave would have been too much for him to handle. Secondly, he felt his body filled with a sense of strength. Now, true energy flowed throughout his entire body, allowing him to call upon it at any part of his body at any time, without having to manually direct it as before. Although he had only stayed in the qi cultivation realm for less than 2 days, Lu Changming's feeling about this was quite clear. The control of true energy had increased by at least 5 or 6 times. After familiarizing himself with the soul refining realm, Lu Changming picked up the cultivation manual and flipped to the section on disguise techniques. Since the cave was relatively safe for the moment, he decided to finish all the necessary tasks here. Mo Yuning was right. If he entered the city looking like this, he would surely be discovered by the Tower sect. The number of pages dedicated to the disguise technique was greater than those for the cultivation method, indicating it wasn't going to be simple. Lu Changming groaned inwardly. His time was not unlimited. The cave would likely become unsafe in at most 2 days. He wasn't sure if he could master it in time. After flipping through it roughly, Lu Changming sighed in relief. The disguise technique was divided into 3 parts: beginner, proficient, and expert levels. He figured mastering the beginner level should suffice for his needs, which only took up 1 page. This disguise technique seemed incredibly intricate, and he wondered where Mo Yuning had obtained it from. It felt like he had everything he needed. Once one mastered the beginner level, they could make subtle adjustments to their facial features. Although the changes were minute, modifying each feature would result in an entirely different face. Reaching the proficient level allowed significant adjustments to facial details, while the expert level enabled one to transform their face into whatever form they desired. Wow, this is truly an essential skill for home life, travel, murder, arson, thievery, and deceit. With mastery over this technique, one could effortlessly pin crimes on anyone else. However, the manual also warned against frequent use of this technique, as it might cause irreversible harm to the facial muscles. Lu Changming couldn't help but maliciously guess if Mo Yuning's handsome face was also a product of this disguise technique. This disguise technique could only be practiced once one reached the soul refining realm, because only then could true energy reach the face, allowing adjustments to be made there using it. Lu Changming tried, according to the book's instructions, directing true energy to the fine meridians in his face. His face became slightly itchy and uncomfortable. According to the introduction in the book, stretching and compressing the facial muscles using true energy would alter one's appearance. Though the description in the book was straightforward, practicing it was incredibly difficult for Lu Changming. Controlling true energy so finely was something most people on the continent never attempted in their lifetimes, let alone someone who had just begun cultivating like him. The amount of true energy being directed was either too little or too much, rarely accurate. Too little meant failure, but too much caused discomfort, as though pierced by needles. After practicing for 2 hours, Lu Changming finally managed to output the correct amount of true energy. Subsequently, it became even more challenging. Not only did he need to control the amount of true energy, but also guide it to squeeze and stretch the facial muscles appropriately. The amplitude could not be excessive, and since the face contained numerous muscles, adjusting one area required simultaneously changing multiple muscles. A single mistake could lead to tearing the muscles, though thankfully the facial muscles were small enough to heal quickly with true energy. Still, the process was painful, and cries of anguish echoed occasionally throughout the cave. By the time Lu Changming successfully completed a transformation, it was already midnight. Throughout the day, he had endured immense torment, with his face feeling as though it had been punched repeatedly, leaving it extremely sore. He no longer dared touch his face. Tired and hungry, he retrieved the roasted snake meat from before and started eating. Because the snake meat was too hard, Lu Changming wasn't paying attention while eating. His first bite stretched the facial muscles, causing so much pain that he nearly spat out the meat. Lu Changming could only eat cautiously thereafter, still occasionally emitting weak cries of agony. Finally, he finished a piece of meat, though it didn't satiate him. He didn't want to eat another piece. All he wanted now was to stew some snake soup, but he lacked a pot. Despairing quietly, he could only lie down and rest. The next morning, Lu Changming woke up early due to hunger. However, after a night of recovery, his face was not as painful anymore. After chewing on a few pieces of meat, Lu Changming used the appearance-changing technique that he utterly despised to alter his looks, preparing to head south. Lu Changming really wanted to know what he looked like now, but since he didn't have a mirror on him, even though there was a thunderlight mirror, it wasn't made for reflection, so the surface was very blurry. Lu Changming couldn't figure out how he looked now, so he decided to look for a river or lake heading south to check his appearance, hoping he wasn't too ugly. This feeling in his face during the transformation truly felt uncomfortable, thought Lu Changming. Before leaving, Lu Changming went back into the deeper part of the cave and selected some intact snake skins, rolling them up and putting them into his bag. The snake skin was indeed a valuable item, especially from such a big snake. It shouldn't go to waste. Lu Changming started heading southeast, figuring he should leave the central area of the forest and move toward the southeast to quickly leave the zone. When he encountered small magical beasts on the road, it meant he had exited the center, then he could turn south. Xuanhuan was sitting among the high branches of the towering trees in the forest, watching the students ahead who were cautiously moving forward. He felt greatly gratified, very satisfied with their class. Although the students were divided into classes by academic performance upon entering school, A, B, C, and D, and his was merely a C-class group, they were hardworking. Close to a year had passed since enrollment, and all of them had shown significant growth. He hoped they could pass this test. Su Yunhao was a teacher at Nanfeng City's Nanfeng Academy. As the head teacher of Class 2C in Grade 1, he was secretly protecting the students currently training in Fengshan Forest. Nanfeng Academy held 2 student field training exercises every year, in spring and autumn respectively. Due to the proximity of Nanfeng City to Fengshan Forest, these training exercises usually took place there. Training was conducted by class units. Given the large number of students per class, each class would generally be further divided into smaller groups. The requirement for the training was for each group to kill twice the number of second-stage magical creatures compared to the group size to complete the task. On the continent, magical creatures do not undergo realm breakthroughs like humans. Instead, their strength usually grows with age. Dividing the creatures into stages is merely done to correspond with human capabilities. A second stage magical creature equals the human chi cultivation realm and serves well as training targets for students. However, due to insufficient combat experience at this stage, lower stage magical creatures often possess much higher fighting power than their equivalent stage humans. Therefore, teamwork is essential for students to defeat magical creatures. Their training usually takes place about 10 miles inside Function Forest, where there are the most second stage magical creatures. This spot rarely poses any dangers. Even if occasionally large groups of second stage magical creatures or individual low-tier third stage magical creatures appear, the teachers are capable of ensuring the safety of the students. Su Yunhao protected the 3 groups of students before him, each comprising 4 individuals, while other teachers supervised other groups. These 3 groups performed exceptionally well. By just past noon, they had already killed half of their target numbers. Su Yunhao was quite satisfied. Just at this moment, Su Yunhao seemed to sense danger and quickly leaped through the branches, finally landing in front of the students. "There's danger. All of you step back," Su Yunhao said to the students behind him. He sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching from the north. Judging by the speed, it should be a third stage or higher magical creature or human. Though the aura showed no hostility, it appeared to belong to someone at the soul refining realm. Nevertheless, one must still be cautious. Normally, young people undergoing training or bounty hunters come here. Young trainees are generally in the chi cultivation realm. While most bounty hunters enter the forest when resources are abundant in summer, some may come as soon as the beginning of spring. Thus, it was likely that the person rushing toward them was a bounty hunter. These bounty hunters weren't good news. They were all greedy for money, and seeing the materials peeled off magical creatures on the bodies of his students might incite ill intent. There was nothing else for it but for Su Yunhao himself to intervene. In a short time, the presence drew near, and a figure appeared before everyone. He clasped his hands and said, "Fellow travelers, may I ask if I might travel with you? With your cultivation level, you won't encounter any danger alone on the outer fringes of this forest. Why, then, do you wish to accompany us?" Su Yunhao also clasped his hands, solemnly asking the man. Although Su Yunhao's expression remained serious, the students behind him did not share the same seriousness. Some began trying hard not to laugh because the person in front of them looked bizarre, not strange exactly, but incredibly odd-looking. This man had a pair of crooked eyes, and not just a little bit. One eye tilted upward while the other slanted downward, making his eyes parallel. His nose was somewhat fine, except for slightly large nostrils, but his mouth was far more peculiar, as both corners of his mouth turned upward, as if someone had manually pulled them up into an exaggerated smile. It was quite comical, like he was a comedic entertainer. "Behave yourself," Su Yunhao scolded the students, though he too felt like laughing, and under normal circumstances, he probably would have. But this was in Function Forest, where the person could potentially be an evildoer. If provoked, this individual might lash out unexpectedly, and Su Yunhao wouldn't be able to protect all the students. This person was none other than Lu Changming, and it seemed his disguise hadn't been successful. Lu Changming was puzzled, not knowing why the students were laughing. He hadn't come across any rivers on his way, so he had no idea how he currently looked. Chapter 20, Deceptive Disguise. I came to the Function Forest for training with my elder, but unfortunately we got separated. Moreover, it's my first time in this forest, and I don't know which way to go, so I thought of traveling with all of you. Would that be allowed? Lu Changming asked. Su Yunhao finally noticed that the voice of this person was rather youthful, similar to his own students, and relaxed a bit. Soon afterward, he was shocked. Though about the same age as his students, this individual had already reached the Xianhuan realm. Could this be one of the geniuses from those prestigious schools? That's certainly fine. However, my students need further practice and won't leave until evening. Brother, would you mind waiting with me elsewhere until then? Su Yunhao, realizing the other party was likely a student as well, started addressing him more warmly. Thank you very much. I'm not in a rush. Lu Changming was surprised. This person was actually a teacher at a high-level academy, someone who deserved respect. He felt relieved that he could finally relax, because the last few days alone in the forest had been quite terrifying, during which he had quietly avoided several magical beasts. My name is Su Yunhao, and I am a teacher at Nanfeng Academy. These people behind me are my students. May I ask how you should be addressed? Su Yunhao knew the other must be a genius and tried to establish rapport. My name is Yuming. Since he believed his real name would put him on the list for persecution by the Tower sect, he could no longer use it. You brother, would you please accompany me to another place for a chat? My students need to complete their own practice. Though Lu Changming was young, his cultivation level was already at the Xianhuan realm, which was enough to graduate early in their academy. Therefore, Su Yunhao didn't regard him as a student, but as a peer. Su Yunhao climbed up another tall tree because higher positions offered better views to clearly see the condition of his students. He looked down and observed Lu Changming struggling to climb the tree, finding it strange. If Yuming had already reached the Xianhuan realm, why was he so slow climbing a tree? Utilizing true energy, this task should have been simple. However, Su Yunhao didn't know, nor could he imagine, that Lu Changming had only been practicing for less than 5 days and broke through to the Xianhuan realm just 2 days before. Moreover, since Lu Changming had never climbed a tree before due to his weak body, today was his first attempt, and it showed. Finally, Lu Changming climbed up, his clothes slightly disheveled and looking particularly ragged. Su Yunhao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yu, why do you find climbing such a tree so difficult?" Lu Changming sighed inwardly upon hearing this question. He had to fabricate an excuse to explain away any suspicion since he might be wanted as a criminal. Unfortunately, the current situation itself made him suspicious. Teacher Su, my family kept strict control over me, allowing me to practice only inside the house. I've rarely gone out, and there were no tall trees at home, so I've never climbed a tree before. It wasn't until I broke through to the Xianhuan realm that my elders thought I should come here for some practical training. Lu Changming bluffed, knowing full well the reason sounded flawed, but hoping Su Yunhao wouldn't uncover anything. Su Yunhao did not suspect anything. Hearing this statement, he assumed Lu Changming must be a wealthy noble's son who stayed indoors studying martial arts most of the time. As a regular teacher, Su Yunhao wasn't familiar with how these influential families educated their younger generations, so no questions arose in his mind. So, you're from which family? Su Yunhao realized after saying this that he had perhaps asked too many questions. If Yu Ming wanted to disclose his origin, he would naturally have mentioned his family when introducing himself earlier. Clearly, he preferred not to let anyone know. As Lu Changming was anxiously pondering which fictitious family name he should give, Su Yunhao added casually, "If brother Yu finds it inconvenient to say, I will stop asking." Lu Changming breathed a sigh of relief. Because the students' practice required them to keep moving forward, the two individuals on the tree also needed to advance. Seeing Su Yunhao skillfully leaping from branch to branch, landing effortlessly on the next tree, Lu Changming followed suit, attempting to replicate the movement. His strength control was decent, but he underestimated the difficulty involved in landing accurately. Branches were cylindrical and provided unstable support. The moment he landed, he struggled to maintain balance, and the branch wobbled under his weight. Predictably, Lu Changming lost his balance and almost fell. Despite being a strong Lianhuan practitioner, falling down like this would surely cause pain, if not severe injury. However, Su Yunhao had anticipated this possibility and quickly supported Lu Changming, helping him stabilize on the branch. "Thank you," said Lu Changming sheepishly, embarrassed that his actions brought shame upon the name of Lianhuan cultivators because even beginners at the Lianxi stage could perform this task efficiently. Instead of belittling him, Su Yunhao respected Lu Changming, thinking that for a warrior, talent was the most crucial factor. Given his young age, achieving such a level of mastery indicated a promising future ahead. He had always believed that as long as combat techniques and experience were practiced diligently, there generally wouldn't be any problems. The realm was the most important factor for a martial artist, as advancing in realms was far more difficult than learning martial arts skills. Moreover, with the enhancement of their realms, both the upper and lower limits of a martial artist's abilities would also increase. For instance, even the student with the highest combat experience among his students could not defeat a Lianhuan realm expert without any martial arts knowledge simply because of the gap in their realms, which was hard to compensate with martial skills alone. He merely thought that Yu Ming's elders had issues with their educational methods, believing that at the Lianxi stage, he should be encouraged to venture out more. As they continued to advance, Lu Changming gradually mastered the art of balancing himself and was able to land steadily on tree branches. He felt he could skillfully control the flow of true energy in his legs, and he was deeply grateful for the patient assistance of the teacher before him. The students weren't moving quickly. Most of the time, they sat on the branches. Yet, Lu Changming found it strange how Teacher Su would occasionally glance sideways at him while observing the students' performances. He suddenly thought about his disguise technique. Without finding even a small puddle of water earlier, he still didn't know what his face looked like now. Could something have gone wrong, causing Su Yunhao to keep glancing at him? "Teacher Su, do you happen to have a mirror?" Lu Changming himself realized this request seemed odd, but he really wanted to see how he currently looked. If anything was strange, he'd lose all dignity to face others. Su Yunhao was puzzled why Lu Changming wanted to look in the mirror at this moment, and even more curious as to why he wished to use one at all. If Lu Changming had an extraordinary appearance, he would definitely try to minimize looking in the mirror so as not to evoke too many negative emotions. Despite his confusion, Su Yunhao replied to Lu Changming, "I don't usually carry a mirror, but I'll ask if any of the female students have one." After jumping down from the tree, he approached a group of students who were resting. Soon after, he returned with a small copper mirror in his hand. Lu Changming took the copper mirror, thanked him, and started examining his disguised self in it. Then, his body froze as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! These abstract eyes, these massive nostrils, this bizarre mouth corner." His face turned beet red, hot, and bothered, making him want to leave this group immediately. Recalling the laughter of the students earlier and Su Yunhao continuously glancing at him, Lu Changming became even more embarrassed. If this ghastly appearance belonged to someone else, he probably would have laughed until he collapsed. He felt as though the whole world was against him. Even such a simple disguise spell could torment him. No way. Even if he exposed himself, he would use the disguise spell to save face. Lu Changming's blood surged, feeling that his pride was now worth more than his life. He turned aside, sitting on the branch, and began applying his disguise while using the mirror. Thus, half an hour passed, and Lu Changming finally completed his disguise. He was satisfied looking at his reflection in the mirror. It was a very handsome face in the mirror. Indeed, it only took him a short time to adjust back, but for the sake of his pride, he spent half an hour fine-tuning his features to make himself more attractive. Su Yunhao stopped sneaking peeks at Lu Changming altogether, thinking this person was beyond hope. How could he enjoy gazing into a mirror with such a face? Eccentricity was no longer enough to describe him. Just then, he heard Lu Changming's call and reluctantly turned his head. What caught his eye shocked him unexpectedly, nearly making him fall off the tree. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to grab onto the tree trunk. "Who are you?" Su Yunhao exclaimed incredulously, knowing there was such a thing as disguise magic, but the version he knew was worlds apart from what Mo Yuning taught. Therefore, he almost shouted monster and punched forward. It's me, Yu Ming, Lu Changming said with a mischievous grin. This is what happened to your face. Su Yunhao stammered, instinctively backing away as Lu Changming leaned closer. Oh, this is because my family elders didn't want me to reveal my real face, so they taught me a disguise spell on the road. After we got separated, I used it, but without a mirror, and just having learned it recently, the result wasn't great. Once I had a mirror, I fixed it. Lu Changming lied again freely. Su Yunhao stared at Lu Changming, even more astonished. He had never seen such a subtle and clever disguise spell that allowed one to alter their appearance back and forth seamlessly without revealing any traces of alteration. He thought inwardly. Indeed, the strength of powerful families was incomparable. Even auxiliary spells of this kind could reach such heights, let alone martial skills. What a marvelous disguise technique! Su Yunhao exclaimed, now seeing Lu Changming as even more impressive. So, is this your original appearance now? Nope, 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 Lu Changming replied and then shamelessly added, but it's not much different from how I originally look. Chapter 21, Bandits. In the evening, all the students had completed their tasks. Their backpacks were filled with materials harvested from the magical beasts they hunted in the forest, and these materials were proof of their completed missions. Afterward, the academy would inspect them, but it wouldn't require the students to turn over these materials. They were earned through the students' own skills. The students were happy. Though many had been injured, they felt that their practical combat abilities had improved significantly. Selling these materials would also earn them some pocket money. Su Yunhao looked at the sky. It was time to leave. If they didn't depart soon, they wouldn't be out of the forest before nightfall. The forest at night was far more dangerous than during the day, and he alone couldn't protect all the students. He jumped down from the tree and headed toward the students, and Lu Changming followed him. As Su Yunhao and Lu Changming approached the students, the ones who had been enthusiastically discussing suddenly fell silent, not because Su Yunhao commanded much authority, but because of the person beside him. The students were wondering where that bizarre-looking man had gone, and why he had now turned into such a handsome individual. Cough cough. Su Yunhao understood why the students had become quiet. His reaction earlier had been even more exaggerated than theirs. This is Yu Ming, the one we met earlier on the path who wanted to travel with us. For some reasons, he used disguise techniques earlier, and this is how he truly looks. After a brief silence, 12 students couldn't help but exclaim in unison. The male students reacted because the younger-than-expected appearance of Yu Ming contrasted sharply with what Su had told them about this powerful practitioner of the soul-refining realm. They hadn't expected him to look about their age. The female students, meanwhile, were excited by his good looks. Lu Changming started feeling overconfident. These elite students from the higher institutions who had once seemed unattainable were now marveling at him. Something he could only dream about before. Hurry up, or we'll be too late. Su Yunhao interrupted the students' exclamations and began walking towards the south. The students quieted down as well. Although they wouldn't dare voice their thoughts loudly anymore because of Su Yunhao, their eyes stayed glued to Lu Changming, who walked next to Su Yunhao, whispering amongst themselves, undoubtedly discussing Lu Changming. Feeling slightly awkward, Su Yunhao said to Lu Changming, "These children haven't seen much of the world. Don't take offense to it." No problem, no problem, Lu Changming responded, imitating Mo Yuning's smile. Soon, they exited Fengshan Forest. A group of people gathered nearby, waving to acknowledge their return. Su Yunhao spoke to Lu Changming. "There are the other 2 teachers, and the rest of our classmates. Master Yu, since you still need to reunite with your elders, we will part ways here. Take care." Take care. Actually, Lu Changming had wanted to accompany them to Nanfeng City. He liked Nanfeng Academy very much and thought it might be worth attending there. However, having already claimed that he got separated from his elders, he couldn't contradict himself, so he had no choice but to say farewell. Watching the 13 figures fade into the distance, Lu Changming considered whether he should have just followed them directly to Nanfeng City. But no, he wasn't skilled enough at hiding his tracks yet. If he was found, it would be quite embarrassing. Looking towards their direction, which was southwest, he assumed that Nanfeng City must be somewhere around there. He waited for a while, letting them get farther away, and then moved towards the same direction, believing it would lead him to Nanfeng City. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Changming ate some roasted snake meat to fill his stomach. He canceled the disguise technique, returning to his true self, aware of its adverse side effects. He certainly didn't want to see his face sagging by the time he was 20. After waiting another half hour, Lu Changming finally set off towards the southwest. By then, the group had long vanished, and it was already getting dark. What Lu Changming didn't know was that Nanfeng City wasn't in the southwest direction, but due south. Su Yunhao's group took the southwest route initially to meet up with other classes and would later head south toward Nanfeng City. If Lu Changming continued on this path, he wouldn't reach Nanfeng City. So he kept going forward. He had been walking for approximately 2 hours when it was already dog hour, 9 p.m., and it had completely gotten dark. However, the sky was cloudless tonight, and the moon shone brightly. Looking at the barren wilderness ahead, Lu Changming muttered complaints to himself as he walked. Why haven't I seen even a shadow of the city after walking for so long? How far exactly is Nanfeng City? Moreover, Su Yunhao and those students, are they really heading back to Nanfeng City? And they're definitely not walking as fast as me. At my speed, I should have caught up with them by now. Could they be doing some midnight drills? However, his complaints soon ceased as he was drawn to the firelight suddenly appearing in the distance. If it could be seen from so far away, it must be a big fire. Could this be a skirmish among bandits or highwaymen robbing merchants? as depicted in those folklore novels he'd read. Even though he felt it might be dangerous to go closer, he couldn't resist his curiosity. He wanted to see how the scenes he'd only read about in books looked in reality. With this thought, Lu Changming stopped heading southwest and instead moved towards the source of the firelight. However, instead of walking directly toward it, he detoured around until he climbed up a small hill not far from the glow. From this higher ground, he had a better view of the situation below. Moreover, at night, any movements made on the mountain wouldn't likely attract attention from those down below. Lu Changming reached the summit of the small hill and observed the situation below. It appeared that a caravan was being robbed, but these bandits hadn't yet gained an overwhelming advantage. The caravan's guards were putting up a fierce resistance. Although the guards' cultivation levels were somewhat higher than the bandits, there were more than twice as many bandits. Furthermore, the leader of the bandits, who seemed to be the most capable among them, was simply sitting on his horse watching his men fight against the guards. Lu Changming wrestled with himself, debating whether he should go down and help them. But considering the 20-odd guards were mostly at the soul refining realm level while the bandits, equally skilled, outnumbered them by dozens more including those at the chi manipulation realm, he concluded that, as someone stuck in the mid-soul refining realm without any martial techniques, he would be useless and perhaps even risk death if he joined the fray. Yet, leaving them to their fate also weighed heavily on his conscience. What should he do? Just as Lu Changming hesitated, the guards finally started losing due to their numerical disadvantage. Lu Changming realized now stepping in would mean almost certain death, muttering, "Good luck to you all," and preparing to leave. At that moment, however, the scream of a young girl reached his ears. "What are you going to do? Help! Daddy, save me!" A girl was being carried out of a carriage by one of the bandits. The girl emitted a faint glow, indicating some cultivation skills, but not enough to put up a real fight. "Hee, this little lass is pretty fine, brothers. Tonight we'll have fun." The bandit leered and taunted his companions. "You bastards! What are you doing? Let my daughter go." In a group surrounded by bandits nearby, a man who looked like a merchant shouted furiously. Hearing the girl's words earlier, Lu Changming turned back. The words of the girl and the merchant reminded him of Ma Yueyao and Boss Ma in Luado. The father and daughter pair below looked so much like them. Would he let such a pair suffer misfortune without trying to help? Lu Changming always felt guilty for owing them something. Boss Ma had hired him as an apprentice and treated him kindly, and yet he had just left. He decided that he needed to rescue them. Lu Changming pulled out his Thunderlight Mirror and dagger. Although he knew no martial arts, if he could use the Thunderlight Mirror to paralyze the bandit leader and then kill him, perhaps the morale of the other bandits would completely collapse. He altered his appearance using disguise magic, not making himself overly handsome as before, opting for a plainer look. He wasn't fond of drawing too much attention. Previously, it was because he had felt embarrassed and desperate to reclaim his pride, so he'd given himself a handsome face. Lu Changming slid down from the side of the hill and sneaked around to the back of the bandits. Although the moon shone brightly, the bandits were focused on the caravan and did not notice that someone had circled behind them. Once he was close enough, Lu Changming took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. He released true chi into his legs, rapidly rushing towards the bandit leader. As he approached, he leaped into the air. The bandit leader, the strongest in cultivation and fastest in reaction time, had already noticed him before Lu Changming jumped. Swiftly turning around, when the bandit saw Lu Changming leap up, he grinned. He could tell that this person lacked fighting experience. Attacking by jumping at this point was reckless. Once his own defense held off this attack, the attacker would become a live target in the air, forced to endure frontal assaults from both him and his men. But what the bandit didn't know was the existence of the Thunderlight Mirror. When he raised his iron sword to block the incoming strike, suddenly a blue light barrier appeared before him. Instinctively, he tried to defend with his iron sword, but intense electrical currents surged from the iron sword into his body, paralyzing both him and his horse. The martial technique gathered in his other hand dissipated, and he could only watch helplessly as the dagger grew larger in front of his eyes and finally pierced into his neck. The bandit leader's eyes widened in anger, his face filled with disbelief, yet he was powerless to do anything as blood sprayed from his neck, and he slowly collapsed. His subordinates around him finally snapped back to reality and began to attack Lu Changming ferociously. Lu Changming didn't have time to pull out the dagger, so he could only hastily retreat while using the light barrier to shield himself. Blades flashed from all directions. Although the Thunderlight Mirror was powerful, it could only block attacks from one side. A deep gash slashed into his back, and he had never been injured so severely before. The pain almost made him cry, but for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to flee. Upon seeing their leader killed, the bandits began to panic. The guards seized this opportunity to counterattack. After killing a few smaller bandit leaders, the remaining bandits scattered in disarray. The guards finally sighed in relief. Though they had lost a few men themselves, they were lucky to have survived this ordeal. The bandits who were chasing Lu Changming also retreated, leaving him with 2 additional wounds on his arm and leg. Chapter 22. Healing Wounds. Lu Changming was sitting on the ground, continuously stimulating his true chi to alleviate the pain. After the battle stopped, he felt that his wounds hurt even more. A man who looked like the leader of the guards walked over, extended his hand towards Lu Changming, and said, "Impressive, young man. I truly admire you." This guard leader deeply respected Lu Changming. He was the strongest among these guards with high-level soul refinement realm cultivation. He could tell that the bandit leader was stronger than him. Although Lu Changming had ambushed the bandits, he still killed a person that the guard leader himself couldn't defeat, and did so amidst a group of bandits. The guard leader admired not only Lu Changming's strength, but also his courage and intelligence. Lu Changming hesitated for a moment before realizing what this gesture meant. He took the man's hand, and the man pulled him up with force. This action moved his wound, causing Lu Changming to wince in pain. This time, if it weren't for you, we would have all perished here. The man handed a dagger to Lu Changming. Is this your dagger? I pulled it out from that bandit leader's neck. Lu Changming took the dagger. Its blade had already been wiped clean, but there were still quite a few bloodstains on the handle. Looking at these bloodstains, he realized that he had just killed someone. No, he indeed had killed someone. His face, which had turned pale due to injury, became even paler. Glancing at the bandit leader's corpse not far away, Lu Changming felt nauseous. But he didn't feel any guilt because this person deserved death. Recalling what he had done earlier, he himself wasn't sure what he had been thinking at the time. After sneaking behind the bandits, he immediately joined the fight. Now, he wished to slap himself twice. Why hadn't he thought of a strategy first? If he had run slower back then, he would have been hacked to death by now. He had been acting impulsively lately. Since leaving the tower, what was wrong with him these past few days? When entering the snake cave, it was the same as it was just now. He noticed that he often let his guard down before danger struck, and only when real danger arrived did he properly think things through. This must change, otherwise, sooner or later, he would die because of this. After consoling his daughter, the merchant also quickly approached Lu Changming. Upon reaching him, he immediately bowed and said, I am Xianhuan from the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, noble sir, for saving our lives. There is no way for us to repay this kindness, but after we reach Xianxia City, there will surely be a heavy reward awaiting. Upon lifting his head, Xianhuan looked at Lu Changming and realized how young he was, further shocking him. To be able to kill the bandit leader at such a young age truly made him an outstanding youth. However, Xianhuan wondered, why would someone this young appear here at this time? No need, no need. It was my duty. How can one sit idly by while others are in peril? Lu Changming felt a little embarrassed. He had only thought about saving people back then and hadn't considered any rewards. Noble sir must accept it afterward, or Xia will not feel at ease. Is noble sir injured? Seeing that Lu Changming was wounded, Xianhuan said to the people nearby, quickly, help the noble sir to rest in the carriage, and I'll find someone to treat his injuries. After Lu Changming entered the carriage, Xianhuan began directing people to pack up their belongings. Once they treated the injured, they would leave this place. They had originally camped here, but suddenly they were attacked by bandits. Xianhuan, a merchant who had been traveling for many years, had seen numerous mountain bandits and robbers, but this group of bandits was problematic. Normal mountain bandits and robbers would not have only trained warriors with cultivation skills. There should also be many ordinary people without any cultivation. They definitely weren't randomly encountering the caravan, but instead targeting them specifically. Moreover, this gang of bandits had too many practitioners at the soul refinement level. In this country, such a powerful bandit group wouldn't be allowed to exist. If it existed, troops would have already been sent to wipe them out long ago. They could not stay here anymore. They had to leave right away and rush to Xianxia City under the cover of darkness. Xianxia City was not far from here, and they were expected to arrive by dawn. Lu Changming was now very awkward, so much so that he forgot the pain in his body. He never expected that Xiahuang's daughter would come to treat his wounds. Facing the beautiful young girl in front of him, he was at a loss. Xiaoyun's face was also red. She was shy, but she still came forward. When she heard that her savior needed medical attention, she volunteered herself, and her father smiled and agreed. Everyone else in the convoy except for her were men, and she thought they were all clumsy. If they treated her savior's wounds, he might not be comfortable. It would be better if she did it herself, and this way, she could express her gratitude. Moreover, she was very curious about who this young hero who saved her and everyone else really was. Please remove your clothes, sir. I will sew up your wound, Xiaoyun said, blushing as she looked at Lu Changming. Lu Changming's face turned red instantly, and his mouth opened, unsure of what to say. Xiaoyun laughed, her laughter like a ringing bell, very pleasant to hear. She had not expected that the person she thought was so high and mighty would turn out to be shyer than herself, which was truly adorable. Prince, are you not going to hurry up? Would you like this young woman to help you? Xiaoyun found Lu Changming interesting and decided to tease him. Oh. Lu Changming quickly took off his shirt, but since it was stuck to his wound, he had forgotten about it due to Xiaoyun's presence. He suddenly pulled it, causing his wound to hurt, but to avoid losing composure in front of the beauty, he forcibly endured the pain without crying out, making his face even redder. Prince, your pants, they need to come off too. There's a wound on your leg as well. Saying this, Xiaoyun also blushed and lowered her head. Lu Changming felt like his face could fry an egg. Lu Changming sat sideways in the carriage, facing Xiaoyun. At that moment, Xiaoyun was disinfecting his arm wound with cotton soaked in strong liquor. The feeling was extraordinarily painful, causing Lu Changming to tremble due to the pain continuously. My name is Xiaoyun, my father is Xiahong. May I ask for your esteemed surname and name? Xiaoyun asked while wiping the wound. Yu Ming. Due to the pain, Lu Changming spoke somewhat shakily. Prince, you was really brave. I heard from those guards that you charged alone into those bandits and killed their leader. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming remained silent for a while before speaking. I'm not at all brave. In fact, I'm very timid. If I had faced those bandits directly, I might have run away. Prince, he was really too modest, Xiaoyun said. After finishing wiping his arms and legs, she gestured for Lu Changming to turn around so she could clean the wounds on his back. These wounds were deep, but under the effect of Lu Changming's true qi, the bleeding had already stopped, though they still looked rather frightening. Xiaoyun's pretty face became somewhat pale. This was the first time she had treated such a severe wound. Ah, it hurts. Lu Changming cried out in pain. Ah, sorry, I used too much force, Xiaoyun apologized. I am not being modest. At that hillock, I originally intended to leave, but after hearing Miss Xie's cry for help, my mind heated up and I just went down there. Lu Changming originally wanted to say that he remembered Ma Yueyao, but then thought it might be inappropriate to mention another girl in front of Xiaoyun, so he did not say it. However, Miss Xie clearly misunderstood. Upon hearing this sentence, her face turned red like an apple, and her hand holding the cotton became somewhat unsteady. Lu Changming, who was facing her, did not notice this situation, and because of the change in Xiaoyun's force, his wound hurt again, causing him to quickly forget the earlier words. Finally, all the wounds were wiped clean. Xiaoyun took out a needle and thread, preparing to stitch Lu Changming's wounds. Looking at the needle, Lu Changming became slightly fearful. He asked, "Have you ever stitched someone's wounds before?" Xiaoyun replied somewhat embarrassedly. "At home, I learned embroidery for a long time. Believe me, it won't be bad." Lu Changming watched in horror as the needle slowly approached his wound, cold sweat continuously breaking out, but he couldn't evade, afraid of hurting Miss Xie's feelings. During the following period, cries of pain kept echoing within the carriage. After the bandages were applied, Xiaoyun left the carriage. Since the two had only just met, staying together without cause might be a little awkward. Soon after, the carriage started moving as the convoy began its journey towards Yunqing City. The carriage was quite comfortable. Despite the uneven road, Lu Changming didn't feel any jolts, nor did his wounds hurt due to them. Looking out through the carriage window, due to the oil lamp inside the carriage, he couldn't see outside things clearly. It seemed that the first city he would visit after coming to the Fengyang Empire would be Yunqing City. He had initially planned to go to Nanfeng City, but apparently heaven was determined not to let things go smoothly for him. Well, no matter, it was better to adapt to circumstances. Lu Changming planned to get a map upon arriving at Yunqing City to see where Nanfeng City was located. He had a good impression of Nanfeng Academy and felt inclined to study there. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Lu Changming's thoughts. "Come in." He spoke to the person outside. "Benefactor, how do you feel?" The visitor was Xia Hong, who seeing Lu Changming's appearance thought he should be fine by now. After all, he was a martial artist possessing true qi and recovered rather quickly. "I feel okay. Your daughter's skill in treating wounds is great." Lu Changming seemed to recall the sensation, shivered slightly, and added, "Also, benefactor sounds strange. Mr. Xia, could you use a different term?" "Very well, Sir Yu is truly a man of heart and emotion. Then I shall address you as young Master Yu." It seemed that Xia Yun had already told her father his name. "My daughter simply wished to express her gratitude to young Master Yu. Moreover, in the caravan, only my daughter and my guards are capable of treating wounds. I worried that the guards might be too rough, so I allowed her to tend to your injuries. Please do not take it to heart." Lu Changming thought it made sense. Although it had been painful when Xia Yun stitched his wounds, it was better than having a burly man handling him. "Without seeking your permission, I took the liberty of bringing you towards Yunqing City. I sincerely apologize for this. However, this place is dangerous, and I fear those bandits might return with reinforcements. Considering your condition, unable to move on your own, I felt compelled to make this decision." Xia Hong said apologetically to Lu Changming. "Mr. Xia, please don't concern yourself with these matters. My affairs are not urgent, so I will accompany you to Yunqing City." Chapter 23, Arrival at Yunqing City. On the way, Xia Hong and Lu Changming spoke a lot and got to know each other somewhat. However, most of what Lu Changming said was lies. Xia Hong, being shrewd, detected some issues but did not point them out. Naturally, Lu Changming still claimed to be a young master from a major family setting out for the first time. As long as he didn't mention the specific location of his family, others wouldn't inquire too much when they saw his cultivation level and age, and it effectively concealed his unfamiliarity with Fengyang Empire. What he told Xia Hong was naturally different from what he had told Su Yunhao. He said that after getting separated from his elders in Fengshan Forest, he walked out on his own, without mentioning the people from Nanfeng Academy. He was supposed to meet his elders in Nanfeng City, but did not recognize the way. So he had been walking south hoping to ask for directions from someone, but the road was too desolate, and he didn't encounter anyone until he saw Xia Hong's caravan being attacked by bandits. Xia Hong informed Lu Changming that Nanfeng City was about 100 kilometers to the east. Lu Changming calculated that this was exactly to the south of where he left Fengshan Forest. He realized that he had been misled by the people from Nanfeng Academy, but he couldn't figure out why they had gone southwest. Xia Hong offered to directly turn east and first escort Lu Changming to Nanfeng City. Xia Li would send someone to fetch him once Xia Hong reached Yunqing City. Lu Changming, however, said that he wasn't in a hurry. He originally intended to gain some experience outside, and if he went to Nanfeng City, his elders would likely bring him home due to their separation. He still wanted to stay out and explore, so he decided to accompany Xia Hong to Yunqing City to broaden his horizons. Although Lu Changming mainly didn't want to trouble Xia Hong, he also had other considerations. According to Xia Hong, Yunqing City was the largest city nearby, whereas Nanfeng City wasn't that big. Although it had a prestigious academy, its prosperity couldn't compare to Yunqing City. Lu Changming believed that in a big city, information should flow more freely. He wanted to investigate news about Luoqing first and see if there was any bounty placed on him. Moreover, the recruitment for the prestigious academy was still some time away. If he went now, he wouldn't have much to do. Even though he could perhaps join as a transfer student based on his current cultivation level, he didn't feel confident enough to request such. Therefore, he decided to go to Yunqing City first. Xia Hong belonged to the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 3 chambers in Fengyang Empire. The Star Ring Chamber of Commerce was powerful and involved in various sectors, with branches all over the country. even in significant cities of the other two countries. However, the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce didn't belong to any individual person but was jointly owned by more than a dozen people, including Xianhuan. Although he held a small share and ranked towards the bottom among the shareholders, the resources under his control were unimaginable for an ordinary person. Yunqing City, as one of the key cities in Fengyang Empire, housed a crucial branch for the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. Xiahong, as one of the owners of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, also served concurrently as the president of the Yunqing City branch. His trip was to attend a shareholders' meeting, but he unexpectedly encountered a bandit attack on his return. They hadn't carried any goods, only some specialties from the capital city loaded onto one carriage, with very few companions, as Xiahong wished to remain low profile and thus brought only 20+ guards. This attack clearly had been pre-planned. He felt that someone within the upper echelons might be aiming to harm him. Naturally, these matters he wouldn't discuss with Lu Changming. He didn't initially plan to take his daughter along, but she was lonely at home and insisted on coming along to visit the capital, leaving him quite helpless. Thinking that Yunqing City wasn't far from the capital, he acceded to Xie Yun's request. If he had known that there would be a bandit attack, he would have confined his daughter at home and never let her come. After talking for a while, Xiahong noticed that Lu Changming looked unwell. It seemed like he must have been injured, so Xiahong stopped disturbing him and took his leave. Lu Changming indeed looked pale because of his injuries. Moreover, he had already been running all day and was exhausted. Seeing how steady the carriage was and its ample space, Lu Changming decided to sleep here for a while. Due to his back wound, however, he couldn't lie down but had to sleep face down, making him extremely uncomfortable. Before sleeping, he tried again the method described in his martial arts manual for sensing true energy, and failed once more. However, he found that the faint light of the purple crystal in his bag seemed stronger. He thought that perhaps this crystal could self-recover, allowing him to continue practicing, which greatly pleased him. It was just dawn when the caravan arrived outside Yunqing City. The sky was still dark, and it would be about half an hour before the Yunqing City gates opened. However, Xiahong walked toward a small side gate and showed something to the people inside, and the gate was opened exclusively for this caravan. Clearly, the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce wielded significant influence in the Fengyang Empire. Lu Changming also woke up from the brief stop at the city gate. After lying prone all night, his chest hurt and felt heavy. When he caught his breath, he looked out the window and saw that they had already entered Yunqing City. Although it was early, there were already quite a few people around. The vendors selling breakfast carried lanterns, allowing him to clearly see the streetscape. This Yunqing City might not match Luodo in the Mingyan Empire in terms of splendor, but it wasn't far behind. The streets were bustling with activity, and the pedestrians' clothing styles differed slightly from those in the Yun Empire. As he gazed at the scenery of the city, Lu Changming recalled his life in Luodo. Just a month ago, he was working as hard as these vendors in a restaurant, toiling day and night. But after only 1 month, he had become a martial artist with cultivation abilities, no longer burdened by the worry of making ends meet. Moreover, he had saved a prominent merchant in Yunqing City and was now invited as a guest, which made him feel quite astonished. Before long, the group arrived at the Yunqing branch of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. Lu Changming was assigned to a room in the rear courtyard of the chamber, where Xiahong arranged for a young maid to take care of him. Meanwhile, Xiahong appeared to have many things to handle. After settling Lu Changming, he said he would hold a banquet in the evening to express his gratitude for saving his life. He left before Lu Changming could decline. Lu Changming thought the banquet was unnecessary. He believed that recuperating here and leaving afterward would suffice. This felt like too much ado about nothing, and since he had never attended such lavish feasts held by wealthy families, he couldn't help feeling somewhat nervous. He changed into the new clothes prepared by the maid and lay on his side on the bed, observing the room. It was splendid, his first time staying in such accommodations. The intricately carved beds and tables were made of unknown materials, emitting a faint fragrance. There was also a screen in the room. Lu Changming thought back to his previous living quarters, the earthen bed and the wood table that had turned black. He sighed, marveling at how different life could be for the rich. Alone in the room, Lu Changming found himself rather bored. With his injuries, it wasn't convenient for him to go out. The maid had tidied up the room and then left. He had thought about calling her back to chat, but wasn't sure what to talk about and decided against it. He again remembered Xie Yun, Miss Xie. Upon reflection, she must be the most beautiful girl he'd ever met, although her combat skills were less than impressive. His back still ached thinking about it. Previously, judging from her demeanor, she hadn't been scared by the bandits. She truly had a strong heart. If it were the old him, he'd probably still be cowering under the covers. He hadn't slept well on the carriage, and now he still felt drowsy. Thinking about it, he drifted off to sleep again. At noon, after finishing the meal brought by the maid, he decided to go out for a walk. Even though he was injured, he couldn't stay cooped up in the room forever. He called the maid in and asked her to take him out for a stroll. Master, you're still injured. Lord Xie explicitly forbade you from going out, the maid replied. No matter how Lu Changming tried to convince or deceive her, the maid stood firm, seemingly adhering strictly to Xiahong's orders, refusing absolutely to let him out. Feeling helpless, Lu Changming considered going out by himself. Normally, if he weren't injured, climbing onto the roof would have been a way out. But now, he could only walk out, and the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce was so vast that he had already been disoriented upon entering. Now he had no idea how to get out. At this moment, a voice called out, "I'll accompany Master you for a walk." "Miss." The maid bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Lu Changming looked up and saw Xie Yun, Miss Xie, standing there. She had changed out of her dusty traveling clothes into more casual attire suitable for young girls. Her dress wasn't overly extravagant like the ones typically worn by ladies of high society, but some subtle accessories revealed its non-ordinary quality. Her hair was tied back simply, giving her an air of dignity, elegance, and charm. Lu Changming stared dumbfounded. Xianyun approached Lu Changming and softly called out, "Master Yu." Lu Changming snapped out of his reverie, scratching his head awkwardly and saying, "Sorry, I got lost in thought. Miss Xia, you're really beautiful." Xianyun's face blushed slightly. Seeking to change the subject, she said, "Without me, Master, you wouldn't be able to leave the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. Since Father wants you to recover here, no one else dares to bring you out. Then I'm troubling you, Miss Xia." At this moment, in a room within the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, Xiahong was talking with someone roughly his age. "Zhongming, have you figured out the origins of that group of bandits?" Xiahong asked. "President Xia, there are no leads at all. There was no useful information found among those bandit corpses. They look like an ordinary bandit gang. And those informants hadn't seen this group before," said Zhongming, who appeared to be a senior executive of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. "The lack of any clues is what's strangest. Keep investigating. I refuse to believe we won't find anything," Xiahong said expressionlessly. "If Wang Yang hadn't been injured, we wouldn't have encountered this danger. If it weren't for junior friend Yu, they might have succeeded." Wang Yang was Xiahong's bodyguard and a Tonghan realm powerhouse, but he had suffered serious injuries due to previous events and wasn't able to accompany them. Moreover, Xiahong had no choice but to attend this conference, which led to these incidents. "Did you uncover anything about Yu Ming's background?" Although Lu Changming had saved him, his appearance seemed too coincidental, and his explanation was full of holes in Xiahong's eyes, which prompted Xiahong to want to investigate him. Chapter 24, Holy Capital. No information about his background could be found. However, he indeed came from the Nanfeng Forest and traveled with a group from Nanfeng Academy. But after leaving the forest, they parted ways, Zhongming said. Could he really be someone from a reclusive family? Xiahong fell into thought. In conversations with Lu Changming, Xiahong had sensed that he was indeed a naive teenager without malice, so Xiahong didn't pay too much attention to him. Perhaps he shouldn't continue delving further. He didn't dwell on it for long and asked again, "Has anything unusual happened recently?" "There's something strange going on in Luocheng," Zhongming replied. "Oh, speak." Xiahong was very curious. Although the Star Circle Guild had a branch in Luocheng, its influence wasn't significant there. The messages usually relayed back weren't secretive, but were often important. Moreover, the Star Circle Guild's internal communication was fast, usually beating public news by 4 or 5 days. "I've heard there's been an issue with the Ta sect in Luocheng. This year marks the activation of the demon-suppressing tower in Luocheng. 4 days ago, after all the youths who entered the tower emerged, the priests and knights of the Ta sect went berserk searching for something. Though the Ta sect has high status, they've always been low-key, so we don't know what exactly has gone missing this time." Zhongming wore a peculiar expression as such actions by the Ta sect were rare. The Ta sect rarely interferes in worldly matters, so while Xiahong was surprised, he didn't worry excessively, as it likely wouldn't affect the Star Circle Guild's business. Nevertheless, the item lost by the Ta sect was intriguing. What treasure could make them act so disrespectfully to their own identity? What Xiahong didn't know was that the treasure the Ta sect was searching for was now in the possession of the Star Circle Guild. Moreover, during this year's entry qualification tournament in Luocheng for the demon-suppressing tower, 2 geniuses appeared from the Mingyun Empire. Zhongming frowned. Both reached the peak of the soul-refining realm before turning 20. One is named Mo Yuning, from Qingming Academy, and the other Yu Yongquan, from Yinru Academy. Ultimately, it was Mo Yuning who emerged victorious. Only Yu Yongquan and the Ta sect knew that Mo Yuning had reached the Spirit Passage realm, and evidently, neither of them had leaked this information. Upon hearing this, Xiahong started to feel concerned. The Mingyun Empire had produced 2 once-in-a-century geniuses recently, adding to Chengyu who appeared a few years ago, making 3 in total. As for their Fengyang Empire and the Southern Kuan Empire, no such prodigies had emerged lately. If these 3 individuals joined the Mingyun Empire and grow in power, it would significantly impact the continental landscape, affecting merchants like them greatly due to the inevitable turmoil. Perhaps, action couldn't be delayed for long. Additionally, there's a rumor within Luocheng suggesting that the Ta sect's recent activities might somehow relate to Mo Yuning. Their operation began at noon 4 days ago. On that day, someone saw Mo Yuning confront an archbishop of the Ta sect. I think Mo Yuning must know something. Perhaps he took something significant from the demon-suppressing tower, Zhongming speculated. No, that's unlikely. If Mo Yuning had taken anything valuable from the demon-suppressing tower, the archbishop would have arrested him outright. Keeping him alive wouldn't provoke any backlash from Qingming Academy or the imperial family of Mingyun, since respect still needs to be given to the Ta sect. It originally belonged to them anyway. Plus, each August the Ta sect opens the demon-suppressing tower. Rarely in the last 100 years has anyone discovered a treasure inside, and even if he were strong, at the peak of the soul-refining realm, he couldn't have climbed many levels, Xiahong deduced. However, Mo Yuning might indeed know something. Is there anything else happening? Xiahong continued asking. No. All right, you may leave for now. After Zhongming left, Xiahong walked to the window and looked out over Yunxing City, sighing. His primary concern still lay with those bandits, those invisible enemies being the most dangerous. He started reflecting on the events at headquarters, thinking about who wanted him dead and who would benefit the most from his death. At the same time, within Luocheng, the capital of the Mingyun Empire, the search by the Ta sect had ended because the Grand Archbishop had returned from the Holy Capital and ordered the search halted. For several days, the Ta sect conducted searches across Luocheng, excluding key locations like the Royal Palace and Qingming Academy. While the main bishops used spiritual awareness rather than entering houses directly, this still led to considerable dissatisfaction among residents. Despite having numerous followers, not everyone in the empire followed the Ta sect's teachings. The Grand Archbishop also brought back a personal apology letter from the Pope regarding this search, after which the imperial royal family didn't comment any further. Apology letters from the Pope were quite rare, and since an apology had been made, they decided not to pursue the matter, especially as there hadn't been any real losses. The Grand Archbishop was originally not supposed to go to the Holy Capital, but when he sent the teleportation stone inscribed with the number 49 to the Holy Capital, the demon-suppressing tower in Luocheng emitted a slight tremor. The tremor wasn't significant, and fewer than 5 people within Luocheng had felt it. This greatly alarmed the Grand Archbishop. While the recording on the teleportation stone might possibly be wrong, the vibration of the demon-suppressing tower was undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, in the Grand Archbishop's eyes, the demon-suppressing tower existed precisely for challengers. If one day someone reached its top level, it wouldn't be impossible, only indicating that person's strength had surpassed ancient heroes. When he first saw the teleportation stone, his shock mainly stemmed from knowing Lu Changming was just an ordinary individual, leading him to more suspect that the teleportation stone itself had malfunctioned. However, upon sensing the vibration of the demon-suppressing tower, he realized he needed to report immediately to His Majesty the Pope. After all, the stability of the demon-suppressing tower was fundamental to the church. 9 years ago, he'd heard about a minor vibration occurring in the demon-suppressing tower within Liang Kingdom, a small vassal state of the Mingyan Empire. Back then, he'd laughed it off, thinking it nothing more than a joke. How could the demon-suppressing tower vibrate? But when he personally experienced the vibration of the demon-suppressing tower in Luocheng this time, he finally believed those rumors from 9 years ago. Furthermore, he noticed something even stranger. Both vibrations occurred not long after the church's celebration, and 9 years was exactly the cycle time for the demon-suppressing tower to reopen during celebrations. Thinking about this, the Grand Archbishop frowned deeply, realizing things were not simple. There must be a connection between the two vibrations, and this information had to be reported to the Pope as soon as possible. The Grand Archbishop possessed profound cultivation. General modes of transportation would never be faster than walking on foot. Hence, he didn't use any vehicle for transport. And when he arrived at the Holy Capital, he nearly reached at the same time as the messenger who had set out half a day earlier to deliver the teleportation stone. Thus, the Grand Archbishop decided to bring the teleportation stone along for presenting it directly to the Pope. The Holy Capital was located at the intersection point of the 3 empires, right at the center of the continent. As a religious city, the structures in the Holy Capital weren't particularly tall or lavish, but instead exuded a severe and solemn atmosphere. Most of the residents here were believers of the church, behaving extraordinarily respectful due to the presence of the Pope. The streets, though as bustling as in other major cities, were quieter, lacking cacophony. Within the city, there were some church knights maintaining public order, but their numbers were few. They mostly just patrolled because the crime rate in the city was incredibly low. No believer dared commit crimes under the Pope's very eyes. Within the city stood only one grand-scale building, the Papal Palace. As the residence and symbol of the church's highest authority, the palace the Pope lived in naturally wasn't smaller than various cathedrals, its scale comparable to the imperial palaces of the 3 major kingdoms. The Grand Archbishop of Luocheng waited inside a spacious study within the Papal Palace. This place was where the Pope usually relaxed and read books, and typically no one else was allowed entry. Public affairs were dealt with in another room. The Pope rarely received visitors in the formal hall of the palace unless holding grand ceremonies or receiving distinguished guests, which only happened on the day of the church's annual celebration. The hall was usually cleaned by a few clerics in their daily routine. At this moment, it seemed the Pope was dealing with other matters, so the Grand Archbishop was informed that he needed to wait for a while and was led into this study. Looking around the messy yet spacious study, the Grand Archbishop reflected on when he had last been here. It must have been over a decade ago, when he was appointed as the Grand Archbishop of Luocheng. It had been over 20 years since he last saw the Pope. Back then, the Pope had just ascended to the position. Although the number of books in the study wasn't as numerous as now, they were still disordered. Decades had passed, and now his eyesight had weakened with age, but he wondered how the Pope was faring. As one of the few friends of the current Pope, after the Pope ascended to the position, those cardinal archbishops worried that he, as a friend of the Pope, might influence the Pope's future judgment on some matters. Thus, they all suggested transferring him out of the Holy Capital. At that time, pressured by these concerns, the Pope had to transfer him to Luocheng. However, since Luocheng was the capital of the Mingyan Empire, one of the 3 major empires, the status of its Grand Archbishop was almost equal to that of a cardinal archbishop. For him, it was rather a promotion. Over these decades, the Grand Archbishop had never returned to the Holy Capital to avoid any suspicion. But this time, due to the gravity of the situation, he had come back. During these years, the Pope had never contacted the Grand Archbishop of Luocheng either. He originally thought that His Holiness the Pope had forgotten about him. Yet now that he had returned and the Pope had summoned him into this study, it seemed the Pope still remembered their past. Thinking of this, the old Archbishop couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat, and his eyes began to water slightly. Chapter 25. The Conversation in the Study. Creak. The door of the study was slowly pushed open, and a spirited old man walked in. The old man was dressed in pure white clerical robes, looking to be around 60 years old. However, Unlike the archbishop who showed obvious signs of aging with gray hair, his hair was still thick and mostly black. When the archbishop saw this person, he immediately crossed his hands and placed them at his chest, bowing as he said, "Your Holiness, the Pope." The person who entered was none other than the Pope of the Tao religion. Although the archbishop's face remained expressionless when seeing the Pope, his heart was filled with great surprise. The Pope's appearance had not changed much since the last time he left. Even though the Pope was older than him, he looked like this. Could it be? It's been a long time, Wu Lao. You've changed quite a bit. Don't stand there. Sit down. This isn't outside. We don't need all these formalities. The Pope spoke while walking towards the chair beside the central desk in the study and sat down. The formalities should still be observed, for you are the Pope, and I am a loyal believer of the Tao religion. The archbishop did not sit down because he still had serious matters to discuss, and it was better to remain standing. But upon seeing that the Pope's personality hadn't changed after all these years, the archbishop was very happy. He remembered how dignified and solemn the Pope appeared in front of others before he left, yet privately, he was still the same person he knew. Have you not been in contact with me for all these years? Are you not angry? The Pope asked while looking at the archbishop. How could I possibly hate you? Your Holiness must have had your reasons for not contacting me. How could I hate you? While moved by this sentence, he was very anxious. Did His Excellency, the Pope, not wonder why he was here? However, he couldn't just directly steer the conversation back to the main topic, which made the archbishop very troubled. Actually, I was planning to contact you these days, but I didn't expect you to come directly. Are you so well informed? Have you already learned something? Upon hearing this, the archbishop felt a little confused. What information was being referred to? All he knew was that the demon-taming pagoda had issues. You don't know? Then why did you come? Seeing the archbishop's reaction, the Pope found it quite strange. Didn't you know that I've already broken through? Hearing this, the archbishop thought. So, he has indeed broken through to the divine realm? And I'm still stuck at the peak of the spirit communication realm without any sign of breaking through. Before breaking through to the divine realm, those old folks in the cardinal's office were always holding me down, preventing me from doing what I wanted to do or contacting you. The Pope said unhappily. But after I broke through a few days ago, I specifically went to confront each of the cardinals, one by one. Just thinking about their expressions makes me laugh. The archbishop felt both amused and exasperated. Although it was precisely because of the Pope's personality that they became friends, he wondered how the previous old Pope had decided to appoint him as the sole heir to the position of Pope. That might be why the cardinal bishops had always looked down on him. Nevertheless, the Holy Father had truly been impressive to persist until now under such immense pressure. If it were him, he would likely have been driven out by those cardinal bishops long ago. Just now, I returned from the last cardinal bishop's residence, and I was about to contact you, but you arrived on your own. Oh right, what brings you here? The Pope asked curiously. Thrown off track by the Pope, the archbishop almost forgot the most important matter. Feeling speechless, he took out the transmission stone from his pocket and handed it to the Pope, saying, "Please take a look, Your Holiness." The Pope picked up the transmission stone, glanced at its markings, and furrowed his brow, saying, "Isn't this the top floor? Which predecessor was so powerful that they managed to reach the top floor of the demon-taming pagoda? Your Holiness, this is the transmission stone used during the Ta Church celebration," the archbishop replied, even more flustered. Had the Pope damaged his brain during the breakthrough? How could he not recognize this? I've never presided over the tower entry ceremony, so I haven't seen this kind of thing. The Pope replied awkwardly. So, doesn't this mean that the one who reached the top is a child under 20 years old? Yes, and he's an ordinary person. Oh, so when did Loadu start allowing ordinary people into the demon-taming pagoda? The Pope asked, staring at the archbishop. After hearing this, the archbishop was scared, cold sweat pouring down. It was a private decision he made without reporting to the Pope, and what's more, he didn't expect the Pope to care about such an unusual point. Normally, wouldn't everyone be captivated by the fact that someone had ascended to the top floor? In a panic, the archbishop quickly explained. This person did not participate in the qualification contest, but was given the qualification by the first-place winner. Oh, the Pope continued to stare intently at the archbishop. Isn't the first-place winner of the pagoda entry qualification contest supposed to be granted a wish? In this case, the first-place winner wished to give his qualification to his friend. Moreover, very few people know about this matter. The Dean of Qingming Academy and the Chancellor of Mingyan Empire have both guaranteed to keep it secret. The archbishop said anxiously. He knew the Pope's anger was no laughing matter. Then who came in first place in this year's pagoda entry qualification contest? Seeing that the Pope did not continue to investigate the matter further, the archbishop sighed in relief and replied, "This young man is named Mo Yuning, a student at Qingming Academy. During the finals, he demonstrated strength at the spirit communication realm level. Moreover, according to one of my subordinate bishops, when Mo Yuning fought him, he actually possessed mid-level spirit communication realm strength. And he hasn't even reached 20 years old yet. Your Holiness, have you ever heard of anyone reaching the mid-level spirit communication realm before the age of 20? The Pope smiled but remained silent. The archbishop couldn't detect any shocked expression on the Pope's face, which puzzled him greatly. After a while, the Pope finally spoke up again. Who did Mo Yuning give his entry qualification to? He gave it to an ordinary person named Lu Changming. This person was able to reach the top floor of the demon-taming pagoda, which is quite strange. I initially thought there might have been an issue with the transmission stone, but now, I think it might be something else. Lu Changming. Where is this Lu Changming now? I would like to meet him, the Pope murmured after some contemplation. I failed in keeping track of Lu Changming properly. When he emerged from the pagoda, I was inside the church palace library. By the time my subordinates realized the problem, Mo Yuning had already fled with Lu Changming. He should still be somewhere in Luodu City, and if we wait a little longer, we'll likely find him. No, don't bother looking for him. Since Mo Yuning helped him escape, he has probably left Luodu City by now. The Pope stopped the Archbishop. We will naturally meet him when the time is right. The Archbishop was confused. Listening to these words, the Pope seemed familiar with Mo Yuning. How could this be? Have you seen this Lu Changming? Is there anything special about him? I once asked Mo Yuning to bring him to the church palace in Luodu. I used divine awareness to observe him and concluded that he was entirely an ordinary person with no particular characteristics. Does he have a necklace or some other item with an embedded purple crystal? If Lu Changming and Mo Yuning were here, they would definitely be shocked. How did the Pope know about the necklace? The Archbishop recalled carefully, shook his head, and said, no, he wasn't carrying anything on him. The Pope frowned deeply in thought. After contemplating for a while, he nodded slightly, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing the Archbishop hesitating as if wanting to say more, the Pope asked, is there anything else you want to mention? I've heard that 9 years ago, the demon-taming pagoda in Liang country trembled lightly. The Archbishop cautiously brought it up. It did indeed tremble, so what? The Pope was quite puzzled why the Archbishop was mentioning an old event from 9 years ago. It was right after Lu Changming left the pagoda that the demon-taming pagoda in Luodu also trembled though. The Archbishop abruptly stopped talking because the Pope's expression had changed. Upon hearing these words, the Pope's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly turned extremely serious. In a low voice, he asked sternly, really? Are you sure you felt the demon-taming pagoda in Luodu tremble? Yes, the Archbishop confirmed, feeling rather uneasy at the Pope's expression. I need to visit the Holy Capital Academy. You return first and monitor the condition of the demon-taming pagoda in Luodu. After finishing his sentence, the Pope quickly strode out of the study. The Archbishop didn't dare waste a second and immediately departed from the church palace. When the Archbishop learned that the Pope was heading to the Holy Capital Academy, he understood the severity of the situation. The Holy Capital Academy was a theological institute dedicated to nurturing talent for the Tao religion. Its own power was comparable to that of any prestigious higher learning institution on the continent. Most senior members of the church above the rank of bishop are graduates of this academy. The Pope and the Archbishop were no exceptions. They had met there. If the Pope said he was going to the Holy Capital Academy, then under the current circumstances, he must be intending to seek out the Dean of the Holy Capital Academy. The position of the Dean of the Holy Capital Academy held an extraordinary level of prestige, even commanding respect from the Pope. Throughout history, the Deans of the Holy Capital Academy have always been among the most powerful individuals in the Tao religion. In most periods, the Dean's power exceeded even that of the Pope. This was because having superior strength does not necessarily mean someone is suited to be Pope. Moreover, having a figure more powerful than the Pope helps balance the Pope's authority. Over the history of the Tao religion, the Pope, the Cardinal's office, and the Dean of the Holy Capital Academy formed a triangle of balanced power, where each of the 3 points acted as checks against the others. The Dean of the Holy Capital Academy maintained neutrality in almost all situations, supporting neither the Pope nor the Cardinal's office unless one side became significantly weaker, at which point they would stand on the side of the weaker party. This system ensured the stability within the Tao religion and had lasted for 10,000 years. The current Dean of the Holy Capital Academy could be considered the Pope's uncle by apprenticeship. He was once the junior apprentice brother to the previous Pope, and even competed against him for the position of Pope, though he ultimately failed. His strength is extremely terrifying. It's rumored that he broke through to the divine communication realm 50 years ago, and no one knows what level he has reached now. Due to the previous Pope's influence, the relationship between the current Pope and the Dean of the Holy Capital Academy has never been good. Now that the Pope needs to consult with him, it must mean this matter is extraordinarily important and may shake the very foundation of the Tao religion, which greatly worries the Archbishop. There was something the Archbishop found quite strange. Why did the Pope show no reaction when the demon-taming pagoda in Liang country trembled 9 years ago, yet he took the trembling of the demon-taming pagoda in Lu so seriously this time? Chapter 26. Mo Yuning goes missing. After returning to Luocheng, the Archbishop did not immediately return to the palace but instead ordered the search to halt and came to the Qingming Academy. Although the Pope had asked him to always pay attention to the situation of the demon-suppressing tower in Luocheng, with the Archbishop's level, as long as he wasn't too far away, he could sense any movement from the demon-suppressing tower without needing to stay constantly at the palace. He was truly puzzled as to why the Pope knew Mo Yuning. He dared not directly ask the Pope this question, but he could ask Mo Yuning. Therefore, he came to the Qingming Academy. The Archbishop entered Qingming Academy through its main entrance. Generally, Qingming Academy restricted outsiders from entering its interior, but with the Archbishop's strength, the gate guards didn't even notice his presence. If one wanted to see Mo Yuning, it would be best to go straight to the president of Qingming Academy. In the current situation, only he could make the decision. Knowing the location of the president's office, he headed directly towards it, confident that the president must have already sensed his arrival. Is the Archbishop here on leisurely business in my Qingming Academy? May I know what for? A voice suddenly sounded beside the Archbishop, yet the Archbishop remained calm. He knew this voice would surely appear along the way. It's Vice Dean Shang. Are you well these days? Having stayed in Luodo for so many years, he recognized most famous figures, yet among them, the one he disliked the most was this fat Chang. This man had a strange personality. No one knew what he was thinking, acting purely according to his personal preferences, entirely irrational. Only the president of Qingming Academy could manage him. Vice Dean Chong suddenly appeared not far ahead of the archbishop, blocking his path, looking displeased, seemingly in a bad mood. He also seemed to dislike the archbishop of Luodo. Looking at the archbishop, he said sarcastically, "Isn't the archbishop extremely busy recently? The city is buzzing like crazy. Has your church lost something to create such a big scene? Could it be? Move aside. Don't waste my time. I need to see the president." The archbishop interrupted Vice Dean Chang's words. Knowing this person's nature well, if allowed to finish speaking, the archbishop might lose control and strike him. He didn't want to start a fight in Qingming Academy. It was not his territory. "I won't let you pass. What can you do about it? Come hit me." Vice Dean Chong started being obstinate. The archbishop thought this guy might have gone crazy, deliberately causing trouble. Just when the archbishop couldn't help himself anymore and was about to use force, another voice came. "That's enough. Xiao Chong, go back and don't fool around." In all of Qingming Academy, indeed in the entire Mingyan Empire, there was only one person who could call Vice Dean Chong Xiao Chong, and that was the president of Qingming Academy. Upon seeing this superior figure, Vice Dean Chong, as timid as a mouse facing a cat, slinked away. "President." The archbishop bowed respectfully. He genuinely respected this senior figure, not just because he was the president of Qingming, but due to his formidable strength. The old president nodded in acknowledgement, returned the bow. Though uneasy, he still treated the archbishop with respect since the latter represented a high-ranking member of the Tower Church. "May I know what brings the archbishop to our academy?" From this tone, the archbishop sensed an anomaly. It made sense that Fat Chong had issues with him. But why did the president seem to also have grievances against him? Was it due to the search conducted by the Tower Church throughout Luodo? "Where have I offended you, president?" The archbishop honestly couldn't figure it out and decided it would be better to simply ask directly. "Huh? Does the archbishop really not know?" The old president's eyes grew colder, glaring at the archbishop. "No, I don't. 5 days ago, I left Luodo to meet the Pope in the Holy Capital and just returned today. Truly, I have no idea what has happened." The archbishop replied bitterly. His luck was terrible recently. First reprimanded by the Pope, then by the president. His aging heart could barely take it. Hearing this, the old president's expression softened. These past few days, he had felt no presence from the archbishop, leading to this misunderstanding. Assuming that the archbishop had been cooped up in the palace all along, it seems the archbishop truly didn't know what had occurred, so he said, "I've mistakenly suspected the archbishop. Your church lost something important, right? Your actions disregarding status during the extensive search were quite unsettling. A few days ago, several bishops from your church boldly demanded individuals directly outside our Qingming Academy gates. It seems related to Mo Yuning from our institute." Upon hearing this, the archbishop wanted to kill someone. Which idiot decided this on his own while he was absent? When he returns, he'll definitely peel the skin off whoever made this blunder. The archbishop said helplessly, "I have failed to discipline my subordinates properly, and I humbly beg for the forgiveness of the president. Moreover, this time after returning from the Holy Capital, His Holiness the Pope has already ordered the search to stop. The Pope himself has written a letter of apology for me to deliver to the imperial royal family. This is indeed a mistake on behalf of our church." Still, he wondered why the usually emotionless president was so furious. What was the reason? Since His Holiness had apologized, there was no need to hold a grudge any longer, thought the old president. He then asked curiously, "So may I ask what brings you to our Qingming Academy today?" Hearing the president's tone soften, the archbishop sighed with relief, saying, "During my visit to the Holy Capital, I spoke with His Holiness and noticed something peculiar." Interesting. The old president seemed intrigued, his curiosity piqued regarding matters concerning the Tower Church. "The way His Holiness speaks makes it seem like he knows Mo Yuning," said the archbishop cautiously, choosing his words carefully. "It wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask directly, so I came here hoping to see Mo Yuning. This is the purpose of my visit." Upon hearing this, the face of the old president grew very dark, making the archbishop tremble in apprehension. After quite some time, the old president said, "Mo Yuning has gone missing." The archbishop felt as if he'd heard wrong. Mo Yuning gone missing? What happened? The old president continued. The archbishop probably doesn't know yet since he just returned. This morning, it seems Mo Yuning left Qingming Academy due to some affairs, using an unknown method that even escaped my perception. Later, we heard that he was surrounded by over 10 people at Tonghun Stage. Whether he survived remains unknown. The archbishop was shocked into silence. Mo Yuning disappeared? He wasn't surprised about the attack, given Mo Yuning's high-profile performance during the Tower Qualification Tournament, displaying remarkable talent. It was natural some people might feel threatened and resort to hired assassins. What truly puzzled him was Mo Yuning's disappearance. The president of Qingming Academy must have foreseen the danger to Mo Yuning and surely would have been watching closely, ensuring he didn't leave the academy. But who could have predicted that Mo Yuning managed to slip away unnoticed? Would someone with Mo Yuning's intelligence not consider the risk of being attacked? And if he did, why did he leave? The archbishop couldn't think of anything more to say. Yunqing City, Lu Changming, far away in Fengyang Empire, hadn't yet received news of Mo Yuning's disappearance. It would take approximately half a month for the information to reach Yunqing City. Currently, Lu Changming was walking through the bustling streets of Yunqing City alongside Xianxia. Xianxia was rather well known near the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, enjoying her playful nature, often coming out for walks and mingling freely with everyone around her, earning deep affection from the community as a down-to-earth young miss. The crowd was astonished to see Mistress Xia strolling together with a young man, which they had never witnessed before. However, it made sense. Miss Xia had grown up and turned 16. She was at the age where such behavior was common. So, everyone wisely refrained from interrupting them. Mr. Yu, do you have anywhere in particular you'd like to visit? Xie Yun asked, somewhat flustered under the gazes of others. To Lu Changming, it felt completely natural. He thought if he were walking through the streets and saw such a beautiful girl, he would also stare. In fact, walking beside Xie Yun gave him a feeling of pride. I wonder where the wanted notices are posted in Yunqing City. Lu Changming's primary concern was the bounty placed by the Tower Church. If they really were hunting him, he'd spend his life hiding behind a false identity. He didn't want that. More than anything, he desired to reveal his true self. Besides, the suspense wasn't good. He decided to check. How curious. Does Mr. Yu possess such a righteous heart that he's eager to punish the wicked and reward the virtuous? Xie Yun was bewildered. Normally, upon entering a new city, one wouldn't immediately seek out wanted posters. Could Master Yu really be such a reckless do-gooder? Was this why he saved us earlier, or was his previous statement meant to mean something else? To be honest, Lu Changming hesitated momentarily, fabricating an unreliable excuse. A friend of mine got involved in some controversial affairs, and I wish to see if either the government or the Tower Church has issued a warrant for his capture. Naturally, Xie Yun didn't believe his fabricated story but responded nonetheless. Wanted notices are typically posted at the city gates or in the public bulletin board outside the official offices. Given our proximity to the government building, let me guide you there. There weren't many people at the bulletin board beside the government office, as there had been peace for several years and nothing much happened. The notices on the board were already from a long time ago. The white papers with sketches of criminals had even turned yellow. Lu Changming scanned through the wanted posters, but found none related to himself. The criminals on the warrants were utterly ordinary. Jin Peng, the flower thief. Yi Xiang, the leader of bandits. Pai Shan, the undergarment stealer. Plus, the drawings were incredibly ugly. Has young Master Yu found the person you're looking for? Xie Yun asked curiously after seeing Lu Changming search for so long. No. Was it possible that the Tower Church wouldn't issue a bounty for him anymore? Or was it because this place was too remote and the news from the tower hadn't reached here yet? He decided to wait a few more days and see. Chapter 27. Yu Ming's past. A carriage approached the government office from a distance. There were many guards surrounding the carriage, suggesting that there was a high-ranking official inside. Lu Changming took one look and didn't pay much attention anymore. But when Xie Yun saw this carriage, her expression changed. The carriage was about to enter the government compound. Just as Xie Yun let out a sigh of relief, a voice from within the carriage said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage immediately halted right in front of the government office gate. A middle-aged man wearing an official hat poked his head out of the carriage and said to Xie Yun, "Isn't this little Yun? What brings you here today? And who is this person next to you?" That middle-aged man noticed Xie Yun, and naturally, he also spotted Lu Changming standing beside her. He seemed somewhat curious about Lu Changming. Unwillingly, Xie Yun stepped forward, though she didn't show any signs of it on her face. However, Lu Changming did not approach. Since the man appeared to be a high-ranking official, Lu Changming felt that as a commoner, it would be awkward for him to follow closely. "This is Sun Uncle," Xie Yun greeted with forced cheerfulness. "He's our guest. He arrived at Yunqing City this morning. My father thought he might get bored staying at the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce alone, so I'm taking him around the city." "Oh, then continue your visit. I won't disturb you." The middle-aged man finished, giving Lu Changming a glance that carried some deep meaning before instructing the carriage to continue its way into the government office. To him, Lu Changming's seemingly indifferent behavior suggested something else entirely. "Who was that?" Lu Changming asked curiously. "Haven't you noticed his official hat yet?" Xie Yun responded, sounding slightly bewildered. She then realized it was probably because Lu Changming had never left home before and added, "He's the governor of Yunqing City. He once visited the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, and I've met him once." And Xie Yun stopped herself mid-sentence, leaving Lu Changming feeling quite intrigued. "And what?" Lu Changming pursued. "It's nothing," she replied, seeming reluctant to elaborate further, and Lu Changming stopped asking more questions. "You remembered him well. I wouldn't recognize someone after just one meeting." Lu Changming tried to shift the topic. "Master Yu is being too modest," Xie Yun said, lost in thought for a moment. After hesitating, she suggested to Lu Changming, "Why don't we head back to the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce? Is there anything urgent?" Lu Changming was puzzled. It seemed like Miss Xie became somewhat distracted after meeting Governor Sun. "No, there's no urgency. We should still tour the city a bit more. Where would Master Yu like to go?" Xie Yun suddenly realized how strange her words sounded, deciding that she was overthinking things. Lu Changming noticed Xie Yun seemed troubled. He didn't want to take her to any noisy places, and thus proposed, "Let's find a tea house nearby and sit for a while." Sitting inside the tea house, Lu Changming became increasingly curious. When he mentioned finding a tea house near the government office, Xie Yun inexplicably led him through half of Yunqing City, passing by the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, all the way to a tea house near the city gate. Miss Xie seems to be avoiding something, Lu Changming thought. There weren't many people in the tea house, with groups of customers scattered here and there. Although the environment was pleasant, Lu Changming didn't feel comfortable. It felt like someone was secretly watching him from the shadows. Thus, they sat down, engaging in some casual conversation. "I wonder, Master Yu, how have you spent your life being secluded at home? Have your elders forbidden you to leave? Haven't you ever found it boring?" Xie Yun inquired curiously. What Lu Changming disliked most now was when others asked about his past. Given his current situation, he often had to improvise wildly. If he claimed to have worked at an inn before, nobody would believe it. Fortunately, he thought about what story he'd tell people earlier in the day. He He resolved to keep it consistent and avoid fabricating different stories for different individuals, lest he trip up eventually. My family lives deep in the mountains, and I stayed there until I was 17. I only recently came out. Actually, I've always wanted to play around outside. I tried to escape multiple times, and the farthest I went was about half a day's walk. Still, I ended up returning, caught by my elders, which left me sore for days afterward. Lu Changming began to embellish his tale convincingly. At this point, Xie Yun laughed aloud, making Lu Changming feel pleased with his fabricated story. Encouraged, he continued. Even though I lived in the mountains, my family owns quite a few houses, almost like a small town hidden in the mountain range. All my family members live there, and I've trained alongside my cousins and siblings. Oh, and there's a sister too. Recalling Ma Yueyao, Lu Changming added a fictional sister to his narrative. She's very cute. Do you like your sister a lot? Xie Yun asked. Yes. In that case, do you think she looks prettier, or am I the one who does? Lu Changming wasn't sure why she asked that, but after thinking for a moment, he answered truthfully. You are prettier. Xie Yun burst into laughter. Her smile was enchanting. Lu Changming was momentarily captivated and quickly shook his head to continue his fabrication. After I was caught, I no longer dared to run away. I began focusing on my cultivation since it was the family rule that once I reached the soul-refining realm, an elder could bring me out to explore. The idea of coming out has always motivated me to practice. Isn't there anything interesting on the mountain? Xie Yun asked. No, nothing interesting. Every day is just about cultivating, occasionally hunting some wild beasts when necessary. Due to our family being in the mountains, the monsters have all been cleared out. I see. So your cultivation level is high because you've worked hard every day? If I had practiced like you, even if I hadn't reached the soul-refining realm, I would at least have made it to the advanced qi condensation stage. Xie Yun was still at the intermediate qi condensation level, which was the average for someone her age. Lu Changming felt somewhat embarrassed by her compliment. He wasn't actually that diligent, only really putting effort into learning his disguise techniques. What about you? Have you always lived in Yunqing City? Lu Changming thought that if Xie Yun kept praising him, he might start to feel overconfident, so he started asking her questions. When I was little, I lived in the capital city. At that time, the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce wasn't as big as it is now. My father and his partners were always striving in the capital. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I came to Yunqing City. That's when the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce began expanding greatly. Since I was a child, I liked playing around, always going outside, but my father always sent his guards after me, which was very annoying. This time, nobody followed, probably because they figured you'd be enough protection. Here, Xie Yun glanced at Lu Changming and added, still, I think someone will secretly follow us anyway. Mr. Xie is just trying to protect you. As he spoke, Lu Changming suddenly felt low, recalling his mother, and thinking he should have also asked about what kind of person his father was. I know he does it for my good, but having those big men following me all the time feels really uncomfortable, and others don't dare approach me either. This trip with my father was only because I nagged him nonstop. We're going to the capital. I wanted to go back for a visit. Since the distance isn't too far, he allowed me to come along. But I didn't expect. Sounds great, Miss Xie, said Lu Changming, feeling envious that Xie Yun could stay with her parents while he himself started to feel sad. He must return to Loado again and take another look at the demon suppressing tower. Huh? What's so good? Xie Yun wasn't quite sure what Lu Changming meant. Nothing. It's fine. Lu Changming almost slipped up, realizing he shouldn't show his emotions too much. That. Xie Yun hesitated a moment before saying, could you stop calling me Miss Xie and just use my name? Or call me Little Yun? Upon hearing this, Lu Changming was startled, then smiled and said, all right, Little Yun. Then you can call me Yu Ming too. This way, they become friends. They sat there chatting idly for half an hour. Suddenly, a loud, arrogant voice rang out from the entrance of the tea house. Hey boss, bring us the most expensive tea. My goodness, what wind brought Master Sun here? Please sit down. The tea house owner quickly approached them. Let's go. Xie Yun whispered softly to Lu Changming. Good. Judging by the man's appearance, he didn't seem to be a decent type. Lu Changming didn't want to invite trouble either, so he stood up with Xie Yun. Oh, it's not Little Yun. Look who's here, what a coincidence. The owner of the arrogant voice turned around abruptly toward where Lu Changming and Xie Yun sat and spoke. His outfit was as flashy as his voice, adorned with jewels seemingly of rare value. Gold edges were embroidered on his clothing patterns, possibly real gold. Looking at this man's face, Lu Changming thought he seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Changming glanced at Xie Yun, deducing from the other man's words that he must know her. Master Sun, since you are visiting this humble tea house, I won't disturb you. Xie Yun replied with evident disdain, clearly disliking him. Hey, Little Yun, don't be so distant. Since we've met by chance, let's drink tea together and enjoy this peaceful afternoon, said Master Sun, reaching out his hand towards Xie Yun, completely ignoring Lu Changming standing next to her. Xie Yun didn't expect him to make a move, leaving her unprepared. Just as his hand was about to touch Xie Yun, it was grabbed by another hand, Lu Changming's, who coldly said, take your dirty hands off. Don't you see that Little Yun doesn't wish to accompany you? Though Lu Changming appeared expressionless at the moment, he was extremely nervous inside. He had never before spoken to such rich people with such a tone. However, he felt that since Xie Yun obviously didn't like drinking tea with this person, it was his duty as a friend to help her. And he himself also disliked this man. Young Master Sun glared at Lu Changming and shouted angrily, what are you? How dare you stand in my way? And who gave you the right to call Little Yun by her name? As he spoke, young Master Sun began to channel his true qi, attempting to break free from Lu Changming's grip, but found his hand held as firm as iron, unmoving. Shocked, young Master Sun realized that he was already high level in the Qi condensation realm, yet he could not break free despite his strength. Moreover, looking at Lu Changming who seemed about his age, he wondered, what is this person's background? But young Master Sun wasn't worried because behind him were his bodyguards, all of whom were in the soul refining realm. Attack him! Young Master Sun commanded his bodyguards. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 bodyguards rushed forward. At that moment, 2 more men burst through the door, apparently guards from the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce who had been watching over Xie Yun from outside. Chapter 28, Gratitude. Just as the 3 men were about to reach Lei Changming, a blue light shield suddenly appeared in front of Lei Changming. The 3 didn't have time to stop, and ended up crashing into the shield. With a series of crackling sounds of electric shocks, the light shield disappeared. The 3 men's hair stood on end, their bodies smoking with black smoke as they passed out. This was the effect of the Thunderlight Mirror. Lei Changming had already taken out the Thunderlight Mirror upon realizing something was wrong, ready to activate it at any moment. He'd analyzed the cultivation levels of the 3 individuals behind Sun Master, and now lacked the confidence to defeat 3 experts at the soul refinement stage, especially since he himself was injured and could barely walk. Although the Thunderlight Mirror could activate automatically, Lei Changming feared the electrical charge might be insufficient, so he triggered it directly. Young Master Sun stood there with his mouth agape, incredulously pointing at Lei Changming and saying, "Ew, you wait. Aye. But before he finished, he abandoned his guards and fled. At this moment, Xie Yun's 2 bodyguards had also arrived in front of them. They were quite shocked by what had happened and quickly knelt down, saying to Xie Yun, "We apologize for our negligence, Mississippi. Please punish us." "It's not your fault. Get up," Xie Yun said. Then she placed the tea money in the trembling hands of the tea house owner and left the tea house with Lei Changming. "Are you alright?" Lei Changming asked with concern. "I'm fine. He didn't touch me." "Hey, what was that move of yours? It was really powerful." Xie Yun clearly had an interest in the protective shield released by the Thunderlight Mirror. During the previous bandit attack, she hadn't seen how Lei Changming killed the bandit leader. Lei Changming naturally couldn't disclose the details about the Thunderlight Mirror, so he brushed it off. "It's a family secret that cannot be revealed." "Humph," Xie Yun snorted, ceasing her questioning. However, this coquettish snort left Lei Changming momentarily lost in thought. Lei Changming quickly shook his head, ridding himself of those thoughts, and asked, "Who is that person? Seems like he knows you. Do you know why I wanted to go back to Star Ring Commerce earlier?" Lei Changming shook his head, unable to understand the implications of her seemingly random question. "That person is the only son of Lord Sun, the city master. His name is Sun Yi. Because he's the only child and has decent talent, he reached the high stage of Qi cultivation at the age of 16. The city master dotes on him excessively, allowing him to act without restraint within Yuning City." Xie Yun explained, with an expression suggesting mentioning this person caused her considerable distress. Now Lei Changming understood why young Master Sun looked familiar. He truly resembled his father. "Sun Yi seems to have feelings for me, always pestering me. Due to his advances, I haven't even wanted to leave the house recently. Moreover, it appears the city master also wants to promote this marriage, and keeps assisting him. That's why when I saw the city master earlier, I immediately wanted to return to the Star Ring Commerce, because I felt he would certainly inform Sun Yi about my association with you, and send people after us to tell Sun Yi our location." Lei Changming thought, "Now I understand why I found everything so strange before. But truly, Sun Yi doesn't deserve Xie Yun. My father actually dislikes Sun Yi too, but considering his father is the city master of Yunxing, my father does not want to offend him. So he hasn't outright refused, yet Sun Yi interprets this as tacit acceptance. What a pig," Xie Yun cursed, showing just how much she detested Sun Yi. "But my father isn't afraid of them either. If pushed to the limit, he'll show them who he is." Xie Yun fumed, becoming increasingly agitated as she spoke. "Let's go home. I'm no longer in the mood to wander." "All right," Lei Changming agreed, thinking, arranged marriages indeed shouldn't be forced. If Xie Yun encounters difficulties later, I must help her. Back in his room at the Star Ring Commerce, Lei Changming, having nothing better to do, began reflecting on the battle with the 3 bodyguards from earlier. The Thunderlight Mirror was truly useful, but he realized if he relied on it too much, he might develop a dependency. Relying too much on external objects wasn't a good thing. However, his current combat skills relied entirely on the Thunderlight Mirror, and up until now, he still did not know any martial techniques. Clearly, his urgent task was to learn a few techniques first. Perhaps tonight, he could ask Master Xie or Xie Yun about available martial techniques, and take advantage of this time to learn some. Then he could also try the feeling of hitting someone with his bare fists. Lei Changming took out the purple crystal, closed his eyes, and sensed its condition. The glow within it was no longer weak, approximately reaching half its original power. Indeed, the purple energy within the crystal could regenerate on its own. Lei Changming gave a self-deprecating laugh. He was indeed an oddball. Others absorbed qi from their surroundings, while he could only cultivate using this crystal. After absorbing the purple energy inside it into his body, he sat cross-legged and began transforming the purple energy into true essence for cultivation. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. The maid responsible for taking care of Lei Changming knocked on the door to inform him that Xie Hong had prepared a banquet, and she was there to guide him to it. Lei Changming responded, got out of bed, stretched his somewhat stiff body from being idle for too long, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Following the maid through the Star Ring commerce, before because Xie Yun had captivated him so much, he hadn't observed this commerce closely. Now as he looked around, he understood why this Star Ring commerce could become such a grand commerce. It was dinner time, yet many people were still working within the commerce house. Some carried items, some tallied accounts, and others debated intensely without glancing at Lei Changming. It seemed that in the entire Star Ring commerce, only he was leisurely. Clearly, Xiahong managed the commerce strictly. Truly, one can only gain success through hard work. Lei Changming sighed. Lei Changming wasn't led to the main hall where he had been before, but rather followed the maid through twists and turns until they came to a courtyard within the Star Ring commerce. This courtyard was vast, with a small lake at its center surrounded by peach trees. It was precisely the season when peach blossoms bloomed, and with each breeze, petals fluttered everywhere, complementing the sunset beautifully. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake connected to the shore by a wooden bridge. Servants crossed the bridge carrying the dishes for the evening banquet, which were set up on a stone table in the pavilion. Seeing this, Lei Changming sighed with relief. Before, hearing Xiahong talk about preparing a banquet, he thought it would be some kind of grand party, something he'd never participated in and might embarrass himself. Now it seemed it was just a common family dinner. Xiahong, Xiayun, and a middle-aged woman were already present in the courtyard. Seeing Lei Changming arrive, the three of them approached him, with Xiahong speaking first. Having just returned to the Star Cloud commerce, I have quite a lot of things to deal with. It's only now that I've found time to entertain you, Master Yu. Please forgive me. Mr. Xie's busy schedule is understandable. There's no need for an apology. Lei Changming politely responded and respectfully bowed, feeling as if he was a friend of Xiayun, and did not regard himself as a savior to the Xie family. Xiayun couldn't help but laugh at his overly formal manner. This is my wife Lu Min, Xiayun's mother. Xiahong introduced the middle-aged woman beside him. Madam Xie, nice to meet you. Lei Changming greeted with another bow. Master Yu indeed carries himself well and has remarkable talent. Xie's wife carefully scrutinized Lei Changming and said. Her gaze made Lei Changming quite uncomfortable. It felt as though her eyes were piercing, similar to how a prospective mother-in-law would look over a son-in-law candidate. Xiayun also has a brother, but he is occupied with duties and cannot make it back, Xiahong explained. Then a steward-like figure presented a jade box with both hands. Xiahong received the jade box, opened it, and handed it over to Lei Changming. Since Master Yu hails from a noble family, I suspect neither money nor ordinary gifts will catch your eye. This millennium-old cold crystal jade, which I happened to acquire in the far north, I wish to present as a token of gratitude to Master Yu. This jade can refresh the mind and assist cultivation while effectively preventing adverse effects during breakthroughs. Lei Changming stared at the cold crystal jade, hesitating to take it. He knew jade was precious, especially one described as millennium old. It startled him, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. However, seeing the determined gaze in Xiahong's eyes, he figured refusing would lead to endless insistence. Reluctantly, he took the jade box and replied, "Then, I shall thank Master Xie for this gift." What he didn't know was that this jade was actually more valuable than he imagined. On the continent, there weren't many treasures that could aid cultivation, let alone ones that could assist in breaking through barriers. Most people on the continent would be envious upon seeing this jade. However, this effect seemed to offer little use to Lei Changming, whose cultivation techniques involved minimal difficulty in breakthroughs and emphasized martial art training instead. Lei Changming personally did not feel this jade would be useless to him. He believed its ability to refresh the mind might be very significant. Earlier, he often felt impulsive. Since starting his cultivation, he had noticed his tendency to heat up easily, and this jade should help change this condition. Xiahong then proposed, "The jade may be inconvenient for Master Yu to carry. Perhaps I can arrange to have it mounted onto a necklace for presentation?" Lei Changming suddenly remembered a necklace left to him by his mother. The crystal from that necklace was left inside the demon's subduing pagoda, and now all he had left was the chain itself. He took out the broken chain and told Xiahong, "This was given to me by my late mother. It broke during some past events. I'd like to embed this jade onto this chain if possible." Of course, it's possible. Subsequently, Xiahong took the jade box and the chain and handed them to the steward beside him, uttering a few words. The steward then retreated. "In 2 days' time, the finished necklace can be delivered to you, Master Yu." Next, Xiayun also stepped forward and presented a sachet-like item to Lei Changming. Her face flushed red as she said, "Yu Ming, this is an amulet I made with my own hands. I don't have anything precious to give you, but I hope this can protect you and keep you safe." It was a diamond-shaped amulet embroidered with beautiful patterns. The red threads were intricately knotted, passing through the amulet so it could be worn around the waist. "Thank you, I'll carry it with me always." As he spoke, Lei Changming hung the amulet around his waist. Chapter 29, Entering the Library. At night, Lei Changming sat alone on a stone chair in the small courtyard outside his room, blankly staring at the sky. It was another clear day, and the moon in the sky had become rounder. He realized it was almost the 15th day of the month, and he had already been away from Lu City for 5 days. There were quite a few things that happened in these past few days, making it feel like it's been a long time. But now, looking back, it's only been 5 days. Tonight, he drank some alcohol. This wasn't the first time he drank. When he used to work at the Big Horse Inn, he had secretly drunk leftover wine from customers. After just 1 cup, he felt dizzy, but fortunately, the store was already closed for business at that time. After drinking, he returned to his room, so no one noticed. Tonight, seeing Xiahong take out the wine, he wanted to try it again. He had forgotten the feeling of his previous drinking experience, and now that he was 17 years old, he thought it was worth trying again. Just like before, after 1 cup, his head started feeling swollen, and his face began to flush. Xiahong noticed that he couldn't hold his liquor and didn't let him drink anymore. Though his head was swimming, Lei Changming felt his mind became clearer. Through their conversation tonight, He clearly sensed the thoughts of the Xie family members. They seemed to want to recruit him as a son-in-law. Thinking about this, Lu Changming opened his mouth silently and laughed without sound. He felt his life over the past few days was bizarre indeed. Before, he was just a little apprentice. Yet how soon has it been since then? Not only had his cultivation rapidly improved, advancing straight from a novice to an expert of the soul-refining stage, but it also seemed he was about to become a prospective son-in-law of the Starring Chamber of Commerce. Would such a thing be possible for others on the continent? Through tonight's family dinner, reflecting on some events that happened earlier, Lu Changming felt that Xie Yun truly liked him. What she did these last 2 days seemed genuine. He picked up the charm amulet and looked at it for a while. It was very beautiful, but slightly showed signs of rushed craftsmanship. It must have been something Xie Yun spent all day making today, specifically to give it to him tonight. But what about Xiahong? Having worked as an apprentice in the restaurant for nearly 10 years, he had seen all kinds of people. He knew well that merchants were mostly profit-driven. Even if Xiahong wasn't like those people, Lu Changming didn't believe he would willingly marry off his daughter to someone they've only known for less than 2 days just because he saved his life once. It couldn't be because of his noble character either. Lu Changming chuckled involuntarily at the thought that he could ever possess such a trait. However, in the eyes of the Xie family, he might appear as such, a man with high moral standing given his unhesitating rescue of them. Lu Changming didn't see himself that way. He thought he had the disposition of a common townsman, not particularly knowledgeable, but not bad in nature either. He wasn't exactly a saint either, though somewhat righteous. The only thing that set him apart from ordinary townsfolk was his cultivation, which gave him the ability to live without constant fear and also allowed him to help those he cared about. So what Xiahong saw in him must be his talent, right? That, and perhaps some non-existent background. This likely disappointed him. Lu Changming was not the child of a secluded, prestigious family, nor did he possess exceptional talent. He still couldn't perceive the qi in his surroundings. Although due to the cultivation method he practiced, it was easier for him to increase his level. However, he could not directly absorb qi to cultivate, and his true qi increased very slowly. Today he attempted to absorb purple energy from the purple crystal and convert it into true qi, but the amount wasn't much. Plus, he usually needed to use it to replenish his depleted qi, meaning that, at this rate, he could only barely keep up with an average person's practice speed. Most importantly, the difficulty of his cultivation method lied in martial skill practice. Thankfully, due to the presence of the purple crystal, he could focus on practicing martial skills and didn't need to spend too much time cultivating his true qi. If he accepted and became Xiahong's son-in-law, this matter would eventually come to light, and Lu Changming dared not imagine Xiahong's reaction at that point. If he lacked his cultivation abilities and fabricated background, relying merely on luck to save them, would Xiahong have agreed to this proposal? Surely not. Would Xie Yun even like him? Lu Changming wasn't sure. Even considering every possibility, if they truly disregarded his cultivation and origin altogether, would he genuinely agree to this? Based on their less-than-a-day interaction, he found Xie Yun to have a very good personality, straightforward and fearless in love and hatred, without possessing the haughtiness of a common young mistress. She was also exceptionally beautiful. Lu Changming liked her. He believed that marrying her would truly be a lifetime blessing. If not for those reasons, even under Xiahong's pressure later on, he'd still want to become Xie family's son-in-law. However, the previous reasons were merely to strengthen his own conviction. There was one thing that was the main reason he couldn't agree to their proposal. He couldn't protect Xie Yun well enough. Perhaps, with his current cultivation speed and hard practice of martial arts, he could definitely protect Xie Yun under normal circumstances. But at this thought, Lu Changming glanced at the purple crystal in his hand. His life ahead was destined not to be peaceful. He had to return to Lu City. He had to climb the demon-taming pagoda. He had to go see if his mother was still alive. Doing so would surely offend the pagoda sect. He sensed that the relationship between his mother and the pagoda sect wasn't ordinary. If his power really grew strong, perhaps he would even have to make a trip to the holy capital and directly ask the Pope what this purple crystal was, why his mother could seal her will inside it, and what secrets the demon-taming pagoda truly held. If he married Xie Yun, the Starring Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be able to withstand the pagoda sect's wrath. Perhaps, after he reached the divine communication realm, he could come back for Xie Yun, but by then, she might already be someone else's wife. Lu Changming chuckled bitterly to himself. Not wanting to think further, Lu Changming got up and returned to his room. Tonight, he had already asked Xiahong about martial skills. He said he would send someone early tomorrow morning to take him to the library of the Starring Chamber of Commerce. Since he had to wake up early tomorrow, he needed to sleep early tonight. Xiahong mentioned that these techniques and martial skills probably wouldn't benefit him. Lu Changming assumed Xiahong might think he looked down on these things due to his lofty perspective, but the truth was he had just started practicing cultivation, and his vision was still that of an ordinary person. Moreover, based on his cultivation method, some difficult martial techniques might be beyond his grasp altogether. Perhaps those techniques, unworthy of the attention of prodigies, suited him more. That night, Lu Changming had a dream. He dreamed of his wedding with Xie Yun, dreamed of having many children with her, dreamed of living out his life happily with her. Lu Changming, sound asleep, smiled. The next day, knock knock knock. The knocking sound woke Lu Changming from his dream, and he instinctively asked, "Who's there?" "Master you. The master told me to inform you that I'll take you to the library today." The voice of Xiahong's steward came from outside the door. Lu Changming immediately became alert. Looking at the light on the paper window, it was already dawn. Hurriedly, he asked, "Uncle Tong, what time is it now?" He remembered seeing Xie Yun call the steward Uncle Tong before, so he followed suit. "It's almost an hour," Uncle Tong replied. Lu Changming realized his biological clock was already disrupted. In the past, when he worked at the inn, he had to get up before dawn every day, a habit he maintained for quite a long time. Even on holidays, he would usually wake up very early. But these recent events had thrown his rhythm off. Had the steward not called him, he might have slept another 2 hours. Lu Changming knew that from now on, he couldn't let this continue. He decided to work hard in the future, and waking up on time was the first step. If he couldn't even get up, how could he claim to work hard? After quickly washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lu Changming exited the room. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and he raised his hand to shield it. Master Yu, please follow me, Uncle Tong said as soon as he saw Lu Changming come out. Lu Changming was too lazy to remember the paths inside the Starring Chamber of Commerce. No matter where he went, he always had to turn several corners. By the time they arrived at the library, he had lost all sense of direction. North, south, east, west, nothing made sense anymore. The library was located at the farthest end of the Starring Chamber of Commerce. It housed various precious books, including cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals. However, Xiahong mentioned that he wasn't a warrior and thus didn't care much about those techniques and manuals. Most of the books in the library were ancient texts and classics, while those cultivation methods and martial techniques were something he obtained by chance, and even he himself didn't know which specific skills they included. The first floor has the largest space and generally holds books that are written well, but not valuable. You can buy most of them on the market, Uncle Tong introduced. Master Xia doesn't pay much attention to those techniques, and those available on the market usually aren't very powerful, so they're all stored here on the first floor. If Master Yu finds looking through the martial techniques boring, feel free to browse the first floor. There are many interesting books here, and Miss occasionally comes here to look for books when she's bored. The second floor mainly houses historical documents and materials, as well as some not-so-precious ancient books. I imagine Master Yu won't find those things interesting either. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming felt a bit embarrassed because he indeed found them uninteresting and hadn't expected Uncle Tong to notice, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The third floor's door is always locked, and only Master Xia has the key. I don't know what's inside, but I suppose it must be important. Still, it probably wouldn't benefit Master Yu anyway. Uncle Tong led Lu Changming to the corner of the first floor of the library, where the cultivation techniques and martial arts skills were stored. Then he left, leaving Lu Changming there by himself. These techniques and martial skills occupied an entire bookshelf, but compared to the whole library, it was just a drop in the bucket. This one bookshelf didn't even account for 1% of the entire collection. Lu Changming looked at the rows upon rows of books on the bookshelf, feeling overwhelmed, unsure of where to begin. Before coming here, he had thought about trying to learn 2 martial skills, one ordinary martial skill and one specialized martial skill. For the ordinary martial skill, he considered learning either a boxing or palm technique since he currently didn't have any suitable weapons, only a dagger. He wasn't sure if there were any techniques specifically designed for daggers. As for the specialized martial skill, he wanted to learn a lightning element skill mainly because of the Thunderlight Mirror. Mo Yunning had once said that this mirror needed to be charged with either lightning or lightning element true qi. Leaving it outside to charge during a thunderstorm was too dangerous, it could easily be lost. So, he thought about trying to learn a lightning element martial skill to see if he could use it to charge the mirror. If successful, he wouldn't need to risk losing the treasure when charging it manually. Chapter 30, the first martial skill. There were quite a lot of martial skills in this manual, and Lu Changming was having some difficulty choosing. Fortunately, he decided to read through all the introductions before making his selection. These books varied in thickness. Manuals for cultivation methods were usually thick, while martial skill books were often thin. This was because cultivation manuals not only recorded methods for cultivating true energy, but also detailed several martial skills specifically suited for the method. Martial skill books, on the other hand, only documented one skill each. Moreover, compared to martial skills, there were far fewer cultivation methods. Lu Changming flipped through these books one by one, only reading the summaries of the martial skills described in them, and placing those he had finished with aside so as not to confuse them with those yet unread. As such, the pile of books beside him grew larger and larger. After an indeterminate amount of time, there were already 5 or 6 piles of books stacked as high as his lower leg. His eyes began to ache, but the bookshelf was enormous, holding an estimated 1,000 manuals of cultivation methods and martial skills. The ones he'd read were less than 1/10 of the entire collection. Calculating this way, the entire library likely held over 100,000 books. Mr. Xia truly loved collecting books. Perhaps he liked gathering every edition published, Lu Changming thought. From nearly 100 martial skill and cultivation method books he had examined, it was clear that Xiahong didn't particularly care about distinguishing between similar methods and skills. Many of these books had different covers, but essentially identical content. As he anticipated, the more he read, the more repetitions he found. Some martial skills even struck Lu Changming as being completely fabricated. It seemed that Xiahong hadn't bothered to have his guards check them before placing them in the library, leaving Lu Changming feeling somewhat perplexed. After resting a bit, Lu Changming continued his search. Approaching noon, Lu Changming stretched lazily. He had not perused all the books, as he felt it would be a waste of time. Most of the martial skills had little power and were generally only suitable for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Indeed, it was logical. Precious high-level martial skills and methods were hard to come by, and he had initially been surprised by the almost 1,000 books in front of him. Now he started to understand. Star Ring Commerce Guild, being a major guild, likely dealt in martial skill traits. Valuable skills would be quickly purchased, while unsold ones would be discarded here in the library by Xiahong. This explained why Xianhuan told him that these items were of no use. By the last few dozen books, he barely picked up and set down a book because they were all completely identical to previous ones. That realization made him decide to stop reading further. Stretching his stiff body, he returned the books to their original positions. Lu Changming then carried a thick and a thin book he had selected out of the library. Just as Lu Changming wondered how he could return to his room, he noticed a servant waiting outside. It was probably arranged by Uncle Tong to guide him. "Thank you for your hard work," Lu Changming said to the servant. He assumed the man must have waited for him the entire morning without any activity. "No, it wasn't hard work at all. It's my job. Thanks to Master, I've enjoyed a peaceful morning much lighter than my usual workload." The frequent self-deprecating references to "your humble servant" grated on Lu Changming, but he didn't say anything. Everyone has their own way of living, and he didn't feel the need to change it. Back in his room, Lu Changming placed the two books in front of him. One was a cultivation method, and the other was a martial skill. Both of these books should have been discarded by Xiaohan's Commerce Guild. The cultivation manual was a thunder attribute method, the only one he had found, called Thunder Roar Scripture. A very common name. This type of cultivation manual was usually not something like what legends described, being derived from ancient divine inscriptions. It was most likely concocted by someone who practiced thunder attribute cultivation a century ago and considered himself capable of doing so. It seemed that one could still learn it, though its power would be limited and likely fade into obscurity in the annals of history. The reason Lu Changming chose it was to enable himself to generate electricity, which would charge the thunder light mirror. There was no rush since the energy stored in the mirror would suffice for his use for a long time. The other martial skill was named Collapse Fist, also a rather common name. It was eliminated because it consumed too much energy. A practitioner in the Qi refinement stage could typically use it twice before depleting their true energy, while someone in the soul cultivation stage could only utilize it around 10 times. Regular warriors couldn't afford to use such techniques frequently, but due to the high consumption, the power was not insignificant. Lu Changming learned from Mo Yuning that his cultivation feature was an unusually large amount of true energy compared to others at the same level, hence he chose this manual. Additionally, this martial skill was relatively easier to learn, fitting his needs. Lu Changming decided to start learning from the Collapse Fist first, and being new to martial skills, he felt a bit excited. After finishing this martial skill book, Lu Changming simply understood the skill. No wonder it was a low-level martial skill, just at the first stage. Once learned, there was no need to continue cultivating further. Lu Changming was happy to learn such a martial skill for now, since he would only use it as an emergency measure. When he got to the academy later, he could study more advanced skills. The principle behind Collapse Fist was compressing true energy and attaching it to the surface of one's fist. At the moment of contact with the opponent, all the compressed true energy was released. The explosive force from the compressed true energy was then used to attack the enemy, emitting a boom sound during the attack, hence its name. Lu Changming really wanted to criticize it for being unimaginative. The principle was straightforward. Any ordinary warrior could deliberately research something like this and come up with a similar martial skill. Compressing true energy was basically a skill that every warrior could do, and most martial skills would involve some level of true energy compression. Higher concentration of true energy would also increase the power of the martial skill itself, though generally not as much as in this one. The slightly challenging part was directing the explosive force forward without harming oneself. This required true energy to follow a somewhat special circulation route through the meridians before being compressed. This martial skill consumed so much energy, because compressing the true energy itself consumed even more true energy. Typically, the consumption rate was around double the amount of compressed true energy. These amounts were enough for other martial skills to be used 4 or 5 times. Though Collapse Fist had greater power, it didn't exceed twice the strength of other skills, which is why this skill became obsolete. Lu Changming guessed that once he learned other martial skills, he probably wouldn't use this one anymore. For now, it was good enough. The rest of the afternoon, Lu Changming spent studying Collapse Fist. The human body has countless meridians, and everyone's meridians are almost identical, including the primary meridians that connect various parts of the body and the secondary meridians that extend to different organs. What distinguishes cultivation methods and martial skills is how they circulate through these intricate networks of meridians. While every method requires most of the main meridians and over 60% of the total meridians, none demand all the meridians to be used. Martial skills typically engage both secondary or smaller meridians. The difference between universal martial skills and exclusive ones lies in the meridians involved in their operation. Most cultivation methods utilize approximately 50% of the total meridians during practice, allowing for the flow of true energy to needed positions based on the method's described circulation routes. On the other hand, exclusive martial skills tend to incorporate specific subsets of meridians found in each respective cultivation method, enabling warriors who use similar methods to potentially learn each other's exclusive martial skills. Since the circulation of true energy must maintain its loop within the body, breaking additional, unnecessary meridians can disrupt the loop. If someone attempted to learn another method's exclusive martial skill, they could likely end up damaging their cultivation foundation. However, due to the uniqueness of Lu Changming's method, the cycle only required circulating within the main meridians. Secondary veins remained free of true energy, and directing true energy through these minor meridians wouldn't disrupt the main circulation. Hence, this particular method allowed him to learn any martial skill. But like all things, if meridians remain and used for long periods, they could become akin to rusted pathways. Therefore, while learning martial skills, Lu Changming also needed to smooth out all the necessary meridians involved. Additionally, as his true energy only cycled within the main meridians, directing it through secondary meridians proved highly uncoordinated. He needed time to adapt to this flow pattern. Meanwhile, others had already become accustomed to their true energy flowing freely through their meridian systems, making Lu Changming's learning process slower and more challenging compared to theirs, especially when it came to exclusive martial skills that required more complex and unusual meridian paths. As evening approached, Lu Changming sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, massaging his right hand. He had injured himself during the explosion caused by misusing the collapsed fist. Throughout the afternoon, he managed to clear all the meridians necessary for collapsed fist. When attempting the technique for the first time, everything went smoothly initially, as he perfectly compressed true energy onto the surface of his fist. But after compressing it for just a short period, the flow of true energy through a small meridian in his fist suddenly stopped. Then, Lu Changming felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation, like a string of firecrackers detonating on his fist. His hand was even bruised and bleeding. Fortunately, the compression of true energy hadn't been substantial. Otherwise, if it had exploded when nearly completed, his hand might have suffered a fate similar to his back. Lu Changming felt somewhat disheartened. Most practitioners, according to the method's introduction, usually learn how to use this martial skill within a day and reach proficiency within 4 to 5 days. However, half a day had passed, and he still couldn't successfully compress the true energy. Still, he refused to give up. If this was merely the beginning and he gave up now, how could he possibly achieve his goals? Thus, in the Star Ring Xuanhuan, there was a constant crackling sound, as if fireworks were being set off, continuing all the way until midnight. The next morning, Lu Changming woke up from the pain when he turned over and accidentally pressed on his hand. Now both of his hands were bandaged. Yesterday, he had practiced until very late. When his right hand was burnt to a pulp, he switched to his left hand and kept practicing. He only went to sleep when he was too exhausted to continue. Before sleeping, he even bothered the servant on night duty to help him find some bandages and medicine. Even with the healing effect of true energy, it would probably take until tomorrow before he could continue practicing the collapsed fist. Today, he might as well take a look at the Lamingja first. Chapter 31, Leaving the Star Ring. Compared to the collapsed fist, the martial arts in the Thunder Roar Classic were not as dangerous. Moreover, Lu Changming did not need to fully master all the techniques in it. He only needed to be able to generate electricity. Besides, this skill was of such low level that its power was also far from satisfactory. Lu Changming specifically chose a technique that generated the largest amount of electricity and practiced with the Thunderlight Mirror, so he didn't have to worry about losing control of the technique, as all the electricity would be absorbed by the Thunderlight Mirror. Come to think of it, even if the Thunderlight Mirror was not activated, just having it on his body might make him immune to lower-level thunder-based attacks. He just didn't know its upper limit yet. Time passed quickly, and in half a month, Lu Changming had already become quite proficient at the collapsed fist. He didn't spend much time on the techniques in the Thunder Roar Classic, nor did he charge the Thunderlight Mirror again because he thought its design was too impractical. There was no way to tell how much energy he had stored in it. He planned to test how long the energy he put into it via his true chi could maintain the protective barrier after the energy inside the Thunderlight Mirror ran out. Under the restorative effects of his true chi, the wounds on his body had almost healed completely, and he felt it was time to leave. During these 15 days, Xianxia had come to see him several times, but since he had already made his decision, he declined her invitations to go out, citing cultivation as an excuse, and showed a lukewarm attitude during their conversations. Xianxia, Lu Changming found Xianxia and stopped calling her Little Yun. I'm preparing to leave. Are you going to look for your elders? She asked while looking at Lu Changming. Yes. Lu Changming's eyes darted around nervously, not daring to look directly at Xianxia. Then, will you come back here? Xianxia played with a strand of her hair, her expression somewhat uneasy, though Lu Changming didn't notice. Lu Changming pondered about his future plans and shook his head. I still have many things to do later. Perhaps when I'm done, I'll visit again. What if you don't finish? Lu Changming was momentarily stunned. He didn't know why Xianxia asked this question and answered truthfully. I probably won't. Xianxia's face turned cold immediately. If you're leaving, what did you come to tell me for? Go talk to my father. After saying this, she turned and walked away, leaving Lu Changming standing there confused. What happened? Lu Changming was utterly baffled. He wasn't expecting this sudden reaction from Xianxia. He thought maybe some dramatic scene would play out after he told her he was leaving. Maybe he had overestimated himself. Xianxia might not be interested in him at all, and her previous behavior was merely concern for a patient. Letting out a sigh, Lu Changming felt deeply disheartened. But it's probably for the best this way. At least he wouldn't hurt her. Thinking like this, he prepared to return to his room, pack up his belongings, and then bid farewell to Xianhong before leaving. After seeing through the window that Lu Changming was no longer within sight, Xianhong returned to sit in the study chair. Lu Changming's behavior over the past half-month puzzled him greatly. To him, Lu Changming indeed appeared naive in recent days, not like someone who often socialized, but neither did he behave like someone from a noble family. Instead, he seemed more like an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person possess those incredible skills? Moreover, his interest in the mediocre martial techniques in the family library was baffling. Those techniques were often dismissed even by practitioners in the chi cultivation stage. Lu Changming's identity became increasingly mysterious to Xianhong. He had been sending people to gather information about him all this time, but they came back with absolutely no leads, only knowing that he emerged from the Fengshan forest without knowing exactly when he entered. It was impossible for him to appear out of nowhere, Xiahong thought. Xiahong also investigated Nanfeng City. Lu Changming had told him that his elders would wait for him there, but after the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce's investigation, no powerful strangers had been found to have arrived in Nanfeng City within the past month. Clearly, this claim was fabricated. He also noticed that his daughter seemed to have taken an interest in this young man. He did not oppose it. He could sense that Lu Changming's nature was not bad, mysterious origin or not. Furthermore, his talent was strong and he worked hard, which Xiahong appreciated. This time, judging by how eager Lu Changming was to leave, he may have realized his daughter's feelings and wanted to distance himself. He didn't know whether it was because Lu Changming looked down upon his daughter or had other reasons. There was nothing he could do about it. Some things had to depend on fate. Besides, Lu Changming had saved his life. So, Xiahong only gave him a few instructions when Lu Changming came to say goodbye and let him go. Walking through the streets of Yunqing City with a sense of disappointment, his waist hung with the amulet and the cold crystal jade embedded in it. Since the cold crystal jade was too cold to be worn over the chest for long periods, Xiahong had the necklace, the cold crystal jade, and the amulet combined into a waist pendant by a craftsman. He could wear it on his chest when practicing cultivation. Lu Changming thought back to the moment he bade farewell to Xiahong. Though Xiahong seemed very concerned about him, there was no attempt at keeping him behind, as if Lu Changming's concern were misplaced. He stopped thinking about this further and began making plans for what came next. It was already late March, and in another month would come the time for the admission exams of the prestigious colleges. He felt it might be better to head to Nanfeng City first. It was past afternoon by then, it being Shen hour, and setting off now for Nanfeng City meant the city gates would likely be closed upon arrival. So, he decided to stay at an inn for the night. At the eastern gate of Yunqing City, Lu Changming found a rather ordinary inn named Old Wang Inn, which struck him as particularly unique and caught his eye instantly. Once checked into the room, with time running short, Lu Changming headed downstairs for dinner. He ordered 2 steamed buns and 2 dishes from the waiter. Watching the busy waiters at the inn reminded Lu Changming of himself more than a month ago. Reflecting on it, he realized how dull such work must be, endlessly delivering food and running errands, and wondered how he managed to persevere for almost 10 years. His thoughts didn't dwell on that too long because his attention was drawn to a conversation happening at another table nearby. Did you know? Mo Yuning, who dazzled everyone in the qualification contest for the tower in Luoqing of Mingyan Empire, has some new updates, said one person at that table. Hearing this, Lu Changming nodded. Clearly, news about Mo Yuning had already spread to Fengyang Empire. Given his performance at the competition, if it hadn't spread, he'd have been surprised. Weren't people saying that the pagoda church in Luoqing conducted extensive searches? At that time, Mo Yuning might have confronted one of the main church leaders due to that event. The person went on, a fact Lu Changming was also aware of. He had been there. Everyone knows that the lowest cultivation requirement for a leader of the pagoda church is the Tonghun realm. Hence, it was speculated that Mo Yuning's ability to confront the church leader indicates his cultivation level may have reached the Tonghun realm already, and his victory against Yu Yongquan, who was invincible at the same level during the final match of the qualification contest, further supports this point, the other man added. Although Lu Changming wasn't sure whether Mo Yuning had truly achieved the Tonghun realm, he found it unsurprising since Mo Yuning was so talented. However, what the man said next startled Lu Changming. You all understand, geniuses tend to provoke jealousy. Originally, Mingyan Empire already had Chengyu as their genius, but now another has emerged. Our empire and Kuan Empire will definitely grow wary. Initially, both countries were only secretly plotting, but ever since rumors surfaced that Mo Yuning could possibly be at the Tonghun realm, some people lost their patience. The man spoke calmly, deliberately teasing out suspense. But the more Lu Changming listened, the more uneasy he became. It sounded like something bad might have happened to Mo Yuning. Just half a month ago, it seems Mo Yuning left Qingming Academy, and once someone found out, he was attacked. What's even more astonishing is that those attackers took Mo Yuning very seriously. They sent out more than 10 experts of the Tonghun realm, and one of them was an upper-level Tonghun realm expert. The man paused after speaking these words. And then, what happened to Mo Yuning? Unable to bear the silence any longer, Lu Changming blurted out, his voice loud enough to draw every single person in the inn toward him. Realizing this, he quickly apologized. Sorry, sir. Continue. I got too engrossed while listening. Seeing Lu Changming's relatively good attitude, the man did not press the issue and continued. No one knows exactly what happened. It's said that the dean of Qingming Academy discovered the situation was wrong first, and many people from Luoqing rushed there. Because the dean arrived too quickly, the assailants had no time to tidy up and fled, leaving behind their dead. Mo Yuning was truly remarkable. In the face of attacks by over a dozen individuals, he still managed to kill 3 of them. As he said this, the man glanced at Lu Changming, noticing his wide-open eyes fixed intently on him. Seeing his obvious concern, the man no longer dawdled. However, Mo Yuning wasn't at that place, and there was no sign of his body among the corpses. He simply vanished. There were 3 guesses as to what happened. The first was that Mo Yuning had been captured alive, which is why those attackers were restrained enough to be killed by him. They only managed to kill 3. This possibility seemed the most likely. The second guess was that Mo Yuning had been killed, and the attackers had just managed to take his body before fleeing. The third guess was that Mo Yuning somehow escaped. But this last scenario seemed least probable, because if he had the ability to escape, then surely he would have been able to hold out against those more than 10 individuals until Qingming Academy's dean arrived. After hearing this, Lu Changming stopped listening any further. He couldn't eat the food he'd ordered and returned to his room at the inn with the 2 steamed buns. Mo Yuning has gone missing. These 6 words kept swirling in Lu Changming's mind. Although he hoped Mo Yuning had managed to escape, the man's reasoning made sense. Lu Changming couldn't describe how he felt inside. Mo Yuning was one of his few friends and someone who had once done him a favor. He didn't want to hear anything bad about Mo Yuning, nor did he ever think something might happen to him since, in his eyes, Mo Yuning had never failed. Now, the only thing that brought him comfort was not having heard of Mo Yuning's death. Lu Changming believed that as long as he hadn't heard the news, he must still be alive. Chapter 32, The Inn Night. Lu Changming felt that perhaps he could no longer return to Southwind City. Before, there might have been a Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing means a slim chance that in the future Mo Yuning could help him. But now, Mo Yuning couldn't help him anymore. Studying in a small academy like the Southwind Academy meant his progress would be limited, so he should find an academy ranked higher. After he left, he already checked the bulletin board, and there was still no warrant for his arrest. The matter of Mo Yuning had already spread. Considering the speed at which large organizations like the Pagoda sect passed on internal information, if they really wanted to issue a bounty on him, by now the whole continent would be plastered with his arrest order. This seemed to suggest that the Pagoda sect didn't intend to capture him, so signing up at a better high-level academy probably wouldn't be dangerous. These past few days, he also heard that in this Yunqing city, there was a fairly good higher-level academy. He'd check it out in a few days. The hour of high. Tonight was very dark. It was the end of the month, and the moon was only a thin crescent. Moreover, tonight there were many clouds, blocking even the stars in the sky. Lu Changming lay in bed, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside the window. Suddenly, he thought about his disguise technique. When he first learned it, he had ideas of doing some sneaky things. Given how dark and stormy it was tonight, he wondered if he could sneak into the homes of the high-ranking officials and wealthy people in Yunqing City to snatch a few items, doing a little robbing from the rich to help the poor. He considered it for a moment but decided against it. He hadn't studied any stealth martial arts skills, so he would likely be discovered instantly if he tried anything. He needed to think of something else to relax his mind. Tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Due to the matter of Mo Yuning, he was now suffering from insomnia. All his random thoughts were simply ways to stop himself from thinking about Mo Yuning so he could sleep, but no matter what, he would always subconsciously return to thoughts of Mo Yuning. Feeling helpless, Lu Changming sat up. Just as he was considering going out for a walk to clear his mind, a faint sound reached his ears. Since reaching the soul-refining realm, his hearing had improved significantly, and a sound like this one was something he wouldn't have been able to hear before. At first, he thought he had misheard, but soon after, the sound came again, rhythmic and slow, as if trying not to be discovered. This was someone walking on the roof, being very cautious and moving at a slow pace, seemingly afraid of being found out. I was just thinking about this, and now it's actually happening? Lu Changming felt he shouldn't let his mind wander so much in the future. It really was as if whatever he imagined would come true. He pressed his ear against the wall, and the sound of footsteps on the tiles became audible. The sound grew louder continuously until it was clear without needing to press his ear against the wall. Lu Changming looked up at the ceiling. Judging from the sound, the person seemed to be directly above him. What is this person planning to do? Why are they on top of me? As Lu Changming wondered, the person had already reached the window of his room. He suddenly realized that this person was coming for him. What did they want with him? He didn't have much money on him. Could it be hired assassination? Who had he offended? Oh, right, the son of the city lord. What was his name? Something like Sun Yi. But the killer he hired was pretty weak, making sounds while walking on the roof. As he thought, Lu Changming took out the dagger and pressed himself against the wall beside the window. In the absence of light, the person outside the house wouldn't notice him. There was a creaking sound as the old wooden window of the inn was pushed open from the outside. So, this person really was after him, Lu Changming thought. His entire body tensed as he prepared to make his move. The person squatted at the edge of the window and peeked inside, apparently puzzled as to why there was no one on the bed. In the faint light, Lu Changming saw that this person was dressed all in black. Wearing black clothing at night obviously indicated ill intent. He thought, is this person an idiot? Why waste time squatting at the window? Seemingly hesitating for a moment, the person entered the room quietly. Lu Changming got a clearer look at the figure, who was somewhat scrawny, not quite looking like an adult male. Yet those in this line of work often preferred smaller bodies for advantage. When this person moved a few steps forward and turned their back to Lu Changming, he immediately leaped from the shadows. With his left hand covering the person's mouth, he threw them down onto the ground, applying force so that the person's head tilted upward, exposing the neck. Subsequently, he pressed the dagger against their neck and whispered softly, "Don't talk or move, or I can't guarantee I won't slip." As soon as this person entered the room, he recognized their cultivation level, merely at the chi condensation stage, while within his capability to handle alone. There was no need to alarm others at the inn, and he certainly didn't want his room surrounded. Moreover, when he realized this person's cultivation level, he already knew that this person wasn't a killer. No matter how foolish a person could be, they wouldn't hire a chi condensation stage killer to assassinate someone at the soul refining realm. Besides, who would employ such a low-level assassin? He thought this person was probably just a thief. In that case, there was no need to kill them. Instead, he should tie this person up, seal their mouth, and hand them over to the authorities the next day. This was what Lu Changming was thinking before he pounced on this person. But after subduing the intruder, Lu Changming noticed something odd. The individual was trembling all over as if very frightened and hadn't struggled at all. Stranger still, Lu Changming, who now had his entire body pressing down onto the intruder's back, felt that the body was rather soft. This person didn't seem male, and there was a familiar, pleasant scent emanating from the individual. Could it be? Lu Changming thought in disbelief. Then, switching the dagger into a reverse grip, he extended his thumb to rub against the person's chest. Ugh! Muffled sounds came from the covered mouth as the body started resisting, seemingly upset. That voice. Lu Changming quickly leaned closer to the ear of the intruder and whispered gently, "Don't make a sound, or others will hear us." Then he stood up immediately and lit the candle on the table. The candlelight, shining suddenly upon Lu Changming, who had grown accustomed to the darkness, left him slightly disoriented for a moment as he raised his hand to shield his eyes. He sighed helplessly and said to the person in front of him, "Miss, what are you doing here so late at night?" The black-clad figure turned out to be Miss Xianyun, the daughter of the Xie family. At this time, Xianyun was fully dressed in black clothes, with her long hair bundled up in black cloth, several strands slipping through and sticking to her face due to sweat. Her face was flushed red, lips pouted, appearing clearly annoyed. She turned her head to avoid meeting his gaze, glancing outside the window instead, not knowing whether she was angry or shy. However, her eyes occasionally drifted towards Lu Changming, showing obvious interest. Seated on the ground in a squatting position, with her lower legs together and knees bent outward, coupled with her pouting expression, she looked utterly adorable, almost making Lu Changming lose control. Lu Changming sat silently on a chair, unsure of what to say. He had offered Xianyun a chair earlier, but she paid no attention to him. Because of the events of the night, Lu Changming did not know what to say to her nor why she had come looking for him. All he could do was sit there awkwardly. This uncomfortable situation lasted about 15 minutes until Lu Changming couldn't bear it anymore and got up to say, "You stay here sitting on the floor. I'm going out for a walk." Seeing Lu Changming leaving, Xianyun grew anxious and shouted loudly, "Don't go. Come back here. Keep your voice down. It's midnight. Everyone is resting." Xianyun quickly covered her mouth and said, "I have something to ask you." Lu Changming returned to his chair and said, "If you want to talk, then sit properly." He pointed to an empty chair opposite the table. Sitting on the floor had been uncomfortable for Xianyun herself. Hearing this, she didn't refuse but rose and sat opposite Lu Changming. "Ask away, what is it?" Lu Changming crossed one leg over the other to mask his nervousness. He never expected to see Xianyun again and was unsure about her behavior tonight. He didn't know what else she might attempt. After pausing for a moment, Xianyun looked up, staring at Lu Changming earnestly and asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" Lu Changming paused for a second, gazing at Xianyun's serious eyes, and nodded. "Say it." Xianyun raised her voice. Lu Changming, somewhat fearful of her demeanor, stammered, "Pretty. Do you like me?" Xianyun leaned a little closer to Lu Changming. Lu Changming hesitated. Though reluctant to admit his inner feelings, judging by Xianyun's assertiveness, he feared saying anything other than the truth might lead to unforeseen consequences. So, reluctantly, he answered, "Yes." "Since you know that I like you and my father has tacitly approved, why are you planning to leave? Do you feel unworthy of me?" Xianyun stood up and moved closer to Lu Changming. Looking up at her towering over him, Lu Changming broke into a cold sweat and replied, "How could I possibly feel unworthy of you? It's me who doesn't deserve you. How can you possibly not deserve me? Based on your cultivation level alone, you're worthy of most girls within the Finyang Empire." Xianyun's tone softened slightly as she calmed down. "Is it strange to you that I came here tonight?" Lu Changming nodded. "I didn't want to come here, but if I hadn't, I would have definitely regretted it later. You were the first person I've ever liked, and after you left, all I could think about was how my first love couldn't just fade away without clarity. I needed an answer. So, I had someone find out where you lived." Xianyun returned to her previous seat. "Yu Ming, give me a satisfying reason tonight, or else you're not leaving." Lu Changming did not expect Xianyun, who seemed so gentle on the surface, to be this resolute. He felt he shouldn't continue lying any longer and perhaps should tell her the truth. She couldn't possibly stop him from leaving if he wished to go, but doing so would cause her immense pain, which Lu Changming did not want. "If I told you that I'm a fraud, would you still like me?" Lu Changming looked at Xianyun with caution. Xianyun glared at him, urging him with her eyes to carry on, exuding the air of a queen. Lu Changming reluctantly continued, "I'm not a disciple of any renowned family, nor do I have elders watching over me. All I said to you at the tea house was fabricated. Right now, I am alone. I don't call myself Yu Ming. My real name is Lu Changming." Chapter 33, Sun Ye's Revenge. Xianyun had a look on her face that said, "You explain first, and then I'll talk." Lu Changming sighed helplessly and explained further, "I'm not from Fengyang Empire. I'm from Mingyan Empire. The place where I used to live encountered some issues, forcing me to flee. Right now, I am a fugitive." Upon hearing this, Xianyun finally spoke up. "Is this the reason you say you're unworthy of me?" She didn't inquire about what had happened, as since Lu Changming didn't want to reveal it, she wouldn't press him for details. This was not actually Lu Changming's reason. His fundamental reason for feeling unworthy of Xianyun was because he still often regarded himself as a shop boy. After nearly 10 years in that role, changing his perception would take a long time. Nevertheless, he wasn't comfortable offering much explanation, so he just nodded silently. "You didn't look at the wanted notice half a month ago to find your friend, but rather to find yourself, did you?" Xianyun scrutinized Lu Changming intently. "I won't mind. I don't think my father will either. Moreover, if you are within the Fengyang Empire, Star Ring Chamber of Commerce can definitely ensure that people from your country won't discover you." Lu Changming was touched, yet he still said, "You haven't seen any warrants concerning me these past few days, have you? Look, even in large cities like Yunqing City, there are no wanted notices for me. I feel those people may not be paying attention to me anymore, and I also have other ways to avoid pursuit." Are you really that unwilling to join the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce? Xie Yun became somewhat angry. Lu Changming looked directly into Xie Yun's eyes and said, "It's not that I don't want to join Star Ring, it's that I don't want to keep running away like this forever. My mother is still out there, and I have no news from my friends. One day, I will go back there. I don't want to stay ignorant. I need to find out everything." Lu Changming's voice was soft, but very solemn, as if making an oath. Watching his eyes, which seemed ablaze with resolve, Xie Yun lost the courage to argue further with him. "My strength is too weak now. I need to grow stronger. Going back will undoubtedly be dangerous, and I'm uncertain if I'll survive." Lu Changming lowered his head while speaking, unable to continue. "I accept this reason." Xie Yun stood up and walked toward the door, saying as she left, "Will you use the name Lu Changming in the future? When I grow strong enough, I will definitely resume using my original name." "Good. I will wait for you until I hear of someone named Lu Changming passing away. When that day comes, I will mercilessly abandon you. So, make every effort to live on." Xie Yun slowly closed the door as she stepped outside. "Farewell, Lu Changming." Lu Changming wept. This was the first time he cried since leaving Luodo. After leaving Luodo, he thought he could only remain lonely forever, without friends or anyone caring for him, proceeding alone on his journey. He had always guarded against the Xia family until tonight. Mo Yuning opened a door for his confused life, but ahead lay nothing but darkness, cold and forbidding. Yet Xie Yun was like a fire on the road of his dark advance, warming him and keeping him company, so he no longer felt isolated and cold. In the morning, Lu Changming, with dark circles under his eyes, left the inn. He stayed awake all night thinking, realizing why he had been frequently losing his cool these past few days. He had given up on himself. His mother's figure in the demon-taming pagoda was so insubstantial, and though that day he believed he had found his purpose, deep down, he doubted it himself. Upon returning to the demon-taming pagoda, he didn't dare imagine what he might see. He was lost, but he knew he must grow stronger. However, after meeting Xie Yun last night, he suddenly found hope, because even if he found nothing in the demon-taming pagoda, there were still people waiting for him, things worth fighting for. He had to grow stronger, had to persevere in surviving, and once he unraveled all mysteries, he would see her again. Lu Changming planned to leave the city temporarily. He intended to revert to his previous appearance outside the city before coming back, creating the impression for the Xie family that he had already left Yunqing City. He didn't wish to meet Xie Yun again before uncovering the truth. He feared he might succumb and dive straight into a world of comfort. Additionally, he wished to see his mother one more time, not let Mo Yuning down, and Xie Yun herself would certainly be disappointed by such behavior of his. After exiting the eastern gate of Yunqing City, there stretched before them a vast bamboo forest. Surrounded by this sea of green, spring breeze wafted by comfortably, improving Lu Changming's mood. However, the presence of over a dozen figures following him from not far behind was highly unsettling. Lu Changming hadn't planned to stray far. He merely wanted to find an uninhabited place to undo his disguise, so after leaving the city, he veered directly into the bamboo forest instead of continuing along the main road. The weather was excellent today. The clouds from last night had all dissipated. Many people came to admire the bamboo forest, and after walking in it for a while, Lu Changming encountered quite a few of them. However, undoing his disguise still took time, so he continued deeper into the dense bamboo grove. After walking about 10 li, he rarely saw other people anymore. But those dozen figures trailing behind him at a close distance were extremely unsettling. This wasn't simply tracking anymore. This was openly following. When he sped up, they sped up, and when he slowed down, they slowed down, always maintaining the same distance. At first, Lu Changming thought these were people Xiahong sent to protect him along the way, and that he could find an opportunity to lose them. However, upon further reflection, even if Xiahong wanted to send someone to protect him, they would have done so covertly, not so openly. Moreover, seeing those faces, none of them looked friendly. They appeared as though they were coming to pick a fight. Lu Changming thought, since they intended harm, then they should move to attack in this almost uninhabited place. Sure enough, just as he thought this, those behind him began accelerating toward him while simultaneously putting on masks. What were they planning? Lu Changming was startled. Lu Changming quickly fled. He had no confidence in being able to beat these people. Judging by their aura, all of them seemed to be at the soul refining level, and even with reliance on the lightning mirror, he wouldn't necessarily win. If they surrounded him, it would certainly end in death. He had no choice but to run. He knew why these people were here. It must be the son of the city lord who arranged this. During his extended stay in Luodo, he'd heard plenty about the personalities of such heirs. He had embarrassed the heir in front of Xie Yun, so while he was within the city, the heir didn't dare to do anything to him because the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce would definitely protect him inside the city. Plus there were too many people around, making it hard to act. But once he left the city, the heir had nothing more to worry about. Lu Changming guessed Sun Yi had continuously been keeping tabs on him, just waiting for him to leave the city. Menghua decided to let his men make their move once he saw that Lu Changming had ventured deep into the bamboo forest. This spot was more than suitable. He was a guard captain from the house of the city lord, and half a month ago, his young master seemed to have endured some humiliation outside. The one responsible for all this was the youth ahead. That night after Sun Yi returned, he sought out Menghua, who was considered one of Sun Yi's closest captains. He asked Menghua to find a chance to teach this man a lesson, breaking off an arm or a leg. Menghua nearly broke into tears. He felt that his young master was really incompetent. Hearing that this man was a guest of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce, using only one move to defeat 3 initial stage soul refining guards was no easy feat. Even someone at the advanced soul refining stage would find it difficult, and Menghua himself was merely of advanced soul refining cultivation. There was no way he could punish this man. Then Sun Yi said this person was very young, about the same age as him, and wouldn't be much stronger either. He told Menghua to bring more people along. Menghua almost yelled back, thinking how this foolish young master hadn't realized that achieving advanced soul refining at such a young age was unheard of. That meant the individual surely relied on some kind of treasure capable of directly delivering advanced soul refining power, meaning he likely had significant backing. Even after explaining this to the young master, Sun Yi refused to listen. Spoiled by the city lord, he believed he could break laws because his father was in charge. Menghua didn't dare report this to the city lord either. If the young master found out, Menghua would have more trouble than he could handle. He brought 10 guards along, feeling that this should suffice. Their target's cultivation was unlikely to have reached the soul refining stage. He only needed his own capabilities to block any attacks from strange treasures, while his subordinates handled breaking a leg. To prevent being recognized, he also prepared masks. Even if the person had connections, they wouldn't easily track it back to him. However, as soon as Lu Changming started running, Menghua panicked. How fast? The speed indicated a mid-level soul refining practitioner, and among his team, only 2 skilled in speed could possibly keep up. Menghua suddenly lost the desire to chase. Should he return with a false report? But he didn't trust his subordinates to not spill the beans, and if the young master learned of it, he'd be finished. With no alternative, he steeled himself. Using his abilities, if he could hold off Lu Changming until his subordinates caught up, the mission might still succeed. Lu Changming ran while brainstorming strategies. He wanted to test his burst fist technique, but looking at the front trio who were getting closer, he spotted an advanced soul refining fighter. He doubted his burst fist could cause serious damage. If he used the lightning mirror to take this person down, the others would certainly scatter in fright. Such opportunities might be rare after reaching the academy. Seeing that the opponents were not carrying any weapons, they seemed not to want his life, but rather to beat him up. There would be no fatal danger. He might as well let them do it, since had he ever fought anyone head-on? He thought of using this opportunity to gain some combat experience. After running for about 15 minutes, the 3 people behind him were already very close, while the other 8 had almost disappeared from sight. So he stopped, turned around, and activated the lightning mirror. He believed this distance should be appropriate. When Menghua saw the electric blue light shield, he immediately pushed off with one foot and slid to the side. He had heard from his electrocuted subordinates what this protective artifact looked like when in use, so he had been on guard against it. But he hadn't expected Lu Changming to stop at this moment. He nearly crashed into it. The other 2 weren't quick enough to react, their cultivation only at the beginning of the soul refining stage, all their speed coming from their specific techniques. Unable to stop in time, they crashed straight into it, the same fate as the first 3. After a buzzing sound, they collapsed. Lu Changming was surprised that the other 2 would crash into it. He just wanted to scare them off. Without hesitation, seeing the higher-level soul-refining person slide far to the side due to inertia, he immediately ran back towards where they came from. Although unclear how far away the remaining group was, having run for such a long time, they must have become quite spread out because of differing speeds. His goal was to get rid of this advanced soul-refining person and practice on those 8. Chapter 34, The CF Family Young Master. Very soon, Lu Changming spotted the first person. This individual was among the 8 and was relatively the fastest, possessing a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the soul refinement realm. Because the bamboo forest did not offer a very open line of sight, and the 2 were heading towards each other, it took less than a breath's time from seeing each other until they met. Moreover, that person had not anticipated that their target would directly come rushing towards them. After all, between them and their objective stood Menghua. Logically, Lu Changming should have kept running forward. Why would he return? Therefore, this person's reaction was half a beat too slow, and Lu Changming's pre-prepared exploding fist passed by the arm the man attempted to use as a block and directly struck his abdomen. With a boom, that person flew through the air with both feet leaving the ground before being stopped by a bamboo pole. The person's entire body convulsed, and the clothes on his abdomen vanished outright, revealing blood flowing from the corner of his mouth mixed with some stomach fluid. He probably fainted immediately. The power of an exploding fist in the chi cultivation and soul refinement realms was quite strong. At an equal cultivation level, directly hitting the abdomen meant there were few who could withstand it. And considering that the 2 collided at full speed, the force of impact was akin to colliding with a steel pipe at more than twice one's own speed. This kind of impact wasn't something ordinary people could bear. If it weren't for the man's cultivation level in the soul refinement realm, he might have died on the spot. Actually, just the impact alone would be enough to make that person lose combat ability. Adding the effect of the exploding fist's burst meant that this individual would likely need to stay in bed for months. Under normal circumstances, Lu Changming, who only knew the exploding fist technique, would find it hard to defeat this man. This time, it was merely due to luck. Lu Changming rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. He didn't have time to examine the condition of the fallen man because, at the moment when he struck him, 3 more individuals appeared ahead. These 3 seemed slightly weaker in cultivation. They should only be at the lower stage of the soul refinement realm. But unlike the previous individual, these 3 had witnessed what just happened and were not caught unawares. Although Lu Changming had briefly slowed down a little while ago, he hadn't stopped and quickly approached the person slightly further ahead among the 3. Towards this person, he delivered a straight punch enhanced with the exploding fist technique. This individual, having seen his teammate's miserable state earlier, had no choice but to fully defend himself, unable to retaliate. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and directed his true energy completely into his arms. A sound of cracking bones came. This kind of martial art technique like the exploding fist particularly affected cultivators whose levels were lower than his own. However, this time the person did not fly away but retreated several steps and fell to the ground, possibly out of combat. But just at this point, the attacks of the other two arrived. They had been serving as guards for many years, and their combat experience was quite rich. Now, Lu Changming was at a moment where his old strength was spent and new strength had yet to generate. Seizing the opportunity, they simultaneously attacked Lu Changming. These two clearly cooperated for many years, their attacks perfectly synchronized, targeting different areas respectively and effectively blocking Lu Changming's path forward. If Lu Changming wanted to proceed, he had to endure the attack from one of them. At this moment, he couldn't stop. If he stopped, Menghua would quickly catch up, ruining all their efforts so far. Lu Changming could only choose to rush towards the slightly weaker attack. He put both arms in front of him, forcefully receiving a strike from the green-fisted attacker. His lightning mirror didn't activate. After using it previously, he placed it back inside his bag. Unless carried closely on his person, the automatic protective abilities of the lightning mirror wouldn't trigger. He didn't want to rely on the lightning mirror even when facing cultivators of a lower realm, nor did he want to resort to it unless absolutely necessary against higher-level opponents. He aimed to overcome his dependence on the lightning mirror. Fortunately, this was just an attack from a lower-stage soul refinement cultivator, and it wasn't as powerful as techniques like the exploding fist. Though Lu Changming felt numbness in his arms, he managed to block the strike. Just at this moment, another man, whose attack missed initially, then turned around and grazed Lu Changming's right shoulder with a palm strike. Thankfully, it only brushed against the shoulder, making Lu Changming's right arm temporarily less agile. Nevertheless, this also made Lu Changming realize the difference in combat experience. He actually had sufficient time to dodge this palm, but he relaxed after blocking the punch and focused only on continuing his escape. Though Lu Changming wished to turn back and severely punish the guy who struck him, after doing so, he would inevitably be beaten by more people together. He didn't want to do such a losing trade-off, so he continued running forward. Those two also followed behind him. Not long after, the final four individuals appeared ahead. These four reacted similarly to the first person upon seeing Lu Changming, appearing momentarily confused. However, the two following Lu Changming shouted, "Stop him," alerting the four. Lu Changming sensed trouble. He thought if he encountered another one or two individuals, he could resolve the situation directly as he did with the first one. But unexpectedly, these last four were together. If he had known, he would have slightly changed direction to avoid confronting all four head-on. If he charged forward now, he would surely be intercepted by the four individuals. Making a sharp turn at this high speed was impossible, so Lu Changming could only adjust his direction slightly to the right, aiming to face only one person. The person on the far right showed no fear as Lu Changming rushed towards him. He hadn't seen how Lu Changming used the exploding fist earlier and assumed he could stop him, so he directly attacked Lu Changming. What met his punch was precisely Lu Changming's sole martial skill, the exploding fist. With an explosion and the sound of bones cracking, that person fell to the ground. However, he successfully slowed down Lu Changming's momentum. But the other three were somewhat far from him. Even if they had any follow-up attacks, it would be difficult for them to hit him, allowing him to continue running forward. But things never went as planned for Lu Changming. One among the four, who looked quite muscular and somewhat reckless, leaped straight and tackled Lu Changming, bringing him to a complete stop. This man appeared to weigh twice as much as Lu Changming, making it impossible for Lu Changming to drag him along. Lu Changming struck the man's back fiercely with his elbow, but didn't use the exploding fist. Firstly, even the exploding fist wouldn't make someone release their tight grip. Secondly, hitting a low-stage soul refinement cultivator's back with the exploding fist could easily cause the heart to explode. If this person died, what Lu Changming would face next wouldn't just be a severe beating. After two fierce elbow strikes imbued with true energy, the massive man began foaming at the mouth and lost his combat ability. But it was already too late. Menghua had caught up, and together with the other four who still had fighting strength, surrounded Lu Changming. Lu Changming had no choice but to give up running. After breaking free of the big man's arms, the latter fell helplessly due to having no support. "Are you people from Xianxia?" Lu Changming asked, wanting to buy some time to think of a countermeasure. Menghua didn't respond, and neither did his subordinates, because their captain was present. Menghua didn't want Lu Changming to hear his voice. He was cautious. If the opponent learned his voice, it might expose his identity. He didn't want to get into trouble just because of the young master's private resentment. And what about himself? Is he planning to be a coward like a turtle? Lu Changming thought while considering his options. Due to Menghua's presence, he could only rely on the lightning mirror. However, the lightning mirror could only block attacks from one side. If the others let Menghua attack from the front, forcing the mirror to face Menghua, the other four could then attack him from behind. He knew he couldn't withstand that, but Menghua didn't dare to act rashly either. He himself wasn't aware that the lightning mirror could only defend against one side. He was also thinking of a countermeasure, trying to find its weakness. He knew every magical artifact must have flaws. There are no perfect artifacts. Thus, the standoff began. After a while, Menghua decided to feign an attack first to test Lu Changming. As he prepared to make a move, suddenly, a voice interrupted. How can such a beautiful bamboo forest still have violence disrupting the scenery? Upon hearing this, Menghua turned around abruptly. In such a favorable situation, whoever interrupted would likely intend to help the weaker side. Moreover, This voice was familiar to him. Oh, isn't this someone I know? A young man around 20 appeared not too far away. Dressed in bright green clothing that blended well with the surrounding bamboo, he seemed rather ostentatious. This man was very handsome, and Lu Changming found him strikingly familiar. Why did everyone he met recently seem familiar? Lu Changming felt uneasy seeing this person. Though his words were directed at the leader of the masked group, his eyes frequently glanced toward Lu Changming with an unfriendly gaze. Seeing this person, Menghua seemed extremely anxious. The individual was of the same cultivation level as him, yet the combined force of 5 people wouldn't be able to scratch him. They were vastly different from the geniuses in those major academies. Moreover, upon seeing whom they were attacking, this person would probably not be pleased. Forget it. Since you're wearing masks, I won't ask your name. The young man gazed sharply at Menghua before adding, I don't wish to engage. Thank you, Sir Xia. Menghua bowed respectfully, then quickly led his subordinates to pick up their injured companions and slinked away. Don't forget to walk slowly, the young man added casually. Lu Changming sighed in relief. Hearing Menghua call him Xia Gongzi, Lu Changming immediately realized who he was. He indeed looked familiar and resembled Xia Yun closely. He said, many thanks to brother Xia for coming to my aid. However, he found it strange why Xia Yun's brother would appear here. Could Xia Yun have told him about last night's events? No, Xia Yun wouldn't reveal it. Moreover, since she returned home late last night, there simply wasn't enough time. So why had he come? Are you Yuming? Indeed. You should know who I am. I am Xia Kun, the man said, glaring at Lu Changming, making him feel uneasy. He couldn't figure out what he had done to offend this young master Xia. You must be wondering why I followed you here. Of course, it's not to save you. I just feel that if someone else beats you up, it would make me lose face. Xia Kun approached Lu Changming with a smile, while Lu Changming kept retreating. This smile reminded him of the black and white impermanence illustrations he used to see in bookstores. He seemed to understand what was about to happen next. Chapter 35, Star Ring Auction House. You had better not release your blue shield. Let me take out my anger. Xia Kun, rubbing his hands together, slowly walked towards Lu Changming. Big brother, let's talk things over properly. A gentleman uses words, not violence. Lu Changming hadn't expected that Xia Yun's brother would be so obsessed with his sister. He had intended to run, but he realized there was no way he could escape, and that possibly Xia would hit him even harder. I'm not a gentleman. All I know is that you've been courting my sister. With that, Xia Kun charged forward. Don't hit my face. Lu Changming hurriedly covered his face. Half an hour later, Lu Changming was walking slowly through the bamboo forest, and as promised, Xia Kun had indeed avoided hitting his face. But Lu Changming now felt sore all over, moving at a sluggish pace. At first, Xia Kun's assault was purely physical, but when Lu Changming couldn't help himself and released the lightning mirror to electrocute him and escape, Xia Kun's punch on the mirror nearly left him temporarily paralyzed. Apparently, this current from the lightning mirror was much weaker than its protective capabilities. Xia Kun quickly caught up with Lu Changming again. Lu Changming had no way of defending himself and was pushed down onto the ground by Xia Kun. Then Xia began punching even harder, channeling his true chi into his fists, muttering, You dare fight back. You dare court my sister. Poor Lu Changming, who had just recovered from previous injuries, received another brutal beating. However, Xia Kun was very precise in his attack, focusing only on areas of his body with plenty of muscle and fat without causing any serious harm. By tomorrow, Lu Changming should recover fairly well. After finishing, Xia Kun simply tossed Lu Changming aside and went back home, whistling as he went, appearing quite content. Clenching his teeth, Lu Changming looked at Xia Kun's retreating figure, thinking that one day when his cultivation surpassed Xia's, he would definitely return the favor, smashing his face until it resembled a pig's head, despite him being Xia Yun's brother. By now, Lu Changming had returned to his original appearance, swapping out the clothes given by Xia Hong for those he bought earlier. The talisman had also been carefully hidden inside his garment. This way, upon returning to Yunqing City, nobody would recognize him anymore. Lu Changming touched his face, a face he hadn't used for a long time. Originally intending to enter Yunqing City once more as himself, it wasn't because he feared being recognized by the Tower sect, but due to discovering over time that this disguise technique had significant flaws. This disguise skill doesn't require true chi maintenance after activation, making it extremely convenient. Yet precisely because of this convenience, prolonged use leads to deformations in facial muscles and fat. Unless one becomes a true master of the art, capable of completely mimicking someone else's appearance, reverting back to one's original self would be difficult. Lu Changming didn't believe he could become proficient in the disguise skill within a short period, nor did he want to carry around another person's face indefinitely. So, he decided to enter the advanced academy under his real face, trying his best not to rely too heavily on disguise skills. Thus, hobbling along painfully through the bamboo forest, to be cautious, he resolved not to enter through the east gate, but rather through the north gate, the same one he used during his first visit to Yunqing City. It took him a large detour, and not until the afternoon did he re-enter Yunqing City. Upon entering, the first thing he did was find an inn to rest. His entire body ached, and he had barely slept the night before. After eating some food, he directly collapsed onto the bed, where time passed quietly for another day. The next morning, after stretching his body, Lu Changming found it still painful, but manageable enough to move regularly. Today he planned to find a blacksmith shop or equipment store. He was low on money now. The funds Mo Yuning had left him would last only another few days if used for food and lodging. He wanted to sell some of the snake scales and skins he'd collected from Function Forest. The texture of the snake scales was hard, suggesting they might be worth a fair amount. Before leaving, Lu Changming considered disguising himself again, fearing that if these items were rare treasures and attracted attention, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Not far from leaving the inn, Lu Changming paused his steps. He had been drawn by 5 large characters carved from an unknown material, painted red, highly noticeable above the entrance to a grand building. This building stood taller than others around it. Its gate alone reached the height of 2 floors of common buildings, while each of the 5 characters appeared to be taller than a man. Although Lu Changming didn't understand much about calligraphy, the graceful strokes told him that these were crafted by a master. Slowly, he read the characters aloud. Star Ring Auction House. A sudden thought struck him. If selling the snake scales at an auction house could fetch a higher price, why not give it a try? Upon entering the auction house, Lu Changming first found himself in a spacious hall that wasn't very crowded. There were many counters around the hall, but most of them had no one behind them. After asking at the reception desk near the entrance, he learned these counters were for appraising items to be auctioned, purchasing tickets for entry into the auction room, and collecting money earned from auctions. The empty ones were item appraisal desks. It was still too early for the appraisers to start work. After making inquiries about the auction process, Lu Changming learned that the auction events took place every 5 days. Items intended for auction would generally only make it to the stage 1 day after appraisal, while some valuable ones would be reserved until the end of the month for a more prestigious auction. Consequently, the monthly auction was much grander than usual sessions. Coincidentally, there would be a once-a-month auction tomorrow. If his items weren't considered precious enough, they'd be postponed to the auction 6 days later, which Lu Changming couldn't afford to wait for with his current funds. Lu Changming wanted to try his luck here at the auction house first. He didn't know what level of material the snake scales represented, but if this didn't work out, he could always visit a blacksmith shop. After waiting in the hall for about half an hour, the appraisers finally began to arrive. Lu Changming approached the nearest counter and said to the middle-aged man seated behind it, "Hello, I want to sell some things." The man glanced up at him briefly before replying indifferently, "Show them to me." Lu Changming took out 5 snake scales from his bag and handed them to the appraiser. He didn't intend to sell all of them since he felt he might need them later. If the price offered for the 5 scales wasn't sufficient, he could always add more as needed. The appraiser picked up the scales and put on a pair of glasses. The appraiser's voice carried surprise. "This is?" Lu Changming saw that the appraiser looked surprised, and this made him somewhat excited. Apparently, the snake scales were good merchandise, probably fetching quite a bit of money. The appraiser then turned to look at Lu Changming and said, "These are scales from a black striped python. Judging by the size of these scales, this python must have been about 30 meters long. And given that the length of pythons corresponds directly to their cultivation, this one must have been at least a 5th-stage low-tier black striped python. Sir, do you only have these 5 scales?" Lu Changming was momentarily stunned by the appraiser's statement. 5th stage? That was equivalent to a human reaching the spirit communication realm. It was fortunate that he hadn't met his demise back then. "Sir," the appraiser reminded Lu Changming, noticing his trance. "Oh, yes, just these 5. Realizing the value of these scales, Lu Changming decided to keep more for himself. The appraiser stopped pressing further. In his mind, it was obvious that these weren't all the scales Lu Changming owned. Given his young age, how could he possibly obtain such valuable items on his own? This must surely be the action of a noble disciple selling secretly out of home, perhaps seeking some pocket money. With the value of these scales, they can go to auction tomorrow, starting at 1,000 taels each. Here is the seller's token. After the auction, you can use this token to collect your earnings. The auction house will take 10% commission. Since the value of the items you're auctioning is substantial, you can also use this token to enter the auction hall directly without an entry ticket," explained the appraiser as he handed Lu Changming a metal badge. On the front were the words "Star Ring," and on the back, the numbers 015. Lu Changming accepted the badge with a dazed expression, but inside, his heart leapt in excitement. Wow, 1,000 taels per scale, so 5 scales would fetch 5,000 taels. He had never seen so much money. No, ordinary people would never encounter so much in their lifetime. Perhaps it would take a commoner half their life to earn this much money. Should he sell a few more? Though tempted by greed, Lu Changming managed to restrain himself. An item of such high value would naturally come in handy for his future use. So he consoled himself. As the appraiser was about to store the scales away, a voice came from behind Lu Changming. "Friend, why not sell these scales to me directly? I'll offer double the starting bid, 10,000 taels. How does that sound?" The appraiser immediately raised his head, not due to other reasons, but because he was incensed. The starting bid was only 1,000 taels per scale, yet these scales could potentially fetch over 5,000 taels. Clearly, either this person knew nothing about valuation or was trying to stir trouble. However, as soon as the appraiser lifted his head, he lost all courage. For he recognized this figure, a person not to be trifled with. A word too much could cost him his job. "Master," the appraiser humbly bowed. The speaker turned out to be Xianxia, the eldest son of the Xie family who had beaten up Lu Changming the previous morning. Naturally, Xianxia was also the heir to the Star Ring auction house. Even if the auction house manager arrived, he would have to bow like the appraiser. Xianxia frequented the auction house often, so even lower employees like these knew exactly what Master Xie looked like. Xianxia did not come to the auction house to bid on items, but to look for bargains. Xianhong doted on his daughter immensely, yet he was rather strict with his son. Ever since Xianxia started practicing cultivation techniques, whenever at home, his father would push him to practice. Moreover, Xianhong didn't give him much pocket money. He didn't want to spoil his son into becoming an arrogant playboy. If Xianxia wanted something related to cultivation, Xianhong's method was simple: loan it. If funds were insufficient, He could pre-withdraw from his father, but until the debt was repaid, Xiahong wouldn't provide further funds. So, Xiakun frequently visited the auction house to look for things to use or resell. His targets were precisely those like Lu Changming, people who didn't know the real value of their auction items. Other people in the auction house didn't dare to say anything about this. In fact, through such means, Xiakun had accumulated a decent fortune. Xiahong naturally knew about this matter, but he did not stop it. After all, even though Xiakun used his master's status, the money was still earned by his own ability. Chapter 36. Betrayed. This time, Xiakun wasn't looking to resell. Instead, he had his eyes on these snake scales. He wanted to make an inner armor, but hadn't found suitable material. When Yu Changming saw the green figure, he was initially filled with anger, but hearing his words, excitement surged up. Wow, 10,000 taels. That's enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life, without doing anything. Yu Changming calculated in his heart. Although he desired this 10,000 taels greatly, he still felt Xia Kun wasn't trustworthy. You know, the whole Xia family are respectable people, so how did they produce someone as eccentric as Xia Kun? Xia Kun had been in the auction house for a long time, and immediately saw through that although Yu Changming didn't outwardly express much, inside he was very tempted. He quickly added, "Brother, it's clear you need money badly. I urgently need these scales too. How about if I add another 1,000 taels, making it 11,000 taels for these 5 scales? It's quite a loss for me, brother. And since I have some influence in the auction house, I can help you bypass their commission." Hearing Xia Kun's additional offer of 1,000 taels, Yu Changming became more tempted. Despite still not liking him, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll sell them to you." "Good. Do you want the money in cash, silver drafts, or directly transferred at the bank?" Xia Kun asked. Yu Changming considered it carefully. Cash definitely wouldn't work. It would be too heavy for him to carry alone. Even silver drafts aren't very safe when carried around. After pondering, depositing it into a bank seemed better, so he responded, "Let's transfer it at the bank. However, I don't yet have a bank account." "That's fine. Let's go to the Star Ring Bank. There I can arrange a better account for you." Xia Kun, after betraying Yu Changming so thoroughly, was also happy to give him a little benefit. Besides, to him, it was merely a matter of saying it. He then put an arm around Yu Changming's shoulder and walked out of the auction house, feeling like real brothers. "Keep the iron token for now. Tomorrow, you can come back to the auction if you want to look for anything interesting. With 10,000 taels, you can buy a couple of items. Once the auction is over, return the token to the appraiser." "Hey, wrap those scales up for me. I'll pick them up later," Xia Kun said to the appraiser without even turning back. The appraiser looked at the retreating back of Master Xia and felt deeply annoyed by the face of this young master, which reminded him so much of a deceitful merchant. However, at least the president had someone to carry on his legacy. Xia Kun did not know that someday, he would greatly regret what he had done today. Yu Changming did not care to watch Xia Kun leave. Though he was Xia Yun's brother, Yu Changming simply could not respect him. Now he held 2 additional items in his hands. One was a blue metallic card, and the other a small book. The metallic card served as proof of his account at the Star Ring Bank, while the small book recorded all deposits and withdrawals made. Right now, it read 6,000 taels, marked clearly with steel seals to avoid tampering. He glanced at the blue metallic card in his hand. According to Xia Kun, blue accounts at the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce ranked among the higher tier ones. Accounts in the Star Ring Bank were divided into white, yellow, blue, red, and black. Earlier, Xia Kun had taken Yu Changming holding a black card, confidently entering the bank where they were welcomed directly to a VIP counter. He seemed unfamiliar with the bank. As the chief there didn't recognize him as the young master of the Xia family. According to him, ordinary people opening white card accounts at the bank had to pay a 3% storage fee whenever withdrawing funds, whereas a blue card holder only needed to pay 1%. This didn't improve Yu Changming's feelings towards him at all. In fact, Yu Changming thought his actions must be fishy. His beating him earlier showed not only that he was obsessed with his sister, but also miserly enough to track him down for miles just to punish him. Yu Changming still had a 5,000 tael silver draft in his bag for consideration in tomorrow's auction. Since the bank charges storage fees and he'd need the money the next day, he decided to take a portion himself, saving 50 taels. Thus, he only allowed Xia Kun to deposit 6,000 taels for him. He intended to check if there were any martial arts techniques he liked in the auction house. While 5,000 taels might not buy something extraordinary, it would definitely be better than the current collapsing fist technique he used. Moreover, according to Mo Yuning, the Academy Library's martial arts section wasn't that easy to access, as the Academy didn't allow students to select too many skills, and normally, one wouldn't study numerous combat techniques. But Yu Changming's practice method emphasized mastering multiple skills, so he wanted to gather as many good techniques as possible at this point. The next morning, Yu Changming arrived at the Star Ring auction house, heading straight for the auction room, gate directly facing the main door. With the iron token, he entered smoothly. After entering the auction house, Yu Changming was quite surprised. It wasn't as he had imagined. The auction house was vast, with sunlight streaming in from skylights above. Dozens of rows of tiered seats were arranged in a semicircle around the central auction stage. He had always assumed that an auction house would be a dark place where people concealed their identities while shouting out prices, afraid of being recognized. This image came to him from some novel, somewhere, though such places did exist on the continent, illegal underground auction houses. Yu Changming curiously observed the auction hall. At the moment, there were some staff members busy on the auction stage. Many people were seated in the tiered chairs, but the closer to the front, the fewer people there were. The first row was almost entirely empty because the seats closer to the front were more expensive and only reserved for those with higher status. Those people often showed up late just to flaunt their identity. People like Yu Changming, who had come to sell valuable items, had a designated seating area that wasn't too far back, but off to the side. He walked over to the area and took his seat number 15. It was still half an hour before the auction began, and more people continued to enter through the entrance. Yu Changming soon lost interest in his surroundings and started closing his eyes to rest. Xiakun strolled into the auction house with leisure. Normally, he wouldn't bother to attend these events, but today there was an interesting item for sale, and he wanted to see the commotion it might stir up. Once inside the auction hall, he immediately glanced toward one direction and quickly spotted Yu Changming. After returning home yesterday, upon further reflection, Xiakun realized the man who sold him the snake scales seemed familiar, though it didn't really concern him since he just wanted to observe today's entertainment casually. As Yu Changming rested with his eyes closed, a familiar presence sat down beside him. He opened his eyes instantly, recognizing it as Xiakun. His senses told him something must have gone wrong, possibly exposing himself somehow. Was Xiakun onto his identity? Despite his uneasiness, Yu Changming kept his face expressionless and said to Xiakun, "Aren't you rich enough? Why are you sitting here? Isn't this supposed to be reserved seating?" "Hey, old buddy, I'm just here for the fun of it. Looked around, and you're the only person I know here. I hate being alone and prefer sitting next to acquaintances. Would you drive me away? Besides, the seller section is rarely ever fully occupied anyway. Most sellers don't want to reveal themselves. Plus, I'm not even here to buy anything, just to look around. As long as I've got a ticket, sitting here isn't an issue." Yu Changming inwardly scoffed. If loneliness made someone like Xiakun feel depressed, then practically everyone else in the world should have depression. "What caught your eye?" Xiakun asked casually. Strangely, Yu Changming responded, "Nothing's caught my eye. I don't even know what's up for auction." Xiakun looked at Yu Changming incredulously. "You mean, you didn't see the introduction to the items in the auction in the main hall? All the items, except for the last few highlights, are detailed there. Just show your ticket or your badge, and you can get a copy." Yu Changming truly had no idea. No one informed him. If he had bought a ticket, the ticket vendor would have let him know. Also, earlier if Xiakun hadn't interrupted, the appraiser would have explained it all. Now feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Changming stood up and said, "I'll go grab a copy." After getting the introduction booklet in the main hall, Yu Changming didn't return to his seat right away. He didn't particularly enjoy sitting next to Xiakun, given the previous incident left him somewhat apprehensive about the man. Finding a spot in the main hall, Yu Changming flipped through the book and found that most items were herbs and minerals, things he knew little about, making the descriptions somewhat confusing. There were also several armors and weapons. Generally speaking, armor was more expensive than weapons, especially inner armors, because everyone values their life. Weapons, on the other hand, aren't as important for martial artists since most of their techniques originate from their own bodies unless they use specialized chi-conductive weapons, which tend to be astronomically priced. Thus, the higher one's cultivation level, the less likely they are to use weapons, generally confined to spirit forging realm or chi refining realm martial artists compensating for combat strength with them. Finally, there were manuals for martial techniques and magical treasures. In the brochure, there were only 2 manuals and 1 treasure listed. Yu Changming examined the protective treasure, realizing it paled in comparison to his lightning mirror despite having a starting bid of 50,000 taels. This made it clear how rare treasures could be. He began pondering whether he should sell his mirror when funds ran low. Based on the starting bids, it could fetch hundreds of thousands taels. He focused on the 2 martial arts techniques. One was an earth-based technique called stacked rocks, which involved controlling layers of rocks to continuously crush enemies. While its attack power wasn't high, its control capability was strong, effectively influencing the enemy's movements. It was more suitable for use when having teammates. Yu Changming felt it didn't suit him. His current priority was finding a technique with strong attacking power to address his lack of offensive means. The other martial art puzzled him greatly. This technique was listed at the very front of the introduction booklet and only had a name, Remnant Frost, with no description whatsoever. Chapter 37. The auction begins. Lu Changming was very interested in this martial art. Without a detailed description, there must be something special about it. He had a feeling that this martial technique might suit him perfectly. At the end of the introduction booklet were several final highlight items for auction. Their names were all replaced with times, and their descriptions only included their categories and starting bids. The lowest one still started at 100,000 taels, especially the last item, which had an opening bid of 1.2 million taels. Lu Changming felt that he should just take a look. Participating in bidding on these items? It would probably be impossible in his lifetime. After finishing reading the introduction booklet, the auction was about to begin, so Lu Changming quickly returned to the venue. "Why are you so slow?" Xiakun asked curiously. "I had an emergency." By now, almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. Aside from their small section for sellers, the entire hall was nearly full. Lu Changming didn't expect so many people to attend the auction. Seeing Lu Changming looking around, Xiakun smiled and said, "Little brother, is this your first time attending an auction?" Actually, auctions rarely get as crowded as this one. This place has close to 2,000 seats. Usually, even filling half of them would be considered good, and under normal circumstances, only a third of the seats would be occupied. Larger auctions like those held at the end of the month could possibly fill up to 2/3 of the seats. This time, so many people came because there's a rather unique item. "Did you bring the introduction booklet?" Xiakun paused here, took the introduction booklet from Lu Changming, flipped to the back, and continued. "It's the last item. The reason why most people here came is for this one. But judging by the base price, Most people can only spectate. Only those in the front row or in the upstairs booths have the means to bid. Upon hearing Xiakun's words, Lu Changming looked up and realized there were boxes on the second floor above him. He asked, "So, the people in the boxes must be the wealthiest ones then. How do the people in the first row compete with them?" "No, people in the boxes aren't necessarily more powerful than those in the first row. Because the boxes are rented long-term, usually for a year, they're often used by influential locals. However, the bigwigs from other regions who've come for this item generally sit in the front row unless they know someone local." Lu Changming nodded understandingly, then followed up with another question. "If this item is so important, why doesn't the Star Ring auction house directly buy it privately? Like how you bought my scales?" Xiakun appeared somewhat embarrassed as he explained. "Because the seller spread the news before it was shipped here. If the Star Ring Guild bypassed the auction and purchased it directly, they'd upset a lot of people. And it's rumored the seller is someone the Star Ring Guild can't offend. I think the branch president of Star Ring Guild in Yunqing City should be in one of the boxes upstairs now. He surely also has interest in that item." Lu Changming mentally snorted, putting on airs. Xiakun didn't know that Lu Changming had already known his real name was Xiakun, so he didn't refer to Xiahong as his father. At this moment, an auctioneer stepped onto the auction stage. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man dressed neatly in formal attire, appearing quite efficient. He bowed to the bidders and then turned around, walking behind the table on the auction podium. He began. "Now, the auction begins. First, the first item for auction." A waiter then walked up with a golden tray, placing it on the table in front of the auctioneer. On this tray was a book, likely the one titled Xianxia. The auctioneer smiled and said, "First, let's follow our auction house tradition from every month's end. Since this auction has many out-of-towners, I will introduce the first item. The first item is a martial skill called Xianxia. It's been in our auction house for many years, having failed to sell numerous times. I believe most of you should have heard of it. It was discovered 2,000 years ago in the Demon Suppression Tower. There's a rumor that this martial skill is cursed by demon tribes. Allegedly, if someone abandons it, misfortune will soon follow. Though many don't believe this rumor, there have been many pieces of evidence over the past 2,000 years verifying its truth. Therefore, we at the auction house have no choice but to display it without getting rid of it, and this is also one of the reasons why this item has consistently failed to sell." Lu Changming listened to the auctioneer's explanation and felt astonished by the peculiar nature of this martial art. Turning his head, he asked, "Could this really be the item that attracted so many people? How could it? Didn't the auctioneer just say it's a cursed martial skill? Most people in the front row already know about this skill. No one would specifically come for it alone." The auctioneer continued, "But the main reason is that this martial art is simply useless. When it first appeared, various forces fought over it because it originated from the Demon Suppression Tower, and it was the only martial skill from the Demon Suppression Tower to appear in these many years. However, after 2,000 years of study by various forces, they found that this martial art could not be cultivated. The meridians required for this martial art are very special. Its quantity is not much compared to most martial arts, but almost all of them are rarely needed in the existing martial techniques today. No single martial technique's meridian system contains all the meridians necessary for this martial art. Someone once risked severe energy deviation to forcibly cultivate this martial art. But when he circulated his energy according to the method described within, there was no reaction at all, and eventually, this person died due to energy deviation. Later, a great master analyzed this martial art through the remains of this person and found out that the energy required for this martial art wasn't internal energy. Instead, perhaps an even more potent type of energy was needed to utilize it. This master speculated that the origin of this martial art had two possibilities. One was that it was left behind by the Great Tower Lord in the Demon Suppression Tower, and the other possibility was that it was a demonic martial art. If it's the Great Tower Lord's martial art, then it would probably require the purple energy from the Demon Suppression Tower to activate it. Everyone knows that such energy only exists in the Demon Suppression Tower and can only be absorbed during the Tower Sect celebration days. However, it cannot substitute for internal energy, as not only is the quantity extremely small, but the moment it is absorbed, it diffuses throughout the body, either enhancing physical capabilities or transforming into regular internal energy. On the other hand, if it's a demon clan martial art, I believe none of you would dare to practice it. Even now, some people are still debating about whose martial art this truly is. Because it has a curse attached, the majority thinks it belongs to the demon clan, believing this curse to be their punishment on humanity. Those who think it's the Great Tower Lords argue that since it's recorded using human language, it contradicts being from the demon clans, which leads to this unsolved mystery until today. Although this book isn't useful, it has high value for collectors. Nevertheless, considering that it might be a cursed demonic martial art, any interested patrons should consider carefully. The starting bid is 3,000 taels, and each raise must not be less than 1/10 of the starting price. Generally speaking, an auctioneer would always highlight the advantages of the items, but regarding this particular piece, clearly, the auctioneer knew everyone wasn't interested, and forcing it too much could instead hurt the reputation of the auction house. Seeing the complete silence around, the auctioneer felt no disappointment. Each month's end brought the same routine where this martial art was put up for auction, and every time it failed to sell. He had grown accustomed to it. Just as he was about to announce the next auction item, a voice suddenly rang out across the room. 3,000 taels. The voice wasn't particularly loud, but in the dead silence of the hall, it sounded exceptionally clear. The auctioneer thought he'd misheard, turning towards the source of the sound. It came from the edge of the semicircular hall. At this moment, Lu Changming was holding up the sign next to him, representing his position marked with the 4 numbers 9015, indicating he was a seller rather than being seated among the general audience. Alright, bidder number 9015 bids 3,000 taels, first confirmation of 3,000 taels. The auctioneer was slightly surprised. With so many people, it seemed a few strange interest customers had emerged. He was more than willing to get this item sold, tired of having to introduce it every month at the start of the auctions. Wow, little brother, what's going on? Are you interested in collecting this thing? Didn't you hear the auctioneer say this martial art has a curse? Even Star Ring Chamber of Commerce dared not throw it away. Won't you feel icy chills carrying this with you? Be careful not to die unexpectedly if you lose it. Xiakun looked at Lu Changming incredulously. Second confirmation of 3,000 taels. Do you believe I have a masochistic tendency? Lu Changming was too lazy to explain. Xiakun, seeing his response, shut his mouth unhappily. Final confirmation of 3,000 taels. Good. Then this Kanshang goes to bidder number 9015. Please proceed to the back of the venue after the auction concludes to make payment and collect your item. The auctioneer tapped the auction hammer, addressing Lu Changming's direction. The next item for auction. Lu Changming didn't pay attention to the next few auction items. He had been thinking about the Kanshang. Based on what the auctioneer said, he now had a rough understanding of this martial skill. Although he was afraid of the curse attached to it, he was very attracted by the auctioneer's words. It requires the purple energy from the demon suppression tower to activate. He actually had a crystal stone that could produce that kind of purple energy. If this martial art truly required purple energy for its use, then wouldn't he be getting a great deal? This was obviously a top-tier martial art. If he could master it, perhaps he wouldn't have to endure the weak early stages as Mo Yuning had mentioned. So Lu Changming decided to take a gamble. Even if he couldn't practice it, collecting it would still work, right? Wasn't it just a curse? He could carry it around all the time. It was only a book, it didn't take up much space. As for the money, wasn't it just 3,000 taels? 3,000 taels. Lu Changming let out a cry in his heart. These 3,000 taels weren't money, they were lives. He started to regret his decision already. Chapter 38, Demon Taming Stone. After that, Lu Changming paid little attention to the remaining auction items, not only because he didn't understand them, but also because many of the base prices for the subsequent items were already beyond his reach. Even if he took out the additional 6,000 taels from the money shop, it wouldn't be enough. He was only focused on the final sale prices of the stacked rocks, martial technique, and the protective treasure. The starting price for stacked rocks was 5,000 taels, and it eventually sold for 11,000 taels. As for the protective treasure, due to its rarity, it was one of the latter items auctioned off before the finale, and ultimately sold for a staggering 23 million taels. Seeing how much money the protective treasure fetched rekindled Lu Changming's desire to sell the Thunderlight Mirror. Soon enough, it was time for the auction's centerpiece item. The auctioneer announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take a short rest. In 15 minutes, we will begin the main auction." When the auctioneer mentioned a break, Lu Changming saw Xiakun turning around, seemingly intending to chat with him. Quickly, he said, "I have an urgent need to use the restroom." Saying this, he rushed away. Every time he saw Xiakun's face now, his whole body ached. If he weren't worried about giving something away, he would have found another seat by now. 15 minutes later, Lu Changming returned. As soon as he sat down, Xiakun immediately smiled and said, "Young brother, frequent urination is a disease and needs treatment. I know a few renowned doctors. Why don't I introduce you to them?" Lu Changming ignored him. He believed the best way to deal with chatterboxes was simply not engaging. However, Xiakun's next words caught Lu Changming's attention. He said, "Do you think these finale items are definitely going to be fiercely bid on by all the wealthy tycoons?" "No, their real target this time is the last piece. They won't waste their funds on anything else. Look, how many times have the people in the first row and in the boxes raised their paddles throughout this auction?" Lu Changming reflected and realized Xiakun was right. There had indeed been very few instances of those people raising their paddles. Xiakun continued, "Many attendees have come specifically for other finale pieces, believing the bigwigs won't pay attention to these and may be able to buy them at a lower price. However, with so many people thinking the same thing, I suspect these prices might soar even higher." At that moment, the auctioneer had already returned to the stage. The first item was a medicinal herb covered with a red cloth. Its identity wasn't revealed until the auctioneer lifted the cloth. With a base price of 10 million taels, the auctioneer explained that its primary function was enhancing cultivation and serving as a core ingredient for supreme elixirs, though it held little attraction for Lu Changming, who could only look helplessly. As predicted by Xiakun, the bidders showed great fervor. People were enthusiastically raising their paddles and quoting prices, though most were sitting towards the middle front sections. Very rarely did the true bigwigs raise theirs. In the end, the herb was sold for 54 million taels, according to Xiakun, exceeding its intrinsic value. This pattern continued with the next several major items, the mutual gazes between bidders seeming to spark flames. Had they not been in an auction setting, there might have even been physical confrontations. The second-to-last item ultimately went for a record-breaking 117 million taels. According to Xiakun, this marked one of the highest sales prices in the auction house's history, but still didn't surpass the starting price of the last item, leaving Lu Changming highly intrigued. The final item is coming up. The auctioneer was visibly excited, eagerly awaiting this moment. This was his first ever auction, no, perhaps the only time in his life where he would oversee such valuable goods. "I assume everyone has been waiting for this item, so I'll skip the formalities and bring it out." Unlike previous items shrouded under red cloth, This one came directly presented in a jade box, suggesting the prized item was contained within. From Yu Changming's seat, the transparency and luster of the jade box itself were evident, likely valuable enough to be included in the upcoming monthly auction as well, revealing just how precious the contents inside must be. The auctioneer placed his hand on the jade box. All bidders held their breath in anticipation of its unveiling. With a soft click, the box was opened. Yu Changming observed what lay inside. Contrary to his expectation of brilliance or grandeur, it wasn't spectacular at all. Inside the jade box rested a small stone. It looked like an ordinary crystal, irregularly shaped, translucent, faintly glowing with purple light, similar to common amethysts seen in the market. Yet, there was something about it that felt strangely familiar to Yu Changming. After opening the box, the auctioneer paused for a while, letting the bidders observe the gemstone thoroughly, before saying, "I believe many here already recognize what this is. Yes, this is a demon-taming stone, a stone from the demon-taming tower." The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. It is the source of the purple energy within the demon-taming tower, capable of endlessly producing that very purple energy. Every bidder had their eyes wide open, staring at the small stone in the jade box as if they were ready to swallow it whole. If there weren't so many people present, someone might have already tried to snatch it. Even Xianxia, who had previously acted indifferent, now fixed his gaze on the crystal, because this might be the only time in his life he would see it. Yu Changming finally realized why it felt so familiar. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, he concluded that apart from being smaller and having a lighter color, this crystal was no different from the one lying in his inn. Both could generate the purple energy found inside the demon-taming tower. However, Yu Changming wasn't sure whether this crystal came from an altar like his own. The auctioneer took several deep breaths to calm his excited heart. As a non-warrior himself, the allure of the demon-taming stone wasn't too strong for him. But as an auctioneer, what truly mattered to him was the selling price of the item. And this demon-taming stone was destined to fetch an astronomical amount, which explained his excitement. Continuing, the auctioneer said, "Those who have entered the demon-taming tower all know that the demon-taming stones are the crystals embedded in each floor's altar. A long time ago, people didn't know that these demon-taming stones were the source of the purple energy in the tower. It wasn't until thousands of years ago when someone brought out a demon-taming stone from the tower that people realized just how significant this crystal was. Everyone knows how important this purple energy is. Each person has only one chance in their lifetime before turning 20 to enter the demon-taming tower during the Tower Sect Festival to absorb this energy. They must constantly compete for it, as this energy can significantly enhance a person's physical body and potential. In fact, it almost guarantees an additional major cultivation level. Statistics show that among those who have never absorbed this purple energy, hardly anyone has broken through to the spirit communication realm, and even fewer have reached the soul enlightenment realm, showing the tremendous importance of this purple energy. In the few hundred years after its discovery, the number of people entering the demon-taming tower suddenly increased dramatically, all in search of the demon-taming stones. For thousands of years since then, there have been rumors of people finding demon-taming stones in the tower, but most cannot verify their authenticity because no one willingly discloses obtaining one. Knowing you possess such a stone could make you a target for everyone. As the saying goes, an ordinary man without sin may still be killed for possessing great treasure. According to the first person who discovered it, his demon-taming stone was picked up inside the tower, not taken from the altar. Many attempted to directly carve the demon-taming stones off the altar, but according to legend, the moment they exerted force, they were swallowed by the altar itself and disappeared. After many deaths, no one dared to mess with the altars anymore. Upon hearing this, Yu Changming suddenly recalled his own experience inside the tower. He had removed the crystal from the altar, yet nothing happened when he applied force. His mother should also have known the altar wouldn't consume him, but right after he removed the crystal, a purple light suddenly appeared above the altar. She hadn't anticipated that happening either. If the light indeed emerged due to his removal of the crystal, why did the auctioneer's account differ? Perplexed, Yu Changming lost focus and stopped listening to the rest of the auctioneer's words. The auctioneer continued, "Let me introduce more about the demon-taming stone. It can independently absorb the essence from the surrounding environment and convert it into purple energy. Therefore, in the area around the demon-taming stone, true qi tends to be extremely thin. This is also one reason why ascending the demon-taming tower becomes increasingly difficult. Unless during the Tower Sect Festival, most people carry recovery pills or artifacts when they enter." The bidders nodded in agreement. Most of them were warriors, and as soon as the jade box was opened, they noticed the sudden decrease in the surrounding true qi. It seemed clear that the jade box was not just for decoration, but also served to isolate true qi. Yu Changming hadn't heard this part, but if he had, he might have realized why he couldn't feel the presence of true qi. It was due to the crystal. This demon-taming stone can only store a limited amount of purple energy, and after one absorption session, it will take about 5 days for the stone to regenerate enough energy for another. If this process is repeated for around 2 years, the amount absorbed would roughly be equivalent to entering the demon-taming tower during the Tower Sect Festival. Although the more purple energy absorbed reduces its efficacy, absorbing it over 5 years or so, combined with once entering the tower, we can guarantee that person will break through into the spirit communication realm. And if that person hasn't qualified to enter the demon-taming tower, it still ensures reaching the peak of the soul refinement realm. At this point, all the bidders in the auction hall were getting excited. Many people in the back rows seemed ready to bid. The auctioneer didn't need to say so much. as those who came here for the demon-taming stone already had a basic understanding of it. His intention was to further stimulate the bidder's desire for it, so as to achieve a higher selling price. Chapter 39, Bidding. Alright, esteemed guests, let's begin the bidding. The auctioneer looked at the bidders whose eyes were already somewhat red, and said, 5 million taels. As soon as the auctioneer had finished speaking, a voice from the private booth above Yu Changming's head spoke up. Aside from those sitting in the first few rows, most people, after hearing about the 5 million taels, silently put down their half-raised number plates. The person in the booth had directly quadrupled the price. This voice also snapped Yu Changming out of his thoughts. Hearing the 5 million taels, he was shocked. This amount would last him 20 lifetimes based on his previous expenses. He nudged Xiakun, who was still staring at the spirit-suppressing stone, with his elbow and asked, how much do you think this thing will finally sell for? Xiakun, brought back to reality by his nudge, responded somewhat exasperatedly, what do you mean this thing? This is an invaluable treasure. There are fewer items in this world more valuable than it can be counted on one hand. I estimate it should fetch over 10 times this price. 50 million taels? Yu Changming was astonished. He added another 0 to the 20 in his mind. It would take 200 lifetimes. Yu Changming decided to stop obsessing over the numbers. Continuing to think like this would make him question his existence. To distract himself, he asked again, although Yunding City is considered a large city, it isn't very important within the Fengyang Empire. How could the Star Ring Guild hold such a valuable auction here? Without even looking at Yu Changming, Xiakun turned his gaze back to the spirit-suppressing stone, as if by staring at it, it would become his. He casually replied, who knows? But rumor has it that the seller might have some deal with Xiahong. If it were just the title of regional guildmaster held by Xiahong, there's no way the Star Ring Guild would auction such a valuable item here. I suspect Xiahong didn't inform the headquarters of the Star Ring Guild ahead of time. Once they know, it'll be hard for them to forcibly transport the item to the main office because doing so would offend too many people. Yu Changming glanced sideways at Xiakun, muttering internally, to criticize one's father in front of outsiders like this shows that Xiakun clearly doesn't respect Xiahong much. Soon, the bidding soared to 10 million taels. From now on, increments were made by 1 million taels each time. Anything less wouldn't even be worth shouting. As the auction price continued to soar, fewer people were left shouting out bids. Once the price hit 20 million taels, only those in the first row and inside private booths were still participating. At first, the crowd would shout loudly, faces red and necks thick with tension towards the auctioneer, but now everyone began calmly quoting prices. Gradually, as the bid reached 40 million taels, the pace of price increases slowed significantly, not due to smaller increments but rather because bidders waited long periods before shouting out a price, often waiting until the auctioneer was about to hammer down before speaking up. At this point, only 5 or 6 groups of bidders remained. Xiakun was no longer paying attention to the spirit-suppressing stone. Perhaps he found it dull. He turned around to Yu Changming and began introducing the remaining bidders. You see, that old man who just shouted 43 million taels is our empire's second-ranked academy, the Wind God Academy's vice dean. Alas, following with 44 million taels is his mortal enemy from our top-ranked academy, the Sky Vault Academy. Their vice dean also bid. These two academies have always been at odds, competing fiercely. Generally, once one academy bids, the other quickly follows up to win on momentum alone. Even if only these two academies were competing, the spirit-suppressing stone's price wouldn't be low. As for the 30-some-year-old man who just bid, judging from his attire, he must be from the Ming family, the largest clan in the empire. Treasures like the spirit-suppressing stone, which can directly enhance a warrior's talent, matter greatly to clans like this. In these large families, distinctions between main and side branches are critical. Moreover, ensuring the continuation of the family requires that heirs from the main branch have excellent talent. Talent is usually selected only from among the main branch unless absolutely necessary, unlike the academies, which accept students from all regions. So they probably value the spirit-suppressing stone highly and will likely bid until the very end. The voice that came from the booth earlier, according to my estimation, belongs to the imperial royal family. I won't comment too much on this, as saying too much can lead to problems. Xiakun carefully explained. If they're the royal family, why dare others still compete against them? Yu Changming was puzzled. The royal family and these large forces have cooperative relationships. These families and academies aren't afraid of the royal family. Purely speaking in terms of power, they are on par with the royal family, or even surpass them. Moreover, each generation sees intermarriage with the royal family. Many high-ranking members within the academies are from the royal family. The princes and princesses all study at these top-ranked academies. Did you know? The current emperor graduated from the Wind God Academy. On the contrary, during times when the royal family declines, these families and academies help the royal family overcome difficulties. This is why the royal family of Fengyang Empire has stood tall for 1,000 years, unlike the other two countries that have experienced various rebellions. Although the emperor's surname remains the same, they are no longer direct descendants of the founding emperor. Now, between them it's a fair competitive relationship. Whoever has the money gets it, and they won't harm their harmonious relationship. However, I estimate no matter which party obtains it, they'll likely need to share it eventually. They can't swallow it alone. There was one faction Xiakun hadn't identified. Soon, the bidding reached the 50 million taels Xiakun mentioned, but it showed signs of rising further. Xiakun said that usually at this point, those 4 factions he mentioned should stop, but now the mysterious organization kept vying with them, and he estimated the price would rise another 20 million or so. Now Yu Changming started to admire Xiakun a little. Every time he spoke accurately, truly befitting the young master of a wealthy merchant family, different from himself. He guessed if Xianxia hadn't become a martial artist, he could still become a tycoon with immense wealth, as he already had much money. As the bid grew higher, Yu Changming suddenly felt something was off. These were all large factions competing against each other, as if something was missing. That's right, the Tower sect. Realizing this, Yu Changming suddenly said to Xianxia, "Do you think that mysterious organization is the Tower sect? Maybe they want to reclaim the items from the tower. If they wanted to reclaim it, those others couldn't possibly compete against them." "No, it's impossible," Xianxia replied without hesitation. "I've thought about it before too, but the Tower sect has always regarded the demon-suppressing tower as a sacred relic. Items inside the tower are also considered as such. They've always believed that items from the tower were bestowed by the tower god upon humanity. Whoever possesses them owns them. They never compete for them. Their generosity has enabled them to exist for 10,000 years on this continent. If the Tower sect were a forceful organization, it wouldn't last as long as it has. People knew the Tower sect wouldn't come to bid, which is why they dared to compete against the mysterious organization." Yu Changming nodded, finding Xianxia's words reasonable. At this moment, the auction price was nearing 60 million taels. The vice deans of the two academies stopped bidding because this had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, they hadn't originally planned to obtain this demon-suppressing stone. This demon-suppressing stone wasn't worth bankrupting prestigious academies. Academies don't need the demon-suppressing stone as badly as those families, and they certainly aren't as wealthy. Families, after accumulating wealth for 1,000 years, are practically rich enough to rival nations. Most of the academy's funds came from donations from graduates, a large part of which were used for education. Now, only 3 factions were left bidding for this demon-suppressing stone. Apart from the royal family hidden in the private booths whose expressions couldn't be seen, the expressionless faces of both the Meng family representative in the front row and the mysterious group did not look good. When the auction price gradually increased to 65 million taels, the voice from the booth didn't sound again, indicating the imperial royal family had exited this bidding. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the first row, Yu Changming felt uneasy and asked Xianxia, "Will they fight?" "Probably not here, but once outside the city, who knows? I feel that no matter which side ultimately wins the demon-suppressing stone, the other party will likely ambush them halfway through the journey. In the end, it's no longer a matter of who has more money, but who is stronger," Xianxia answered. "So who do you think will win the auction for this demon-suppressing stone? And who will ultimately possess this stone?" "I guess the Meng family will probably win the auction for the demon-suppressing stone. Their family's wealth cannot be estimated. This Star Ring Guild is the second-ranked guild in Fengyang Empire, and the number 1 guild, the Cloud Riding Guild, which could arguably be the first guild on the entire continent, is essentially theirs. The Star Ring Guild was founded relatively late, and its business mainly operates within the empire, with very few branches in the other 2 major empires. However, the Cloud Riding Guild has existed for 1,000 years, with branches spread across the entire continent. Their family owns over half of the equity in the Cloud Riding Guild. Just from this, it's clear their wealth far exceeds that of the entire Star Ring Guild. Ultimately, the Meng family will surely be the ones to get ambushed. But in the end, who will get the demon-suppressing stone is uncertain. Although the Meng family is rich, purely speaking in terms of martial artist strength, there are still many organizations that can match them. Now it all depends on the power of that mysterious party. I think an organization with so much money cannot be weak. However, if that side isn't a force within Fengyang Empire's territory, they won't possibly obtain it because the imperial royal family will certainly intervene if they discover foreign forces from other countries operating within their borders. Nevertheless, no matter what, the ultimate winner will be the seller of the demon-suppressing stone and the Star Ring Guild. They've already far exceeded its original value. Naturally, the Meng family will not hesitate to spend money. If that mysterious organization has enough wealth, perhaps the price could soar even higher than I imagined. Listening to Xianxia's insightful analysis, Yu Changming was deeply impressed. He thought to himself that although Xianxia might seem unreliable at first glance, his mind was undoubtedly sharp. Chapter 40. Tracking. 70 million taels. The price of the demon-taming stone had finally been raised to 70 million by a mysterious party. The apparent leader of this group was expressionlessly observing the crowd from the Meng family. 71 million, said Meng Yu with an ashen face. He was the head of the Meng family delegation for this event, and the price of the demon-taming stone had already risen more than 20 million taels above its original price. The family had prepared 100 million taels in cash for this demon-taming stone just in case. Money that, even for a mammoth like the Meng family, represented a substantial burden. While the Meng family held vast assets, most were non-liquid. It had taken them quite some time to gather this much cash. Meng Yu should not have been so agitated, because he still had sufficient funds. The Star Ring auction house could actually accept valuable items as collateral, providing up to 90% of their estimated value to make up for insufficient cash. But Meng Yu was a perfectionist. He wanted everything to go exactly as planned, and things had mostly followed his predictions until now. In his initial estimate, the family's expenses would not exceed 60 million taels. The fact that it went over this limit made him extremely displeased. However, out of nowhere came this unidentified force competing against him. Though well-versed in the major organizations on the continent, he could not identify where this rival party originated from. Despite being irritated and angry, he had no choice but to continue bidding. This demon-taming stone was critically important for the family. Failure would place a responsibility he couldn't afford to bear. The apparent leader of the mysterious group gestured toward his bidder, who then loudly announced, 72 million taels. Meng Yu's face grew darker again as he replied. 73 million. He was running out of patience. The bidder looked at the leader, who thought for a moment before shaking his head, signaling that they would no longer compete. After a while, the auctioneer, seeing no further bids, declared, 73 million taels once. 73 million taels twice. 73 million taels thrice. Congratulations. This item has been acquired by the third floor VIP. With the hammer strike, the Meng family finally secured the demon-taming stone as intended. However, Meng Yu's mood did not improve. He had carefully observed those bidding against him. Though the leader never glanced at him, his subordinates often cast sidelong glances. Meng Yu felt certain these individuals would attempt to ambush him and seize the stone on his way back. The auctioneer, intending to approach and offer some words of congratulation to ingratiate himself, saw the dark expression on Meng Yu's face and wisely retreated. He sensed that Meng Yu was like a firecracker ready to explode at any moment. Lu Changming walked down the street, the martial arts manual, xuanhuan, safely tucked away in his waist pouch. Even as he paid for it earlier, his heart ached. It seemed like Su Kun was making fun of him, treating it as if cutting meat off his body. Well, 3,000 taels wasn't small change. It was enough to buy a house within Luado City. Unlike someone like you who buys scales for over 10,000 taels without hesitation, he muttered angrily under his breath at Su Kun. But now, his attention wasn't on the martial arts technique. Instead, it was what Su Kun had said when they parted at the auction house. Su Kun had said, this afternoon, during Yu hour, the Meng family will set off to return home. They will rush overnight to get back to Yedo, the capital, considering that staying here longer increases their risk. Those mysterious people will surely try to rob them along the way. What do you say? Shall we follow and see what happens? I'm curious about the origins of that mysterious gang. Though Lu Changming warned Su Kun that they'd be done for if caught, Su Kun dismissed the warning, insisting he had a plan. Changming hadn't answered Su Kun at the time, simply telling him he would wait until 6 marks past an hour outside the auction house, after which Su Kun planned to go alone. At Yu hour, outside the western gate of Xianxia City, Lu Changming trailed behind Su Kun as they moved northwestward. Lu Changming initially decided against coming. He wasn't willing to take the life-threatening risk to pursue something that meant nothing to him. But upon returning to his inn in the morning, his mind remained restless, not due to interest in the mysterious individuals, but out of concern for the demon-taming stone. Inside his inn, he attempted to read through the introduction of xuanhuan and practice, yet his unsettled thoughts prevented progress. Frustrated, he joined Su Kun. Seeing Lu Changming, Su Kun appeared pleased. Slapping him on the shoulder, he exclaimed, young brother Lu, your decision to come is wonderful news. I'd feel quite scared going alone, but 2 are better than 1. Now, if we're caught, at least it won't be me suffering alone. During the auction, Su Kun had asked Lu Changming his name, and he fabricated another false one. Su Kun didn't reveal his true name either, though Lu Changming knew it was him. He didn't bother pointing it out. Unlike the east gate with its bamboo forest, the west gate opened to a vast plain. Afraid of being discovered by the convoy ahead belonging to the Meng family, they trailed far behind. They weren't worried about losing sight of them since the area had an open view and the carriages were quite conspicuous from a distance. As they hurried along, Su Kun said to Lu Changming, I've observed before that the Meng family brought fewer people than needed for so many carriages. I speculate they are likely traveling alongside the imperial royal family. Hence, we can conclude neither the Meng family nor the imperial royal family knows the identity of the mysterious group. Therefore, the royal family is likely accompanying the Mengs to ensure the demon-taming stone doesn't fall into foreign hands. Not long after, they could see the distant undulations of mountains. Su Kun glanced at the setting sun and remarked, about 30 kilometers further, we'll enter the mountainous region. By then, it will be completely dark. The attackers will likely initiate their assault during this time. The Meng family members all have cultivation at least at the lower level of Tonghan stage. I estimate the attackers would be equally or more powerful. So, we should be cautious. Lu Changming inwardly felt shocked and asked, with their cultivation levels, if we get too close, we'll certainly be detected, but if we stay too far, we won't be able to see anything. What's your plan? I'll tell you once we enter the mountains. Su Kun replied with a mysterious expression, making Lu Changming even more uneasy. Second young master, there are 2 individuals trailing us. What shall we do? In the carriage, an elderly man with white hair and beard reported to Meng Yu. What are their cultivation levels? Meng Yu opened his eyes, breaking his meditation. Lianhong stage. 2 Lianhong stage kids are nothing special. They might just be traveling the same way. No need to worry about them, Meng Yu casually said, closing his eyes again to continue resting. Meanwhile, within a dense forest in the mountains northwest of Xianxia City, the middle-aged man who competed against Meng Yu for the demon-taming stone was conversing with a youth standing beside him. The youth looked reverent, indicating great respect for the man. Suddenly, a black-clad figure leapt quickly to stand before the middle-aged man, kneeling half down and reporting, Hall Master, the Meng family's party is about to enter the mountainous area. As Hall Master anticipated, indeed members of the Fengyang Empire's royal family were spotted among the Meng family's entourage. The middle-aged man nodded and responded, good. Continue observing their situation. If anything unusual happens, report back immediately. Yes. Before his words even fully dissipated, the man disappeared into the distance. After the black-clad figure left, the middle-aged man bowed toward a particular direction and said, Elder Chun, Please go confirm whether the tunneling stage experts of the Meng family and the royal family are still with the group. In the direction the man bowed, a shadow suddenly appeared and responded in a deep voice. Understood, Hall Master. Subsequently, the shadow slowly dispersed like smoke. Yuan, do you know why I sent Elder Qin to confirm if the tunneling stage experts from the Meng family and the royal family are still present? After Elder Qin's figure vanished completely, the middle-aged man turned to ask the young man next to him. The young man thought for a moment, then looked up at the middle-aged man and said, Master, I think you're trying to confirm if the demon-taming stone is still in the possession of the Meng family's party. The middle-aged man nodded, gesturing for the young man to continue. If the tunneling stage experts from the Meng family and the royal family are not present, it means those highly skilled individuals have already directly taken the demon-taming stone to Yedu. But if they are present, it indicates the demon-taming stone is still with this group, requiring continued protection along the journey, the young man explained further. The middle-aged man nodded again. Anything else? The young man shook his head. I ordered Elder Chun to confirm rather than investigate, which implies I'm certain that the tunneling stage experts of the Meng family and the royal family will remain with the convoy barring any unexpected circumstances. Do you understand why I hold this belief? The young man considered for a moment and replied. If the tunneling stage experts of the Meng family and the royal family had already left with the demon-taming stone, they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to leave Yunqing City. Instead, they'd have stayed there for some time. Could they not use this as a ruse to hide that the tunneling stage experts had already left with the demon-taming stone? The middle-aged man questioned. The young man said, I believe that if the tunneling stage experts had left, the royal family wouldn't accompany the Meng family. Based on the royal family's nature, they wouldn't force themselves to leave Yunqing City the same day they arrived, and then depart again in the evening unless to protect the demon-taming stone. They're quite delicate. The middle-aged man approvingly nodded, saying, You've analyzed it well. Then, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked into the distance, adding, The Fengyang royal family and the Ming family have each brought 2 tunneling stage experts this time to protect the demon-taming stone, a total of 4 tunneling stage experts. This already accounts for 1/4 of their top combat strength. If these 4 people directly took the demon-taming stone away from Yunqing City, with their strength and speed, even if they were surrounded by twice as many tunneling stage experts, though they wouldn't be able to retreat completely unscathed, they could still protect the demon-taming stone. After all, besides the pagoda sect, it would be very difficult for other organizations to dispatch 4 tunneling stage experts at once. If they had acted this way, we wouldn't have had any chance. But they didn't. Yuan, do you know why? Chapter 41, Night Raid. The young man thought for a long time, shook his head, and bowed, saying, Disciple does not understand. Please, Master, enlighten me. The Fengyang imperial family and the Ming family do not fully trust each other. Although they cooperate with each other, their relationship is not as solid as it appears on the surface. The middle-aged man paused and continued. You tell me, what are the Ming family worried about? So much so that they did not allow the 4 spirit communicators to take the demon-suppressing stone away directly. The young man scratched his head, somewhat uncertainly replied. They fear the demon-suppressing stone might be stolen? Right? They fear the royal family might seize the demon-suppressing stone. The middle-aged man nodded. If those 4 were carrying the demon-suppressing stone, the stone would definitely be in possession of a spirit communicator from the Ming family. If they don't fully trust each other, they would need to guard against any outside interception while also staying vigilant against the other 2 companions. Over time, they will certainly grow tired, and errors would inevitably occur. Should the royal members decide to seize the stone, they could exploit these vulnerabilities for an ambush. In such a scenario, there's more than a 90% chance that the 2 Ming family spirit communicators could be killed outright. A surprise attack by a spirit communicator isn't something to play around with. Even if a divine sense realm master was hit unprepared by a spirit communicator, they'd suffer serious injury. Afterward, the 2 royal spirit communicators would stealthily return to Yidu and hide the demon-suppressing stone within the palace complex. These 2 individuals would then no longer appear publicly, allowing the royal family to present a facade before the Ming clan that they've lost 2 spirit communicators. Though Ming might suspect, they would have little basis for protest. This would create a false impression that the demon-suppressing stone had been lost, enabling the royal family to own the stone secretly without needing to share it with supportive forces. After a few decades like this, the royal family might develop many more spirit communicator experts and even produce some divine sense masters. It's quite possible. By that point, the royal family would no longer require allies like the Ming family who could threaten their position, which could result in disaster for the Ming clan. Even though the chances aren't high, the Ming family can't afford such risks. If all of them stayed together, and the royal family suddenly made trouble, enough people from Ming could escape and provide evidence to retaliate against the Fengyang royal family. Given the Ming family's current strength, the royal family would surely not be a match. In comparison, traveling back slowly to Yidu by carriage seems like a safer choice. Furthermore, news of the demon-suppressing stone has just emerged less than 10 days ago. They don't think any organization would dare to seize something directly from their 2 major forces. Doing so would invite retaliation from both powers. Only the pagoda sect could possibly possess the audacity to attempt such a thing, but paradoxically, the pagoda sect is also the least likely to attempt stealing the demon-suppressing stone. This is why the Ming family chose this method to transport the demon-suppressing stone. The young man looked at the middle-aged man with admiration and said, Disciple has learned well. Hey, we'll lose them if you don't hurry up. What method are you using to ensure they don't notice us? Lu Changming asked Xie Kun. They were already very close to the mountainous area, and by now, the group from the Ming family had entered the mountains. Mountain roads had many forked paths, and compared to the plains, visibility was far worse. Following from the current distance would definitely lead to losing them. However, getting too close would make discovery almost unavoidable. Their only hope lay in Xie Kun's approach. Actually, Lu Changming wasn't particularly invested in pursuing this matter. If he felt Xie Kun's plan was unreliable, he'd turn around and leave without hesitation. Here, Xie Kun threw a pill to Lu Changming. This is a concealment pill. It can suppress fluctuations when true energy is used. As long as you don't use martial techniques and simply strengthen yourself through true energy alone, others won't be able to detect your presence. As long as the Ming clan doesn't directly use spirit awareness to search for us, we won't be discovered. So powerful. Normally, warriors assess the power of others based on the true energy fluctuation emitted from their bodies. Lu Changming realized that the real value of such a pill was in hiding one's own strength. Indeed, this thing would be quite useful for deceiving others, and it was worthy of being produced by someone like Xie Kun. It's a low-grade product. It only works on those in the soul refining and chi refining realms, making it rather useless overall. If it were a genuine concealment pill, I couldn't even afford it, let alone wasting it on such tasks. But these substandard ones are sold by weight. You say this concealment pill is precious. What else is it good for aside from concealing one's cultivation? Lu Changming asked curiously, not seeing much practicality in such items. Did you inherit your cultivation? Xie Kun looked at Lu Changming as if looking at an idiot and asked, how did you reach the soul refining realm? Xie Kun's words weren't kind, but surprisingly, Lu Changming didn't argue back because what Xie Kun said was true. His cultivation was indeed inherited. For soul refining realm warriors, this item indeed isn't very useful. However, above the spirit connecting realm, this chi hiding pill will exhibit its true purpose, and the higher the cultivation, the greater the use. Xie Kun said after swallowing the inferior quality chi hiding pill. High-level battles between warriors change in an instant. One cannot judge the opponent's movements with the naked eye alone. Normally, one needs to sense the release of the opponent's true energy to determine their position and actions. Once someone swallows the chi hiding pill, the other person is like half blind. You tell me, isn't that impressive? Oh, Lu Changming thought about it, and he realized how powerful it was. This was truly a one-on-one combat wonder. If we keep talking, we should go back now. Xie Kun noticed the last carriage of the Meng family had already disappeared from view. If they didn't hurry up, they would lose them. Now, start climbing the mountain, but don't take the mountain path. Follow them from the top. Lu Changming ran behind Xie Kun on the mountaintop. He was feeling very uncomfortable. His clothes were almost torn into strips. The Xie Kun in front was slightly better off, but still quite disheveled, far from looking like the elegant young master. Lu Changming regretted running on the mountain after a few steps. To avoid being discovered by the Meng family, they chose a mountain dense with trees. Because the Meng family's carriages weren't moving particularly slowly and they needed to climb the mountain first, they had to run full speed toward the peak to avoid losing track. On this route, branches were everywhere. They moved so fast they couldn't dodge all the branches. If they used true energy to protect their clothes, the fluctuations of true energy would be detected by the Meng family. Thus, they could only use true energy to protect their skin from being cut by those branches. As soon as they reached the summit, Lu Changming's clothes were already ruined. But there were fewer plants at the summit, so his clothes wouldn't continue to be destroyed by the branches. It was completely dark now, and they moved along the ridge and the saddle area away from the Meng family's group, using the mountain to block themselves from being seen. Even in the darkness, high-level warriors could clearly see their surroundings. The Meng family's carriages cautiously traveled along the road in the valley. They knew proceeding within the mountains was dangerous, but they had no choice but to pass through here since this range of mountains was extremely long. This was a northeast to southwest oriented mountain range named Fengxing Mountain Range, where the northeastern part connected with the Fengxian Forest. Going through the forest would be more perilous. Detouring southwest would take who knows how much time before reaching Yidu, which they couldn't afford. That's why there happened to be a road traversing the mountains within this valley. When do you think that group will attack them? Lu Changming whispered softly. Though they were a certain distance away from the Meng family's group, it was springtime and thus rather quiet at night in the mountain without insect sounds. As soul-refining realm warriors, their hearing was significantly stronger than ordinary people's. They could clearly hear the crunching sound made by the carriages on the road, so there was no worry of losing track of them. I don't know either. Xie Kun shrugged. There are ambush spots all over this mountain. Anywhere could work, but the likelihood of an attack at dawn is greater because by then, the Meng family's people would have been traveling for the entire night, and their focus would be at its loosest. Wow, doesn't that mean we have to follow until dawn? Then after watching, we'd have to return via the same route. Just thinking about it makes me feel tired. Lu Changming looked dejected. There's nothing we can do. Since we've come this far, abandoning the pursuit now would be a loss, Xie Kun replied helplessly. He hadn't anticipated this earlier, otherwise he might not have come. They chatted idly while walking intermittently. The night slowed down the carriage's speed, so they didn't need to run, just walking allowed them to keep pace. Not long after, the sound of the carriage traveling abruptly ceased, surprising both Lu Changming and Xie Kun. Xie Kun pressed a finger against his lips, signaling Lu Changming to stay quiet. After 2 breaths of silence, Xie Kun finally spoke. The carriage can't just disappear suddenly, which means they've stopped. If they intended to rest, they should have stopped before sunset, not decided to camp right now. So, it can only mean they've noticed something. Hearing this from Xie Kun, Lu Changming suddenly grew worried and said, could it be us? No, If they had found us, we wouldn't be standing here talking now. We would already be speaking inside the Meng family's carriage. This indicates that what they've found isn't us. It's... At that moment, a deep rumbling sound emanated from the other side of the mountain, likely from martial techniques colliding. The two immediately scrambled up the summit and crouched down, peering down from the top. At this moment, the Meng family caravan was under attack by a group of black-clad individuals. Amidst them, flashes of light indicated the release of true energy. Astonishingly, not one of these attackers was below the spirit-connecting realm in cultivation. Furthermore, hidden in the dark, there were likely even more black-clad figures lying in wait. However, the members of the Meng family appeared calm and showed no fear. Hey, didn't you say those people would ambush the Meng family at dawn? Lu Changming asked quietly while glaring at Xianxia. This, even the wisest may err. Most people think that dawn is the best time for an attack, and I assumed the Meng family would think so too. But these mysterious people have chosen to attack now to take them by surprise. I believe their leader must be someone extraordinarily cunning. Xianxia explained with apparent seriousness. Lu Changming looked askance at the man clearly covering up his own misjudgment and said nothing. Chapter 42. Captured. Do you know who we are? Meng Yu stood by the carriage, watching the black-clad figure fight with his subordinates, and did not intend to help. Beside him stood a well-dressed middle-aged man who looked like the leader of the Fengyang Empire royal family. Of course, who doesn't know about the famous second young master of the Meng family and Duke Qing? A deep voice came from the darkness. This voice seemed to come from all directions. Meng Yu stopped speaking. He knew that the opponent must be from the mysterious organization. He asked this question just to test them, but could not tell where the speaker was located. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Meng Yu, with a claw-like hand reaching for his back. The sound of breaking air reached Meng Yu's ears, making him feel cold in the back. However, this shadow moved too fast. Meng Yu and Duke Qing beside him didn't have time to react. Just as the claw was about to touch Meng Yu, suddenly a hand broke through the carriage wall and grabbed the wrist of the claw-like hand. This hand looked dry, but it was extremely strong, preventing the shadow's arm from moving forward at all. At this moment, the hand was only an inch away from Meng Yu's back. If the hand from the carriage had been any slower, Meng Yu would have been killed. In just an instant, Meng Yu had walked through the gates of death. Only now did the cold sweat slowly flow down his body. The shadow, seeing things were going poorly, emitted a red glow from its claw-like arm, twisted its arm free from the withered hand that was holding it, and disappeared. The carriage next to Meng Yu exploded due to the force used when the shadow broke free, yet no trace of the owner of the dry hand was found inside. It seemed they had chased after the black shadow. Shards of the shattered carriage flew toward Meng Yu, but his body shimmered with light, rendering the shards harmless. After taking a deep breath, Meng Yu said to Duke Qing beside him, "Since you can allocate a spirit realm expert to ambush me, this means you have more than one spirit realm expert. Please bring out the 2 spirit realm elders of the royal family to assist me." All right. Duke Qing nodded and bowed towards the rear of the convoy. Instantly, 2 old men appeared on the battlefield, and the situation turned dramatically. The black-robed individuals retreated step by step, unable to withstand the attacks of the 2 old men. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the nearby darkness, intercepting these 2 old men. One elder was blocked by a single person, while another was surrounded by 5 people. Yet these 5 could only barely hold this elder, causing no damage whatsoever. How is it possible? What kind of organization has so many spirit realm experts, let alone so many peak soul realm experts? How have we never heard of it before? Duke Qing said. He and Meng Yu did not participate in the battle. His cultivation wasn't high enough, only at the peak of refining soul realm, thus having minimal impact on the battle outcome. As royalty, he held a noble status. Even if he wanted to join the fight, Meng Yu would have stopped him. On the other hand, Meng Yu needed to oversee the entire situation and issue commands to his subordinates. Only outside the battlefield could he observe everything fully. There should be more than 2 spirit realm experts. These people's goal is the demon subduing stone, and it must be retrieved by a spirit realm expert. Perhaps, there might be 2 assigned specifically to retrieve the demon subduing stone. Meng Yu made his worst-case scenario prediction. How is that possible? What kind of organization can dispatch so many spirit realm experts at once? Even our 2 families can only send out 2 spirit realm experts each to protect the demon subduing stone. If they deployed most of their forces, wouldn't that leave their home base unprotected? Duke Qing was shocked upon hearing Meng Yu's analysis. It's more likely that there's just 1 spirit realm expert tasked with the retrieval. Still, an organization with 3 spirit realm experts is already quite formidable. There will always be clues after an investigation. And even with 2 spirit realm experts, it's impossible for them to snatch the demon subduing stone because it's personally protected by Elder 3. Meng Yu replied. In the Meng family, adding a number before the title Elder symbolized rank. Only elders who achieved a certain level of strength or contributed significantly to the family could receive such titles. The smaller the number, the higher the status. Duke Qing nodded. With that elder protecting the stone, he needn't worry about its safety. Look, those 5 peak soul realm experts won't be able to hold on much longer. Once they give way, those people should retreat, Meng Yu said as he observed the battlefield not far away. As he had predicted, among the 5 peak soul realm experts, 1 fell after being struck by the elder of the royal family. The remaining 4 were no match for the elder. They immediately unleashed their strongest attacks, forcing the elder to momentarily step back. Using this time, they hastily retreated with their severely wounded comrade. The black-clad figure battling the other elder also launched a strong attack to push the elder away, quickly leaving with several bodies on the ground. In just a few breaths' time, all the black-clad figures had retreated without leaving behind even a single corpse. Even Meng Yu couldn't help but admire the organization's execution. Qingwu Duke took a breath and said, "It seems they won't come again, right?" Meng Yu didn't respond, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He felt that this attack was rather strange, seemingly starting and ending without much explanation. This couldn't be possible. Such a disciplined organization wouldn't just come for a brief skirmish and then leave. What was the issue? Suddenly, Meng Yu broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized, since they were here for the demon-subduing stone, how could the carriage where it was stored have been completely untouched? Not a single black-clad person had gone there. Was it possible they hadn't checked which carriage held the demon-subduing stone before launching the assault? Thinking this, Meng Yu rushed to the carriage where Elder 3 and the demon-subduing stone were supposed to be located. Everyone was puzzled by Meng Yu's reaction and followed him to that carriage. Reaching the carriage, everyone saw Meng Yu standing at its entrance, his eyes fixed inside, unmoving. Qingwu Duke approached, tapping Meng Yu on the shoulder, saying, "What's?" His sentence, "What's wrong?" wasn't finished because he too noticed the situation inside the carriage. The crowd surrounding them suddenly smelled something sweet, yet bloody in the air. There was no doubt that smell could only be coming from this carriage. Inside the carriage, Elder 3 was leaning against the wall, his right hand slightly raised, forefinger pointing. His eyes were lifeless, with black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and a green complexion. He was clearly dead. In front of him, the jade box was open, and the demon-subduing stone within was gone. At the same moment, the middle-aged man of the mysterious organization was sprinting toward northeast Function Forest. Despite his rapid speed, he conversed unhindered with someone beside him. The middle-aged man asked, "Chu Elder, what is the status of our casualties?" The black-clad elder beside him replied, 56 participated in this operation, with 5 deaths, for severely injured, and 19 lightly wounded. The middle-aged man nodded. "And how are the other 2 elders?" Chu Elder responded. Hua Elder attempted an ambush on Meng Yu, but was intercepted by a spirit realm expert, who was 1 rank higher than Hua Elder. He sustained some light injuries, though his left arm is badly hurt. However, a period of rest should be enough for recovery. Chu Elder paused for a moment, then added, "Chen Elder was severely injured during the mission to seize the demon-subduing stone. Rarely does a spirit realm expert manage to detect Chen Elder before his move. But the guard protecting the demon-subduing stone seemed unusual. Before passing out due to severe wounds after handing over the demon-subduing stone to me, Chen Elder did not clarify the specifics." The middle-aged man pondered for a while, then said, "That should be an elder of the Ming family with a number ranking, and if my guess is correct, his number is likely within 5. Lu Changming and Xia Kun were crouching atop a hill, watching the people of the Ming family gather around a carriage on the mountain path below. Lu Changming whispered, "Brother Wu, what's going on? What are they doing? Mourning their fallen comrades? Or did something happen inside the carriage?" Xia Kun answered, "Little brother Lu, think about it. Their mission was to escort the demon-subduing stone. If the demon-subduing stone were still safe, they would have already packed up and left. Based on my guess, the demon-subduing stone has been stolen, and this carriage is likely where it was kept before." But wait. Lu Changming stopped himself, remembering someone who could indeed teleport. Why didn't anyone approach this carriage earlier? And yet the demon-subduing stone disappeared so easily. Is there really someone with teleportation powers? Why care so much? You're not skilled enough to see through it anyway. Knowing they've lost the demon-subduing stone is sufficient. Let's go. Saying this, Xia Kun got up to leave. What's that sound? Just as Xia Kun stood up, a sudden roar came from the Meng family group. Immediately, a figure flashed next to the 2 men. Lu Changming and Xia Kun froze instantly. Lu Changming sprawled on the ground, and Xia Kun, who was halfway up, stopped abruptly, his posture resembling someone doing push-ups, which looked quite absurd. A pair of withered hands reached out toward them, the same hands that had gripped the arm of the black figure earlier. These hands effortlessly lifted the 2 men off the ground and carried them toward the group of people from the Meng family. By now, Meng Yu had calmed down a bit. However, everyone else apart from him and the elders remained in a state of shock, still stunned by the disappearance of the demon-subduing stone. Meng Yu was looking up at the sky, breathing heavily, his respiration loud and clear in the quiet night. Those who knew him well understood this to be a sign of extreme anger. As the old man with the withered hands approached with the 2 captives, Meng Yu slowly lowered his gaze and looked down upon the 2 men who were still stiffly lying on the ground like insignificant ants. Chapter 43, Arrival at the Meng family. Lu Changming didn't even dare to move now. He felt countless eyes filled with murderous intent watching him. In his mind, he had cursed Xia Kun countless times. After an unknown length of time, Lu Changming felt close to breaking down when Meng Yu slowly uttered 3 words, "Spirit Refining Realm?" Meng Yu slowly stepped off the carriage and approached the 2, asking, "You aren't with those people, are you?" Xia Kun and Lu Changming hurriedly nodded their heads. After hearing Meng Yu's words, they felt there might be some leeway. Meng Yu did not seem like someone who would kill innocents indiscriminately. Meng Yu squatted down and continued to ask, "Why are you here?" Xia Kun quickly said, "We come from Yunqing City and are on our way to the capital. We camped on the other side of this mountain at night and suddenly heard sounds of battle, so we came up here to investigate." Meng Yu chuckled and said, "Is that so? You must have seen quite a bit then." On hearing this, Xia Kun trembled all over, feeling a sudden increase in the lethal intent in Meng Yu's tone. Meng Yu stood up and said to one of the people nearby, "Throw them into the mountains and slaughter them quietly. I don't want to see any blood." As he spoke, a burly man walked over, hoisted the two up, and began walking toward the dark forest. Lu Changming struggled helplessly a few times, but the burly man's arm was like steel. It rendered Lu Changming's struggle ineffective as his hands were clamped tight enough to prevent him from pulling out the lightning mirror. Lu Changming despaired and swore at Xiakun. Xiakun, you son of a bitch. Xiakun ignored Lu Changming. Just before they were about to enter the woods, he shouted, I'm telling the truth. I followed you guys. I am Xiahong's son from the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. I saw you purchase the demon taming stone at the auction. We realized a group of people would attack you, so we just came along to see what happens. Absolutely no ill intentions. Xiakun said these words in a very short time, speaking extremely fast. Afterward, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength and became deflated. Bring them back, Meng Yu said lightly. The big man immediately stopped, turned around, and placed the two back on the ground. Meng Yu then examined Xiakun for the first time and asked, Son of Xiahong? Xiakun nodded furiously like a chick pecking rice. Meng Yu suddenly looked like she had lost all her energy, her shoulders sagging and her eyes dimmed. She waved her hand at the others and said, Tie them up and take them back to the Meng family residence. After finishing, she slowly walked toward one of the carriages. Xiakun and Lu Changming breathed a sigh of relief. At least their lives were spared for now. Lu Changming painfully rubbed his sore bottom with his bound hands, leaning against the side wall of the carriage. The large man had tied the two up and thrown them directly into the carriage. Lu Changming fared slightly better since he landed on his, but while Xiakun fell flat on his face. Until just now, he had been groaning in pain. Inside the carriage, it was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. All that could be heard was the creaking sound of the carriage moving along the mountain road. The Meng family people hadn't given them even a candle, treating them entirely as prisoners. Hey, when did you figure out who I was? Xiakun whispered. Lu Changming thought to himself. Apparently he did hear my insult earlier. I thought he was preoccupied trying to think up a solution and wasn't paying attention. Nevertheless, he had already planned his response. I guessed during our first meeting. If you were the young master of another family, the appraiser would have added a surname, but he just called you young master, which meant you were the young master of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. And that could only mean Xiakun. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Xiakun remained silent for a long while. It was too dark in the carriage to see Xiakun's face. Lu Changming couldn't tell whether Xiakun had accepted his explanation or not. If not for knowing what Xiakun looks like, he wouldn't have recognized him at all. After a moment, Xiakun finally said, I thought you were dumb, but it seems your brain works pretty well. For some reason, despite Xiakun confirming Lu Changming's answer with this statement, Lu Changming still felt like Xiakun didn't entirely agree with it. Lu Changming tried to change the subject. From the leader of the Meng family's tone earlier, it seems like they know your father, so why bring us back to the Meng household anyway? The Star Ring Chamber of Commerce has some cooperation with the Meng family. There's nothing strange about him knowing my father, but honestly, I have no idea why they decided to bring us back to the Meng house. Xiakun replied. So will they let us go once we get to the Meng family? There's no reason for them not to release us. What benefit would killing us give them? Moreover, I am the son of a business partner. Though, who knows about you? At a time like this, Xiakun still didn't forget to joke around. TCH, Lu Changming responded to Xiakun with a single word. The Meng family not being against us doesn't mean some people within the Meng family won't be. Did you see the expression on that Meng family leader's face earlier? Xiakun began analyzing again. No, Lu Changming shook his head, though Xiakun couldn't see his movement. Clearly, he's already flustered and his mood must be very bad right now. Losing something as valuable as the demon taming stone, I think his current pressure must be immense. As the leader of this operation, he will be hard-pressed to avoid blame, and when he returns to the Meng family, his punishment is sure to be no small thing. Hey, let me ask you. A rustling sound followed, and it seemed like Xiakun shifted his position. From the sound, Lu Changming judged Xiakun must be facing him now. If you were under immense pressure and feeling exceptionally miserable, wouldn't you look for something to vent on? Lu Changming thought about it, and hummed in acknowledgement. If you were panicked, the mind of a panicked person would definitely not be clear, yet they still want to vent. Subconsciously, they definitely wouldn't choose their own people to vent on. So who would they choose? Yes, exactly, it's us. Be careful, we might get dragged out at any time and beaten up. Lu Changming understood now. Xiakun was deliberately picking a fight with him, trying to make him uncomfortable during this journey, clearly because he was still dissatisfied with the earlier insults. Lu Changming woke up groggily. The noisy sounds outside roused him. What Xiakun had said last night had somewhat affected him. It wasn't until dawn that he managed to fall asleep amidst unease. Although what Xiakun had said before did have some reason, none of it became reality, making Lu Changming even more eager to beat up Xiakun after worrying so much for nothing. Xiakun said, we should be arriving at Yidu by now. So fast, Lu Changming was a bit surprised. He didn't feel he had slept for long, maybe only 4 hours or so. When he fell asleep, they had just left the mountain range. How could they have reached the capital so quickly? By this time, the sky was already bright, and sunlight filtered into the carriage through the cracks. Seeing Lu Changming's puzzled expression, Xiakun explained, yes, that fast, it should be noon now. For speed, the Meng family took the nearest route from Yunqing City, though it took more time going through the mountains. Although this route chosen by the Meng family had more bandits, they certainly dared not ambush the Meng family's convoy. The distance between Yunqing City and Yidu was originally short, separated only by the Fengxing mountain range. Even taking the safest path through the mountains only required 2 days. Not to mention the shortest path, they arrived in less than 12 hours. Gradually, The noise disappeared. The carriage seemingly entered somewhere. We've arrived at the Meng family, Xianxia stated. Lu Changming nodded, and with difficulty stood up. He wanted to take a look outside through the carriage window, but this carriage seemed specially made, with the windows all sealed up. Lu Changming circled inside the carriage, trying to find a gap where he could see outside, but found none. Feeling dejected, he sat down again. What are you looking for? Xianxia asked. I'm curious. This is my first time visiting such a large family. I want to see what it looks like. Outside the carriage, the big man responsible for watching over Lu Changming and Xianxia sat at the front of the carriage feeling confused. Mengyu had gone directly to meet the patriarch upon returning home without giving any orders. He was unsure how to deal with the two people inside the carriage. He got off the carriage and asked another big man standing nearby. Captain, what should we do with these two? Lord Ming didn't tell me how to handle them. The other big man replied. Just put them somewhere temporarily. Once Lord Ming returns from seeing the patriarch, he'll probably deal with them. 15 minutes later, Lu Changming and Xianxia sat in a warehouse-like room staring at each other. Aren't you saying they'll release us? Then why have we been locked up now? Lu Changming confronted Xianxia. After the carriage stopped, he thought they would be let go immediately, but instead, the big man carried them straight here and dumped them inside, without even untying them. His wrists were starting to hurt. How should I know? I'm not part of the Ming family. How am I supposed to know what they're thinking? Xianxia was also very puzzled. Why lock them up like this? He didn't understand. I need to hurry back. Most of my things are still in the inn. What if they're lost? That includes a 3,000-tael martial technique and 2,000 taels in silver bills. Lu Changming was most worried about that crystal stone suspected to be a demon-taming stone. Without that item, he felt like he wouldn't be able to cultivate it all. Although he rented the room for an entire month, if he didn't return for a long time, the innkeeper might clean up his stuff or even reclaim the room. What you're most worried about should be the curse of that martial technique. If it really gets stolen, you might not be able to return to Yunqing City. Xianxia still had the mood to tease others even though the situation wasn't good right now. Is there more? Lu Changming instantly felt like the entire world had gotten worse. This was truly adding insult to injury. The auctioneer hadn't mentioned how far-reaching the curse could be before, only saying misfortune would occur. He certainly didn't want his body to be left exposed in the wild. But Lu Changming also didn't want Xianxia to feel comfortable. He said fiercely, if any misfortune occurs now, it must be related to the Meng family. And when that happens, you won't escape unscathed either. Chapter 44, Meng Family Elder Council. At the same time, in a study within the Meng family's compound, the head of the Meng family was pacing back and forth in the room. Mengyu stood silently to one side with his head bowed. Mengyu had returned early to Yedu after breaking away from the convoy upon his return. He needed to quickly report to his father, not just because this matter was urgent. His father regarded him highly, so while he would still receive punishment, it should not be too severe. If the Elder Council learned about it first, the punishment might be more than he could bear. Although the patriarch of the Meng family was over 60 years old, he still moved with vigor, not showing any signs of aging. After thinking for a long time with a furrowed brow, he looked at Mengyu and said, the responsibility for this incident does not fall entirely on you. I and the Elder Council also share the blame. We originally thought that with third elder present, everything would have been foolproof. But who would have expected Sai? The death of the third elder severely weakened the Meng family. While it wouldn't shake the foundations of the family, top-tier fighters were already scarce, and now they had lost one who ranked among the top 5 in the clan. This caused great heartache for the Meng patriarch. But there must still be punishment, the patriarch continued. Given your great contributions to the family, I will mete out a lighter penalty. You will go to Xianxia City in the Northern Empire for a few years and serve as the vice president of the local branch of our guild. Leave immediately. Thank you, father. Mengyu bowed deeply. The patriarch's actions clearly protected him. This was clearly sending him north to avoid trouble. The Elder Council was known for its impartiality, and losing the demon-taming stone was no small mistake. If caught by the council, he might never recover. I'm going directly to the Elder Council. This is more than just the loss of the demon-taming stone. When you're in Xianxia City, don't forget to investigate further. The sparsely populated northern region may house the hideout of this mysterious organization. After leaving the study, Mengyu felt less oppressed than before. This was already the best outcome possible. Suddenly, he remembered that he had brought 2 witnesses back with him. Outside the door came a clicking sound, as if the lock hadn't opened properly. Soon afterward, the warehouse's door creaked open. Sunlight streamed into the dark warehouse, making Xianxia and Lu Changming uncomfortable. They squinted and looked toward the doorway. A man strode in quickly and asked the two, "Are you Master Xia and his friend?" It took a while for the two to adjust from the brightness hurting their eyes. A 50-something-year-old middle-aged man stood in front of them. Xianxia responded, "Yes, we are. Oh dear, truly sorry. The Meng family detained both of you without understanding the full situation." That man smiled broadly and introduced himself. "I'm the steward for 4th young Master Meng. He has sent me here to release the 2 of you." Xianxia looked at the man and figured the Meng family probably realized they were in the wrong. Gaining some courage, Xianxia said, "They just arbitrarily detained us. Shouldn't they offer an apology or something?" Master Xia, you misunderstand. It wasn't 4th young master who brought you here. It was 2nd young master." The steward's smile grew even wider, which made both Xianxia and Lu Changming feel a bit uneasy. 2nd young master has made a major mistake and is being reprimanded by the family head now. He probably forgot all about you two. Had it not been for 4th young master's attentiveness in learning about your detention from the guards, you might have stayed there indefinitely. Xianxia considered this and nodded. "Ah, I see." Suddenly, The person leaned in close and took something out from inside his robe, offering it quietly to the two. He whispered, "Fourth young master wanted me to pass this message along to you too. Please do not speak of what you saw yesterday. As a token of apology, fourth young master sent this family insignia to both of you. It holds some influence in the family's businesses. A carriage awaits at the back gate of the Meng family residence. If you don't mind, I can drive you home." After receiving the two tokens from the man's hands, Xianxia said, "Then, thank fourth young master for his kindness. But we decline the carriage. It's rare to come to Yedu, so we'd like to explore a bit first." As they walked through the bustling streets of Yedu, Lu Changming questioned Xianxia, "Why not take the carriage back to Yinxing? Why refuse?" Xianxia paused for a moment and then said, "Internal conflicts within these powerful families are better left uninvolved. Even accepting the token might have been inappropriate without offending the Meng family. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, don't use this insignia." Lu Changming nodded in agreement. Xianxia stretched lazily and felt relaxed for the first time. He turned to Lu Changming and said, "Let's not think about those matters anymore. I'm quite familiar with Yedu. Where would you like to visit?" "Oh yes, we haven't eaten since morning. I know of a place that makes delicious grilled fish. Let's check it out, my treat." In a secluded old house deep within the Meng family compound, more than 10 people were gathered around a conference table. The person seated at the head was none other than the patriarch of the Meng family. Those seated on either side were mostly elderly individuals with white hair. The elder sitting to the right-hand side of the patriarch was now glaring coldly at him, his eyes sharp and accusatory, as if the patriarch had committed an unforgivable act. However, the patriarch did not grow angry at this elder's disrespect. Not only was this elder's rank comparable to his own, but currently, he himself knew he was in the wrong. This elder was none other than the enforcement elder of the Meng family, the only elder who could enter the elder council without a numbered title. His position was slightly higher than the second elders, but lower than the first elders. The seat next to him was empty, once occupied by third elder, who had recently passed away. The enforcement elder fumed and scolded. For the patriarch to let the criminal roam free is absolutely unacceptable. Yet you still have the audacity to come before the elder council? The foundation upon which the Meng family has stood for dozens of generations lies in our strict household rules. This time, the patriarch broke those rules, privately punishing the criminal, treating the household rules as if they mean nothing. Were it not for the current urgency, I would definitely file an impeachment against you. The enforcement elder spoke without reservation, barely refraining from verbally assaulting the patriarch outright. Still, the patriarch was left powerless in the face of such accusations. The enforcement elder wielded immense authority, perhaps even more actual power than the first elder. Theoretically, the enforcement elder could determine and punish all family members who broke the rules, including the patriarch and the first elder themselves, though this required approval by the elder council through voting. Furthermore, every generation's enforcement elder was personally chosen by the previous one and had to gain recognition from over 70% of the clan members to take the position. Thus, historically, every enforcement elder of the Meng family was an unyielding individual with an iron face. This time, indeed, he, the patriarch, had made a mistake. The enforcement elder was completely within his rights to impeach him, and many of the elders would surely support such a move. In fact, he had exploited a loophole this time. But exploiting this loophole was unavoidable. Within the Meng family, to ensure their lineage remained strong and that capable individuals could ascend to lead, the family rules widened the scope for succession beyond merely the children of the patriarch. Any offspring within 3 generations of the current patriarch were eligible to compete for the position. Therefore, any direct descendant of the previous patriarchs could vie for the position of the next family leader. Although there weren't too many talented individuals among the patriarch's brothers, their sons were qualified to compete for the role. Among the patriarch's own sons, only Mengyu, the second son of this generation, was truly outstanding. The others either lacked interest in becoming patriarch or were simply too incompetent. Even though Mengyu was the patriarch's sole exceptional son, there were several competent nephews within the family who were also eligible to compete for the role. Despite this, through sheer wisdom and strength, Mengyu had always surpassed his cousins, making him practically guaranteed to be the next patriarch if everything went according to plan. But who could have foreseen this unforeseen event? What everyone in the Meng family thought to be an assured auction for the demon-taming stone ended up failing, shocking everyone involved. There hadn't been a force daring enough to challenge the Meng family for hundreds of years. Could this recent occurrence be some kind of sign? What terrified them most, however, was the death of Third Elder. No one could deny Third Elder's incredible strength. He ranked among the top few in the entire family. Yet, he met his demise during this event. It was precisely because of blind confidence in Third Elder that the patriarch sent Mengyu to handle the matter. Bringing back the demon-taming stone would have added significantly to Mengyu's credentials, ensuring no one else could surpass him. Conversely, failure meant heavy punishment. If the patriarch didn't send Mengyu far away to evade judgment, and if the elder council caught him to carry out a trial, it would result in serious consequences, ranging from ruining years of hard work, thus allowing other heirs to overshadow him, to losing the inheritance altogether. This outcome was too severe for the patriarch to bear. Who doesn't harbor some private intentions? Everyone wants their own child, especially a talented one like Mengyu, to inherit the family. Now filled with regret, the patriarch realized he couldn't go against the will of the elder council, leaving no choice but to let Mengyu escape to the northern empire, far from Yedu. As the elders were forbidden from leaving Yedu, particularly the enforcement elder, the patriarch hoped that Mengyu might uncover something useful while abroad. earning back his place and dignity to return to the Meng family honorably. This isn't solely Yu's fault. Everyone seated here shares responsibility. We were all careless. Any of us placed in charge would have resulted in the same outcome. If we had sent more elders, perhaps this wouldn't have happened, the patriarch said, avoiding eye contact with the enforcement elder and instead focusing straight ahead. Then he, as the leader, must still be held accountable for this. And it should be the enforcement elder who pronounces his punishment. The enforcement elder immediately rose from his seat. Xuanhuan, that's enough. Sit down. At this moment, the first elder, seated on the left side of the patriarch and previously silent, finally spoke. The enforcement elder glanced at the first elder, then sat down. It seemed that he had great respect for the first elder. However, he still muttered, as long as he dares to come back, I will hold a trial for him. Xuanhuan, you really need to change your bad temper. Just look, how many people in the family dare to even glance at you, said the first elder. Right now, the most important thing is to investigate the mysterious organization. Everything else should be set aside for now. The patriarch is right. We were indeed careless this time. We have been complacent for several hundred years. Ever since we became the first family of Fengyang Empire, this incident serves as an alarm, reminding us not to think too highly of ourselves. Chapter 45, The Meeting. Master, we've already heard the details of what happened from Elder 13, said the great elder, referring to the withered and thin man who had previously been mentioned. In the Meng family, he was known as the 13th elder. What does the great elder think about this matter? Asked Master Meng. The old man believes that the primary cause of this situation is the death of Elder 3. If not for Elder 3's mysterious death, it would have been impossible for those people to steal the demon-taming stone. With Elder 3's abilities, unless he encountered an ambush, those people chasing after him would never have caught up, the great elder analyzed. Although his expression appeared calm, his eyes flickered slightly when he mentioned Elder 3. Based on Elder 13's account, the great elder roughly understood the situation. Although Elder 3's death was the main reason for the loss of the demon-taming stone, he believed Meng Yu also bore significant responsibility. They all made the same mistake of overly trusting Elder 3's strength. There was little reason for them not to trust him. Elder 3 was at a high stage of the spirit-connecting realm, and on the continent, there were only a few individuals stronger than him. Moreover, given his power, even an expert at the divine communicating realm wouldn't be able to kill him silently without being detected. However, the great elder did not mention Meng Yu. Since the family master had let him escape, they would no longer concern themselves with him. The most important task now was to focus on the current issue. He needed to investigate the organization thoroughly, recover the demon-taming stone, and avenge Elder 3. We've already examined Elder 3's body. He seems to have died of poisoning. Elder 9 has some knowledge of toxins. Previously, he had been analyzing the poison. Now that he's here for the meeting, he should have something to share. The 9th elder, seated 5th to the right of the family master, stood up. His clothing was somewhat dirty, possibly because he rushed in without time to change. In his hands, he held a stack of paper and said, after a preliminary study by myself and the experts in toxicology within the clan throughout the afternoon, we believe this is a mixed poison. It forms its lethality only when multiple non-poisonous substances combine, explaining why Elder 3 didn't realize he was poisoned. However, we are still unsure what these components are. This kind of poison is uncommon, and further investigation will take time. In every carriage, we found a substance. We don't know much yet, but this appears to be pollen from a flower. Odorless and deep brown in color, it blends into the carriage surface, making it hard to detect. This must be part of the lethal mix. All fatal mixed poisons we've identified are usually chronic. So, we deduce this one is over 90% likely to be chronic too. Typically, it takes over a day inside the body to kill a person. But Elder 3 seemed to die almost immediately after realizing it, and there were evident traces of someone else's chi left in his body. Thus, we conclude that the poison was forcibly activated by his attacker, killing him instantly. Elder 3's cultivation level is such that he could identify any toxin the moment it entered his body, including slow-acting ones. Hence, I believe the enemy must have devised a meticulous plan before attempting to steal the demon-taming stone. They had anticipated our every move, said the great elder with a darkened expression. And according to Elder 9, someone used their internal energy to activate the poison in Elder 3? Yes, confirmed Elder 9. There are two possible scenarios where someone could enter the carriage without Elder 3 noticing. Either the individual was at the divine communicating realm or a peak-level spirit-connecting realm master possessing top-tier techniques for concealing their presence. Given the dignity and honor typical among martial artists, especially those at higher levels, it's unlikely they would sneakily attack someone weaker than them. Therefore, we can rule out divine communicating realm practitioners, since if they desired the demon-taming stone, they would simply seize it outright. So, the only possibility left is a peak spirit-connecting realm master who possesses superior concealment skills. I am acquainted with one such warrior, but he's allied with the Meng family, and his character rules him out. Is there any other clue? Questioned the great elder. Master Meng shook his head and responded. I'm well aware of all high-ranking warriors currently present on the continent. Experts at the peak spirit-connecting realm are rare. Apart from the one mentioned by the great elder, there are only 2 others. However, both operate alone and are unaffiliated with any organization. Furthermore, finding such experts skilled in these techniques is next to impossible. Despite letting his son escape, Master Meng possessed the ability that qualified him for his position. This organization deployed 3 spirit-connecting realm experts and over 50 soul-communicating realm masters in the attack against us. Their execution was strong, and their actions were swift and decisive. Such an organization must be enormous and could not have been formed overnight, said Family Master Meng as he paused briefly, scanning the Assembly of Elders. A large organization that has existed for such a long time remained undiscovered by our Meng family until after they attacked us. What does this indicate? The group of elders all hung their heads. None responded. Family Master Meng shook his head and continued. I am not here to interrogate any of you. I trust the Meng family's intelligence system. Before they revealed themselves, not just our Meng family, but also the imperial royal family and several other families would not have known the origins of this organization. This only goes to show how well they've concealed themselves. So what kind of organization do all of you think this is? Could this be an organization secretly supported by the other two countries? If it wasn't located within Fengyang Empire, perhaps it could escape our intelligence network, one elder suggested. That is possible. However, if a country supports such a massive organization, the expenses would not be insignificant. If there had been consistently substantial undisclosed funds flowing out of a national treasury, we should have noticed it, said the great elder as he glanced at another elder responsible for the family's intelligence network. That elder shook his head and replied, there hasn't been any discovery of this kind. If there were such strange circumstances, former elders would have already reported them. Then it seems that, while the possibility that this organization is backed by another country can't be ruled out, the likelihood is not high. I believe all of you have overlooked one point, said Family Master Meng as he spoke, and took out a map from a cabinet in the meeting room. Unfolding the map, he continued, do you know when the news of the demon taming stone auction first spread? 10 days ago. If so, counting from the day the news broke to the start of the auction, there are less than 8.5 days in between. Assuming this organization received the message immediately, it would take some time for the news to reach the location of the organization, and then they would need to dispatch individuals to Xianxia City. Even if they used the fastest eagle for delivering messages, they would have approximately 6 days to travel from their headquarters to Xianxia City. Because this organization values secrecy, they wouldn't rely on obvious means of transportation like horses. They would probably send people to Xianxia City on foot in small groups. The lowest level cultivators among them would be at the lower stage of the soul communicating realm. Assuming the average speed of those at the mid-stage soul communicating realm, they need to ambush us along the way, which means they couldn't have pushed themselves to the limit without resting. So, how far could they have traveled in these 6 days? Saying this, Family Master Meng drew a circle on the map. Upon seeing the circle, the elders fell silent. Family Master Meng looked at the Assembly of Elders and went on to say, 1,500 kilometers, centered on Xianxia City, covering a radius of 1,500 kilometers. Those at the spirit connecting realm may be able to cover longer distances, but in 6 days' time, mid-stage soul communicating realm practitioners, who would have maintained their strength during this time, would only cover about 1,500 kilometers at best. In the most favorable situation, they must have had a base within this range, where the mid-stage soul communicating realm practitioners were dispatched from. Meanwhile, the spirit connecting realm experts were dispatched from their further off main headquarters. But the probability is higher that their headquarters lies within this region. As everyone gazed at the map, this was a map of the continent, meaning that though the circle depicted a round area with a radius of 1,500 kilometers, it wasn't overly large on the map. Almost entirely contained within this circle was the territory of Fengyang Empire, with only about less than 1/20th lying within Mingyan Empire. One might say this is almost completely within our empire's borders. Removing the areas covered by Fengshan Forest and Fengxing Mountain Range, the range isn't big. Narrowing it down, they could only have one base in this range containing over 50 soul communicating realm practitioners, yet somehow our intelligence network failed to uncover even the slightest trace of them. This reveals how powerful this organization truly is, managing to evade our detection. Expanding on that thought, Family Master Meng left it unsaid, and silence enveloped the meeting room for a long time. After much delay, one elder spoke up. Is it the pagoda sect? He didn't elaborate because merely mentioning these two words made everyone present look toward him. More than just he had thought of the pagoda sect, but he alone voiced it aloud. It seemed to everyone that an organization of such scale, possessing such powerful action capabilities, and capable of mobilizing so many individuals without the Meng family realizing it could only be the pagoda sect. Given the size of this organization, it was thought impossible to escape the Meng family's intelligence reconnaissance, leading everyone to believe that it could only be an organization that Meng family fundamentally dared not investigate nor needed to, pagoda sect. Finally, the great elder spoke up. What benefit does this serve for the pagoda sect? Everyone nodded. Yes, what benefit did this serve for the pagoda sect? As the largest organization in the world, transcending nations, such actions would mean nothing to them. If people learned that the pagoda sect targeted others for profit, it would undoubtedly affect their standing in the public eye. Moreover, they had no reason to take action solely for profit. Could there be another reason? Was there something special about this demon taming stone? Yet, when the demon taming stone had appeared before, the pagoda sect hadn't taken any action. The group could find no answer despite their best efforts. All right, Patriarch Meng spoke up. Regardless, we must continue investigating this matter. Whether it is the pagoda sect or some other mysterious organization unknown to us, the continent will no longer remain peaceful. At the very least, we have already spotted a warning sign this time, giving us more time to prepare compared to other organizations. This might just be our silver lining. Chapter 46, Residual Frost. 3 days later, Lu Changming and Xia Kun returned to Xianxia City. If it weren't for Lu Changming's concern about the things he left at the inn and his strong demand to return, Xia Kun would have stayed in Yi capital for 2 more days. After returning to Yunqing City, Lu Changming immediately bid farewell to Xiaxun and ran back to the inn. To put it plainly, what Lu Changming had left at the inn was now his lifeline. Previously, for safety reasons, all his possessions except for the silver notes were stored there. After returning to his room at the inn, Lu Changming let out a sigh of relief. His belongings were still there where he'd left them. Although exhausted from the journey, Lu Changming only rested for a short while before eagerly opening Residual Frost. Finally, nothing could disturb him as he practiced this martial skill. He still had some apprehension regarding this martial art, since it was a cursed skill. He didn't know what would happen after practicing it. However, he had always desired to grow stronger. When he got this martial art, he felt that it was prepared especially for him. If he didn't practice it, he would definitely regret it in the future. He had already seen the introduction earlier. From the summary, it seemed that Residual Frost should be a variant of water-based martial art, specifically an ice attribute. However, it differed from ordinary ice attributes. Water attribute and martial skills are achieved through the use of true energy to condense surrounding water vapor into liquid, controlling these waters to attack. The ice attribute requires further freezing this water into ice, which consumes more true energy, but provides greater power. These two attributes are much more effective in areas like forests or lakesides with abundant water, but become less potent in arid regions. The water and ice attributes are related because most water attribute martial arts lack offensive capabilities and are often used for defense or healing. Thus, nearly all martial artists who practice water attribute techniques also learn some ice attribute skills, and those who specialize in ice may study water-related methods. Despite this, using skills that align with one's natural attribute remains more convenient. Typically, ice attribute skills form weapon-like shapes outside the body for attacks, whereas this Residual Frost is extremely unique. It must be used during close combat. Residual Frost allows martial artists to inject coldness into an opponent's body, freezing their internal water content. While this might seem powerful, martial artists possess true energy, and if the injected coldness is minimal, opponents can easily dispel it. This means such coldness merely slightly restricts the enemy's movement, making it weaker than common control-oriented martial arts. Furthermore, injecting coldness into another martial artist's body is far from easy. The hardest part about practicing this skill is not releasing the cold externally, but increasing its penetration. If the coldness directly penetrates to the enemy's internal organs, it would significantly affect them even without freezing them completely. In fact, direct freezing can lead to immediate loss of fighting capability and serious consequences if not countered by true energy quickly. Once the release volume and penetration reach a certain level, this martial art becomes terrifying. After part of the body is frozen, ordinary people will experience necrosis in the affected area, while martial artists will suffer severe damage. This suggests that if this skill is practiced well, any near-combat engagement gives the practitioner a clear advantage. But mastering this art is exceptionally difficult. Lu Changming skimmed through the brief introduction once more before flipping directly to the latter part of the book. At a glance, he froze in surprise. Seeing the densely marked meridians on the chart, Lu Changming thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed them. No, it wasn't an error. There were that many meridians. However, after reading the text annotations, he realized that one doesn't need to use all the marked meridians while practicing this martial art. Still, to fully master it, all the meridians listed must be memorized. Actually, learning this martial art allows quick usage once a few meridians are opened and external cold energy is released, thus enabling the practice. But this isn't considered mastery. True mastery involves balancing cold energy output, ensuring strong penetration, and remembering every meridian specified in the book, all essential elements. The extensive network of required meridians forms the crux of this martial art. These meridians spread throughout the body, not necessarily enhancing the power of the martial art, but allowing coldness to be emitted from every part of the body. This makes the Residual Frost art unpredictable. Even when attacked, the practitioner can counter by releasing coldness from the impacted region. Remembering all these meridians is not an easy task. The book advises cultivators to start with the primary meridians, focus on perfecting cold energy output and penetration before proceeding to other areas gradually. Lu Changming felt the weight of his task. Ever since practicing the collapsing fist, he had become accustomed to striking with his fists. He decided to focus on improving the meridians in his hands first. The downside of this cultivation method was its relatively slow progression in martial arts practice. Judging by these meridians, it seemed impossible for him to master all of them thoroughly, so he resolved to concentrate mainly on the other two aspects. Compared to unexpected ambushes, he favored brute force more. More than 20 days flew by. It was already late April. Admissions for higher academies within the Fengyang Empire were about to begin. Lu Changming felt both excitement and tension for this day. In the past, he never imagined that he could become a warrior and enter one of the prestigious martial arts academies. In these days, he had mastered all the meridians marked in Residual Frost on his fingers, but mastering the palms still required more time. As for releasing cold energy, it didn't seem problematic. Already, he had successfully frozen water in a bucket. However, penetration remained the biggest challenge, truly testing his skill. Up until now, he couldn't pierce through buckets reinforced with true energy, which meant any harm to an enemy would only be possible if they were caught unprepared. Despite this progress over more than 20 days, there was no noticeable advancement in his overall cultivation realm. Even though reaching mid-level soul refining at this age made him a prodigy among prodigies, Lu Changming didn't consider himself as such. The main reason was that he realized his progress wasn't as fast as expected. Though he once thought cultivating seemed easy, after much time passed, he discovered that his rapid ascent to mid-level soul refining came entirely from the purple energy absorbed in the demon suppressing tower. In the nearly 2 months since leaving the Wind Morning Forest, he tried cultivating by absorbing the energy from the demon suppressing stone. However, his total true energy improved only slightly. Even though he'd reached near high-level soul refining due to accumulated energy within his body before, at this pace, it might take another year to reach high-level soul refining, and attaining the peak of soul refining seemed far off. Another issue was his discomfort with battles between warriors. Actually, transitioning directly from a shopkeeper's life to becoming a warrior, he had performed admirably. Still, it wasn't quite comparable to those who had ascended step by step from the chi condensation stage. During these days of reflecting on previous fights, he found that his victories were either against opponents of lower realms or resulted from surprise attacks on his part. When facing peers directly, he lacked confidence. For instance, when surrounded by Sun Ye's underlings, if Mo Yuning were there instead of him, relying solely on her cultivation level and skills plus the Thunderlight Mirror, she probably could have broken out without a scratch. Yet, Lu Changming didn't lose heart. Unlike common warriors, he faced no bottleneck issues. His technique simply needed accumulation of true energy to smoothly break through levels. With persistence, one day he would surely become an expert. Moreover, a significant factor lay in his true energy derived from purple energy, which seemed special to everyone, including himself. He believed this kind of energy would eventually make him stronger than others. This morning, after vacating his room at the inn, Lu Changming left with all his belongings. He had already registered for the entrance exam and was heading to take the test today. In the last few days, he investigated thoroughly. The prestigious academy in Yunqing City was named Yunxiao Academy, ranking among the top 20 in the Fengyang Empire and the top 50 on the continent. It was considered one of the top-tier academies in the Fengyang Empire, naturally surpassing Nanfeng Academy in every way. Teaching resources were also far superior. Naturally, Lu Changming chose this academy over Nanfeng Academy because he desired better educational resources and access to a vast library of martial techniques. Given his current cultivation, entering either academy wouldn't pose significant difficulty. However, he preferred being in familiar environments. Yunqing City was the most familiar city in the Fengyang Empire to him. If he pursued even better academies, like the 2 large ones in Yi Capital, unpredictable incidents might arise. The issue concerning the Devil Sect continued to weigh heavily on his mind. Admission examination times varied across the various academies of the Fengyang Empire, but mostly concentrated between the end of April and early May. Yunxiao Academy's admission exams began on April 30th, lasting 5 days, with school opening mid-May. Upon admission, dormitory assignments would be distributed, and students were allowed to move into campus housing even before official classes started. Before leaving for the exam, Lu Changming had gone to the Yunxiao Academy admissions office to inquire about their testing process. The academy offered 2 types of entrance exams. The first was extremely simple, merely detecting the student's cultivation level. If it reached the high-level chi condensation stage, admission was granted. The second type was designed for those whose cultivation hadn't reached high-stage soul refining. In this case, combat would be used to test them. Special examiners, who were the first-year homeroom teachers, would fight against the applicants. Admission wasn't rigidly defined. As long as one examiner approved of the applicant, that person could join the approved examiner's class. This could be considered quite humanized. Thus, compared to other high-level academies of the same rank, Yunxiao Academy admitted more students. However, with an easier admission exam came harder regular tests. Yunxiao Academy's 2 first-year evaluations were famously stringent, aiming to filter out those without real talent within a year, purging the dross to retain the essence. That's why, after reaching the second year, Yunxiao Academy often had fewer students than other academies. Chapter 47, Yunxiao Academy. Lu Changming believed this method was better than the usual way of education. Now, he needed a constant force to motivate himself at all times, because his goal was too far away. For an ordinary person like him who had lived in peace for 10 years, it was easy to slack off sometimes. Only goals that were closer could create a sense of pressure. Yunxiao Academy was located at the northwest corner of Yunqing City, unlike Qingming Academy, which was outside the city. It was within the city, so its area wasn't very large, only about 1,000 acres. Lu Changming quickly reached the street where the entrance to Yunxiao Academy was. Even though he hadn't yet arrived at the academy's gate and still had a long way to go, the road was already packed with people, students and parents sending their children to take the exam. Since high-level academies had enrollment periods lasting many days, on the first day, many candidates would choose to take exams at higher-ranked academies. Even if they failed, they would still have time to select lower-ranked academies in other cities. Therefore, in the first few days, academies like Yunxiao Academy, which are ranked higher, would have significantly more examinees than lower-ranked ones. Yunxiao Academy was undoubtedly the best academy within 1,000 miles, and the examination process wasn't complicated, finishing quite quickly. Hence, it became the first choice for many candidates. Although many worried about being expelled after half a year of admission, making it hard for them to enter another good academy, many were still willing to take the risk. Moreover, most parents would send their children to the exam. In an ordinary family, having a child with martial cultivation talent was extremely rare, and parents felt proud of their children becoming warriors. Those students with chi refining realm cultivation could travel alone safely. They were still only 16 years old, so most parents wouldn't feel reassured. On average, each candidate had 2 accompanying parents, leading to such crowded conditions. Using true energy, Lu Changming pushed through the crowd, finally approaching the entrance of Yunxiao Academy. Parents weren't allowed to go any further. Yunxiao Academy had erected railings around the entrance, marking out a wide area. Lu Changming showed his credentials and entered through the railings, heading towards the main gates of Yunxiao Academy. Although not as grand as Qingming Academy, the gates of Yunxiao were still very magnificent. Two round columns over 10 meters tall stood on either side of the gate, with golden words carved into the column on the right reading, Yunxiao Academy. The iron door, dark green in color, was now wide open, welcoming the incoming students. This is Yunxiao Academy. From now on, I will be studying here, thought Lu Changming. Lu Changming was absent-mindedly gazing at the academy's gate, when suddenly, he didn't notice a young girl approaching him. Hello, are you a junior coming for the exam? The girl's voice reached Lu Changming's ears. Startled, Lu Changming lowered his head to look at the girl. She seemed to be wearing Yunxiao Academy's uniform, with a sleeve badge reading, Examination Assistant. Judging by her age, she was probably a second-year senior. He nodded, slightly embarrassed after being caught daydreaming, and replied, Yes, senior. Turn left after entering the gate, and you'll see the examination site. The girl pointed at the indicator sign inside the campus. All right, thank you, senior. It appeared that she thought he was lost, and Lu Changming felt somewhat awkward. The test site wasn't far from the school gate, and he quickly arrived there. The test site was a huge yellow building that looked like a training hall. Outside the building, there gathered many students, mostly examinees. There were also some teachers and upperclassmen responsible for maintaining order. Through the open doors, one could see many students inside taking the exam. Lu Changming took his application credentials to the registration desk outside the examination hall. The teacher at the registration desk took his materials, glanced through them, raised an eyebrow, wrote something on the paper on the table, then returned his student card along with those application materials to him, saying, You're 17 years old, the admissions teacher should have told you the important points you need to be aware of, right? Lu Changming nodded and said, They did tell me. Good, I won't repeat it then. Go line up over there. Earlier, when Lu Changming went to the admissions office to register, he was still worried about his age surpassing the limit and how to sneak through. Since colleges would always have teachers conduct bone age tests, at 17, he couldn't possibly deceive the academy. So he had no choice but to report his real age. Until the moment of filling in his age, he had been worrying about how Yunxiao Academy would treat overage candidates, but it turned out that Yunxiao Academy seemed to have an examination policy for overage candidates. This was probably due to Yunxiao's educational policy. There had been quite a few cases before where people tried to practice martial arts for an extra year and enter the school at 17 by dodging the bone age test through family connections. The probability of passing the first-year exam would then greatly increase. Because age is also an important factor in evaluating one's talent when one is young. If someone participated in exams at a year older than others, it would be too unfair to the others. This extra year was enough for an average student to perform like a higher endowed student during the first year. Although they would eventually reveal their mediocrity in the future, once they passed the first-year evaluation, the following grades wouldn't be as challenging as the first grade. After this incident was discovered by the previous headmaster, he became extremely furious and started enforcing strict bone age checks. He also added a new recruitment rule. The rule was, for candidates older than 16 years old, each additional year in age would require them to meet one higher level of qualification in the entrance exam. If someone wished to enter directly, at 17, they would need to achieve the peak Qi refining realm, and at 18, they would need the soul refining realm cultivation. Achieving such a cultivation level was already enough to graduate from Yunxiao Academy. Therefore, this regulation was considered extremely stringent for regular students, and since then, there had been very few overage candidates trying to apply to Yunxiao Academy. When Lu Changming went to register and mentioned his age as 17, the teachers all looked at him with curious eyes. Due to the school's policy, students who couldn't take the exam at 16 due to special circumstances basically wouldn't choose Yunxiao Academy. Thus, these teachers hadn't seen any candidates over 16 years old since they began working here. Coming to Yunxiao Academy implied that this student had reached the peak Qi refining realm, which was already quite high endowed. If overage candidates passed the exam, they wouldn't be placed in the first year but assigned grades according to their age instead. 17-year-olds would directly enter the second year. However, their first-year assessment wouldn't be combined with the other second-year students, but conducted separately, with the tests leaning towards those of the first year. Their growth within this single year would be tested strictly. Lu Changming looked at the long line of candidates ahead, resembling a dragon. Although most of the exams were just to test cultivation levels, it might still take some time before his turn came. He decided to use this time to carefully consider how much of his cultivation level he should reveal. Directly exposing all his true strength wasn't a good idea. It was too conspicuous and would surely draw a lot of attention. If he revealed everything, it would ruin his plan for anonymity. Thus, he kept hesitating between showing cultivation at the lower stage of the soul refining realm or the peak of the Qi refining realm. He preferred staying low-key in the academy so that he could quietly practice martial arts without being disturbed by others, in which case, it seemed better to show only the peak of the Qi refining realm. But reaching the lower stage of the soul refining realm did have its advantages. There were second-year students at the lower stage of the soul refining realm. He heard from Lu Wenjing that there were quite a few such cases at Qingming Academy, while at Yunxiao Academy, it was certainly in the top 3. This would mean more resources available, allowing him to choose more martial skills to study. Lu Changming continued wavering between these two choices. As the crowd ahead gradually diminished, the expressions on the students walking out of the training hall varied. Some remained expressionless, yet seemed haughty, some smiled broadly, while others looked crestfallen. Those expressionless ones were mostly candidates who had reached the required cultivation level. They were definitely going to pass. The other two types were those who didn't reach the cultivation standard, but succeeded or failed in another part of the exam. Although reaching the high stage of the Qi refining realm allowed direct entry into the academy, achieving this at 16 could already be regarded as having very high talent. Many of them preferred trying the top 10 academies ranked by the Empire first and would only come to Xianxia Academy after failing several times. Therefore, the number of such students was the least on the first day, while on the last 2 days, the number of these students would exceed the mid-level Qi refining realm students participating in the practical exam. On the first day, however, the crestfallen students were the majority. Most of them had come just to try their luck. They didn't originally expect to get admitted to Xianxia Academy, but just wanted to see if any teacher noticed something special about them. If they entered, they planned to double their efforts afterward and possibly avoid expulsion. After half an hour, Lu Changming walked into the building that resembled a training field. Inside was a large and empty area, and it wasn't clear what it was used for. It seemed all the equipment had been moved away for the exam. The venue was divided into 4 areas, with each of the 3 larger areas hosting a student sparring against a teacher. This was likely the practical exam for mid-stage Qi refining realm candidates. There was another area much smaller than the other 3. Strangely, this small section held more people than the rest combined. Most of them looked like students. A teacher sitting near the entrance took the admission ticket from Lu Changming's hand, glanced at the information on it, and then curiously sized up Lu Changming. After returning the admission ticket, he pointed to the most crowded area and said, "Go there for cultivation level detection." Lu Changming walked to that area. Despite the large number of people, it was surprisingly quiet. Inside the examination area, several candidates were waiting to have their levels detected, while even more people had gathered outside the examination area watching the ongoing tests. There were over a dozen individuals, but they didn't look like candidates. They seemed to be Xianxia Academy students who had come just to observe the exams. Chapter 48, The Examination. Yu Changming entered the examination room, drawing the attention of more than a dozen people outside. They had all been facing away from him before. Now that he walked in, he could see their expressions. They didn't seem like onlookers, but rather observers of the candidates, which puzzled Yu Changming. Why would students do such a thing? He didn't continue to think about it for long as the teacher inside the exam room checked his admission ticket and gestured for him to wait behind several candidates. As expected, this teacher also glanced at him a few extra times after learning his age, just like the other teachers who knew his age beforehand. It seemed people like him were indeed rare. Although he could say he was certain to pass, since this was his first time taking this kind of exam, he still felt a bit nervous. He observed carefully the candidate currently being tested in front of him. At the moment, the candidate tightly held a stone ball partially embedded in the stone pedestal in front of him, his body taut, eyebrows knitted, eyes fixated on the pedestal. It looked like he was injecting his qi into the stone ball to test his cultivation. Yu Changming saw that the stone pedestal kept emitting light centered around the stone ball. With the injection of the candidate's qi, the light continued to spread outward. Soon after, the light ceased to expand no matter how much more qi the candidate injected, showing no further signs of expansion. Then the examiner's voice broke through. Candidate number 583, cultivation level, mid-stage Qi refinement realm. Please proceed to Area 2 for practical combat evaluation. The examiner recorded something in a notebook, handed a piece of paper to the finished candidate, then said, "Next one." In the test documentation that Yu Changming held, there were important details regarding the testing process, including an introduction to the stone pedestal used to assess cultivation levels. It was made from a special type of stone that glows when it absorbs sufficient Qi, though it itself cannot directly serve as a device for detecting one's cultivation level. However, the stone ball at its center can restrict the diffusion of Qi, making the emitted light form a ring-like glow spreading outward on the pedestal. In fact, relatively speaking, the stone ball is more crucial. On the surface of the pedestal were marked scales, each corresponding to a realm. The peak Qi refinement realm corresponds to the 4th scale. Due to differing amounts of Qi output between cultivators of different realms, and because the Qi within the pedestal continually dissipates, once it reaches the limit of the Qi output of the cultivator, the halo will stop expanding further. This is the basis for determining the cultivation level according to the size of the halo on the pedestal. Due to the material used, the pedestal can only measure up to below the soul passage realm. The Qi output of someone at the peak of the soul condensation realm would exceed the endurance threshold of the stone ball and damage it. But even so, this is sufficient for an academy. Among those candidates ahead of Yu Changming, only one was at the advanced stage of the Qi refinement realm, and after completing the test, the examiner immediately gave them a certificate of passing along with a congratulatory, "Well done." The cultivation assessment took very little time, and it soon came to Yu Changming's turn. After checking Yu Changming's admission ticket, the examiner asked him, "Do you know your examination requirements?" Yu Changming nodded in response, "Yes. Place your hand on the stone ball and inject all your qi into it." Yu Changming did not follow the examiner's words entirely. Instead, he tried using 3/10 of his qi output to start injecting it into the stone ball, only to find that the halo expanded faster than it did for anyone else before him. Shocked, Yu Changming quickly reduced his qi output. When he brought it down to 1/10, the halo froze at mid-stage qi refinement, even having a tendency to shrink, so he hurriedly increased his qi output again. Thus, under the halting and moving condition, the glow reached the 4th scale when Yu Changming was using roughly half of his qi output. The light emanating from the pedestal wasn't particularly strong, so those outside the designated area couldn't tell what was happening. They merely waited for the examiner to announce the result. Although the candidate waiting behind Yu Changming had witnessed this unusual sight, they too were clueless about what had transpired. Only the examiner, upon seeing it, narrowed his eyes and started to scrutinize Yu Changming from head to toe. However, Yu Changming was facing away from the examiner at the time and didn't notice. When Yu Changming finally pulled his hand off the pedestal and turned back around, the examiner's expression had already returned to normal, as if nothing unusual had happened. The examiner told Yu Changming, "Pass. Since you are an overage candidate, please wait outside after leaving the Divine Martial Hall. I'll take you to handle some formalities." So this place was called the Divine Martial Hall, with such a majestic name. Wait, why does the examiner have to personally escort me for the procedures? Yu Changming picked up a hint of abnormality. Those students outside the area hadn't heard the examiner announce the specific cultivation level of the candidate. They just heard the result of pass and the 4 words, overage candidate. They had never heard of anything like this before and began whispering amongst themselves, with some people standing up and leaving outright. Even though Yu Changming thought there might be something amiss with the examiner asking him to wait, he still waited outside the Divine Martial Hall. There was no malice in the examiner's words, so it shouldn't lead to anything unfavorable toward him. Slowly, the sun had moved from the east to directly overhead. Yu Changming leaned against a tree and dozed off. A footstep grew louder in Yu Changming's ears, waking him up to find someone already standing beside him. It was the examiner. Yu Changming now carefully observed this examiner, who appeared to be about 40 years old, of medium build but exuding strength. His skin was slightly dark, he had a buzz cut, and he looked like a fitness coach. The examiner stroked his chin as he sized up Yu Changming, showing an expression of confusion that made Yu Changming feel uneasy, but no words were exchanged. Then the examiner said to him, "Follow me." Instead of leading Yu Changming into the school campus, the examiner brought him to a building by the entrance of the academy, exactly the one where Yu Changming had registered for the exam earlier. As they walked down the spacious corridors, the sound of their footsteps echoed in Yu Changming's ears. He wondered why the examiner brought him here. Currently, all the older students in the academy were in class, and those left were around the exam area, so only a few people remained in the offices inside this building. "Do you want to keep a low profile while studying at the academy?" the examiner suddenly asked while walking ahead. Startled by these words, Yu Changming began contemplating how to respond. However, it seemed the examiner wasn't interested in hearing from him. Instead, he continued, "I know your cultivation level is higher than what was shown, but if you wish to stay low-key until graduation, just follow my instructions next and don't say anything extra." After saying this, the examiner stopped in front of a door. Yu Changming recognized this area well since there was a sign reading Admissions Office on another nearby door. It was where he had originally registered for the entrance exam, but this door had no sign, and he didn't know its purpose. The examiner knocked on the door, and a voice from inside responded, "Come in." The examiner opened the door and went in. Yu Changming followed. It was a large office with only one person inside, a somewhat plump middle-aged man who was busy writing something. The examiner approached the table and leaned on it, saying to the man, "Lu, I need a favor." At this, the man looked up, glanced at the examiner, and suddenly smiled, saying, "Gao, you don't visit me often. What can I do for you?" The examiner took Yu Changming's admission ticket and materials and handed them over, saying, "Help this kid register and place him in my class." This realization dawned on Yu Changming. This examiner intended to bring him directly into his own class through connections, showing just how perilous the social world could be. The man hesitated, saying, The cultivation is more than sufficient, and he has already passed the examination. I'll handle the rest with the upper management." "All right, I'll help you out. You owe me one." Walking along the shaded path within the Xianxia Academy, Yu Changming felt as though the reason for being alone was evident when the examiner decided to take him to the dormitories after leaving the building. "Let me introduce myself first," the examiner said to Yu Changming. "My surname is Gao. My name is Gao Yuan. I am currently the head teacher of Class 4, Grade 3 at Xianxia Academy. You can call me Teacher Gao." "Teacher Gao," Yu Changming immediately replied, realizing this must be his future homeroom teacher. He couldn't wait. Something felt off. What did he just say? 3rd grade. What happened? Wasn't it supposed to be 2nd grade? I know you have a lot of questions. Let me ask you one first. Has your cultivation reached the soul condensation realm?" Teacher Gao asked, watching Yu Changming. Though he sensed from the previous test that Yu Changming's cultivation was beyond the qi refinement peak, he still wasn't entirely sure. The flickering light on the stone pedestal clearly indicated Yu Changming was deliberately controlling his true qi output to conceal his actual cultivation level. However, although experienced examiners like him could tell Yu Changming was hiding his cultivation, it baffled him why the halo expanded so quickly during the testing. This was the reason he wanted to enroll Yu Changming in his class. Upon hearing Teacher Gao Yuan's question, Yu Changming hesitated but eventually nodded. Since they'd already discovered the truth, there was no point in continuing to hide it. He realized it was probably the cultivation assessment that exposed him. Controlling the flow of true qi was truly difficult. He couldn't help complaining internally about how hard it was. Then you're fully qualified to skip directly to 3rd grade. It must be uncomfortable always concealing your cultivation level. Entering the 3rd grade will not only allow you to reveal your full cultivation, but also keep a low profile. So why not take this chance? Teacher Gao assumed outright that Yu Changming's cultivation was at the early soul condensation realm stage. He didn't think beyond that, because even the top students in the 4th grade of their academy were only at the early soul condensation realm by age 17, and he couldn't believe that more talented students would choose Xianxia Academy instead of other better academies. 17 years old with an early soul condensation realm cultivation was already terrifying enough. It would allow one to reach high soul condensation realm before the age of 20. The speed of progression in the higher grade academies far surpassed that of the lower ones, since the primary purpose of the lower grade academies was to build foundations, where practitioners usually train both to reach mid-body refinement realm and to refine their true qi simultaneously. However, in a high-level academy, the focus was generally on cultivating realms, making it relatively easier to advance through the qi refinement and soul condensation realms compared to others, as talented individuals could progress one level per year. Yet advancing from high soul condensation realm to its peak wasn't so simple. Advancing from high soul condensation to its peak almost required doubling the amount of true qi. This is because breaking through to the next realm, the spirit communication realm, needed a vast amount of true qi, preparing for the breakthrough successfully. Therefore, reaching the peak of the soul condensation realm before the age of 20 was nearly impossible. Even for prodigies, it usually took at least 3 years. How much harder would it be for regular martial artists? Chapter 49, Strange Dormmate 1. Lu Changming did not reveal his true level of cultivation. Since Teacher Gao already believed him to be at the lower stage of the soul refining realm, he also wanted to keep a low profile and not invite unnecessary trouble. The lower stage of the soul refining realm is considered relatively high among third-year students, but it's not overly conspicuous either, with several mid-stage soul refiners above me. I will have the admissions office help conceal your bone age. If you don't want attention, don't reveal your real age yourself. At the lower stage of the soul refining realm, you could rank in the top 3 of second-year students in our academy right now. That's all I need to say for now. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Lu Changming had been holding back for quite some time. What he cared most about was martial techniques. Well, Teacher Gao, I haven't learned many martial techniques yet, so I'd like to start learning some first. Are all the martial techniques in the library? How exactly can I learn them? Teacher Gao hesitated for a moment. Lu Changming's transition from enrollment matters directly to martial techniques felt abrupt, but he still replied. Yes, all martial techniques are housed in the library. However, you can't enter yet. You'll have to wait a few days until after your student ID card is issued. Furthermore, all martial techniques are stored on the higher floors of the library, and access is restricted. At the end of the tree-lined path lay the residential area of Xianxia Academy, where unadorned high-rise buildings stood neatly aligned. They didn't look much like dormitory buildings for an academy of such high ranking. There weren't many students in the residential area. It seemed most of them were attending classes. Their registration had taken a significant amount of time, and it was almost an hour now. He hadn't eaten lunch yet, and his stomach was beginning to protest. Teacher Gao led Lu Changming further into the living quarters, speaking as they walked. The third-grade dormitories are in the third building. All the dorms here house 4 people each. Some of the rooms in our class haven't been fully occupied yet, so you can stay there. After reaching the third building, Teacher Gao continued. You can obtain bedding and other daily necessities from the logistics department within the living quarters using your admission certificate. There are several cafeterias around the school. The nearest one is located not far to the southeast of the living area. Generally, you should exchange for meal tickets used in the cafeteria, though cash payments are also accepted, though they may be more expensive. First, adjust today, then start attending classes officially tomorrow. The freshman recruitment starts later than our session. The upper grades have already been in session for a month. Although third year doesn't have too many classes, skipping some wouldn't cause major problems, but idling isn't a good idea. Our school has a week consisting of 7 days. All the courses are scheduled within these 7 days, cycling every week. Classes conclude on the last day of each week. Oh, that reminds me, regarding tuition fees. Although freshmen pay tuition after scholarships are assessed due to consideration for financially disadvantaged students, things are different for higher grades. Subtracting government subsidies, the annual fee is 100 taels per year. Do you have enough money? If not, I can front the amount for you. Given your cultivation level, winning a scholarship shouldn't be an issue, and you can return the money to me later. Teacher Gao asked because he noticed Lu Changming might be alone without much money. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but I do have the funds, so there's no need to bother you. Lu Changming felt a little moved by the teacher's words. Then you can ask your roommate any remaining questions about daily life. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I've got something to attend to. With that, Teacher Gao turned and walked away toward the outside of the residential area. Teacher Gao? Wait, what's my dorm number again? Oh, let me think. It's room 302. Lu Changming went to the cafeteria first, eating lunch a bit late. He found the food here to be pretty good, much better than what he usually ate at an inn. It seemed that a prestigious academy indeed excelled in various aspects. He then proceeded to the logistics department to collect his daily necessities. Combined, the packages took up more volume than he himself did, but this wasn't much of a challenge for a martial artist. Half a quarter later, Lu Changming rested his forehead against the large package of beddings, sitting in the dormitory hallway. The door to room 302 was locked, and Teacher Gao hadn't given him the key. Lu Changming sighed somewhat helplessly. It was hard to consider everything comprehensively. He couldn't leave just yet, as he still needed to watch over all the items behind him. Looks like he'd have to wait until they finished their classes. Lu Changming woke up when noisy sounds disturbed him. The corridor wasn't a great place to practice, and since he had nothing else to do, he ended up falling asleep out of sheer boredom. The sound of footsteps upstairs woke him. Glancing at the sky, it appeared to be dismissal time. Finally, he wouldn't have to sit in the corridor anymore. He tidied his somewhat disheveled clothes and looked towards the staircase. A few students passing by Lu Changming gave confused looks, They couldn't understand why someone would be moving into the third-year dormitories at this time. A transfer student? They hadn't heard of anyone. Lu Changming paid no attention to them. He was waiting for the people of room 302. He'd already waited long enough in the corridor, and this cold floor made him very uncomfortable. Finally, when Lu Changming was starting to grow impatient, a student leisurely walked to the door of room 302, as if pondering something. That student glanced at Lu Changming once, then ignored him, took out the key to open the door of room 302, and walked inside. Although Lu Changming felt strange, seeing the door of the dormitory finally open meant he didn't have to wait in the hallway anymore. So he stopped worrying about the student's odd behavior and carried his big and small packages into room 302. The student seemed to sense Lu Changming following him, turned his head to look at Lu Changming once, and without asking any questions or preventing Lu Changming from entering the room, walked over to his bed and sat down, propping his chin on his hand, deep in thought again. Isn't this person too strange? A normal person would at least ask something when someone unfamiliar enters their dormitory. After putting down the large packages, Lu Changming looked at this future roommate and decided it would be better to greet him. He walked up to the man, who though unremarkable in appearance, gave an impression of great stability and determination. He extended his hand and said, "Hello, my name is Lu Changming. I transferred to Xianxia Academy. From now on, we'll be roommates." The person frowned and raised his head, clearly not liking to be disturbed while thinking, but after seeing Lu Changming's extended hand, he shook hands with him and said, "Su Hang." Then Su Hang went back to thinking, ignoring Lu Changming completely. This person is really cold, Lu Changming judged mentally. Continuing to speak would only invite boredom, so he started observing the dorm. Although Xianxia Academy's dorm building looked simple on the outside, the size of each dorm was pretty substantial, around 50 square meters. The beds weren't bunk beds like Lu Changming imagined. Instead, they were placed in 4 different directions, probably considering that students might cultivate in the dormitory. Each person had a wardrobe and desk, positioned along the wall beside the bed. In room 302, only 2 of the 4 beds had mattresses and bedding, the other 2 spots were empty. Since Xianxia Academy had ample dorm rooms, there were separate buildings for boys and girls in each grade, with many dorms remaining vacant. Therefore, there was no need to cram every dorm, and each class had its own designated dormitory. As a result, many classes had underoccupied dormitories. Both beds by the window were taken, leaving Lu Changming no choice but to take the one by the door. By the time he finally finished organizing his things, it was already dark outside, and he was hungry again. Glancing at Su Hang, the guy was cross-legged on the bed cultivating, yet frowning as if it wasn't going well. Lu Changming wanted to invite Su Hang to go to the cafeteria, but decided against it. Disturbing someone during cultivation wasn't polite. When Lu Changming returned to the dorm again, another member of room 302 was back, looking quite cheerful. Su Hang also ended his cultivation, but remained seated on the bed, deep in thought. A real clam. Seeing Lu Changming come in, the student immediately stood up and greeted him. "You're the new arrival, right? I'm Kong Yiyang. My name is Lu Changming." Kong Yiyang seemed to be very good at making acquaintances. He walked over to Lu Changming, patted his shoulder, and said, "Finally, a decent addition. You don't know how tough it is to live with a quiet guy like that. There's no one to talk to in the dorm every day." Hearing what Kong Yiyang said, Lu Changming looked at Su Hang, who appeared to have not heard anything and was still lost in his thoughts. "Hey, by the way, how did you transfer here? This martial academy is different from regular cultural schools. It's hard to transfer." Just as Lu Changming was contemplating whether to tell the truth or fabricate a reason, Su Hang spoke up from the side. "He didn't transfer. He got admitted through an exam." "Wow, Mute Turtle, you actually spoke. What's wrong? Are you sick?" Kong Yiyang exclaimed with shock, as if something unimaginable had happened. "Wait, what? You mean he came here through an exam? What does that mean?" Kong Yiyang finally realized what Su Hang had said, clearly showing more interest in mocking others than anything else. The academy has a specific entrance examination for candidates aged over 16. If you pass, you are assigned to a grade based on your age. Su Hang said expressionlessly. "Oh, so he just finished the exam today." Kong Yiyang understood. "Normally, one can only enroll after all the entrance exams are over since our homeroom teacher is an examiner. It seems like Mr. Lu was directly selected by Teacher Gao. You must have something special about you." Su Hang's analysis hit the nail on the head, leaving Lu Changming quite impressed. "What? How do you know so much, Su Hang?" Kong Yiyang asked. "Study more, observe more, and think more." Su Hang seemed a bit impatient. "Yiyang, don't you find it strange?" Kong Yiyang shook his head. Su Hang sighed, saying, "Haven't you noticed how weak the spiritual energy in our dorm is today?" As he spoke, he looked at Lu Changming. Lu Changming was confused as to why Su Hang was looking at him. What did this have to do with him? Chapter 50, Strange Roommate 2. In fact, Su Hang wasn't sure if this was due to Lu Changming's arrival, but it was too much of a coincidence. On the day Lu Changming came, the true qi in the dormitory became thinner, which made him suspicious. So it does seem like that, but do you really think it's him? It's impossible. How could one person make the surrounding true qi become thin? Kong Yueshan said. "You're right. I must have overthought it. Sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Su Hang apologized. "It's fine, I don't mind. I'm going out to practice tonight. Tomorrow I'll report to the teacher and let them investigate." As Su Hang spoke, he walked out of the dormitory. "Training maniac," Kong Yueshan muttered softly. Lu Changming didn't know that the thinning of the true qi was exactly because of his demon-subduing stone. When the auctioneer introduced the demon-subduing stone, he was so shocked that he didn't hear its relevant features. And when he went for dinner, he didn't carry it with him, which is why Su Hang kept feeling that the surrounding true qi was becoming thinner. Usually students at Xianxia Academy would go practice during their spare time after class. However, because of the arrival of a new roommate, Kong Yueshan was quite excited and skipped the night's training. He started chatting in the dormitory with Lu Changming. From Kong Yueshan, Lu Changming learned about some of Su Hang's affairs. Since entering school, the two had been roommates, so Kong Yueshan understood Su Hang well. Su Hang's talent wasn't great. Initially, when he entered school, he was merely at the middle stage of the refining Qi realm. However, his grades now ranked high in the class. Because his family wasn't wealthy, he couldn't afford the 100 taels of silver required annually for tuition. To stay at Xianxia Academy, he had to rely on scholarships. Therefore, from the moment he entered the academy, he began training day and night without rest. Kong Yueshan rarely saw Su Hang rest except for sleeping and eating. If not practicing, Su Hang would be pondering deeply. He seldom talked to others, even communicating less with Kong Yueshan, who was most familiar with him. Hence, in outsiders' eyes, Su Hang seemed aloof. This relentless thinking and training proved effective as his name consistently appeared whenever scholarships were evaluated. After paying for tuition and living expenses, there was still money left to help support his family. Furthermore, just a month ago, at the start of the term, he advanced to the lower stage of the refining soul realm, making him the 4th student in the grade 3 class Alpha 4 to reach this realm. Precisely because of his successful advancement to the refining soul realm did their class become Alpha 4. Before this, they were Beta 1. One could say that among all students in Xianxia Academy, none worked harder than Su Hang. Later, Lu Changming asked about the class situation. From Kong Yueshan's words, he learned something about class promotion. Xianxia Academy randomly assigned classes when recruiting first-year students, keeping each class's level similar. In the first half of the first year, there were no Alpha, Beta, Gamma, or Delta classifications. 6 months after the freshman's enrollment, there would be another contest between classes, followed by reclassification based on the results. Afterward, promotion depended on students' diligent cultivation or initiating challenges. Due to the extreme importance placed on realms of cultivation by warriors across the continent, if a certain class wanted to challenge, the top few students in terms of realm in their class needed to match the number of top students in the class ahead of them. Otherwise, they couldn't challenge. If their numbers exceeded and the application was approved, the class would be directly promoted. Their class previously advanced automatically because they had Su Hang, who reached the refining soul realm, exceeding the former Alpha 4 class. Since the assignment of classes was random, the differences between each class weren't large. Even the last-ranked Delta 4 class had students in the refining soul realm, while the front-ranking Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 classes weren't, because they had more refining soul realm students. But because these two classes had the top 2 students of grade 3, both reaching the middle stage of the refining soul realm. Not only Xianxia Academy placed heavy emphasis on cultivation realms. This was a conclusion derived from the nearly 10,000-year history of the continent. Realms were crucial to martial artists, and their talent would always manifest through their speed of advancing in realms. But Lu Changming didn't entirely agree due to his own cultivation method. If he could absorb enough true qi, his cultivation would increase rapidly. He felt confident that any experienced low-stage refining soul practitioner in the academy would struggle to defeat him. His cultivation method greatly contradicted the widely accepted notions formed over the 10,000 years on the continent. This made Mo Yuning, who gave him the method, appear increasingly mysterious in his eyes. He sensed that Mo Yuning hadn't disclosed all the characteristics of the method to him. After talking all night, the two became familiar with each other. However, there was one thing that made Lu Changming very curious. Although Kong Yueshan had talked a lot about Su Hang and things related to school, he rarely mentioned his own affairs. Moreover, during their conversation, Kong Yueshan gave Lu Changming a feeling of familiarity. He seemed somewhat cheeky, acting without much restraint, just like Xia. But compared to Xia, it felt like he was missing something. The next day, Lu Changming got up early. It was now morning at the hour of Mao, but Su Hang was already gone from the dormitory, presumably having gone out for practice. Yesterday, Su Hang returned to the dormitory close to the hour of Z, and this morning, he had gone out so early again. Lu Changming admired him greatly, wondering if he could be as persistent as Su Hang if he were in his place. Last night, Kong Yueshan had already informed him about today's class schedule. In the Advanced Academy, cultural classes held in classrooms were few, most were practical teaching sessions. The basic courses had already been taught in the lower academy. The purpose of students entering the higher academy was to learn martial techniques and enhance their practical combat skills. By the 3rd year, there were no longer any classroom courses. The few remaining ones from the 1st and 2nd years had already been completed, and going to the classroom would only involve attending class meetings or similar activities. Previously, Teacher Gao believed that not attending these classes was not an issue since he had reached such a cultivation level at his age, suggesting his previous teachers hadn't overlooked practical training either. But now what Lu Changming needed most were actually these courses from the academy. Not only did he lack combat experience, but due to being a late starter, his understanding of martial arts was incomplete. The basic knowledge taught in the lower academy was also important to him. Currently unaware of this, he focused solely on actual combat, which might cause him significant setbacks later on. Today, there was only one practical teaching session. As it started at the hour of Chun, Lu Changming left the dormitory without waking Kong Yueshan, who was still sound asleep. He wanted to take a walk around the campus first before heading to the classroom earlier. In the early morning, many students had already left the dormitories, walking purposefully towards a certain direction. Truly deserving of its ranking among the top 20 academies, the students have high autonomy. Lu Changming said, looking at Kong Yueshan, who was rubbing his eyes beside him. You're throwing shade here. Students like me who lack autonomy but can survive in Yunxiao Academy's tough environment must have high talent, Kong Yueshan replied, then yawned again. Lu Changming originally intended to wander around the academy alone, but less than half an hour after leaving the dormitory area, he retraced his steps back. It wasn't that he didn't want to explore anymore, but the roads in Yunxiao Academy were everywhere, with no signposts. He had no idea where to go, and Kong Yueshan had only told him the general direction of the classroom, but not how to get there. To avoid getting lost, he returned and dragged Kong Yueshan out of bed, asking him to act as a free guide. I recommend we go there first. I think it has the best scenery within the academy. Kong Yueshan pointed not outside the dormitory area, but somewhere inside it. What is that place? The girls' dormitory area. Lu Changming kicked Kong Yueshan. Ah, that is the main teaching building, conveniently built near the dormitory area. Not far from the dormitory area, Kong Yueshan pointed to a majestic building and said, some of the teachers' offices and all the classrooms are located there. Our class is also there, though our class doesn't need the classroom much anymore, only for class meetings and such occasional uses. It won't be used anytime soon, but if you want to see it, you can go take a look. However, the door is locked. Lu Changming shook his head indicating he didn't need to. That's the main playground. Ah, that's the Divine Martial Hall. Wasn't your exam there? That's for martial competitions, whether personal duels or class matches. That's the library, and beside it is one of the canteens. Spending half an hour, the two roughly toured the entire academy, eating breakfast at a canteen beside the library along the way. Finally, they arrived at a small earthen playground near the academy's outskirts, which was their classroom for today. Such earthen playgrounds were common within the academy. Besides the Divine Martial Hall, they were the best places for practical combat, as they wouldn't worry about damaging the venue. Filling in the pits after the class would suffice. There were still 2/4 of an hour until the hour of Chun, yet some people were already present on the earthen playground. Those people are from our class, Kong Yueshan pointed at them. Su Hang is among them. Let's join them. Walking over to Su Hang, who was sitting alone in the corner of the playground, he was still cultivating. Probably sensing their approach, he opened his eyes briefly to glance at them, then closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Knowing his character, the two of them sat down not too far away from him, and Lu Changming began asking about some matters concerning the practical teaching session. According to Kong Yueshan, the practical class was taught by their homeroom teacher. But their homeroom teacher, Teacher Gao, needed to be an examiner these past 2 days, so other teachers would substitute for him during this period. As Kong Yueshan was talking, a robust figure walked towards the playground. Lu Changming patted Kong Yueshan, who was still enthusiastically explaining things, and pointed at the figure. Kong Yueshan felt like his face was slapping itself as he realized who the figure was. It was none other than Teacher Gao Yuan. Actually, what Kong Yueshan had said was correct. Yesterday's class was indeed substituted by another teacher. However, for reasons unknown, even though there were still entrance exams today, Teacher Gao had come. After entering the playground, Teacher Gao nodded at the students who greeted him but didn't stop walking. Instead, he headed straight toward the direction where the two of them were located. Chapter 51, the first class. Lu Changming, come here for a moment. Teacher Gao said to Lu Changming and then turned to walk away from the playground. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming immediately got up and followed Teacher Gao out of the playground. Here, this is your student ID. Teacher Gao handed a card to Lu Changming. Thank you, teacher. Lu Changming took the student ID. With this, you can enter most places in the academy and also study martial techniques in the library. However, to prevent the leakage of martial techniques, entering and exiting the martial techniques section requires strict inspections, and no items that can be used for recording are allowed inside. Martial techniques cannot be taken out of the library. There are designated areas for studying them inside, and food is also provided so that you can practice for long periods. But before that, you need to submit an application to me first. Don't just go missing without notice. Your roommate Su Hang did that once. He didn't tell me and spent a whole week in the library, almost making me report him as missing. That's quite like Su Hang's character, thought Lu Changming. The next class is a practical one. My practical classes usually involve students sparring with each other. Tell me, should I arrange one opponent at the soul refining stage for you, or two? Teacher Gao suddenly said with a smile. Lu Changming thought to himself that his teacher had too high an opinion of him. With only low-level achievements in the soul refining stage, there was no way he could handle even one, let alone two opponents. So he quickly said, Teacher, I currently know very few martial techniques, and they're all highly destructive. I'm afraid I might accidentally injure my classmates. Could I first go to the library to learn a few more techniques, and then attend class in a few days? Are you worried about the power of your martial techniques injuring classmates? That's easy to solve. I'll be your opponent. Just give it your all later. Don't worry. You won't hurt me. Lu Changming felt that he would soon reveal his inadequacies. Students, gather. A deep voice echoed across the playground. Students scattered throughout the playground quickly gathered towards the source of the sound, leaving the area momentarily vacant. Today, I'd like to introduce a new student to you all. He passed the entrance exam yesterday, but was placed in our third year due to his age. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Teacher Gao prompted, causing the entire class to immediately turn their gazes toward Lu Changming. Hearing Teacher Gao mention that he was supposedly 18 years old, they were surprised, having never heard of someone taking the entrance exam for the higher academy at that age. Hello, my name is Lu Changming. Lu Changming stood before everyone and stated simply. A brief silence filled the playground. After a while, Teacher Gao finally asked, Is that all? Lu Changming looked at him innocently. Yes, that's all. Well then, sighed Teacher Gao helplessly. I'll elaborate for you. Despite his ordinary appearance, Lu is undeniably at the soul refining stage. This drew exclamations of surprise from some of the students. So now we have 5 classmates at the initial level of the soul refining stage. By the time the preliminary selection for the Continental College Exchange competition concludes in 2 months, we can challenge Class A3. At Teacher Gao's words, the students began chatting among themselves, clearly interested in the topic. Clap, clap, clap. Teacher Gao clapped his hands and said, all right, let's start class. First, we will do free sparring. Find your own partners and begin. Upon hearing this, the students immediately dispersed, leaving only Lu Changming, Teacher Gao, and Su Hang behind. Let me take a look, Su Hang interjected before Teacher Gao could say anything. Teacher Gao nodded, understanding Su Hang well. This boy would not pass up any opportunity to enhance his own abilities. Teacher Gao stepped back 10 meters and addressed Lu Changming. I'll stand right here. If you can make me move, you win, otherwise, you lose. Let's begin. Lu Changming wiped the sweat from his palms. At this point, he had no choice but to go all in. Judging by his stance, Teacher Gao's cultivation level was at least at the spirit passage stage. He just hoped he wouldn't get beaten too badly. With a surge of strength from one leg, he charged directly towards Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao frowned upon seeing him rush over without any observation or probing attacks. Relying on his achievements in the soul refining stage, Lu Changming instantly closed the distance with Teacher Gao. Dropping down slightly, he threw a straight punch aimed at Teacher Gao's abdomen. It wasn't surprising that Lu Changming fought without much strategy. He had no experience in direct combat, nor had he learned any battle skills. Seeing Teacher Gao standing motionless like a stone statue gave him no ideas about how to win. Moreover, since he knew only 2 martial techniques, his best bet was to try surprising Teacher Gao with his strongest attack, hitting a weak point where it might succeed. However, although Lu Changming had used his fastest speed, in Teacher Gao's eyes, it was still very slow. Teacher Gao let out a cold snort, directly intercepting the punch with his left hand, then deflecting the other fist advancing from Lu Changming, and finally kicking him away with a foot to his chest. Lu Changming rolled several times on the yellow earth before stopping. Although he felt somewhat tightness in his chest, he was not injured because Teacher Gao's kick, while forceful, was not meant to kick, but rather shove. Teacher Gao looked emotionlessly at Lu Changming and said, come by my office this afternoon. He then turned to Su Hang and said, tell the classmates that this class will now be all about free sparring. I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Su Hang responded. Some details that Lu Changming didn't notice were caught by Su Hang. Teacher Gao's left hand, which had intercepted Lu Changming's punch earlier, had been kept behind him. Moreover, when dealing with Lu Changming's second punch, Teacher Gao hadn't used his hands to catch it, but instead deflected it. Thinking of this, Su Hang gave Lu Changming a glance full of meaning. Lu Changming lay on the ground, reflecting on the previous fight. Earlier, the punch he threw wasn't an ordinary one. It was a beng quan enhanced with the chill of xuanhuan. This method, thought up by Lu Changming beforehand, used the explosive power of the beng quan to greatly increase the penetration ability of xuanhuan's chill. However, this explosion caused the chill to dissipate. Having even 1/4 of the output enter the enemy's body would already be good. Thus, just now Lu Changming had poured all his effort into concentrating the chill onto his fists. These 2 punches alone had consumed 1/3 of his true energy. And since he hadn't controlled the output of his true energy, Teacher Gao must have discovered his mid-level soul refining stage cultivation by now. He felt the chill penetrate into Teacher Gao's palm, yet judging from his expression, it likely had no effect on him, prompting Lu Changming to bitterly smile. School medical office. Huang teacher, are you here? Teacher Gao was knocking anxiously on the medical office door. I'm here, please come in. A gentle voice came from inside. Huang teacher, take a look at my hand, said Teacher Gao as he walked into the medical office, sat opposite Huang teacher, and stretched out his left hand, which had been hidden within the sleeve, placing it on the table. Teacher Gao, your hand. Huang teacher appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She initially intended to greet Teacher Gao, but was immediately attracted by the condition of his hand. The status of Teacher Gao's left hand wasn't good. There were over a dozen purple spots of varying sizes on his left palm. The larger ones approximately the size of a pea, the smaller ones like a grain of rice, and attached to these spots was ice crystal-like substance. In fact, 2/4 of an hour ago, right after leaving the playground, the purple spots on Teacher Gao's hand formed a complete fist-shaped pattern. In those 2/4 of an hour, Teacher Gao constantly utilized his own true energy to suppress the cold qi that had invaded his palm, thereby shrinking the purplish blotch into these dozen or so smaller spots. His true energy itself was of earth attribute, which has some counteracting effects on cold qi. However, despite continuously suppressing it afterward, the purple spots could not shrink any further, let alone expelling the cold qi entirely. Having no other choice, he came to seek help at the school medical office. What happened? Huang teacher touched these purple spots, feeling an icy cold through her fingers, accompanied by a slight pricking sensation, revealing how low their temperature must have been. I fought someone. With a student? Huang teacher asked, which wasn't hard to guess. If the teachers in school wanted to engage in combat, it would usually only be during training sessions with students, and if it was against someone at a similar level, they wouldn't just have an injury confined to the hand. Teacher Gao nodded uncomfortably, as being injured by a student wasn't exactly an honorable matter. Huang teacher infused her true energy into Teacher Gao's palm, but the purple spots showed no reaction. Her cultivation skill was water attribute-based, and many of her martial techniques also had therapeutic uses, hence why she simultaneously served as both a teaching instructor and school doctor. After probing using her own true energy, Huang teacher reached the conclusion. Although this cold qi is quite powerful, since the releaser's cultivation isn't high, it shouldn't cause much harm. It should dissipate due to lack of energy after a while. If you can't endure it, find a fire attribute teacher to help disperse it for you. This student who managed to injure you seems quite interesting though. This cold qi doesn't seem like ordinary cold qi. Otherwise it wouldn't persist for so long within a martial artist's body. Looks like your student has potential. In the afternoon, Lu Changming nervously arrived at teacher Gao's office door. Kong Yiyang and Su Hang waited nearby in the hallway with him. Not familiar with the route, they had guided him here. He wasn't sure why Su Hang was also present, usually being somewhere practicing, but he seemed interested in this matter. Chapter 52, Teacher Gao's Plan. Lu Changming walked into the office. There was only one desk inside, and it came as a surprise to him that Teacher Gao actually had his own private office. It seemed he was more than just a head teacher. There must be something else about him. Lu Changming, you're quite capable, 17 years old, already in the middle stage of the soul refining realm. Your talent can keep up with those little monsters in Yi City, said Teacher Gao, sitting in his office while looking at Lu Changming standing opposite his desk. His right hand was on the table, while his left was in his pocket. Lu Changming lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. His thoughts were chaotic. Lu Changming thought to himself, concealing one's cultivation isn't a grave offense, right? Will I be expelled? No, what's important now isn't this. Would Teacher Gao have found out anything? And if the pagoda sect finds out about this? TCH. Stop thinking. Lu Changming abandoned further thoughts, waiting quietly for judgment. I won't inquire into why you came to Xianxia Academy. I'll just ask you one question. Would you ever do anything to harm the interests of Xianxia Academy? Asked Teacher Gao sharply, staring intently at Lu Changming's downcast face. No, I wouldn't. I just want to come here to learn. Lu Changming raised his head, though his mind was still disordered. He felt he should answer this question seriously. The office fell silent as Teacher Gao looked deeply at Lu Changming for a long time, making Lu Changming sweat profusely, soaking through his clothes from nervousness. All right, then let this matter end here, never to be mentioned again. As long as you don't leave, you are a part of Xianxia Academy, Teacher Gao remarked. He originally held no real suspicion toward Lu Changming. More, he was confused. He could see that Lu Changming wasn't the type to harbor deep scheming. His coming to Xianxia Academy must have been due to some special reason. Everyone has their secrets, and he hadn't planned to dig too deep anyway. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changming exhaled in relief. Do you know where your shortcomings lie? Now, Teacher Gao began discussing cultivation-related matters. Leaving aside everything else, purely speaking in terms of cultivation, Teacher Gao believed Lu Changming's innate talent ranked among the highest within Xianxia Academy. To reach the middle stage of the soul refining realm at the age of 17, Teacher Gao had never seen it before. Even the strongest students in the 4th grade weren't at such a level when they turned 17. Yet, Teacher Gao also saw many problems in Lu Changming. If these issues weren't resolved, they would greatly impact his future. I think my biggest problem lies in my lack of combat experience and martial skills. Lu Changming looked uncertain as he noted the furrowed brow of Teacher Gao. You indeed have these problems, but they aren't the main issue. Your greatest flaw is here, said Teacher Gao, pointing at his head, your mind and attitude. After hearing Teacher Gao's words, Lu Changming didn't understand, and silently scoffed in his heart. You're the one with brain trouble. Don't argue. Your greatest weakness lies here. Before you fought me, did you really think about the situation carefully? Without hesitation, you rushed toward me directly. At the time, I told you, moving me away from my spot would mean winning. I obviously wasn't going anywhere, so you had all the time in the world to figure out how to make me move. With your martial skills, it should have been possible. Lu Changming wanted to protest. He knew only 2 martial techniques. What kind of strategies could he think of? But seeing the serious look on Teacher Gao's face, he bit his tongue. However, he admitted to himself that he hadn't thought much during the practice match, since it was his first time sparring with another person, especially a teacher whose cultivation was far above his own. Nervousness was inevitable. From this, we can see you weren't taking things seriously. Not necessarily in your cultivation process, but specifically in your approach to combat. You failed to adopt the correct attitude towards combat training. As a warrior, regardless of the form of combat, you must take it seriously, even when it's merely a friendly spar. Training is the primary means by which warriors improve their fighting abilities. How do you plan to advance yourself if you cannot even focus fully during a harmless drill? Is it not a responsibility to oneself to put forth full effort, even without danger? This not only shows disrespect to your opponent, but is also negligence toward oneself. Lu Changming felt as if he'd been struck with enlightenment after hearing these words. Indeed, hadn't he once thought about how he acted rashly and without seriousness when faced with situations devoid of danger? Why did he forget himself upon entering combat? This was undoubtedly one of his greatest issues. Your practical combat experience is indeed problematic. I assumed someone with your high cultivation would naturally possess proficient combat skills, yet based on your current state, it appears you focused entirely on raising your cultivation level. I wonder who taught you, and what he was thinking. Teacher, you're cursing at air, Lu Changming inwardly thought. The preliminary selection for the exchange tournament is only 2 months away. Over the next 2 months, I will provide you with specialized practical combat training. Be mentally prepared. Teacher Gao continued, laughing as he spoke. Lu Changming thought his smile was rather terrifying. Although he felt uncomfortable about the teacher's smile, he still looked forward to this special training. After all, he had been worrying for a long time that no one would help him practice in actual combat. By the way, your martial skills are indeed very powerful, almost injuring me. Teacher Gao said with a face that didn't change even though his conscience was uneasy. In the future, try not to use them when sparring with classmates. If you directly hit someone, it might cause irreversible harm. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming felt somewhat puzzled and secretly delighted. He didn't expect Teacher Gao to have such a high opinion of residual frost. Before, he released the cold energy of residual frost into the water, and only ice spikes formed continuously. He thought it wouldn't be very effective on martial artists, but didn't expect Teacher Gao to evaluate it this way. Was this cold energy special for human bodies? Or did the collapsing fist increase its power? Teacher, do you know the effects of my martial skills? Tell me, please, Lu Changming couldn't help but say. Are the effects of your own martial skills unknown to you? This is the first time I've used it, combining my only 2 martial skills. Like this, how should I put it? This cold energy gave Teacher Gao a very unique feeling. He'd never seen anything like it before. Your martial skill is powerful. It has the freezing effect of ordinary cold energy, but unlike regular cold energy that can be expelled from the body, yours latches onto the inside and can only be dissipated bit by bit with true energy. Moreover, since you directly inject the cold energy into the body, it penetrates deep within, making it much harder to remove. If I weren't at a higher level, that cold energy would likely have caused me significant harm. If my level were similar to yours, and if it wasn't treated promptly, my hand might suffer some lingering aftereffects, or worse, if I were weaker, my body might have been directly frozen. So, in the future, try not to use it during spars. Lu Changming listened to Teacher Gao's reprimand with his head down, but inside he was already extremely excited. Wow, is my martial skill really this powerful? I thought I was so weak right now. Although Lu Changming kept his head low, the upward curl of his lips didn't go unnoticed by Teacher Gao. You said you currently only know 2 martial skills. Yes. Lu Changming nodded. And what are you so happy about? What else have you done over the years besides cultivating your true energy? With just 2 martial skills, others would at least know 8 or more. Only martial artists unfamiliar with you might lose, but if you met someone cautious or familiar with you, you probably wouldn't even touch them. To prevent Lu Changming from becoming proud, Teacher Gao began criticizing him. I've been waiting tables all these years, Lu Changming silently thought. Chapter 53, Preliminary Selection. So, in the next 2 months, I've decided to give you special training. You don't need to attend regular classes during this time. From Monday to Thursday, I'll be teaching my own classes, so on these 4 days, you should go to the library and study martial techniques. I'll recommend a few techniques later. These are just suggestions. There's no need for you to force yourself to learn them. Martial techniques depend more on personal feeling. If you find something that suits you, feel free to ignore my recommendations. Teacher, is it really 2 months? Yes, 2 months. After 2 months, I will recommend you for the preliminary selection competition. You mustn't waste the chance of being at the intermediate soul refining stage. Also, I won't disclose your current level of cultivation at the intermediate soul refining stage. It's better if you keep it hidden and surprise your opponents when the time comes. Lu Changming felt honored but slightly overwhelmed. However, those words afterward shattered the upright image Gao teacher had built in his heart. Indeed, one can never judge a book by its cover. On Friday and Saturday, I don't have any classes, so I'll personally conduct some practical combat training with you. Gao teacher laughed in a somewhat eerie way, sending chills down Lu Changming's spine. Be prepared, my training isn't easy. Looking at Gao teacher's rugged and dark face, Lu Changming felt that the next 2 months wouldn't be pleasant at all. Well, that's it for now. You may leave first. Tomorrow, you can head to the library to look for martial techniques. Oh, by the way, I'll write down some recommended techniques tonight. Come over to get them before you go to the library tomorrow. The academy placed great importance on selecting participants. Lu Changming didn't know how Gao teacher planned to make him qualify as a competitor in the preliminary selection without revealing his cultivation level. There were dozens of people at the low soul refining stage in the 3rd grade. Clearly, there would be selection involved, and he wondered if he could emerge victorious at such a low cultivation stage. Was the teacher planning to pull strings for him? Or did he believe that these 2 months of training would dramatically improve his abilities? Lu began to worry about Gao's intentions. Lu Changming had already inquired about the preliminary selection competition for the Continental Elite Academy Exchange Tournament from Kong Yuqiang. This exchange tournament was a competition showcasing each academy's strength, serving as a demonstration of national power among various countries. A significant portion of each academy's ranking across the continent depended on their performance in this competition. Held every 2 years, it rotated among 3 empires. Since every country had numerous academies and the exchange tournament had limitations regarding venue and time, participation was restricted to only 64 slots. Stronger nations usually secured more spots. The 3 major empires had the most, with 16 spots each. Other relatively strong countries might secure 1 or 2 slots based on previous performance records. Smaller nations' academies weren't entirely left out either. They could participate in preliminary selections organized by their affiliated empires, though very few ever managed to excel in these competitions. For fairness, both the exchange tournament and the preliminaries were grade-specific competitions. Since first-year students were newly admitted and unable to reflect an academy's educational quality, the contest focused only on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades, with overall results determining the winners. Preliminary competitions aimed to select the strongest 16 academies from each country. 4 Cloud Height Academy, ranked around 20th in Fengyang Empire. They occasionally made it into the top 16, but also frequently missed out. Academies like Cloud Height valued the preliminary competitions greatly and would fight hard to ensure success. Unlike the top-tier academies that were assured a spot, or weaker academies merely participating for show, Academies such as Cloud Height viewed these preliminaries with utmost seriousness. Each country conducted its own preliminary selection at different times. In Fengyang Empire, the preliminary competition was scheduled towards the end of June, while the official tournament would take place mid-September. Such a late schedule had its pros and cons. On the downside, students had only about a month of rest between the larger tournaments. On the upside, the experience gained from the preliminaries allowed them to adapt to the competitive atmosphere, potentially leading to better performances in the official event. This system wasn't entirely friendly to academies like Cloud Height. Because they needed to pour all their effort into the preliminaries, the brief rest period rarely offered enough time for recovery. Even if they qualified for the Continental Exchange Tournament, achieving any notable results was difficult. This structure seemed designed specifically for the benefit of the top-ranked academies. However, for Cloud Height Academy, simply making it into the Continental Exchange Tournament was considered a victory. Early the next morning, after retrieving the recommendation list of martial techniques from Gao teacher, Le Changming arrived at the front gate of one of the school's largest buildings, the library. The library was a plain, yet imposing building. Compared to the other structures in the school, it wasn't particularly tall, but covered an enormous area. In terms of volume alone, the library was arguably the largest building in Xianxia Academy. Built with granite bricks, the library appeared ancient, said to have existed since the founding of Xianxia Academy. The founder had a great love for books and used granite to ensure its longevity. Over the centuries, while other buildings were reconstructed multiple times, only the library remained standing. Le Changming stood at the entrance of the library, gazing at the walls stretching into the distance, their stone bricks marked by years of weathering. Were it not for the open doors before him and the students coming and going, he might have mistaken it for a city wall. With his student ID, Le entered the library and headed toward the martial techniques section. Despite its size, the library didn't house as many books as one would expect. It even seemed to have fewer than the book vault of Xinyan Chamber. This was because the books here were displayed face-up rather than spine-up on the shelves, reducing the number that could fit in a given space. This arrangement followed a rule set by the founder, showing just how much he cherished books. Before long, Le reached the martial techniques section, which occupied half of the library's total space. After all, this was a martial academy devoted to educating warriors, so martial techniques and cultivation methods formed the main collection. Le attempted to enter the martial techniques section with his student ID, but he was stopped, because he held a piece of paper, the recommendation list given to him by Teacher Gao. Thus, Le spent 15 minutes memorizing the list at the section's entrance. After passing a series of inspections, he finally entered the martial techniques section as desired. The martial techniques section was a vast space, unlike other areas that were divided by walls. Here, a few dozen pillars supported the immense ceiling, and over 1,000 bookshelves were neatly arranged in a grid-like pattern, creating a sense of walking into another world. On the walls around the perimeter, 4 rows of iron doors hung, likely leading to rooms designated for practicing martial techniques. Chapter 54. Inside the library. There weren't many people in the martial arts section because for the upperclassmen, selecting a martial art was not a time-consuming matter. They could quickly find the martial art they wanted and then proceed to practice it in a designated room within the library. Only the freshmen spent extended periods of time here choosing, and since the new students wouldn't start for 10 more days, there were only a few scattered individuals in the martial arts section now. Facing so many shelves, Yu Changming felt a bit overwhelmed with choice. The martial arts area was also divided into many zones, categorized by the nature of the martial arts into dozens of sections. The techniques recommended by Teacher Gao were spread across several of these sections. It seemed he had determined that Yu Changming's cultivation method was ice affinity, as half of the recommendations were ice-based. Yu Changming thought learning 1 or 2 ice techniques would be enough. Given the characteristics of his cultivation method, learning all affinities thoroughly would be best. Yu Changming decided to move forward and go through each zone from the first one systematically. Since he was specially exempted from classes, he had plenty of time. The first zone was the basic section. There were no martial arts here, only combat techniques, boxing forms, and swordplay styles. These books weren't very precious, and many were studied at lower-tier academies. Many of these books were also available outside this area, placed here likely just to make the martial arts section more comprehensive. Teacher Gao hadn't recommended any books from this section, assuming that even if Yu Changming's practical combat skills were poor, he should still have some understanding of these theoretical concepts, lacking only the real-world experience to internalize them. It wasn't Teacher Gao's fault for not knowing, but cases like Yu Changming's were exceedingly rare, perhaps unique across the entire continent. No matter how vast Teacher Gao's imagination, he couldn't possibly conceive how Yu Changming reached mid-stage soul refinement. He quickly scanned the titles of the books in this zone. Although Teacher Gao hadn't recommended any here, after some previous battles, Yu Changming deeply understood the agony of being clueless during combat, having nothing strategic come to mind. He thought he should review these books. However, there was no urgency now since many of these books were available elsewhere and could be borrowed. He could borrow them before leaving and take them back to the dormitory to read. Leaving the basics section, Yu Changming continued inward to the general martial arts zone. From here on, all the books were about martial arts. The books here looked old but remained clean, without creases on the pages. Strange glowing symbols adorned the bookshelves. According to Teacher Gao, these were protective formations used to safeguard the martial art scrolls. If any significant damage was found when returning the books, the formation would sound an alarm. Moreover, unless the damage was too severe, the formation could conduct minor repairs, ensuring most martial art techniques here were preserved in pristine condition for such a long time. As Yu Changming looked at the books on the shelves, he felt they glimmered. The list of recommendations Teacher Gao gave him fell into two categories. This morning, when seeking advice from Teacher Gao, he told Yu Changming to decide on the type of fighting style he desired before making his selection. One option was to learn a variety of offensive and defensive techniques, combining different techniques to achieve victory. Such a fighting style would be steadier. The other approach focused solely on enhancing the residual frost technique as its core, studying supporting skills specifically aimed at strengthening it. Teacher Gao believed that the residual frost technique was powerful, feeling its potency personally. If Yu Changming could master it, it might rival the top martial art techniques stored in the academy. Not fully utilizing its potential would indeed be wasteful. However, the downside of residual frost was clear. It required getting close to the opponent and establishing contact. Thus, the techniques Yu Changming should learn would aim at minimizing risk while closing distance. Techniques enhancing speed, flexibility, physical defense, and resilience or restricting opponents' movement would be ideal. But such a fighting style also carried more risks. Once faced with someone whose martial arts focused on control, Yu Changming would surely be at a disadvantage. From Teacher Gao's tone, it was clear he leaned toward recommending the second option. Teacher Gao favored the second option because last night he had carefully considered Yu Changming's residual frost. In over 40 years of life, he'd never seen a martial art that could leap across entire stages and inflict harm, something achievable even in the soul refinement stage. Even though he was caught off guard, being hit nonetheless demonstrated the effectiveness of the technique. The Cloud Ascension Academy possessed some high stages martial arts, but they required enormous reserves of true energy and at least the spirit passage stage to use effectively. Despite this technique's flaws, it excelled greatly. Had it not been for Gao Yuan practicing earth affinity cultivation, perhaps even he might have been tempted. He didn't mention being injured to anyone else. Naturally, to protect Yu Changming from ill-intentioned attention, Yu Changming didn't realize he had encountered a good teacher. At the moment, all his focus was on searching for martial arts techniques, and he believed that he should choose the second option. He possessed an adventurous spirit. Otherwise, 2 months ago, he wouldn't have entered the demon-taming tower. Even if Teacher Gao recommended the first choice, Yu Changming would still have opted for the second because he liked to follow his instincts. And so, Yu Changming embarked on his journey of searching for martial art techniques in the martial arts area. Although the number of martial arts recommended by Teacher Gao wasn't large, there were many in this section, and Yu Changming had to sift through them one by one, which was very time-consuming. Moreover, after finding each one, he had to read the summaries to gauge his feelings about these techniques. He wasn't just looking for the martial arts Teacher Gao recommended, but also others. Since Teacher Gao believed Yu Changming practiced ice affinity cultivation, he hadn't suggested any others, so Yu Changming needed to search among other areas in the attribute-specific martial arts zone. Yu Changming focused mainly on wind and earth attributes. One enhanced his speed, and the other boosted his defense. Finally, Yu Changming selected his techniques. In the end, he carried 2 manuals, one from the general martial arts area and one from the earth attributes section, into an unoccupied room. He understood the principle of not overextending himself. Hence, he intended to learn one at a time, as the school prohibited taking multiple manuals from the shelves simultaneously. For other promising martial arts, he noted down their locations so he could come back later to study them individually. The first manual he chose was called Strengthening Body Art. It had a common name, but since it could be placed in the academy library, it mustn't be too bad. However, it suited him well because it was one of Teacher Gao's recommendations. This was an auxiliary martial art that could holistically enhance various physical attributes, whether speed, strength, or agility. While the enhancement might be modest, it was permanent, much like physical training, but nourished by internal energy. Few people pursued this technique because its effectiveness required persistence and wouldn't yield significant improvement in a short time, unlike most martial arts that became immediately useful upon learning. Yu Changming chose it as his first martial art to learn because it was relatively easy to master, approximately a day's worth of study, and then he could fully dedicate himself to more challenging techniques afterward. The second one was called metallization, meaning exactly what it said, making the skin hard as metal. Despite being named metallization, it belonged to the earth attribute category. His reason for selecting this one was simple: to minimize injuries before getting close to his opponents. Moreover, Yu Changming thought he'd likely undergo practical combat training in a couple of days. From the look on Teacher Gao's face, it wouldn't be an easy experience. He figured it was best to toughen himself up a bit. Chapter 55, Special Training begins. Gurgling. As Lu Changming was about to turn the page of a book, a strange sound came from his stomach. In all the excitement of picking books, I forgot the time. I need to go to the cafeteria quickly, Lu Changming thought. But as soon as he opened the door, he heard an echoing voice in the library. Dear students, the library will be closed shortly. Please leave immediately if you don't intend to continue studying martial techniques. The library would be closing soon. It was already the hour of high. Whoa, it's already this late. How did it take so long to find books? Lu Changming mentally exclaimed. Then he started wavering. Should I eat dinner or stay and study martial techniques? If he stayed to study, having only eaten breakfast that day, he'd likely starve through the night. If he went to eat, he wanted to practice more. Lu Changming plunged into deep inner turmoil. After thinking for half an hour, he concluded that he had no choice but to stay behind when the sound of the library gates closing interrupted his thoughts. There was no way out now. He could only stay and study the martial arts. Xianxia Academy allowed students to study martial techniques inside the library since the martial manuals couldn't be taken out. To prevent the learning rooms from being damaged by the release of martial skills, their walls were made of metal. For diligent students who wished to practice even at night, the library allowed them to spend the night in these specially designated areas in the martial technique section. Each room had a small compartment with an uncomfortable iron plank bed where students could rest. Although Lu Changming had planned to stay over the night, he hadn't intended to do so on an empty stomach, but there was nothing he could do about it now. The next morning, as the librarian opened the library doors, a student who apparently spent the night practicing martial techniques within the library rushed out towards the dining hall near the library. All Lu Changming could see right now was the pointed rooftop building ahead of him. It had never seemed so beautiful before, glowing almost radiantly. I don't want to go through last night's experience again, Lu Changming thought. After the library closed, he practiced for roughly another 2 hours until around midnight when he decided to rest. He laid on the hard iron bed with a grumbling stomach, an experience that brought back memories of being abandoned on Luoyang streets by Mo Yunning. Throughout the night, he woke up several times due to hunger. By this time, the cafeteria had just opened, and the counter didn't have much food available. But Lu Changming didn't care. He ordered a few boiled eggs and millet porridge and started eating ravenously, nearly choking on the eggs. However, the warmth of the food entering his empty stomach felt incredible. 2 days later, on Friday morning, Lu Changming stood in one of the academy's small earthen training grounds waiting for Mr. Gao. This was not the same ground they had used for class before. There were many such small grounds throughout the academy specifically reserved for practical combat lessons. Despite many classes requiring these fields for training, quite a few remained available, and Mr. Gao chose one near the school boundary, close to the city wall. This location was rarely visited unless absolutely necessary due to space constraints. Not long after, Mr. Gao arrived. It was their first meeting since Lu Changming began studying martial techniques in the library. Mr. Gao observed him carefully again as he had done before, but there was no noticeable change. Lu Changming still looked like the same ordinary teenager. That's right, just 2 days. How much could possibly change? Mr. Gao thought, seeming to harbor some expectations for Lu Changming. Lu Changming, for the next 2 days, will conduct continuous actual combat training. Such sessions will occur 3 more times during the preliminary contest participant selection process, with 7 more before the preliminaries themselves. Mr. Gao said seriously, "Do you know why I'm giving you rest on the last day of each week while undergoing special training?" Mr. Gao suddenly grinned. "No idea." Lu Changming suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Louder. "No idea. The final day is for recuperation. The school's medical expert, Teacher Huang, is skilled in healing martial techniques. You'll recover most of your energy in 1 day. With 4 days to prepare in the library, by the time the next session rolls around, you can participate in the special training fully restored." Although Mr. Gao's tone was serious, his mouth curled up wide enough that it seemed like he barely contained his laughter. Lu Changming confirmed it. Teacher Gao must be a sadist. "Well, let's stop chatting here. Let's start the special training," Mr. Gao said, switching back to his stern expression. "Today is the first day. Your task for this morning is to run." Lu Changming looked perplexed. "Why running?" "I need to check which stage of the body refining level you're at, and running is the best way to test it. Your practical combat skills and martial techniques are so poor that I can't help but suspect your physical fitness may be just as bad," Teacher Gao explained when he saw Lu Changming's expression. "Starting now, run around the playground without using true essence. If I catch you using it, well, try it if you want to know what happens." And so, Lu Changming began his laps. Because of absorbing a lot of purple energy in the demon suppression tower previously, his physical condition was no longer as weak as it used to be. He likely had reached one stage of the body refining realm, he just didn't know how to test it. Hearing Teacher Gao's words, he realized testing for the body refining realm could be so simple, it only required running. The sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon and continued its ascent. Lu Changming's lap count kept increasing. The small playground wasn't large. Each lap was about 200 meters, which he quickly completed one after another. By now, judging by the position of the sun, it was already the hour of C. He had been running for almost an hour and a half. Initially, he counted the number of laps he ran, but eventually gave up. However, Teacher Gao continued counting. 276, 277. Every 40 seconds or so, Teacher Gao called out a new number. Initially, the intervals were shorter, but now Lu Changming's speed had slowed down, and it was still decreasing. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure this much. Only through the nurturing effects of true essence on the body could someone continue running for such a long period. "Teacher, I can't keep running," Lu Changming said weakly, his voice soft but confident that Teacher Gao would hear him. "You have enough energy to talk and still claim you can't run anymore? Keep going," Teacher Gao shouted at Lu Changming. Gradually, the sun neared its peak position in the sky. Lu Changming's speed had slowed significantly, but he still maintained the act of running because, should his posture change into walking, a sharp pain would shoot through his buttocks, a sensation like being pricked with needles. This came from a hard little clod of dirt that suddenly flew out from the playground and struck his bottom. Moreover, these little dirt chunks hit exactly the most painful spot. It was clear this was Teacher Gao's doing. The soil on the playground wasn't particularly hard, but Teacher Gao channeled true essence through his feet along the ground, fusing loose soil together into something stone-like in hardness before propelling it towards Lu Changming. This skill was exclusive to experts at the soul-passing realm. Lu Changming earlier, in his exhaustion, accidentally released some true essence, leading to countless little soil blocks striking him repeatedly. Chapter 56, Practical Combat Training. Lu Changming lay on his back in the dirt training field, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. Beside him, Teacher Gao's voice rang out. "Not bad. You've run 492 laps, almost 100 kilometers. That's an intermediate level of physical refinement. That's enough for the morning. Have a good rest at noon because this afternoon will be dedicated to practical combat training. And don't think this is over just because you've done it once. Every 2 weeks from now on, you'll be running like this again. This statement instantly jolted Lu Changming back to full clarity. Propping himself up, he blurted out 2 words. What? Running is the best way to strengthen your body. Since you've decided to engage in close-range combat, you need to have a strong body. As long as you do this twice a month, I can guarantee that by the beginning of next year at the latest, you'll reach the advanced level of physical refinement. Lu Changming let his head drop back onto the ground. The motion had exhausted the last of his strength. Now, all he wanted was to lie there and sleep. However, his wish wasn't granted as Teacher Gao picked him up from the ground. Lying down after a long run isn't good for your body. Stand up for a bit. At noon, inside one of the academy's dining halls, students would glance occasionally toward a seat in the corner. In the corner, surrounded by 2 stacks of bowls and plates, sat Lu Changming. He was shoveling food into his mouth as if there was no tomorrow. He thought that the morning 2 days ago had been the hungriest moment of his life, but it turned out that record had already been broken not long after. After the exhausting morning workout, Lu Changming felt as if he'd been beaten within an inch of his life. While walking dizzily to the dining hall, he didn't notice anything unusual. However, when the smell of food hit his nose, his entire body surged with renewed energy. Without hesitation, he bolted into the dining hall at a speed not unlike his earlier running pace. Upon entering the dining hall, Lu Changming felt as if he had returned to life after death. Everything before him seemed like a rare delicacy. Even foods he normally despised looked appetizing now. Finally, after cramming the last piece of food into his stomach, Lu Changming patted his bulging belly and collapsed onto the chair. His stomach now held 3 times more than his usual capacity, and though internal energy protected his digestive system, he still felt completely immobile. After about half an hour, Lu Changming managed to move. Calculating the time, he realized he had about an hour left before the start of the afternoon special training. He could go back to the dormitory, take a shower, and catch a quick nap. Wow, Lu Changming, it's been so long since we've seen you. Seeing Lu Changming trudge wearily into the dormitory, Xianxia said. Lu Changming had previously stayed in the library and hadn't returned to the dormitory. Sigh, I thought the dorm would finally get someone I could properly converse with, but it turns out it's another cultivation fanatic, Xianxia sighed. Lu Changming ignored him. Right now, he simply didn't have the energy to communicate with anyone. After depleting his stamina and then eating so much, he felt extremely tired, almost desperate to fall into bed. But his body was sticky and uncomfortable. Though drowsiness engulfed him, he suffered from a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Thus, he forced himself toward the bathroom despite being overwhelmed by sleepiness. Before sleeping, he told Su Hang, who was also preparing for a nap, "Wake me up before you leave. I'm afraid I won't wake up on my own." He knew that in his current state, it would be impossible to wake up purely based on willpower. Therefore, he entrusted the task to Su Hang, who had a very precise biological clock. Although Su Hang and Xianxia were both puzzled about why Lu Changming acted this way, they saw him collapse on the bed without even pulling the covers up and start snoring immediately. They didn't dare to ask further questions. When woken up by Su Hang, Lu Changming felt refreshed, full of energy. Martial artists recover quickly due to their inner energy, true qi. As long as they aren't injured, a single night's rest can fully rejuvenate them. Teacher Gao understood this, which is why, although Lu Changming had nearly collapsed that morning, the teacher planned for him to continue with practical combat training in the afternoon. Su Hang indeed woke Lu Changming up on time. Despite the distance between the small playground and the dormitory, Lu Changming arrived about 15 minutes before class started. Teacher Gao was already there. Seeing Lu Changming approach, he nodded and said, "Let's begin." Teacher, I ate too much at lunch." Lu Changming touched his still bloated stomach, feeling rather helpless. At the time, all he cared about was eating, not realizing whether his stomach could digest at all. Now, he couldn't engage in any strenuous activity. He might vomit while fighting. "Can you give me some time to digest?" Lu Changming asked nervously, noticing that Teacher Gao's brows had furrowed. Teacher Gao stepped up to Lu Changming, placing a hand on his shoulder. Lu Changming felt a stream of true qi directly surge into his body. Instinctively, he tried to resist with the energy inside him, but it proved futile. He felt the true qi directly envelop his stomach, and soon his body started to rumble. In just a few breaths, the bloating in his stomach disappeared completely. However, an urge to defecate and intense abdominal pain quickly followed. "Go." Teacher Gao gestured with one hand while covering his nose with the other, as strong-smelling gas emitted from Lu Changming with a series of puffs. Before Teacher Gao had even finished saying go, Lu Changming sprinted off. There being no toilet in this remote area, he had to find a small grove of trees to relieve himself. Squatting not far from the small playground, in a cluster of trees behind him, roars could be heard erupting again and again. While releasing himself, he complained internally. Teacher Gao's fart-inducing skill was truly impressive. Within just a few breaths, food traveled all the way from his stomach to his rear, and with ease. He must have used this trick countless times. Though cursing under his breath, Lu Changming deeply admired Teacher Gao's ability. It was said that the human intestine was about 8 meters long and extremely twisted inside the body. He wondered how the teacher managed to reduce what would take hours for the body into just a few breaths. At the time, the speed was too fast, combined with the discomfort in his abdomen, leaving Lu Changming without the presence of mind to carefully experience the process. As soon as Lu Changming returned to the small playground, he immediately asked about it. Teacher Gao only replied with one sentence. "You'll understand when you reach the spirit-connecting realm." Alright, let's begin now. Seeing that Lu Changming had recovered sufficiently, Teacher Gao said, "First, we need to train your evasion and resilience skills. To get close to your opponent, these two abilities are essential. Don't let it happen where you can use your martial arts on the opponent, but end up getting yourself half-killed in the process. It wouldn't be worth it then. Start 20 meters away from me and try to get as close as possible to touch me. That will count as success. During this, I'll use various ranged attacks to stop you. Be prepared mentally. I'll try my best not to injure you, but minor injuries and pain are unavoidable. Afterward, increase the distance by another 5 meters, repeating this until you can successfully approach me from 50 meters away, which will mark the end of this phase. Alright, let's begin." Lu Changming moved back 20 meters, then turned to look at Teacher Gao. After a single breath, his petrified skin covered his entire body. Through continuous exploration over the past 2 days, he had refined this martial technique enough to use it fairly well. Though more practice was needed to improve its defensive strength, using it now to protect himself made perfect sense. Chapter 57, a special Lu Changming. This petrified skin technique has weaker defense compared to other earth element defensive martial skills. However, the advantage of this skill is that it does not affect the body's movements, which is why Lu Changming chose it. Once again, Lu Changming charged directly at Teacher Gao. It's not that he didn't learn from his last attempt, but he wanted to first see how Teacher Gao would stop him. Knowing Teacher Gao's method of defense would allow him to come up with a counter strategy. Lu Changming hadn't even run 2 meters when a stone pillar instantly sprang up beside him. The sound of the air being split reached his ears, and he was directly hit by the stone pillar, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. But because of the petrified skin, he didn't feel much pain. Before Lu Changming could stand up, Teacher Gao's voice came from afar. "Hey, cancel your stone skin. What kind of man hides inside a turtle shell?" Lu Changming had originally intended to retort, but he held back. A sharp point slowly emerged from the stone pillar beside him. That pointed tip was exceptionally smooth. Though made of stone, it shone with a metallic sheen, reflecting sunlight towards Lu Changming, making him squint his eyes. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Lu Changming. Judging by the appearance of the stone tip, it must be extremely sharp. If he had been hit by this earlier, despite the protection of the petrified skin, his thigh would likely have been pierced clean through. After seeing Lu Changming cancel his petrified skin, Teacher Gao said, "I don't want to hurt you, so I used a stone pillar to block your path. However, with stone skin, being struck by the pillar only dulls most of the pain. Only feeling pain can unleash your potential. Only by feeling pain will you try every way possible to dodge my attacks. Only then will these training sessions mean something. And, okay, continue." Subsequently, Lu Changming endured an extremely painful afternoon. Gao Yuan was very perplexed indeed. He wondered why Lu Changming could learn the petrified skin skill. Wasn't he supposed to be practicing ice-based or possibly water-based techniques? But how could he learn an earth attribute skill like petrified skin? Although this skill wasn't considered difficult among earth element techniques, it was still an intermediate level martial art that wasn't easy to learn. Most importantly, how could one cross-elementally study such skills? This was what Gao Yuan found hardest to comprehend, for as a teacher, he knew well that a person's meridians could hardly endure, or simply couldn't withstand, more than 2 fundamentally different elemental energies. Could it be that the cold aura he emitted earlier wasn't ice or water-based, but rather earth-based? It was possible. After all, there are many stones in this world that emit intense coldness, and some people might even develop martial arts through studying these stones. He remembered feeling something strange while perceiving the cold energy within himself earlier. The coldness didn't seem purely ice-based. There were other elements involved, although he hadn't detected any signs of earth attributes before. Given this line of thought, there might indeed be a certain possibility. He suddenly felt his student becoming more interesting. Moreover, if his skills were of the earth attribute, wouldn't that mean? No, it's inappropriate to snoop into a student's skills. Such a unique martial art might just be a secret passed down by Lu Changming's master or family lineage. Gao Yuan quickly suppressed this thought. Lu Changming spent this day in extreme agony, exhausted in the morning, aching in the afternoon. For most of the afternoon, Lu Changming fought against those stone pillars. Once he got used to their speed, dodging a single pillar became easy. However, as Lu Changming progressed, more pillars appeared. By the end, over 10 stone pillars simultaneously shot at him from all directions. An entire afternoon passed, leaving Lu Changming sore all over, bruised and battered, having advanced only 10 meters, which left him quite disheartened. Though he managed to get past the array of stone pillars, after that, Teacher Gao's methods of defense grew increasingly varied. Stone walls, stone balls, crushed rock pieces, and even causing the land to ripple with wave-like undulations across the dirt field, making it hard for Lu Changming to keep steady on his feet. At one point, Teacher Gao didn't use any form of defense at all, allowing Lu Changming to charge forward several meters. Just as Lu Changming cautiously observed whether anything would attack him from around, a large pit suddenly opened beneath his feet, causing him to fall in without warning. Even though Lu Changming was dejected, Teacher Gao was impressed. He realized that Lu Changming had exceptional combat talent. Previously, he had also trained some students using the same method, all of whom possessed good talent. Yet, none of them managed to avoid all the stone pillars in just half a day. With such obvious combat talent, why had no one trained him in this area before? To Teacher Gao, Lu Changming seemed to become more and more mysterious. In the evening, Lu Changming limped into the medical room. The door was open, and inside sat a middle-aged woman who looked very gentle. She must be Teacher Huang, the school doctor that Teacher Gao had mentioned. There was someone already being treated in the medical room. After a short while, This person said, "Thank you, Teacher Huang," and stood up to leave. As he passed by Lu Changming, he glanced at his bruised face and showed a puzzled expression. Once this person left, she turned towards Lu Changming with a smile and said, "Young Gao has started training students individually again, hasn't he? I imagine it wasn't very pleasant for you. His strictness is well known throughout the academy. Come, lie down on that bed." Lu Changming nodded vigorously, agreeing fully, and then lay down on the bed inside the medical room. Teacher Huang sat beside him, gently placing her hand on Lu Changming's wrist. Subsequently, Lu Changming felt a warm current entering his body, causing him to begin feeling drowsy. Because of his hazy consciousness, he did not hear Teacher Huang quietly say After about 15 minutes, Teacher Huang indicated that Lu Changming could leave, as the treatment was complete. Upon standing, Lu Changming felt refreshed. All the bruises and swelling on his body had disappeared, and the pain had significantly reduced. He thought to himself, no wonder Teacher Huang is the school doctor of Xianxia Academy. She's truly remarkable. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Changming prepared to leave. Teacher Huang told him, "There's no need to thank me. You'll likely come here often since I know Young Gao pretty well." Hearing this, Lu Changming shivered involuntarily. After Lu Changming left, Teacher Huang muttered to herself in the medical room. Strange, did Young Gao ease up a bit? It shouldn't be like that. Why do this boy's injuries feel so minor? And his internal energy feels somewhat special. It's different from most people's. In reality, Teacher Gao had not gone easy on him. His previous training method hadn't changed. He didn't arrange extra night training simply to give Lu Changming time to recuperate. For an average person, even with Teacher Huang's treatments, they couldn't recover completely. Some areas required healing through their own internal energy. But because of the purple chi that seemed to be part of Lu Changming, his self-healing ability was unusual compared to others. This was something Teacher Gao did not know. Of course, Lu Changming himself was also unaware of these matters. Now that the pain had subsided, he felt that his body had become more agile than before. With nothing else to worry about tonight, he believed he could rest peacefully for the evening. Chapter 58, Combat. The next day, Lu Changming arrived at the dirt playground on time again. Seeing his energetic demeanor, Teacher Gao asked, "Are you still in pain?" "I'm completely fine. Teacher Huang is truly amazing. After her treatment, I don't feel anything anymore," Lu Changming replied. Hearing this, Teacher Gao felt very strange because he knew exactly how hard he hit him. Though it was only superficial damage and had already been treated, it shouldn't have fully healed in just one night. He walked to Lu Changming's side, placing his hand on his shoulder to check, and found that all the injuries were indeed gone. This surprised him greatly. In the past, his students who underwent those stone pillar strikes would always show some traces of the beating the next day. None of them looked as lively as Lu Changming, leading him to think that Lu Changming must be exceptionally gifted with such strong recovery capabilities. Perhaps the training intensity should be increased? Without realizing it, more suffering was awaiting Lu Changming. "Good. Since you've recovered well, I won't hold back today," Teacher Gao smiled. Lu Changming's lips twitched as he showed an uneasy smile, and then turned around, ready to walk 20 meters away. "There's no need to go over there. We'll switch up the training style this morning. I've got several different methods, so we can't keep using the same one. It wouldn't benefit you." Lu Changming suddenly had a sense of foreboding. He realized ever since meeting Teacher Gao, these unsettling premonitions started occurring more frequently. The morning's task is combat training, hand-to-hand combat. As he said this, Teacher Gao rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, whose prominent muscles glimmered under the sunlight on his bronze-colored skin. Normally, while clothed, Teacher Gao seemed sturdy but not particularly strong. Once he rolled up his sleeves, he appeared like a bull. After rotating his shoulders and clenching his hands, a cracking sound could be heard. Hearing this crackling noise, cold sweat poured down Lu Changming's forehead, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. His voice trembled as he said, Teacher, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. It might be a residual effect from yesterday. I think." Boom. Before Lu Changming could finish speaking, a stone wall sprang out behind him, blocking his path of escape. 3 more resounding booms followed, and 3 towering stone walls emerged in sequence, forming a closed rectangular area, cutting off all possible routes for Lu Changming to run away. "Forget it." Teacher Gao cracked his knuckles, making popping sounds. "Let's go. Your goal this time is to touch my face. I'll counterattack based on the situation." Lu Changming never much liked Teacher Gao's smile, because it always foreshadowed trouble. Now, paired with those arms nearly as thick as his legs, and that sinister grin, Lu Changming couldn't help but feel terrified. Realizing there was no way out, Lu Changming roared and charged toward Teacher Gao. However, he immediately flew through the air, as Teacher Gao glared at him fiercely, saying, "You must first observe your opponent carefully and plan your strategy before attacking. Did you forget what I told you yesterday afternoon? This demonstrates disrespect towards your opponent. Moreover, what does that self-abandonment expression mean on your face?" Getting up from the ground, Lu Changming wiped his face, thinking inwardly, "The teacher is right. I cannot avoid the challenge. I need to get stronger." Thus, he began observing Teacher Gao standing opposite. After a while, despair washed over him as he observed that Teacher Gao stood there like a statue, perfect without any weakness. There seemed to be no opportunity for attack. Having no other choice, he decided to try. Moving slowly toward Teacher Gao, he waited until he was about 5 meters away before sprinting forward. As he approached, he quickly sidestepped to the left to avoid direct confrontation with Teacher Gao, reaching out with his left hand, attempting to touch Teacher Gao's face. Since Teacher Gao had stated that merely touching his head would suffice, using a palm strike seemed easier than a punch. Teacher Gao swatted his relatively weak left arm aside effortlessly. Anticipating this, as Teacher Gao's right arm moved to the right, an opening appeared near Lu Changming's chest. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Changming used his right hand to swipe awkwardly toward Teacher Gao's chin. At that moment, Teacher Gao's right hand was still swinging backward, his left arm too slow to lift in time. Even kicking Lu Changming away might take longer than simply raising the left hand. Success seemed within reach. However, at that critical moment, Teacher Gao tilted his body backward, increasing the distance between himself and Lu Changming's left hand slightly. With this brief delay, his right arm swung down and pressed firmly against Lu Changming's head, pushing him away forcefully. Lu Changming crouched halfway and slid backward several meters, finally not falling down. This was the first time he had remained standing after fighting with Teacher Gao. Great. That's it. Your combat talent is even better than I expected. Teacher Gao did not hesitate to praise him. He didn't worry about making Lu Changming conceited, because even if Lu Changming got arrogant, he could still beat it out of him now. Lu Changming wasn't proud. He had thought he had succeeded earlier, but hadn't anticipated that Teacher Gao would tilt his head backward. It was something so obvious in hindsight, yet he overlooked it. Yesterday, he aimed for Teacher Gao himself, who stayed stationary. This time, when aiming for Teacher Gao's head, he subconsciously assumed it wouldn't move, leading to this result. Keep going. Hearing Teacher Gao's words, Lu Changming did not act immediately. He needed to think of another strategy. An entire morning passed, and Lu Changming looked disheveled. However, he was uninjured. This time, Teacher Gao merely pushed or threw him away without using any harmful methods. He struggled all morning, almost succeeding multiple times, but was thwarted each time by Teacher Gao's clever countermeasures. It became clear there was still a considerable gap between him and Teacher Gao. Alright, that's enough for the morning. This afternoon, we'll change up the training. I need to train you comprehensively. I don't know if you'll enjoy today's afternoon session, but I certainly will. Saying this, Teacher Gao smiled again. Lu Changming shivered with discomfort. Teacher Gao's smile had become a conditioned reflex response for him now. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. This afternoon, someone else will be responsible for your training. I'll take you somewhere, Teacher Gao said, laughing as he walked off. As Lu Changming walked back to the dormitory, he began recalling the fight from the morning. This time was different from yesterday. Yesterday focused on evasive skills and the toughness of his skin, while today honed his close-quarters combat techniques. Teacher Gao didn't teach him the specifics of battle technique directly, but instead forced him into direct combat, so he could self-discover the knowledge. Whatever he figured out on his own would stick deeper in his mind. Additionally, every time he felt close to touching Teacher Gao, the latter never showed a hint of panic. Either Teacher Gao anticipated everything beforehand, or he had full confidence in his ability to react swiftly. Neither point was something Lu Changming could match now, still so far to go. Lu Changming sighed. Chapter 59, Wu Lian Hall. Afternoon. Lu Changming was brought by Teacher Gao to a very unique building. This building, located not far from the main teaching building, was different from the majestic main teaching building. It was not tall at all. It appeared to be only 1 story high and thus could be considered the shortest building in the academy. However, its footprint was massive, not much smaller than that of the library. This is the Wu Lian Hall. It has various training equipment, and our class will have 1 lesson here every week, Teacher Gao introduced. This place was an important building in Xianxia Academy. Most of the academy's training equipment was housed here. Unlike combat, which can comprehensively enhance a martial artist's abilities, the equipment here mainly focuses on enhancing specific aspects such as strength or speed. Training here naturally cannot compare to being personally guided by a teacher. But since the number of students is several times greater than the number of teachers, individual instruction isn't feasible. Even for students with high talent, continuous guidance is impossible, and most can only receive rough guidance. Therefore, apart from engaging in skill duels, this is the best place for students to train, especially because there are also private rooms here specifically designed for elevating one's cultivation level. According to Kong Yueshang, Su Hang often spends his time here when he's not in the dormitory. Thus, aside from the main teaching building, this place sees the most student traffic. It was just after lunch break, and students were continuously flowing into the Wu Lian Hall. Lu Changming had never seen so many people in the academy before, except during the test day. The academy consists of around 3,000 people, including students from 4 grades and teachers, so one usually encounters only a handful of people while walking around. This indicated how crucial this place was for the academy. Teacher Gao did not bring Lu Changming here because he wanted to avoid training him. Some things simply couldn't be taught solely through personal guidance. Even Teacher Gao wasn't omniscient and had his own limitations. Upon entering the Wu Lian Hall following the crowd, Teacher Gao took Lu Changming straight inside, without stopping. Lu Changming noticed only after entering the Wu Lian Hall that there was a downward staircase right behind the door, meaning more than half of this building lay underground. Excluding that detail, it looked somewhat similar to the Xuanhuan Hall. It didn't seem like it had multiple floors, but rather a single layer. Combined with the part buried underground, it stood about 6 to 7 meters in height. Building it this way made the Wu Lian Hall sturdier. By extending the structure deep underground, the foundation was secured deeply within the earth, and given that it was constructed using special materials, minor vibrations within wouldn't gradually damage it over time. The source of these vibrations was naturally caused by people practicing within the Wu Lian Hall, mostly students and teachers testing their abilities or utilizing violent machinery. Occasionally, the entire hall would shake significantly due to a teacher breaking through their cultivation limits and testing their maximum attack power inside. Lu Changming followed Teacher Gao deeper into the Wu Lian Hall. Along the way, He observed the surroundings, and if he hadn't known that this was Xianxia Academy, he might have thought he'd entered a prison. After entering the front entrance of the Wulian Hall, there was only a 3-meter-wide corridor flanked by metal walls. At regular intervals along the walls were large iron doors, some open and some closed, each marked with a sign identifying the room number and the equipment or field inside. Above them was a glass ceiling allowing sunlight to pour in. Due to the corridor's narrow width, unless it was exactly noon, the sun wouldn't reach the lower end, though the light was sufficient enough for them to see the path clearly. Despite this, Lu Changming still felt a sense of gloominess. As they walked further inward, they crossed several crossroads. After turning a few corners, the flow of people passing by diminished gradually. Eventually, they arrived at an iron door with a plaque inscribed with Room 50 Danmu. Lu Changming was curious upon seeing these two words. What did they mean? He'd never heard of them before. Teacher Gao opened the iron door, revealing the scene inside. Inside the iron door was a vast space, where there were 16 long platforms arranged in 2 rows of 8. On one side of each platform stood a strange machine, and on the other side was an iron board. This is where we'll be conducting training this afternoon, Teacher Gao said, stepping through the iron door and pointing toward those platforms. Not many people come here, so feel free to choose any. Lu Changming finally realized that there wasn't a single person in this space. It was very desolate. He found it strange. If Teacher Gao had brought him here for training, it should be an effective place for enhancing his strength. So why did no one come here to practice? Moreover, the equipment here looked truly peculiar. There was no way to figure out how to use it. Whoosh, click. These 2 sounds were made by Teacher Gao as he closed and then locked the iron door behind them. Clearly, this was to prevent Lu Changming from escaping. Lu Changming's expression turned into one of utter hopelessness. He now understood why no one came here. Just looking at what Teacher Gao was doing clarified things. This must be some sort of bizarre program. It must be too difficult, which is why no one came. With no choice, Lu Changming steeled himself and chose a platform. Stand about 5 meters in front of the iron board, Teacher Gao instructed, pointing toward the platforms as he walked to the machine on the other side. This equipment is specifically designed for training reflexes, Teacher Gao said as he turned on the machine beside him and infused some true essence into it. The machine emitted clicking noises. Upon hearing these, sweat started trickling down Lu Changming's palms. He had no idea what was about to happen next. This thing hasn't been used for a while. It's a bit rusty, Teacher Gao said as he clanged the machine twice. It then buzzed softly, indicating it had begun operating. Do you know why no one comes here? Because it's insane. Teacher Gao hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and said, You're absolutely right. It's indeed insane, but it's also highly effective. Now, can you guess why this thing is called Danmu? Lu Changming shook his head. The reason it's called Danmu is because it will fire water pellets in a curtain-like pattern. You'll get to try it first. Saying this, Teacher Gao pressed a button. Swoosh. Something shot from the machine toward Lu Changming. In an instant, it was already in front of him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, sidestepping just in time to dodge. Immediately afterward, a crisp snap sound echoed as the projectile struck the iron board behind him. Next, your goal is to avoid all the water pellets. Though they're made of water, at such high speeds, being hit would still cause a lot of pain. That's why no one uses this equipment. There are many devices for reaction training in the Wulian Hall, but this one has the best results. It's also the most painful, Teacher Gao added with a raised lip. Gao Yuan, always choose the best. Though Teacher Gao sounded generous, in Lu Changming's eyes, he was more like a demon. Alright, let's begin. Oh, almost forgot this. Teacher Gao threw something over to Lu Changming. It's goggles. Put them on to protect your eyes. Chapter 60, Reaction Training. Lu Changming had just put on his protective goggles when he heard the machine emitting a series of puff-puff sounds. He had no time to react this time, and it wasn't just one water pellet coming at him. It was a whole cluster. Although Lu Changming instinctively dodged, many pellets still struck his body. Ouch! Lu Changming yelped in pain, wincing. These weren't water pellets. They were practically stone eggs. Teacher Gao gave Lu Changming no chance to recover from the pain. The next round of water pellets had already been launched. This time Lu Changming was prepared, but water is transparent, and in this dim, sunless space, it was barely noticeable. Even though he used all his strength to evade, several water pellets still hit him. As the water pellets continued to be fired, Lu Changming constantly twisted his body with full force, occasionally letting out cries of ah and ugh. From Teacher Gao's perspective, he looked like a dancing water snake, quite comical. While operating the machine, Teacher Gao said to Lu Changming, it said that originally, this thing wasn't designed for water, but for pebbles. However, the inventor felt that if the firing speed was too fast, the power would be too much, and if too slow, it would be too easy to dodge. Therefore, high-speed water pellets were chosen instead. Even though Lu Changming was fully concentrating on dodging, he clearly heard what Teacher Gao said. He thought to himself that if pebbles had been used, by now he would have looked like a beehive. This could absolutely be used as a weapon. At first, this machine was called Rain Curtain, because when it went all out, it was like a rainstorm, but compared to rain, these objects are more like pellets. So it was finally renamed to Danmu Curtain. Because Lu Changming was listening to Teacher Gao talk, his focus began to split, and he started getting hit by more water pellets. He realized that Teacher Gao was talking not to explain anything, but purely to distract him. Thus, he stopped paying attention to what Teacher Gao was saying and focused solely on dodging the water pellets. Although Teacher Gao continued talking, upon noticing Lu Changming's increased focus on dodging, he nodded. An hour later, Lu Changming lay down on the platform. Now, every part of his body ached intensely, as if he had been beaten up for an entire hour. There was no way he could get up again. Teacher Gao walked over to him, looked at his condition, and said, "That's enough for today." Lu Changming looked at Teacher Gao without saying a word since his lips were swollen from being hit. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at the machine with his eyes. Do you want to see me take a turn? Teacher Gao understood Lu Changming's unspoken request. Alright, I'll let you watch me once so there won't be any doubts. Also, your goal is to reach my level. Teacher Gao removed his shirt, revealing a well-muscled upper body. He then stepped up to the machine, turned it on, pressed a few buttons, and leaped back onto the platform where Lu Changming had been earlier. The moment Teacher Gao landed, the machine roared to life. Every second, nearly 100 water pellets flew out from the device. Then, Lu Changming saw Teacher Gao blur into motion. He couldn't discern Teacher Gao's movements at all. The water pellets struck the iron plates at the end of the platform, creating the sound of crackling rain. He wanted to express surprise, but his bruised face and mouth simply couldn't move. After half a quarter of an hour, the machine stopped, and so did Teacher Gao. It was evident that not a single water pellet had touched him. There was only sweat visible on his body. He approached Lu Changming again, who heard the faint sound of Teacher Gao's breathing. It seemed even this training wasn't entirely easy for Teacher Gao. This isn't even the highest output of the Danmu curtain. It has 7 levels in total. What I showed you just now was level 5. Yours was only set at level 2. If it goes to the maximum level, it will feel like real rain. Teacher Gao said, while putting his clothes back on. Since you can't move anymore, I'll bring you to the infirmary. With that, he grabbed Lu Changming's leg, tossed him onto his shoulder, and walked toward the exit. Oh! The scream of agony echoed through the corridors of the martial practice hall. After receiving treatment from Teacher Huang, Lu Changming was finally able to walk again, though it still hurt a great deal. Compared to before, when he had been pushed against stone pillars, this time the pain was much worse. He felt that Teacher Gao didn't just let him undergo this reaction training. Similar to the first method, this could also make him more resistant to hits. Yeah, it increases defense. Saying goodbye to both teachers, Lu Changming swayed as he made his way toward the door of the medical room. Just as he was about to leave, Teacher Gao suddenly said to him, "Stop by my office before heading to the library on Monday." After Lu Changming left, only Teacher Gao and Teacher Huang remained in the medical room. Seeing that Teacher Gao didn't seem inclined to leave, Teacher Huang asked curiously, "Why are you still here? Did you get injured again?" Teacher Gao felt embarrassed as his sore point had been touched. He thought it was disgraceful to be hurt by a student, so no one except for Teacher Huang, the physician, knew about this matter. "That was just an accident, don't bring it up again," said Teacher Gao, looking a bit awkward. "Haven't you noticed that there's something special about this kid?" Upon hearing Teacher Gao's words, Teacher Huang nodded. She indeed felt that Lu Changming's inner energy was a bit peculiar. Having treated countless martial artists, she was well acquainted with the normal flow of inner energy in martial artists. Therefore, while treating Lu Changming, she immediately noticed that his inner energy was different from most people's, though she couldn't quite specify how. His self-healing ability is rather strong. "He's the only person I've seen who can fully recover the next day after going through my training," said Teacher Gao, and then his expression changed suddenly, as if he'd thought of something. "Could it be that your realm has advanced? If so, I must offer my congratulations." "How could that be possible?" Teacher Huang shook her head, saying, "You know very well how long I've been stuck at this level. If I could break through, I would have already secluded myself for cultivation long ago. By the way, you mean his self-healing ability is strong? I thought you had gone easy on him." While saying this, Teacher Huang was thinking, "At that time, I was completely attracted by Lu Changming's peculiar inner energy during the treatment, so I didn't notice his strong self-healing ability. Could it be that his special inner energy manifests itself through a strong self-healing ability? How could I possibly go easy on him? You know very well how strict I am with my students," said Teacher Gao. "So, you didn't notice his strong self-healing ability either. Then did you nod because you discovered something else?" "I did feel that his inner energy was a bit unusual. It doesn't feel like ordinary people's. Perhaps because of this unique inner energy, his self-healing ability is so strong," guessed Teacher Huang. Teacher Gao nodded. "That's highly possible. Judging from the uniqueness of his martial techniques and his power, they should come from a certain tradition. However, I have never heard of such peculiar martial techniques or power before. But this is his own secret. If he doesn't want to say, we shouldn't pry into it." Both of them were aware of the martial art known as xuanhuan, as it was quite famous on the continent. However, neither of them associated Lu Changming with this martial art because everyone on the continent believed that this martial art was impossible to master, a fact proven by thousands of years of history. Chapter 61, Extra Training. The last day of the week was the day Mr. Gao gave Lu Changming to rest, but instead of resting, he spent the day recovering from injuries as he lay in bed all day. After returning to the dormitory last night, Kong Yang was shocked to see him limping and immediately asked if someone had beaten him up, offering to help beat them back. However, perhaps remembering Lu Changming's cultivation, if he were beaten up, it meant he himself wouldn't stand a chance either, so his expression turned timid instantly. Although it was somewhat amusing watching Kong Yang's reaction, Lu Changming still felt a little touched. After Lu Changming explained that his condition was due to Mr. Gao's training, Kong Yang sighed in relief, realizing he didn't need to confront this situation head-on. On the first day of the second week at Xianxia Academy, Lu Changming sat in the martial arts section room of the library, deep in thought. This morning, he went to Mr. Gao's office, where they discussed matters related to cultivation. Mr. Gao seemed to think his self-healing ability was quite strong and suggested increasing the number of extra training days to 4, while reducing the time spent learning martial arts at the library to 2 days. Lu Changming believed this was a conspiracy, thinking it was a plan devised by a demon with a terrifying smile to indulge in sadistic tendencies. He had no idea how powerful his self-healing abilities truly were, although he vaguely sensed he might have a little stronger healing power than others. Yes, just a tiny bit more. But still, he thought. Well, he decided to stop trying to convince himself otherwise. He admitted that he simply didn't want to go through this extreme training. He believed even a fanatic like Su Hang would dislike such a harsh regimen. This morning, Mr. Gao said a lot to Lu Changming. He mentioned that through these 2 days of special training, he realized Lu Changming didn't seem suited to the development path he had initially envisioned. He believed that for now, Lu Changming wasn't appropriate to spend too much time studying many martial arts at the library. Although the library stored martial arts techniques that were hard to find in the outside world, they weren't necessarily extraordinary skills. A gifted warrior like Lu Changming shouldn't waste their time on ordinary martial arts. Mr. Gao claimed the school had better martial arts, but they weren't easily accessible. Only students with outstanding performance or those who had made significant contributions to the school could learn them. Mr. Gao believed Lu Changming was more suited to focus on such advanced martial arts. Though Lu Changming was glad to hear these words, he noticed something odd. This teacher never spoke so well, and unusual circumstances usually signaled trouble. Sure enough, the tone changed shortly afterward. Mr. Gao stated that Lu Changming should not currently focus primarily on learning these martial arts. He could merely study 1 or 2 of them superficially. Given his close combat talent, proper extra training could match or surpass the benefits of ordinary martial arts. Therefore, he should prioritize special training, increasing the number of training days from Wednesday to Saturday. At the moment, Lu Changming wanted to overturn the table and walk away, but he only considered it briefly. Thinking about Mr. Gao's robust shoulders, thick arms, and agile movements, he sighed. It was akin to seeking death. So, he had no choice but to endure under authoritarian oppression. There was a martial art book on the desk in the room, titled Yu Feng Ju, Wind Mastery. Though it sounded grandiose, its effects were quite basic. It helped control wind currents to make movements more agile, and mastering it could allow aerial flight. It looked impressive, but for most warriors, it was rather impractical because it was specifically designed for lower-tier practitioners of wind-based attributes. Since it was named Yu Feng Ju, only practitioners cultivating wind-based energy methods could train it. However, once they reached the Tonghan realm, they could achieve similar results solely through their control over wind elemental true qi. By reaching higher stages within the Tonghan realm, they could even fly. Thus, this technique was useful only for low-tier wind attribute cultivators who lacked the talent to reach the Tonghan realm. But for Lu Changming, this skill was not unnecessary. Since he was not a practitioner of wind-based energy, he wouldn't be able to fly upon reaching the Tonghan realm, but this skill could provide him with such capabilities. Therefore, it became the final martial arts technique he chose before the competition, having abandoned other options. Because his teacher had compressed his time to learn martial arts, and he felt residual frost was what he needed to cultivate the most. The method of using the crushing fist combined with residual frost was unsuitable for formal combat scenarios. After all, who would let an energy-filled fist hit them directly? They would surely try to dodge or defend with defensive techniques, rendering residual frost ineffective in such cases. Instead, residual frost's unpreventable characteristics should be utilized to attack. He should let the opponent believe he was just making casual contact, then quietly inject cold energy into the opponent's body without them noticing. Therefore, he would focus on practicing residual frost rather than other martial arts. Once he had a good understanding of this Yu Feng Ju, wind mastery, he wouldn't need to come back to the library. That night, in dormitory 302, Lu Changming was exerting his energy towards a bucket of water. He was practicing residual frost, using pigskin leather to pad the inside of the bucket wall as a substitute for human skin. Then, through the pigskin, he would apply residual frost onto the water within the bucket. This practice was quite simple, yet looked very comical. Kong Yiyang laughed for half an hour when he first saw it. Even the usually emotionless Su Hang cracked a smile. Su Hang furrowed his brow and said, "I'm getting that feeling again. It's really strange." "Yes, me too. It's the sensation of the surrounding true qi becoming thinner, right?" This time, Kong Yiyang also felt it. They glanced at Lu Changming, who was slapping the pigskin-covered bucket nearby, shook their heads. Su Hang had once suspected Lu Changming, but last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings he had been in the dormitory, and there were no changes in the surrounding true qi, so they naturally stopped suspecting him. This abnormal phenomenon was caused by the demon restraining stone. The reason why these two hadn't sensed this anomaly those days was because Lu Changming had left the demon restraining stone in the library, as he had to stay there for 4 days, and conveniently took the stone used for his cultivation and recovery along with him. He wasn't worried about theft because the rooms in the library were safer than the dormitories. The rooms were completely enclosed with only one air vent. The room keys were possessed only by the user and the library administrator, and while the room door was marked as in use, even the librarian wouldn't enter. And today, since he was going to live back in the dormitory, he brought the demon restraining stone back with him. Su Hang suddenly noticed something was amiss. He said to Kong Yiyang, "Did you notice? Lu Changming seems completely unaware of the situation of the reduced true qi. What is this all about?" When Kong Yiyang heard this, he deeply agreed. "Yes, what was going on?" He asked Su Hang. "Let me go ask." Kong Yiyang approached Lu Changming and said, "Changming, haven't you noticed any anomalies?" Chapter 62, finally discovered. Luo Changming nodded and asked, "What's the anomaly?" "It's not that. Don't you feel that all the true energy around us has disappeared?" Kong Yiyang said in surprise. At this question, Luo Changming felt somewhat embarrassed. He had always thought that he could not sense the true energy. Yet if he were to admit this truth about himself, how would he explain his current cultivation level? Nobody would believe him anyway. Try meditating. Kong Yang gave Luo Changming a way out. Luo Changming pretended to close his eyes, then opened them again. With great seriousness, he nodded firmly, saying, "Yes, there indeed is an anomaly." Su Heng looked at Luo Changming strangely for a moment, thought it over, shook his head, and said to the two of them, "Let's go outside and check. If it's just our dormitory like this, I'll talk to Mr. Gao tomorrow and ask him to take a look for us." Kong Yang nodded, and Luo Changming followed suit with a nod as well. Then the three of them reached the bottom of the dormitory building. "It seems only our dormitory is like this, so I will report the situation to Mr. Gao tomorrow," Su Heng said after closing his eyes to sense the true energy around him. At this time, Luo Changming still had his eyes closed, with his eyelids trembling slightly. Luo Changming was overwhelmed with excitement. No words could describe his emotions right now because he saw countless small blue dots floating in the air, just like fireflies on a summer night. After following Kong Yang and Su Heng downstairs and watching the two start meditating, Luo Changming also decided to try. As soon as he began, however, he found that he could sense the true energy in the surrounding environment, which greatly thrilled him. He attempted to channel the nearby true energy into his body, but his body seemed to be repelling the energy. He couldn't absorb any of it. This left him puzzled. Why? But just as he was pondering the problem, Kong Yang called him back. Fine, he'd think about it later. For now, being able to sense the true energy meant progress, and as long as he could sense it, there would be ways to deal with the issue in the future. The three returned to their dormitory, and because it was already quite late, Su Heng didn't go out anymore and went straight to sleep. Back in the dorm, Luo Changming tried meditating again, hoping to grasp the sensation of absorbing true energy. But when he returned, he realized he could no longer sense those blue points. Apparently, it was true. The dormitory really had no true energy. To confirm this, once he assumed the other two were asleep, Luo Changming sneaked out of the dormitory. He tested various places and found out that he could not sense the blue points only inside his dormitory in a small area near the entrance. Even just a little further down the corridor, he could sense the true energy. It was definitely the dormitory itself causing the problem. Or rather, wait a minute, something wasn't right. Why did he only start feeling the true energy today and not before? Deep in thought, he gradually realized what had happened. Each time he meditated in the past, he carried a waste pouch with him. However, this time, he came out without bringing anything, and the only item related to true energy in the pouch was the demon subduing stone. He had finally figured it out. Mo Yuning would probably slap him hard if she knew it took him this long to realize it. Thinking about this, he hurried back to the dormitory, pulled out the demon subduing stone, and to verify his idea, he carried the stone to the foot of their dormitory building. Sure enough, he sensed nothing. Next, he placed the stone on the ground and slowly stepped back. It was midnight, and no one was on the road through the academy, so he didn't have to worry about losing it. As he moved farther away from the demon subduing stone, his closed eyes began to feel the appearance of the blue points, which gradually increased in number. It was truly the fault of this thing. What should he do? Luo Changming thought that after Su Heng reported it to Teacher Gao, he would surely come over. The demon subduing stone must not fall into others' hands. Just a tiny piece of it had already caused so much chaos before, so if someone else discovered this, it would cause a huge stir across the world. No, it had to be hidden. The next day, after Su Heng woke up, he found that the true energy around him had returned. Still, he intended to report this to Teacher Gao. Luo Changming convinced him after a long persuasion that it would be awkward if Teacher Gao came and found nothing unusual, and they could immediately inform him the next time they noticed anything again. However, there wouldn't be a next time because Luo Changming wouldn't bring the demon subduing stone to the dormitory anymore. Now, it was a dangerous object. It was fortunate that it hadn't been discovered by others before. Though unfortunately, in order to secretly absorb the purple chi within, he would have to act stealthily going forward. In the following 10 odd days, according to Luo Changming, his life was dark and gloomy, unbearable, catastrophic beyond description. Wait, it seems like there are some strange words mixed in. Anyway, it was utterly miserable, and Luo Changming had even once thought of fleeing back to the big horse noodle shop at a corner of Ledu. Besides the previous few projects, Mr. Gao added some new torture methods during these days. This was what Luo Changming called them inwardly. To further enhance Luo Changming's physical abilities, Mr. Gao changed regular running into weighted runs, significantly cutting down the time before Luo Changming would run out of energy. With dozens of kilograms on his back, he couldn't even stand up after running for less than half an hour. But he recovered quickly, which gave Mr. Gao more time to conduct other training programs. There were also balance exercises. Mr. Gao showcased the power of his earth elemental martial skills. He erected 2 vertical columns at both ends of the playground, and then connected them with a thin and round stone rod, or rather, a stone strip. And then, Luo Changming was thrown onto it. And just like a circus performer, he began walking along this thin, elongated stone strip. Despite being made of stone, it exhibited great flexibility and showed no signs of breaking under his weight, thanks to Mr. Gao's crafty construction. This particular training seemed quite normal until you noticed that the 2 pillars reached over 10 meters in height. Although as a martial artist falling wouldn't injure Luo Changming much, it still hurt like hell. Despite Luo Changming's protests suggesting that the height of the pillars should be lowered, Mr. Gao rejected it outright by saying, "If you don't feel pain when you fall, you won't take it seriously." Apart from these, there were various kinds of strength and flexibility training. To put it simply, Mr. Gao trained every part of his body, making him suffer endlessly. Due to these special trainings, he had become a regular visitor to the school infirmary. These injuries and bruises could hardly heal quickly within a short period, relying solely on his self-healing ability. Now, he had become very familiar with Dr. Huang, the school doctor. During the treatment, he casually asked about Mr. Gao's condition since Dr. Huang appeared to know Mr. Gao well. From Dr. Huang's words, Luo Changming learned that although Mr. Gao's cultivation method belonged to the earth element, his close combat ability was actually the strongest. Luo Changming imagined Mr. Gao standing casually and effortlessly summoning stone columns or walls, which in his view could already be regarded as divine skills. And then Dr. Huang said that Mr. Gao's melee combat was even stronger. He sighed inwardly because it was unimaginable. Yet this also explained why Mr. Gao had a more robust physique compared to others. Chapter 63. Testing. For some unknown reason, Teacher Huang seemed reluctant to bring up matters concerning Teacher Gao's past. As a result, Lu Changming didn't learn too many details. All he knew was that Teacher Gao had not initially been a teacher at Xianxia Academy. Rather, she had come here only a few years ago. In addition to his specialized training, the place where Lu Changming spent the most time was practicing xuanhuan, as well as preparing for his true energy absorption when he turned 17. He always practiced xuanhuan in the dormitory. Recently, he'd also rarely visited the library, partly because he had memorized the 3 martial techniques he wanted to study and partly because the freshmen, oh, right, he was one of them, too, felt awkward calling them juniors or underclassmen. Now, the first-year students were selecting martial techniques from the technique area in the library, making it overcrowded and no longer a suitable place for cultivation. Regarding true energy, he still relied on the demon-taming stone instead of absorbing the difficult-to-obtain true energy that he could barely feel. This was because, on that night, he had felt his body's rejection of surrounding true energy, but he didn't know why. After evening training, back in the dormitory, exhausted or in pain, he persisted in trying to absorb true energy. But he ultimately failed. When attempting to forcefully guide the true energy into his body, he found that the external true energy wouldn't fuse with the true energy within him converted from purple chi. Instead, this true energy wandered around in his body like impurities, and it was basically unusable. This situation made Lu Changming, who suffered from slight OCD, incredibly uncomfortable. Reluctantly, he released these true energies. Lu Changming thought to himself, it seems like from now on, I can only cultivate using the demon-taming stone. What else can I do? Scatter all my current cultivation progress and start over? Huh, how did I even think of such a dumb idea? Forget it, forget it. It was during this moment that Lu Changming finally truly realized that his true energy was different from others. He mused excitedly, imagining there must be other unique properties besides healing ability. The next day would see the selection match for the Academy's preliminary tournament. The day before, Teacher Gao had been exceptionally kind, giving Lu Changming 2 days off so he could adjust his state, but Lu Changming refused to acknowledge her favoritism, believing that her brutal nature had left an indelible mark on his innocent mind. At this very moment, Lu Changming sat by his dormitory desk intending to draft a complaint letter to drop in the box beside the principal's office. However, after hesitating for quite a while, he couldn't even begin writing. He chickened out. Judging from various indications, Teacher Gao clearly held a high position in the school. If she ever discovered the complaint letter, shiver-inducing consequences came to mind. Although Lu Changming constantly believed that Teacher Gao was mistreating him, and he somewhat resented such inhumane training, he understood that she genuinely had his best interests at heart. The effectiveness of her methods was undeniable. He could distinctly feel the improvement in his own abilities. Recalling past battles, he already envisioned multiple better approaches he could have taken. Thus, deep down, he was grateful to Teacher Gao. If he had met someone else as his teacher, he might still be stuck reading books in the library and remain completely clueless about practical combat. Finally, the selection competition was about to begin. For the third-year participants, they were chosen based on their attainment in the soul-refining realm and a few recommended peak energy manipulation students. The competition took place in the Divine Martial Hall, a familiar structure to Lu Changming, which had been the site of the entrance exam. This building was specifically designed for martial contests. Seated in the contestants area, Lu Changming was pondering strategies. He was unsure how to proceed, not because he was nervous for his first intra-academy match, but because Teacher Gao had prohibited him from using xuanhuan. Just yesterday afternoon, Teacher Gao had called him out for a specific test on xuanhuan. If Teacher Gao hadn't initiated this request, Lu Changming himself would have sought out a test of xuanhuan, since he wanted to gauge its power without assistance from Bending Fist. Meanwhile, Teacher Gao merely intended to evaluate just how much the power of xuanhuan had improved. Before testing began, Lu Changming explained some characteristics of xuanhuan to Teacher Gao. Without realizing it, his guard against her had gradually lessened. After understanding the general features through Lu Changming's explanation, Teacher Gao started conducting several tests on xuanhuan. First, they revisited the variant of xuanhuan Lu Changming had used 2 weeks ago on the enhanced Bending Fist punch. Since this had made a significant impression on Teacher Gao, it had prompted her decision to conduct special training with him. Of course, unlike last time, Teacher Gao didn't attempt to receive the attack with bare hands, but instead covered her hand with a half-inch thick stone layer. At the beginning, the stone layer was too hard. Lu Changming hit it with a burst fist punch, and his fist ached from the impact, while there wasn't even a mark on the stone layer. This was mainly because Teacher Gao had experienced some discomfort last time, so this time, she exercised more caution and used her maximum ability to strengthen the stone layer. Later, Teacher Gao started gradually reducing the density of the stone layer. Eventually, when the stone layer was no harder than a lump of hard soil, the cold aura of Xianxia failed to penetrate into Teacher Gao's body. After the hard soil in front of her palm broke following the destruction of the stone layer, Teacher Gao only felt a cool fist hitting her hand. There was absolutely no trace of cold aura invading her body. Through her analysis of the burst fist punch combined with Xianxia, Teacher Gao found that because the true energy of the burst fist punch was highly unstable, once it came into contact with any solid object, it would explode immediately. Furthermore, the cold aura of Xianxia couldn't exist in the air for long. If the burst fist punch directly struck the skin and injected part of the cold aura into the body, it would be more effective. But if the burst fist punch didn't hit the surface of the body, then the cold aura would dissipate completely in the air without lingering for long. Thus, even if Teacher Gao placed a sheet of paper half an inch in front of her hand, she would only suffer from the explosive force of the burst fist punch. The cold aura would fail to penetrate her body. Teacher Gao proposed a solution. Use 2 consecutive burst fist punches, one for breaking through the defense and the other in combination with Xianxia. However, this was impossible for Lu Changming since the burst fist punch required a great amount of true energy. At least 2 breaths worth of interval was needed between 2 burst fist punches. Therefore, in practical combat, there was hardly any chance to use this method as no one would allow a fist full of true energy fluctuations to hit them directly. Subsequently, they began testing Xianxia alone. It was much easier to use Xianxia alone compared to using it together with the burst fist punch. As long as Lu Changming's elbow or any higher part touched the opponent, he could inject the cold aura into their body. Moreover, this cold aura seemed to have a latent effect, making it difficult for opponents to detect its presence initially. This was why Teacher Gao could expel the cold aura before it took effect. However, the power was significantly less potent compared to when used with the burst fist punch. The latter forced the cold aura deep into the body where it would explode instantly. That's why Teacher Gao said it might possibly freeze an opponent with weaker strength. The flaw was evident. This martial skill had to be used covertly, and it should be paired with other ice attribute martial skills to conceal the fact that Xianxia is triggered by physical contact. Otherwise, once others became aware of this point, Lu Changming would never win. Teacher Gao also promised not to divulge the characteristics of Xianxia. After the test was over, Teacher Gao made a comment about Xianxia. Vile and treacherous, but I like it. In a life and death battle, you must resort to any means necessary. Chapter 64, the selection begins. Because Lu Changming has not learned any other ice attribute martial techniques right now, it is hard for him to conceal the characteristic of needing close-range combat inherent in Xianxia. Therefore, Teacher Gao disabled its use. A martial technique with such an obvious weakness becomes useless once others learn of this flaw. However, Teacher Gao believed that solely based on the training Lu Changming had undergone these days, securing a substitute position wouldn't be too difficult. As long as he could participate in the preliminary selection, there would be a chance for him to make an appearance. By then, he would make a stunning debut. Lu Changming sat in the contestant seat, contemplating his strategies. Beside him sat the other classmates from his class who were participating in the competition, altogether 10 people. The number of participants roughly reveals the strength of the class, as cultivation at the soul refining stage can directly enter the contest. Aside from those already at this stage, each class can still recommend 5 individuals from the energy condensation stage to participate, thus reflecting indirectly the quantity of students at the soul refining stage within the class. All 4 classes in Group A had a significant number of participants, with Class A2 having 9 members, and the remaining 3 classes consisting of 10 participants each. Class A2 managed to place ahead due to 1 student being mid-soul refining stage. Classes in Group B varied between 7 to 9 participants. Over these days, some breakthroughs were also achieved in Group B. If not for Lu Changming joining Class A4, they might have already challenged higher rankings. With the fewest participants was Class C4, with only 6 entrants. Sitting next to Lu Changming were 2 more of his dorm mates, Su Hang and Kong Yuedian. Su Hang naturally required no explanation. He's at the soul refining stage, allowing direct entry into the contest. But Kong Yuedian intrigued him somewhat. In Lu Changming's impression, Kong Yuedian belonged to the average crowd of Xianxia Academy, making up a large proportion of the student population. They work hard when necessary, but also occasionally take small shortcuts. With decent talent, their cultivation aligns closely with the grade's average level. He wondered what reason prompted Teacher Gao to recommend him for the competition, implying there must be something special about him that deserves attention during his match. These 2 sat together but showed vastly different demeanor. Su Hang remained calm, eyes closed as if resting, displaying not a shred of tension, acting as though what followed wasn't a match but rather a meal. On the contrary, Kong Yuedian constantly jiggled his leg, showing extreme unease. He glanced left and right, apparently longing for a conversation, but both Lu Changming and Su Hang were either deep in thought or quietly resting, and their other classmates displayed similar dispositions. At such a critical moment, Kong Yuedian dared not disturb anyone. In the end, Lu Changming couldn't think of any fighting methods to replace Xianxia, and could only go along hoping the training these days would come in handy. The selection tournament adopted a pure elimination system since it is the fastest way. Each grade saw over 100 participants, accumulating nearly 500 students across 4 grades. Other methods would drag on indefinitely. Hence, to save time, the Academy employed an elimination round. Though following an elimination format, the criteria for selecting contestants isn't merely determined by match standings, but largely depends on the contestant's performance during the games. For example, in a match where competitors are mid and low-stage soul refiners respectively, should the low-stage individual last a substantial amount of time, he'd very likely be chosen for the next round. Additionally, matches involving mid-stage soul refiners often garner many spectators even in the first round with multiple games occurring simultaneously, assuring weaker opponents do not fear going unnoticed. Conversely, if the mid-stage soul refiner takes considerable time against a low-stage opponent, the teachers will doubt his competence. Even if he performs poorly in subsequent games, while he may not be eliminated outright, the chances are high he'd end up as a substitute. One big advantage in this selection process for those who win their games is gaining another opportunity to showcase their skills. To save time, the draws were done uniformly under the supervision of all teachers, eliminating any hidden rules, because all the teachers kept watch on each other. Even the principal dare not tamper openly under such scrutiny. Once the schedule came out, with the large number of participants, only one round could be held in the morning. Yu Changming's match was later in the schedule, whereas Kong Yuedian's and Su Hang's matches came earlier. Both Yu Changming and Kong Yuedian drew lucky lots, facing peak energy condensation stage opponents, whereas Su Hang drew a low-stage soul refiner as his rival. Given that apart from Yu Changming, only 2 students in grade 3 were at mid-soul refining stage, drawing them was quite improbable. The Divine Martial Pavilion was massive, accommodating 8 competition arenas. Still, with nearly 500 participants, each venue was set to host around 30 matches, leaving doubts whether all matches could conclude within the morning session. After the competition began, Yu Changming spent a lot of time observing the matches involving students from grade 3 and 4. Studying how these academy students handled combat would be beneficial for his own matches ahead. However, because of the large number of participants initially, it was uncommon for competitors to face opponents within their exact cultivation level, resulting in most matches being concluded under the pressure of one side dominating. These types of fights were not very informative for Yu Changming. Among the 3 classmates, Su Hang was up first, facing an early-stage soul refining opponent from Class B3 who shared his same cultivation level. Yu Changming paid close attention to this match. When the referee announced the start of the match, Su Hang didn't move immediately, as if he didn't want to make the first strike. Yet, faint flashes of electricity were visible on his hands, signifying that he was ready. Yu Changming had never expected Su Hang, who usually seemed so calm, to use such an explosive attribute. It was only then that he learned Su Hang's martial arts technique belonged to the lightning element. He had never attended any classes Su Hang might have gone to. They spent half the evenings in the library and rarely chatted during dormitory hours. Thus, Yu Changming had no idea until now about his powers. He realized he needed to understand more about his roommate moving forward, Yu Changming thought. Su Hang's opponent smirked upon seeing the lightning on his hands, since his own attribute offered some counteracting effects against Su Hang. He practiced the earth attribute, which can somewhat suppress lightning attribute at lower stages due to rock's high resistance. Nevertheless, when advancing to higher stages, the current produced by lightning practitioners reaches an intensity where the advantage held by earth attributes diminishes, because high voltage current creates a breakdown voltage that can turn stones into conductors. At this point, however, the match favored Su Hang's opponent. The rival pressed both hands to the ground, causing several stone spikes to rise under Su Hang's feet. Su Hang reacted swiftly, jumping the moment he felt something amiss. Seeing Su Hang jump, the opponent sneered slightly. His aim was precisely to lure Su Hang into jumping, making it harder for him to dodge effectively the next attack. Then, a string of stone bullets flew towards Su Hang in the air. Raising his hands over his head, an explosion sounded, originating from his grasp. Harnessing the explosive force of his lightning, Su Hang quickly returned to the ground. This maneuver came with a price. His palms had turned black, indicating how painful it was to be struck by his own lightning. Within this brief interval, Su Hang had devised a strategy. Distant attacks using his lightning would be ineffective. He needed to get closer to the opponent. Only through unleashing lightning in close proximity could he injure the other side. After landing, he saw a chance to get near him. Otherwise, this method wouldn't have been chosen just to dodge the rock projectiles. He jumped before out of being caught off guard by not taking any actions. But now, his opponent would find no such opening again. Chapter 65, The First Battle. The moment he landed, Su Hang quickly rushed toward his opponent. The opponent continuously unleashed spikes and stone walls to attack and block his path, but Su Hang dodged these obstacles with the agility of a fish in water, swiftly reaching his opponent. By the time Su Hang arrived before his opponent, the end of the match had already been announced. Yet, the opponent still refused to give up and wanted to engage in close combat. He released petrified skin, turning his whole body gray, a sign of achieving the intermediate stage in mastering petrified skin. However, petrified skin wouldn't actually turn skin into stone. His skin could still conduct electricity. With a series of crackling sounds, Su Hang's opponent fell, officially announcing Su Hang's victory. The battlefield was in disarray after the fight, filled with protruding spikes and stone walls everywhere. Every time students with earth attributes fought, the field would end up like this. But after medical staff carried away the student who had been electrocuted, an earth attribute teacher quickly came forward to bury the protrusions back underground. Although it was just a temporary fix and the competition site didn't return to its previous smoothness, it was still usable. Lu Changming never expected Su Hang to be so strong. Kong Yiyang had said that he only had average talent, but it seemed that this was only in terms of realm. Furthermore, Su Hang's approach to getting close to his opponent earlier was fluid, without the slightest pause, as if he had practiced such movements. Su Hang wasn't injured at all, except for some black marks on his hands. He walked off the stage, greeted the two, and left the Divine Martial Hall. It seemed he had gone to practice again. Su Hang truly didn't waste any opportunity to refine himself. Not long after, it was Kong Yayang's turn to fight. Though usually carefree, Kong Yayang was extremely nervous at that moment and even tripped when stepping onto the stage, which made Lu Changming quite worried. However, once in the arena, Kong Yayang appeared transformed. His eyes became resolute, showing no signs of nerves anymore. It seemed external factors would no longer affect his battle. Kong Yayang's match lasted for quite a while, with both parties having nearly equal strength. In the end, Kong Yayang won, suffering only minor injuries. As it was a match, they were careful with their moves. Through this match, Lu Changming also learned the type of Kong Yayang's cultivation method. A large portion of warriors on the continent would choose cultivation methods suited to their attribute types, yet many still studied relatively special methods. Compared to those fitting their attributes, the downside of such special methods was the limited number of martial techniques available. Warriors with attributed methods can learn almost any martial technique fitting their own attribute, whereas those with special methods can only learn techniques within their own method or those without any attribute, like the previous xuanhuan. His fighting was solely reliant on his physical strength, using an exhausting martial skill only when battling Mo Yuning. Kong Yayang cultivated one of these special skills. Although Lu Changming did not know the specifics of his method, he could roughly deduce how Kong Yayang fought. Kong Yayang's method seemed to be vibration. He could make things around him vibrate. Judging from current observations, Kong Yayang's vibration frequency could only shatter stones or cause sound waves by vibrating air. Indeed, this kind of cultivation method offered very weak combat capabilities at low realms and mainly served an auxiliary function. However, the reason for his victory was that his opponent's attribute happened to be restrained by his vibrations. His opponent was wind attribute. Yes, such vibrations restrain wind attributes because wind attributes require controlling air currents for attacks, whereas Kong Yayang could vibrate air, scattering his opponent's wind attribute attacks before they reached him, forcing his opponent to choose close-range combat instead. And during the approach, his opponent was drained of a considerable amount of stamina due to various vibrations and sound wave attacks Kong Yayang generated. So just as soon as he got close enough to deliver a punch, Kong Yayang slapped his belly, making him vomit due to the shock. In summary, Kong Yayang succeeded because of good luck. If matched against another attribute, his chances of winning would have significantly decreased. These two people had matches arranged relatively early, so there was still some time until Lu Changming's competition. Using this period, Lu Changming carefully analyzed Su Hang's previous battle. Su Hang's flowing motions gave Lu Changming confidence. He felt he should be able to do the same. It was only nearing noon when it was Lu Changming's turn. His opponent stepped onto the stage anxiously. With hundreds of students in third grade who had known each other for over 2 years, they were bound to have become somewhat familiar with one another. However, Lu Changming's face was unfamiliar to him, indicating that his opponent was the student who had just entered school at the spirit refining realm. As he observed his anxious opponent ahead of him, Lu Changming decided to conclude the match swiftly. Since his opponent was at the spirit refining realm, it would be unreasonable to let the match drag on for too long. The referee announced the start of the competition. Due to the training over the past few days, Lu Changming no longer charged recklessly into battle. First, he activated his half-mastered petrified skin technique and the wind controlling art. Although his opponent sensed little hope of winning, he still wanted to make an attempt. Hence, as soon as the referee declared the match began, he launched an attack toward Lu Changming. His opponent had the same attribute as Kong Yayang's opponent, wind. The most distinctive feature of wind-based martial skills was that they were generally transparent because they utilized air, unlike other martial techniques which displayed color. However, with close observation, one could notice the distortion in the air. It seemed like his opponent released 3 gusts of wind blades, moving so fast that within less than a breath's time, they were already nearing Lu Changming. But Lu Changming was prepared. This short moment was more than enough for him to react. He sidestepped to dodge them, then immediately charged toward his opponent. While advancing, he drew the dagger attached to his belt, the plain-looking dagger given by Mo Yuning. In the selection competition, there were no restrictions on ordinary weapons as long as they didn't possess any special enhancements or effects. For martial artists, regular weapons did not enhance their abilities significantly unless they practiced combat techniques specifically requiring weapon assistance. Therefore, rarely did martial artists carry standard weapons into battle. Lu Changming wasn't carrying the dagger for attacking purposes, but rather as a tool to fulfill victory conditions. Among his offensive skills, apart from residual frost, he only had Collapse Fist. But Collapse Fist, at this level, was extremely powerful. It excelled at breaking defenses, and if directly aimed at an opponent, it could easily cause fractures. On the other hand, regular punches or palm strikes might fail to ensure the opponent became unable to fight. Moreover, Lu Changming lacked the ability to throw his opponent completely out of bounds instantaneously. Therefore, he carried the dagger. All he needed to do was press it against his opponent's vital spot, and the referee would declare him the winner. After dodging the wind blade, another attack flew toward Lu Changming. It appeared to be some form of wind spike. However, after several days of rigorous training, Lu Changming's reflexes had improved. With a swift shift in his body, the wind spike merely grazed past him. Thinking he had evaded it, Lu Changming let out a sudden "ah" and fell to the ground. Watching from the high platform where he'd been monitoring Lu Changming closely, Master Gao sighed involuntarily upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 66. Defeated. It wasn't because Lu Changming hadn't grasped the balance, but rather due to his unfamiliarity with martial techniques. Since Teacher Gao had forbidden him from using martial techniques during training, his wind control technique was hardly ever practiced. The wind control technique uses wind to assist the user. When the wind spike passed by Lu Changming earlier, It disrupted the wind produced by his technique, and it was this chaos that caused him to fall. Seeing Yu Changming fall, his opponent sensed an opportunity and unleashed a powerful move while he was on the ground. Thus, Yu Changming saw the air twist in front of his opponent as various unclear shapes of wind-based attacks came toward him. By the time he stood up, there was no time to dodge aside. He could only evade through the gaps between the attacks. At this moment, the bullet hell training conducted by teacher Gao proved effective, as Yu Changming twisted his body and constantly dodged the attacks. Ultimately, in such dense assaults, he was hit only twice, but thanks to his petrified skin, he only gained 2 additional holes in his clothing and 2 red marks on his body. His opponent gawked, unsure how Yu Changming managed to accomplish this. Taking advantage of his opponent's bewilderment, Yu Changming swiftly approached him, placed a dagger against his neck, and ended the match. Though he won the match, he wasn't happy. First, his opponent was merely at the peak of refining chi, so defeating him didn't give much satisfaction. Second, he fell during the match, right under everyone's watchful eyes. He felt as though all his dignity had been lost on the competition ground. It was truly humiliating. Nevertheless, his face didn't betray any emotions as he walked expressionlessly back to the contestant's seat. In Xianxia Academy, the dorms were usually quiet between dusk and midnight since the students were all practicing in various locations. However, tonight was quite noisy as today marked the first night of the biennial selection competition. The students were discussing the results of the day's matches, and those who would compete the next day stayed in the dorm to rest and maintain their condition. Yet, amidst the noisy dormitory building, one room remained completely silent. This wasn't because no one lived there. The door to the dorm was open, but inside, there was no light, making the dark room starkly contrast with the surrounding brightness and giving it an eerie atmosphere. This was dorm 302. Yu Changming sat on his bed with both hands covering his face. He was the only person in the dorm, for Su Hang had probably gone somewhere else to practice again. He wouldn't care about what happened tomorrow, and whenever he had time, he practiced. As for Kong Yiyang, he suffered a pretty serious injury in the afternoon match, so he'd likely spend the next couple of days in the school hospital. Yu Changming hadn't lit the lamp since he didn't have the mood to do anything. All he wanted was to quietly think about what he had done today. He had lost in today's afternoon match. His and Kong Yiyang's luck seemed to last only until morning. In the afternoon lottery, Kong Yiyang drew a student in the lower tier of the soul refining stage, while Yu Changming drew one of only 2 students in the middle tier of the soul refining stage among the entire 3rd year. This could be considered the worst draw in the entire 3rd year. However, drawing this did not mean that he was out of the running for the preliminary selection. If he performed well in this match, he still had a chance to become one of the participants. What troubled Yu Changming wasn't why he lost this match, but rather his performance on the field. Because he didn't want to reveal his middle stage strength, he only used low-tier abilities during the match. Even so, limited to only using these lesser powers, after all his recent training, although he might not win, he could still endure for quite a while, which should be enough to catch the attention of the academy teachers responsible for the selection. However, in this match, he only held out for a short time. He couldn't remember exactly how long it was, but it was undeniably brief. This caused him to lose his chance to become a contestant. Yu Changming forgot exactly what he was thinking at the time. Just as he faced his opponent's overwhelming attack, a sudden thought emerged in his mind. Why should he participate in the preliminary selection? Actually, this notion had already surfaced before. Although, as a member of Xianxia Academy, he had an obligation to bring glory to the academy. He wasn't like his peers who had studied here for over 2 years and developed a strong sense of belonging. Besides, the academy certainly didn't lack contestants like him. Most importantly, it was due to Ta Jiao. He still didn't know Ta Jiao's stance toward him. Perhaps now, with no fame, they wouldn't notice him, but if he participated in the competition, it would undoubtedly expose his middle-level abilities, inevitably attracting others' attention. Perhaps Ta Jiao would take action because of this, although the chances were slim. Because he believed that with Ta Jiao's power, they must have known about his admission under the name Yu Changming. Yet, no one from Ta Jiao had approached him so far, indicating they weren't planning to do anything to him yet. However, there was a chance that once he drew attention, they might fear some secrets being discovered and take action to remove him. Even though he could use disguise techniques to escape at that moment, what would happen afterward? He had finally gathered the courage, with Xie Yun's encouragement, to use his real name and appearance. There likely wouldn't be another opportunity like this. Although living under a fake name and appearance would still allow him freedom, he detested such a lifestyle. He desired to live his life as Yu Changming. He didn't want an uninteresting competition to result in unpleasantness for his future life. Though this thought had been suppressed during Teacher Gao's special training, it resurfaced at the critical moment. Perhaps at that time, he was thinking, if he got defeated here, then he wouldn't have to worry about these issues anymore. Therefore, when faced with an attack that seemed hard to evade but which he could dodge with his skills, he didn't move aside and ended up getting blasted out of the arena. Now looking back, Yu Changming regretted deeply. The reason why these thoughts were previously suppressed wasn't because the stress of training made him forget them. It was due to the fact that, while interacting with Teacher Gao over those days, he realized how sincerely devoted Teacher Gao was, and he saw that Teacher Gao hoped for him to compete and make a stunning debut. But he couldn't figure out why. During the match, this notion overwhelmed all others. At the time, all he could think of was avoiding further trouble, forgetting Teacher Gao's expectations for him. Hence, now reflecting on it, he regretted profoundly. He didn't know how to face Teacher Gao afterward. He had let Teacher Gao down. Perhaps, the special training had come to an end, and from now on, he might just remain an ordinary member of Class A3, no longer receiving any special treatment. Thinking over it, Yu Changming slapped himself twice. Chapter 67. The way to make up. After an unknown length of time, a man walked into dormitory 302, turning on the light. It was Su Hang, and it was evident that it was quite late as he had already finished his cultivation practice. Su Hang sat down by his bed and gave a glance at Lu Changming, who was still sitting there with his face covered. Shaking his head, Su Hang began attending to his own affairs. Half an hour later, Su Hang crossed his legs on the bed intending to cultivate for a while before sleeping, but he couldn't find peace in his mind to do so after just closing his eyes for a short moment. Opening them again, he looked at Lu Changming, who remained frozen in that same posture. Sighing, Su Hang got up, went over, and sat beside Lu Changming. Looking silently at Lu Changming for a while, Su Hang finally asked, "Lost?" Su Hang's match this afternoon had been before Lu Changming's. He left the Xinwu Hall right after finishing his own match, thus knowing nothing about what had actually happened. Nevertheless, he had heard from their classmates that Lu Changming lost quickly, and it puzzled him why. Had he watched, perhaps he could have noticed Lu Changming being momentarily dazed. His ability to observe was usually very good. Lu Changming, upon hearing Su Hang's voice, realized he had returned. Looking up briefly, he simply nodded. "Do you understand why you lost?" Lu Changming nodded again. Although Lu Changming had nodded, seeing his still distracted spirit, Su Hang felt that there was something more he should say. Was it because your opponent was too strong, so you gave up? Or was it another reason? As Su Hang saw no response from Lu Changming, he continued, "I can tell you're not the type to give up easily. You wouldn't have persisted in Mr. Gao's special training otherwise." "Did you see Kong Yueshan's match today?" said Su Hang. Today, Kong Yueshan's match was one of the first ones. His opponent was someone of the lower-level Xianhuan realm, leaving him with little chance of victory. Yet, unlike other peak Lianqi cultivators, Kong Yueshan didn't show any anxiety or unrest on the stage. When he stood there, he was completely transformed into another person. Kong Yueshan took every battle seriously. Despite understanding his slim hope to advance past the preliminaries, he fought with all his might. This indeed deeply moved Lu Changming, who witnessed him fall multiple times only to rise again. Not until he was pushed out of the ring by his opponent did the referee announce his defeat. Therefore, his injuries were somewhat severe. This is the reason why Mr. Gao nominated him to join the selection contest. His strength isn't the best among our class, yet he never gives up. Even if I don't know why you abandoned that match, I think you should learn from Kong Yueshan. Regardless of circumstances, always treat every battle seriously. Su Hang, unaware of Lu Changming's exact failure, still wanted to express these thoughts. "I just didn't feel like going." After some hesitation, Lu Changming replied, touched by Su Hang's care for him. "I get it." Su Hang paused after saying that, suddenly feeling flustered, not wanting to go to the prelims. Su Hang paced around in the dorm room, increasingly irked, showing great dissatisfaction towards this excuse. After walking back and forth for a while, he suddenly turned toward Lu Changming and shouted loudly, "Do you think you're worthy of Mr. Gao this way? Do you realize how disappointed Mr. Gao will be because of this? You might not favor his methods of training, but you must recognize he has poured a great deal of effort into it, even sacrificing his personal time to train you. Remember, the practical classes on Wednesday and Thursday these last 2 weeks were taken over by substitutes for him." Su Hang's voice became louder and louder, and Lu Changming's head hung lower and lower. Lu Changming understood every word Su Hang was saying, and the more Su Hang spoke, the more regretful he felt. "I also underwent Mr. Gao's special training last year. Therefore, I'm well aware of how devoted he is to us. And now you give up the competition solely because you didn't feel like going? Unreasonable." As though shouting aloud relieved all his irritation, Su Hang suddenly calmed down. Though typically composed, this time, he lost control due to respect for Mr. Gao. He looked at Lu Changming, who had buried his head between his knees, realizing he was probably extremely regretful at the moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have maintained such a fixed posture seated there for so long. "Do you want to make amends?" Su Hang's tone softened. Upon hearing this question, Lu Changming instantly raised his head, understanding from Su Hang's words that he might have some way out. With a trembling voice, he answered, "Yes. The only person who can directly enroll someone in the competition bypassing the preliminary rounds is the dean." After stating this, Su Hang returned to his bed and prepared to rest, without bothering further about Lu Changming. After hearing this, Lu Changming suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope. As long as he could convince the dean, he could continue to participate in the preliminary selection. He had now realized that even if something unexpected might happen later on, he wouldn't care about it anymore. Right now, he just didn't want to disappoint those who cared about him. As long as there was still a way to make up for it, he would now do his best to take action. That night, he did not sleep well. He kept thinking about how to persuade the dean. He also noticed that Su Hang had said more tonight than he had over the past half-month combined. Perhaps, Su Hang wasn't as cold as he appeared on the surface. Time rewinds to the evening of today. In one of the rooms inside a building in the academy, the constant sound of thumping echoed through it. It was the sound of someone hitting a punching bag. With the final thunderous blow, the noise in the room finally came to a stop. In the slightly shabby room, Gao Yuan, breathing heavily and shirtless, sat on a fallen punching bag. The bag beneath him had been completely burst open, its sand contents leaking out continuously. He hadn't used any true energy, qi. It was purely his own strength that managed to break the specially made punching bag. He wasn't doing this for anything other than to vent some frustration. The events of the afternoon had enraged him considerably. This afternoon, he had watched all the matches of his students from his class, including Lu Changming's, which was why he was so furious. No one understood Lu Changming's level better than him, so he knew that at the time, Lu Changming had intentionally allowed himself to be thrown out of the ring. Over the years, he had learned to restrain himself much more compared to what he was like in the past. Back then, he would have immediately dragged Lu Changming out and beat him up severely the moment he saw this. Now, though his anger had subsided somewhat, he began to calmly think things through. Actually, if he personally went to see the principal and vouched for Lu Changming, even if Lu Changming performed terribly during the selection contest, he could secure a substitute position. But doing this would hold no real meaning since he could tell that Lu Changming must have deliberately chosen not to participate in the preliminaries. He didn't know why Lu Changming had decided this way. He had never seen such thoughts in Lu Changming before. During training, while Lu Changming often complained, he always completed everything without showing any signs of negligence. Gao Yuan had considered asking him outright for a reason, but if Lu Changming wanted to tell him, he would have done so already. Moreover, Lu Changming should have informed him ahead of time if he didn't want to participate in the competition. What was this, deciding by oneself to give up without prior notice? The more Gao Yuan thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated he became. With a curse, he got up and walked toward an inner room, where he retrieved another punching bag. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Elder. The next day, Lu Changming didn't go to the Divine Martial Pavilion again. Actually, the further along the matches in the Divine Martial Pavilion became increasingly exciting, and watching students with extraordinary abilities fight could offer plenty of insights. However, today he had more important things to do. It would be too late if he waited until the competition roster was set. He spent all night thinking about how to persuade the dean, but his eloquence wasn't that great. Though he wanted to negotiate impressively with the dean, it seemed now that he would have to rely on his own strength to win over the dean. The dean's office was not located in the main teaching building, but instead, together with some senior leaders of the school, it was in another white building. Lu Changming took a long time to find this building hidden deep within the campus, concealed in a forest, or rather, a garden. This was probably the place with the best scenery in the entire academy. It appeared the elders in the academy were good at enjoying themselves. When he walked up to the luxurious marble-made gate, seeing the intricately carved designs, all the passion inside Lu Changming was completely suppressed by his nervousness. After all, he was going to face the dean of the academy, while he himself was merely a student here. If he said something wrong, who knew what could happen? Having built up some courage for himself, Lu Changming boldly entered the gate. There was a sign outside the building, indicating that the dean's office was on the top floor, the third floor, of the building, which contained only one room, the dean's office. He expected to be stopped by security personnel, or someone similar, but surprisingly, no one intercepted him as he smoothly made his way to the third floor without encountering anyone. Lu Changming walked slowly up to the door of the dean's office, which looked very ordinary compared to other rooms in the academy, distinguished only by the 3 characters on the plaque, Dean's Office. Standing in front of this door, Lu Changming hesitated for quite a while before finally gathering enough courage to knock. Then he waited for permission from whoever was inside to enter. What did the dean look like? Since entering the academy, Lu Changming had never seen the dean. Was he an old man with white hair who appeared either kind or strict, or someone who looked younger due to their profound cultivation skills? Lu Changming pondered. What's going on? A problem occurred to Lu Changming. Why had so much time passed without any response from inside the door? He tried knocking again, but there was still no reaction from within the room. No, it couldn't be true that the dean wasn't even in the office. What should he do? He didn't know the dean's schedule. With no other option, Lu Changming decided not to wait idly in the building and went out. Once outside the white structure, he came to the gardens surrounding the building, deciding to wait there for the morning, hoping the principal might return. If he failed to appear, then he'd come up with a plan, but he must meet the principal before the selection match ended 2 days later. There was no one in this garden, not just because there was a match today. Even though the scenery here was beautiful, rarely would students venture to this place except for urgent matters. This location was rather remote, and amidst the fierce competition of the higher-level academy, few students had the leisure to come here to admire the view. He found himself beside a pond in this garden, sitting cross-legged next to it. He didn't intend to wait idly, so during this time, he planned to practice his residual frost technique further, despite the relatively basic surroundings. There was water available here for practice, and the distance to the white building was short. Thus, if the dean returned, he'd be able to see it promptly. As Lu Changming prepared to place his hand on the water surface and activate residual frost, a sudden elderly voice sounded behind him. "Young fellow, what are you doing here?" Lu Changming was startled. Just moments ago, he'd checked, and there hadn't been a soul around. How had this person arrived without him noticing? He quickly turned and stood up, seeing an elder clad in a simple cloth robe standing there. His silver hair framed a vibrant and spirited figure far from appearing frail, despite his obvious age. Lu Changming immediately said, "Elder, I am here to see the dean, but since the dean isn't in the office, I thought I'd wait here." Though somewhat flustered upon seeing the elder, he wasn't frightened. This was deep within Cloud Speak Academy, and it was unlikely for troublemakers to make their way here. Therefore, this elder must likely belong to the academy. Given his timing and presence, his probable destination was that white building. Realizing this, Lu Changming suddenly felt a surge of excitement and asked, "Could you be the dean?" Given he had only met Dean Xingming, Lu Changming assumed the image of a typical academy dean was that of a white-haired elderly man. Hearing these words, the elder chuckled suddenly. No, I am certainly not the dean. That old fox is nowhere near as dashing as me." Wow, how can this person have such thick skin? However, from this sentence, it could also be heard that this elder's relationship with the dean must be extraordinary. Anyway, you probably won't be able to wait for the dean. This place is actually just nominally an office. That old guy rarely comes here, the elder continued. What should I do then? Upon hearing these words, Lu Changming became somewhat anxious. The elder looked at Lu Changming with interest and asked, "Youngster, why are you looking for the dean?" "Hey, I'm not a kid. I'm already 17. Although he wasn't too fond of being called kid, when he glanced at the elder's snowy white hair, he felt it was alright for him to use that term. "I've come to apply for the preliminary selection of the Continental Academy exchange competition," Lu Changming said seriously. "If my memory serves me correctly, the Academy should currently be holding a selection competition, right?" "Oh, I see. You lost in the competition and now you're here to pull strings?" "No, I cannot allow that. As a member of Cloudspeak Academy, it's my duty to maintain fairness among students. And as far as I remember, the selection contest isn't judged purely on performance. Kid, you should have confidence. Even if you lose, there's still a chance to succeed." Lu Changming felt that although this elder had an air of a transcendent sage, there was no trace of the bearing one would expect from a venerable master. Judging by his tone and gestures, he seemed more akin to a swindler. "Not that, senior, I didn't lose. I gave up on the match." As Lu Changming spoke this sentence, he lowered his head. The elder appeared intrigued by Lu Changming's words. "At that time, due to some personal reasons, I had the thought of not participating in the preliminaries, so in yesterday's match, I did not give it my all and lost, but immediately after, I regretted it because I felt I had let down my teacher's expectations. In order to prepare me for this competition, my teacher spent a great deal of effort giving me special training, yet I just abandoned it like that, and I felt very guilty towards my teacher. I didn't know the thought during the match would affect me so much." The elder nodded and said, "Who is your teacher?" "Gao Yuan." Lu Changming didn't understand why the elder would ask this. "Gao Yuan, eh? I admire this young man greatly. I've also heard that a new student joined his class, and that's you, right? A student Gao Yuan recommended must be extraordinary. Considering his sake, I'll give you a chance. If I think it appropriate, I will help persuade the dean, but note, I'm very strict. Tell me, what reasons can you give me to make me believe you're capable of participating in the preliminary selection?" Chapter 69, The Elder's Test. "So is this enough? Just because the elder has a high opinion of Teacher Gao? It seems I still owe it to Teacher Gao." Despite Lu Changming's various questions swirling in his mind, he said aloud, "Of course, it's strength." If that's the case, then let me test you using the same realm as yours. I've heard the student Gao Yuan accepted is at the lower stage of the soul-refining realm, but merely demonstrating the ability to enter the preliminary round will hardly impress me. Since you've already passed on one opportunity, there should be some cost to pay." As he spoke, the elder emitted soul-refining lower stage true chi fluctuations. "No, senior, it's the middle stage." Lu Changming started circulating his true chi. In the nearly 1 month since entering the academy, he had been maintaining the lower stage of the soul-refining realm, and the feeling of suppression was far from pleasant. After a month, he could finally use his actual strength again, a feeling incredibly exhilarating. Actually, the main reason he revealed his middle stage power was due to the old man in front of him, this elder of unfathomable depth. He had a feeling that once he released his true chi, this elder would certainly sense his actual cultivation level with just a glance. So, it would be better to speak openly to avoid awkwardness later. Middle stage? Interesting. Does Gao Yuan know about this? The elder said with an expressionless face. Teacher Gao knows. Did Gao Yuan instruct you to hide your strength? It was my own decision. I didn't want to attract too much attention. Teacher Gao also supported me. He wanted me to display this level only during the preliminaries. This kid Gao Yuan appears quite honest, but who knew he could be so calculating? The elder chuckled. Honest? Senior, appearances can be deceiving. Can demons really be described as honest? The elder continued. Don't think revealing the middle stage of the soul-refining realm will sway me. My rigor surpasses your imagination. There are middle stage students even in the 3rd year, and you'll need to show me something truly surprising. Lu Changming nodded. He knew relying solely on his current level would definitely not grant him the qualification. Come on. After speaking these 2 words, the elder remained motionless, standing calmly in the previous position. However, the true chi fluctuation around his body escalated to the middle stage. Lu Changming observed the elder before him. Though similarly more powerful than himself like Teacher Gao, this elder gave him an entirely different impression. With Teacher Gao, it felt as if he were facing a giant shield bristling with iron spikes, utterly flawless from top to bottom. Yet this elder seemed full of vulnerabilities, standing less than 5 meters away, looking frail. But despite this, Lu Changming couldn't figure out how to land a blow. Why did he feel so helpless? As a senior, the elder wouldn't initiate the first move. It was up to Lu Changming to start. Senior, please take care. Lu Changming shouted, lifting his fist and striking directly toward the elder's right shoulder with a crushing punch. For Lu Changming, the distance of 5 meters might as well have been face to face. He closed the gap instantly. This collapsing punch wasn't ordinary. It carried traces of residual frost. Though they'd tested this method previously and found it practically ineffective in real combat, Lu Changming placed his bet on the elder's overconfidence. He believed the elder wouldn't think he was capable of injuring him and thus might neglect defense. In this situation, Lu Changming thought he could strike directly onto the elder's body, penetrating any clothing covering and sending coldness through the layers. For that reason, Lu Changming chose the shoulder as his point of attack instead of the chest or abdomen, believing this approach held more potential for harming the elder. Seeing this punch from Lu Changming, the elder nodded slightly. Right when the punch was about to reach his shoulder, the elder suddenly murmured an followed by the rapid movement of his left hand, previously hanging loosely at his side, now darting out instantaneously next to Lu Changming's fist, creating streaks of afterimages. Then, with a single flick of his finger, the elder lightly tapped Le Changming's wrist, causing the punch to deviate sharply and miss. Due to the momentum, Le Changming tumbled directly into the grass behind the elder. Subsequently, with a loud boom, a small crater appeared in the ground where his collapsed punch had hit. Though the elder's touch had been gentle, the force was immense. Otherwise, Le Changming's punch wouldn't have twisted so drastically off course. His wrist was now swollen. Confused, Le Changming wondered how this was possible. It seemed the elder hadn't employed any martial techniques, but relied purely on true qi. Yet how could a single finger possess such strength under the influence of middle-stage, soul-refining qi? The elder flicked the finger that had just tapped Le Changming, and a wisp of cold air emerged from it. This was because in the instant Le Changming had felt the touch, he had injected the residual frost through his wrist into the elder's finger. He had specifically practiced releasing residual frost. He had used branches full of leaves for practice. He swept the branch across his arm, letting the leaves continually touch it. Each time he felt a leaf touch his skin, that part of the skin would release residual frost, training his ability to react with the release of residual frost. So, now whenever anything touched his arm above the elbow during combat, he could quickly emit the residual frost. With more practice over time, perhaps releasing residual frost would become an unconscious action. Interesting, the elder said as he watched the cold air dissipate from his finger into the air. Come on, continue. After 15 minutes, Le Changming leaned exhausted against a tree. The elder had called a halt. Having undergone Gao teacher's training, his stamina was excellent, and this short period would not have exhausted his energy. His fatigue stemmed from almost depleting his true qi. Fighting this elder felt completely different from fighting others. The elder was like an eel, constantly dodging Le Changming's attacks. At the start, it seemed the elder wanted to test his residual frost by making contact with him a few times, but after that, it was pure evasion. Every one of Le Changming's attacks missed their mark, which made him extremely frustrated. To try his utmost to hit the elder, his true qi was consumed much faster. Le Changming thought, looks like I'll need to find the spirit suppressing stone tonight to recover. It's been half a month since I last used it, so it's probably fully charged with purple qi. Also, I can take the chance to further my cultivation level. He had hidden the spirit suppressing stone in an out-of-the-way underground area of the school. Only when buried deep underground would its abnormal absorption of surrounding true qi go unnoticed by passersby. Although it was buried deeply, digging it up posed no difficulty for Le Changming. He only used the spirit suppressing stone to restore his energy when his true qi was depleted, as he had discovered that the purple qi transformed into true qi not only enhanced his self-healing ability, but also could regenerate itself. If he hadn't expended too much, he could recover overnight even without absorbing environmental true qi. However, recovery slowed significantly once his true qi was entirely drained. The elder looked at Le Changming leaning against the tree and asked, "Is that all you've got?" Hearing these words, Le Changming became somewhat anxious. It seemed this elder did not approve of him. Chapter 70, Cafeteria Conversation. Lu Changming looked at the elder, hesitating. Actually, he still had his final card up his sleeve, but he didn't want to play it. Is there nothing else? The elder looked at Lu Changming and shook his head. Wait, I still have. Realizing that the elder seemed about to refuse him, Lu Changming hurriedly took something out of his pocket. It was a piece of paper, his bone age test certificate, which had been given to him together with the examination certification when he registered. He really didn't want to take this out because before the age of 20, one's age is the most important criterion for judging the talent of a martial artist, hence why the academy conducted bone age tests during enrollment. The third-year students were all 18 years old. Being at the mid-stage of soul-refining realm at 18 already made one the strongest in their year. At 17, being at the same level, according to the continent's standards, purely in terms of talent, would place one above everyone in Cloud's Soaring Academy and rank highly across the entire continent. Most importantly, he knew very well that he didn't have this kind of talent. All his cultivation was forcefully gained through the demon subduing pagoda. If exposed to the higher-ups in the academy, it would be disastrous when they found out the truth. The elder picked up the paper, glanced at its content, but showed no change in expression. Then he said lightly, "Anything else?" Lu Changming was almost ready to explode. He didn't have anything left. Just how high were this old man's standards? Lu Changming shook his head. Nothing more. Nothing more. All right, I will let the principal give you a slot. As he spoke, the elder laughed, raising the piece of paper as he continued. I actually thought you were qualified after our fight. Though your attack style is very singular, it is quite interesting. I was just trying to press you for more, and didn't expect such good results. Lu Changming accepted his fate. This old man truly. Well then, senior, I'll take my leave first. After receiving his bone age proof, Lu Changming said, not wanting to stay here any longer. He had no mood for it. All right. Oh, by the way, wait a moment. The elder remembered something, asking, do you know why the notion during the match felt particularly intense? Lu Changming nodded. Not wanting to participate in the preliminary exam was an act of avoidance. Why do people avoid? Because of fear. I don't know why you're afraid of the preliminary exams, but the strong urge to avoid comes from strong fear. Think carefully about what scared you so much during that match. After saying that, the elder vanished into thin air, leaving Lu Changming alone staring blankly in the open woods. Why was Lu Changming scared? He couldn't recall it. Perhaps he would discover it the next time he stepped onto the arena. However, he was in a pretty good mood today, so he quickly pushed this matter out of his mind. In the following 2.5 days, Lu Changming hid himself in the library. Since the participants' list would be determined within a day after the selection matches, he decided to hide in the library until the list was released. He felt meeting Mr. Gao beforehand might be awkward, especially since explaining his visit to the principal wouldn't be easy. He also wanted to learn some ice-based martial techniques to cover for his residual frost technique. But things don't always go as planned. Lu Changming couldn't stay in the library for 2 days straight without stepping out because he still needed to eat. 2 days later, while hiding in the cafeteria near the library, he unexpectedly ran into Teacher Gao. Upon spotting Lu Changming, Teacher Gao immediately approached. Teacher Gao had come specifically to look for Lu Changming. Knowing that if Lu Changming intended to avoid him, the library was the likely spot, he couldn't simply enter rooms in the martial arts section where someone was already present. Hence, he waited in the cafeteria adjacent to the library for Lu Changming to come for his meal. Lu Changming choked slightly upon seeing Teacher Gao, but didn't run away. He knew he couldn't outrun him. Instead, like an innocent little rabbit, he sat there watching as Teacher Gao approached. With a smile, Teacher Gao sat down opposite Lu Changming. It had been 4 days since the end of the first phase of intensive training, and now Lu Changming was once again facing the deeply detestable smile of his teacher. Lu Changming put down his chopsticks as soon as Teacher Gao sat down. Seeing this, Teacher Gao said, "Continue eating, it's not urgent. I'm nearly done." "Teacher, you speak," Lu Changming responded verbally but thought inwardly. "Still having the appetite to eat seeing you? How big must my heart be?" Teacher Gao nodded, his smile fading as he asked, "What were you thinking during the match 2 days ago?" Of course, Lu Changming mentally facepalmed. He hadn't figured out what excuse to use. He should have known better. It was exactly why he went to hide in the library. This, that, Lu Changming stammered, knowing there was no way he could conjure up a reason on the spot. "All right, if you don't want to say it, then don't." Teacher Gao suddenly smiled again. "But, my friend, you're something else. Who would have thought you'd go straight to the principal?" Hearing this, Lu Changming was a little confused. "What? The principal? So, Teacher Gao already knew? Yesterday after the match, the principal came to see me and talked about you. Tell me how you managed to convince the principal. He's known for being impartial in the academy and wouldn't allow anyone to pull strings." "Huh? He just tested my abilities." Lu Changming was quite surprised when he heard that the principal had said he convinced him. Could that old man have been the principal? No, that didn't seem right. The elder seemed pretty approachable. "Teacher, may I ask, is the principal an elderly man with all white hair?" Lu Changming asked. "Why do you ask that?" Teacher Gao was even more puzzled. "Didn't you see him? Although the principal isn't young, due to his cultivation, he still looks about 50 years old, and most of his hair is still black. So, that old man wasn't the principal." The principal hadn't told Teacher Gao about the elder, which meant there was some kind of secret. Lu Changming thought. Though Teacher Gao was a bit perplexed by Lu Changming's question, he didn't dwell on it since he had other matters to discuss. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Changming, I came today to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Changming was taken aback. An apology? For what? What had Teacher Gao done to him? He couldn't remember anything. "Yesterday after the principal visited, I reflected a lot. Though I was angry on the day you lost, looking back now, the main reason was me." Teacher Gao said earnestly. "I realized over these few days that I never once asked for your consent. It was my one-sided decision to have you participate in the competition. I assumed everyone would want to take part in such large competitions, but clearly, I was wrong. I'm sorry." At this, Teacher Gao lowered his head, leaving Lu Changming dumbfounded as he listened to these words. He hadn't expected Teacher Gao to come and sincerely apologize to him. He was stunned for a while before quickly reacting and saying, "This isn't your fault, teacher. You shouldn't apologize to me. Hoping I would participate in the contest was a sign of acknowledgement towards me. I'm grateful for it. I'm also very thankful for your efforts in personally training me. I should have expressed my thoughts earlier." Lu Changming started speaking incoherently. He wasn't good with words, and now, with the excitement, he could barely express himself properly. Seeing Lu Changming's flustered state, Teacher Gao chuckled and said, "It makes me glad to hear you think this way." Chapter 71, Contestant List. Although the Dean has decided to include you in the list of contestants, since you have reasons that cannot be explained, I can still petition the Dean before the list is released to have your name removed, Mr. Gao said. He felt that since Mr. Lu Changming could not disclose his reasons, perhaps they were indeed troubling him. "Teacher, now that I've already decided to go and find the Dean, I've thought through it all. I'm going to participate in the preliminary selection," Lu Changming said. Though he still harbored some thoughts of withdrawal, he knew it would be completely unreasonable to reverse his decision after speaking with the Dean. "Well, since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Also, since you went to the Dean for my sake, I owe you a thank you." Lu Changming thought to himself that today Mr. Gao seemed to have changed his character and was unusually polite. However, verbally, he replied, "No, teacher, this is to make up for my mistake. To thank you, I will train you more seriously in the future. There are some new special training methods I haven't used yet, and I will try them on you these next few days," Mr. Gao smiled and said. Originally, Mr. Gao's impression in Lu Changming's mind had improved slightly just a moment ago, but now it had fallen again. In Lu Changming's heart, Mr. Gao's smile still resembled that of a demon. After another day passed, the Academy announced the list of those who qualified to compete. There were a total of 24 contestants, 8 people from each grade, consisting of 5 main competitors and 3 substitutes for each grade. As expected, Lu Changming was on the list, though not as a main competitor, but as a substitute. It made sense. Even though he had demonstrated sufficient ability to become a formal member in front of the elders, it would still be difficult to directly add him to the official list. Even if the Dean supported him, the other teachers would undoubtedly strongly oppose it. He didn't really care about being a substitute. What he cared about were the other names on the list. He saw Su Hang's name, which wasn't surprising. Before seeing Su Hang's match, he hadn't thought Su Hang would stand out in the selection contest because Kong Yang had told him that Su Hang had only just reached the soul refinement realm. But after watching Su Hang's competition, Lu Changming realized it would have been strange if Su Hang hadn't made the list. His combat skills were truly exceptional. Now, looking back, on the day when Su Hang persuaded him, something seemed to have been mentioned. Apparently, Su Hang had also undergone Demon Gao's special training. Watching Su Hang's previous battles, his movements clearly bore traces of Demon Gao's training methods and were far more polished than his own. Lu Changming didn't know how long Su Hang had been trained, but judging by his performance, Su Hang was definitely well suited for Demon Teacher's training. Yes, from now on, he had begun referring to Mr. Gao directly in his heart as the demon. Since that day, he felt he became closer to Mr. Gao, though naturally he wouldn't dare to call him that to his face. However, Su Hang wasn't the person Lu Changming focused on most because on the grade 4 list, he noticed a name, a familiar name, Xianxia. There might be countless people named Xianxia in the world, but under 20 years old, with cultivation at mid-stage soul refinement or higher, and located in Yunqing City, it likely referred to none other than the young master Xia he knew. Lu Changming hadn't expected that Xianxia was a 4th-year student at Xianxia Academy. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. With his age and cultivation level, combined with rarely being home but frequently appearing in Yunqing City, logically, the place he could stay was Xianxia Academy. Had he paid more attention earlier, he probably would have discovered this sooner. Last month, however, he traveled to Yedu with him and left Yunqing City for almost 6 or 7 days. At that time, grade 4 should have already been in session for quite a while. Was skipping class for such a long time really okay? From what he understood, Xianxia was at high-stage soul refinement, making him equivalent to a mid-stage practitioner in grade 3. So, it appeared that Xianxia would be one of the key players for grade 4, and Lu Changming was quite looking forward to seeing what Xianxia would accomplish in the competitions. He also memorized the other names on the list since he would eventually meet them. For ordinary students, this list merely allowed them to learn a bit more about the participants' characteristics. For Lu Changming, these unfamiliar names sparked their curiosity, yet there was no way to investigate further since even classmates in Class A didn't know much about him. These selected participants were chosen by the teachers based on match records, so the matches they personally attended weren't enough to judge who should be on the list. Therefore, no one voiced any complaints. They were more concerned with the results of the contests. However, for certain individuals, this list caused some confusion. Most notably, Li Yefeng was particularly puzzled. Why? Because she knew Lu Changming. She was the person who once beat Lu Changming down, someone at mid-stage soul refinement. At this moment, she was in the office of her homeroom teacher for Class 2A, discussing something with her teacher. Teacher, I think there's a big issue with this list. Li Yefeng stood in front of the desk in the office, looking at her homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang Qing, with a hint of anger in her tone. Yueshuang, how do you see a problem with this list? Mr. Wang sighed inwardly, knowing very well that the grade 3 list indeed had issues. After all, he was one of the teachers involved in this evaluation, and naturally, he also knew what happened. What can I do? I'm just as frustrated as anyone. We ordinary teachers can't go against the personally designated names by the dean. Even the leaders in the academy didn't object, so there's nothing we can do about it. Mr. Wang complained silently in his heart. During the selection, the dean himself showed up unexpectedly. In previous years, he had never intervened in these selections. Once he arrived, the dean directly added one name to the substitute list for grade 3 and said, I acknowledge this person's abilities. This surprised the teachers present. In their memories, the dean had always been known as a fair and impartial individual who would never favoritism. So what had prompted this action now? Moreover, none of the teachers had any impression of Lu Changming before. Perhaps this Lu Changming really had something special? But since it was only a substitute slot, the teachers would privately discuss the matter but wouldn't strongly oppose it. It's this one. Li Yefeng pointed at the last name on the grade 3 list with her finger. Oh no, my little Miss Troublemaker. How did you find out? Mr. Wang felt a headache coming on. He originally thought only the teachers involved in the selection would know about this incident, and if word got out among the students, things could get messy. He hated complications more than anything. Though puzzled about how she found out, since the teachers from the academy certainly wouldn't divulge such confidential information, this decision came straight from the dean, and nobody dared to talk. It remained a mystery to him. However, while his heart was filled with questions, his mouth simply asked, what's so special about this person? If he were to ask directly, how do you know? It would immediately expose his involvement, and Mr. Wang didn't want to be seen as the source of leaked information. Chapter 72. Li Yueshuang. I know this person's strength. He was once my opponent. How can someone of his caliber make it onto this list? During the competition, when I was injured, he didn't last more than 2 moves against me. Any other lower-level Xuanhuan warrior could have lasted more than 10 moves against me. A participant like him in the preliminary round would be of no help to us. I don't understand why the teachers let him participate in the tournament. Li Yueshuang was the mid-level Xuanhuan warrior that Lu Changming encountered on that afternoon. She remembering Lu Changming's name was unexpected because she had noted how poorly he performed, not at all like a low-level Xuanhuan warrior. That was why she remembered his name. Wang Qing became even more worried. He had anticipated that Lu Changming's opponent might be aware of his performance, but hadn't given it much thought since he assumed that anyone personally added by the dean should perform reasonably well in the competition. However, this Lu Changming had indeed shown poor results in the match, and what's worse, he had been remembered by his opponent, who also happened to be a student in Wang Qing's class. How do you have such good memory? You even remember your unremarkable opponent's name so clearly. Wang Qing lamented silently, knowing all too well his student's serious nature towards such matters. It wasn't something easily brushed off. However, he could only come up with an excuse to dismiss her. Allowing her to delve further into this issue would benefit no one. Lu Changming, although utterly defeated by you, may have performed well in his previous matches. Perhaps he sustained an injury prior to facing you, which is why he couldn't endure long against you. This was all Wang Qing could think to say after pondering for a while. Still, I am certain that he didn't look like an injured person when he entered the field. Li Yueshuang stuck to her judgment, unaware of Lu Changming's performance before their encounter, yet firmly believing in her own evaluation of his capabilities. You just assumed he wasn't hurt. How do you know he wasn't masking the pain? Perhaps he was simply enduring through it. Don't dwell on this anymore. Once the list is set, it's not easily amendable. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Wang Qing started shooing her away, even though Li Yueshuang was a student he esteemed highly. But Li Yueshuang still seemed unwilling to drop the matter, but seeing her teacher's reluctance to get involved, staying any longer wouldn't yield progress. Thus, reluctantly, she left. In fact, Lu Changming becoming a reserve had no real impact on Li Yueshuang. Even if Lu Changming truly lacked capability, it wouldn't affect the result of the preliminaries, since reserves rarely took part in the games. Only when formal players suffered severe injuries would reserves step in. Besides, the preliminary rounds seldom resulted in severe injuries among the selected members due to their pure circular system. Maintaining personal condition is critical under these circumstances. Hence, unless in exceptionally crucial competitions determining their qualification to advance, competitors rarely win all out. Upon encountering formidable opponents, they would often try their best initially, then admit defeat when things turned dire. Hence, the opportunity for substitutes to take the stage usually only arose during matches against academies weaker than their own. But why did Li Yueshuang pay so much attention to this list? It was because she had deep-seated fixation regarding martial artists' power levels. Her eyes were zero tolerance toward flaws in any assessments linked to abilities. This fixated notion stemmed from her being a female martial artist. Compared to men, female martial artists inherently held a disadvantage, especially at early stages like Xianxia or xuanhuan, not due to lack of talent and cultivation but rather physical capacity issues. Just examining the steps of the Liani realm could demonstrate this disparity. On average, males reach the intermediate level of Liani, while females stop at the basic level. During these lower stages, a martial artist's stamina significantly affects performance, as true essence supply is relatively insufficient, causing them to rely solely on physical agility rather than essence assistance when maneuvering and dodging. Due to females' physical shortcomings compared to men, after prolonged combat, a female martial artist would deplete their essence faster than male counterparts. Nevertheless, these disparities gradually vanish with rising ranks. By the tunneling stage, aside from special cases, such as xuanhuan, physical factors become negligible. From the contest lineup alone, one could already see this female disadvantage. The ratio of male to female, mid-level Xianhuan warriors in the third year was nearly equal, yet men dominated the actual participants on the official lists. However, as a female martial artist, Li Yueshuang was the strongest among all third-year students. There were 2 mid-level Xianhuan warriors in the third year, the other one was male. However, in the martial arts competitions, that male student was completely unable to defeat Li Yueshuang. Relying on her extremely strong control of true energy, Li Yueshuang could resolve the battle before her energy ran out. Even if the opponent wanted to prolong it, it was impossible. The reason she was in Class A2 instead of A1 was simply because A1 had one more low-stage Xianhuan warrior. The reason for Li Yueshuang's obsession stemmed from the prejudice people held against low-rank female martial artists. In various competitions after becoming a martial artist, mostly male classmates participated. Even when 2 participants were at similar levels, teachers would always prioritize male students. She had personally experienced this type of situation. This made Li Yueshuang, who was extremely competitive, unable to accept such an arrangement. At that time, she developed the belief, as long as her abilities surpassed everyone else's, she would no longer be subjected to such prejudice. Over time, this belief turned into an obsession, causing her to deeply detest any situation where selections were based on strength, but changed due to reasons unrelated to capability. It was this obsession that drove her extraordinary talent to focus more on cultivation, eventually leading her to become the top student in her grade. After leaving the office, Li Yueshuang began pondering how she should investigate the ins and outs of this incident. Since she couldn't get answers from the teachers conducting the voting, she would have to investigate the matter through the person involved. It seemed she would have to find an opportunity to meet with this Lu Changming. At the same time, at the place where the academy posted the list of participants, Xianyun, wearing the uniform of a first-year student, was deep in thought because she recognized a familiar name on the list. But she was uncertain if this name belonged to the person she knew. Although there weren't many people called Lu Changming on the continent, the probability of encountering 2 people with the same name was small. Yet, the information listed about this individual was vastly different from the person she knew. According to the list, this person was in the third year, which directly negated the possibility that he was the person she knew, because Yunshao Academy's third-year students were all 18 years old, while he was only 17. More importantly, if he were in the third year, it meant he had been studying here for 2 years, whereas he had only arrived in Yunqing City a little over a month ago. Even some of the academy's teachers were unaware of Yunshao Academy's hidden admission methods, so it was even less likely that a newly enrolled student like Xie Yun would know about them. Xie Yun continued thinking. Moreover, the cultivation level marked on the list was low-level Lianhuan, while he was mid-level Lianhuan. Clearly, This person's talent was inferior to his, and he had already left Yunqing City. Thinking this far, Xie Yun's mood became increasingly downcast. Then she shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. She realized she was merely fantasizing. There was no way the person on the list could be the one she knew. Chapter 73, Rumors. At night, after finishing his cultivation, Yu Changming returned to the dormitory. He had no idea he was in deep trouble. First place in his grade had set their sights on him. Tomorrow was another day of high demon specialized training. It had been nearly a week since the last time, and though he missed it a little, Yu Changming suddenly shivered. Why was he even thinking this? Had he already become some kind of masochist? No, he had to forget that feeling. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he asked Kong Yang about Xie-kun. The Xie-kun on the list was indeed the same person Yu Changming knew. What's more, upon inquiry, it turned out Kong Yang was a fanboy of Xie-kun's. When Yu Changming mentioned Xie-kun, Kong Yang began chattering endlessly, going so far as to say things like Xie-kun is invincible under heaven. This reminded Yu Changming of why he had felt a sense of familiarity when he first met Kong Yang. It was because he could see traces of Xie-kun in him. Kong Yang had always been imitating Xie-kun, but compared to Xie-kun, Kong Yang lacked a bit of freedom and ease. After all, Kong Yang wasn't like Xie-kun, who was a wealthy young master. Such an aura was hard to replicate. That person really was Xie-kun. After dismissing Kong Yang, Yu Changming scratched his head and thought. He did want to see what Xie-kun was like in the academy, even though he himself had suffered quite badly at his hands. He still got scared recalling how he had been discovered by the Meng family that time. Still, Xie-kun had given him some help. However, the face that Xie-kun recognized was disguised through a transformation technique. Although the current Yu Changming wasn't familiar with Xie-kun, this didn't stop Yu Changming from wanting to befriend Xie-kun again. Relatively speaking, he still liked Xie-kun. Finally, the selection competition came to an end. Yu Changming resumed his pre-competition lifestyle, spending the first 2 days of each week cultivating martial techniques, then undergoing 4 days of special training with Teacher Gao, and resting on the final day, during which he retrieved the demon-subduing stone hidden underground and absorbed its purple chi to enhance his realm. Since the end of the selection competition, Yu Changming always felt like someone was watching him. Because of this, every time he went to dig up the demon-subduing stone, he made sure to change his appearance somewhere first. There were also some changes in Teacher Gao's specialized training. He had initially thought that after that incident, Teacher Gao would be moved and make the training slightly easier. Apparently, he was expecting too much. It seemed Teacher Gao was being even harsher now that he had gotten used to the routine. Previously, he visited the medical room about once every 2 days, but now, it had increased to nearly once every half day. The biggest change was the number of trainees increasing from just Yu Changming to 2 people. Su Hang joined as well. Initially, Yu Changming was happy, feeling that having one more person sharing in the hardship might improve his experience. But once the training started, he realized this was not the case. Su Hang was clearly getting different treatment. Since Su Hang had previously gone through Teacher Gao's training, most of the exercises that Yu Changming was doing now were simple reviews for him. Su Hang quickly transitioned to sparring directly with Teacher Gao, and spent most of his time sitting cross-legged beside Teacher Gao digesting his battle experiences. This wasn't special training anymore. It was closer to pre-competition guidance. By comparison, Yu Changming felt even more miserable, often carrying weights and running laps under the scorching sun, glaring resentfully at Su Hang relaxing under the shade. He had never thought Su Hang could be so annoying before. A small incident occurred during the first week after the selection competition, but Yu Changming paid no attention to it. One morning, while rushing to the small playground, a girl stopped him in the middle. It seemed she wanted to ask something about the preliminary contest, but due to waking up late and being pressed for time, Yu Changming simply muttered, "Sorry, I have an urgent matter," and swiftly dodged her to continue running towards the playground. Afterwards, he reconsidered but realized he didn't know her, so whatever it was mustn't have been important. Gradually, he forgot about this event. Li Yueshuang was furious. She had searched for Yu Changming for several days, only to get such a result. At first, she had directly gone to Class A4 looking for him, but failed to find him. Subsequently, she questioned some classmates from Class A4, but none of them knew where Yu Changming was. They merely mentioned that Yu Changming had just passed the admission exam and entered 3rd grade because of his age. Entering school this way raised many doubts, further fueling Li Yueshuang's suspicions about Yu Changming. Still, through inquiries among his classmates, she managed to learn Yu Changming's dormitory number. However, she couldn't directly enter the boys' dormitory building, so she had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the dormitory area early in the morning for Yu Changming to come out. Then an infuriating thing happened. How could Yu Changming personally ignore her like that? Rising so early just to see him, and all he said was, "I have an urgent matter," before running off. He didn't seem to recognize her at all. This was impossible. As Li Yueshuang, the first in their grade, practically everyone in the school knew who she was, and Yu Changming had even competed against her on stage. How could he not recognize her? Thus, there was only one reason. He felt guilty and didn't want to face her. This is what Li Yueshuang thought. This wasn't Yu Changming's intention at all. He really didn't know who Li Yueshuang was. At the time of the competition, his mind had been preoccupied with other thoughts, so he hadn't paid attention to his opponent, nor did he remember her appearance. Unknowingly, Yu Changming seemed to have stumbled into a major trouble. The second week came, over 20 days left until the preliminary contest. Yu Changming's mood was far from good because, recently, 2 rumors had spread around the academy, both about him. The first rumor, although enraging, wasn't enough to cause too much frustration. This rumor claimed that Yu Changming had no real strength and relied on connections to become a substitute for the preliminary contest. His participation was seen as mere filler, just someone trying to get lucky results without merit. Though this rumor angered Yu Changming, he had been prepared for it. Since he hadn't received the spot through proper means, being criticized wasn't unexpected. Once the preliminary contest ended, the truth would be self-evident, and he believed his performance in the competition would definitely vindicate him. But the second rumor was giving him a serious headache. It made no sense how such a story appeared. This was a completely baseless rumor. Someone spread that Li Yueshuang, the top student in their grade, had fallen in love with someone. Even this alone was enough to make waves throughout the third grade, since Li Yueshuang was not only #1 in their year, but also very beautiful, ranking among the top 3 most popular students in the entire academy. And who had captured her affection? A boy named Yu Changming. Yes, you heard right. The very same relationship-abusing individual. Many people claim to have seen, that morning, Li Yueshuang waiting outside the boys' dormitory area for none other than Yu Changming. And even more shockingly, Yu Changming had apparently turned down Li Yueshuang's advances, walking away directly. Following that, Li Yueshuang's angry expression proved it. She seemed hurt, almost on the verge of tears. If Li Yueshuang liked Xia or someone from the 4th year, the students wouldn't find it surprising since they had the standing for such feelings. But Yu Changming, a nobody who got his position through favoritism, made this rumor explode exponentially more than usual. Chapter 74, The Impact of Rumors. This rumor spread quickly among the students, and as it was passed along, its content became strange. There were mentions of abandonment after initial intimacy, triangular relationships, and more. Because of the mixed fermentation of these two rumors, the name Yu Changming gained prominence within the academy. On the morning when the rumor had already spread, at the small playground, Teacher Gao and Su Heng both looked at Yu Changming with odd expressions. It was clear they had already heard these rumors. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky. It was already June, and the weather was getting hotter. Even before training started, sweat had broken out on Yu Changming's forehead. The three of them stood in the small playground for a full half-quarter of an hour, exchanging stares, until Teacher Gao broke the silence. But he didn't announce the start of the training. Instead, because of his curiosity, he inquired about the two rumors. Is there really any connection between you and Li Yueshuang? Clearly, the second rumor held more attraction for Teacher Gao, since he knew what the first rumor was all about. The veins bulged on Yu Changming's forehead. He had been tangled up in this matter for a long time last night by Kong Yeyang, but in the end, he hadn't said anything and solved the issue through violence. And Su Heng, due to his personality, hadn't asked Yu Changming, but clearly, he was also interested. Upon hearing Teacher Gao's question, he looked very curiously at Yu Changming. Teacher, let's start the training. Since the beginning of the special training, this was the first time Yu Changming had wanted the day's training to start sooner. Why don't you tell us? Look, even someone like Su Heng is curious. Teacher Gao pulled Su Heng close and said. In his hands, Su Heng felt like a chick. Yu Changming shook his head forcefully. He really had nothing to say. He didn't know how this rumor had originated. He didn't even know what Li Yueshuang looked like. Seeing that Yu Changming had no intention of saying anything, Teacher Gao draped his arm over Su Heng's shoulder, turned his back to Yu Changming, and quietly said to Su Heng, looks like something scandalous has happened between them. Have you noticed him behaving suspiciously lately? Teacher Gao's voice wasn't loud, but Yu Changming could hear it very clearly. Clearly, this was something Teacher Gao had intentionally said for his ears. There's really nothing going on. I don't even know who this person called Li Yueshuang is. Teacher, you know how my days have been. Would I have found time to get entangled with girls? Yu Changming was helpless. Clearly, Teacher Gao knew he wouldn't have the energy for such matters. He was just looking for trouble. Really, Teacher Gao still didn't believe him. He thought that all rumors must have some basis. They couldn't just appear out of thin air. Could it be an issue on Li Yueshuang's side? Not likely. He knew Li Yueshuang, understood her character, and she definitely wouldn't do such things. That's why he found it strange. How had this rumor started? This morning began a full quarter of an hour later than the previous special training sessions, but eventually, it did begin. Through the training, Yu Changming was able to shift his focus, temporarily forgetting all those troubling matters. Yu Changming looked at Su Heng not far ahead, who was staring back at him. His palms were slightly damp, and his heart was racing with excitement. That day, Teacher Gao added a new project. He arranged for Yu Changming and Su Heng to have a friendly exchange and practice bout. Before they began, he gave specific instructions to both of them. To Yu Changming, he said, you know what can't be used, right? This, of course, referred to xuanhuan and the intermediate realm. Using xuanhuan went without saying, but Yu Changming himself also wanted to fight Su Heng at the same level. Opportunities to spar with someone whose skill was similar to his own were rare, and doing so would surely be much easier than having Teacher Gao train him directly. As for the words directed at Su Heng, those made Yu Changming somewhat irritated. Teacher Gao told Su Heng, take it easy. If you hurt him, we won't be able to continue the training. What did take it easy mean? Was Teacher Gao mocking him? Determined to show off his skills, Yu Changming resolved to change Teacher Gao's incorrect impression of him. Afterwards, during the day's training session, Yu Changming continued practicing with his hair sticking up wildly everywhere. He had to admit, Teacher Gao was absolutely right. Su Heng was indeed holding back. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be his hair. He probably would have been electrocuted completely. He suddenly felt a sense of failure, believing that if he didn't have xuanhuan, he would truly be a weakling. Actually, during the time they were sparring, he was fairly confident. Su Heng's cultivation technique was of the thunder attribute, and the characteristic of thunder techniques was their speed. They could hit the target instantly upon release with almost no delay. However, the drawback was also evident. When executing a long-range attack, it required the lightning to travel through a long distance of space to strike the target. so the lightning had to be concentrated, otherwise, the energy consumption would be too high. Thus, most long-range thunder techniques had an incredibly small range. This presented Yu Changming with an opportunity. Just by predicting when Su Hang would attack, Yu Changming could easily evade the attacks due to the flexibility he'd trained these past few days. However, as Yu Changming approached Su Hang, the range of his thunder techniques would expand accordingly, making it more difficult for Yu Changming to advance. Yu Changming estimated that once they were in contact, Su Hang would likely use his electrical net technique. Thus, at a certain distance, the two were at a stalemate. If Yu Changming surpassed this distance, he would be electrocuted. He had already been hit by a few bolts earlier and felt his whole body numb. He definitely did not want to experience that sensation again. If it were a real match, Yu Changming could have charged towards Su Hang despite the shocks. However, since this was just sparring, Yu Changming couldn't unleash xuanhuan, and even if he got close to Su Hang, he wouldn't have any effective ways to counterattack. Seeing this, Teacher Gao immediately stopped the bout. If it continued, one of them would need to deplete all their true chi for the stalemate to end. Then, Teacher Gao forbade Su Hang from using any abilities that projected outside his body and forced both into close combat. But still, Yu Changming couldn't beat Su Hang because Su Hang had also undergone special training and wasn't weak at close quarters either. Otherwise, during previous matches, Su Hang wouldn't have dodged so smoothly. Every time Yu Changming came into contact with Su Hang, his body would tingle, causing his hair to stick up like steel spikes, and his movements became stiff throughout the exchange. Yu Changming still felt unsatisfied, but in the end, Teacher Gao made them stop using techniques altogether and engage in direct grappling. Yet, Yu Changming still lost. Although Su Hang didn't feel as impossible to defeat as Teacher Gao, he was extremely calm, rarely made mistakes, and seized on Yu Changming's own errors, leaving Yu Changming unable to win without using his techniques. Still, Yu Changming comforted himself with the thought that at least he had xuanhuan. Although the day's special training made Yu Changming quite depressed, it did help dissipate some of the negative emotions brought about by the rumors. Yu Changming thought that the rumors wouldn't affect him anymore after today, but something occurred, an event that made him not just angry but deeply disgusted. Chapter 75, Threat. It has been nearly a week since the rumor spread. Although it remains an attractive topic for others, Lu Changming has been fully focused on his training these days and has gradually forgotten about it. On this evening, Lu Changming, as usual, left the college medical room and walked alone towards the dormitory. Su Hang did not accompany him because Su Hang rarely does the basic training that Lu Changming does, and he does not get injured easily. After training ends, Su Hang either directly returns to the dormitory or finds a place to continue practicing. He doesn't have time to stay in the medical room with Lu Changming. Just as he was about to enter the building at the foot of the dormitory building, someone stopped him at the entrance. "Hello, classmate. Are you Lu Changming? I have a question and would like to ask your advice. Do you have time?" The person said with a smile. Lu Changming nodded. This person made a good impression on him, and he had nothing much planned for the evening anyway, just restoring his true energy and practicing xuanhuan a little more. Even if he doesn't do anything, his true energy would still recover naturally, so he didn't mind spending some time. "It's not very convenient here to talk. Let's go somewhere with fewer people," the person said. Lu Changming responded, though he felt something odd. What kind of question needed to be discussed in a secluded place? However, he still followed, quite curious about what the person wanted to ask. Lu Changming followed that person to the back of the farthest building in the dormitory area. It was a dead-end alleyway, dark and damp, with buildings on one side and high walls on the other. There was only one exit, which clearly wasn't a place for a proper discussion, but rather for something underhanded. Lu Changming sensed trouble immediately. Such a creepy location, dark and isolated, didn't feel right for any legitimate inquiry. It seemed more suited for illicit deeds. Sure enough, when they arrived there, even though the person was still smiling, the friendly demeanor was gone. "What is your question? Speak quickly, I don't have time to waste," Lu Changming said first. Since arriving, the other party hadn't said anything but kept glancing sideways at Lu Changming with a look that irked him greatly. "Do you know who I am?" the person said arrogantly, completely different from their earlier affable manner. It was hard to believe how well they had pretended before. Lu Changming shook his head. He didn't recognize this person. In fact, in this academy, he could count the people he knew on one hand. "It doesn't matter that you don't recognize me. Let me introduce myself." The person cleared their throat and announced, "I'm Xianxia from Class Alpha of the 3rd year. My cultivation level is Middle Soul Refinement." Hearing the boastful self-introduction, Lu Changming felt disgusted and suppressed the urge to slap the smugness off this person's face, responding absent-mindedly. Xianxia choked slightly on the single temporarily unable to speak the long speech he'd prepared. "I'll just cut to the chase," Xianxia said, his false smile vanishing. His tone turned cold and condescending. "That rumor about Yu Shuang liking you. You'd better pay attention." It appeared that Xianxia was Li Yueshuang's suitor. As the only person besides Li Yueshuang in the 3rd year to reach the Middle Soul Refinement stage, his chances were significant. Judging by his reaction, the rumor concerning Li Yueshuang must matter a lot to him. "I don't know how that rumor came about, but Yu Shuang would never, and cannot, possibly like someone like you. You're unworthy of her. Tell me, what qualifications do you have? Strength? Looks? Or something else? Compared to me, you're nothing but trash." Xianxia ranted extremely arrogantly. "Just be a quiet, ordinary student in the academy. Don't get close to Li Yueshuang or make any advances on her. Otherwise," he emphasized with 2 heavy pokes on Lu Changming's shoulder, "you wouldn't want to find out what will happen." Lu Changming trembled all over in front of Xianxia. In Xianxia's eyes, it seemed as if he were scared. Xianxia was satisfied with this reaction and then strutted away confidently, leaving Lu Changming standing alone in the darkness. Not long after Xuanyu left, a dull sound echoed in the dark alleyway. Soon afterward, Lu Changming also emerged from it, expressionless, as if nothing had happened. No one likes being threatened, especially when the person threatening them may not even be as strong as themselves. Naturally, Lu Changming was no exception. Although the words spoken by Xuanyu sounded absurd, they were still extremely offensive. Lu Changming's trembling was not from fear, but from suppressing his anger. He wasn't scared of Xuanyu's strength at all. The things Xuanyu said made him extremely furious. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Changming's hands began gathering xuanhuan. When Xuanyu tapped his shoulder, he nearly slapped him in the face and froze it completely. That dull sound came from a punch he delivered to the wall, embedding all the unspent xuanhuan inside it. He managed to restrain himself in the end. At this time, it would be best not to cause too much trouble, otherwise the hard-earned opportunity might be taken away. Although he endured, swallowing the indignation, he resolved that for now he would let it pass. But once the preliminary selection was over, he'd give Xuanyu a beating to release his frustration. If the rumor was true, if Li Yueshuang had confessed to him and he refused her, then he could simply confront Xuanyu another time. However, being threatened for no clear reason due to an unfounded rumor left Lu Changming feeling unfairly wronged. His sense of injustice only strengthened his rage. What he didn't realize was that during the moment when Xuanyu patted his shoulder, a thought of killing intent entered his mind. But at that instant, Lu Changming was so blinded by anger that he overlooked it entirely. The wall that Lu Changming hit collapsed some time later, leaving a massive crack. An investigation by the academy found traces of extremely low temperatures on the wall, which caused it to become brittle, but no one knew why the wall had frozen. Lu Changming did not mention what happened that night to anyone else. He continued learning and training as usual. However, Teacher Gao clearly noticed that during training, Lu Changming had become quieter and more focused than before. Afterward, Lu Changming couldn't help but recall the events of that night every now and then, which reignited his anger. This allowed him to release some tension through training. Teacher Gao could see that something seemed to weigh heavily on Lu Changming's mind, but since he did not know about the incident that night, he assumed the rumors were troubling him continuously. It was natural to feel upset if those rumors about relationships with others made him angry. Usually, single people wouldn't get infuriated by rumors portraying them romantically unless they were genuinely troubled by such gossip. Thus, Teacher Gao consoled him, saying, "Changming, don't worry about those rumors. Focus on your training, and when you shine brightly, the truth will silence any false talk." Hearing this, Lu Changming felt somewhat helpless. He didn't really want to bring up the matter because he believed it was something he should handle personally, preferring the satisfaction of resolving such conflicts himself rather than letting others mediate. Chapter 76. Departure. Time flies, and it was already the end of June. There was less than a week before the preliminary competition began, and the contestants from Xianxia Academy were about to set off. Today was overcast, and this gloomy weather made Lu Changming's mood not so good, as if something unpleasant was going to happen in the past few days. At this moment, Lu Changming was standing with a group of students on the main playground of the academy, listening to the speeches by the academy leaders. These speeches usually revolved around efforts and striving for victory, making Lu Changming drowsy. As a participant, he stood at the front, while his side stood Teacher Gao. Seeing that Lu Changming was about to fall asleep, Gao directly infused him with some true energy, waking him up. Although Gao also thought these speeches were useless, it should not show on the surface, because it would be awkward if the leaders saw it. Finally, the long speech ended, followed by some farewell ceremonies, and they were finally ready to leave. The group, including the team leader and accompanying teachers, consisted of more than 30 people. Lu Changming also saw Xianxia again. Seeing him surrounded by female contestants, Lu Changming couldn't help but feel a bit envious, as it seemed like Xianxia was quite popular in the academy. Looking at how courteous Xianxia was when greeting the girls, it felt like he had become somewhat more serious in the academy. But just then, Lu Changming noticed Xianxia's hand wandering improperly among the girls. Lu Changming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He decided to forget what he said earlier, as someone like Xianxia shouldn't only be judged by appearances. Yunqing City wasn't far from Yedu, and since Xianxia Academy had named the exercise training for maintaining the condition of their students, the group walked all the way to Yedu without any means of transportation such as carriages. Our goal today is to cross the Fengxing Mountains. Speed up, we cannot spend the night in the mountains. One of the 3 vice presidents of Xianxia Academy led the group. She was the only female vice president. Her name was Zhu Yuan. Despite appearing to be over 50 years old, she held herself with great dignity and had an authoritative air. Lu Changming suddenly realized that although the position of vice president sounded impressive, it seemed like in the academy, they were specifically tasked with running errands. Regardless of any important event, a vice president always had to lead the charge. Lu Changming looked at those eager students and discovered that it seemed like he was the only one who didn't know they would be walking all the way to Yedu until now, leaving him feeling a bit depressed. However, with so many people walking together, it wouldn't be lonely. Because everyone was a martial artist, the luggage they carried with them was merely some clothes and food to eat along the way, which wasn't heavy for them. They moved quickly. Also, Fengxing Mountains weren't far from Yunqing City. On the map, Yunqing City was right next to Fengxing Mountains. After 2 hours, the group reached the foot of the mountain. However, due to the leadership encouragement speech and the farewell ceremony that served no real purpose, they left Yunqing City at C hour, 9 a.m., and now it was Wei hour, 1 p.m. Deputy President Zhu allowed everyone to rest briefly before entering the mountain, eating a late lunch in preparation to traverse the Fengxing Mountains in one breath. The group rested in the roadside forest. Before arriving at the mountain, they were advancing through open fields. Since there were so many of them, moving on roads would disturb passing vehicles. Although traveling through fields before entering the mountains, the plains ensured their speed wasn't reduced. The traffic volume at the entrance of this mountain wasn't less than at the gate of Xianxia City. The route they chose wasn't the same one that Lu Changming and Xianhuan used while tracking the Meng family previously. This path was the main road through Fengxing Mountains, much wider and safer compared to the road chosen by the Meng family. Along the way, soldiers were stationed, ensuring almost no danger. But because this road needed to consider the direction of the mountain, it was winding. Compared to the almost straight small path, this main road covered nearly twice the distance. Nevertheless, for the safety of the students, the academy naturally chose the safest road. The rest time was almost over. Although it was brief, the physical fitness of the students was good, and the previous journey hadn't consumed too much energy anyway, mainly just to eat lunch. During this short break, Lu Changming constantly felt an odd sensation, as if he were being watched by an unseen gaze. However, after scanning his surroundings several times, he found no one paying attention to him. Initially, he thought it might be Xuanhuan looking at him, but judging from his appearance, he wasn't focused on Lu Changming. So who could it be? Among these people, the ones he knew were only Xianxia and Su Hang. Teacher Gao didn't join the expedition, and Xianxia didn't even know his current identity. Therefore, Lu Changming had no idea who could possibly be watching him. Could it be that person was looking at Su Hang? Lu Changming glanced at Su Hang sitting next to him. Neither of them knew many people in the academy, and among this group, they only knew each other, so now the two were leaning against a tree together. Su Hang had a cold demeanor, he wasn't ugly, and usually worked hard. This type indeed attracted some girls. Looking at Su Hang, Lu Changming thought like this. Then he thought of Kong Yueshan, recalling his sullen face when he learned that both Lu Changming and Su Hang would be away for nearly a month, which made him want to laugh. Given his personality, staying alone in the dormitory would probably be tough for him. The rest time ended, Deputy President Zhu instructed everyone to tidy up and get ready to set off, interrupting Lu Changming's thoughts as he slowly stood up. The mountain road wasn't as easy to navigate as the plains. Even though the road had no potholes, since it was built within the mountains, it was all uphill and downhill with almost no flat ground. Progress was slower than before and required more energy. However, eventually, everyone managed to exit the Fengxing Mountains before sunset. For those above the third grade, like Lu Changming, it felt fine, but after leaving the mountains, the second graders collapsed on the ground as if they were exhausted. But they were soon lifted by the accompanying teachers and leaned against trees to rest. Because the teachers maintained a speed that the second graders could keep up with to prevent them from falling behind. This pace didn't mean much for the third and fourth graders who had reached the soul refining stage. But for the majority of second graders who were at the peak of chi refining, they were running almost at their full capacity for the entire journey. As a result, by the end, they were almost completely drained of both stamina and true energy. Throughout this journey, Lu Changming didn't feel very tired. Only his true energy was somewhat depleted. However, this wasn't an issue. Before departure, he had considered such a situation and asked Teacher Gao if there were any materials that could block true energy. Unexpectedly, there really was such a material, and it was quite common, jade. The better the quality of jade, the better its blocking effect, so many treasures were kept in jade boxes. To prepare for any eventuality, Lu Changming spent a lot of money on a high-quality jade box to bring out the demon suppressing stone, nearly depleting his cash reserves. Although this meant the demon suppressing stone couldn't absorb surrounding true energy anymore, at least it wouldn't be discovered. He could bury it in a secluded place in Yi capital later. Chapter 77. Unable to bear it anymore. After leaving the Fengxing mountain range, they traveled for about an hour. The group arrived at a small town where they would rest for the night. This small town, being one of the closest to the Fengxing mountain range, had heavy foot traffic. Thus, there were many inns here, with over half the shops on the streets related to food and lodging. However, the group searched for a long time without finding a single inn that could accommodate everyone. This wasn't just because their group was large, the timing of their departure was also a factor. This was the exact time when students from other academies were also heading to Yidu, so the larger inns had already been fully booked by those early arrivals. Helpless, Deputy Dean Zhu could only arrange for the students to stay in 2 different inns. 2 teachers stayed with the 3rd and 4th year students at one inn, while Deputy Dean Zhu and the remaining teachers stayed with the weaker 2nd year students at another inn about 100 meters away. By the time everyone was finally settled, it was almost the Shu hour, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Lu Changming and Su Hang naturally shared a room together. Upon entering the room, Lu Changming immediately pounced onto the bed. After a long day's journey, lying down on the bed felt like heaven, and he didn't want to get up again. He dozed off like this for a while until Lu Changming turned his head and glanced at Su Hang, suddenly leaping up from the bed. You. Lu Changming pointed at Su Hang fearfully and exclaimed, "You're not Su Hang. Who the hell are you?" Although Lu Changming's reaction seemed exaggerated, Su Hang's behavior was indeed unusual. Su Hang was sitting by the window, propping his face on his hand and gazing blankly into the sky, lost in thought. This was entirely unlike Lu Changming's memory of Su Hang, who never wasted a moment. Su Hang dedicated all his time to cultivation, leading Lu Changming to once think that Su Hang might as well be a cultivation machine. Hearing Lu Changming scream, Su Hang snapped out of his reverie, turned around, and gave Lu Changming a glance as if looking at an imbecile before turning back to continue staring at the sky. Seeing that Su Hang was still silent and taciturn, Lu Changming exhaled in relief. In truth, he wouldn't have acted so dramatically, but after a day of traveling, he was still in a heightened state. Deciding he couldn't lie in bed anymore, Lu Changming stood up and said to Su Hang, "Since we're not cultivating, let's go out for a walk and find something to eat." Lu Changming's main goal was to grab some food. Although there was some carried food, it didn't taste very good. Besides, he'd eaten in the academy canteen every day and wanted to treat himself to better food. "Are you treating me?" came the reply. Hearing these words, Lu Changming paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure, I'll treat you." He hadn't expected Su Hang to be someone who liked taking advantage of others. Clearly, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Half an hour later, Lu Changming, rubbing his full belly contentedly, walked back towards the inn. Su Hang, no longer appearing worried, seemed in better spirits after his free meal. This dinner was the most satisfying meal Lu Changming had ever eaten. Although they'd gone to just a regular restaurant, his hunger after such a long journey made the meal taste much better. Plus, having company while eating improved the experience. Even during the previous special training sessions when he'd been equally hungry, the canteen food hadn't tasted as good as the restaurant fare. Feeling pleased, Lu Changming hummed a little tune as he returned to the inn. But at the inn entrance, he was stopped by someone. "Lu Changming, do you know why I'm looking for you?" Li Yueshuang scolded, glaring at him. She'd been enduring this for quite a while now. Due to rumors earlier, she avoided pursuing the matter further, unable to find a good opportunity along the way. When Su Hang saw Li Yueshuang, he glanced at Lu Changming and then, pretending as though he saw nothing, went inside the inn. He quickly turned back around and secretly observed them behind the inn door. Lu Changming rested his chin in his palm and stared at Li Yueshuang for a long time. Just as it seemed like she was about to explode, he asked calmly, "Sister, who are you?" That sentence instantly made Li Yueshuang snap. She wanted to kick him right in the face. But after a few deep breaths to calm herself, she reasoned that it must have been his attempt to provoke her so he could deflect attention from the issue at hand. No, she told herself, she had to stay calm. "I am Li Yueshuang." These 5 words were gritted through her teeth. Li Yueshuang. Oh yeah. Lu Changming paused for a moment upon hearing the name. He had almost forgotten about the rumors. "I remember now. Look, about that rumor, I don't even remember meeting you before. To be honest, I'm not interested in you, so please don't come find me anymore." Lu Changming felt he needed to be decisive in his refusal, otherwise, there would be too much trouble later. "Lu Changming, you jerk." Li Yueshuang could no longer contain herself. The person in front of her was nothing but a scoundrel who kept changing the subject and evading her questions while constantly bringing up the rumor that made her feel utterly embarrassed. She knew how that rumor had started. It was because she had looked for Lu Changming at the dormitory entrance early one morning and many people had seen it. She believed Lu Changming must know what happened as well. So his statement of, "I don't know how the rumors started," seemed even more despicable to her. Unable to contain her anger, she lashed out. Lu Changming felt very wronged. He hadn't paid attention to who his opponent was during the competition, so he couldn't possibly understand the complications behind this issue. Furthermore, he had completely forgotten about Li Yueshuang coming to find him before. He thought his relationship with Li Yueshuang only revolved around that rumor. Li Yueshuang's shout was rather loud and drew everyone from around the inn and inside it to look outside. Seeing so many people staring, Li Yueshuang began to regret it. She originally intended to handle this matter privately without making it known to the whole world. Moreover, the rumor about Lu Changming being a favored student wasn't something she had spread. She didn't even know how it came about. Could it be? "Yueshuang, don't bother with such a despicable person." A voice suddenly interrupted. This voice was all too familiar to Lu Changming because he detested it deeply, and it belonged to Xuanhuan. Upon hearing Li Yueshuang's shout, Xuanhuan immediately stepped out from the inn and said this after seeing Lu Changming standing opposite her. Why bother saying so much to this favored student? He surely thinks that the rumor about him being favored is something you released, so he intentionally spread the rumor about liking him to retaliate against you. Xuanhuan approached Li Yueshuang, placing his hand on her shoulder, and continued, "Have some guts and don't pick on Yueshuang. She has a good temper and doesn't want to get into a fight with you. I was the one who released that rumor. Come after me if you dare." Li Yueshuang brushed off the hand on her shoulder and ignored Xuanhuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming suddenly laughed. He decided not to bear it anymore. Although he wished to keep a low profile, Xuanhuan's defamation of him in public left him no choice but to act. Even if he held back, his life wouldn't be peaceful afterward. It would be better to take action now and let everyone know that he wasn't someone to be easily provoked. He turned to Su Hang, who had come over after hearing Li Yueshuang's shout, and asked, "Is there a fire attribute teacher among the two?" Chapter 78, Starting the Fight. That rumor was indeed spread by Xuanhuan. He liked Li Yueshuang, so he constantly bothered her whenever he had nothing to do. Previously, after noticing that Li Yueshuang looked unhappy, he shamelessly pestered her until she told him the reason. At first, he didn't care. What did a substitute who got in through connections have to do with him? However, seeing how angry Li Yueshuang was, he joined in criticizing Lei Changming for a few laughs. But later, rumors surfaced that Li Yueshuang's confession to Lei Changming had been rejected. After spending so much time with her, Xuanhuan knew her well. She wouldn't make such an admission in public, and there's no way she would like someone just because of their connections. So he assumed this was Lei Changming retaliating against Li Yueshuang by spreading false rumors, which led him to have his classmates spread rumors about Lei Changming being a relation-based recruit. Thus, the rumor that Lei Changming was a connection-based recruit only emerged after another rumor came out. The crowd outside the inn grew larger and quickly surrounded the 4 individuals in a large circle. Neither of the 2 teachers is fire attribute, so why are you asking? Although Su Hang answered Lei Changming's question, his eyes stayed fixed on Xuanhuan. Lei Changming was his friend, and if he were defamed, Su Hang would not let it go. My martial arts require fire energy to be neutralized. I'm worried my moves might injure him. Lei Changming said this matter-of-factly as though it was a trivial thing. Earlier, Teacher Gao had told him that residual frost could be counteracted by fire energy. If he used residual frost but wanted to avoid completely freezing his opponent, then having a higher-level fire tribute martial artist nearby would be essential. Su Heng nodded slightly. He already knew that Lei Changming was mid-stage soul-cultivating realm from Teacher Gao, who trusted Su Heng enough to share that information. What? Injure me? Are my ears broken or something? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Ha ha ha. He Xuanyu laughed arrogantly, disbelieving that a low-stage soul-cultivating realm relation-based recruit could harm him. While those present thought perhaps Lei Changming could injure He Xuanyu, they doubted that he'd defeat him. Everyone felt Lei Changming's decision to bring up this subject wasn't very wise. Don't worry, I'm fire attribute. A familiar voice suddenly rang in Lei Changming's ear, and upon looking back, he saw a familiar face. It was Xia-kun. Great. Then I thank you beforehand. Though unsure why Xia-kun chose to help him. Clearly, Xia-kun didn't recognize the current Lei Changming, otherwise, he would have reached out before departure. This was not the moment to dwell on it. Su Heng silently moved back into the crowd, creating more space. The surrounding people also gradually stepped back, making room for them. No one disliked a good show in this boring little town. Li Yueshuang also stepped aside. She didn't want the fight to happen. She noticed the arrival of the two teachers and hurried over, hoping the teachers could stop the situation. What's going on here? Cease this nonsense immediately. You're disgracing our academy. One of the teachers finally arrived and yelled loudly. Both individuals retracted their emitted true qi, Lei Changming out of respect for Teacher Gao's teaching, and He Xuanyu due to the fact that it was their class teacher speaking. What's happened here? The two teachers moved through the crowd and approached them. Before either person could speak, Xia-kun suddenly stepped forward and said to the teachers, Teacher Chun, these two students have some personal grudges. I think letting them settle it themselves might be best since any unresolved issues could affect team harmony. Why don't we allow them to find a quiet spot somewhere, have a fair fight, and ensure no disgrace comes to the academy? Teacher Shun, He Xuanyu's class advisor, furrowed his brow in deep thought. Xia-kun currently held the title as the strongest student in Yunshao Academy and wielded significant influence within the academy. Furthermore, he was the young master of the Star Ring Chamber of Commerce. Someone Shun, as just an ordinary teacher at the academy, preferred not to upset. Xia-kun's suggestion was practical, yet Shun remained concerned, not about He Xuanyu, but fearing that He Xuanyu might hurt Lei Changming too severely, despite him merely being a substitute. It would still reflect poorly on him if a team member got injured before the competition. After pondering for a while, Shun announced, I will report this to Principal Zhu and let her decide. You all can leave now. There won't be a fight here. Shun addressed the gathered crowd around them. Some among the audience began grumbling as they realized they'd missed the free entertainment of watching two Martial Academy students face off. Vice Dean Zhu was quite troubled when she heard about the students' internal conflict. During such team competitions, the last thing anyone wants is a feud among team members. Hence, as soon as she received the news, she hurried to the scene. At first, she didn't intend to have the two resolve their issue through force. In her eyes, it was merely child's play, something that could be mediated. She had also heard the rumors in the academy and suspected it might be more of a romantic issue, which wouldn't pose much trouble for her as someone experienced in these matters to mediate. Upon arriving, Vice Dean Zhu immediately stopped the duel. However, clearly, both parties, although they reluctantly agreed due to her being the vice dean, were extremely dissatisfied. If left unresolved, there was bound to be an even bigger clash later on. Adding to the situation, Xia-kun, who loved stirring up drama, added fuel to the fire by embellishing the situation, saying that this matter had escalated to the level of dignity, and if not resolved immediately, it would affect their future development. Though Xia-kun might have been partially driven by curiosity for the spectacle, seeing the gritted teeth of both parties made it clear that mere persuasion wouldn't work anymore. Helpless, she finally consented, but she insisted that it must stop at first blood. No irreversible injuries should occur. Before it began, she reiterated her confirmation with Lei Changming regarding whether he wanted to proceed with the duel, as it was evident that Lei Changming was at a disadvantage in this contest. His opponent was a level higher than him. Of course, when selecting participants, Vice Dean Zhu herself was involved, so she knew this student well. Having worked closely with the dean for many years, she understood his character. For the dean to personally add this person's name to the substitutes list, there had to be a reason. This student, Lei Changming, must have something unique about him. However, his opponent was an entire level higher, and considering that they were both still students, their battle experiences weren't abundant. Thus, the disparity in their inner energy levels would play a more significant role in the outcome of the match. One more time, are you sure you want to fight? At a desolate suburb of the small town, Vice Dean Zhu looked at Lei Changming, who was doing his pre-duel warm-ups. Yes, I'm sure. Lei Changming nodded once again. Chapter 79. He Xuanyu's Martial Arts. Vice President, my martial arts are very powerful. If I can't control myself, please help me hold back a little, He Xuanyu said to Vice President Zhu, a cruel smile on his face. He had been eagerly anticipating this duel for some time. Previously, he hadn't made a move against Lu Changming in the small alley behind the dormitory building because he was wary of Lu Changming's homeroom teacher, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was quite famous in the academy. If he learned that someone had beaten up one of his students, even Teacher Shun might not be able to protect the assailant, and they would most certainly get thrashed by Gao Yuan. So He Xuanyu had waited for this day for a long time, when he could beat Lu Changming without any repercussions, and then Gao Yuan wouldn't have any reason to come after him. But looking at Lu Changming now, it angered him. Lu Changming appeared calm, nonchalantly stretching his shoulders as if the upcoming fight was going to be effortless. We'll see if you still have the strength to stand here soon. He Xuanyu angrily thought to himself. Are you both ready? Then, begin, shouted the teacher acting as the referee. Lu Changming immediately activated his petrification skin. He had previously studied He Xuanyu's attack methods, and the petrified skin was very effective at defending against He Xuanyu's ranged attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds broke through the air, and Lu Changming immediately channeled his true energy, forming a thick wall of ice in front of him. This martial art was something Lu Changming had learned in the past month. He'd acquired several ice attribute martial arts, which allowed him to respond differently to various situations. More importantly, he could use ice elemental techniques to mask the activation of residual frost. Pop, pop. The ice wall embedded two dart-like stone spikes, which were part of He Xuanyu's martial technique. He Xuanyu's cultivation method was earth attribute based, but unlike standard earth attribute methods, his techniques leaned more toward offensive capabilities. While increasing the hardness of his released martial arts, he abandoned the advantage of broad-ranged earth-type techniques. The hardness of the martial techniques He Xuanyu released approached metal levels. At his current level of soul refining stage, their hardness was comparable to those emitted by practitioners at the spirit channeling stage using an earth attribute method. It was said that once this cultivation method reached the spiritual connection stage, the stonewares used would crystallize, making them harder than diamonds. This method clearly has its advantages. It's more flexible than typical earth attributes used by warriors, with faster release speeds and higher damage focused purely on people. However, its shortcomings are equally evident. He Xuanyu couldn't utilize the earth's power to perform long-distance martial arts as other earth-type warriors could. Without body contact, his true energy at the soul refining stage simply couldn't condense such hard substances. Without the benefit of range or the ability to leverage forces from the ground, his distant attacks relied solely on inertia post-launch. If earlier the stones emerged directly from the ground to impact the ice wall, the wall would already be broken, but at the speed of the columns, Lu Changming would have simply evaded rather than blocking with the wall. Evidently, He Xuanyu's method couldn't produce large volume techniques, so his remote attacks were limited to launching small stone darts and pellets, which were easily countered with simple defensive external techniques. Therefore, He Xuanyu placed greater emphasis on close combat, where he could spontaneously create weapon shapes of various kinds, each as hard as metal. Though Lu Changming excelled in close combat too, the spiky hedgehog strategy of having sharp points all over the body effectively countered the touch-dependent abilities like residual frost. Fortunately, He Xuanyu didn't know about the need for direct physical contact and residual frost, and therefore wouldn't guard against what seemed to be Lu Changming's careless bodily contacts. After the probing attacks ended, He Xuanyu rushed towards Lu Changming. Lu Changming stayed still, waiting for He Xuanyu to approach him. Even though the ice wall could block the stone darts, taking a direct hit with his body might injure him, despite the petrification skin protection. As if showing off his strength, He Xuanyu didn't go around Lu Changming's ice wall, but charged straight into it, aiming to break the ice wall first, and then launch an assault on Lu Changming. This provided an opening for Lu Changming. He Xuanyu's right fist encased in a rock armor crashed onto the ice wall, shattering it completely. It wasn't due to He Xuanyu's attack being excessively strong, it was Lu Changming deliberately letting the ice wall break. The dense shards of ice scattered into the air, obstructing their view. The sight before them was filled with flying, icy fragments. However, Lu Changming had prepared beforehand by memorizing He Xuanyu's movements, extending his left hand in a palm strike towards He Xuanyu's abdomen. However, He Xuanyu's reaction was quick. Even though he couldn't see Lu Changming clearly, it seemed as if he sensed an attack heading towards his abdomen. Since he had only applied a spiky stone armor on his attacking parts for flexibility and didn't have time to apply one on his abdomen now, he immediately raised his knee encased in the stone armor to block this attack. Swish! When all the broken ice fell to the ground, the two had already separated. From the looks of it, the first exchange appeared to favor He Xuanyu since Lu Changming's left hand was bleeding, whereas He Xuanyu was completely unscathed. Still, Lu Changming's expression didn't change, seeming as if he still held the upper hand. He Xuanyu furrowed his brows as he looked at Lu Changming. The attack Lu Changming launched just now had puzzled him, because although the strike aimed at his abdomen was blocked by his knee hadn't felt a heavy blow. It was more like a light caress. Otherwise, Lu Changming's hand wouldn't have been just grazed so simply. He Xuanyu didn't continue thinking about it. He remained confident, so after a brief pause, he rushed towards Lu Changming again. The two fought back and forth for over 10 rounds. During this time, Lu Changming unleashed many ice attribute martial techniques, including icicles, ice blades, and ice spears. These were all skills he had learned in the past month, but he'd only brushed through them lightly, giving them form without much real offensive power. In contrast, He Xuanyu kept things simple. He mostly reinforced himself with true energy and adjusted the length of the stone spikes on his armor to unexpectedly injure Lu Changming when the opportunity arose. Many of the teachers observing the duel were veterans of countless battles, so they noticed that Lu Changming's martial arts seemed somewhat careless. It seemed as though Lu Changming's attention wasn't really on these techniques, which made the teachers rather curious. Finally, after another separation, He Xuanyu ceased his continued attacks, because Lu Changming evidently no longer possessed the strength for battle. By this point, Lu Changming was covered in blood, and his clothes had almost turned into rags. There were over a dozen gashes several inches long on his body, all inflicted by the stone spikes. Additionally, a spike protruded from his left shoulder. However, These were only superficial injuries. Despite some blood loss, they wouldn't leave lasting effects, so the teachers allowed the duel to proceed uninterrupted. On the other hand, though Xuanhu appeared disheveled, he bore no visible wounds. The only time Lu Changming caused him pain was when Lu Changming hit his abdomen with a burst punch. However, by then his abdomen was protected by the stone armor, and the burst punch merely shattered the armor. His abdomen was merely struck by a bare fist void of any technique. Ha! Seeing Lu Changming's state, Xuanhu began to laugh. This is what you deserve as trash. Surrender now, or the next stone spike won't just be targeting your shoulder. Chapter 80, Victory. Almost everyone present thought that Lu Changming had lost, except for two people, Su Hang and Xia. Su Hang knew what secret weapon Lu Changming had, even though he didn't know the specifics. He could infer from Mr. Gao's words that it must be very powerful. Xia, on the other hand, noticed the look in Lu Changming's eyes. That was not the look of someone who had lost, but instead, one filled with laughter. Moreover, Xia felt a familiar sensation emanating from Lu Changming, which made him confident that Lu Changming would win. Otherwise, seeing those eyes might have led him to believe Lu Changming was foolish. Lu Changming, can you still hold on? Deputy Dean Zhu asked. If not, I'll announce the match result. Lu Changming slowly shook his head. As he shook it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter as if suppressing something for a long time. Smiling, he said, Dean Zhu, give me 5 more counts. After I finish counting to 5, we'll know the result of the match. After saying this, Lu Changming raised his left hand and spread out his palm. The pain from the wound on his left shoulder caused him to frown slightly. 5. Lu Changming folded down his thumb. The teachers present were all quite confused about what Lu Changming was up to. Xuanhu also watched coldly, curious to see what would happen after these 5 counts. 4. Xia looked at Lu Changming with great interest, while Su Hang observed Xuanhu thoughtfully. 3. Li Yuechuang watched Lu Changming curiously. She felt she would soon understand why Lu Changming could participate in the preliminary selection. 2. Suddenly, Xuanhu began to feel an ominous premonition. 1. Xuanhu suddenly felt a chill rush through his knees. Snap! Lu Changming clicked his fingers. Oof! Xuanhu immediately fell down, holding both knees tightly. Joints are highly susceptible to coldness. Everyone present was shocked and didn't know what just happened. However, Deputy Dean Zhu did not announce the end of the match yet. She believed Xuanhu only suffered from a knee injury and still had some strength left to fight. Several moments later, Xuanhu began clutching his stomach and convulsing. If you don't announce the end of the match now, he will be ruined, Lu Changming calmly told Deputy Dean Zhu. Only then did the Deputy Dean react, promptly declaring Lu Changming as the winner before rushing towards Xuanhu's side. All the teachers present were stunned. They never expected the match to turn around like this. What's more, during the entire contest, Lu Changming didn't use mid-tier martial arts skills, just low-tier ones, which made it even more astonishing to the crowd. Remember to use fire attribute True Chi to heal him. When the crowd approached Xuanhu's side, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Shun, directly lifted the clothing over Xuanhu's stomach. They found that Xuanhu's abdomen had already turned purple, and a layer of frost had formed. This was due to the cold essence injected by Lu Changming when he used his punch earlier. Right after breaking the stone armor on Xuanhu's abdomen with his Beng Quan technique, Lu Changming followed up with residual frost, injecting a large amount of cold essence into Xuanhu's abdomen. This was a tactic Lu Changming had thought up not too long ago, using residual frost immediately after exhausting his power with Beng Quan. This ensured that the residual frost wouldn't be easily dissipated by the explosive force of Beng Quan itself. However, this method came with significant drawbacks. Forcing one area of meridians to switch output between 2 different martial techniques put a tremendous strain on them. There was even a possibility of directly snapping them, and repairing severed meridians is no easy task. Much like fixing a fracture, it requires setting it properly before treatment can begin. But Lu Changming harbored deep resentment against Xuanhu, wanting him to endure as much suffering as possible. Hence, he used a method that risked mutual destruction. Although his meridians didn't break, the pain in his right hand persisted even until after the match ended. Therefore, earlier he was counting while enduring the pain, lifting his injured left shoulder and using his left hand to signal. This is cold poison. Deputy Dean Zhu exclaimed in shock upon observing Xuanhu's abdomen. Quickly, anyone with the fire attribute, help this boy dispel the cold within his body. What shocked Deputy Dean Zhu wasn't merely the cold poison itself, but the person releasing it. Practitioners with the ice attribute actually possess the ability to release cold poison, but there are conditions. Firstly, their cultivation must reach at least the high level of the soul passage stage or higher. Even then, releasing cold poison into another practitioner of the same realm can be extremely difficult, let alone one whose cultivation is far superior. Thus, her astonishment was understandable as she couldn't fathom how Lu Changming managed to release the cold poison and cause it to infiltrate Xuanhu's body so effectively. Additionally, many inconsistencies lingered. The entire match had been under her watchful eyes, and yet it seemed that Lu Changming's martial techniques never struck Xuanhu's body directly. If so, how did the cold poison penetrate? Moreover, cold poisons usually take effect immediately. Why, then, did it remain latent in Xuanhu's body for such a prolonged period? The next morning, as Lu Changming rolled over, he immediately yelped and leaped up. His roll had pressed on the wound on his left shoulder. After the match yesterday, his wounds were treated by a teacher specializing in healing, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Although they were only superficial injuries without damaging muscles or bones, he had lost a lot of blood, and felt dizzy and disoriented after the match. However, all his wounds except for the deeper one on his left shoulder had already scabbed over. They should heal completely before reaching Yidu. Woke up? How are you feeling? Su Hang was awakened from his cultivation practice by Lu Changming's scream. Lu Changming twisted his body around, raising his right arm to flex his bicep as he said proudly, I'm fine. The body honed by Mr. Gao is nothing to joke about. You seem to be in a good mood. Tell me how you feel after the match. Unusually, Su Hang took the initiative to ask Lu Changming questions. Lu Changming was indeed in high spirits. The grudge that had built up for over half a month was finally released, and thinking back to yesterday still got his blood pumping. He excitedly said, You know, when I saw that guy clutching his knees and falling down, it felt absolutely fantastic. It was like running 2 kilometers in summer and then taking a bath immediately? No. Like being hungry for 2 days and then suddenly indulging in a full banquet? Or eating a plate of super spicy peppers and then drinking a bucket of icy water. None of those really compare. Lu Changming furrowed his brow, trying to think of a better way to describe it. Su Hang couldn't help but smile slightly at Lu Changming's excited chatter. Yes, got it. It's like having your nose blocked for half a month, and then it suddenly clears up. Su Hang remained silent, offering no comment on Lu Changming's simile. You know, Xuanhuan came to see me half a month ago. What did he say at that time? Oh, that I'm trash. And he even threatened me? But look who's the real trash now. Lu Changming's voice grew louder as if determined to vent all the pent-up anger from yesterday. I can't wait to see how he'll act when he sees me again. Just imagining it makes me feel so relieved. Lu Changming looked smug, being defeated by someone at a lower cultivation level. Does he even have the face to continue studying in the academy? Ha ha ha. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the wall came from the other side. The room had poor soundproofing, and it seemed they'd disturbed the neighbors enough to resort to banging on the wall. Lu Changming quickly quieted down. Chapter 81, Apology. Finally, Lu Changming calmed down, but he was still excited. While getting up and washing up, he chuckled from time to time. Yesterday, when he defeated Xuanhuan, he didn't have the chance to rejoice before fainting. This morning, his excitement burst forth. He had been suppressing it for too long. Su Hang watched Lu Changming and suddenly sighed wistfully, saying, It seems that pounding someone you detest can really help release your grudge. It must feel great. After a pause, Su Hang turned his gaze to the window and continued, I wish I could do the same. The window of this room faced west, directly towards Yidu. Upon hearing Su Hang's meaningful words, Lu Changming paused what he was doing and looked at Su Hang. He had just finished washing his face, and his face was still dripping with water. Though he was exhilarated now, he had been observing Su Hang carefully over the past 2 days because he was behaving very out of character. Since leaving the academy to prepare for the competition in Yidu, Su Hang's emotions had become increasingly complex. In the past, he rarely showed any feelings, focusing solely on cultivation. Lu Changming quickly wiped his face, ready to ask what was going on, but at that moment, a knock came at the door. With no other choice, he went to open it. When he opened the door and saw the person outside, Lu Changming furrowed his brows. He didn't know why she had come. The visitor was Li Yueshuang. Actually, she had already come earlier, but upon hearing Lu Changming shouting loudly inside, although she didn't know what he was yelling about, it seemed that he was quite excited. Not wanting to interrupt him, she waited until the noise stopped before gathering her courage to knock on the door. What do you want? Lu Changming's tone was far from polite. His impression of Li Yueshuang wasn't good. Although the rumors affected Li Yueshuang more significantly, given everything that happened and her apparent closeness with Xuanhuan, Lu Changming naturally didn't have a favorable view of her. Li Yueshuang felt stifled by Lu Changming's tone. Seeing that she remained silent, Lu Changming added impatiently, If there's nothing, I'll close the door. Wait! Li Yueshuang exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. She wasn't here to question Lu Changming as she did yesterday. She had come to apologize. With the pressure from the previous rumors, tears welled up in her eyes, almost causing her to break into sobs. After seeing Lu Changming defeat Xuanhuan despite being only at the lower stage of the Lianhuan realm, she realized how wrong she had been. Though unsure how he managed to defeat Xuanhuan, the result was clear. It was obvious that Lu Changming had qualified for the preliminaries due to his strength, and he was perfectly capable of becoming an official team member rather than just a substitute. There must be some other reason why he ended up as a substitute, thought Li Yueshuang. Although she had never questioned his abilities to his face, yesterday she learned from Xuanhuan's comments the reason behind the rumor that Lu Changming was admitted through connections. It originated from something she told Xuanhuan. She hadn't anticipated that Xuanhuan would spread it around. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned it to him at all. If such rumors were circulating about her being an admission via favoritism, she couldn't bear it. In her mind, Lu Changming must have faced immense pressure because of this. So, she felt that she should offer her apology, even though Lu Changming was unaware of it. The matter was triggered by her, so since she had done wrong, she needed to take responsibility for it. Seeing Li Yueshuang's red eyes, Lu Changming felt somewhat at a loss. Though his impression of her wasn't good, he wasn't repulsed by her either. Helplessly, he said, Don't cry, don't. Witnessing Lu Changming's panic, Li Yueshuang suddenly burst into laughter, tears still lingering in her eyes. This Lu Changming didn't seem as bad as he had imagined himself to be. Looks like you're not as lowly as I thought. Before Lu Changming could process her comment, Li Yueshuang wiped her eyes, resumed her serious expression, and said to him, Lu Changming, I've come to apologize. I caused you a lot of trouble before, I'm sorry. With that, she took a step back and bowed deeply to Lu Changming. Lu Changming became even more confused, unsure of what to say. His hands moved up and down awkwardly, unable to express anything clearly. Lu Changming was very sensitive to others' kindness and apologies. He didn't understand why Li Yueshuang was apologizing. She hadn't really done anything major against him, right? Didn't she just call him a bastard once? That wasn't worth an apology, putting Lu Changming into a state of confusion. Xuanhuan spreading that rumor has a lot to do with me. I sincerely regret it. What do you mean? Lu Changming scratched his head, struggling to understand what Li Yueshuang was trying to say. Which rumor? Xuanhuan spread it? Oh, the one about me being admitted through connections. Lu Changming thought for a moment and finally remembered what Xuanhuan had said yesterday. He had dismissed all of Xuanhuan's words as trash, pushing them out of his mind. It was me who first doubted your capabilities and then told Xuanhuan, which is why he took it seriously and spread it around. Li Yueshuang explained, seemingly willing to take the blame on behalf of Xuanhuan. Though she didn't have much feeling for Xuanhuan, his usual behavior made her feel that he was okay. Most importantly, she still regarded herself as the chief culprit. Lu Changming understood what Li Yueshuang was implying, but he didn't say anything. Though he knew the true nature of Xuanhuan, there was no need to tell this to Li Yueshuang, whom he wasn't very familiar with. He just nodded and replied, "It's fine. I didn't really care." He truly hadn't paid much attention to it. If not for Xuanhuan bringing up the rumor yesterday, he would have almost forgotten about it entirely. "I'm really sorry for doubting your abilities. Your performance during the selection tournament was indeed abysmal, so it was hard not to doubt you." After apologizing, Li Yueshuang seemed significantly more relaxed. The selection tournament? How did she know about his performance in the selection tournament? At the time, he was just some nobody. Aside from those he knew, only his opponents. His opponents. Lu Changming realized this fact. Although he hadn't paid much attention to who his opponent was at the time, after thinking it over, he could figure it out. He had overlooked this point. At the time, his opponent was someone at the middle stage of the Xianhuan realm, and there were only 2 people from the 3rd year at that level. Xuanhuan's techniques were highly distinctive. With careful thought, it became clear that his opponent from back then must have been the very Li Yueshuang standing before him now. It was just that afterward, Lu Changming had unconsciously avoided recalling the events of the selection tournament, so he hadn't noticed. There were certain reasons at the time, but it's not easy to explain. Lu Changming started laughing nervously. In front of the party concerned, he felt somewhat awkward, as he couldn't bring himself to admit that he hadn't wanted to fight then. That's understandable. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to explain. Oh, by the way, there's another thing I should tell you. Dean Zhu said that Xuanhuan's cold poison hasn't been completely expelled yet, so we'll rest for a day here in this small town. As she spoke, Li Yueshuang gave Lu Changming a deep look. She was puzzled. How could the dean and the various teachers fail to solve a mere cold poison released by someone at the lower stage of the Xianhuan realm overnight? Chapter 82. Meeting Xianxia again. Finally, Li Yueshuang left. She didn't continue to inquire about the selection competition matters, and Lu Changming sighed with relief. He closed the door and continued his washing routine. Glancing at Su Hang, who had already started cultivating, he felt that something seemed forgotten. Before Li Yueshuang came, there was probably something he intended to do. After thinking for a while and not coming up with anything, he shook his head and stopped pondering further. Today they would stay in this small town for one day. Lu Changming truly couldn't think of what to do. The demon-repressing stones suitable for cultivation were now kept safe in a jade box and couldn't be taken out. Letting Xianxia practice alone for a day wouldn't bring much improvement, and those half-baked martial skills he knew felt like practicing them wouldn't yield much use either. Since knowing the power of Xianxia, all other martial arts Lu Changming practiced only became secondary to it, merely used as a cover for Xianxia. It seemed better to just focus on physical exercise. Having endured 2 months of Gao family's devilish training, his body-enhancing cultivation was still stuck in the mid-stage. Clearly, it was incredibly difficult to advance. He estimated if he reached the high stage of the body refinement realm, his strength would surely increase qualitatively. However, staying here for a day suited him well because, although most of his injuries had healed, the deeper wound on his shoulder still affected his movements. A day's rest here should almost heal it fully given his self-healing ability. Following Su Hang's suggestion, Lu Changming decided to go check out the market in this town. With a large volume of people, traders and warriors often set up stalls here. Perhaps he could find some good things to purchase. But Su Hang did not come along, judging by his behavior, suggesting the idea was merely to send Lu Changming away so that he could cultivate peacefully in the inn room. The marketplace in the small town somewhat resembled a vegetable market in Lu City, consisting almost entirely of ground-level stalls. Because fixed stalls here were rare, most were temporary setups by traveling merchants selling goods or warriors quickly trying to sell precious materials and herbs found in the Fengxing Mountains, afraid they might be robbed on the road. Lu Changming began aimlessly strolling through the market. His eyesight wasn't particularly keen, so he hadn't planned to buy anything, just looking around for fun. Moreover, the noisy bargaining sounds made him feel at ease, as though he'd returned to his apprentice days in Lu City. He missed those tranquil days dearly. Wandering around for over half an hour until Lu Changming wanted to yawn from boredom, he spotted a familiar figure. Instantly, his spirits lifted. He realized this trip to the market would no longer be dull. He quickly approached the familiar figure, who was currently haggling with the stall owner. "Boss, this item isn't useful for commoners anyway. If you leave it here for a couple of days, it may not even sell. I reckon you must have urgent matters to attend to, so let me have it for 200 taels." Xianxia held a peculiarly shaped object in his hand as he negotiated with the shopkeeper. "Little brother, how can you bargain like this? This item is worth 300 taels. You're cutting down a third. No way. 280 taels. 220 taels. 270. Cannot go lower." Xia Senior, what a coincidence. These words were said by Lu Chongming. Oh, it's you. I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Let's talk somewhere quiet. Saying this, Xia Kun prepared to put down the item in his hand. Hey, young man, will 250 taels work? The boss interrupted hastily, seeing Xia Kun was about to leave. Xia Kun HMPF'd once and ignored him further, grabbing Lu Chongming's shoulder to leave. 240, I cannot go lower than this. Any lower, and I'll be at a total loss. The boss seemed to realize something wrong with 250, so instantly corrected himself, sorrowfully expressing his feelings. Good. Deal. Xia Kun immediately took out the silver note, putting the oddly shaped object into his bosom. Immediately, the boss felt as though the whole world worsened, realizing he'd been tricked by Xia Kun. Yet, since he had announced 240, he could not retract his offer and painfully received the silver note. Though annoyed by being manipulated by Xia Kun, Lu Chongming still smiled and said, Xia Senior, thank you very much last night. His current appearance wasn't disguised, so he couldn't act too familiar with Xia Kun. Oh, you mean that? That wasn't helping you. I've disliked Hishuin you for a long time, but haven't found a reasonable excuse to beat him. So consider yourself lucky. Xia Kun didn't look at Lu Chongming, instead scanning the surrounding stalls again. After searching for a long while without finding any valuable items, Xia Kun felt his eyes were strained. Rubbing his eyes and stretching his neck a bit, he then noticed Lu Chongming behind him. Why are you still following? I find it interesting watching the senior shopping, so I'm just tagging along. Lu Chongming replied. Go away. I don't like others following me when I shop. Stay away from me. Xia Kun always went out alone to find items because his keen eyes often spotted good things. People familiar with him knew that many who were also familiar with Xia Kun would bid against him, causing him potential losses, so he didn't like others tagging along when he shopped. That's a fine item. Come give me a hand. Suddenly, Xia Kun saw something not far away, and after saying this to Lu Chongming, he headed over there. Lu Chongming was puzzled, not understanding why Xia Kun had suddenly changed his mind. After approaching, he realized that the bastard Xia Kun just wanted to make him do manual labor. Xia Kun had his eye on a ding, an ancient cauldron-like vessel. The ding wasn't very large, but it looked quite heavy. It had even caused some sinking of the dirt ground beneath it, and its size made it difficult for Xia Kun to move alone. This ding was forged from copper essence, making it much heavier than a regular copper ding, though not particularly valuable. Xia Kun purchased it for 50 taels. Lu Chongming didn't know what Xia Kun planned to do with the ding. Though it seemed like an antique, 50 taels was only about equal to its value. Xia Kun hadn't gained anything special from the deal. It looked like a pretty ordinary cauldron for refining medicine. Then came the time for Lu Chongming to put in some work. This copper ding appeared to have been sitting there for a while, slightly sticking to the ground. Combined with some discomfort from the shoulder wound, Lu Chongming had to use a bit of true chi to lift it. However, once lifted, the two managed to carry it without much difficulty. As Lu Chongming released his true chi, a middle-aged man dressed in black nearby suddenly turned his head toward Lu Chongming's direction, revealing an expression as if he'd already achieved his purpose. He thought for a moment before asking the young man beside him, Yuan, did you feel something unusual just now? No, I didn't feel anything unusual at all, the youth said with confusion, unsure why his teacher asked such a question. The middle-aged man nodded and didn't say anything else, but still frowned as he stared toward the previous direction. He wondered, could it be due to these days my spirit has been too tightly strung, leading to hallucinations? After pondering, it still didn't seem right. He then told the youth to wait for him here, and walked towards the earlier direction. Just as Lu Chongming and Xia Kun were carrying the ding, a man in black suddenly rushed over, bumping into Lu Chongming and almost making him fall. Stabilizing himself, he was about to turn around to curse, but found the man already disappeared. Chapter 83, The Explosion of the Tripod. The two finally managed to move the tripod out of the market. There would be fewer people around now, so it should be easier to carry from here on. Xia Kun gestured for them to bring the tripod into a small alleyway. Although unsure what he was up to, Lu Chongming still complied. Once the tripod was placed in the alleyway, Xia Kun said to Lu Chongming, stay away from here. I'm going to destroy this tripod. What? Destroy the tripod? What does that mean? What's he playing at? Though full of questions, upon seeing Xia Kun already channeling his energy and emitting scorching heat from his hands, Lu Chongming quickly retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chongming had just left the alley when explosions resounded within, followed by a plume of black smoke. After confirming there wouldn't be any more explosions, Lu Chongming entered the alley despite the acrid smoke. Using the wind control technique to disperse the smoke, Lu Chongming saw that the alley looked as if it had experienced an earthquake. Centered on where the tripod had previously been, cracks spread out over a radius of 5 meters across both walls and ground, dense and web-like. One thinner wall had collapsed entirely, leaving behind similar cracks in the adjacent building, and the tripod had vanished without a trace. Instead, countless fragments of metal were embedded in the walls and ground, evidently remnants of the copper tripod shredded mercilessly by Xia Kun. Meanwhile, Xia Kun was carefully inspecting the surroundings, occasionally prying out pieces of metal from the cracks and stuffing them into his bag. Looking energetic, it was unclear how he emerged unscathed from such a violent explosion. Before long, Xia Kun had thoroughly searched all the cracks and swiftly climbed onto the rooftop, vanishing from sight, leaving Lu Chongming alone amidst the disarray. Before Lu Chongming could comprehend what had happened, Xia Kun's head reappeared on the roof. He shouted down, "What are you standing there for? Let's go? Are you just going to stay here and get caught by the authorities?" This immediately roused Lu Chongming. With such a loud explosion, Officials would surely arrive soon, and staying put would bring much trouble. 15 minutes later, the two re-emerged on a street at the other end of the town. Are you crazy or something? Bombing tripods, just for fun? At least tell me before you do it. Lu Changming complained, still startled by the previous explosive sounds. If I told you I planned to destroy this tripod, would you have helped me carry it? No. What tone is that? Do students speak to their seniors like that? Know your place, third year. Xiakun narrowed his eyes at Lu Changming, coldness in his voice. Ever since he'd advanced to fourth year, no student dared speak to him this way. Do you even act like a senior? Lu Changming wouldn't buy into it. Knowing Xiakun's character, unless really provoked, he usually just pretended to intimidate others. Not to mention someone like Xuanhuan, who played tricks behind the scenes. What? You don't believe me? Xiakun raised his hand, fire sparks appearing on his fingertips, threateningly. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Ice crystals formed on Lu Changming's hand. Fine, I'm scared. Xiakun glanced at Lu Changming irritably, not out of real fear, but because he needed to ask Lu Changming for a favor. Don't tell anyone about me buying the tripod today. Listening to Xiakun soften his tone, Lu Changming smiled, enjoying seeing Xiakun embarrassed, which reminded him of their old arguments. I'll agree if you tell me why you destroyed the tripod. I noticed you took some things from those cracks. Lu Changming grinned mischievously. Xiakun scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal the reason, but letting others know would cause more trouble. Helpless, he recounted his reasoning. There wasn't actually a very unique reason. Xiakun bought the tripod not for its intrinsic value, but for its hidden treasures inside. This tripod was used by ancient alchemists for making elixirs. To enhance the quality of their elixirs, they generally included a core to aid in alchemy, usually composed of gemstones with various elemental properties. This was precisely what Xiakun was after. And given the extraordinary hardness of these gemstones, there was no worry about them being damaged during the destruction process. To reduce risks of accidental explosions during the control of fire, alchemical tripods also often contain traces of refined metals, another valuable material. However, the art of alchemy has been lost in modern times, meaning few would recognize this artifact. Nowadays, such items are typically sold as ordinary antiques or medical vessels. Xiakun intended to exploit this gap for profit. If he found a gem suitable for himself, it would be an added bonus. Hey, how do we tell if a tripod is one used for alchemy? Lu Changming asked curiously. What do you want to do? Xiakun immediately became wary, covering the pocket where he had stored the copper ingot fragments, and said, You want to steal my business? Never. I absolutely will not tell you. This is more important than my life. Why hadn't he noticed how stingy Xiakun was before? And was this even called business? This was fraud. Lu Changming fell silent, and didn't pursue the matter further, knowing full well from Xiakun's expression that no amount of threats would make him talk. Actually, Lu Changming wasn't truly interested in finding these elixir tripods. It was simply out of curiosity. Yes, curiosity. He certainly wasn't envious. Lu Changming told himself inside. By the way, why did you have to explode the tripod in that alley? Couldn't you have moved it to the outskirts first? Lu Changming suddenly remembered the devastating aftermath in the small alley and questioned sharply. Are you blind? Didn't you see the big demolition sign on that alley? Xiakun tilted his eyes, speaking with a sarcastic tone. I'm too lazy to carry something so heavy. If you'd help me move the tripod to the outskirts, I wouldn't mind exploding it there. Afterwards, they returned to the inn. Although Lu Changming wanted to get some refined metal pieces from Xiakun, the latter refused to give any, brushing off Lu Changming's help by saying, Isn't it a junior's duty to assist their senior? He's so stingy. Something felt off. Xiakun was miserly, yet had spent over 10,000 taels buying his scales. Surely there must be a reason behind it. Lu Changming realized things were more complicated than he'd initially thought, and started reviewing the events of that day. Back then, right after using his disguise technique, Lu Changming hadn't carefully observed Xiakun's expression. Was he recognized? But the odds seemed slim. Even if Xiakun had indeed identified him, judging by today's display, he wouldn't have willingly spent more money. So there was only one explanation. Xiakun also took advantage of him. The snake scales were worth much more than 2,000 taels each. That deceitful guy scammed him. At this realization, Lu Changming felt lucky he hadn't taken out all the scales earlier. 16 still remained in his dormitory. Otherwise, he would have lost heavily. He wanted to confront Xiakun, but quickly regained his composure. If he went now, Xiakun definitely wouldn't admit anything, and worst of all, it might expose his disguise technique. Though Lu Changming trusted Xiakun to keep quiet, given Xiakun's sharp mind, who knew what conclusions he could draw. While Lu Changming's disguise could alter his appearance, changing his demeanor and habits was incredibly difficult. He knew Xiakun's assistance last night wasn't without purpose. Perhaps Xiakun had seen through something. Chapter 84, Arrival. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Yedu. This time, Lu Changming wasn't dragged there bound. Instead, he walked proudly into the first major city of Fengyang. It was completely different from before, when he had been shut inside a carriage and pulled into the city. Though Lu Changming had previously lived in Ledu, he was merely an apprentice back then, living only within the small area surrounding the inn. But this time, as a martial artist arriving at such a large city, what he saw and paid attention to was entirely different. He reflected that he must have been like a frog at the bottom of a well before. What would it feel like now if he returned to Ledu? Sigh. He found himself missing Ledu already. How long had it been since he left? Was he really so nostalgic? Thinking about this, Lu Changming touched the jade box containing the demon-subduing stone in his bag, revealing a slight bitter smile. He wondered when he would be able to return to Ledu with just this. After arriving at Yedu, upon declaring that their group was there to participate in the preliminary competition, they were led by the staff responsible for the prelims at the Yedu gate to a residence specifically prepared for the participating academies. It was a large complex of manor buildings, spacious enough to accommodate around 2,000 participants. Because of its size, it was built on the outskirts of Yedu, though very close to the competition venue. This entire area was dedicated to hosting various competitions. If the Continental Academy Exchange competition were held in Fengyang Empire this year, it would likely take place here too. The Yunxiao Academy group had spent an extra day in the small town, so they were relatively late in arriving. In the compound, one could see students from various academies moving about in their distinctive uniforms. The preliminary competition was due to begin in 2 days. Having just arrived today, they would rest for a day first. When the schedule came out tomorrow, a pre-match strategy meeting would follow. Like in an inn, the accommodation was also arranged in pairs per room, with Yu Changming naturally sharing a room with Xia. However, the conditions here were much better than those in an inn. The Empire certainly aimed to keep the competitors in good condition. Yu Changming's primary task that day was to find a suitable spot in this unfamiliar city to place the demon subduing stone. His cultivation relied entirely on this object. Any extra essence it could absorb was crucial. He wondered whether his current cultivation level met Mo Yunning's expectations. With his techniques, if he were cultivating using ordinary essence, he estimated he'd probably have reached the higher stages of the soul-refining realm by now, Yu Changming thought. The true energy converted from purple chi was peculiar and discernible even to an untrained eye. Up to now, Yu Changming had only discovered 2 characteristics of this true energy. It contained more energy than normal true energy, and it significantly enhanced his self-healing ability. Yet, these did not provide him with substantial improvements. They offered only slight advantages in battle. Obtaining this purple chi was so difficult that it should have some more powerful uses. No, it was certain that he would discover other valuable uses for this purple chi in the future. Yu Changming consoled himself. After the rooms were assigned, Yu Changming hadn't yet begun searching for a place to bury the demon-subduing stone when Su Hang left the room first. This puzzled him, as there were no suitable places for cultivation in this compound. If he wanted to practice, staying quietly in the room would be better. However, Yu Changming didn't think much about it. Perhaps Xia had acquaintances in Yedu to visit. Earlier, when they had just arrived at Yedu, Xia had not shown the same curiosity as some of the other students experiencing Yedu for the first time. It seemed that he might have visited Yedu before. Given the high population density in Yedu, it was definitely unsuitable to place the demon-subduing stone within the city. Fortunately, the compound was located on the outskirts, and suitable hiding spots should be available nearby. Still, to ensure safety, Yu Changming wandered around the compound for quite a while, identifying several possible locations. He squatted for a long time in each of these places, checking the number of people passing by, and eventually chose the place with the least foot traffic to bury the demon-subduing stone. By the time he had hidden the demon-subduing stone, it was already evening. Upon returning to the room, Yu Changming felt a sense of wasted time. The light in the room was not turned on, and Su Hang had not returned, which was unusual. Should he go look for him? But where in such a large city like Yedu could he search? Yu Changming started to worry about Su Hang and recalled his strange behavior over the past few days. Not long after, Su Hang returned. Yu Changming asked what he had been doing, and Su Hang said he went to meet a friend. Seeing that Su Hang seemed to be in good spirits, Yu Changming believed him. The next day, around Xianxia, Yu Changming and Su Hang were informed to attend the pre-match meeting. Although the strategic discussions were mainly conducted by the teachers, they still needed to first understand the characteristics of the participating students. Although the academy already had an understanding of the general fighting styles of the participants, it was still necessary to inquire about their personal ideas. It would have been better to understand the students' characteristics in advance at the academy, but because most students were preparing for the competition, it was difficult to gather everyone together. Hence, this meeting before the competition was held. Since the competition would be conducted separately for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year students, these meetings were also held independently. There were a total of 10 people present for the 3rd-year contestants, 8 competitors plus 2 leading teachers. They gathered around in the teacher's room, which was larger compared to the student rooms that were themselves not small. Thus, having 10 people there didn't feel crowded. Here, Yu Changming naturally saw Xuanhuan, someone he hadn't faced directly since that day. Xuanhuan had been avoiding him all this time. But today, seeing Xuanhuan, everything seemed as though nothing had happened. The teachers responsible for leading the 3rd-year group were Mr. Xuanhao, the head teacher of Class A1, and Mr. Wang Qing from Class A2. However, it appeared that Mr. Xuanhao was the primary authority. Mr. Xin started by introducing the grouping arrangements for the competition. Although there are more than 100 high-level martial arts academies throughout Fengyang, not all of them participated in this event. Many understood their own capabilities. Emerging from so many academies would be impossible for them, so showing up would merely embarrass themselves. Therefore, approximately 50 to 70 academies would participate in each preliminary competition. The format of the competition would adjust according to the number of participating academies. This year, with more academies joining in, there were 65 participants. As such, the system went like this. The academy that performed best in the previous All-Continent Martial Arts Academy Exchange competition would receive automatic qualification. The remaining 64 academies would be split into 8 groups, each containing 8 academies. Each group would hold round-robin matches, where the top academy from each group would secure a spot. Subsequently, the second-place teams from each group would participate in elimination matches to decide for additional slots. Finally, 12 other academies. The 4 losing teams plus the third-place teams from each group would conduct 2 rounds of elimination to determine the final 3 spots. Chapter 85, Preliminary Draw. Everyone has finished reading the draw and schedule, right? Teacher Shin asked the group. By this time, the 8 students had finished looking at the schedule in their hands and raised their heads. Everyone except for Lu Changming already knew the result of the draw, as Lu Changming was entirely unaware due to his ignorance about the academies within the Fengyang Empire. To him, the schedule was merely a random arrangement of 8 academy names, most of which he did not recognize. Aside from Xianxia Academy, only one other name was somewhat familiar, Fengshan Academy. Lu Changming had heard Xia Kun mention this academy during an auction. It ranked second among all the academies in the Fengyang Empire. This meant that apart from Tianxiong Academy, which had automatically qualified for participation due to being the best performing academy in the previous tournament, Fengshan Academy was likely the strongest competitor in this year's competition. Looks like we aren't too lucky, Lu Changming thought to himself. For academies like Yunxiao, which were neither exceptionally strong nor weak, making it to the Continental Exchange Tournament largely depended on luck, given the closeness of rankings and limited slots available. A slight misfortune could easily mean being outperformed by another academy. Our luck isn't bad this time around, Teacher Shin remarked. Wasn't there a Fengshan Academy? The only academy ranked above us is Fengshan. I see. Lu Changming felt a bit embarrassed inside. So, our strategy will be relatively simple, abandoning any hope for first place in the group. Although according to the rules, we cannot forfeit our match against Fengshan Academy directly, you must act prudently in your matches with them. If you feel overmatched, concede immediately. Do not get injured. At this point, Teacher Shin paused because a student had raised their hand. Do you have a question, Liu Xuanhuan? Teacher, if I encounter a suitable opponent, I wish to fight seriously, Liu Xuanhuan added upon noticing a slight change in Teacher Shin's expression. I promise to protect myself well so as not to affect subsequent matches. After some consideration, Teacher Shin nodded and replied, all right, but if I sense anything wrong, I will stop the match immediately. Okay, let's continue. Seeing that Liu Xuanhuan had no further words, Teacher Shin resumed explaining the tactics. Our goal should be to secure second place in the group. The only academy capable of competing with us would be Fenglan Academy, ranked 21st, just 2 places below ours. So many Feng-named academies in Fengyang Empire. Lu Changming wasn't paying much attention. Although we don't know the specific characteristics of the competitors Fenglan Academy will send this time, we are still aware of the realms attained by their students across different grades. As for 4th-year students, we have nothing to worry about. Fenglan Academy shouldn't be a problem unless something unexpected happens. Therefore, assuming either our 3rd-year or 2nd-year students win, it would effectively secure our victory. However, as 3rd-year seniors, we can't rely solely on our 2nd-year juniors. After all, having only spent 1 year at the academy, the 2nd years might introduce certain uncertainties into the competition. So, we must ensure that our matches with them lead to our victories. Are you clear on that? We understand. As for the other academies, they won't pose much of a threat to us. Most 3rd years only have 1 or 2 students reaching Lianhuan realm. But there's this one exception. Teacher Shin pointed to an academy's name. This, Xuanhuan Academy. None of our teachers, including Principal Zhu, have ever heard of this academy before. It seems to be newly established. Xuanhuan Academy? What kind of strange name is this? Though its pronunciation rhymes with Sishen, which sounds very powerful, is it using Shur instead of Si, because nobody dares use the word Sishen? This doesn't make sense. Lu Changming found it quite odd. Not just Lu Changming, everyone present felt confused. What did this name signify? Let's put aside the weird name for now. This is a new academy participating under the banner of one of the Empire's smaller vassal states. While we don't expect highly skilled students from them, we shouldn't underestimate them either. They must have some confidence in themselves to enter this preliminary selection tournament. Let's observe their matches once they begin. That concludes our analysis of our opponents. Next, it's your turn. Since you know yourselves best, share your fighting styles and the types of opponents you'd prefer or avoid facing. Given this is a tournament system, this will help me allocate your match sequences appropriately. The room fell silent for a moment. When no one took the initiative, Liu Xuanhuan cleared her throat and spoke up. I'll start first. I specialize in wind attributes, and most of my martial skills are long-range attacks. As for opponents, I don't fear any specific types. As long as their attributes don't counter mine, I am confident I can secure a win, Liu Xuanhuan said with great confidence. Being the top student among the 3rd years, she indeed had good reasons to be so confident. Teacher Wang nodded. As her homeroom teacher, he understood her better than others. Subsequently, he jotted down a few notes on his notebook as references for the competition. My characteristics should be quite clear to you. Teacher, He Xuanyu said. I perform better against opponents who lack long-range attacking abilities. Once they get close, as long as they don't resort to underhanded tactics, I believe I won't lose. Although He Xuanyu didn't directly state it, everyone present remembered that match from the other night and realized what he was referring to, all subconsciously glancing at Lu Changming. However, Lu Changming did not make any response. His expression remained unchanged as though he hadn't picked up on the implication. Cough cough. Next one. Teacher Wang's slight cough broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. Since He Xuanyu shamelessly sat to the left of Liu Xuanhuan, everyone decided to follow the order from right to left. Thus, the next person to speak was the student sitting to the left of He Xuanyu. I belong to the fire attribute. I don't know exactly whom I fight well against, but I sure love punching people. The speaker was a burly individual. Lu Changming felt his arms were thicker than his own legs, yet he seemed rather simple-minded, even showing off his almost head-sized fists. I specialize in water attributes, with fewer offensive combat techniques. But endurance is my strong point. This was a very average-looking person, someone who would definitely go unnoticed in a crowd. His voice was calm, like the element he represented, serene and tranquil. My martial skills involve explosions. The speaker was the only female among the 8 students aside from Liu Shuang, but there was nothing feminine about her words. It was as if a savage beast had spoken. I enjoy tough opponents, ones who can take hits, hee. Huh. As expected, only abnormal girls could overpower boys at the same cultivation level in the Xianhuan realm. Lu Changming nodded inwardly. As for me, just like Brother Yu, I also belong to Earth attributes. However, I'm an ordinary Earth attribute warrior specializing in long-distance attacks. This individual appeared to be He Xuanyu's lackey, instantly landing him on Lu Changming's blacklist. Chapter 86, Being Outsmarted. Because Lu Changming didn't want to be too close to He Xuanyu, he spoke with Su Hang last. I am of the Thunder attribute. I'm quite balanced, so my opponent can be of any type. How dominant. Exuding an aloof and cool demeanor. No wonder it was Su Hang. His statement was different, even though his tone was very humble, yet it subtly conveyed his fearlessness. Lu Changming admired him wholeheartedly. Wang Qing nodded. He didn't find anything unusual in Su Hang's words since they were facts. Prior to this, apart from his own students, he had paid the most attention to Su Hang. Su Hang advanced relentlessly in the selection matches until he met his match in the semifinals, where He Xuanyu defeated him. Regardless of whether his previous opponents possessed attributes that could suppress him or not, Su Hang triumphantly overcame them all. In the end, despite losing due to a lower realm compared to He Xuanyu, he caused He Xuanyu a lot of trouble. Finally, it was Lu Changming's turn. Even though he hadn't made any reaction to what He Xuanyu had said before, he took it to heart. I belong to the ice attribute. He temporarily disguised himself as an ice-type user. I'm similar to Su Hang. I don't particularly fear any specific opponents. But I detest one kind, the turtle type. Those guys covered in shells. I need to break through their shells first before my martial arts skills can hit them. It's extremely annoying. That was outright mockery. Lu Changming didn't name anyone specifically, but everyone present knew who he was referring to, except for the fire tribute boy who scratched his head, seemingly clueless about what had just happened. It wasn't only because of what He Xuanyu had said earlier that Lu Changming reacted this way. If it were just that, he wouldn't have cared much and probably wouldn't have argued openly either. However, he hated when people threatened him. So after that night, he had decided to confront He Xuanyu no matter what. You. Cough cough. He Xuanyu couldn't hold back after hearing that. He stood up and pointed at Lu Changming, intending to say something, but was interrupted by Teacher Shin's coughing. Teacher Shin signaled He Xuanyu with a glance. He Xuanyu had no choice, being reminded of his homeroom teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate to lose his temper here. Alright, everyone has spoken, so let's conclude today here. Go back first. I'll discuss further with Teacher Wang. After leaving the teacher's room, Lu Changming prepared himself mentally. He intended to fight He Xuanyu again. If someone called him a turtle, there would at least be a verbal confrontation. Considering He Xuanyu's nature, he might try to retaliate somehow. Surprisingly, He Xuanyu did not seek him out after dispersing, retreating directly to his own room. What was going on? Was He Xuanyu afraid of getting beaten by him again? That shouldn't be the case. The teachers were right here, so even if things heated up, they wouldn't go physical immediately. This situation was suspicious. Since it was a round-robin tournament, 7 matches were required. Xianxia Academy placed the greatest emphasis on their last match against Fenghuan Academy, so the previous games, excluding the game against Fengshan Academy, were relatively easy, whereas the match against Fengshan Academy was somewhat abandoned. Thus, only the final match would see serious competition from Xianxia Academy. So, among these 6 matches, it was an excellent opportunity for the substitutes to take part. Starting from the 7th match and subsequent ones, the opponents wouldn't be as weak unless formal team members received injuries that couldn't be treated within a day by the medics. Only then substitutes would potentially step in. Matches involving students from grades 2, 3, and 4 were held at different venues, which left Lu Changming disappointed, who wanted to see Xiekun participate, since apart from the time when he had beaten him, he hadn't witnessed Xiekun taking action. The first day's match was against a college ranked outside the top 50, where participants of the Lianhuan realm numbered fewer than 5 people. Even the few Lianhuan realm participants' levels weren't as good as the lowest level Lianhuan realm members of Xianxia Academy, thus posing absolutely no threat. And this game was the best opportunity for the substitute to play. Then Lu Changming understood why He Xuanyu hadn't been picking on him these past days, because he had already taken revenge. The rules of the competition stipulated 5-person arena battles. The school teachers had to submit a list of 5 participants beforehand, meaning only those 5 individuals could compete. He Xuanyu's homeroom teacher was Teacher Shun, who undoubtedly favored He Xuanyu. They seemed to have come up with some plan as Lu Changming, being the substitute, was not allowed to compete that day. At that moment, he was sitting with Li Yuefeng and He Xuanyu in the spectator seats designated for players, as both teachers were directing the match and were seated beside the contestants participating in the competition. As for the other 2 substitutes, the big guy with the fire attribute and He Xuanyu's underling with the earth attribute both got the chance to fight, leaving him as the lone substitute unable to become one of the 5 competitors for today's match. He was benched, and it seemed that he might not have the chance to participate in this preliminary contest. No problem, I don't care. Lu Changming thought to himself. Although he told himself he didn't care, his expression now wasn't very good, clearly showing that he did care. Shenhao. He Xuanyu. I'll remember you too. What's going on? He Xuanyu. Weren't we supposed to have substitutes play today? Why is Lu Changming still here? Li Yuechuang felt puzzled, and asked Xuanhuan. This was naturally a scheme devised by Xuanhuan, but he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. Why do you ask like this, Xuanhuan? This is quite normal, isn't it? Today neither of us participated, and all low-level players went up. Besides, you also watched that match a few days ago, although I lost due to my carelessness that time, which let that guy outsmart me. It still proved that his strength was indeed strong, probably the strongest among these 6 low-level participants. Hence Shin teacher arranged for the relatively weaker 5 to go up. Xuanyu's explanation made perfect sense, so Li Yuechuang accepted this reason and stopped asking further questions. Afterward, Xuanyu noticed that Lu Changming's face looked terrible and started laughing as expected. He approached Lu Changming as if to mock him. Upset because you can't get on the field today? Xuanyu smirked at Lu Changming. Lu Changming ignored him, not even giving him a glance, but his face turned even darker. Unfazed, Xuanyu continued. Don't worry. Teacher Shin isn't the person you think he is, and he will definitely give you the chance to fight later. You absolutely will go on this afternoon. Hearing this, Lu Changming laughed out loud. Now he knew exactly what their game plan was. The only reason why he would compete in the afternoon was that their opponent that afternoon would be Fengshan Academy, the strongest academy during the preliminary round. No one would believe that Lu Changming could win, making him enter just for the sake of losing disgracefully. Probably after this loss, he'd no longer have a chance to fight, and would return to the academy with an all-losing record. That was some pretty good planning from Xuanyu. But Lu Changming wasn't scared. He smiled sincerely from within. Since they gave him the opportunity, he couldn't miss it, right? Lu Changming wouldn't fulfill their wish. If he were given the chance to go on the field, he'd win for them to see. Chapter 87. The first battle of the competition. The day's competition ended smoothly. Xianxia Academy only sent 3 people to finish the match. Relatively stronger contestants, such as Su Hang and the girl using explosive techniques, didn't get a chance to participate. The gap between the two sides was quite obvious. If the teacher's predictions were accurate, aside from the matches with Fenglan Academy and tomorrow's Fengshan Academy, all other contests would be similar to this one. The first round of the elimination tournament was generally predictable. For this reason, the Empire scheduled this round relatively tightly, while there would always be over a day's interval for later matches. After their own academy's match ended, they could leave. However, except for injured contestants, most participants and teachers stayed to watch other academies' matches because this was the best opportunity to learn about other academies' competitors. Not just same group opponents, but also strong teams and other groups needed to be scouted since future competitions might involve them. The two teachers mainly focused on Fenglan Academy. Although today's opponent and Yunxiao academies were both rather weak, some intelligence could still be gathered. It was believed that Fenglan Academy did the same. As expected, Fenglan Academy also only sent junior-level students who had cultivated to the soul refining stage, but their opponents were slightly stronger, so it took 4 students for them to achieve victory. Fengshan Academy naturally ended their match quickly. They only sent one person, a middle-level soul refining student, to completely wipe out their opponents. It was originally thought that watching Fenglan Academy and Fengshan Academy's morning matches would suffice, but unexpectedly, another academy caught everyone's attention. No, it should be said many people's attention. That academy was the newly established academy mentioned by Shun teacher before the contest, the oddly named Xianxia Academy. This academy, like Yunxiao Academy, only sent 3 people to defeat their opponents. These 3 students were all junior-level cultivators at the soul refining stage, and they appeared to have a high level of skill, unlike what one would expect from a new academy. Everyone paid attention. This might indeed be a powerful rival. Time passed quickly, and Lu Changming was indeed on the participant list. Fengshan Academy's ranking wasn't fabricated. Their power was genuinely formidable. Just among their grade 3 participants alone, no one was below the middle level of the soul refining stage, and more frighteningly, there was even one high-level soul refining cultivator. This difference was comparable to that between Yunxiao Academy and the academy they faced yesterday, one up in the heavens, the other beneath it. In fact, throughout the preliminary rounds, that high-level soul refining contestant would likely participate very little, because in group cyclic competitions, there wouldn't be any worthy opponents. They were certain to top their group, and then in the knockout rounds, they'd face the second-place teams from other groups, none of which would have the ability to force his participation either. Thus, the presence of the high-level soul refining contestant was mainly seen by others as someone there to keep the situation under control. After all, he would absolutely not participate when facing Yunxiao Academy. But even without him, everyone else was still at the middle soul refining level, leaving Yunxiao Academy's chances of winning extremely slim. Moreover, these middle-level cultivators were much stronger compared to those of other academies. After all, Fengshan Academy's educational resources were among the best. It was estimated that even if pitted against high-level soul refining warriors graduated from lesser academies, they could still prevail. For this reason, Yunxiao Academy decided to almost give up on this match. It was probably the same mindset Fenglan Academy had as well. They needed to focus their energies on each other. Though labeled as a semi-abandonment, both Li Yushuang and He Xunyu were listed on the starting lineup. This wasn't because Shun teacher had other thoughts, but rather as a sign of respect towards Fengshan Academy. After all, this was one of the strongest academies within the empire. Sending 5 low-level soul-refining participants against them simply wouldn't be reasonable. The other 2 individuals included the water attribute boy and He Xuanyu's disciple, who specialized in earth attribute abilities. There were reasons behind this arrangement. That female student obviously had psychological issues. Even if she faced Fengshan Academy, she might not know when to hold back. Therefore, the 2 teachers reached an agreement unanimously against her participation. The same went for the strong, fire attribute male student. Though he kept claiming understanding verbally, his simple demeanor made people question whether he truly grasped the situation. After discussion, the two teachers removed him from the list as well. A slight disagreement arose between Shin teacher and Wang teacher at the last moment. Shin teacher wanted Lu Changming to participate. The real reason goes without saying, it was definitely related to Xuanhuan. What remained unknown was whether Xuanhuan had persuaded him or whether Shin teacher independently decided this to defend his student's honor. Regardless, these two had already left a deep impression on Lu Changming. On the other hand, teacher Wang wanted Su Hang to participate. He mainly wished to observe how Su Hang would perform in matches against mid-level soul-refining opponents. He really liked this student. However, he eventually agreed with teacher Shin's opinion. After all, Su Hang would definitely have his opportunities later on, and he didn't want to argue with teacher Shin over this matter. In fact, teacher Wang Qing had noticed that teacher Shin seemed a little forceful regarding Lu Changming's participation, but he didn't dwell much on it. Lu Changming, you go first, teacher Shin said to Lu Changming. At the same moment, Xuanhuan was smirking coldly as he glanced sidelong at Lu Changming. Lu Changming smirked inwardly. He had known this would happen. Due to the tournament system, most of the time only the first contestant who steps onto the arena faces an opponent in their best condition. Later contestants will only be in good shape if the previous match ended in a draw. Otherwise, their opponents are bound to experience some degree of exhaustion from battle, leading to a decline in condition. Hence, in order to make Lu Changming lose more miserably, teacher Shun had made him the first one to step onto the arena. But Lu Changming didn't say anything, calmly ascending the arena as instructed. Teacher Shun was slightly surprised by how compliant Lu Changming was. He had expected Lu Changming to protest a little, which would give him ample reasons, such as disrespecting the teacher, not to let him compete in subsequent matches. Still, it appeared Lu Changming was clever enough. But it didn't matter. Even without this excuse, teacher Shin could find ways to keep Lu Changming off the arena. As the head teacher of Class A1, the better his students performed, the more it benefited his promotion prospects. Even if Lu Changming hadn't previously beaten Xuanhuan, he would still have used some strategies to reduce Lu Changming's appearances. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to let Liu Shuang become Xuanhuan's stepping stone. Nevertheless, Wang Qing, as the deputy leader for grade 3 and also the head teacher of Class A2, though avoiding trouble, wouldn't sit idly by if any actions were taken against his own students' interests. Therefore, he wouldn't manipulate things related to Liu Shuang unless absolutely necessary. Before stepping onto the stage, Lu Changming made an unusual move. He took off his shoes and stepped barefoot onto the arena. This puzzled everyone from Yinxiao Academy. Su Hang felt the strangest about it. Others, unfamiliar with Lu Changming, might attribute it to his personal habit, but Su Hang knew Lu Changming well and had never seen him do something like this before a fight. Could he have some special tactic up his sleeve? Chapter 88, A Powerful Opponent. The preliminaries competition venue was large, much larger than the arena used for the tower qualification contest previously held in Loado. This location was in the suburbs, unlike the Loado arena which was in the city center and had to consider space issues. Thus, all of the several arenas here were constructed specifically for competitions. However, there weren't as many spectator seats set up like in an ordinary arena because no tickets were sold to the public here. As such, only the participating academies and some specially approved warriors by the Empire could watch the contests. Unlike the tower qualification event that was hosted by the Tower Sect, this was organized by the royal family, who didn't care for the common people as much as the Tower Sect did. They wouldn't spend time setting up safety measures for spectators. More importantly, if the fighting styles of various academy participants leaked due to a large number of spectators, it would affect their performance in the Continental Academy exchange competition, making the situation counterproductive. After leaving the contestant seat, Yu Changming looked around. Although the place was vast and less crowded compared to the Loado arena, the structure of this venue bore a striking resemblance to that in Loado. He felt as if he'd returned to more than 3 months ago when he had been watching Mo Yuning's fight from below. But today, he was stepping onto the stage himself. In just over 3 months, so much had changed. Back then, he probably would have been incredibly nervous if he had stood here. He wondered how much further he might change after another 3 months. Would he still be at the intermediate level of soul refining realm? Or would something else happen? With these thoughts, Yu Changming suddenly felt a little uneasy. But the match was about to start, leaving no room for further contemplation. Yu Changming slowly walked onto the arena. It wasn't an act. Rather, he wasn't used to walking barefoot. The arena hadn't undergone many decorative improvements for the sake of the competition, so the ground leading up to it was quite rough. His slow pace was to prevent stepping on uncomfortable pebbles. Finally, Yu Changming reached the arena, and his opponent already seemed somewhat impatient, but said nothing. Yu Changming gave him an apologetic smile before using his foot to rub his pants, as the path covered his feet with a few grains of sand, causing him considerable discomfort. However, the opponent mistook this action for provocation, gripping his fists tightly, though he managed to hold back. He spoke firmly to the referee. Judge Gang, let's begin. First match between Wind Spirit Academy and Cloud Peak Academy begins. Is it already starting? I haven't finished cleaning one foot yet. As soon as Yu Changming had placed down one foot, he heard the whistle, followed by a few ice spears rushing towards him. The ice spears were extremely fast, instantly stabbing into the position Yu Changming had just vacated. When Yu Changming heard the whistle, he sensed the opponent's true chi fluctuation and moved away from the original spot. At the same time the ice spears appeared, avoiding being hit. Even while dodging, he didn't forget to pat the other foot that was still covered with sand. Impressive. These are from the Wind Spirit Academy. It really feels different. Their martial skill release speed is faster than Demon High Grade. However, As long as I'm prepared, it shouldn't be too difficult to dodge them. Yu Changming thought confidently, gaining confidence from defeating Xuanhuan earlier, and also remembering he had not yet utilized the strength of the intermediate level of the soul refining realm at that time. Thus, he had plenty of confidence in this match. While lost in thought, Yu Changming suddenly felt a bad omen, because his front-facing opponent had vanished. Swiftly turning around, he raised both arms in front of his body, then immediately felt an immense force strike against his forearms. He was hurled backward by the sudden appearance and punch of his opponent behind him and rolled several times before regaining balance and stopping. What kind of speed is this? After standing up, Yu Changming experienced waves of dizziness, and his directly impacted arms tingled slightly. Is this the power of Wind Spirit Academy? Losing focus for a moment can cost you the game. As Yu Changming rotated his tingling arms, he realized that what shocked him less was the great force exerted compared to realizing the opponent's method of attack. The opponent had thrust out a spike of ice simultaneously as throwing a punch. The force generated when forming the ice spike added to the punch's force to produce such immense strength, making the opponent take half a step backward because of the powerful force. If Yu Changming hadn't turned around, losing stability, the ice spike would have struck his back, likely causing significant injuries. Not bad reflexes, the opponent said while rubbing his wrist. That blow put some strain on him as well. Actually, he had better options, but Yu Changming's pre-match behavior angered him enough to want to deliver a straight punch. However, you don't have the chance. With your lower level of soul refining realm strength, no matter how fast your reaction is, your attack and defense power are still far inferior. Though there was a gap in their realms, the opponent sensed Yu Changming might be a troublesome adversary and started to use words to undermine his confidence. After all, he wanted to defeat more opponents on the field. Yu Changming's confidence didn't waver at all, not only because he was concealing his actual realm, but also because when the opponent hit his arm earlier, he successfully injected chill frost into the opponent's fist. Even though it passed through an ice spike, ice conducted chill frost's cold energy quite well. And wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if you lost to a lower-level opponent? Yu Changming chuckled. Big talkers are easy to find, but your provocation will only lead to a worse defeat, the opponent said before disappearing again. Meanwhile, several ice element martial skills came flying toward Yu Changming. Although this mode of attack was rather simple, it worked extremely well for a warrior with such high speed. When Yu Changming dodged these martial skills, he inevitably exposed weaknesses that the opponent could exploit by quickly closing the distance and launching attacks with superior speed. This time, the effect wasn't as good as last time because Yu Changming saw the opponent beforehand and moved in the opposite direction. This successfully gave him enough time to stabilize himself. Even though Yu Changming managed to keep his balance this time, the opponent had more tricks up his sleeve. It was evident that the opponent was skilled at close-range combat. Despite Yu Changming having undergone Master Gao's training, without employing mid-level true chi, all he could do was passively defend against the opponent's assaults. A single mistake would result in being hit and sent flying away. After half a quarter of an hour, Yu Changming was battered and bruised. Although his body showed no visible blood, his internal organs couldn't withstand such beatings, and a thin stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It's about time, Yu Changming thought. During each previous encounter with his opponent, he had used some amount of chill frost. Now, he kicked directly onto the opponent's thigh and infused a significant amount of cold energy. Indeed, he had removed his shoes for this very reason. Over the past 2 months, he had honed the skill of releasing chill frost from his feet, but due to penetration issues, he couldn't release it while wearing shoes. As Yu Changming waited for the cold energy to take its toll on the opponent, the latter vanished once again. What's going on? Why hasn't the chill frost taken effect? Chapter 89, The Voice in the Mind. Yu Changming was panicking. While dodging his opponent's attacks, his mind raced furiously. He didn't understand why Xianxia hadn't erupted. He had clearly already injected cold energy into his opponent's body. Could it be that ice affinity has resistance to cold energy? It should be like that. Teacher Gao had also told him before, but he had forgotten. He didn't know how long this resistance would last. He was already struggling because he had already calculated the time for Xianxia's eruption. Therefore, during the last encounter, he became a bit careless, which made him endure a few more hits. Now, his vision was already getting blurry, and he couldn't hold on much longer. In fact, he could directly trigger Xianxia, but it would require a large amount of cold energy in the opponent's body. He hadn't injected enough cold energy yet. If he directly forced its activation, and if Yu Changming failed, there might be consequences as described by Teacher Gao, direct necrosis, or even death. At this moment, he could explode with his mid-stage soul-refining realm strength and force the release of Xianxia into his opponent's body. However, considering his current state, if he directly triggered it, he wouldn't be confident in controlling it. After all, this was just a competition opponent, not a mortal enemy. His opponent kicked him out again. Yu Changming struggled to stand up. Looking at his opponent who had reappeared in front of him, Yu Changming suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Kill him. The match was over. Yu Changming's opponent fell to the ground. He did not release Xianxia further against his opponent. His opponent collapsed when they got close to each other for the last time. People from various academies around let out exclamations of surprise. They didn't know how Yu Changming won. Even more surprising was that the Wind Spirit Academy's contestant was defeated by someone one level below him. This was supposed to be fundamentally impossible. As one of the best academies of the Fengyang Empire, transcending levels usually happen to them rather than their opponents. Members of Yunxiao Academy seemed somewhat calmer compared to others. They had known earlier that Yu Changming would fight using a method difficult for others to notice. Yet, they didn't expect he'd defeat his opponent. Since the start, Xuanhuan and He Xuanyu's expressions weren't too good. From the beginning, they noticed that Lu Changming's opponent committed the same mistake as He Xuanyu, underestimating the opponent. And the opponent, possibly to conserve genuine qi, didn't use too many martial skills while underestimating Lu Changming. If only he had exerted full power to quickly defeat Lu Changming, this situation wouldn't have occurred. They assumed that students of the Wind Spirit Academy wouldn't make such an error. Until the end, his opponent never used his full strength. Throughout the fight, the same battle style was employed. A significant reason for this was that Lu Changming gave him the illusion of having no ability to fight back, causing him to choose a method that conserved genuine qi. After detecting the abnormality within his body, he intended to use his full power, but the cold energy was too overwhelming. If he didn't suppress it with Ice Affinity genuine qi, he would quickly lose his fighting capability. When Lu Changming was panicked, so was his opponent. The man expended considerable spirit force suppressing the cold energy, unable to concentrate on defeating Lu Changming in the limited remaining time. Though victorious, Lu Changming did not display a happy expression. He just stared blankly at his fallen opponent. He was pondering the voice that had appeared in his mind. He didn't know what it was about or why it showed up. Moreover, he had forgotten how he thought at the time. But he had a feeling. If his opponent hadn't fallen, he truly would have struck. He couldn't figure out why he felt this way. Still, he didn't have the energy nor the inclination to continue thinking anymore. His body was already at its limit. Though there wasn't the dizziness caused by previous blood loss, he was far from being well. Medical staff quickly went onto the stage, carrying the two who had fallen on the battleground down. Lying on the stretcher, Lu Changming remained blankly gazing at the gray sky until closing his eyes to avoid reality. This match was not visually appealing. Throughout, one side dominated the other. Yet, the result was extremely unexpected. Thus, all participating academies, to some extent, were discussing this match. They were highly curious about the method Lu Changming used to incapacitate his opponent. During the match, Lu Changming didn't forget to use Ice Attribute martial skills. Even if Wind Spirit Academy spread the news that Lu Changming used cold poison, those watching the match wouldn't guess that he needed to get close to release it. Sanshang's cold energy isn't really cold poison. It merely shows symptoms similar to cold poison when it's gradually triggered. Plus, the way to dispel it is also similar to how you counteract cold poison, leading others to mistakenly consider it cold poison. If during the previous hit on Teacher Gao, Kantang hadn't burst due to bouncing fist technique, Teacher Gao would definitely still have considered it cold poison. The method for releasing the cold poison relies on martial techniques rather than physical contact. Thus, the cold poison has become another layer of disguise for Kantang. Some also suspected that Lu Changming had used prohibited items. Although the preliminary matches do not outright ban treasures or other tools that enhance one's combat ability, like the selection contests within the academy, objects exceeding one's cultivation level are still forbidden. Therefore, although Lu Changming brought the Thunderlight Mirror here, he didn't take it onto the arena. But the crowd just had doubts, as using such an item would surely have been noticed by everyone present. If there was a treasure capable of concealing its presence from all, then it wouldn't be an ordinary treasure. It would almost qualify as an artifact, and the Cloud Soaring Academy could never obtain it. One particular academy among others showed more interest in this match, and their attention started earlier than other academies, right at the start of the competition. However, they were observing different aspects compared to the rest. This academy is the Mysterious Spirit Releasing Academy. They weren't loudly discussing anything now, but seriously watching as Lu Changming was being carried off the stage. Each grade usually has 2 leading teachers per academy, yet for this academy's third-year group, only one remained. The other had left after the match reached halfway. Additionally, students from this academy felt different from others. Their bearing did not seem like those studying inside an academy. Rather, they gave off vibes more akin to soldiers coming from the army. And currently, the missing teacher was sitting among the audience at the 4th-year competition area, quietly speaking with their 4th-year leading teacher. "Dean, I've discovered a strange student," that person said to the 4th-year teacher beside them, still sounding amazed. "Speak," replied the man addressed as Dean, who kept his eyes fixed on the ongoing match. "The true qi in his body gives me a very peculiar feeling." "What?" Upon hearing these words, the dean abruptly turned and stared at him, asking, "Does the true qi in his body feel like purple cage?" Yes, it's exactly this feeling." "How did you know, Dean?" "I didn't misjudge back then." The dean paused briefly after thinking carefully, then added, "Tomorrow I'll go there myself to confirm what I see with my own eyes." Chapter 90 Shurchun. Teacher, what should we do? Lu Changming's victory over the middle stage cultivation student of Function Academy made He Xuanyu very anxious. This might let Lu Changming outshine him completely, and as someone used to being dominant in the academy, except for Liu Shuang, he didn't want anyone surpassing him. Moreover, he harbored resentment towards Lu Changming, and if Lu gained the admiration of the dean this time, things would be hard for him later. Even though Lu Changming had defeated him before, he believed that after figuring out Lu Changming's martial techniques, he could still win against him. But now that Lu Changming had beaten a contestant from Function Academy, it was different. This victory influenced people's perception of Lu Changming far more than defeating him previously. Just now, he even overheard teammates discussing this event. Another matter troubled He Xuanyu, Liu Shuang. He once noticed Liu Shuang meeting Lu Changming multiple times. Did this mean? No, he absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. He had pursued Liu Shuang for almost 2 years. Given Liu Shuang's character, she definitely preferred those stronger than her. Although he had been defeated by her, he'd since analyzed her fighting style well enough. After the end of these preliminary matches, following arrangements made by Teacher Shun, he planned to secure decent results. then find an opportunity to challenge and beat Li Yushuang, claiming his reward in marriage. How could he possibly let the duck already in his mouth fly away? There's nothing I can do but meddle with the order of participants. Doing anything else would be too obvious. Xuanhuan shook his head and said. After staying silent for a moment, Xuanyu said, Teacher, do you think it's possible to leak some information about Lu Changming to other academies? No. Xuanhuan immediately rejected Xuanyu's suggestion. We can't do such things. That would expose us too easily. Do you think other academies would like traitors? Besides, do you know how he applied that undetectable cold poison? No. I can only try to create a few obstacles for him in the upcoming rounds. After that, it's up to you. If you can defeat stronger opponents, wouldn't this concern become meaningless? Xuanyu didn't say anything further. It seemed that Teacher Xuanhuan wasn't reliable after all. If Lu Changming continued using that hardly detectable cold poison, there was no doubt that he would continue to achieve victories. Would any future contestants match the prowess of Fengshan Academy's representative? Clearly, Xuanhuan wasn't truly willing to help. He merely acted in his own interest. The only reason Xuanhuan helped was because suppressing Lu Changming benefited him too. In fact, leaking information about Lu Changming was not as difficult as Xuanhuan said. He needn't go personally. He could write a letter, spend a bit of money, and entrust someone to deliver it to another academy. If he wanted to avoid detection, disguising himself while making arrangements could prevent other academies from tracing the source. Hardly any academy would delve deeply into such a minor issue. And in truth, Xuanyu had already sensed something during his fight with Lu Changming. If Xuanhuan hadn't outright rejected the idea, he might have already divulged some of this insight to him. During their battle, he observed certain unusual actions from Lu Changming. Specifically, whenever avoiding his attacks, Lu would sometimes rub himself with his hand. Recalling many poison parts matched the places touched by Lu Changming's hand. Therefore, this martial technique likely required direct physical contact with the enemy. If so, this vulnerability would make defending easier. Lu Changming's disguise wasn't thorough enough, it only misled spectators. The real opponent could sense irregularities. A passive defensive strategy combined with simultaneous counterattacks would work better. If Lu Changming took the initiative to attack, his moves would surely betray his intent. Lu Changming himself was actually aware of this issue. That's why he refrained from attacking proactively in his recent match with Fengshan Academy. However, when facing Xuanyu that day, anger clouded his judgment, and he attacked impulsively. The afternoon after the next day from that match, Lu Changming came to the arena again. Thanks to the expert care provided by medical staff specifically assigned from Fenyang Empire, his wounds were nearly healed. The nurse this morning was really beautiful. Judging from his behavior, it seemed Lu Changming was no longer thinking about that voice which had echoed in his mind yesterday afternoon. Whether he'd accepted it or deliberately stopped reminiscing, it remained unclear. Wow, impressive, Lu Changming. You actually managed to defeat a student from Fengshan Academy. What were you thinking before the match? Did you already have confidence when Teacher Xuan decided to put you first on stage? When Lu Changming arrived at the audience seats, one person approached. It was Shi Chun, the Earth attribute martial artist Lu Changming identified as one of Xuanyu's lackeys. At this point, today's team leader, accompanied by students who would compete in the afternoon session, had gone to the competition area. Only 3 people remained here. Apart from him and Shi Chun, there was also Li Yushuang. No, I didn't have much confidence at the time. Even though I defeated Xuanyu, my opponent was a higher cultivation stage student and also from Fengshan Academy. This win mainly happened because the opponent underestimated me, Lu Changming replied, despite considering Shi Chun as someone he had a decent relationship with. Shi Chun's enthusiasm compelled him to respond, yet Lu Changming deliberately emphasized the part about defeating Xuanyu. Either Shi Chun didn't notice or didn't care, as he continued speaking enthusiastically to Lu Changming. You're too modest. Even if he underestimated you, no one else could have won. At this moment, Li Yushuang was sitting not far away from them, facing left front. She was watching the ongoing match in the arena, but her mind wasn't really on the game. Her body, whether intentionally or unintentionally, leaned slightly to the right, tilting her right ear towards Lu Changming's direction as she eavesdropped on their conversation. She couldn't explain why, but she found herself increasingly concerned about Lu Changming. Lu Changming didn't notice Li Yushuang's peculiar behavior. Instead, he remained cautious of Shi Chun's excessive enthusiasm, unsure what the other boy might be up to. Have you heard the results from this morning's matches? Shi Chun suddenly asked. No, what happened? Because of the tight schedule of the round-robin tournament, many academies returned to the venue directly after lunch. That afternoon, Lu Changming had come alone and found only Shi Chun and Li Yushuang here, so no one informed him about the morning's match results. Do you know? Fengshan Academy lost to an academy other than Fengshan Academy. Who did they lose to? Lu Changming was previously just making casual replies, but upon hearing this, he suddenly became interested. Was it that Xuanhuan Academy? That's right, the academy with the strange name. Shi Chun didn't find it surprising that Lu Changming guessed correctly, as Teacher Xuan had also mentioned it earlier. It seemed there was very little information about this academy. This Xuanhuan Academy is rather mysterious. So Fengshan Academy took precautions during today's match and sent out a middle-stage Lianhuan realm student this morning. But who would have thought that Xuanhuan Academy also had a middle-stage Lianhuan realm student? Caught off guard, Fengshan Academy's middle-stage competitor lost quickly. Subsequently, 2 lower-stage fighters were also defeated, turning the match into a landslide situation. So our opponents this afternoon are relatively weak. Teacher Xuan even brought Xuanyu along, just to prevent any unexpected upsets. I guess tomorrow, when we face Xuanhuan Academy, big sister Li Yushuang will participate in the match as well. Chapter 91, Shi Chun's request. Bro Ming, did you notice? There was something wrong with Teacher Shin's arrangements yesterday. It seemed like he deliberately arranged for you to fight against the Fengshan Academy. Shurchen glanced at Li Yuzong from afar and suddenly lowered his voice. Moreover, he changed the way he addressed Lu Changming, and most importantly, Lu Changming picked up a lot of information from this sentence. What does Shurchen want to say? What? Lu Changming pretended not to understand. He had a strong sense of vigilance against Shurchen. Was he trying to tell him something? Or was he just probing as he Xuanyu's underling? It's just that Teacher Shin doesn't want you to win, so he arranged for you to participate in the match with Fengshan Academy, then made you sit on the bench for other inter-college competitions. Shurchen was getting anxious. How could he still not understand when things were already this clear? What do you mean? Why would Teacher Shin do this? Lu Changming continued to feign ignorance. You'll see, you probably won't have a chance to take the field in any upcoming matches. Shurchen sighed helplessly. Lu Changming didn't seem stupid. Why couldn't he figure it out? Lu Changming remained silent for a moment, then said, "All right, I got it. Tell me, what's your purpose in telling me all this?" Lu Changming had noticed that this guy seemed like he wanted to help him, but was he really helping? Or was he a mole who wanted to betray Xuanyu? Upon hearing this question, Shurchen seemed to have understood Lu Changming's meaning and smiled bitterly. Bro Ming, I truly don't have any special ulterior motives, and I'm not some goody two-shoes. I just saw that someone is trying to trip you up behind the scenes and wanted to help you. At this point, Shurchen paused briefly, seemingly gathering his thoughts. I'm a student in Class A1, in the same class as Xuanyu, so I know quite a bit about our homeroom teacher, Teacher Shun, and Xuanyu. Teacher Shun has done this sort of sneaky behavior more than once before. It's no wonder he's become so adept at tampering with things during the preliminary selection rounds. In fact, it's rather embarrassing to admit, but although my own strength isn't bad, I am probably one of the strongest students in Class A1 after Xuanyu. I still know my place. Some students in other classes are stronger than me. The reason why I can be a substitute player in this tournament is entirely because Teacher Shun gave me the opportunity. His pace quickened slightly here as if he was eager to explain clearly, and it wasn't even me who asked Teacher Shun. He simply used some method without my permission so I could participate in this competition. Perhaps he just wanted 2 people from our class to enter the preliminaries, which would likely benefit him. Lu Changming nodded. Since Shurchen could say these things openly, he was probably trustworthy, but he was still puzzled about why Shurchen wanted to tell him all this. Teacher Shin's actions may appear beneficial for our class, but they're not really. This person is extremely selfish and self-serving. He only does anything when it's advantageous to himself. Over the past 2 years, he has done many things that have infuriated our classmates, yet we dare not speak out against him. Not only because he is our teacher, but also because he Xuanyu, the strongest student in our class, collaborates with him, bullying our classmates. I've thought about this before. The reason our class became Class A1 might well have been due to Teacher Shun's manipulation during the first-year class distribution, channeling students with potential into his class. As a result, there are 2 factions in our class now. One refuses to comply with Teacher Shin's arrangements. However, such principled individuals aren't many. Although Teacher Shin cannot retaliate overtly, all the class affairs are decided by him, making the lives of these individuals miserable within the class. Even though they considered lodging complaints, what Teacher Shin wouldn't dare to do, he Xuanyu would. So most people in our class end up being dependent on others like me, enduring until graduation. I believe Teacher Shin won't try to hold us back in exams either. After all, he still needs the graduation rate of our class to support his performance. Still, I cannot tolerate what Teacher Shin does. Unlike a few brave students in our class who directly oppose him, I retain a little sense of justice inside me. After watching your match yesterday, I saw hope. Someone with your level of performance will undoubtedly draw attention from the higher-ups upon returning to school. And considering how you confronted Xuanyu earlier, if you find out that Teacher Shin tried to sabotage you, there's no way you'd let it slide quietly. That's why I want to use your hands to expose all that Teacher Shin has done. Hearing this, Lu Changming sighed. Who would have thought that things in Class A1 are in this state? You're not lacking in courage. It's more about adapting and knowing when to bide your time. The students in your class who oppose Teacher Shin are too rigid. Being overly stiff can lead to breaking easily. You guys currently don't have the ability to stand up to Shun Hao. Why not wait until you're capable in the future before exposing him? Lu Changming spoke with profound eyes. When will I be able to say such philosophical things? Lu Changming still had a look of lamenting the helplessness of life on his face, appearing profound in front of Shurchen, but he thought this way inside. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Li Yuzong had just heard their voices lower and became even more curious. She finally couldn't resist moving over to ask. We're discussing which academy's girls are prettier. Do you want to join us and explore this topic? Lu Changming said with a smirk. The next day's competition was successfully completed. The only upset was from Fenglan Academy where the sophomore, junior, and senior teams all suffered unexpected defeats at the hands of Shuren Academy, who emerged as the dark horse victors. Otherwise, there was little suspense in the other matches, and Yunxiao Academy smoothly won their game too. However, they weren't taking it easy, because tomorrow they would face Shuren Academy. They couldn't afford to end up like Fenglan Academy. It was evening at the venue for the third-year matches. All matches were done, and the academies were preparing to leave. However, the group from Shuren Academy didn't move since the 2 leaders were conversing, and students could not leave without their command. Master, Lu Changming did not participate in today's match. I checked. In the afternoon, he came to the field, so his injuries must have healed. Guess today's trip is wasted. The master chuckled bitterly. After pondering for a while, he said, tomorrow is our match against Yunxiao Academy. Let me check again. Let them all play. If Lu Changming isn't on the Yunxiao Academy roster, There may be internal problems within their academy, so we'll need to force him into the match. Pausing, the master added. Use heavy-handed tactics. Make the mid-stage Xuanhuan realm participants from Xianxia Academy suffer serious injuries, so they can't participate in their upcoming match against xuanhuan Academy. This way, Lu Changming will have no choice but to step up. Master, won't this attract attention from the Finyang Empire side? No problem, just pretend it's an accident. Master, regarding tomorrow's afternoon match against Fengshan Academy. Our goal is for the Continental Academy's exchange tournament. We don't need to reveal too much. Give it up. Chapter 92, Lost another match. The third day of the round-robin tournament. This morning, there was a match between Wind Deity Academy and Release Deity Academy, and this afternoon was the match between Cloud Soaring Academy and Release Deity Academy. Teacher Shin and Teacher Wang were both paying close attention to this morning's game. Yesterday, Fenglan Academy unexpectedly failed, so to prevent a similar fate, both team leaders wanted to probe the real strength of Release Deity Academy through this match. Although it might have been their strongest force that faced Fenglan Academy before, they still decided to be cautious just in case. Though Teacher Shun could be cunning, he genuinely hoped for the victory of the academy. If the academy failed, he would bear responsibility, which wasn't what he desired. This morning, Release Deity Academy fielded the same lineup as yesterday against Wind Deity Academy. Only one mid-rank soul refinement practitioner, at least superficially. Thus, they lost the match without putting up much of a fight. Even Fenglan Academy with all mid-rankers managed to beat a few members of Wind Deity Academy. It seemed like this was the full strength of Release Deity Academy. Fenglan Academy must have been careless before. This gave Teacher Shun great confidence and made him believe it unnecessary to play Yu Changming for safety. Teacher Shun, including Yu Changming would make it safer, said Wang Qing, looking at the roster for the afternoon set by Xunhao at noon. I always feel there's something off about Release Deity Academy. There's no problem. I think they already put their best players out there against Fenglan Academy. All 8 of them have appeared in matches. Moreover, haven't you noticed Yu Changming's martial skills? Though I've never seen that technique and don't know how it works, I feel the less that technique is used, the better. Once sharp-eyed people discover it, Yu Changming may not be able to defeat opponents beyond his rank anymore. Xunhao indeed had a talent for persuading others, and his reasons held water. Wang Qing nodded and didn't say anything more, as Xunhao's points were logical. Evening. Xunhao sat on a chair in the room, blankly staring at the white wall in front of him. His mind was empty now, overwhelmed by what happened this afternoon, leaving him unable to recover. He had just returned from the hospital specially prepared for the contestants by the Empire. At the moment, Xuanyu lay there, his plaster-cast leg suspended in the air. In today's afternoon match, Xuanyu's leg was broken. Furthermore, another mid-rank soul refinement practitioner from their academy, Li Yuzong, wasn't in good condition either and sustained some serious injuries. Although she wouldn't be completely out tomorrow like Xuanyu, she wouldn't be able to perform at her full potential. Xunhao couldn't understand why Release Deity Academy seemed to have changed overnight. Xunhao was very confident in the afternoon plan, believing he had everything figured out. Release Deity Academy only had one mid-rank soul refinement fighter, and according to previous matches, they usually placed that fighter in the first position. In his plan, Li Yuzong would go first and, based on her abilities, should easily defeat the opponent's mid-rank fighter and then knock out one more opponent. Afterward, Xuanyu would come on and clean up, ideally winning 3 consecutive battles. Indeed, everything was going as expected during the first match, until the moment it concluded prematurely. When Li Yuzong was about to defeat her opponent, the opponent suddenly counterattacked, risking severe injury and also managing to wound Li Yuzong. This was completely unexpected for Xunhao. He couldn't figure out why Release Deity Academy would do this since there was no benefit to them whatsoever. Could it be that Fenglan Academy had a deal with them? That possibility crossed his mind. Perhaps Fenglan Academy was trying to weaken their forces via Release Deity Academy. That was Xunhao's thought at the time. Despite that, Xunhao wasn't alarmed yet. Although Li Yuzong's injury might affect future matches against Fenglan Academy, they still had Yu Changming. There was no grudge between Yu Changming and him. It was just that Xuanyu had helped him quite a bit over time, and they depended on each other to achieve mutual benefits. Otherwise, Xunhao wouldn't bother helping Xuanyu at all. At this point, what mattered most was ensuring success in the preliminary rounds, even if it meant utilizing Yu Changming's strength. Therefore, despite any impact on Li Yuzong's performance, she could still compete. She might not be able to defeat Fenglan's mid-rank fighters, but lower-rank opponents would still be manageable. Handing the 2 mid-rank Fenglan fighters to Xuanyu and Yu Changming would give them a win probability of over 90%. But then things got completely out of control. Xuanyu's opponent had been in a previous match, at low-rank soul refinement level. However, when facing Xuanyu, the opponent suddenly unleashed mid-rank power, catching Xuanyu unprepared and quickly defeating him. The final blow from the opponent directly struck Xuanyu's calf. Xunhao had forgotten that they lacked intelligence on Release Deity Academy. On the continent, most academies couldn't hide their participants' cultivation levels. The students' cultivation states in each academy were almost public knowledge because these were reference points for academy rankings. They all knew which academy had how many mid-rank soul refinement students, so it was unlikely that any academy would let its students conceal their strength on the field unless the student suddenly advanced in power just those few days. However, this possibility was minimal. So Xunhao subconsciously thought Release Deity Academy wouldn't conceal their strength either. But he forgot that Release Deity Academy was a newly established and mysterious academy. Not only did he not know the true power of this academy's students, neither did anyone else. This allowed Release Deity Academy to take full advantage of this uncertainty and effortlessly beat both Wind Deity and Cloud Soaring Academies. News then spread that though the fourth-year team struggled to win, the second-year team lost outright with a few injuries. Thus, this afternoon, they lost to Release Deity Academy. Now, to advance from the round-robin tournament, they needed to defeat Wind Deity Academy. But given the current state of the third and second-year teams, even if the fourth-year team could overcome their opponents, they still wouldn't be able to move forward. Afterward, they also petitioned the Empire for punishment against Release Deity Academy, with the best-case scenario being their opponents disqualified due to causing severe injury to their students. But this was impossible. After all, Release Deity Academy won by relying on their own abilities without using any banned items. They could only issue a warning. Xuanhuan was now extremely troubled. The Academy had always placed significant emphasis on the preliminaries, so getting eliminated straight from the round-robin would make the upper management furious. Although Dean Zhu would shoulder a considerable amount of responsibility, the main cause of this strategic blunder lay on him. He couldn't fathom what kind of punishment the Academy might mete out to him, and though they probably wouldn't fire him directly, he knew it wouldn't be as simple as his promotion plan falling through. He didn't understand why Release Deity Academy acted like this. Though he suspected Wind Deity Academy before, since Release Deity Academy revealed their second mid-rank soul refinement fighter, the probability of such an alliance was now slim. Academies of such caliber had no need to kowtow to Wind Deity Academy. What was the reason then? Why was Release Deity Academy targeting their academy? He remained puzzled after much deliberation. More strangely, how did an academy of such formidable power suddenly appear? It wasn't one of the academies within Fengyang Empire, but rather a small country's. Perhaps it was merely an organization using the academy's name. If so, why did they participate in the preliminaries? At this thought, Xuanhuan suddenly shivered. He began to feel that the situation might not be as simple as it seemed. Chapter 93. The Mysterious Divine Spirit Academy. A mysterious academy suddenly appeared under the name of an affiliated state and participated in the preliminary competition within the empire, which naturally not only drew attention from various academies, but also raised concerns from the Fengyang Empire. Although it seemed that their goal was just the Continental Academy exchange competition, they hadn't done anything suspicious yet. However, the sudden emergence of a completely unknown academy inside the empire made many people within the empire uneasy. Yedu, Yongxing Street. It was just the beginning of the night, which should be one of the busiest times for Yedu, but Yongxing Street was unusually empty. The only signs of life were the lanterns hanging from the gates on both sides of the Grand Street, and the occasional carriage rushing across its broad expanse, showing that the place wasn't abandoned. Yongxing Street wasn't remotely secluded. Instead, it was located in one of the best areas of Yedu. The reason for its sparse population was because it was the high-end villa district of Yedu. Almost no commoners would ever come here. Almost all the nobles and officials in Yedu owned properties in this area, and the mansions granted by His Majesty the Emperor to officials and warriors were mostly among these vacant houses. Owning a property here symbolized the owner's identity and status, and the deeper inside the location, the more luxurious the mansion, and the higher the owner's status. At this moment, in a small alley to the west of Yongxing Street, a rider was galloping through the narrow lane. The eastern side of the alley was the wall surrounding the villa area of Yongxing Street, while the western side consisted of irregular buildings of Yedu's bustling downtown area. Despite being close to the bustling downtown, the designer clearly considered this, as soundproof walls had been built on the buildings to reduce noise. The alley was covered with moss, extremely narrow, only allowing 3 people to walk abreast, and the road was twisting. Riding at such a speed through this small alley showed the high skill of the rider. In less than 30 breaths, the rider approached the end of the alley and stopped beside a back gate of the villa area. Originally, these mansions did not have back doors. Usually, if there was a back door, it was added by the owner. Moreover, this particular door differed from ordinary doors. It didn't sink into the wall like others. Instead, it was flush with the wall, painted the same color as the wall, and had a very thin seam. If one didn't carefully examine the wall, it would be almost impossible to notice this door. Because the alley was so narrow, the rider couldn't dismount in the usual way. Instead, after stepping on the stirrups with both feet, he executed a backflip to land off the horse. He then quickly knocked on the nearby door. The knocking followed a certain rhythm, seemingly using some sort of secret code. In the span of a single breath, the door creaked open, and the rider quickly entered the mansion. Inside, the study. This was an ordinary-looking study. At first glance, the general interior decor seemed no different from that of a common household, and the space was quite modest, not what one would expect in a mansion. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that this study was far from ordinary. Whether it was the decorative vases and potted plants, the inkstones, brushes, and paper, or certain books on the shelves, none of these items were something an ordinary person could obtain. At this moment, a middle-aged man sat at the desk, writing something with his brush pen. Though his appearance suggested he was over 50 years old, he still had a full head of black hair and an energetic demeanor. The occasional aura of authority revealed that he had been in a high position for many years. Suddenly, there was a knock on the study door. The middle-aged man didn't look up, but casually said, "Come in." The person who had knocked earlier turned out to be the previous writer. Upon entering the study, seeing the middle-aged man busy writing something, he silently stepped aside and remained silent. After about 3/4 of an hour, the middle-aged man finally put down his brush, stood up to stretch his body, and without even glancing at the writer, said, "Have you found out the background of that Divine Spirit Academy?" "Your Highness, we haven't discovered where this academy comes from." The writer respectfully bowed and said, But during the last half-month, we did find some strange things. What strange things are there? Though the preliminary competition had only started 3 days ago, the registration process began 2 months earlier and only closed right before the preliminary started. 20 days ago, the Divine Spirit Academy registered. The prince, out of boredom, happened to take a look at the list of the registered academies and noticed the name Divine Spirit Academy. He had never heard of this academy, and judging by the enrollment information from all angles, this academy seemed quite suspicious. So, just in case and to satisfy his own curiosity, the prince sent people to investigate the northern small country of Xuanhuan Kingdom, which was listed as the academy's affiliated nation. Your Highness, we first investigated the location reported by the academy and questioned the locals, but we discovered that there was no such place mentioned in their records. Afterwards, we thought that since the Divine Spirit Academy could register, it must have proof from the Xuanhuan Kingdom. Moreover, to establish an academy within a nation, one must obtain recognition from that nation's king. Therefore, we pretended to be wealthy merchants from the Finyang Empire in order to meet the king of Xuanhuan and inquire about the situation of the Divine Spirit Academy. However, we were informed that His Majesty the King was severely ill and unable to receive visitors. Nevertheless, they seemed unwilling to offend the representatives of the empire, so eventually the Chancellor of Xuanhuan met with us. But this Chancellor appeared to not know anything about the Divine Spirit Academy, or rather, he had never even heard of the name of the Divine Spirit Academy. So, we became even more puzzled. The Chancellor handles most domestic affairs, and if an academy had applied for certification, the Chancellor would surely have been aware of it. And the certification for the Divine Spirit Academy did not seem forged. Thus, only the king could have bypassed the Chancellor to issue certification to the academy. Therefore, in the end, we still needed to meet the king. Based on our intelligence, the king of Xuanhuan had appeared healthy before his subjects just a month ago. So why was it so coincidental that he suddenly fell seriously ill? Finally, we decided to infiltrate the Xuanhuan palace to investigate. But, we discovered nothing. Oh, how could this happen? The Duke asked curiously. He knew very well the abilities of the subordinates he sent. They were all former spies of the empire with first-rate skills in acquiring intelligence and infiltration. If they wanted to sneak into a place, unless there was a martial artist much stronger than them present, or a high-level martial artist trained specifically in detection techniques guarding it, they would not be detected. After we had just infiltrated the palace, the captain ordered us to leave. The captain said that if we went further inside, everyone, including him, would be discovered. The captain's intuition has always been accurate, so to avoid alarming anyone prematurely, we stopped our investigation. The captain also instructed me to come back and report. Upon hearing this, the Duke furrowed his brow in deep thought. He knew the captain he had dispatched very well, an expert at the low stage of the soul connection realm, with both espionage training and a cultivation level this high, which was rare even in the entire empire. More importantly, the captain mentioned being detected. There were only 3 possibilities. There was a powerful practitioner at the higher stages of the soul awakening realm in the Xuanhuan Palace, or someone at the mid-stage of the soul connection realm who specialized in detection techniques, or they possessed a high-level detection treasure. However, for such a small country, under normal circumstances, none of these should be possible. After pondering for a while, the Duke said to the rider, "Go back first. Tell your captain to continue investigating in the Xuanhuan Kingdom, but not to approach the palace again. Later, I will send more people over." Chapter 94, A Battle with Little Hope. The 4th day of the preliminary competition. Today is the last day of the round-robin matches, and also the day that Xianxia Academy values the most, the match against xuanhuan Academy. They will decide the 3rd place in the group. Lu Changming was in a very good mood today. Ever since yesterday afternoon, he had been feeling great, and even the gloomy weather felt as bright as a sunny day to him. Because something happened yesterday that made his heart feel light. Xuanyu got his leg broken during the match. Although schadenfreude is not something a gentleman should do, Lu Changming has never considered himself a noble person. He didn't have such lofty qualities. Of course, he knew it wasn't right, but he couldn't help it. He laughed many times in bed last night, and almost went to the hospital just to see Xuanyu while smiling. No, people shouldn't be so despicable, or they would face retribution. Lu Changming reminded himself internally. And this morning, he even saw teacher Xuanhao, looking spiritless. By the looks of him, it seemed like Xuanhao had already foreseen Xianxia Academy's failure. Though he didn't want to help much, as a member of Xianxia Academy, he still needed to play his part. As someone who thinks about the bigger picture, he decided to put aside his small self and step forward. Aside from Lu Changming, who was happily satisfied with himself, the rest of the Xianxia Academy looked far from optimistic. Though everyone refused to give up, the hope of winning was slim. Their confidence had been strong before yesterday afternoon. Originally, their 3rd-year students were slightly better than those of xuanhuan Academy, plus Lu Changming, who could defeat mid-level soul refinement stage opponents, so victory seemed certain. But now Xuanyu can't even get on the field. Li Weishuang might be able to fight, but could only perform half of her previous strength at best. What about Lu Changming? Although Lu Changming claimed his martial techniques were exclusive and couldn't be easily revealed, the teachers deduced from some hints Lu Changming gave in his past competitions that his skills could secretly cause an opponent to be poisoned by cold toxins and lose combatability. However, if Lu Changming tried to use this technique on someone more skilled than himself, he himself would sustain serious injuries. So regardless of whether he won or lost, neither side would likely be able to continue competing. Furthermore, Lu Changming's previous opponents failed because they underestimated him, giving him opportunities to win. Today's opponents wouldn't fall into the same trap, so it was quite possible that his martial techniques might fail altogether. Thus, Lu Changming could only count as a mid-level soul refinement opponent, and that was not even guaranteed. If his technique fails, he would be essentially useless. As for Li Yueshuang, even though she can utilize half her strength, it is still unlikely that she could beat Fenglan's mid-level soul refinement students. This half strength doesn't mean she can deplete half of the opponent's true essence either. In her current state, she might fare well against low-level soul refinement practitioners, but compared to higher ones, she is practically no different from a lower-tier practitioner. Li Yueshuang originally planned to push herself harder to bring down another mid-level opponent despite risking aggravating her own injuries. But teacher Wang Qing immediately guessed her intention. Being familiar with Li Yueshuang, he knew what she would attempt and thus dissuaded her beforehand. If he noticed her wanting to go all out, he would stop the match directly. It could lead to her being severely injured, which might impact her future cultivation practice. Also, Shin teacher disagreed too. If a student was seriously injured in a competition, Shin would also be held responsible. So in reality, there isn't much hope for success in today's matches. Everyone harbored a let's give it a try attitude, perhaps hoping for a miracle. Of course, except for Lu Changming and Su Hang. Lu Changming was not the kind of person with a leader's personality. He wouldn't walk up to everyone, loudly declare, "Don't be disheartened, I will lead you to victory," and then proudly demonstrate his mid-level soul refinement prowess. He Xuanyu might do something like that, or Li Yueshuang might try to boost the morale of the team, but Lu Changming did not have the thought of becoming a leader. If the teammates lacked confidence, he preferred to solve problems through action. So although Lu Changming was in a good mood, he did not show happiness on his face. He didn't want others to detect his positive mood. To align his behavior with others around him and avoid exclusion, he had drawn this conclusion after nearly 10 years working as a partner. "Teacher Shun, let me go first," Lu Changming said to Xuanhao at the contestant seats. Alright, Xuanhao responded. Originally, he wanted Li Yueshuang to go first, intending for her to wear down the opponent so that Lu Changming could preserve his fighting strength while defeating the opponent and changing the next one. But he also knew that was merely wishful thinking, so when Lu Changming volunteered to go first, he did not oppose. Before stepping onto the stage, Lu Changming suddenly felt a sense of inspiration and turned to give everyone a faint smile as he said, "Today, I'll show you what a miracle looks like." Then, he turned away with a composed demeanor and walked toward the stage, leaving behind 6 people with bewildered expressions. Jin Xingming. This was the name of Lu Changming's opponent, also one of the 2 middle-stage soul refinement students from Fenglan Academy's 3rd-year class. When Jin Xingming saw his opponent was Lu Changming, he became cautious because they had watched Xianxia Academy's match yesterday and knew that both their mid-level soul refinement students were injured. Hence, at this moment, the most difficult person in Xianxia Academy was precisely Lu Changming, even though he was only at the low-stage soul refinement level. Even though their academy was confident about today's competition, Jin Xingming didn't want to lose. Although Lu Changming was powerful, being defeated by someone of a lower rank would still be embarrassing. After Lu Changming defeated Fengshan Academy's opponent, they specifically studied him but couldn't figure out how he unleashed his martial techniques. However, they did discover some methods to counter him. Aside from cold toxins, every other aspect of Lu Changming's abilities, such as attack power, defense, and speed, was evidently at or below the low-stage soul refinement level. And since cold toxins were likely transmitted through true essence, avoiding all his attacks could prevent the invasion of cold toxins, which wasn't difficult for a mid-stage practitioner. It also seemed that the effect of cold toxins might take time to manifest. To play it safe, Jin Xingming intended to defeat Lu Changming quickly so as to avoid the possibility of mutual losses seen before. So while Jin Xingming was cautious, he was filled with confidence. He wouldn't lose this match. The first round between Yunxiao Academy and Fenglan Academy begins. The referee declared with a whistle, starting the match. Jin Xingming did not make a move yet. He wanted to proceed cautiously, allowing Lu Changming to attack first. If he attacked first and exposed any weaknesses, getting struck by Lu Changming's attack would be regrettable. He was confident that no matter what type of attack Lu Changming used, as long as it didn't exceed the low-stage soul refinement level, he could completely defend against it. Then, Lu Changming would endure Jin Xingming's overwhelming barrage, ending the match immediately. While pondering for half a breath's worth of time, he suddenly realized with alarm that Lu Changming was less than 5 meters in front of him. This absolutely wasn't a speed achievable by someone at the low-stage soul refinement level. Chapter 95, a series of 5. Sai, what happened? Jin Xingming had just thought about it when the referee declared the match over. Why did the referee say I lost? Sai, where's my right hand? Suddenly, Jin Xingming couldn't feel his right arm. He turned his head mechanically and saw his opponent, Lu Changming, smiling and standing beside him. Then he slowly looked down at his numb right arm. Ah! Jin Xingming screamed uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that a male warrior could make such a shrill sound. At this moment, his right arm still maintained the position it had been in at the beginning of the match when he had raised it to prepare to release a defensive martial skill, but it could no longer move. The exposed right arm, from the middle of the upper arm to the hand, was covered with a layer of ice crystals. His right arm had been frozen. Although he still had fighting ability now, it was obvious that if he continued to fight, he would suffer irreversible injuries. Moreover, Lu Changming seemed to have held back, so the referee announced the end of the match, with Lu Changming declared as the winner. Lu Changming stood beside him, supporting that arm to prevent it from breaking due to gravity. As students who hadn't yet graduated from the academy, seeing their arms frozen would certainly cause panic, but Lu Changming didn't expect him to scream so loudly and piercingly, which startled him and almost made him break the icicle in his hand. Hey, stop screaming. Your hand won't be gone. Go find a fire attribute teacher quickly to help you clear the blockage, and your arm will be saved. Really? Jin Chengming asked tearfully, his lips trembling. Wow, this person looks so rugged, but why does their character resemble a woman's? If I knew this, I wouldn't have used such a showy method to fight. Looking at Jin Chengming, Lu Changming felt slightly nauseous. The teachers from Fenglan Academy quickly arrived. Upon seeing the condition of their student, they glared angrily at Lu Changming. Lu Changming, one hand supporting Jin Chengming's hand, the other making a defensive gesture, said, "What are you going to do? I'm not responsible if his hand breaks." The teachers also knew that rescuing Jin Chengming's arm was the top priority at the moment, and since this was the competition site, they couldn't attack Lu Changming either. They hurriedly shoved Lu Changming aside with disdain, took Jin Chengming, and led him away. Lu Changming scratched his head, not quite understanding why they were like this. Wasn't it just freezing one of their students' arms? Was there such a grudge? The teachers of Fenglan Academy definitely weren't just reacting this way because of this incident. It was because of Lu Changming's sudden burst of strength, which had cost them their qualification for promotion, the disparity making them extremely frustrated. If he wasn't still on the field, perhaps someone from Fenglan Academy would have rushed over to beat up Lu Changming. After the people from Fenglan Academy walked off the stage, the audience from other academies finally reacted. There began to be exclamations in the arena, but since the number of spectators was less than 1,000, and they weren't real spectators, the exclamations were intermittent, making Lu Changming, who thought he had elegantly won the match, somewhat embarrassed. At this time, at Xianxia Academy, Hall Master, after watching the match, the leading teacher of Xianxia Academy turned around and looked at the man he called Hall Master, but he didn't voice the words because Hall Master had closed his eyes and appeared to be thinking about something. Hall Master had joined the organization years earlier than him, and his cultivation was much deeper than his own. Perhaps he had sensed something else from that Lu Changming. They were not concerned about Lu Changming's own realm. To them, it was unimportant. What mattered most was the kind of aura surrounding Lu Changming. Half a quarter later, the Hall Master opened his eyes. Hall Master, is there anything particularly special about that Lu Changming? The Hall Master shook his head and said, no, but that aura is indeed exactly the same as Purple Cage. The Hall Master fell silent again for a moment, then said, take him back after the preliminary rounds are over. Yes, because it was a tournament system, Lu Changming didn't leave the stage but returned to his original spot to wait for his opponent to come out. The contestant from Fenglan Academy stepped onto the platform somewhat dejectedly. He was also at the mid-level of soul refinement, but he had no confidence in defeating Lu Changming. Although Lu Changming had already gone through one battle before, Jin Chengming lost too quickly, and the little bit of true energy that Lu Changming consumed had likely been restored. So, the current state of Fenglan Academy was similar to Yunxiao Academy's situation not long ago. They could only try their best. If they could somehow force Lu Changming to be substituted out, they might have an opportunity. However, this possibility was too remote. Who would have thought that Lu Changming actually possessed the strength of the middle stage of the soul refinement realm? For academies with similar strength, having one more or one less mid-stage soul refinement level cultivator made a huge difference. Moreover, this mid-stage opponent could fight against another mid-stage opponent using only lower stage strength. If he used his full strength, he might even be able to battle someone at the high stage of soul refinement. It was truly incomprehensible why he had concealed his strength before, pretending to be weak only to shock everyone. Was it because he enjoyed suffering when competing earlier? Or perhaps now that their academy had no hope of advancing, he decided to unleash his full power? Speculation started spreading among other academies. Ming brother. The opponent quivered as he spoke to Lu Changming, directly addressing him as Ming brother, and asked, could you please not freeze me? Before stepping onto the stage, he had witnessed Jin Chengming being helped off by teachers, looking deathly pale. He shuddered just thinking about it. It couldn't possibly feel good. With certain defeat looming ahead, he didn't want to endure any additional agony. Although the previous quick knockout by Lu Changming shook him deeply and completely shattered his confidence, this was a national competition. If he were to surrender right away without putting up a fight, not only would the Empire disapprove, but also the teachers from his academy wouldn't forgive him. Lu Changming chuckled softly. How peculiar these students from Fenglan Academy were. But since they had addressed him as Ming brother, he'd fulfill their request. True to expectations, Lu Changming swiftly triumphed over his opponent, whose fighting spirit was utterly drained. It felt like Lu Changming was simply battering a punching bag, no need for the residual frost technique. He directly sent the opponent tumbling off the arena. From then on, Fenglan Academy lost all resistance. The next 3 participants were all at the early stage of the soul refinement realm. Originally, a combined effort from 3 low-tier combatants might knock down a single mid-tier fighter, but due to Lu Changming's impressive first match and realizing their academy had no chance of progressing, the remaining contestants lost all will to fight. Lu Changming ended the matches effortlessly, overwhelming them with irresistible force. Thus, Lu Changming became the sole competitor in their group, apart from Fengshan Academy, who accomplished the incredible feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row. Moreover, he was likely the only one in this preliminary round who could personally wipe out an entire top 30 ranked academy single-handedly. After the match concluded, Lu Changming exhaled deeply, feeling far more refreshed throughout his body, as though the last lingering trace of gloom within his heart had vanished. Chapter 96, Expansion. After the referee announced the final result of the match, their group's round-robin matches were over. Yunxiao Academy seemed to be in grave danger before the competition but ended up advancing quite securely. Although they didn't secure second place as expected, who could have foreseen that a strong academy like Xianxia Academy would suddenly appear? Lu Changming strode off the stage with great enthusiasm. He now had developed an admiration for himself. Simply put, he was self-obsessed. He felt as if the whole world was focused on him. He swaggered into Xianxia Academy's contestant seat with an expression saying praise me quickly. However, the imagined cheers did not come. The 6 people in the contestant seats clearly hadn't caught up yet. The entire match from start to finish, excluding the time for contestants to enter the stage, took less than 15 minutes. So just like this they won. Everyone's mind couldn't process it fast enough. Hey, wake up, the match is over. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Changming's confidence instantly dropped by more than half. That night, Lu Changming returned to his room tiredly. After today's match, he felt he was given a hero's welcome. First, he was surrounded by his now awake teammates. Excluding Su Hang, the others looked at him with eyes as though he were some rare and precious creature. Well, no. Actually more like a savior hero. This was completely different from before. Before his battle against Xuanhuan, no one had ever given him a proper glance. But after defeating Fengshan Academy's contestant, Xianxia came to seek him out voluntarily. Only today did he show all his strength. It seemed only demonstrating his capabilities could earn the respect of others. And having hidden for so long, this sudden change in perception made Lu Changming feel secretly smug, even invincible. Even though Lu Changming wanted to stay low-key when he first entered the academy, since that day he was threatened by Xuanhuan, he realized flaunting himself could make those unpleasant things disappear. Hence, he let go and decided he wanted affirmation from others. However, being surrounded like this wasn't something Lu Changming liked. He didn't know how to deal with people, and becoming the center of attention instead left him very awkward. Everyone was mainly asking him why he had concealed his cultivation level, making him unsure how to respond. In the end, Lu Changming shifted the blame onto Teacher Gao, claiming everything was part of Teacher Gao's plan. When his teammates finally calmed down, the 2 teachers approached him again. Teacher Shun immediately showed overwhelming warmth, patting Lu Changming's shoulder affectionately, praising how Lu Ming, using the name affectionately, had truly saved their academy from crisis. He promised that when they returned to the academy, he would certainly be the first to request commendations for him. He also said there would be a celebration banquet for successfully advancing through the preliminary rounds. Looking at Xuanhao's hypocritical smile, Lu Changming felt nauseated. Xuanhao certainly owed him gratitude, but while thanks were given, once the preliminary rounds ended and they encountered any conflicts of interest, Xuanhao wouldn't hesitate to sell him out. People like him couldn't be trusted. But Lu Changming still smiled and flattered Teacher Shun, telling him that his efforts were also crucial, and without Teacher Shun's wise decision-making placing him as the lead player, he wouldn't have managed to pull off 5 consecutive victories, etc. The 2 flattered each other with ulterior motives until finally, Teacher Wang Qing just gave him a brief, "You're impressive." Finally, after hearing the news, Vice Dean Zhu specially came to see him and acknowledged his contributions to the academy, indicating she would commend him upon their return to the academy. Unlike the students, she didn't ask directly about his cultivation levels during their face-to-face meeting. Although Lu Changming found Vice Dean Zhu's official tone unimpressive, he could still see that her appreciation was sincere, entirely different from Xuanhao. And Lu Changming was genuinely interested in that commendation, so he acted with full enthusiasm in front of Vice Dean Zhu. After all these events concluded, it was already late. Lu Changming felt more exhausted than working an entire day at the Dama restaurant. Today, even though Lu Changming felt exhausted, he was in a good mood. In complete contrast to him, within a hospital in Yidu City, in a dimly lit ward, Xuanyu was gritting his teeth in anger, his disposition sour, and his whole body seemed restless due to his wrath. Since a high-ranked water attribute martial artist was specifically responsible for treating injured contestants, his broken leg healed rather quickly, reducing what should have been nearly a 2-month recovery period to just a few days. His leg no longer needed to be suspended, and it seemed likely he would be able to rejoin the upcoming matches. However, this did not cheer him up because Xuanhao had just told him what happened today. Today, Lu Changming stole the show from everyone else, revealing his intermediate soul refining realm strength, and accomplished the incredible feat of single-handedly wiping out Xuanhuan Academy. Xuanyu no longer wanted to dwell on it further. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became. After today's events, Lu Changming's position was now completely above him. If Lu Changming chose to confront him, Xuanyu estimated that he would find it extremely difficult to win. And judging by Xuanhao's tone, it seemed like Xuanhao no longer intended to help him. Seeing that Lu Changming had surpassed him in strength, Xuanhao wanted to improve their relationship instead. What a fickle-minded person. What a selfish and petty man. No, it appeared that he could only rely on himself. If Lu Changming made a significant mistake in future matches and caused the academy to fail advancing, or if Xuanyu helped the academy advance, then he could regain his status. Xuanyu recalled a plan he almost forgot due to his injury. After the round-robin matches ended, there would be 1 day of rest before the second round of elimination matches. The 8 runner-up academies would compete for 4 spots. Then, after another day of rest, a final 2-day elimination match would take place, where the third-place teams from each group and the 4 eliminated runner-ups, a total of 12 academies, would vie for the last 3 spots. Therefore, Xianxia Academy's next match wouldn't start until 3 days later. However, they couldn't rest all 3 days. In the second round of elimination matches, they needed to observe closely because the 4 eliminated teams might very well become their opponents. Although they had watched their previous matches, the elimination round would likely reveal more of their hidden strengths. Lu Changming wasn't particularly eager to go. His performance had quietly surpassed Li Yufrost's, and it seemed he was becoming the top student of the 3rd year at Xianxia Academy. If he applied to Xuanhao, he believed Xuanhuan would certainly agree. Because of his streak of 5 consecutive victories that day, he felt confident that with his current strength, he could defeat any opponent as long as they were at the intermediate soul refining realm. He had somewhat overestimated his abilities. However, he was not familiar with Yidu City and had nothing else to do. At most, he could dig out the suppressing evil stone and absorb some purple chi, but this wouldn't take much time either. Therefore, he decided to follow the others to watch the matches. Chapter 97. 3 Senior Students. Bang bang bang. The room's door was knocked on, waking Lu Changming up in a daze. He rubbed the crust from his eyes, slowly sitting up. By now, the sun was already high in the sky. It was quite late. However, still a little groggy after being woken by the knocks, he remembered just how exhausted he had been the previous night. Aside from last night when he returned to his room, his main fatigue stemmed from the depletion of his true essence. Moreover, the rushed travel and injuries over these past days had completely disrupted the circadian rhythm he'd maintained at the academy. Back at the academy, he could wake up as promptly as Su Hang at the crack of dawn. But for the past couple of days, it was only Su Hang who could rouse him. Lu Changming first glanced at the adjacent bed. Su Hang was no longer there. Clearly, even with many years of discipline behind him, his biological clock was hard to disrupt, and judging by his absence, he likely found a suitable place to practice within this estate. Bang bang bang. The knocking came again, louder this time, as if urging Lu Changming. In his half-conscious state, Lu Changming momentarily forgot that someone was outside his door. Why are you knocking so aggressively? Don't you know that the hero who saved Xianxia Academy from its dire straits is inside? Lu Changming complained silently in his head aching slightly from the reverberations of the knocks. Creak. Wow. Crash. Lu Changming let out a startled yell, slammed the door shut with a clang, then hurriedly hopped back onto the bed to put on some clothes. After hastily tidying up his disheveled hair from a night's sleep, he finally opened the door again. Standing outside were 3 people, one of whom Lu Changming recognized, while the other 2 seemed familiar, 4th-year seniors. The one he recognized was naturally also a 4th-year senior, Xianxia. The reason for Lu Changming's sudden scream earlier was due to the presence of a girl among the 3. When he opened the door, he was only wearing a small pair of shorts. Having worked as an apprentice for nearly a decade, it was the first time he had appeared so scantily dressed in front of a woman. One of them was an energetic female senior, sporting a single ponytail. Though not stunningly beautiful, her lively and spirited demeanor was highly captivating. She exuded confidence and charisma despite not dressing extravagantly. Today wasn't a competition day, so none of them wore their school uniforms. However, unlike regular women, she dressed simply in plain purple clothing. Another person was a male senior, leaning lifelessly against Xianxia's shoulder. His hair was more disheveled than Lu Changming's, and his face sported stubble, clearly indicating that he hadn't fully woken up yet. From what Lu Changming could see, his posture suggested his outfit probably wasn't neat either. Lu Changming recalled that these 3 must be the strongest students at Xianxia Academy. There were 3 4th years at the advanced soul refining stage, including Xianxia. Given their effortless interaction with Xianxia, their realms should align with his. It was also precisely because there were 3 4th years at the high stage that Xuanhuan was so confident about the 4th year. Seeing Lu Changming open the door again, Xianxia said nothing but left it to the senior to speak. Oh, so the number 1 student of our academy's 3rd year is actually a pure innocent little boy, huh? The senior giggled mischievously, teasing Lu Changming after finding his earlier reaction amusing. Hearing sister say that, I assume you aren't a virgin then, Lu Changming didn't finish his sentence because Xianxia had covered his mouth. The senior sister heard Lu Changming's comment, and her face turned tomato red, not from embarrassment, but possibly anger. Soon after, Lu Changming heard cracking sounds coming from the tightly clenched fists of the senior sister, indicating significant irritation. At this point, the lackadaisical male senior cracked his eyes open a bit, looking curiously at his now beet-red companion. After Xianxia covered his mouth, Lu Changming realized just how talkative he'd been. If he had continued speaking, the senior sister might have immediately charged forward and beat him up. He'd become overly self-assured due to yesterday's events. He needed to change. He thought inwardly, bowing apologetically to the senior sister. Senior sister, I apologize. My joke went too far. Please, come in and sit down. While apologizing, he deftly shifted the topic. None of the 4 people in the room spoke, leaving Xianxia feeling somewhat awkward as he was the only one acquainted with everyone present. So he broke the silence, saying, This is Lu Changming. I'm sure both of you know him already. Xianxia began with introductions, as it was the only way he could think of to break the awkward quiet. Although Lu Changming was feeling a bit arrogant, he still felt intimidated by Xianxia. Xianxia was a mysterious person to him. Every time they met, something unexpected seemed to happen. Just yesterday, Xianxia had visited Lu Changming as well. He scrutinized him for a long while before uttering an alarming sentence. Mid-stage soul refining realm? You feel really familiar to me, like I've seen you somewhere. These 2 senior students are the same as me, 4th year, high-stage soul refining realm, Xianxia continued. Lu Changming nodded, realizing this already. This one here, Xianxia pointed at the lethargic senior who had now reverted to his disheveled state, and said, is Li Yundong, the weakest among us. Xianxia emphasized this point deliberately. This seniorly first gave a nod to Lu Changming, then lazily glanced at Xianxia and retorted, What? One-on-one. It was evident that he took great offense to Xianxia's evaluation. Had his personality been different, he probably would have rolled up his sleeves right away. Even though you, this senior of yours, are the weakest among us, I still can't defeat you. Xiekun clearly didn't want to engage in a single combat with Li Yundong and added quickly. As for this, Xiekun straightened up, pointing to the sister who was still pouting in anger, and said, "This is Lu Ying, very strong." By saying very strong, Xiekun clearly avoided stating she was stronger than himself, yet he dared not claim her inferior to him in front of her, so he settled on these two words. "Our purpose for coming here." Xiekun glanced at Lu Ying beside him. "Is that Lu Ying wants to challenge you?" Seeing that Lu Ying didn't intend to speak herself, Xiekun went on. "We heard that with only low-stage soul refining realm strength, you were evenly matched against a mid-stage opponent, and yesterday you displayed mid-stage strength. Therefore, we believe that at your current level, you should be able to take on a high-stage soul refining realm fighter. And your senior Lu." Xiekun hesitated slightly, shivering when Lu Ying glared at him. "She's a battle enthusiast." He couldn't help but shiver again when Lu Ying gave him a cold look. "She wanted to duel you, probably getting bored always sparring with us too." Xiekun hadn't finished speaking when Lu Ying interrupted suddenly. "I initially intended to exchange techniques, but seeing you in person, I just can't hold back my urge to fight." After saying this, she clenched her fists once more, the sound of joint friction sending repeated chills down Lu Changming's spine. "Senior, aren't you just forcing me to decline?" Chapter 98, racking his brain. He was quite frightened by the senior's angry appearance, and he also didn't want to use xuanhuan on his teammates. But if he didn't use it, he would definitely be severely beaten. To be honest, he lacked confidence in defeating a high-level practitioner of the refining soul realm. He could defeat mid-level ones from a lower level because he himself was at the mid-level, understanding all aspects of that stage well. However, the high-level practitioners were different. Thus, he decided to reject this seemingly meaningless contest. Senior, I had so many battles yesterday and got injured a bit. Can you take pity on me and call it off?" Li Changming nervously smiled, cautiously looking at the violent senior, afraid she might suddenly explode and hurt him. "You didn't look injured just now when you were jumping around." As for me, I get hurt often too. One becomes a good doctor through frequent illness. I am very skilled at treatment as well. How about letting me check your injuries?" Lu Ying said with a cold smirk. Li Changming shook his head fiercely. It seemed his feigning injury tactic had failed. "Sister, being a high-level refining soul realm expert, one of the top 3 seniors in the 4th year, is it really right for you to bully juniors? It will damage your reputation, won't it?" Li Changming blinked and switched reasons, assuming girls cared a lot about others' evaluations. "There are only 4 of us who know about this matter. The rented place here in Yi City is closed off. No one will come to watch. If we all keep quiet, no one else will ever know." Saying this, Lu Ying looked at Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan quickly shook his head, signaling that he wouldn't tell anyone. Then she glanced at Li Yundong, who looked almost asleep. Li Yundong began to pretend to snore, indicating he hadn't heard anything. Having made sure they wouldn't say anything, Lu Ying turned back to Li Changming with a smile, saying, "They won't speak up. If I hear that others found out those two clearly wanted to watch the show and wouldn't help him," leaving Li Changming forced into submission. The 4 of them walked and laughed along the main streets of Yi City, looking like harmonious youth to those around them. But Li Changming did not feel that way. At this moment, he felt like he was standing on the brink of an abyss, every step requiring great caution. Maybe it was over-exaggerated, but more or less that was the gist of how he felt. At this time, he was surrounded by the other 3 people. To prevent him from running away, Lu Ying ordered Xiaochuan and Li Yundong to flank him until they reached their destination. Li Changming still remembered the scene back then. After hearing Lu Ying's request, Xiaochuan, though initially hesitating while glancing at him, swiftly moved beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. What a nosy onlooker. Though the estate provided space for cultivation practice, it did not provide a battle arena for participants since the estate mainly served as lodging, large as it was, but still insufficient to accommodate all contestants. A combat site required considerable space. Even if the entire mansion were converted into such areas, it still wouldn't satisfy the needs. Hence, there was no construction of any combat arenas. That's why Lu Ying was searching within Yi City for suitable places. Thankfully, Xiaochuan was quite familiar with Yi City. In fact, there weren't many competition grounds available within Yi City due to its high real estate prices making it impractical to build such places. Usually, these were constructed either by official bodies or powerful organizations with hefty rental fees. Fortunately, Xiaochuan was a wealthy young master. Renting a venue for half an hour posed no financial challenge for him. Though frugal, it was clear Xiaochuan was interested in this event, showing no hesitation in spending money when it sparked his interest. Actually, leaving the city would be the best choice as there was plenty of open land outside the city. The main reason against it was what Li Changming mentioned earlier. Fights outside the city could easily attract unwanted attention. Lu Ying preferred not to have herself branded as someone who bullied juniors, yet her hands itched. More importantly, after hearing Li Changming's comment, she wanted to beat him up badly to let off some steam. Yesterday, she had not been entirely satisfied with the fights. The 4th-year students of Fenglan Academy had been hoping for the success of the 2nd and 3rd-year students, leading to minimal resistance. Moreover, having spent so many years together, Xiaochuan and Li Yundong had learned how to dodge or give various excuses whenever she suggested fighting. This time she sought Li Changming upon Xia Kun's suggestion. If Li Changming knew he was set up by Xiaochuan, despite not being able to beat him, he would surely fight him anyway. "Senior, should we go all out during the duel?" Just before reaching their destination, Li Changming finally thought of something after racking his brain. "Of course, Senior, in a couple of days, we'll have another competition. You've probably heard about my martial skills. They're quite hard to control. If I hurt you during the match, what would happen to the competition?" Let's wait until after the preliminary rounds are over and get back to the academy. Then I'll spar with you. How does that sound? Since refusing was impossible, he decided to use delay tactics. Perhaps by the time they returned to the academy, the senior might no longer be mad. Besides, if he could flatter her a bit more in the next few days, then maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have to take a beating when they got back. Lu Ying fell silent. Li Changming's point made sense. She had also heard about his martial skill. It pretty much guaranteed injury whenever used. While she wanted to fight him, the most important thing right now was the competition. If someone accidentally injured the other side, thus affecting subsequent matches, nobody would be able to bear that responsibility. Anyway, there were only 5 days left before the competition concluded, so there was nothing wrong with fighting later after the competition. Alright, this time I'll let you off the hook. But we're definitely still going to fight. As long as you're still at the academy afterward, you won't escape my hands. Lu Ying glared at Li Changming while speaking. Although the statement sounded a little awkward, it seemed that Senior Lu had agreed. Li Changming sighed with relief. Is that all? We're almost there. The agreement between the two was settled so quickly that Xuanhuan hadn't even caught up. He had been eagerly waiting for some action. To keep students' physical conditions suitable for competitions, during the event period, no academy would subject their students to high-intensity training. Most of the activities were post-match analyses and technical guidance. And for outstanding students, they could conduct their own analysis on opponents' characteristics and reflect upon their performance during the gaps in the competitions. Hence, teachers didn't place heavy restrictions on the students during these periods. Moreover, the elimination rounds of the second stage had yet to start, so the group from Yunxiao Academy did not know which academy would be their third-round opponent, making tactical planning impossible. So today, they took the day off. This is also why the 4 of them could come out openly today. If tomorrow or the day after, even if they skipped watching the matches, they wouldn't dare wander around casually. Looking at it this way, finishing as the runner-up in the group carried a certain level of risk. Although they gained a larger chance to advance compared to third-place finishers, a failure in the second round would require them to compete against 8 third-place academies for the final 3 spots. Compared to those who finished in third, they would lose 2 days of rest and strategic analysis time. Despite their overall strength possibly being stronger than that of third-place finishers, after the second round, both morale and energy levels would be less than those from other academies. Thus, with the changing dynamics, the likelihood of elimination for these 4 second-placed academies wasn't small either. Chapter 99. The Noodle Shop near the Sky Vault Academy. Since there was nothing more exciting to see, it would be a waste to come out for no reason. Xiakun suggested, since we've come this far, let's just hang out in Yedo for a bit. This is your first time coming to Yedo, right? I'll take you around. As he said this, Xiakun looked at Lu Changming either intentionally or unintentionally, which made him feel tense all over. He wondered if Xiakun had truly discovered something. Not fighting anymore. If so, I'll go back. Li Yundong said lazily and turned to leave. However, he was quickly pulled back by a hand, like a little chick. That hand belonged to Lu Ying. Li Yundong couldn't fight back at all, and Lu Changming didn't detect any true chi fluctuations. He never imagined that his senior sister, with her delicate arms, could possess such great strength. Speak up, where do you want to go? They didn't have much time, only less than a day, so they couldn't visit too many places or spend much time. Hence, Xiakun asked. First, he looked at Lu Ying. Is there somewhere here? You know, similar to a martial arts hall? Lu Ying's eyes lit up with excitement, obviously itching to get her hands on something. I miss the old days when I lived in my hometown. Back then, my father often challenged martial arts halls, and now I also want to try. Xiakun pinched his forehead. Sister, this is Yedo, not your hometown. No, Xiakun said without hesitation. In fact, there were such places in Yedo, though they weren't like martial arts halls in remote areas. Instead, they were more formal places resembling sects. Moreover, these locations in Yedo were not their headquarters, but branches set up mainly for recruitment purposes. Even though they were branches, they did accept challenges from others. Most importantly, sects capable of setting up branches in Yedo generally possessed significant strength. Branch managers were usually above the Tonghun realm at minimum. Given their own group's current level, going there would be suicide. So, Xiakun directly denied it to cut off Lu Ying's thoughts. Sects represented another path for martial artists to improve themselves outside of academies. However, compared to academies, sects imposed stricter restrictions on martial artists, and their martial techniques were relatively singular. On the other hand, sects provided higher resources to their disciples than academies of the same level, and because of the singularity of martial techniques, the overall quality of their martial techniques surpassed that of academies at the same level. However, due to the history passed down through the continent for 10,000 years, involving the enslavement of humans by demons, most people on the continent now favored freedom and disliked excessive restrictions. Furthermore, since sects' martial techniques were limited, they had certain requirements for accepting disciples. Therefore, the current continent still primarily revolved around academies. Although the number of sects wasn't small, their total population wasn't large. Most were small sects with dozens of people. Simply calculating annual recruitment numbers, the academy's new students exceeded the number of disciples recruited by sects every year by 20-fold. Lu Ying's proposal was rejected. Xiakun then turned to Li Yundong. Li Yundong did not speak right away. After confirming that Lu Ying did not seem like someone who would let him go back, he slowly replied, "Wherever I can sleep, I will go." Brother, how much do you love sleeping? Li Sr. was indeed too peculiar. Lu Changming couldn't help but comment. I knew it would turn out like this. It's better not to ask him, Xiakun thought inwardly. Xiakun felt frustrated. There were some places he wanted to visit, but those places suited going alone rather well, At least in his heart, they were only meant for solo visits. Finally, he looked at Lu Changming. Compared to these two oddballs, Lu Changming was still considered normal. But upon reflection, geniuses are generally quirky as well. I think the time is about right. Let's find a place to eat. Lu Changming didn't have any specific places he particularly wanted to visit. He was brought along forcefully and woke up late, skipping breakfast. Now he was a little hungry. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Although it was still a bit early, it wasn't an unreasonable suggestion. Lu Ying also agreed, having no other places she wanted to go besides visiting martial arts halls. She didn't oppose the idea. Li Yundong? As long as he had a chair, he didn't care. Well, then, gentlemen, what kind of restaurant price range would you prefer? Xianxia asked. His meaning was clearly to split the bill evenly. Although he was rich, unless he found it very interesting, he wouldn't pay for others. Lu Ying and Li Yundong obviously understood Xiaokun's personality well and raised no objections. Lu Changming originally wanted to say something sarcastic about Xiaokun, but seeing that the two seniors said nothing, he swallowed his words. It doesn't need to be too expensive, just ordinary is fine, Lu Ying said. As a top student with a scholarship, she had some money, but because of the simple lifestyle she'd been used to before, she didn't really like luxurious places. There were many areas in Yedo where there were a lot of restaurants, but most of them catered to regular students, and the two largest such areas were around the two major academies in Yedo. Xiaokun chose the area around Sky Vault Academy for one reason: it was close. They picked a ramen shop. The ramen shop wasn't small, it was one of the larger restaurants in this area with good decoration. Inside, the noise from the street couldn't be heard, and the price of the ramen itself wasn't expensive either. Since it was still early, there weren't many people in the shop. The four of them sat inside chatting idly. What was the purpose of going out today? Was it just to come out and eat beef noodles? Lu Changming was about to die of boredom as he leaned on the table. Just at that moment, 4 people entered the shop, 2 men and 2 women. They appeared to be students from Sky Vault Academy who had just finished class. It looked like it wouldn't be long before quite a few more people would arrive. Did you see the results of the preliminary group stage matches today? One of the boys among the 4 newcomers said. Is there anything special? Another boy asked. As students of Sky Vault Academy, their own academy had already qualified, so most of the students weren't paying much attention to the preliminaries. There's not much to say about the results, but some of the match contents were interesting. He wasn't focusing on Spirit Releasing Academy. Since Sky Vault Academy was ranked first in the Empire, the students there generally only paid attention to the top-ranked academies. Is there anything interesting that happened? One of the girls asked curiously. Do you know? Wind God Academy got embarrassed in the round-robin matches. The boy's tone was heavy. Oh, the other 3 gathered around. They definitely wanted to know what happened to Wind God Academy. Though currently ranked second in the Empire, its strength was not far behind Sky Vault Academies. It was merely due to bad luck in the last Continental Academy's exchange competition that they performed poorly and were surpassed by Sky Vault Academy to become the second-ranked academy. These 2 academies had been competing with each other for over 100 years. Almost every time the rankings were reorganized, these 2 academies would swap places. So, they were interested in what happened to Wind God Academy, especially when they suffered a setback. In one of the group stage matches, one of Wind God Academy's contestants was defeated by an opponent of a lower tier. The other 3 showed expressions of surprise. At first, they didn't believe it, but upon seeing their companion's serious expression and knowing he wouldn't joke about something like this, they all laughed. Of course, they were happy to hear that the academy which competed with their own academy had suffered a setback. Hey, they're talking about you. Xiaokun nudged Lu Changming who was lying on the table next to him, saying this with great interest. Chapter 100, Murder Case. The 4 people were speaking rather loudly, and Lu Changming naturally overheard them. Upon realizing they were discussing him, Lu Changming was genuinely curious about how they rated his performance. Seriously? Xianxia Academy actually got surpassed by a lower class. Incredible. Their faces must have been red with embarrassment. One of the boys laughed while patting the shoulder of the one who broke the news. I wonder what expressions the teachers and students of Xianxia had at that moment. It'd be amusing to know. I wonder who that defeated person is. Once he returns, his teacher will probably thrash him until half dead. Don't know. But if I were his teacher, I might not even bother thrashing him. I'd likely die from anger first. Ha. So, who was that person? No idea. The academy didn't put up the names of each match participant. What a pity. If we knew, we could have taunted him in person. Relax. Believe me, other academies that participated definitely know who competed for Xianxia, so it won't take more than 2 days before we find out his name. After ridiculing Xianxia Academy for a bit, the topic shifted to Xianxia Academy. What's the name of the academy that managed to defeat someone from a higher class at Xianxia? When it happened, I wasn't paying attention, but it might have been Xianxia Academy. I've heard of this academy. It ranks 19th in our empire, still quite capable. If I hadn't successfully entered Tianxiong earlier, I might have gone there. 19th, huh? Not bad. Still, their junior can defeat the middle ranker from Xianxia, which is strange. Do you know the exact details? The boy who spoke first shook his head helplessly. No, the empire won't allow detailed information to come out. Our academy merely announced the results of each round. But I do know the name of the low-rank member of Xianxia who beat Xianxia's middle ranker because the incident was so shocking it spread on the day of the competition. When I heard it from others, I refused to believe it until today when I saw the match results posted in the academy. Alright, just tell us, what's his name? A girl asked impatiently. If the guy didn't deceive me, it should be Lu Changming. At that moment, Lu Changming's body shivered slightly. Having remained obscure for many years, suddenly hearing his own name spoken by a stranger left Lu Changming feeling a bit complex. Have I become famous now? Why doesn't it feel good at all? Originally, when he joined Xianxia Academy, he had wanted to stay low-key, but now things seemed to be moving farther away from his original plan. He never thought his actions would be spread so widely. During the match, he hadn't even considered so much. Lu Changming also began to worry about potential retaliation. Would he be targeted? A low-level practitioner who can beat a middle-level one. And from Xianxia Academy too. He must be very skilled. I'd really like to meet him. A girl said dreamily, stars in her eyes. Hey, that's impressive. You've got female fans. Xiakun whispered to Lu Changming. Having female fans isn't bad. Moreover, this particular fan looked decent. Lu Changming's gloomy mood slightly lifted. I think that Lu whatever Ming just got lucky. The guy from Xianxia was probably careless. Otherwise, I don't believe anyone could surpass a class in Xianxia. Another male student, hearing his female teammate's words, sounded unhappy as he replied. I achieved victory based on true strength. What does Lu whatever Ming even mean? Is my name really that hard to remember? This comment made Lu Changming irritated internally as he mentally retorted. Even if it was due to luck, I reckon he must still possess some skill and courage. Could you beat the careless Xianxia middle ranker if you faced him? The girl furrowed her brows as she questioned. Being praised this way by someone unfamiliar made Lu Changming somewhat embarrassed. What if he could cross classes, so what? Being only grade 3 in the lower cultivation level means his talent is roughly the same as ours, and he certainly won't achieve anything greater than the geniuses of our academy. The boy frowned, clearly annoyed by his academy's female student defending someone else. They're almost arguing for you. You should go mediate. Xiakun grinned, enjoying the spectacle immensely. Events like this delighted him endlessly. Lu Changming ignored Xiakun and continued observing the group of four. Should they truly start quarreling, would he step in? Perhaps, but though innocent in all this, the whole thing started because of him. The girls ceased further conversation and sat there fuming silently. After all, Lu Changming was a total stranger to her. Although she admired him, it wasn't worth arguing with friends over. Seeing the atmosphere grow awkward, the boy who initially raised the topic quickly switched to another subject to avoid continuing the discussion on the preliminary tournament. Seeing that the four were no longer talking about him, Lu Changming gradually stopped paying attention to them. Their ordered ramen and small dishes had also arrived. Unlike the students of Xianxia Academy who had classes in the afternoon, they ate at a leisurely pace. Several groups of customers came and went before they finally paid the bill and left the shop slowly. They hadn't walked far from the shop when they noticed quite a crowd gathered at the mouth of a small alley ahead. Xiakun greeted them and then ran over there first. He was always one not to miss any excitement. However, Lu Changming had an ominous premonition because he noticed that the people gathered there weren't there for the fun of it. They all looked serious. The three also hurried to catch up. After Lu Ying learned the situation, she frowned and asked Xiakun, what happened? Xiakun didn't speak but glanced at Lu Changming first before saying, someone is dead, and we just saw them. Startled, the three wondered how could a death occur near Xianxia Academy in Yedu? And what did the latter sentence mean? Go inside and take a look. Xiakun hesitated for a moment and then said this. Pushing through the crowd, the three froze upon seeing the deceased. The victim's death was gruesome. Their head twisted unnaturally at a strange angle. Blood covered the ground. The eyes were wide open, revealing extreme fear at the moment of death. The fatal wound was on the neck, with a peculiar injury that seemed caused not by a sharp weapon, but rather as if the neck had been directly twisted off by hand. But these details weren't even the most shocking part. The most important point was that the deceased was indeed someone they had just seen, the pretty girl from the noodle shop who had shown great admiration for Lu Changming. Her three companions stood nearby in a daze, clearly stunned with shock. Looking at the body, Lu Changming felt his stomach churn, the ramen he'd just eaten threatening to come back up, but he forced it down. Just a little while ago, this person was alive, now lying right in front of him, a completely innocent student. His whole body chilled, filled with a mix of terror, anguish, and anger. Lu Changming suddenly lost control and rushed to the male companion he'd met earlier, grabbing his collar and growling hoarsely. What happened here? The man was clearly terrified, babbling incessantly. I don't know. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Smack. Lu Changming's rage took over, and he slapped the man. However, this slap seemed to bring the man back to reality. Confused, he stared at Lu Changming, unsure why this was happening. He didn't recognize this person in front of him. Still, he recounted what had happened. Chapter 101, The Restless Lu Changming. At that time, the four of us were walking on the road. Maybe because she wasn't happy after arguing with me, Taowan was walking behind the three of us. The boy said with a trembling voice. So her name is Taowan. Suddenly I felt a cool breeze from behind, and I thought it was strange since it was so hot. When I looked back, I realized Taowan had disappeared. Then we heard her scream coming from this alley. By the time we got there, it was already like this. The story of what happened was simple, but it was obvious that this event was not as simple as it seemed. What is going on? In another dark alley not far from the scene of the incident, a person in black questioned the other person beside him. At this moment, the other person was carrying an unconscious individual whose hands were covered in blood. I don't know how it happened either. After checking everything 2 days ago, there was no problem. Who would have known this would suddenly happen today? To prevent the Empire from noticing, we didn't bring many people. A few were injured, so I brought him along too. As precaution, I paired up with him for tracking, but it all happened so suddenly. By the time I caught up with him, that person was already dead. The man in black looked at him coldly and said, this time, under the light of day, someone died next to Xianxia Academy, and this person is a student of Xianxia Academy. The Fengyang Empire and Xianxia Academy will definitely not let this go. Just pray that no one saw his face. Otherwise, neither you nor I will escape punishment. As he spoke, The man in black glanced outside the alley. More and more people were approaching the scene of the incident, including the city's patrolling guards. Let's go quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, the two vanished into the depths of the alley. Before leaving, they didn't forget to wipe away the traces of blood on the ground. It wasn't until evening that the four returned to the estate. Because of Yu Changming's unusual behavior at the time, he was taken by the guards to the government office. Xiakun and the other two naturally couldn't leave him alone and followed. It was only after confirming that he had nothing to do with the case and was a student participating in the preliminary competition that he was released. After returning, Yu Changming directly went back to his room. Suheng hadn't returned yet, so he was alone in the room. Now his mood had calmed down. He wasn't as agitated as before. Looking back now, he didn't understand why he had impulsively rushed forward. He actually had no relation to this matter. He didn't know the girl named Tao Wan, and her death was not related to him either. There was no need for him to care about this murder case. But now he felt terrible. Not long ago, she and her companions were eating noodles in a noodle shop, yet half an hour later, she became just a cold, lifeless body. Her expression at the time of death was filled with terror. Every time Yu Changming closed his eyes now, the image of the girl speaking admiring words with admiration came to his mind. It was the first time he'd heard such praise from a stranger. This gave Yu Changming a feeling that he couldn't ignore it. There was also the scene where the girl and the boy quarreled because of him. At the time, the boy said that she fell behind because of their argument and was thus attacked. If she hadn't fallen behind, wouldn't she have been spared the attack? And the reason she argued was because of him, which meant this matter had some connection to him. This was how Yu Changming reasoned. But what could he do? He didn't have the time or ability to investigate this matter. The third round of the preliminary competition would start in 2 days. He definitely wouldn't have the time before the match ended. Even if he had time, what then? He lacked the capability. He didn't know how to solve cases or conduct investigations. Even if he did, that girl appeared not younger than him and was a student of Xianxia Academy, the #1 academy of Fengyang. She must be at least at the Lianhuan stage. For someone to abduct and kill her in broad daylight so swiftly, the murderer must be at least at the Tonghan stage. What could he possibly do even if he found the murderer? Would he just risk losing his life again? This matter should be left to the Empire and Xianxia Academy. They would surely continue investigating. Yet Yu Changming always felt he needed to contribute somehow. If the murderer wasn't found, he knew he wouldn't find peace. Yu Changming's mind was conflicted right now. He had a deep urge within him. If he truly had the ability to find and defeat the murderer, he wanted to tear the murderer apart into pieces. Early the next morning, a group from Xianxia Academy gathered. Today they were going to watch a competition. Before parting ways, Xiakun specifically stopped by to see Yu Changming once. Although you should be concerned about yesterday's incident, don't dwell on it too much. You don't need to do anything about this matter. Making unnecessary moves will only make others suspicious. It seems Xiakun had noticed Yu Changming's thoughts and was offering this advice. The victim was a student of Xianxia Academy, and the killing happened right beside Xianxia Academy. This kind of thing has never occurred before. I imagine the higher-ups in both the Empire and Xianxia Academy must be extremely infuriated now. They will definitely investigate until they find the truth. Xiakun's words were effective. At least, Yu Changming stopped fixating on whether or not he needed to take action. However, his mood remained restless, and he couldn't focus on today's match at all. After calming down and carefully considering the situation, Yu Changming found the whole matter very strange. Why did that girl end up dead? Recalling the scene, it was clear the murderer's intent was simply to kill, with no deeper purpose. But why was she chosen? Was it merely a coincidence? Yu Changming began to feel an impending sense of unease, as if something significant was about to happen. Another day passed, and tomorrow would mark the final round of the preliminary competition. The groupings for the matches had been completed immediately after yesterday's competitions ended. Despite not watching yesterday's match, Yu Changming knew the results. Xianxia Academy had successfully advanced. This academy puzzled many people because, aside from their match against Fengshan Academy, they never decisively crushed their opponents in any other match. Yesterday, their opponent was among the top 10 rankings in the Empire, yet still lost to Xianxia Academy. If Xianxia Academy had used such strength in their matches, there wouldn't even have been a chance for the opponents to fight back. Moreover, Xianxia Academy hadn't severely injured their rivals either, which made the teachers and students of Yunxiao Academy quite angry. Did Xianxia Academy hold a grudge against their academy? Still, everyone sighed in relief, knowing they wouldn't face Xianxia Academy anymore. Today's task was naturally the pre-match meeting. Unlike last time, this third-year class meeting revolved entirely around Yu Changming. His outstanding performance in the previous competition showcased him as one of the strongest among the third-year students. Now, all the teachers regarded him as the main player rather than a substitute. Yu Changming appeared to have adjusted his mood as well, no longer dwelling on what had happened 2 days ago, at least not visibly so. Chapter 102, Purple Radiance Academy. Lu Changming stood on the field, his spirit somewhat dazed. What was it that Xuanhuan and Teacher Wang said yesterday? Lu Changming scratched his head and thought about it. When the two had talked to him during the meeting yesterday, the words didn't seem too important, so once the meeting ended, he'd completely forgotten them. Now no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall. Well, if I can't remember, then I won't bother thinking about it anymore. Anyway, no one in the third round can defeat me. Today is the first day of the last round of the preliminary competition, with a total of 6 elimination matches to be played. By the third round, the strongest few academies have already secured their spots. The weaker academies were eliminated in the group stage already. The rankings of the current academies are mostly concentrated between 10th and 25th place. There are also 2 academies ranked outside of 25th place who've made it into the third round by luck, but their chances are slim. Cloud Soaring Academy's luck wasn't bad nor good. They didn't run into an academy that fell from the second round. Although their condition wasn't optimal, their hard power still stood firm. Not running into stronger opponents would obviously be the best scenario. Some academies might recover well and turn things around within a day. They faced Purple Radiance Academy, which ranked one spot higher at 18th. Even though they were higher ranked, their strength didn't differ much. With someone like Lu Changming added to the equation, Cloud Soaring Academy's actual power was close to top 10 standards. Therefore, as long as their luck wasn't exceptionally bad, encountering one or two of the strongest academies out of 12 wouldn't hinder them. They'd definitely secure at least one spot. While most of the time higher-ranked academies triumphed, sometimes surprises arose because rankings were based on the average levels of each academy. Actually, the strength across various grades in an academy could vary significantly. For instance, Cloud Soaring Academy was precisely such a case. Apart from Lu Changming, their strongest year was the 4th grade. Solely regarding this group, the ranking of Cloud Soaring Academy could probably improve by 5 to 6 places. But once the 4th graders graduated and new entrants didn't showcase standout strength, Cloud Soaring Academy's ranking for next year would fall outside of the top 20. Therefore, there was always a chance for a lower-ranked academy with strong performance from 2 grades to beat a higher-ranked academy with a strong performance only from 1 grade. It was akin to Tianji's horse race. And this Purple Radiance Academy exactly countered Cloud Soaring Academy. Excluding Lu Changming, although the overall strength between the two academies was comparable, more than 80% of the time, Purple Radiance Academy would prevail because their 2nd and 3rd years were stronger. But with Lu Changming added to the mix, things changed. Even though Purple Radiance Academy's 3rd year had 3 mid-level Soul Refining Realm students, Lu Changming was significantly stronger than an average Soul Refining Realm practitioner. Thus, Cloud Soaring Academy was quite confident in winning today. After this year's Continental Academy Exchange competition ends, all academies will be re-ranked. Due to Lu Changming's contribution, Cloud Soaring Academy will undoubtedly rise several ranks. Even after another half-year passes and the 4th-year graduates leave, their ranking will likely still surpass 19th place. Today, Lu Changming was again the first to step onto the field. Perhaps Xuanhuan wanted to curry favor with him and let him play more often, enhancing his record in the preliminaries. Lu Changming didn't care about Xuanhuan's intentions. He was rather distracted, eager to finish these 2 days of competitions quickly so he could investigate the case from 3 days ago. Today's opponent had 3 mid-level Soul Refining Realm practitioners, he recalled. Defeating all of them might be challenging, but taking out at least 2 should be feasible. That was what he thought. His opponent had already crouched slightly, readying for combat, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. Despite his confidence, he still respected his rival enough to take a fighting stance. Last time, during the match against Wind Deity Academy, he had made a specific move just to anger his opponent, making it easier for him to unleash his Frost Residue technique while trying to avoid using his mid-level realm powers at all. Now that his mid-level realm has been revealed, such tactics are no longer necessary, especially since he's wearing shoes. He decided there was no need to use his feet to release his energy. The referee declared the start of the match. As before, Lu Changming charged straight at his opponent, aiming to finish quickly and save his true chi. However, this time, unlike Jin Xingming's lack of preparedness in the previous match, his current adversary quickly retreated, preventing Lu Changming from getting close. Moreover, Purple Radiance Academy had made some preparations. They possessed a certain degree of confidence in this battle because shortly after the group assignments concluded 2 nights ago, they received an anonymous letter. This letter detailed the peculiarities of Lu Changming's martial techniques. Although questionable, after analysis by the instructors at Purple Radiance Academy and cross-referencing with Lu Changming's past matches, the information seemed to hold some truth. Furthermore, the letter claimed the sender had personally fought against Lu Changming, adding credibility. This newfound information breathed fresh confidence into Purple Radiance Academy, who had previously thought they were doomed to elimination. Their biggest headache was Lu Changming. Without knowing how he unleashed his cold poison martial arts, none of their 3rd-year students dared to face him. Though the letter did not specify how Lu Changming released his cold poison, it mentioned its characteristics. It seemed to require close contact for activation. Thus, as long as one avoided direct contact with Lu Changming, the cold poison could be effectively prevented. Additionally, it was suggested in the letter that Lu Changming was very likely to be the first contestant on the field. Therefore, Purple Radiance Academy placed a fire attribute student, whose abilities counteracted cold poison to some extent, as their first contender. Truth be told, Purple Radiance Academy had debated internally. They didn't want to rely on such insidious tactics to win the match. But their desire to secure the qualification was too strong, and ultimately, the appearance of honor outweighed their inner moral considerations. They adjusted their original tactical arrangements accordingly and transformed the content of the anonymous letter into an official analysis from their teachers before passing it on to the students. Back to the competition. The match had already lasted for half a quarter of an hour, and Lu Changming had started to notice something strange. Why was this opponent so slippery? So far, he had only made contact with his rival once, unleashing frost residue. And even then, it was just a slight brush. He hadn't been able to release much of the cold energy. Besides, his opponent was a fire tribute warrior. The small amount of cold energy would have minimal effect on him. He estimated that when it burst later, it would only slightly restrict the opponent's movements without fully incapacitating them. During his attempt to get closer, he'd been grazed by his rival's martial skill, leaving a patch of broken skin on his face which stung fiercely. The half-baked ice attribute martial techniques he knew weren't proving useful either. Fire attributes naturally restrained ice attributes, and the skills themselves lacked potency, dissipating into vapor before they even reached his opponent. He regretted not learning some water attribute martial techniques. It appeared he still needed to try to get closer to unleash his frost residue. With resignation, Lu Changming initiated another attack. This match would likely take a considerable amount of time. In about half a quarter of an hour, the initial dose of cold energy he released earlier should start to slow down his opponent, making things easier afterward. Chapter 103. Peril. Lu Changming stood on the platform, panting and awaiting the arrival of his next opponent. The previous challenger had already lost their ability to fight. However, Lu Changming wasn't pleased. The resistance capability of fire attribute against his cold energy was stronger than he imagined, causing the first match to take 50% longer than he anticipated. Now, his true chi was almost 60% depleted, leaving him uncertain if he could defeat the next opponent. The face of Lu Changming's second opponent also didn't look good since the likelihood of their academy failing had greatly increased. They originally thought their first competitor would deplete all of Lu Changming's true chi and force him off the platform. But contrary to expectations, Lu Changming was so agile. The previous student had exerted every effort to evade Lu Changming, but was still struck from time to time. Though Lu Changming looked very tired, it was clear that he still retained some true chi. Defeating him would cost a lot of effort. After exhausting Lu Changming, he himself would have little fighting strength left, while Xianxia Academy still had 2 middle-stage opponents left. Winning seemed incredibly hard unless Xuanhuan, who had been injured before, hadn't fully recovered yet. The referee announced the start of the second match. This time, Lu Changming did not move first. Instead, he waited for the opponent's attack. His current true chi reserve was low, and initiating an offensive though surprising under normal circumstances would increase consumption once the opponent understands him. Seeing that Lu Changming didn't make the first move, the opponent understood his intention but still had no choice but to attack. The longer they remained in stalemate, the more Lu Changming's consumed true chi would recover. This is what the opponent didn't want to happen. Instantly, the opponent squatted down and slapped both hands on the ground. Around Lu Changming rose 4 stone walls. The walls were so fast that by the time Lu Changming reacted, the only exit above had closed, forming a sealed stone prison. This martial technique resembled the one used earlier by Mr. Gao to restrict his movement, but this time the stone jail trapped only him inside with a space less than 1 square meter. After releasing this technique, the opponent's hands remained pressed on the ground, seemingly releasing other skills. Inside the stone prison came sounds of bang bang. Unlike striking the stone walls, but more like breaking stone pillars. It was likely the sound produced as Lu Changming blocked the techniques released through the stone walls. This lasted for nearly 10 breaths, at which point the opponent finally raised his hands from the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Such uninterrupted skill release was no small burden. He chose this method of attack with some level of risk involved because the stone jail skill was rather marginal. This skill was more for controlling or imprisoning individuals with lower cultivation levels rather than battle-oriented, being a rather basic and somewhat redundant skill. Since the walls of the stone jail were actually quite fragile when faced with an equally ranked opponent, a skill with significant impact force could easily shatter them and escape. But after observing Lu Changming's previous matches, he noticed Lu Changming never utilized a skill with enough power to directly destroy the stone walls, thus prompting him to give it a try. If successful, he could achieve victory with minimal cost, avoiding any injury and not risking exposure to the cold poison. He succeeded. Lu Changming truly didn't use such destructive skills, otherwise he would have broken out the moment the stone prison sealed. After the prison sealed, using the narrow space, he released less consuming yet highly effective in the confined space techniques like stone spines within. Not knowing the situation inside the stone prison, since he hadn't reached the Tonghun realm and thus couldn't probe inside with his spiritual power, he didn't worry too much. There was a referee who would intervene should there be any real danger to Lu Changming. Even though his gamble paid off, he wasn't happy. His cessation of releasing stone spines wasn't due to concern about Lu Changming's death or to conserve true chi, but because he saw cracks in the stone walls. Just as he lifted his hands and stood up, the front stone wall facing him shattered, and a shadow burst forth. He quickly darted to the side, but Lu Changming pursued relentlessly, clearly moving much faster than him. Rapidly crouching down and placing his hand on the ground, a soil wall appeared behind him, blocking Lu Changming's path. Yet, like a phantom, Lu Changming circled around the soil wall. With one hand, he pushed against the soil wall, causing a protrusion outward, flinging Lu Changming away who was getting close. Lu Changming rolled several times on the ground and didn't get up again. His true chi was already depleted, and dizziness constantly clouded his mind. His body felt utterly drained of strength. The reason he had pursued relentlessly was because he wanted to end the fight with the little remaining true chi that he had. After breaking through the stone prison, he only had enough true chi left for one final strike. In fact, Lu Changming had learned more destructive martial skills. Those were the collapsing punches. However, the consumption of collapsing punches was too high, so he hadn't intended to use it to shatter the stone walls at first. By the time he realized it was necessary to use the collapsing punch, it was already too late. Dozens of stone spines kept appearing from the surrounding walls, and he needed to continuously dodge them. Fortunately, he had undergone reaction training with Teacher Gao, otherwise, those stone spines would have ended the match. While dodging the stone spines, Lu Changming searched for an opening to attack the stone wall using the collapsing punch. Although the collapsing punch had a significant impact, its essence was still a martial skill within the Chi practitioner realm. It wouldn't accomplish much more than that. It took 4 consecutive collapsing punches for him to finally shatter the stone wall. Ducking the stone spines consumed a fair amount of true qi, combined with the substantial consumption from the collapsing punches. By the time Lu Changming broke out of the stone prison, his true qi had fallen below half capacity. This is why he decided to bet everything on this last attempt. He greatly admired his opponent's strategy. The opponent must have seen through his lack of powerful martial skills and based their choice accordingly. Moreover, the opponent had shown impressive reflexes and the ability to release techniques swiftly, surpassing the fire attribute challenger in the previous match by quite a margin. Their skill level probably equaled Li Yuefeng's. Losing to such an opponent wasn't unjust, yet. Now, Lu Changming regretted it. Had he known this earlier, he would have studied some earth attribute martial skills. Mastering high-power martial skills required considerable time. 2 months definitely wouldn't be enough, but simpler earth attribute techniques were different. He could have used earth attribute martial skills to transform the stone walls into other shapes, avoiding the need to waste so much true qi destroying them. Sigh. Next time, I should study all 5 elemental martial arts when I return to the academy. Lu Changming was carried away, and the referee declared Purple Radiance Academy as the winner. However, the face of his opponent didn't look good either. Chuckling bitterly, he said to the referee, "I can no longer continue to fight." Pointing at his thigh, he showed that a layer of ice crystals had formed on his pants. Before being thrown out by the protrusion of the stone wall, Lu Changming managed to slap his palm against the opponent's thigh. At the cost of completely depleting his true qi, he injected a great amount of cold energy into the opponent's thigh. Therefore, it didn't take long before the symptoms of cold poison appeared on the opponent's thigh. Finally, Lu Changming completed what he had planned to do, narrowly managing to push down both mid-stage soul refining practitioners of Purple Radiance Academy. Chapter 104, the final match. Lu Changming did not watch the afternoon match because he had consumed a lot of energy. Xuanhuan let him rest in the estate during the afternoon. In fact, even if Xuanhuan hadn't said it, he would have asked for leave anyway because his qi was depleted and his body felt empty. He needed a demon-suppressing stone to help him recover. Therefore, he spent the entire afternoon recovering. Absorbing the essence from the demon-suppressing stone usually doesn't take long, but this time his depletion was severe. His body was weak, and the purple qi was not only restoring his essence, but also using some to repair his physical exhaustion. Absorbing all the purple qi from the demon-suppressing stone was still insufficient to fully replenish his essence. So Lu Changming spent the entire afternoon meditating. Although his body could self-recover once it had absorbed the essence, he discovered that meditation accelerated the process. Therefore, in order to quickly restore himself to full condition, he meditated the entire afternoon. After basically recovering, he began to reflect on the morning's match. Although he had grown somewhat arrogant, he wasn't blindly overconfident. While he won this morning's match, it also made him cautious. Especially the second round. If it weren't for those 2 months of special training, he would have already lost when trapped in the stone prison. The previous victories had almost made him forget about residual frost weaknesses. It seemed that Purple Radiance Academy had uncovered some clues about residual frost, which is why today's match was so difficult. His disguise seemed inadequate. His advantages were gradually disappearing. Lu Changming didn't know that his information had been leaked by Xuanhuan, but this wasn't entirely bad for him. Recognizing these issues early on could avoid more serious problems later. What should he do? Lu Changming thought that after this competition ended, he should seriously consider what to do next, whether to find better ways to disguise himself or learn some powerful martial techniques, and stop relying solely on residual frost. Previously, Teacher Gao had told him that residual frost was excellent, and he had decided to train around residual frost. But that was because there were no powerful martial techniques available for him to learn in the library. After the competition ends and he returns to the academy, they will likely allow him to learn the advanced martial techniques stored within the academy. Then he can make a choice. Thinking back to the letter Mo Yuning left him, telling him to learn more martial techniques while remaining vague about other aspects, after so much time had passed, he didn't feel that learning more techniques necessarily made him stronger. Instead, some techniques he no longer used, like stone skin and wind mastery. In battle, he rarely used them. Relying solely on Teacher Gao's training allowed him to dodge many attacks. Could it be that Mo Yuning was talking about advanced techniques? Where could he possibly find so many high-level ones? Or maybe there was some deeper meaning behind his words, something for him to uncover himself? The final day of the preliminary rounds. Today would determine the last 3 spots, so the 6 academies participating in today's matches were exceptionally nervous. However, there were fewer spectators than before. The vast arena felt more empty, with scattered audiences in the stands. Looking at the sparse crowd, Lu Changming suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Most of the spectators were students from participating academies. With the group stage over, 3/4 of the academies had finished their pre-selection journey. Many of the eliminated academies stayed to observe the matches for learning purposes, whereas those who had already advanced mostly left. The stronger academies believed that watching subsequent matches was unnecessary. What was the point of observing? The eliminated academies, however, stayed to learn since their weakness demanded understanding how stronger opponents competed. Lu Changming wasn't the first one to take the field today. Last night, Xuanhuan discussed things with him. He realized not only was Purple Radiance Academy possibly discovering some characteristics of Lu Changming's martial arts style, but he also had issues with his state during yesterday morning's match. Otherwise, the win wouldn't have been as hard fought. In the first match, Lu Changming had multiple mistakes, especially significant in the second. The stone prison released by the opponent in the second round, although faster than usual, was not excessively swift. Given Lu Changming's speed after breaking free, He should have escaped before the prison closed, but he seemed distracted and noticed it too late. To be honest, setting aside personal qualities, Xuanhuan's intellect was commendable. His arrangements for each match generally had no issues, and his abilities were worthy of recognition. Thus, Xuanhuan decided to place Liu Changming later in the lineup for today's matches, allowing him to soak in the atmosphere and adjust his state. Furthermore, in the previous 2 matches, Liu Changming went first both times. Placing him last might disrupt the opponent's plans. Xuanhuan did not know that his plans had already been disclosed to his opponents. His former dear ally and student, Xuanyu, revealed his arrangements right after last night's meeting, though he only mentioned that Liu Changming would not be the first one to take the field. In fact, Xuanyu hesitated for a while last night, because today's opponent was quite strong. If he revealed Liu Changming's information and the Academy's plan, they would likely lose today. But he soon stopped agonizing over it. After all, even if their Academy won and qualified for the Continental Academy Exchange competition, they would just be there to fill numbers. It might as well be better to lose in this final match. Moreover, if the Academy won, the biggest contributor would undoubtedly be Liu Changming, making it impossible for him to stay in the Academy afterward. Today, Xuanhuan decided on the lineup. Li Yuzong, Xuanyu, Liu Changming, Yin and Su Hang. Yin is the girl who uses explosive martial techniques. Her name gives no hint of how somewhat unhinged she can be. She and Su Hang are 2 of the strongest among the lower-level soul refining realm practitioners, so they were chosen to compete today. The first participant is usually predetermined, with the rest arranged more flexibly. According to Xuanhuan's plan, Liu Changming would be the last one to enter the battlefield, although there remained the possibility of changes. Actually, there is a certain rule for deciding the order of appearance during matches. Unless an academy's strength overwhelmingly surpasses another's, competitors with higher realms are generally scheduled to appear earlier. Although the competition does not enforce this rule, almost every academy adheres to it. This is because, when a mid-level soul refining practitioner is at full strength, it's very difficult for an average lower-level practitioner to pose any threat. The mid-level participant will certainly want to conserve energy by ending the battle quickly. In this case, sending a low-level participant out first would be useless and could instead backfire, allowing the opponent to warm up. At the very least, the first participant is almost always among the highest realm practitioners. Afterward, considerations like countering strategies or the participant's current state may lead to sending out someone of a lower realm earlier. Therefore, Li Yuzong was the first to appear. She was the strongest third-year student at Cloud Summit Academy aside from Liu Changming. In fact, if she knew the characteristics of residual frost, Liu Changming wouldn't stand a chance against her. There's a reason to let stronger participants go first. If the first match is won, it can provide a morale boost. Liu Changming sat in the contestant seat, watching Li Yuzong walk onto the field. He suddenly realized that he hadn't really taken the time to properly observe his teammates in action. Previously, either the opponents were too weak, leaving him uninterested, or he had been injured and carried off the field. Today, he decided to seize the opportunity to watch carefully. Chapter 105, Serene Sky Academy. The teachers of Cloud Soaring Academy didn't know whether they were lucky or unlucky. The final day of the last round of the preliminary competition was also the decisive match to see if they could secure a ticket to the exchange tournament, and their opponent was the strongest one they had faced since the elimination rounds, Serene Sky Academy. Serene Sky Academy is the 12th ranked academy in the Fengyang Empire. 2 years ago at the exchange tournament, they achieved a good score, ranking in the top 10 back then. However, 2 of their stronger grades have since graduated, causing their current rank to drop outside the top 10. Nevertheless, underestimating them would be a mistake, as they were once in the top 10 and their teaching level is still quite high. Though Serene Sky Academy appears only 7 ranks apart from Cloud Soaring Academy, there is indeed a significant disparity in strength between them. Not only within the Fengyang Empire, but including the other 2 great empires across the entire continent. The rankings of academies follow an exponential-like growth curve based on their actual power. For academies ranked beyond the 30th place, there isn't much difference in strength between adjacent ranked schools. Typically minor non-power-related differences determine their positions. But within the top 30, the gaps begin to grow evident. A clear disparity in the number of students at different levels becomes apparent. As for the top 10, the gap widens significantly, especially between the first 2 academies, Sky Summit Academy and Wind God Academy, and the third-ranked academy, where the gap is almost insurmountable. Even though the third-ranked academy has participants all at the highest realms achievable by their grade, it's just barely enough for this small lineup. Were the participant pool to expand, they couldn't sustain such perfect team formations. However, the 2 top academies face no such worries. Taking the 3rd grade as an example, Cloud Soaring Academy's 3rd grade counts 40-odd students at the lower stage of the spirit refining realm. But in those 2 great academies, merely the middle stage of the spirit refining realm numbers approximately the same amount, and they even possess exceptional individuals at the higher stage of the spirit refining realm. This makes comparison impossible. Hence, the disparity between Cloud Soaring Academy and Serene Sky Academy is relatively obvious. Ordinarily, if Cloud Soaring Academy encountered Serene Sky Academy, they'd give up immediately due to the vast gaps in strength between the 2nd and 3rd year students, with 4 middle-stage spirit refining realm practitioners in the 3rd year alone. Even if the 4th year triumphed, overall victory would still elude them. Yet, they now have Liu Changming, giving them hope. With Liu Changming, the 3rd year gained considerable chances to win, although not guaranteed, around a 50-50 shot. Thus, the teachers couldn't decide whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. Liu Changming's sudden rise granted them the chance to advance, but in this final round, they ended up against what could be regarded as one of the strongest academies of this round. As for the fourth year, the teachers weren't too concerned. Although the fourth-year class of Serene Sky Academy isn't weak, it's not among their strongest batches, while Cloud Soaring Academy's fourth year is incredibly strong. The leading teachers of Cloud Soaring Academy share this feeling. Especially the teachers in charge of the fourth year. They had a hunch that even if the opponents consisted of 5 high-stage spirit refining realm experts, just those 3 from their team would suffice to overcome them. This was merely their perception, which other academies' teachers weren't aware of. In the match against Wind God Academy, the opposition included 5 high-stage spirit refining realm experts, but nearly giving up the fight caused these 3 not to exert full force in battling. The teachers were puzzled, wondering why these 3 powerful individuals appeared simultaneously at Cloud Soaring Academy. Watching Li Yuechuang stand poised in the arena, Lu Changming's eyes became transfixed. He had never scrutinized Li Yuechuang so carefully before, and he hadn't realized until now how beautiful she was. It was no wonder Hu Xuanyu fought jealously over her. But compared to Xie Yun, she still falls short. Lu Changming forced himself to avert his gaze, silently muttering this to himself. In terms of appearance, Li Yuechuang and Xie Yun are equally attractive, each with unique appeal. Lu Changming simply wanted to shift his attention away from this matter, deeply moved by something Xie Yun said to him one night. Xie Yun had given him a lifetime commitment, and he didn't wish to let her down. Despite being a mere apprentice for 10 years and possessing somewhat naive emotions, he felt guilty for constantly staring at other pretty girls. Li Yuechuang's opponent was a towering figure, similar in build to the fire element giant on their side, who didn't get to compete. However, unlike him, this man wasn't dim-witted. His disproportionately small eyes conveyed sharpness, indicating he wasn't going to be an easy adversary. Upon learning their opponent was Serene Sky Academy yesterday, Cloud Soaring Academy meticulously reviewed previous match records of their contests. Their luck wasn't too great since they faced off against the 5th-ranked academy in the second round, resulting in their elimination. Li Yuechuang's rival was of the same wind attribute as her, yet exhibited differing styles. Li Yuechuang primarily used long-range combat techniques, whereas her rival frequently employed mid-to-close-range skills in matches. However, in a battle between 2 warriors of the same attribute, whether their styles counter each other becomes unimportant. What matters most is their understanding of their own attribute, because their martial skills can influence each other. They can interfere with each other's martial skills through their true chi, so the one with deeper understanding will emerge victorious. Actually, this match seems disadvantageous for Li Yuechuang. If both sides have similar understanding of the wind attribute, then other combat capabilities outside of martial skills become the key to victory. Her opponent has a close combat style, so his physical condition must be excellent. Therefore, once the martial skills lose effectiveness, the big man would undoubtedly win. The match began. Both parties made their moves. Lu Changming was baffled. Lu Changming couldn't make sense of how they were fighting because wind attribute martial skills are almost transparent. Moreover, since their martial skills interfere with each other, anyone below the Tonghun realm who cannot use spiritual energy to feel the specific flow of true chi and does not understand the wind attribute only sees the air distorting irregularly on the field along with the movements of their hands releasing martial skills. Using wind attribute martial skills in an open area might reveal their shapes since there would be dust swept up to indicate their forms, but this is a competitive arena. The floor is smooth, and the damaged areas from previous matches have been repaired, leaving hardly any dust. Nevertheless, though Lu Changming was baffled, he still managed to discern a bit. From their actions and expressions, it could be seen that Li Yuechuang should be the one attacking while her opponent was defending. However, in terms of the match itself, Li Yuechuang appeared to be on defense because her opponent kept advancing. He seemed intent on getting closer to her to leverage his close combat advantage. Li Yuechuang continuously attacked with martial skills to block her opponent's advance, and the opponent defended while gradually closing the distance to her. The victory or defeat depended on whether Li Yuechuang could knock him down before he reached her. Li Yuechuang could move too, but if both had roughly the same understanding of martial skills, moving might create loopholes in her defensive web of martial skills, allowing her opponent to approach her more quickly. This was what Lu Changming thought, and it was all he could figure out. Naturally, he could not perceive the dangers hidden in the collision of their martial skills. Lu Changming was curious. Even now, he still didn't know what kind of martial skills Li Yuechuang possessed. It seemed that only by personally fighting with wind attribute practitioners could one deduce their martial skills. Chapter 106, Li Yuechuang's Battle. Although Li Yuechuang's opponent was continuously getting closer to her, she wasn't flustered. Instead, she appeared completely confident, because she had already figured out her opponent's martial skills. Their comprehension of wind attributes was similar. After all, they were both mid-stage soul refining realm cultivators. However, their level of precision differed. Despite his astuteness and the fact that his choices represented the best method available at present, women still had an advantage in terms of meticulousness. In this ongoing clash of martial skills, there would surely be mistakes. Whoever made fewer errors and seized the opportunity when their opponent erred would emerge victorious. And Li Yuechuang was exactly the kind of person who committed the fewest mistakes and excelled at seizing such opportunities. Even though her opponent continued advancing, he had already sustained some injuries. This was precisely because Li Yuechuang had capitalized on her opponent's mistakes. By this situation, before the opponent covered even half the distance, he would fall. The match indeed unfolded as expected. As the opponent got injured, his mistakes multiplied, and the frequency with which he was struck by martial techniques increased. It seemed like Li Yuechuang was about to triumph. However, Li Yuechuang did not relax. She was cautious. She wouldn't loosen up until the competition was truly over. Moreover, she could clearly see her opponent's expression. It wasn't one of imminent defeat. It looked like he had another trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after traversing a third of the total distance, the opponent suddenly paused. Bang! That was the sound of the floor cracking. The floor where the opponent had previously been shattered, and he darted towards Li Yueshuang at lightning speed. He must have used some instant acceleration martial skill, the powerful recoil breaking the floor, but it also indirectly revealed his physical strength. Despite being injured, he could still burst forth with this velocity. Meanwhile, all the martial techniques Li Yueshuang directed from other angles missed, except for a few from the front. While rushing forward, her opponent released a higher-tier defensive wind attribute martial skill in front of him, capable of blocking 1 or 2 attacks. Nevertheless, he still took several hits head-on. It was a last-ditch effort. Upon reflection, this move was understandable. Apart from doing this, he had no other options. Moreover, by rapidly approaching Li Yueshuang, she wouldn't have sufficient time to unleash more martial techniques to obstruct him. But the best outcome of this maneuver would be that both he and Li Yueshuang would be forced off the field, since using such speed to collide with multiple martial techniques meant he wouldn't retain the ability to continue fighting afterward. Had he done this at the beginning without any injuries, the success rate might have been slightly higher. However, he underestimated Li Yueshuang, not expecting her martial techniques to be so precise, even surpassing his own. By the halfway point of the fight, it was too late for him to make such a decision. Although somewhat sudden, Li Yueshuang was mentally prepared, reacting quickly. If she dodged her opponent's final blow, he would lose his ability to continue fighting. As a wind attribute martial artist, she naturally knew how to use the wind to assist herself, even forcibly altering her own movements through the wind. The moment she realized her opponent had suddenly charged at her, fierce winds began swirling around her body. Due to physiological reasons as a woman, Li Yueshuang devoted more energy to controlling her true qi. Therefore, her control over her true qi was more flexible than her control over her body. Even while her body was still stiff, the wind controlled by her true qi had already pushed her aside. Her opponent's speed was somewhat unexpected. After all, as a last-ditch effort, he had reached his peak speed and reaction capabilities. Although she evaded the first strike, during their crossing paths, the opponent unleashed a second attack. This one was far weaker than the first, but it still landed squarely on Li Yueshuang. Actually, Li Yueshuang could have avoided the second strike, but she momentarily lost focus during their crossing paths. After enduring her martial techniques with brute force, her opponent had suffered severe injuries. When their bodies crossed paths, he was already spitting blood, and the clothes on his chest and abdomen were soaked red with blood. Li Yueshuang froze upon seeing this blood-smeared face. It was her first time witnessing her opponent being injured so gravely by her. A slight ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. In the past, her exceptional martial technique control, coupled with her benevolent nature, allowed her to avoid causing others to suffer due to her actions. She always had good measure in her fights against opponents, inflicting nothing more than minor injuries. This was the first time her opponent had ended up severely wounded because of her. Precisely due to this, her opponent's second strike hit her directly in the abdomen. Although the attack wasn't strong, its momentum still caused her to retreat several steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. After hitting her, her opponent lost balance. However, he did not fall directly onto the ground, but was caught by the referee. Had he fallen, then rolled dozens of meters due to inertia, his injuries might have worsened considerably. After announcing Li Yueshuang's victory, the referee glanced at her again. After she signaled that she could continue fighting, the referee announced the arrival of the next contestant. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Li Yueshuang slightly frowned when she saw the next opponent from Xianxia Academy stepping onto the field. She had originally thought to exchange out one more time, but it seemed this wouldn't be possible. The upcoming opponent was in the mid-stage soul refining realm with a fire attribute. The fire attribute has some suppressing effects on the wind attribute. If it were any other attribute, Li Yueshuang might have given it a try, but with the fire attribute, all she could do was attempt to wear down her opponent as much as possible. In fact, this was inevitable. Unless the teachers of Xianxia Academy were fools, they would certainly send out someone who could suppress their opponents after knowing who the competitors were. Although fire can borrow wind's momentum, that is under certain conditions. If fire and wind attributes are combined against an opponent, the power will increase significantly. But if the two forces are opposed, the enhancement of fire would not be that great, leaving the wind attribute still with the chance to win. If Li Yueshuang hadn't been injured, perhaps she might have had a chance of winning. However, having suffered serious injuries now, all she could do was expend every effort to weaken her opponent. The second match began. Li Yueshuang took the initiative, unleashing several martial skills because her opponent had an attribute that suppressed hers, allowing him the first move might leave her almost no room for resistance. The opponent immediately erected a wall of fire, blocking all of Li Yueshuang's techniques. Since the fire wall had a continuous supply of true qi as fuel, these few wind attribute martial skills could only create a few cracks in the fire wall without inflicting any harm on the opponent, instead causing the reassembled flames to burn even more fiercely. Had she not been injured, Li Yueshuang, with her exceptional control, might have allowed a few martial skills to bypass the firewall. But now, the injury to her body made it nearly impossible. It then became the opponent's turn to counterattack. His firewall suddenly shattered into dozens of fireballs, all hurtling towards Li Yueshuang. The density of the fireballs indicated that the opponent wasn't sparing his true qi, deciding to eliminate her in one blow. These fireballs covered nearly every region in front of Li Yueshuang. Moreover, they weren't moving slowly, and with her weakened body, Li Yueshuang couldn't escape this area. Li Yueshuang helplessly gathered most of her remaining true qi rapidly, and suddenly, a violent storm erupted in front of her, sweeping through the space ahead. At the center of the storm appeared a vague dragon's head, which dissipated all the rootless fires. Li Yueshuang used the only high-tier martial skill she had learned, one that she'd acquired in the past as the top-ranked student in her grade. Chapter 107. The Mystical Luo Sun. Li Yueshuang was quickly defeated. Using that high-tier martial skill was somewhat forced. The skill practically exhausted all of her remaining true qi, adding to her injuries. Once the fireballs were cleared, she had almost no strength left to continue fighting. Why hadn't she used this martial skill at the start? In fact, she hadn't fully mastered this technique. If she had completely unleashed it, it wouldn't have formed such a widespread storm, but rather a green dragon coagulated by wind. Actually, the intangible nature of wind attributes isn't its true characteristic. This is merely a feature of the wind itself. In truth, the power of wind-based martial skills is directly proportional to their visibility. The clearer a wind-based martial skill, the stronger it is. Clarity indicates that the wind is well condensed. Furthermore, after reaching the spirit passing realm, transparent techniques no longer offer any advantage since at this stage, one's spiritual force extends externally and can directly detect the flow of true qi. This point also applies to other attributes. Just like Xuanhuan's crystallized martial skill representing the extreme condensation of earth attributes when he reached the spirit comprehension realm. Li Yueshuang couldn't achieve this. Making wind-based martial skills visibly clear requires at least the spirit passing realm. She had merely learned how to release it, but her current cultivation level was insufficient to support such a complex martial skill. Because her abilities were insufficient, what should have coalesced into a dragon dispersed instead, forming the powerful gale. Li Yueshuang's issues weren't just about her low cultivation level, but also about the limited amount of her true qi. Even if she truly had the ability to condense it, she lacked the resources to fully unleash it. Had the original technique spread out, the storm would have enveloped the entire arena. The spread-out storm had relatively little power. It could only disperse the fireballs unsupported by true qi and offered no real damage to her opponent. Li Yueshuang, finding herself in a desperate situation, decided to take a gamble and unleashed a martial skill she had never successfully employed before. After seeing the dozens of fireballs flying toward her, she realized that her opponent could not possibly control all of them simultaneously. Fireballs without the support of true qi were very fragile, so using a martial skill to block them would be quite easy. If she were an earth attribute warrior, all she would need to do is set up a wall of earth in front of her. However, as a wind attribute practitioner, it was quite apparent that the opponent was well aware of this fact and had launched such a multitude of fireballs solely to drain her resources. In order to successfully block these fireballs, she would need to employ offensive martial skills. Hence, she made this choice. The opponent's goal succeeded. He managed to deplete nearly all of Li Yueshuang's true qi. After clearing all the fireballs, suddenly, Li Yueshuang unleashed her final attack. From her previous battle, seeing how her opponent still aimed to hit her even at the last moment, she suddenly realized the most crucial point of the arena matches. She wasn't fighting alone. Even if she couldn't defeat her opponent, her teammates still needed to overcome them. Thus, she must exert all her abilities to create an advantage for her teammate, who would step up next. The opponent clearly did not expect her to be able to use another martial skill after summoning such fierce gales. Taken off guard, he watched the distorted air ahead while quickly dodging aside and hastily erecting a thin layer of firewall in front of him. But this layer of firewall served no real purpose since Li Yueshuang released a wind spear, a highly penetrating cone-shaped martial skill. Even the thick firewall might have been capable of withstanding it previously, but this one that was barely thicker than paper offered no defense at all. A small hole appeared on the firewall, followed by the opponent's cry of pain. The wind spear did not hit its mark directly because the opponent had already reacted. It passed through his armpit, carving out a gash on his side. Blood flowed profusely, though it was just a superficial wound. It would still somewhat affect his movement. Seeing that her attack had worked, Li Yueshuang smiled faintly before slowly leaning back. However, she didn't fall onto the ground. Supporting herself with her arms, she sat down in the arena and raised the other hand to signal her surrender. Her body now felt completely empty, devoid of any true qi. Due to her injuries, she could previously support herself using true qi, but after it was exhausted, standing was no longer possible. As Li Yueshuang was carried away, her opponent felt frustrated, having been injured only for her to then leave, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. Looking at the opponent on the stage awaiting the next match, Xuanhuan and Wang Qing both frowned in their seats among the competitors. They were pondering who should be sent out next. The main reason they hesitated about sending Lu Changming out wasn't due to Lu Changming's condition, but rather one contestant from Qingkong Academy. Before knowing they would face Qingkong Academy, they had already been captivated by that contestant's match. After learning they would indeed face them, they had studied his matches thoroughly. That contestant was named Luo Sun. Their interest in him was not because of his strength, but because each of his matches had strange yet identical processes and results. Perhaps due to special martial skills, Qingkong Academy hid his characteristics by only letting him compete twice, during the second round elimination matches and yesterday's elimination matches, both being important battles. Luo Sun's cultivation level was mid-stage soul refining realm, and his opponent's levels also matched this. Regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, Luo Sun could easily win. However, strangely enough, the process of every match was very bizarre. It seemed like the opponent was led around by Luo's son, and as the match progressed, the opponent gradually lost consciousness. The matches always ended with the opponent fainting. Afterwards, Luo's son would then surrender, declining further competition. Thus, the two teachers speculated that Luo's son might be an uncommon martial artist practicing mind-based techniques. Practitioners of this type required specific talent, and until they reached the spirit-passing realm where they could extend their spirit externally, they were relatively weak. They could not use direct damage martial skills, but instead relied on mental control techniques. Such techniques had almost no effect in group battles. This competition was different though, as it was one-on-one. To prevent himself from being entirely incapacitated, mind control techniques were potent in duels but could not target multiple individuals simultaneously. This explained why he surrendered after finishing one fight. He wouldn't be much better off mentally than his opponents. Against such an opponent, either one could knock him unconscious before he unleashed his skills or possess a significantly higher spiritual power. An opponent with superior spiritual power would be non-existent in this type of competition. Instantly defeating him was extremely challenging as Luo's son undoubtedly knew his own weakness. At the beginning of the match, he would activate a neutral defensive skill to shield himself while simultaneously unleashing his mind-based techniques. Since the mind and true chi don't interfere with each other, two skills could be cast simultaneously. If Xianxia Academy were to face him, they would only be able to send someone to exchange blows with him. Moreover, if the opponent made him the last person, their side would have to leave two people to fight him, because leaving just one person would mean that at the end, Luo's son would surely still be standing, and the referee would then rule in favor of Xianxia Academy as the winner. Therefore, they couldn't let Lu Changming go first, because once this match had him going first, the opponent would send out Luo's son to counter him. Though they would have an advantage in terms of the number of remaining contestants afterward, it would still be quite hard for them to secure a victory. Because Xuanyu's martial art style was effective against close-range opponents, but somewhat inept against long-range ones. This was because he needed to approach his enemy to fully unleash his capabilities. However, without the abnormal training of xuanhuan, a reference, not necessarily relevant, he certainly wouldn't be able to dodge his opponent's bombardment. If he summoned stone armor, he'd become very cumbersome, making himself a living target. And the last middle stage contestant left was a long-range fighter, who might very well take down 3 in a row. Chapter 108. Xianxia. The two were troubled. Who should they let fight? This fire tribute opponent, though injured, was still a ranged fighter. Letting Xuanyu fight at most would result in an exchange of blows. If his luck ran bad, they might only be able to consume the opponent's energy. As for Lu Changming, it was even more unlikely. They could only let the two lower-rank fighters go up. They were hesitating between letting Su Hang or Xianxia go. The opponent was already injured at this point. Their movement would surely be affected, and their energy must have been consumed quite a bit. Both were top-tier low-rankers. Either one going onto the stage had the possibility of victory. But the two were very different. Su Hang was very steady while Xianxia was extremely aggressive. No, she was downright reckless. Comparatively speaking, Xianxia had a higher chance of winning, but that made people uneasy as well. With good luck, she might win, but with bad luck, she might not even be able to deplete the opponent's energy. Su Hang, on the other hand, was stable, but calculated out. His chances of victory were only 30%. If he lost, and then they sent out Xuanyu or Xianxia again, there was still a risk of losing. That way, they would suffer more losses instead. So in the end, the two teachers decided to let Xianxia go up. Their chance of victory was relatively small anyway. Fortune comes from taking risks. If Xianxia won with good luck or traded blows with the opponent, the scales of victory and defeat would shift. Xianxia's techniques and kung fu skills were particularly unique, almost all related to explosions. Her martial arts worked by compressing her inner energy and then causing it to burst violently, similar to Lu Changming's collapse fist principle, but far more advanced than it. Firstly, her basic martial technique's power wasn't inferior to the collapse fist, and due to her expertise in explosive methods, the energy consumption, though slightly more than normal skills, wasn't significantly higher. Most importantly, she didn't need to approach the enemy like the collapse fist. The compressed energy bombs were under her control. Upon reaching the xuanhuan realm where one could release energy externally, her strength would improve dramatically. At that time, she wouldn't need to compress the energy within her body before releasing it, but could create energy bombs at will in any range covered by her own energy, vastly enhancing both the speed and quantity of bomb creation. She could also gather bombs near opponents within this range for surprise attacks. Though forming the bombs would generate fluctuations in energy, if done fast enough, opponents might hardly react in time. Furthermore, she could control the bombs to move. In fact, not just her techniques, but any other long-range skills would similarly gain a large improvement upon reaching the xuanhuan realm. Once capable of releasing energy externally, long-range skills no longer had to emanate directly from the user's body, but could instead be activated randomly within a certain range. For example, during Li Yefeng's match, all her wind attribute skills were released from her hands. But if both were at the xuanhuan realm, she wouldn't be constrained by her body and could manufacture and release skills from anywhere on the arena, changing the dynamics of that match entirely. Fire, thunder, and water attribute long-range techniques were alike in nature. Earth attribute seemed able to release techniques freely using the ground, but before the xuanhuan realm, they were still bound by the limitation of energy not being releasable outside the body. During the use of these techniques, users needed to touch the ground with relevant body parts, just like yesterday when Lu Changming's opponent had to press his hand against the ground. After reaching the Tonghun realm, this wasn't necessary, much like how teacher Gao showed little bodily motion while executing techniques. Thus, the Tonghun realm versus the Lianhuan realm marked a significant turning point for warriors. Returning to Yin Ruojuan's technique. Her technique itself was attribute-free, but the high temperature and pressure accompanying the explosion caused reactions between the energy and the surrounding air, forming powerful flames. Thus, her attacks carried fire attribute damage. However, water attributes wouldn't have a strong counter effect since the fire was merely an additional effect. Her true main attack remained the shockwave from the explosion. Still, no skill is perfect. The explosive force, formidable enough to compare with someone one level higher than her, was balanced by her woefully weak defenses. Coupled with her fiery temper focusing solely on attack, the gap between her offensive and defensive capabilities widened further. Hence, the two teachers deemed her rather unstable despite possessing strength. Should she falter, it would mean complete disaster. This could be understood. Had it not been for her character, she wouldn't have learned such techniques. Shun Hao and Wang Qing didn't know this, nor did Qingkong Academy know much about Yin Ruojuan. They hadn't seriously watched Yunxiao's matches before, just as Yunxiao disdainfully ignored researching academies ranked beyond 30th. Those former top 10 schools didn't bother studying those outside the 15th rank. Before they knew they would compete against Yunxiao Academy, they had only paid attention to Lu Changming during yesterday's match. They barely understood Li Yueshuang and He Xuanyu, and hadn't even glanced at the group matches, let alone Yin Ruojuan who was at a low stage of the Lianhuan realm. They focused most of their attention on the three middle stage fighters, and because of her character, Shunhao didn't let her participate yesterday for safety's sake. Qingkong Academy actually didn't even know what martial skills she used. So, Yin Ruojuan still had a real chance. Yin Ruojuan walked onto the arena with great excitement, ready for action. She had been nearly bursting with anticipation. She didn't come to the preliminary competition to watch from the stands. She came here to compete. Years ago, when choosing a method of cultivation, she immediately favored this rather unconventional method. The more she practiced it, the more she fell in love with the feeling of explosion and began to study this somewhat peculiar cultivation method and martial arts, which also led to some distortion in her personality. Of course, studying martial arts also meant using them. Martial arts were used during battles with others. She liked explosions, but didn't like indiscriminately bombing, so she also enjoyed the feeling of fighting others using her own martial arts. However, because the power of the martial arts was too great, and once engaged in combat, there was no measure to her strikes. Classmates who sparred with her always ended up crying out in pain, none willing to go through it again. Senior students often couldn't defend themselves from her attacks, and ended up looking disheveled. Gradually no student wanted to practice with her, while teachers weren't always available either, so they only accompanied her during practical lessons. She only knew a few teachers, and they wouldn't strike hard against her. This made her feel bored as she preferred sparring with people of similar levels. Although her character seemed somewhat crazy, she wasn't insane. She still had rationality and wouldn't randomly attack others just for a fight. Otherwise, she'd have been expelled long ago. This kind of competition was exactly what she looked forward to. Her opponents on the field were students with comparable skills, and with the referee present, she could attack without any restraint. Although she participated in many matches during the group stages due to her strong demands, the opponents were relatively weak and did not satisfy her much. Shunhao naturally wouldn't let her fight against Fengshan Academy, nor during the battle with Xunshan Academy did he allow her to participate to avoid unexpected incidents. The only group match opportunity against Fengshan Academy was taken by Lu Changming, who achieved 5 consecutive wins. Therefore, today's match was her sole chance to fight with someone at the mid-stage of the Lianhuan realm, and possibly her last battle in the preliminary competition. Thus, she must seize this opportunity and give it her all. Chapter 109, Explosion. The match began. The opponent with the fire attribute did not initiate an attack first, as he was unfamiliar with Yin Ruojuan. However, he knew Yin Ruojuan was not in the mid-stage of the spirit refinement realm. When at a higher realm than your opponent, but unfamiliar with them, rash attacks may not lead to failure, but could cause unnecessary consumption. In this arena battle, maintaining one's condition was paramount, so he waited for Yin Ruojuan's attack, confident that he could easily defend against any low-stage spirit refinement realm attack. Common sense applies to normal people, but Yin Ruojuan was not normal. Seeing her opponent did not make the first move, she chuckled. Her widened eyes and slightly crazed expression made her opponent involuntarily shiver. Nonetheless, his confidence remained intact. Yin Ruojuan laughed because her opponent had given her an opportunity. Though she could instantly form a true essence bomb within her body, its power wasn't significant. A more powerful bomb would require some time to form. Since her opponent didn't attack first, it gave her the time to prepare. After 2 breaths, just as her opponent started to feel strange, she hurled out her first wave of attacks. 5 glowing balls about the size of walnuts, flying rapidly towards the opponent in succession. Upon seeing her attack coming, the opponent immediately unleashed a wall of fire. Having had preparation time, his firewall returned to its former thickness. Although he didn't know Yin Ruojuan's martial technique, he was confident that few techniques at the low stage of the spirit refinement realm could directly break through his firewall. Furthermore, the fluctuation of energy from her technique didn't seem intense, suggesting it was likely just a probing attack. He thought releasing such a thick firewall might have been overcautious. He soon regretted being overconfident. When the first light ball struck the firewall, something seemed amiss, but it was already too late. 5 explosive sounds echoed in quick succession, scattering debris in every direction. Each explosion sent countless flames scattering outward. Due to the explosive impact, dust clouds rose around him, making it impossible to see the outcome clearly. But Yin Ruojuan cared little whether or not her opponent could be seen. After firing off the 5 light balls, she immediately continued to form more bombs inside her body. After the explosion subsided, another 5 light balls soared toward the dust-filled area. Though her martial skill covered a wide range, only a rough approximation of positioning would suffice to hit her target. Nevertheless, the opponent was in the mid-stage of the spirit refinement realm and quickly responded after enduring the first round of explosions. Just as the second round of explosions erupted, he emerged from the dust cloud, shielded by a red light barrier before him, evidently a higher-level defensive martial skill. Using this light barrier, he relied on the explosive force to escape from the dust. Though he had left that spot, his appearance was now quite disheveled. His right side clothing had turned to ashes, leaving only blackened leather belts holding the remnants of his left side clothes in place, preventing total nudity. His exposed right arm and leg were scorched black, marked with several bloody traces. Despite looking disheveled, he didn't seem gravely injured. He couldn't believe the power of these light balls. Was this truly what the low-stage spirit refinement realm could achieve? Under normal circumstances, his firewall could withstand at least 2 martial skills from a same realm opponent unless they used water-based techniques. Martial arts lower in rank than him wouldn't stand a chance. 5 or 6 couldn't even penetrate his defense. Yet, those seemingly harmless light balls managed to completely shatter his firewall using only 3 of them. The following 2 strikes directly hit his body. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to form a fire attribute defensive membrane around himself, he might have lost his fighting ability right there. Even so, his right leg and arm that took direct hits were injured. Although his meridians were unharmed and didn't interfere with his release of martial skills, the pain in his flesh would still affect his movements. She couldn't be allowed to attack so recklessly, he thought, aware that if she landed a few more hits, even if he managed to defeat Yin Ruojuan, continuing to the next round would be impossible. He tightened his leather belt to ensure his tattered clothes wouldn't impede him during the upcoming fight, while simultaneously unleashing a martial skill toward Yin Ruojuan, a fiery orb emanating heat. Unlike the fireballs previously used against Liyue Frost, this time he only unleashed one, focusing all of his essence and energy into it. Though small in size, the fireball carried the hue of molten lava, suggesting immense power. Simultaneously, Yin Ruojuan's third wave of attacks arrived. Once again, it was 5 light bombs, but unlike before, these were no longer lined up sequentially. Instead, they shot toward the opponent from different directions. Because her opponent had grown cautious and no longer underestimated her, he would surely dodge the bombs. By shooting them from different angles, her chances of hitting him would increase significantly. However, her opponent was ultimately 1 level higher than her. With prepared defenses, the bombs that weren't exceedingly fast couldn't directly hit him. Even the shockwaves at the edges of the explosions were easily blocked by his firewall, without much consumption of energy. Thus, all of Yin Ruojuan's third wave of attacks missed, causing no damage to her opponent, while she narrowly dodged the fiery orb from earlier. The orb flew past her by less than 3 inches and landed on the ground behind her. Her sleeve on the side closer to the fiery orb had turned black, and the spot where it hit the ground was already melted into a small pit, showing just how high the temperature of the fiery orb was. Yin Ruojuan was breathing slightly heavier now, her smile gone from her face, but her eyes still wide open, her mood as excited as ever. After continuously releasing 15 bombs in a row, Yin Ruojuan wasn't feeling too light either. Each small-sized true essence bomb consumed more than ordinary martial techniques of the same level. Coupled with their rapid formation, Yin Ruojuan had already expended nearly 30% of her true essence. At this moment, however, her opponent started laughing because he had discovered Yin Ruojuan's weakness. This girl has poured all her talents into offensive power. Even with such a slow speed, she struggled so hard to dodge that fiery orb just now. Thinking about this, he erected another firewall, but this time it didn't cover his whole body. It gradually transformed in front of him into a circular shape, covering only his upper body. Clearly, it was not for defense but attack. Then, countless flame pellets shot out from the round firewall towards Yin Ruojuan. The flame pellets were small, about the size of peanuts, and their power wasn't great either, but their speed made up for it. Behind each pellet trailed a long streak of flames like meteors, resembling lines of fire connecting him and Yin Ruojuan. He had found Yin Ruojuan's weakness. She was too slow. By using these fast-moving martial techniques, it wouldn't take long to deplete her until she lost the match. Caught off guard by the barrage of incoming flame pellets, Yin Ruojuan hastily unleashed the 2 bombs she had just formed. They exploded shortly after coming into contact with the first wave of flame pellets not far from her body, blocking their offensive momentum. At the same time, she leapt aside, evading the second wave of flame pellets. However, it seemed as though the flame pellets were endless, and the third wave came flying towards her. With her speed being too slow, there was no way she could evade them. She could only unleash her limited defensive martial technique, forming a transparent light shield in front of her. Yet, this light shield soon shattered, for due to the nature of her cultivation method, this was an unattributed common martial technique she had learned. Its defensive power was weak. She had primarily learned this skill to prevent injury while researching her own martial techniques. Thus, this technique was better at defending against instantaneous bursts but unable to withstand the continuous burning of the flame pellets. Chapter 110, The Madwoman. The light shield was penetrated, and half of the remaining third wave of flame grenades hit Yin Ruojuan. She could only raise her hands to protect her head from being struck by the grenades. Fortunately, the characteristic of flame grenades is their speed. Their power isn't great. After hitting, they merely burned holes about the size of a fist in her clothes and left burn marks on her body. But although the power was small, it couldn't withstand the large quantity. Another few waves like this, and she wouldn't be able to take it. However, the opponent didn't continue firing the flame grenades. He hesitated after the third wave of flame grenades hit Xianxia. The flame grenades had left many fist-sized holes in Xianxia's clothes. Her clothes weren't much better than his. With Xianxia's unconscious movements, something inappropriate was revealed, making him feel his cheeks burning. He'd never seen a girl's body before. Even though he was a top student at Qingkong Academy, he was just barely 18 years old. To reach the middle stage of the spirit refining realm at this age, he had made no small effort. Most of his time was spent cultivating, so his understanding of romantic feelings was not much different from that of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Like Yu Changming, well, he was quite innocent. In addition, although Xianxia seemed a bit crazy, she still had a certain charm. This made him somewhat flustered, and he dared not look directly at Xianxia. Thus, the flame grenade stopped. But Xianxia had no such awareness. Her mind was full of explosions, so she was still wondering why the opponent had stopped attacking. Could it be due to energy blockage? She completely didn't realize that the reason was herself. Forget about that. If the opponent gives you an opportunity, you must seize it. Xianxia took advantage of this interval and started to gather more bombs. Once her opponent regains consciousness, he will definitely attack again. In that case, she would lose for sure, so she had to think of other ways and couldn't just sit there waiting for her doom. After about 3 breaths, the opponent finally calmed down. After all, this was the arena, and the tense atmosphere quickly shifted his attention back. Defeating his opponent as soon as possible was now his primary concern. He then began injecting spirit energy into the wall of fire in front of him, and continued releasing flame grenades towards Xianxia. However, the trajectory of these flame grenades wasn't as smooth as before, some were twisted. Watching the flame grenades approach Xianxia, he was somewhat puzzled because Xianxia didn't make any moves in response, but was instead staring intently at him. It can't be that I've angered her by burning her clothes. He thought this, feeling slightly nervous, but soon after, his mood turned into surprise. Just as the flame grenades were about to hit Xianxia, an explosion suddenly erupted behind her. She detonated a bomb behind her. At the same time, a white light flashed behind her. A light barrier blocked the damage from the bomb to her. Then she used the shockwave from the explosion to rapidly close the distance with her opponent and evade this wave of flame grenades. The explosive force was immense, causing her speed to reach a level that even someone at the peak of the spirit refining realm might not achieve. It looked like a fleeting shadow to the naked eye. So the opponent couldn't react at all. He was still gathering energy for the next wave of flame grenades. As she got close to the opponent, a light ball nearly the size of 2 fists appeared in her hand. Upon seeing this light ball, the opponent's expression turned extremely terrified. He had already suffered from this light ball previously, and that one was only the size of a walnut. This light ball was easily 5 times bigger than the previous one. If it exploded directly at such close range, and he hadn't yet deployed a defensive martial skill, he guessed he'd turn into pieces immediately. At this crucial moment, he still couldn't help but glance at Xianxia's expression. Was she really not afraid of dying? This madwoman. Below the platform, Xuanhuan and Wang Qing simultaneously muttered these 4 words. But they did not go up to protect their own students, because the referee had already acted first. Following a massive roar, a huge cloud of dust arose on the field, blocking everyone's sight. The dust lasted for 10 breaths before a sudden gust of wind dispersed it. Then the audience saw the situation on the field. The 2 competitors were now floating in the water, enclosed by 2 spheres of water. There were no additional wounds on their bodies, which indicated that the referee successfully protected them both. In between them was a pit about 10 feet in diameter, showing just how powerful the explosion had been. The referee stood 2 feet away from the center of the giant pit, and there was a wall of water in front of him. The crater was circular, but the ground behind the water wall was intact, forming a convex angle in the round crater. This explosion could not penetrate the thin wall of water. Nevertheless, the referee himself appeared somewhat disheveled. He was coughing. Although the water wall could block the explosion, it couldn't stop the dust. Unlike the 2 contestants who were enveloped in water, he inhaled quite a lot of dust. As the referee was coughing, he put the 2 competitors down, and they started to cough violently as well, expelling the water that had entered their lungs. They had never expected to be suddenly enclosed in a sphere of water, so they got choked. Finally, after coughing a bit more, the referee announced the result. The 3rd match, draw. No matter whether it was victory or defeat, as long as the opponent could not continue the game, it would be good. Xuanhao was very pleased. After this match, the scales of victory were tilting towards their side. Both sides still had 3 contestants left, and their realms were the same. Moreover, they also had Lu Changming, which meant that now their comprehensive strength was superior. Now what they needed to do was allocate the order of who would appear on stage next. As long as Lu Changming didn't encounter Luo Sun at the very beginning, allowing the opponent to eliminate his maximum fighting force, everything would be fine. There were 2 methods now, letting He Xuanyu go first, or letting Su Hang go first. It was impossible to let Lu Changming go first, because only if the opponent's next person on stage was another mid-stage contestant other than Luo Sun would they win. If the opponent sent out a low-stage contestant first, after Lu Changming defeated him, the opponent would definitely directly let Luo Sun take the stage. After that, the opponent would have 1 mid-stage contestant left, But that mid-stage contestant named Zhang Hui had a restraining effect on Xuanyu, so both Xuanyu and Su Hang were very likely to lose. If the opponent sent out Luo Sun in the third round, there wouldn't even be much need for discussion. If Xuanyu went first, and the first opponent was Luo Sun, that would mean they directly won because Luo Sun could only achieve mutual destruction with his opponent, leaving the remaining two needing only Lu Changming to resolve the situation. If the first opponent was low stage, it would be even simpler. Xuanyu was sure to win. Afterwards, Zhang Hui would definitely appear, and after Xuanyu lost, they would immediately let Lu Changming take the stage to defeat Zhang Hui, then exchange places with Luo Sun. At this point, their team would still have Su Hang as one competitor left while the opponent had already been entirely defeated, making them the winning side. If the first opponent was Zhang Hui, and Xuanyu lost, they would surely let Lu Changming take the stage, defeating the mid-stage contestant, then face Luo Sun. In the end, it would become a battle between two low-stage fighters. If Su Hang went first, and the first opponent was low stage, Su Hang would win without a doubt. Even if it was a close victory, he could stay on the field and wait until knowing the next opponent before getting off the stage. As long as they knew who the following contestants were, they had seized the initiative. Given the negligible level difference and their slight advantage, having the initiative meant securing the victory. Afterward, if the opponent sent out Luo Sun, they would send Xuanyu to the stage. If the opponent sent out Zhang Hui, they would send Lu Changming to the stage. If the first opponent was Zhang Hui, even if Su Hang lost, they would immediately let Lu Changming fight, defeat the mid-stage contestant, then take care of Luo Sun. In the end, it would come down to a battle between Xuanyu and the low-stage fighter. In summary, as long as Lu Changming managed to defeat Zhang Hui, they would win, because only Lu Changming could beat Zhang Hui. Chapter 111, Water and Thunder. It didn't really matter who would go first between Xuanyu and Su Hang, but in the end, Xuanhao decided to let Su Hang take the stage first. There wasn't much deep reasoning behind it. It was simply because Xuanyu had a higher cultivation level, so placing a stronger fighter later gave Xuanhao some peace of mind. After Su Hang entered the arena, Yan Ruojuan, wearing a long robe provided by the medical staff, returned to her seat in the viewing area. Her injuries were not severe, just a few burns. The medical staff applied some ointment before allowing her to return. Teacher Wang Qing glanced at Yan Ruojuan, wanting to say something. Her previous decision had been very risky. If it weren't for the referee's strength, no one could predict what might have happened. However, he eventually gave up on speaking. Yan Ruojuan was infamous for being wild at Yunxiao Academy. If just a few scolding words could change her behavior, then she wouldn't have continued acting this way all along. Su Hang stared calmly at his opponent, showing no signs of any emotion, neither excitement nor tension. This did not mean that he didn't take the match seriously. On the contrary, he was very focused. This was simply his personality. He approached most things with such calmness, rarely letting anything stir his emotions too greatly. What exactly caused him to develop such an unusually mature character for his age remains unknown. Perhaps due to similar thinking as Xuanhao's, Qingkong Academy's third contestant was their only lower-level Lianhuan realm student, who specialized in water-based abilities. Although water can conduct electricity, the water created by water attribute warriors' techniques does not conduct electricity. Natural waters like rivers and oceans, which are filled with impurities, may conduct electricity, but the water conjured by a warrior's true energy is pure water. Pure water does not conduct electricity, but instead acts as an insulator against electric currents. However, this does not mean that water attributes naturally counteract thunder attributes. Water attribute martial arts are somewhat different from other attributes. Fire and thunder are pure forms of energy that can be directly transformed from true energy. Wind and earth, on the other hand, use true energy to control air and the ground. Water shares some similarities with wind and earth, but unlike air or earth, water is not present everywhere. In places where there's no existing water, water attribute practitioners must first consume their true energy to condense moisture from the air. This differs slightly from ice attributes. Both water and ice attributes are based on water, but ice practitioners can directly freeze water vapor when there's no available water nearby, making the process more efficient. However, it's extremely difficult for water attribute practitioners to melt ice formed this way. Therefore, though both types of warriors can learn each other's techniques, the methods they employ make them entirely different. Although warriors often study these opposing skills as a precaution, they rarely use them in battle. Returning to the topic of water attribute, condensing moisture consumes a significant amount of true energy. And under normal circumstances, there isn't usually a great deal of moisture in the air, which means it takes time for water from distant areas to drift over via air currents. In battles, water attribute warriors typically use water that has already been condensed from their first technique. There was no source of water on this tournament field, so once the water used in a technique falls to the ground, it becomes contaminated with impurities. Water attribute practitioners know how much impurity is in the water they control, so when the contamination reaches a level sufficient enough to conduct their opponent's lightning abilities, they avoid simultaneous contact with their opponents to prevent getting shocked. As a result, during lower realms, water has a slight counter effect against thunder, but this effect is minimal. At Tonghan realm and above, however, warriors can instantly condense vast amounts of moisture across large areas using substantial amounts of true energy. They can also generate pure water directly through understanding and mastery of water itself. Such water, free of impurities and infused with true energy, completely prevents the flow of electricity. Hence, at higher levels, water attribute warriors don't need to restrain themselves anymore, while thunder attribute practitioners lose their advantage. But since both competitors in this match were only at the lower stages of the Xianhuan realm, Su Heng clearly held a certain edge, but this advantage was not decisive. If the opponent employed their techniques properly, they could cancel out this disadvantage. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Su Heng charged toward his opponent. At lower realms, water attribute warriors are slightly disadvantaged in competitions since they first need to condense moisture into water before utilizing their techniques. This process doesn't take long, but is enough for an opponent to unleash a move. Su Heng intended to seize this opportunity. Even though Su Heng had ranged techniques, the effects of lightning attribute range attacks before reaching Tonghan realm were quite limited. Thus, Su Heng chose close combat, his specialty, only supplementing his offense with long-range techniques. Swish, swish, swish. A water arrow shot towards Su Heng, who was rapidly advancing, but with his quick reflexes, he dodged the attack with a swift movement. However, 2 more water arrows appeared right where Su Heng was about to evade, and he shrank his body into an odd posture to avoid them. These arrows narrowly missed, flying past his left ear and under his armpit. The 3 water arrows were not conjured by Su Heng's opponent. They were part of the water he brought onto the field. As per the competition rules designed to compensate for water attribute warriors' disadvantages at lower levels, they could bring 1 pound of water onto the field. Clearly, 1 pound of water is insufficient for a full match, so this regulation only allowed water attribute warriors to put up some resistance before they condensed their own water. Though Su Heng evaded the 3 water arrows, they delayed him for a moment, which accomplished the opponent's purpose. As Su Heng approached, a water sphere half the size of a person had already formed at his opponent's side, and Su Heng clearly sensed the surrounding air becoming drier. To be able to condense so much water so quickly showed that the opponent's understanding and control over water had already reached the mid-level of Xianhuan realm cultivation. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to break through further. This match would not be easy for Su Heng. The opponent swiftly moved the water sphere in front of himself, positioning it between him and Su Heng. The water sphere rapidly expanded into a concave hemisphere, as if waiting for Su Heng to charge inside. Though Su Heng reacted quickly, his speed was too great. Such a short distance didn't allow him enough time to stop. He crashed straight into the water sphere, which immediately closed around him in an attempt to trap him. But then the sound of thunder roared, and on the side opposite the wind, where the opponent had been, a hole appeared in the water sphere. With the remaining momentum from his collision, Su Heng flew out of the hole, but his opponent had already left his original position and moved far away. As he quickly distanced himself from the water sphere, Su Heng's body was covered in flashing lightning, drying his clothes, which were soaked through. Fighting a water attribute warrior while having water all over your body is practically suicide. Because true energy cannot penetrate another person's body, water inside it can't be controlled by water attribute warriors. However, water clinging to your skin is different. An opponent can easily use it as a weapon, and allowing an adversary to have complete control over a weapon attached to your body is no different from committing suicide. Before Su Heng could make any other moves, his opponent's attack came first. The water sphere transformed into a long strip resembling a snake, hurtling towards Su Heng. Chapter 112, Another Draw. The opponent decided to fight quickly. He couldn't afford to waste time as his true chi consumption was significantly higher than Su Heng's since he had been constantly controlling the water ball to prevent it from touching the ground. Actually, allowing the water ball to spread on the ground would bring out the maximum power of a water element martial artist because water diffused over all areas could release skills everywhere it touched. However, this was not feasible against a lightning element martial artist since wet ground would become an excellent conductor. Although he could control the water flow so that it didn't wet the ground beneath his feet, situations in the arena were unpredictable. He might unknowingly step on a moist surface and lose when that happened. He couldn't take that risk. Su Heng retreated rapidly, but wasn't quick enough to evade the water snake. As it gradually approached him, numerous branches sprouted from the snake. Even smaller water snakes surged towards Su Heng from different directions. Faced with the dense network of water snakes in front of him, Su Heng stopped running. Instead, he charged forward, dodging and weaving among countless water snakes. But due to their high density, some were hard to evade. Su Heng's body emitted flashes of lightning, blasting those water snakes into water splashes. In just a few breaths of time, Su Heng passed through the blockade formed by the water snakes. However, it wasn't without damage. His left side was drenched in water after being hit by the tail of the largest water snake at an oblique angle. Fortunately, it wasn't a direct hit, making it feel like being punched hard in the stomach. A few scattered spectators applauded from the stands. Su Heng's agility was truly impressive, displaying abilities far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. Lu Changming also admired this performance, knowing that if it were himself, he definitely couldn't perform at this level. Was this the effect of close to a year of special training under Mr. Gao? After passing through the water snake formation, Su Heng didn't stop. Simultaneously evaporating the water on his body, he charged towards the opponent. The reaction of the opponent seemed strange. When Su Heng broke through, it looked like he was in a trance, failing to respond immediately. Only when Su Heng closed a third of the distance did he snap back into action, controlling the reformed water snake to lunge towards Su Heng while beginning to retreat himself. Martial skills are much faster than martial artists. Although Su Heng hadn't approached his opponent yet, he could already sense the water snake approaching from behind. However, Su Heng wasn't panicked. Multiple layers of electrical grids appeared behind him, blowing up the pointed heads of the water snakes. After losing their heads, they turned into water jets that impacted Su Heng's back. Although the force was significant, without their pointed heads, the attack power wasn't very high. He utilized this impact momentum to charge toward his opponent even faster. This was something he had learned from Yin Ruojuan's match earlier. When his speed is insufficient, borrow the force from the skill. Apparently, the opponent hadn't expected Su Hang to do this. It was too late now to manipulate the moisture on Su Hang's body for an attack. This meticulous operation required a certain amount of time. So he hurriedly increased his true chi output, forcing the headless water snake behind Su Hang to make a sharp turn, causing Su Hang to fly off course. But Su Hang had foreseen this, using the same method as in the selection contest. With his hands on the stage, a thunderclap erupted from his palms. Using the shockwave of the explosion, he came to a halt. However, due to his incredible speed, he had increased the explosion intensity. Therefore, not only was his hand scorched black, but also his skin peeled open and bled. He didn't have time to dwell on the pain and swiftly turned around to rush towards his opponent. At this point, the headless water snake of the opponent had already flown away, and there was no way it could return in time for defense. It appeared that Su Hang was about to win. Without water nearby, a water element martial artist was completely unable to defend against close-range attacks. Su Hang was almost within reach of the opponent and slapped his palm onto him. Just at this moment, the ground in front of the opponent suddenly cracked open, and a water pillar as thick as a thigh struck Su Hang. This water column, seemingly pent up for quite some time, had immense striking force and appeared suddenly, leaving Su Hang completely unprepared. He was directly shoved horizontally out of the arena. At the same time, the opponent also lost his fighting ability, ending this round in another draw. Rolling on the ground outside the arena once, Su Hang used the force to stand up. Yet he stood there blankly, motionless. Though the opponent's skill caused him trouble, his injuries weren't severe, the most serious injury being one he inflicted on himself. He was standing there thinking, trying to figure out where the sudden water column emerged from underground. After some time, Su Hang scanned the arena and suddenly realized where the water came from. He looked at the giant pit created by Yin Ruojuan's super bomb earlier. The referee had condensed quite a bit of water to protect those two individuals. After the martial skill was cancelled, all the water fell into the pit and flowed into the cracks within the pit. This arena, apart from a few pits, appeared intact on the surface. However, underneath it was riddled with tiny cracks from all the matches these past days. The water that had seeped underground was stored in these fissures, ready to be used at any moment. It seemed that the opponent had already condensed and gathered this water earlier. That explained why he appeared distracted before. But the opponent hadn't anticipated how formidable Su Hang truly was. He had originally planned to slowly gather this hidden water for a surprise attack, hoping to quickly defeat Su Hang. Underestimating his rival, though, made him regretful after realizing Su Hang's strength. Yet unwilling to abandon the partially collected groundwater, he pressed on with determination. Just as he had amassed enough water for a martial skill, Su Hang had already approached him. Directly being struck by a lightning attribute martial technique at close range is almost impossible to withstand within the same cultivation realm. Helplessly, he focused his last remaining strength on channeling it into the water's thrust. He intended to fire the water column just before Su Hang reached him, but he forgot that the column needed to break through the ground first. This allowed Su Hang to instantly send a current coursing through his body. As Su Hang was flung out of the arena, the opponent also collapsed from electrocution, losing his ability to fight. Xuanhua's strategy wasn't flawed, yet he overlooked one critical point. How weak could the only junior-level Lianhuan realm student chosen as part of the Qingkong Academy main team possibly be? Of course, not weak at all. Xuanhua had subconsciously assumed that since Su Hang managed to always win against other Lianhuan realm opponents, this match would be no different. What he neglected was that Su Hang's previous adversaries came from academies ranked beyond 20th place, whereas today's Lianhuan realm low-tier opponent was ranked 12th, Qingkong Academy's strongest junior-level Lianhuan realm student. If the opponent hadn't divided his focus and spread his concentration gathering groundwater, perhaps Su Hang might have lost. He was greedy, wanting to conserve as much true chi as possible so that he could prepare for the next match, aiming to create greater opportunities for Qingkong Academy by exhausting their rivals. Nevertheless, he still managed to rely on his quick reflexes to push Su Hang off the field in the end. Since this match ended in a draw, Xianxia Academy remained unaware of who the opponent would send in for the next round. Thus, the chances of victory for both sides were essentially 50-50 now. Xuanhua started worrying. Chapter 113. Xuanyu's thoughts. Who should go first? Xuanhua was stuck in a dilemma, and Wang Qing beside him also shook his head with a frown, equally troubled. Xuanhua wasn't afraid of losing now, because the opponent was Clear Sky Academy, and it wasn't embarrassing to say they lost. The academy wouldn't punish him, but who doesn't want to win? Moreover, only by winning would he have a chance for promotion and a raise. Let Xuanyu go first. This way, the chances of victory might be greater, Wang Qing said to Xuanhua. If we let Lu Changming go first and meet Luo Sun, it will all be over. If Xuanyu goes first, meeting Luo Sun first would be considered good luck for us. If we lose by meeting Zhang Hui first, it could consume much of Zhang Hui's true energy, allowing Lu Changming an easier win against Zhang Hui, and then finally fight against Luo Sun. I've been observing for a few days now, and this child Lu Changming gives me a very unique feeling. Perhaps he can endure Luo Sun's mental control. After hearing this, Xuanhua nodded. Wang Qing was right. If they let Lu Changming go first, their chances of winning were 50-50. If the opponent sent Luo Sun first, they would surely lose, since even if Lu Changming could withstand the mental controlling martial techniques without collapsing, he couldn't continue in subsequent matches. Do not underestimate mental techniques. On the other hand, if the opponent sent Zhang Hui first, they would undoubtedly win. But if He Xuanyu went first and met Luo Sun first, they would surely win. While meeting Zhang Hui first would depend on whether Lu Changming could withstand the mental attack, as Wang Qing had mentioned. Lu Changming could easily defeat most opponents of the same realm, and there was a possibility that he could endure Luo Sun's mental impact. Yesterday, they told Lu Changming about Luo Sun's intelligence, but Lu Changming looked completely clueless about what a spiritual technique was. Both of them helplessly tried explaining some key points overnight since they couldn't cover the features thoroughly in such a short time. Now, all they could do was place their hope on Lu Changming. He Xuanyu was currently in great distress, and his situation was rather awkward. By now, his plans had basically failed. No matter the final result, his current standing already made it difficult for him to compete with Lu Changming. In fact, from the very beginning, he didn't have a single chance. Right now, he was merely being used as cannon fodder, and Xuanhao clearly did not care about him at all. Reflecting back to the group stage when Xuanhao was still discussing with him how to suppress Lu Changming, it made He Xuanyu grind his teeth in anger. Previously, he never expected things to turn out like this. That damn Xuanhao. If he hadn't abandoned halfway through, perhaps people might still view Lu Changming as just mid-tier talent instead of seeing him as the hero who saved the academy from dire straits. What a spineless turncoat. He believed Xuanhao was indeed spineless, and this belief was entirely reasonable. Teachers deserve respect, but teachers who don't set proper examples don't deserve it. And Xuanhao happened to be exactly this kind of teacher. Among the many talented students at Xianxia Academy, achievements like He Xuanyu's are limitless, which far surpass the capacity of ordinary teachers within an academy. Hence, many academies would harbor teachers of mediocre strength capable only of instructing spirit-refining realm students. Such teachers aim to build good relationships with these students so that once these students succeed in the future, they can benefit accordingly. Due to this, Xuanhao heartlessly discarded He Xuanyu and befriended Lu Changming, showing no real mentor-student affection between them. Though Lu Changming didn't perceive it, if he did, he certainly wouldn't feel grateful either. Such teachers mainly appear in academies ranked from 10th to 50th. As for the top 10 academies filled with geniuses, such situations rarely happen because their recruited teachers are strong and don't need to play such political games. He Xuanyu figured out Xuanhao's intentions not long after enrollment, so he cooperated with Xuanhao, not a master-subordinate relationship as Shurchen imagined. Wait and see. There's no chance this time in the preliminaries, but plenty more opportunities will arise in the future. I cannot match them alone, but others can. He Xuanyu didn't want to rely on others. He was the type who preferred being the leader in a chicken coop than following someone else in a phoenix den. The thought of subservience drove him mad, for deep inside, he saw himself as the boss. His cooperation with Xuanhao was based purely on mutual interests. This was why he chose a non-top-tier academy like Xianxia Academy, aiming to suppress Lu Changming by any means necessary. Yet, a surge of anger built up inside him. Unless released, he feared it would suffocate him. He wasn't sure whether this frustration stemmed from Lu Changming or Xuanhao, but whoever caused it, he couldn't shake them off right now, forcing him into a decision that seemed somewhat unacceptable. But who could blame him? Hadn't it been for that fateful night when he meddled unnecessarily, none of this would have happened. It was now He Xuanyu's turn to compete. Deep down, he wished to casually handle the match, preserving his opponent's energy for Lu Changming. However, this approach held no practical value. Moreover, with so many people watching, he couldn't possibly lose the match without any resistance. Doing so would lower his already minimal contribution to the competition in the eyes of others, and might even cause him to lose his current standing when returning to the academy. Helpless, he could only go all out, at least showing that he had put forth every effort into the fight. Xuanhao didn't fully understand this student of his. He Xuanyu was much stronger than Xuanhao imagined. Although his martial skills were not suitable for fighting against distant opponents, he wasn't completely defenseless either. This owed to his persistent study of Li Yuechuan's techniques over the past 2 years, which gave him some experience in battling from afar. Through studying Li Yuechuan, he had found a method to deal with distant opponents. Prediction, anticipating the opponent's attack location. He lacked agility, so this was the only way to improve his success rate in dodging attacks. However, there was a major drawback. He needed to figure out the opponent's attack pattern first. Over these 2 years, he had thoroughly analyzed Li Yuechuan's attack style. He was confident that he could evade more than 80% of her moves, which gave him confidence in defeating Li Yuechuan during their next practice. But now, his opponent, the mid-rank Zhang Hui, was someone whom the academy had studied. Though he knew what types of martial arts Zhang Hui possessed, since they hadn't fought before, it was still challenging to accurately predict Zhang Hui's moves. Fortunately, he had a stone armor. Withstanding a few of Zhang Hui's moves while analyzing them was doable, but the chances of victory were still slim. Since Zhang Hui was an earth attribute warrior, most of his martial skills would emerge from the ground. Hence, He Xuanyu decided to approach Zhang Hui from high above. Although being in the air meant that He Xuanyu wouldn't be able to avoid Zhang Hui's long-range moves, the greatest advantage of Earth-type combatants was relying on the ground. Without the ground as support, Zhang Hui's martial arts power would be greatly limited, enabling He Xuanyu to defend himself without injury. Moreover, He Xuanyu had some form of ranged attacks, insufficient to injure the opponent, but effective enough to intercept incoming strikes. The sole problem remained. How was He Xuanyu going to reach a height that Zhang Hui would struggle to strike using his ground-based skills, and from where could he make a dash towards Zhang Hui? His plan was to wait for the moment Zhang Hui tried blocking his advance by summoning an earth wall or similar technique, and then use it as a leverage point. Chapter 114, He Xuanyu's defeat. The fifth match between He Xuanyu and Zhang Hui lasted a long time, and the outcome was as expected. He Xuanyu lost. However, it wasn't without resistance. He caused Zhang Hui quite a bit of trouble, prolonged the match significantly, and consumed a great deal of Zhang Hui's energy and qi. He Xuanyu managed to last this long mainly because of his tough skin. After covering his entire body with his hard stone armor, he was able to withstand most of Zhang Hui's martial arts attacks. At the start of the match, He Xuanyu covered his entire body with stone armor. To prevent being stabbed, even his head and joints were covered, except for some holes in his head for observation and breathing, like a turtle retracting into its shell. So now, He Xuanyu was nothing more than a solid stone post, unable to move, but possessing extremely high defense. The stone spines and other such weapons would snap upon striking his stone armor, causing only minor shock damage to He Xuanyu and not much more harm. Still, He Xuanyu was bound to lose if things continued like this. The wounds from the stone spines disappeared, but the thrust force remained. To avoid being tossed around like a ball by Zhang Hui's techniques, He Xuanyu firmly clamped his stone armor into the ground. But this meant that he had to bear all the thrust forces, which were then converted into shock forces inside his stone armor. It felt like being inside a bell, with someone continuously striking it from the outside. It was unpleasant, quickly causing his internal organs to churn. Zhang Hui soon realized this problem and stopped using stone spines, which were fragile despite their lethal intent. Instead, he began channeling all his qi into thrust force and turned all the spines into sturdier stone columns and hammers. He Xuanyu's pressure surged immediately. As the thrust force increased, so did the shock waves he endured. Within just a dozen strikes, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In reality, He Xuanyu hoped Zhang Hui would increase the thrust force because only by utilizing this force could he rise into the air and approach Zhang Hui without worrying about martial skills emerging from the ground. However, Zhang Hui discovered this quicker than expected. Originally, He Xuanyu wanted to observe Zhang Hui's attack patterns, the direction of his martial skill thrusts, so that after shedding his armor, he could dodge better. But clearly, he had no choice but to initiate an attack. Upon noticing a stone column approaching almost vertically, He Xuanyu promptly dissolved the grip his armor had on the ground and used its force to ascend into the air. Simultaneously, his stone armor started deforming and shifting downwards, forming a stone block roughly equivalent to his weight under his feet as a leverage point. Only the chest, abdomen, and face parts of the armor remained for defensive purposes. When he reached the highest point of his ascent, He Xuanyu pushed off forcefully with both feet, rapidly closing in on Zhang Hui from 5 zhang above the ground, while the leverage stone flew off in the opposite direction. Zhang Hui clearly hadn't expected this from He Xuanyu and showed a moment of surprise, though he remained calm. First, he unleashed countless fragments of stones at He Xuanyu in quick succession, but their hardness couldn't compare to He Xuanyu's stone armor. Upon hitting the chest and face plates, they turned entirely into powder, leaving only faint white marks on He Xuanyu's stone armor, which he quickly repaired. Then, Zhang Hui pressed both hands to the ground, and a thick, curved stone wall appeared sloping in front of him. The wall bristled with countless sharp protrusions, awaiting He Xuanyu's collision. Seeing that his opponent was completely blocked by the stone wall, He Xuanyu quickly adjusted his body position midair so that his feet were aligned towards the wall rather than his head. His lower body was reinforced with stone armor, and the soles of his feet grew exceedingly sharp, making him look like a human-shaped drill from afar. This was He Xuanyu preparing to break through the stone wall. The sound of impact wasn't loud, yet it was crystal clear. Everyone on the arena heard the sharp cracking of metal and stone. The thick stone wall shattered instantly, revealing a network of spiderweb-like cracks across its surface, though it didn't collapse right away, leaving the audience unaware of what transpired beneath. But shortly thereafter, sounds of collisions came from under the stone wall, followed by the already unstable wall collapsing, shaking up a cloud of dust. From the dust, a massive stone column 2 qi in diameter pushed out a human shape. It was He Xuanyu. The speed at which he was pushed out was even faster than when he initially charged at Zhang Hui. In midair, He Xuanyu performed a somersault and landed on his feet, sliding backwards several meters before coming to a stop, nearly getting thrown out of the arena. Though the thrust force was immense, the stone armor protecting his chest bore the majority of the damage, so he suffered no injuries during this encounter. However, this situation was far from positive. Since this method of getting close to the opponent could only be used once, next time the opponent would definitely be prepared and wouldn't even give him a chance to ascend. If he couldn't defeat the opponent in one go when getting close, and if he couldn't think of other ways to approach his rival, He Xuanyu would have no hope of victory. As the smoke cleared, Zhang Hui's figure appeared in the pile of rubble. At this point, Zhang Hui was quite disheveled, looking almost as bad as He Xuanyu. There were bloodstains left on his lips after wiping the blood, and his clothes had many tears from the collapse of the stone wall. It seemed that He Xuanyu had indeed inflicted some damage on him. Then, both started releasing their martial skills simultaneously. He Xuanyu did as before, covering his whole body with his stone armor, while the opponent also used stone columns to attack with thrust force, but this time in a different direction. The stone columns emerged at an angle almost parallel to the ground, all extending toward directions far from Zhang Hui himself, thus preventing He Xuanyu from using the force of his techniques again. Naturally, He Xuanyu ended up losing. It seemed like He Xuanyu had given his all in this match. By the end of the fight, his entire body was covered in blood, most of it coming from him vomiting it up repeatedly. Continuous shock attacks wouldn't leave surface wounds, but caused tremendous internal injuries to his organs. Judging by the situation, it seemed He Xuanyu would need a long period of recuperation. Judging from He Xuanyu's previous behavior, Lu Changming always thought of him as a deceitful and sinister person. However, seeing He Xuanyu fighting so hard in this match forced Lu Changming to reconsider. He wondered if perhaps He Xuanyu was merely acting. But does acting require such dedication? Watching He Xuanyu constantly coughing blood as he was carried away, Lu Changming wondered why He Xuanyu didn't just give up gracefully after failing to approach the opponent during the first attempt. Yet he kept persisting until he was unable to continue the match. What drove him to hang on like this? Maybe he really wanted to win this battle. No one has only flaws, and evidently there were some commendable aspects about He Xuanyu. Since Lu Changming defeated He Xuanyu in their previous encounter, he no longer felt as annoyed when seeing He Xuanyu as he did before. Maybe this matter should be left as is. After all, He Xuanyu hadn't done any real harm to him. Lu Changming didn't dwell on it further because his own match was next. Actually, He Xuanyu himself wasn't entirely sure why he could keep holding on. He had felt something like resentment bubbling within him, a sense that everyone looked down on him slightly. Although this feeling was mostly a delusion, it ignited a surge of drive in him. Chapter 115, Battle with Luo Sun. In the span of less than an hour, all 4 matches involving the top contestants of the academy had ended, including He Xuanyu's match, which Lu Changming watched carefully from start to finish. Suddenly, Lu Changming's pride vanished. He no longer felt smug about being unbeatable in his current cultivation level. Although after over 2 months of specialized training, Lu Changming had significantly enhanced various abilities, he was missing one crucial factor: experience. Experience gained from fighting different opponents. In these past 2 months, he only improved his ability to fight Earth attribute martial artists. This type of experience came from almost a decade of cumulative practice that other peers had since becoming martial artists, vastly differing from his own 10-year, half-committed martial journey. He could defeat most martial artists at his cultivation level and even cross levels mainly due to the residual frost technique, while a minor part owed to the special training under teacher Gao during the last 2 months. However, the fighting skills of those 4 were obviously superior to his. They fully utilized every available point on the arena. If it were him, how well would he perform? Without residual frost, he was nothing. No different from ordinary martial artists who hadn't studied in higher academies. Even some junior-level soul refinement practitioners within the academy might have been able to defeat him. It dawned on Lu Changming that apart from residual frost, he truly didn't have much else to be proud of. Moreover, this residual frost. Thinking gloomily, Lu Changming also began to suspect that his sole reliance, the residual frost, had developed some issues. It wasn't something concrete he had discovered, but rather an intuition. A feeling that the strange phenomena around him recently were linked to this high-grade martial technique he had purchased at a low price. In fact, without himself, these people were still quite strong. With better luck, they might very well gain the qualifications. As the final moments before the competition approached, Lu Changming thought like this. Dealing with Zhang Hui didn't take much effort from Lu Changming, as He Xuanyu had already worn Zhang Hui down considerably. The release of Zhang Hui's martial techniques lacked both precision and density compared to before. Moreover, Zhang Hui was an Earth attribute user, making him particularly easy for Lu Changming to handle since he excelled against Earth attribute martial artists. Zhang Hui's attacks failed to even graze him before Lu Changming closed in. Without using residual frost, he simply employed the burst fist technique to defeat Zhang Hui. After Zhang Hui left the stage, the only remaining opponent was Luo Sun. Standing across from this unremarkable-looking young man, Lu Changming couldn't discern any remarkable traits. The previous day, Xunhao and teacher Wang specifically mentioned Luo Sun to him, saying that Luo Sun was a spirit attribute martial artist. Given Lu Changming's limited knowledge base, the concept of the spirit attribute eluded him entirely. While he knew what spirit meant, just human spirit, he was unsure what a spirit attribute was. The teachers had also mentioned mental control, a term whose surface meaning was easy enough to understand. Having read many unofficial historical novels when working as a shop assistant, he regarded mental control as an extraordinary skill. Even though the opponent was merely at the mid-level of the soul refinement stage and mental control might not be particularly potent, Lu Changming remained exceptionally cautious and maintained an optimal mental state. He was highly intrigued by this peculiar martial skill. The match began. Lu Changming directly rushed toward Luo Sun. Though acting rashly in the face of unknown elements wasn't wise, he was familiar with the characteristics of mental control. Furthermore, Xunhao and Wang Qing had informed him that Luo Sun possessed no other offensive means, and the best approach was direct close-range attacks. As Lu Changming charged forward, a full-body glowing shield appeared in front of Luo Sun. During the charge, although Lu Changming encountered no physical obstruction, his speed progressively slowed, and his movements became somewhat stiff. He had fallen under the influence of the opponent's mental martial skill. Subjectively, Lu Changming experienced a sudden dizziness midway through his charge. Despite this, he still managed to reach the light barrier and unleashed a burst fist. Under normal circumstances, the power of the burst fist should have cracked the shielding dome at least, but Lu Changming failed to strike it directly. Instead, his fist grazed it at an angle. His dizziness intensified further. Knowing he couldn't continue in this condition, he immediately released residual frost towards the shield. Through prolonged testing, Lu Changming discovered that residual frost wasn't effective solely against humans, but also against energy constructs. Given sufficient coldness, it could freeze chi flows. Even rapidly executed attack skills were immune, yet defensive skills, excluding fire attribute, and most water attribute techniques could be frozen. As the frost spread, the light dome emitted a cracking sound. The glow barrier in front of Lu Changming shattered upon impact, leaving no obstacle between him and Luo Sun. A single extension of his hand and another discharge of residual frost would grant him victory. However, Lu Changming did not continue with his next move. He stood there frozen, his eyes vacant, and remained motionless as Luo Sun's martial skill had successfully taken control over him. Shen Hao and Wang Qing were wrong in their assumption. Luo Sun's martial skill wasn't mental control. Only spirit attribute martial artists would know that such a skill was practically useless in combat, because the requirements to activate it were too high. The most basic requirement was for the user's spirit power to be at least 2 levels higher than the opponent's, and its activation speed was slow, making it impossible to use effectively in battles. The martial skill that Luo Sun employed was merely an illusion, causing hallucinations in the opponent. The opponent would get lost in these illusions, eventually leading to a complete drain or collapse of their spirit power, resulting in unconsciousness. To the others, it appeared as though Lu Changming had simply stopped in front of Luo Sun. But Lu Changming's experience of this situation was different. At the same time as he shattered the light dome, he suddenly noticed that his surroundings had changed. A buzzing sound filled his mind. In front of his eyes, Luo Sun and the referee vanished, the spectators disappeared from sight, and the arena dissolved into nothing. It was replaced by a dimly lit corridor. After entering this corridor, Lu Changming surprisingly did not feel panic, but rather a sense of familiarity, which left him astonished. As he gazed at the splendid golden patterns decorating the corridor, Lu Changming felt like he'd seen them somewhere before. These patterns were very similar to those inside the teaching palace in Loado. Could this place possibly be the teaching palace in Loado? Looking around, only the part of the corridor where he stood was dimly illuminated. Both ends of the corridor were shrouded in deep darkness, hiding what lay at their ends. Just as Lu Changming hesitated whether to choose a direction to explore, a man's voice echoed from the darkened end of one side of the corridor. For some unknown reason, instinctively, Lu Changming walked toward the source of the sound. Strangely, even though it was enveloped in deep darkness ahead, the faint light followed him, illuminating the path forward. However, completely captivated by the sound, Lu Changming failed to notice this unusual phenomenon. Without knowing how long he had walked, he finally approached the sound. A metal door stood on the side of the corridor, inscribed with patterns similar to those on the walls. Though it looked normal in size, why did Lu Changming feel that the door was extremely towering? The door was slightly ajar, seemingly forgotten to be closed tightly by a careless or anxious visitor. Master, how could you do such a thing? A man's voice came again from within the room. Why does this unfamiliar voice feel somehow familiar? Lu Changming mumbled silently in his heart. Chapter 116, The Illusion. This is unavoidable for me as well. A hoarse voice came from inside the door, seemingly the male's master. Driven by curiosity, Lu Changming slowly raised his hand and pressed it against the cold metallic door in an attempt to widen the narrow crack of the door a bit more to see what was going on inside. Huh? Whose hand is this? Lu Changming was surprised looking at the small hand in front of him. This was not Lu Changming's hand, but rather a young child's hand, about 5 or 6 years old, yet it was undeniably attached to his body. Lu Changming lifted his other hand, rubbing both palms in front of himself. Indeed, these were his own hands. Why? The conversation between the two people inside the room interrupted Lu Changming's thoughts, drawing his attention once again. Since the master has already made up his mind, I won't stay here any longer. I only asked them to temporarily live outside, not do anything harmful. Do you mean to give up? The man interrupted the old man's angry words and added, letting them be alone outside. How can I feel at ease? Would those people leave them in peace? Even if she is very strong, she cannot defeat multiple opponents with her bare fists. My decision is firm. Moreover, master, isn't there still my junior brother? Curiosity getting the better of him, Lu Changming placed the small hand back on the door, but at that moment, a warm palm gently touched the top of his head, stroking his hair. He turned his head upward and looked at the person who was caressing him. Her face was somewhat blurry, but Lu Changming instinctively called out, Mom. The two people inside the metal door seemed to have noticed the commotion outside and stopped their conversation. Suddenly, the surroundings around Lu Changming, including the woman who had been touching his head, began to distort, gradually transforming into another scene. This time, the light was no longer dim as before, but glaringly bright, making Lu Changming squint his eyes slightly. Once his vision had recovered, Lu Changming examined his surroundings. Everything was quite blurred. He rubbed his eyes, but the blur remained. Lu Changming realized that it wasn't a problem with his vision, but that the illusion itself was blurred. Lu Changming was astute, realizing that he was now in an illusion. However, he didn't know whether these illusions were fabricated by Luo Sun or if they were real events. Feeling around his body, he discovered that the surrounding environment was quite warm, and he seemed neither standing nor sitting, but instead lying down somewhere wrapped in something. With great effort, he brought the enveloping hand to his face. Although the surroundings were vague, the hand was crystal clear. This time, his hand was smaller than before, appearing less than a year old. So now I'm a baby, thought Lu Changming. He ceased pondering over who he was and began observing his unclear surroundings. Although hazy, he could discern the general shapes. Here, it seemed to be a grand hall, exquisitely luxurious. Though Lu Changming hadn't visited many palaces, the one place that could be considered a palace he'd been to was the cathedral. However, the part he entered then was not the main hall, but the grand priest's resting area. Hence, he was uncertain about the level of splendor of the grand hall within the illusion, but he could at least surmise that the owner of the hall must hold a high status. Before Lu Changming could continue observing, the surrounding environment started distorting again. This time, the illusion was not of an unfamiliar place, but a street. a street he knew all too well, the street in front of the Dama restaurant in Luoyang City. However, the location where he found himself was at some distance from Dama restaurant. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single person on this street. But upon reflection, this did make sense, since this was an illusion. Arranging thousands of people flawlessly on the street would have been peculiar indeed. Rather than letting his thoughts wander aimlessly, Lu Changming started contemplating how to break free from this illusion. After all, illusions are meant to confuse the heart. Yet strangely enough, Lu Changming's mind was clear. He knew that he was still in the middle of a competition, so he needed to resolve this illusion quickly to win. Lu Changming thought to himself, by placing me far away from the Dama restaurant, Luo Sun surely wants me to go back there, but I will do the opposite and move further away. Luo Sun definitely hasn't been to Luoyang, and the streets of Luoyang created by him are based on my memories. If I walk to places in Luoyang I haven't been to, perhaps the illusion will break. Thus, Lu Changming began striding forward in the direction away from the Dama restaurant. As he walked, suddenly, a female scream echoed from a small alleyway along the street. Humph, I won't fall for your trick, Lu Changming thought, continuing walking forward, but after not long, he turned back and ran towards the alleyway from which the scream emanated. For some unknown reason, there was always a voice in his heart urging him to go over, yet he was certain that the voice originated from within himself and not Luo Sun. After arriving at the small alley, the scene before him froze him in place. A black-clad figure with an indistinct face stood there laughing maniacally, one hand clenching someone's throat. The screams had come from this very person whose throat was now being squeezed. Now unable to scream further due to the constriction, their throat emitted hoarse sounds of pain. And the one whose throat was clenched was none other than Tao Wan, the student of Tianxiong Academy who had died just 4 days ago. Lu Changming did not question why they were here or why it was Luoyang streets instead of Yedo's. Anger was already bubbling up inside him uncontrollably. These days, this matter had been gnawing at his thoughts, making him extremely restless. Now, seeing what appeared to be the killer right in front of him in this illusion, how could he not feel enraged? Despite his current state, he was still rational enough to understand that this was just an illusion. The girl named Tao Wan would not return to life. But even so, Lu Changming desired nothing more than to slaughter the black-clothed individual squeezing her neck. It wasn't out of a need for vengeance. After all, killing this shadowy assassin wouldn't affect the true murderer, but merely to soothe his own pent-up frustration. Just as Lu Changming was about to launch his attack, the black-clad figure suddenly exerted more force with his hands. Snap! Blood spurted from the girl's mouth like a gushing stream as she was carelessly thrown onto the ground, her body assuming the exact same position that Lu Changming had seen when he first discovered her corpse. No! Infinite anger consumed his rationale. His lost sense drove him to push all his energy into the frost technique, channeling it into both of his hands, which glowed with a pale blue light. With unmatched speed, fueled by his wrath, he dashed straight toward the black-clad figure. Back inside the arena, the spectators watching the match began dozing off, for the two competitors had remained motionless for 15 minutes now. While Lu Changming stood there like a statue, Luo Sun at least showed some movement, taking the time to distance himself from Lu Changming while maintaining his technique. He had moved nearly 20 meters away. Suddenly, a faint blue glow emerged from Lu Changming's hands, catching some of the audience's attention. Though his expression was still vacant, it seemed something in the match might change. Luo Sun naturally noticed this development as well, but he could not respond. He had no choice but to keep his technique active because if he discontinued it, he would lose the match immediately. Pulling Lu Changming into the illusion again would be impossible, especially since half his spirit force had already been spent. With a thunderous roar, without warning, Lu Changming launched into a lightning-fast charge. In the blink of an eye, propelled by his extraordinary speed, he appeared right in front of Luo Sun. His glowing hand struck Luo Sun's arms. Instantly, Luo Sun transformed into an ice sculpture. Chapter 117, Sudden Change. The referee had no idea what was going on, because he didn't expect Lu Changming to suddenly attack from a stupor, and with such great power. Seeing the strength of that martial skill made him feel slightly fearful. Xianxia Academy wins. The referee immediately shouted after seeing the result. Quick! Medical staff, come up quickly to help. By this time, Lu Changming had already regained consciousness, because having frozen Luo Sun, his illusion naturally dissipated. Lu Changming watched as the black-clad figure before his eyes gradually changed into the appearance of Luo Sun, and his anger instantly disappeared. After the match ended, Lu Changming just sat blankly on the arena floor, his rapid changes in emotions leaving him a bit winded. He wasn't worried about Luo Sun. He knew his own martial skills very well. Although he had never frozen someone like this before, Mr. Gao still told him about the consequences of freezing a person entirely. Freezing someone directly into an ice sculpture is less dangerous than freezing only a part of them. If the entire body is frozen, bodily functions won't be destroyed. As long as there's no mishap during the thawing process, the recovery time would actually be shorter than if parts of the body were frozen. The referee also knew this, so his hurried cry for help earlier was due to his shock, which left his brain temporarily short-circuited. In fact, given his current abilities, it should not have been possible for him to do so. It seemed that anger unlocked his potential. Just now, that one strike completely drained 8 out of 10 of his internal energy. If another person did this, without any secret techniques to help, instantly depleting 5/10 of one's internal energy would be incredibly difficult. Could this be a special characteristic of the internal energy formed by the conversion of his purple energy? Meanwhile, at the higher end of the spectator stands, There were only 2 people from Xuanhuan Academy left watching the competition. The person referred to as Hall Master, and the person who previously discovered Lei Changming. The others who appeared to be students or teachers had already vanished. Originally, the Hall Master had watched the game with interest, but upon seeing Lei Changming freeze his opponent, the Hall Master furrowed his brows and gravely said to the person beside him, "We can no longer wait. If Lei Changming displays martial skills of this magnitude, Fengyang Empire will certainly take action. He must not fall under their control. We'll initiate our plan earlier." Yes. With that, the figure began to blur, seemingly about to disappear. Hold on a moment. The Hall Master raised a hand to say. The blurred figure then coalesced back to its original form. Is there anything else, Hall Master? Do not cause too much chaos. Take him and leave. Don't create any casualties. Yes. However, the Hall Master himself showed no signs of moving, still seated calmly where he was. This was because he had to continue observing the overall situation from his high position to avoid any unexpected occurrences. Due to the departure of the top-ranking academies and the deputy heads of other academies no longer being present for the third-year matches, there were no experts in the arena. No one's cultivation exceeded the Tongling realm, and the strongest was the referee. Therefore, there was absolutely no need for him to participate in this action. That congratulates Xianxia Academy's third-year class for obtaining the final victory. After the medical staff used a wind attribute martial skill to carefully carry the frozen statue of Luo Sun off the field and began the thawing process, the referee exhaled and spoke these words. His job today was not yet done. Xianxia Academy versus Qingkong Academy was just the first match of the day, and there were still 2 more matches to go. The dazed Lei Changming snapped back to reality from these words. Upon realizing that his academy had essentially secured a spot in the exchange tournament, he should have felt delighted, but something in him could not bring forth any joy. He couldn't let go of the hallucination earlier, feeling that the illusions were not concocted from nothing. The illusions had given him a strong sense of reality. Although the details in the illusion were vague, he instinctively felt as though they were events that had really happened before. Upon seeing the referee signaling him to exit the arena, Lei Changming struggled to stand up and swayed while walking toward the lower ground. Having unleashed such an immense amount of internal energy all at once strained his meridians heavily, making every movement of his body painful. As he approached the contestants' bench of Xianxia Academy, instead of the victorious cheers that he had expected, Lei Changming heard no sound of celebration. Su Hang, who had not suffered major injuries, and Yan Ruojuan were seated solemnly. Shen Hao and Wang Qing were nodding as they conversed with a middle-aged man. Seeing the unmistakable expressions of joy on Shen Hao's and Wang Qing's faces, Lei Changming felt reassured, knowing that no problems had occurred. The reason why they hadn't celebrated might have been because of this middle-aged man standing before them. What could this middle-aged man possibly be doing here? Lei Changming questioned within his mind. All right, then we will stay here for a while, and go back after the Empire finishes its investigation. This was the first sentence Lu Changming heard from Shen Hao when he approached, and also the last one, because their conversation had already ended. Then the middle-aged man stood up. Seeing Lu Changming walking towards them, he smiled and nodded at him, then turned around and hurriedly left. Lu Changming felt rather confused. What was going on? Was the academy going to stay here for a while? At this moment, the 4 people at the contestant bench saw that Lu Changming had returned, and all stood up to greet him. But just at this time, a sudden change occurred. For piercing sounds were heard, and then 4 black objects about the size of fists landed around Lu Changming, sinking more than half an inch into the ground. Before Lu Changming could see what these strange things were, they emitted thick smoke surrounding Lu Changming. What's happening? What occurred? This was the last sound Lu Changming heard, seemingly coming from Shen Hao, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head, and he fainted. After Lu Changming was surrounded by the smoke, Shen Hao, who was closest to him, reacted immediately. He directly unleashed his martial skill, and a green storm swept towards the smoke, attempting to disperse it. Meanwhile, Wang Qing charged straight into the smoke with a gleam of light in his hand, readying his martial skill. However, this smoke seemed to carry some sort of force. The gale released by Shen Hao, at the level of the Tonghan realm, didn't have much effect, and they still couldn't see through the smoke. Wang Qing, who entered the smoke, was suddenly spat out, breaking half of the table and chairs at the contestant bench. With blood spurting from his mouth, it was evident that there was at least one expert in the smoke aside from Lu Changming. The referee also realized the situation, crouched slightly, raised both hands forward, and a water dragon fiercely charged into the smoke. The person within the smoke reacted as well, instantly erecting a solid stone wall outside the smoke. The water dragon only managed to produce a slight crack on the stone wall. However, the referee's follow-up attack continued. He controlled the scattered streams of water to rise into the air, letting the water pour down like a heavy rain over the smoke. But this time, the person in the smoke did not respond. The referee's brows furrowed, knowing it was too late. The person in the smoke wasn't refraining because they couldn't continue attacking. Their objective had already been achieved. Under the continuous washing of water, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the water slowly turned black. Ultimately, the people finally saw the scene inside the smoke. Aside from the standing stone wall and 4 pits on the ground with some cracks, everything else remained unchanged. But the most critical point was, Lu Changming had disappeared. Chapter 118, Fengyang Imperial Palace. Vice Dean Zhu looked at Wang Qing, who had hurriedly arrived, and felt a pang of unease. It can't be that the third-year students lost. This was her thought. She had already prepared herself for their loss since even with an additional Lu Changming in the third-year team, they were still one person short in the mid-soul refining realm compared to Qingkong Academy. A loss would have been unsurprising. Though she believed she had mentally prepared herself, the impending news still made her feel disheartened. All right, you don't need to say anything. Vice Dean Zhu raised a hand to stop Wang Qing, who was rushing over to report. I already know what you're about to say. You don't need to tell me. I don't really want to hear those words. Huh? Do you know? Wang Qing was surprised. After Lu Changming was abducted, he was the first to rush here, so there should be no way anyone else could have informed the Vice Dean faster. Was there someone who had reported this matter to the principal? If we can't go, then it can't be helped. Our chances weren't great anyway. This time, all of you have done your best. Losing to Qingkong Academy is nothing to be ashamed of, and I'm sure the principal will not blame any of you. Wang Qing stood there dumbfounded for a while, before realizing that Vice Dean Zhu misunderstood what he intended to report. Principal, we've won. We've secured our spot in the exchange competition. Wang Qing clarified. We've won. It's good that we've won. Good. Vice Dean Zhu suddenly heard this good news, switching from sadness to joy, which left her somewhat dazed. Her speech became a little jumbled. Then why do you look so mournful, Xiaowang? You should be happy since our academy has won. Principal, something worse has happened. Wang Qing hurriedly said. Vice Dean Zhu was lost in happiness and didn't pay much attention to Wang Qing's words. Lu Changming has been kidnapped. Vice Dean Zhu casually responded. What did you say? It took Vice Dean Zhu a moment to process this, right as Wang Qing grew curious and was preparing to ask again when she let out such a shocked cry. Say it again. Vice Dean Zhu pointed at Wang Qing and said. Lu Changming has been kidnapped. Are you sure it was kidnapped and not simply picked up? Vice Dean Zhu found it hard to believe, hence confirming multiple times. Normally, few people dare to kidnap a student from an academy, especially during national competitions on such a large scale. Not only was it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish, but also because the protection of student safety was among the most important responsibilities of an academy. Regardless of what Lu Changming might mean to the academy's prestige, ensuring student safety was paramount. Whoever had been taken, the academy would not let it go unpunished. Organizations that could match an academy were few and far between across the continent, and the empire wouldn't stay idle either. Who dared to act brazenly in such a grand tournament? Vice Dean Zhu could only think of organizations like Ta Jiao or the other two empires. Yet why would they take just a student? Confirmed. Wang Qing helplessly replied. He too understood why Vice Dean Zhu doubted it. He himself couldn't fully believe it even now. So what exactly happened? Do you know who took him? Watching Vice Dean Zhu depart hastily after understanding the situation roughly, Xianxia began to ponder deeply. There had been too many strange occurrences these past days. First, the mysterious Xianxia Academy appeared. Then a student from Tianxiong Academy was mysteriously killed on the street. Now Lu Changming had been abducted. He wasn't particularly worried about Lu Changming. Since he was abducted, it indicated he must be valuable to them. His safety was likely ensured. Xianxia didn't bother much with thoughts on how to rescue him either. He believed Lu Changming to be extraordinarily fortunate, difficult to kill, and considered this the responsibility of the academy rather than his own personal concern. What intrigued him more was this Xianxia Academy. The first time he met its members, he felt a strange similarity to the group that had stormed the Meng family mansion several months ago under the cover of darkness. Anyway, with his father in robust health, there was no urgent inheritance preparation to worry about. After graduation, he didn't intend to stay home either. Investigating this Xianxia Academy could be quite fascinating, and he'd invite those two along as well. An hour after Lu Changming was kidnapped, inside the palace of Yi capital in Fengyang Empire, Yu Haitian paced helplessly back and forth outside the southern study yard of the palace. Normally, at this time, His Majesty the Emperor should be handling official matters here. Yu Haitian had come to report some critical affairs. As the left chancellor of the empire, he rarely came to the palace to meet the emperor ever since he assumed office. For decades, the continent has enjoyed peace. The country's harvests have been abundant, and the nation peaceful and prosperous. Therefore, seldom were there major incidents requiring direct reporting. However, today an incident occurred. A student was directly abducted from the competition venue during the preliminary contest. Although the matter was serious, as the left chancellor, he could handle it first and then report to the emperor during court assembly. But after pondering for a while, he decided to come anyway. In reality, this matter did not fall under his jurisdiction but rather belonged to the Ministry of Justice. However, since he was responsible for overseeing the preliminaries and one of the few officials who could see the emperor without prior request, he decided to report in person. He was not actually managing any aspect of the preliminaries. Organizing such an event didn't require someone in his high position. His name was only listed as the general overseer. But who would have thought something like this would happen? It felt as though a pot had fallen from the sky right onto his head. Yecheng hadn't experienced such a malicious incident for decades. Yet, during these few days of the preliminaries, 2 cases had already occurred. The Ministry of Justice was already overwhelmed dealing with the previous murder case. It was said that the dean of Tianxiong Academy had even personally confronted them. With this new development, the ministry would certainly have their hands full. Regarding the earlier case, the Minister of Justice had not reported directly because they believed it was just some rogue killer sneaking into Yecheng, thinking reporting during the assembly would suffice. But this time, Yu Haitian felt it necessary to report in person. This event was different from the previous case. It didn't happen in a back alley, but instead under everyone's watchful eyes, at the preliminaries where numerous experts were present. Since Fengyang Empire became one of the 3 major empires on the continent, nothing like this had ever happened before. This was equivalent to slapping the empire's face, showing outright disregard for its authority. Moreover, This was an abduction, and the perpetrator or organization must have had a purpose. Thus, although it seemed minor on the surface, Yu suspected it might involve much more, which prompted him to seek out the emperor immediately. But when he arrived at the palace, an eunuch blocked him at the courtyard gate leading to the study, saying the emperor wasn't available at the moment and asking him to wait outside. So, there he was waiting. Yu knew the emperor wasn't truly unavailable, but rather wasn't in the study, likely sneaking off somewhere to slack off. He presumed the eunuch blocking him had gone to notify the emperor, which explained his helplessness. The young emperor of the empire carried no airs. When meeting officials privately, he always chatted amicably with everyone. His informal style stemmed partly from being emperor for not very long, but mainly because the previous emperor only had one son, leaving no room for contention and thus allowing him to form a somewhat laid-back character. In theory, such a personality wasn't suitable for being an emperor, yet the young emperor's ability to handle state affairs wasn't bad at all. Many of his decisions bore a touch of brilliance, and as a martial artist, his cultivation was also commendable. One could only conclude that his talent was exceptional, so all the ministers sincerely supported him. Still, some royal relatives saw how young the emperor was and were becoming restless, a situation which greatly troubled Yu. Chapter 119, The Emperor's Decision. What brings you here, my faithful minister? In the spacious study, the young emperor of the empire was currently holding a brush, pretending to review the memorials with some showmanship. Judging by his appearance, the emperor was around 22 or 23 years old, with prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a silk yellow robe. His movements appeared quite efficient at first glance, but there were faint traces of sweat on his forehead. Although the study was located within the garden and wasn't hot, it was clear that His Majesty had not been in the study all along. Yu naturally knew that the emperor wasn't really reviewing the memorials. Although as an old minister from the previous reign, he had the right to admonish the still young emperor, he did not say anything about it. He had gotten used to this. The current emperor had frequently engaged in such behavior over the past 5 years since ascending the throne, but it hadn't interfered with official duties. Hence, during the initial period, elder ministers occasionally reminded him when they came to court. Now, everyone simply turned a blind eye to it, expecting that His Majesty would grow more mature with age and stop behaving this way in a few years. Reporting to Your Majesty, something happened during the preliminary competition this morning. I deeply feel that this matter is of great significance. Upon receiving the news, I rushed here only to find that Your Majesty was busy with other matters, causing a delay. There was an underlying meaning in Yu words. Cough, cough. There indeed were some issues in the palace that required the emperor's immediate attention, but it was nothing significant, so Chancellor, you need not worry. The emperor awkwardly coughed twice, trying to cover up. Despite being the emperor, he didn't have a bad temper, and since Yu words were for reminding him to govern diligently, he didn't get angry. My dear minister, what exactly happened during the preliminary competition? This competition is something I am very interested in. The emperor quickly steered the conversation away. Yu tone returned to its usual seriousness as he said, during today's preliminaries, one participating student from Xianxia Academy was abducted immediately after the end of their match in broad daylight. What? Could you repeat that? The emperor couldn't believe what Yu was saying. Even though he was casual, he had a deep understanding of various situations in the empire and the dynamics of the continent, which made him even less inclined to believe Yu statement. A student was abducted during your preliminaries today, right there on the competition ground, broadly, under the open sky, in front of everyone. The emperor slowly repeated each word of this sentence. It was evident that the emperor's mood had changed. Yu noticed it, and although he had anticipated some response, he hadn't expected such a strong reaction. He lowered his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. What are they doing with their lives? The emperor shouted sternly. The they referred naturally to those responsible for hosting this event. The inter-school preliminary competitions were complex, involving several departments working together rather than being organized by a single department. So security at the competition venue should have been incredibly strict. It puzzled the emperor how anyone could openly abduct a student. He refrained from saying, you all, recognizing that Chancellor Yu had little connection to the situation, choosing instead to place the Prime Minister in charge due to the equality among the various departments and no one suitable to serve as the chief coordinator. These kinds of incidents have occurred twice consecutively. First, a student from Xianxia Academy was attacked and killed within the city, and there are still no leads. Then, at this point, the emperor paused momentarily. Xianxia Academy, Your Majesty, Yu gently reminded, knowing why the emperor hesitated. A bit of compulsion disorder. Oh yes, it's Xianxia Academy. The emperor seemed slightly embarrassed again. A student from Xianxia Academy was abducted just after the match ended. Are we feeding them money for nothing? Your Majesty, these bandits did not forcibly intrude into the competition area, but hid themselves beforehand inside the grounds. Thus, everything happened so suddenly, and they acted so swiftly that none of the experts outside the arena realized what was happening. Yu explained. You don't need to defend them. The emperor responded angrily. Yu sighed helplessly, realizing that these people might be in for some tough days ahead. He truly didn't expect the emperor's reaction to be so extreme. Was there perhaps another hidden context to all of this? How could they hide beforehand in the competition venue? The emperor, supporting his forehead, looked somewhat troubled. Yu didn't respond immediately, agreeing with the emperor that this was indeed the biggest issue concerning the case. Do we know their appearances, or any other distinguishing features? The emperor continued to ask. They used a peculiar kind of smoke to obscure the area. Air-based martial skills were completely ineffective in dispersing the smoke, whereas water-based skills took about an incense stick's time to wash it away. None of the onlookers had strength comparable to the bandits, and everyone who entered the smoke was thrown out without exception. As a result, we never caught sight of the bandits' figures. Yu Hai-Tian cautiously replied, fearing that this revelation would irritate the emperor even more. What about the casualties? No deaths. 3 college teachers who rushed into the smoke were injured. Yu Haitian was slightly surprised that His Majesty didn't get angry because of this, but started to pay attention to the casualties. However, this indeed revealed some issues. The bandits didn't kill anyone, which suggested they didn't want to completely antagonize the Fengyang Empire. It seemed there must be a special purpose related to either the Fengyang Empire or Xianxia Academy, or perhaps the student himself. There are 2 possibilities for them being able to ambush at the competition venue. After a while, the emperor suddenly extended 2 fingers and said, "First, there might be traitors within our country who let them into the venue. However, the likelihood of this is not high. Would traitors merely use their access just for kidnapping a student? But we still need to investigate and check all people related to this competition. The second possibility is that these people were actually authorized to enter the competition venue." Yu Haitian was momentarily dumbfounded before realizing what His Majesty was referring to. Those who don't need approval to enter the venue are only the participating academies. Is Your Majesty suggesting that it was done by one of the academies? The emperor nodded and said, "My dear minister, you may not know this, but the other day my uncle came to see me. He told me he discovered a strange academy called Xuanhuan Academy. This academy belongs to the Shuiying Kingdom, a vassal state in the northern part of the empire. That country didn't have a quota for the competition, so this academy came to participate in the imperial contest. The strangest thing about this academy is that though it's newly established and participating in this event for the first time, it quickly advanced with its powerful strength and secured qualification for the exchange competition in the second round of the preliminaries. They wish to attend the exchange competition. What? My uncle sent someone to investigate this academy and found out that it doesn't actually exist. Moreover, he suspects that there is something amiss with the Shuiying Kingdom itself. So I suspect this academy might be related to the incident. I have decided to send people to thoroughly investigate this academy. However, we must not neglect other leads either. We must uncover the truth." Chapter 120. The Dark Room. The howling of the wind reached his ears, and Lu Changming gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Lu Changming tried to open his eyes, but it felt as though there was 1,000 caddies weighing down on his eyelids, making it impossible. Something heavy seems to be pressing on my stomach. No, wait, I'm being carried on someone's shoulder. With the sensation of pressure on his abdomen, Lu Changming thought this. My head hurt so much. Soon after, Lu Changming lost consciousness again and passed out. When he came to again, Lu Changming was finally able to open his eyes. Once the intense dizziness in his head had somewhat subsided, Lu Changming began observing his surroundings. There's water on the table. I'll take a sip first. I'm so thirsty. The owner of this room is considerate, knowing enough to leave some water behind. After setting the cup down, he continued his observation. It was a dimly lit room with only one oil lamp shining. He was lying on a bed, under a blanket, which surprised Lu Changming a bit. In his memory, he seemed to have been knocked unconscious. If he touched the back of his head now, it still hurt slightly. Clearly, it looked like he'd been abducted by criminals. However, these people actually dared to abduct during the preliminary contest, showing an astonishing audacity. Lu Changming remained optimistic, at least regarding his situation. Thus, even though he was suddenly knocked out and brought to an unfamiliar place, he didn't panic. After all, he was still alive and hadn't sustained any serious injuries. He guessed he was still useful to the kidnappers, so there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger. Looking at himself now, the tattered clothes from the competition had been replaced with a set of black casual clothing, probably black, as it was difficult to tell clearly under the dim lighting. This didn't seem like the kind of situation typical of a person being held captive after abduction, did it? Could it be that he'd unknowingly been saved while unconscious? Thinking about it, Lu Changming laboriously sat up in bed. Not sure how long he'd lain there, every part of his body felt stiff. Raising his hand to touch the wall, he found it cool and uneven. Upon closer inspection, the wall wasn't made of bricks, it was carved from whole blocks of stone. This room felt strange. There was only one possibility aside from a deranged psychopath building this way. This room wasn't above ground, but rather dug into the earth below. Suddenly, Lu Changming felt a twinge of unease. Who would build a house underground? It mustn't be a normal person. Still, the ventilation here was good, free of strange odors. Instead, it had a dry and refreshing feel. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Changming threw off the quilt and got out of bed. Hey, they even prepared slippers. My shoes are gone, everything I wore before. Lu Changming suddenly thought of something, almost shouting out loud, but quickly clamped his hand over his mouth. Shit, all my belongings from before aren't with me. Those snake scales and molts, the frost remnant, cold jadeite, bankbook, and the little knife, they're all still at the dormitory. And the thunderlight mirror is at the estate outside. These items can be handled, probably kept safe by academy staff. But the most important thing, the demon suppressing stone. Demon suppressing stone. Demon suppressing stone. I have to say it 3 times. It's buried in the outskirts of Yidu. I don't know when I'll get out, so it'll remain buried there for God knows how long. Who knows when someone might discover it and dig it up? Remembering the small piece of demon suppressing stone that sold for 70 million taels earlier at the auction, Lu Changming felt like he'd lost several billion yuan. That's several billion yuan. Lu Changming forced back tears. After calming down his emotions and forcibly clearing his mind of this matter, Lu Changming stood up, but his stiff legs caused him to stumble, and he steadied himself by grabbing hold of a nearby stone chair, preventing a fall. This stone chair, along with the bed, was one of only 2 pieces of furniture in the room. There was also a stone table. Except for the bed and oil in the stone lamp, everything in this room was made entirely of stone, including the door. Oh, even the bed was made of stone, although there was a layer of straw padding between the mattress and the stone bed, preventing the chill of the stone from transferring. Walking around the room a few times and examining each corner carefully, nothing unusual stood out except for the fact that everything was carved out of stone. Otherwise, it was no different from a regular room, except there were additional air vents on the walls. Just these windows are too small. These windows are flat and more than a foot long, but less than 3 inches high. Coupled with the stone door, they give off a strong prison-like vibe. Looks like I really am locked up. Oh, boring. After pounding on the stone door without result, Lu Changming laid down on the bed. The only piece of furniture in the room that could be moved, the stone chair, was already shattered into several pieces, smashed against the stone door by Lu Changming. He wasn't trying to break the door open. After all, a collapsing punch would have been more effective for that purpose. But it seemed the door and walls were imbued with some sort of restriction because his attack left no trace at all. His intention in smashing the stone chair against the door was to create noise and attract whoever had brought him here over. However, despite making such a racket, not a single person came to check on the situation. So Lu Changming found himself bored and restless, tossing and turning on the bed until he eventually got tired and lay back down. But not long afterward, about half an hour later, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. He immediately sat up straight from the bed and strained to listen carefully. It appeared that there was a long corridor outside the door, as the footsteps grew louder, approaching gradually from afar. Finally, the footsteps halted. Had they stopped right outside this room? With that thought, he quickly stepped lightly towards the window and peered out cautiously. Ouch! Lu Changming let out a cry of pain as something hard collided with his nose. Rubbing his nose gently, Lu Changming looked up and realized it was a wooden tray that had hit him. On the tray were 2 bowls and 2 dishes. One bowl contained white rice, and the other held soup. The 2 plates carried 2 dishes. It was mealtime. A 2-dish 1-soup combo made for rather decent prison rations. Wait, that wasn't why he leaned closer. Hey buddy out there, where am I? Lu Changming called through the window. However, there was no response from outside, and instead, the footsteps resumed. They sounded like someone leaving in a hurry now, moving much faster than before. Lu Changming hurriedly grabbed the tray and peeked out again, but only caught sight of the retreating back of the person delivering the food. The individual wore a black silk outfit, and judging by the style and figure, it seemed to be a woman. Miss, sorry about earlier. I didn't get a good look at you when I called you buddy. Please tell me where I am. Lu Changming shouted urgently toward the vanishing silhouette, assuming his initial greeting might have offended her. But the mysterious figure did not utter a word to Lu Changming and simply disappeared without reply. Left with no option, Lu Changming reluctantly carried the tray away from the window. Looking at the still steaming hot meal, Lu Changming's stomach started growling hungrily. Better eat first, I'm starving. Huh, where's the chair? Seeing the shattered pieces of what was once the chair, Lu Changming sighed wryly and began eating while standing. Chapter 121, Life in the Black Room. After devouring his meal with great haste for about half a cup of tea's time, most of the food was already gone, and he let out a satisfied belch. Just then, footsteps were heard again. This time, the sound was chaotic, as if more than one person was approaching. Soon those people had arrived outside the room. It seemed they had come for him. The person who brought the food earlier must have hurriedly left to inform the higher-ups that he had awakened. It seems the dosage was too high. It took this long for you to wake up. A leading figure murmured by the small window. Dosage? What dosage? What did they do to me? Are you awake? Then the person at the window spoke to Yu Changming. Yu Changming was very wary and didn't respond. Moreover, because of the many people outside and the presence of the leader, who exuded an ominous pressure, he felt uneasy. This time, he didn't look through the small window but sat on the bed. Thus, he didn't know what the people outside looked like. Seeing Yu Changming not speaking, the person didn't express any reaction but continued. The sect leader will likely return after some time. For now, you stay here. Meals will be delivered 3 times a day. Sect leader? What sect leader? I seem to have been taken to some significant organization. And why are they waiting for the sect leader to return? Hearing this sentence, Yu Changming had an ominous premonition and broke out in a cold sweat. After finishing, the person led their subordinates away while collecting the tray. However, this time Yu Changming was no longer alone in the area. That person left a guard at the door, probably to watch over him and prevent him from causing trouble. But Yu Changming was actually glad to have an additional guard watching over him. In such an unknown place, surrounded by caves, being alone wouldn't feel good. The presence of a guard gave Yu Changming a bit more sense of security. Brother, where is this place? After the others moved far away, Yu Changming asked the guard standing post outside the door. Even though the man stood beside the door, from Yu Changming's angle, he couldn't see the man's appearance. However, the shadow cast by the light showed a robust figure, so Yu Changming had called the correct gender. Still, the man said nothing. Previously, Yu Changming thought the woman hadn't responded due to her hurry to inform about his awakening. But now this guy didn't answer either. Were these people all mute except the leader? Yu Changming didn't give up and continued. Being in such a dark place every day without sunlight, doesn't it make brother uncomfortable? If it were me, I would have gone crazy by now. The person outside remained silent. Only Yu Changming's voice echoed in the empty corridor. For an unknown duration, it should be mealtime again. A servant dressed similarly as before came to deliver food, though Yu Changming wasn't sure if it was the same young lady from earlier. This time, Yu Changming paid attention, glancing at the girl's face first. However, her face was hidden behind a black veil matching the color of her clothing, obscuring her features. With renewed hope, Yu Changming tried speaking to her again, but just as before, she didn't respond. Was everyone here really mute? Brother, are you hungry? Why don't you eat some? After the young lady left, Yu Changming extended the tray toward the window. Still, there was no response from outside the door. Embarrassed, he pulled the tray back. Big brother, please say something. I'm about to die of boredom in here. I beg you. After finishing the meal, Yu Changming pleaded with a crying tone, but there was still silence from outside. If it weren't for the faint breathing sounds heard through the door, he would have suspected that the guard was just a dummy set up to fool him. Tap tap tap. After another 2 hours or so, the sound of footsteps approached again, and Yu Changming immediately rushed to the window. He had heard of a punishment before where someone was locked in a pitch-black room, isolated completely from any form of communication other than necessities for survival. Prolonged exposure to this condition could drive a person insane. After only half a day, Yu Changming realized its severity. He was already scared, fearing that he might end up like that without anyone to talk to, and possibly become a lunatic before ever meeting the so-called sect leader. So upon hearing the footsteps, he quickly became excited. Peering through the window, he saw a person dressed in black, resembling a guard, passing by the doorway, then engaging with the person guarding him beyond Yu Changming's sight. Afterwards, the guard Yu Changming had known returned in the direction whence he came. Finally, Yu Changming caught a glimpse of what the guard looked like, indeed tall and strong, dressed similarly to the newly arrived person in black guard attire. Oh, it's time for shift change. Yu Changming didn't give up and spoke to the newly arrived guard. Brother, could you talk to me a bit? All right. Yu Changming gave up, turned around, and fell onto the bed. Not long after, he fell asleep. The next day, or what should be the second day, in this dim room with no sunlight, Yu Changming had already lost track of time. Who knew how long it had been? Yu Changming got up with empty eyes, wobbling towards the flat window. A tray was placed on the window, with breakfast on it. It seemed his biological clock wasn't too disrupted. It should be morning now. On the tray were a bowl of soy milk, a bowl of tofu pudding, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and a large bottle of water, which must have been for the whole day's hydration needs. The food here is really good. Thinking that, Yu Changming first drank some water, swished it around his mouth to clean off the sticky saliva left from sleeping overnight. It would be great if they provided toothbrushes and paste. Brushing teeth in the morning would feel better. Spit. After spitting out the rinse water through the window, Yu Changming noticed the shadow in the corridor returning to the previous burly figure. Apparently, this person was on duty today. Hey, you're here. Yu Changming said casually. I'm here. Yu Changming first picked up a dough stick with his chopsticks, soaking it into the tofu pudding. Back when he was in Lu Capital, he used to like eating it this way. Dry dough sticks or soaked dough sticks in soy milk never appealed much to him. Of course, as a northerner, he preferred salty tofu pudding. The southern Kuan Empire liked it sweet, which he could never understand. Something seems off? After putting the soaked dough stick into his mouth, Yu Changming suddenly realized something was wrong. After quickly swallowing the dough stick, Yu Changming asked toward the window, "What did you just say?" I said, I'm here. The man outside responded monotonously. Oh my god, is the sun rising from the west? Did this guy actually speak? Yu Changming quickly added, "Why are you speaking today? You didn't answer me yesterday, and I thought all of you were mute." The tall man outside seemed to scratch his head before saying. The hall master said Mr. Yu doesn't count as a prisoner, but more as his guest. We just need to restrict your freedom until the sect leader returns. Therefore, the hall master instructed me to chat with you a little so you don't get bored. Chapter 122, Escape Plan. Yo-ho-ho. What does it mean to be considered a guest? And what is this hall master? It seems like I've entered some sort of evil cult organization. If you consider me a guest, then don't lock me up. I see that your hall master is so powerful. Can't he just decide to release me? Lu Changming tried saying. The hall master says you have an unusual significance for the divine cult, and whether to deal with you still depends on the cult master. Even the hall master cannot make arrangements. So for now, you must remain confined. What does unusual significance mean? Lu Changming suddenly remembered his own innate true qi. Bloody hell, they wouldn't possibly want to use me as material for refining medicines, would they? Lu Changming suddenly shivered and started feeling a growing fear. Right now, everything is fine with good food and drink, but being locked up makes it feel like being kept like livestock. Why do you have to lock me up? I'm only at the middle stage of the soul refinement realm. I won't be able to escape even if you don't restrict me. Lu Changming continued trying, but his tone became slightly anxious. The hall master says we cannot judge you solely by the standards of someone at the middle stage of the soul refinement realm. Who knows what method you might use to escape? That hall master of yours sure has too high an opinion of me. How could I possibly escape from here? This place is underground. It's not like I can create a hole with frost residue and drill out. Lu Changming suddenly thought of something and quickly crept toward a corner, pressing his hand against the wall corner and quietly releasing a trace of frost residue. It works. After releasing the frost residue into the wall, Lu Changming felt the martial arts restrictions bound within that part of the wall showing slight fluctuations, indicating that the frost residue has an effect on these wall restrictions. Lu Changming immediately suppressed the idea of directly destroying the wall. He had to carefully consider how to proceed. He couldn't act rashly. If he destroyed the wall and couldn't find an escape route afterward, all would be lost. The guard watching the door seemed honest enough, answering every question, so perhaps more useful intelligence could be obtained from him. Preparing meticulously was essential. Failure was not an option with such a rare opportunity. Once Lu Changming had an escape plan in mind, he calmed down and began fishing for information. Even if you can't let me go, why keep me locked up in a room like this? Lu Changming raised his hand and knocked on the hard stone walls, producing a thudding sound. This is one of the best rooms we have here. Good ventilation, dry air, and a spacious area. Many other rooms have moss growing all over them. Well, it seems you really put effort into making my stay comfortable. I haven't left this place since waking up. Could you at least tell me about the surroundings here? After approximately an hour of deep conversation, Lu Changming roughly understood the layout of the place, though he failed to gather much crucial information, such as what kind of people the sect leader or hall master were, or the purpose of their organization. This gatekeeping guard appeared very honest, but wasn't foolish. He knew what could be said and what couldn't. Nevertheless, Lu Changming managed to uncover the most critical intelligence. This location wasn't underground, but inside a cave system. The extensive caves were formed naturally, and then expanded and renovated artificially to serve as a base for their divine cult's branch, hidden within the Fengxing Mountains. There were only a few entrances, each roughly the height of a person, with hiding restrictions set in place, which was why no outsider had discovered it. As it was built based on natural caves, the area was labyrinthine, impossible to navigate unless one had been living there for a long time. Additionally, due to certain reasons, the place was currently undergoing continuous expansion, with increasing manpower, surpassing the scale of most other branches of their sect, and nearing the size of their headquarters. The sect leader seemed intent on making this location the second headquarters of their organization. However, this wasn't what Lu Changming cared about. He was concerned with the structural scale of the place and his chances of escaping. Therefore, when he learned that this cave system covered the range of approximately 3 mountains, his heart dropped halfway. But shortly after, he regained hope. According to the gatekeeper's words, this room was on the edge of the entire cave cluster, only about 3 meters away from the surface of the mountain. The ventilation outlet was directly connected to the outside world, explaining its excellent ventilation. This meant Lu Changming didn't need to worry about finding a way out after breaking through the wall. As long as he followed the ventilation outlet along the interior wall of the room, he could leave. However, the ventilation outlet was less than 2 inches wide, so he needed to destroy the walls surrounding the vent first. It appears that the people here are confident in their restrictions, allowing him to be placed in a location quite close to the outside world. After learning he could escape via the ventilation outlet, Lu Changming didn't rush. Instead, he questioned the guard further about his personal information. This man was named Nidhogg, 29 years old, with a very simple name. Based on his personality and name, Lu Changming felt that he looked more like a commoner deceived into joining the cult rather than a trained member. However, his cultivation was unlike his simple name. Nidhogg possessed peak soul refinement realm strength. Lu Changming's inquiry about Nidhogg's personal information aimed at discovering his cultivation level simultaneously. As long as this man had not reached the spirit passage realm and thus couldn't project his spiritual sense to detect minute fluctuations of true qi, Lu Changming could focus on breaking through the walls. Lu Changming did not act hastily. He was waiting. He didn't know their shift change schedule and feared that if it occurred while they were passing by the window, they might discover his little moves. So he waited. Another 2 hours passed, and lunch arrived along with a new shift change. After eating, Lu Changming resumed chatting with the newly arrived guard. This one, similar to Nidhogg, answered some questions but clearly seemed much sharper. Lu Changming failed to extract any useful information, learning only the man's name, Zhao Qihong, and not even his cultivation level. Lu Changming didn't dare take risks. If Zhao Qihong was of the spirit passage realm, it could jeopardize everything. Time flowed, and the meal delivery came again. In between, when bored, Lu Changming engaged in casual chats with the guards outside his door, not making things unbearable. It was easier for him to estimate shorter periods of time, but over longer stretches, it became difficult. Thus, he used the intervals between meals to estimate the frequency of shift changes. The meal served now should be dinner. Approximately 3 hours separated lunch and dinner, so the shifts changed every interval greater than 3 hours. This duration would be more than enough to dig out an escape tunnel. An hour after dinner, another guard rotated in. This time, it wasn't Nidhogg, though likely he would come next since the rotations followed a 3-person system, each working 4-hour shifts. It was now around 1 hour past dinner, roughly between the hours of Yu and Su, 7 to 9 p.m. Until the next rotation, there would be approximately 4 more hours, placing Nidhogg's shift change between midnight and 5 a.m. Upon switching to night duty, immediate action wasn't possible. A short conversation with Nidhogg was essential to avoid raising suspicion. Alright, this plan should guarantee success without issues. To ensure he doesn't oversleep, it was best to rest now directly. With full confidence, Lu Changming dived into his blanket and slept. Chapter 123, Escape. Hey, Brother Nidhogg, you're here. Lu Changming greeted warmly. I'm here. Why is Mr. Lu up so early today? Nidhogg addressed Lu Changming as Mr., which made Lu Changming a little uncomfortable. The title of Mr. seemed to make him feel older than he liked. Lu Changming had once tried to get him to use another form of address, but this stubborn Nidhogg refused to change. He would even insist that guests of the hall leader should be called Mr. Damn it, don't mention the word guest to me. Lu Changming cursed in his mind, looking at the room that resembled a prison cell. I've been stuck in this pitch-black room for days now, completely losing track of time. What time is it? Lu Changming asked, pretending to care. It's the 4th watch of the Tiger Hour now. If you don't know the time, just ask me or Zhao Qihong anytime. Good. Lu Changming responded and then said, it's because I lost all sense of time that I'm awake now. I got bored after you started your shift, fell asleep briefly, and now can't fall asleep at night. Now I'm preparing to take a nap. Don't disturb me." With that, Lu Changming dived into the blanket. To avoid arousing Li Dazhuang's suspicion, Lu Changming decided to pretend to sleep. Moreover, next to the bed was a ventilation outlet, allowing him to dig without being noticed while hidden under the covers. Lu Changming thought only Li Dazhuang might be fooled by his trick. The other two wouldn't fall for it. They would definitely check through the window if they noticed something strange. That's why Lu Changming chose to act when Li Dazhuang was on duty. Lu Changming didn't usually like deceiving honest people like Li Dazhuang, but for his own safety, he couldn't afford to worry about such moral qualms. Once inside the blanket, Lu Changming slowly moved his body covered by the blanket towards the vent at the corner, wriggling like a big worm. As soon as his hand touched the wall, he felt a bit nervous. Under normal circumstances, using residual frost to freeze an energy field wouldn't produce much noise. But who knew what kind of strange martial skill the restriction on the wall was? It might create a sound once frozen. This, however, wouldn't stop Lu Changming from breaking out of jail. A sound might just attract Li Dazhuang's attention, in which case he could easily come up with an excuse to cover himself. What he feared most was that if the cold caused the wall to continuously vibrate with sound, he'd have to find another way to break through the wall. He hoped that he could escape smoothly using just the residual frost. Fortunately, the freezing managed to destroy the restriction silently. Now, Lu Changming could no longer feel the flow of true qi emitted by the restriction when his hand was pressed against the wall. Next was expanding the vent. Without the restriction, dealing with ordinary rock posed no problem for Lu Changming. He channeled true qi into both hands, gently pushing them forward. A part of the stone turned into powder without producing even a single sound. However, widening the passage took a long time since he was afraid of making any noise. Each time, only a small section of the stone wall could be destroyed. It took about half an hour before the tunnel was wide enough for Lu Changming to crawl through, bending his entire body. After digging a little more, Lu Changming stepped out of bed quietly, picked up the remnants of the stone chair, and divided them into several trips to stuff all pieces into the blanket without making a sound. Then he re-entered the passage. Inside the passage, he first transferred all the small stone fragments from the blanket into the tunnel. Then, he took out the largest piece of the chair remnants, the broken seat surface, and wedged it at the entrance of the tunnel, blocking it almost completely. However, there were still some small holes left. Using the smaller pieces of the chair remnants, he filled these holes thoroughly, yet it wasn't finished. Lu Changming mixed water with the crushed stone dust that he previously pulverized, forming it into mud-like material, and used it to seal up all remaining gaps. Thus, he was now completely separated from the previous room. The first step of his escape was accomplished. All that was left was to dig further, as long as he kept heading in the right direction. With the tunnel sealed, he could dig faster without worrying about outside interference since no sounds would be heard. Time was on his side. He deliberately propped up his quilt with a chair leg to give the illusion that he was still sleeping. By the time they discovered the truth, he would probably already be somewhere deep in the Fengxing mountain range. The only issue was that he didn't have any shoes. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had left his slippers in the room, so now he was barefoot. Wasting no time, Lu Changming continued to dig the tunnel, not horizontally this time, but at an upward angle. Since he was inside a mountain cave, an upward angle would allow him to break through faster. This time, instead of turning the rocks into powder bit by bit, he directly exerted force on the rocks ahead, causing a shower of gravel to fall each time. As a result, his progress was more than twice as fast as before. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than an hour to break through about 3 meters thick of rock. And as the tunnel extended further, he could use even greater strength to break through the stone walls, meaning his speed would only increase the deeper he went. Half an hour later, with a snap, the outermost layer of stone was finally broken. Though there was no light, Lu Changming couldn't see anything, but he felt some soil falling onto his face, which invigorated his spirit. Touching soil meant he was close to the surface, and digging soil was much easier than stone. It seemed the entire process would take much less time than he had originally anticipated. With that in mind, Lu Changming accelerated his efforts and dug upward even more quickly. After less than half a quarter of an hour, Lu Changming noticed a streak of brightness seeping through the soil above, making him even more excited. 2 breaths later, with a whoosh, the tunnel lit up instantly. Having been in a dim room for so long, the sudden exposure to sunlight was disorienting and painfully bright, forcing Lu Changming to immediately shut his eyes. Even then, his eyes still stung from the intensity. Despite the discomfort, Lu Changming jumped out of the tunnel without hesitation, greedily inhaling the fresh air he hadn't breathed in a long time. The gentle breeze caressed his skin, making him feel suddenly that the world was beautiful again. He wanted to shout loudly to vent his frustration over the past few days, but remembering that he was still within the organization's territory, he held back. He didn't want to jeopardize his escape so recklessly. Stretching lazily, Lu Changming sat down on the grass, waiting for his vision to recover. After an unknown amount of time, the sting in his eyes finally subsided. Slowly opening them, the light still seemed overly bright, but no longer hurt his eyes. When he could clearly see the scenery around him, he couldn't help but gasp softly. He was on a gentle hillside, surrounded by a small grove of trees. The sight of green after so long filled him with excitement. He began to look around, trying to get a sense of his surroundings. But just as he turned his head, he froze, because standing behind him was someone. Chapter 124, Brought Back. This was a man about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in black with an ordinary appearance. However, there was a subtle aura of authority about him, and being half a head taller than Lu Changming, He looked down at him, causing Lu Changming's heart to tremble. At this moment, his eyes were slightly narrowed as he watched Lu Changming, who was covered in mud, with interest. Because including the time he had spent unconscious, it had been 3 days since he last saw sunlight. His face lacked color, and upon seeing the person before him, it became even paler. Where was this place? Within the territory of that organization. It was obvious for anyone to guess if they stood here so calmly and appropriately. But Lu Changming still clung to a glimmer of hope and approached, bowing respectfully and asked, "I wonder who this sir is, and why you are enjoying the view here." No, I am not here to enjoy the scenery, but to watch a performance," the man in black replied with a smile. Lu Changming's heart sank like a stone. Though the man's smile seemed approachable, to Lu Changming, it was no different from the grin of a devil. He managed a forced laugh and said, "Oh, there will be a performance here soon." "No, the performance has already ended. It was quite interesting. It was called mole digging holes." The man in black smiled even more brightly. "Since the performance has ended, there's no point staying here anymore. I'll take my leave now." With that, Lu Changming turned around and ran. But before he could run 100 meters, his collar was grabbed by the black-clad man who had instantly appeared behind him. Lu Changming was then lifted into the air like a little chick. Actually, he hadn't expected to escape, but it was worth a try. Once lifted up, Lu Changming attempted to summon his true energy, only to discover with horror that he couldn't move any of it. Lu Changming bitterly chuckled as he tilted his head backward, though unable to see the man in black because of the collar. He asked, "Sir, may I know why you were stopping me from leaving?" Brother Lu doesn't remember me? I also visited you when you first woke up," came the voice from behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming abandoned all resistance. Half an hour later, Lu Changming was back underground. Now he sat on a chair with his legs crossed, his right hand supporting his chin, gazing blankly upward. Above him was nothing but pitch darkness. He did this because he felt a little sad, having spent so much effort digging that tunnel, only to find out that it had been discovered from the start. During the process of being brought back, Lu Changming had questioned the man in black, who, in fact, should be addressed as the Hall Master, and from his words, Lu Changming realized that this was indeed the same Hall Master who had previously greeted him. Lu Changming asked how the Hall Master had discovered him. The Hall Master responded with a single sentence. "The restriction in that room was set by me." Sigh. He should have known. It was natural that the one who placed the restriction would feel it once it was broken. Everything he'd done was in vain. He should have just stayed in that room. His leg had gone numb, so Lu Changming switched the cross-legged position to his other leg. He no longer cared about how to escape now, because after being brought back this time, the Hall Master had changed his location. This room wasn't very different from the previous one. There was a bed, a table, a chair, a lamp, and a water pot. But unlike before, it can't be called a room anymore. 3 of its 4 walls were no longer made of stone, but had become iron bars. Thus, this became completely a jail cell, and without the wall as cover, everything Lu Changming did was under the full scrutiny of the guards. At this point, he gave up entirely. Let them do whatever they want. Lu Changming thought recklessly. This time when he was brought back, he also saw the general layout of this outpost. When the Hall Master brought him here, they didn't blindfold him, not out of fear that Lu Changming would remember their important internal structure, but confidence that he wouldn't be able to recall it, since there were far too many forks in this cave. Lu Changming was turned around within half a moment of being carried, and was already dizzy. So while he knew the general layout, he still had no idea about its internal structure. This place differed somewhat from what Lu Changming had imagined. He originally assumed it would be like a demon lair, like the caverns in the first level of the demon-suppressing pagoda, dark, damp, jagged rock walls. But except for the darker light and slightly higher humidity compared to outside, there wasn't much difference between this and ordinary architecture. The walls weren't perfectly smooth, but they weren't far off from common walls built with mountain stones. Even the winding paths naturally formed by caves had been modified to suit human passage. There were just too many forks, and there were no signposts on the walls. He wondered how the people here managed to remember these routes. After sighing absent-mindedly for a while, Lu Changming's gloomy mood finally eased somewhat. Putting down his legs, he moved the chair in front of the stone table and sat down. At this moment, there were 2 books on the stone table. These were brought by the Hall Master's men to help him pass the time. To make reading easier, they even replaced the little oil lamp with a brighter one. Judging from this, these people still had humanity. Perhaps bringing him here wouldn't be harmful to him after all. Suddenly, Lu Changming seemed to recall something terrifying, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had once heard that the quality of livestock meat was closely related to their mood. Some farmers improved the living environment of their livestock for this reason. Was the Hall Master giving him books so as not to let his mood affect certain things the Hall Master planned to do later? Upon deeper reflection, Lu Changming quickly cleared this thought from his mind. The possibility was too low. Finally, he banished the thoughts from his mind and began examining the 2 books on the table. After seeing the titles, Lu Changming's face dropped immediately. What kind of books were these? One was called 10,000 Years of the Continent, and the other was The History of the Tower Sect. 2 history books. Although Lu Changming didn't dislike reading history books, he wasn't particularly fond of them either. What he liked most were lively, unofficial historical novels. As for orthodox history, he rarely touched it. Still, there was nothing else to do now, and only these 2 books were before his eyes. With this thought, he picked up The History of the Tower Sect. Because of the demon-suppressing pagoda, he was more interested in the history of the Tower Sect. It is now the morning hour of C. The guard outside the iron bars suddenly said this, startling Lu Changming, who was flipping through the contents page. Oh, there was even someone to announce the time. Lu Changming couldn't help but laugh in his heart. A thought suddenly arose in Lu Changming's mind. Judging by this situation, apart from leaving here, he suspected that these people might agree to any request he made. Chapter 125, Unease. Let's try deciding on what to order first. Brother, I feel like the food these past few days has been a bit bland. Do you think it would be possible for me to improve my meals? Yu Changming nervously rubbed his palms together as he spoke to the guard at the gate. This guard was not one of the three who had previously watched him, so Yu Changming did not know his name. The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Mr. Yu, I can't leave right now, but after the shift change, I'll ask the hall master. You'll have to make do with this meal. From the tone of the guard's voice, Yu Changming's request seemed likely to be granted, indicating that he was important to this organization. However, the hall master appeared reluctant to let anything unexpected happen and kept Yu Changming under constant supervision. Not long afterward, today's lunch arrived. Without the small window, Yu Changming could clearly see what the person delivering the meal looked like. He hadn't seen the full picture before, but now he could tell that this young woman was dressed in servant attire, her face concealed by a veil, making it impossible to determine her appearance. However, the smooth, flawless skin visible on her forehead suggested that she must be very beautiful. Her figure was also top-notch, and her retreating silhouette made Yu Changming gulp repeatedly. Judging by her appearance, she might even be the personal maid of the hall master. That guy really knew how to pick people. The beautiful maid who delivered the food was quite different from the guards. No matter how much he asked, she remained silent, further reinforcing Yu Changming's assumption. With some oil-soaked vegetable leaves on his chopsticks, Yu Changming said to the guard outside the door, "Tell your hall master that we need more meat dishes in the future. There's too much greens here." Yu Changming's tone was rather impolite, but the guard did not get angry. He just responded with a light Chewing on the vegetable leaves, Yu Changming continued, "More chicken, duck, fish, pork, beef, lamb, whatever you've got." The guard replied calmly once again. Yu Changming grew impatient. The less the guard refused, the more uneasy he became. He'd never received such treatment before, and every time the guard said those suppressed thoughts bubbled up once again. Why were they keeping him locked up here? Yu Changming pondered anxiously. Half an hour later, Yu Changming finished the meal, which was actually quite tasty, but he felt as though he were chewing wax. After pushing the tray through the iron bars, he began pacing restlessly in the relatively spacious cell. Finally, he made a decision and approached the part of the cell closest to the guard. Grabbing onto the iron bars, he said, "I'm getting too lonely here by myself. That made earlier seem nice. Could you tell the hall master to send a few over to keep me company?" Yu Changming tried hard to act like a lecherous pervert, but the slight tremble in his voice betrayed his nervousness. This request shouldn't be accepted, right? Who would willingly let their beautiful maid go to someone else, especially someone who was merely a regular student? Yu Changming thought, feeling somewhat anxious. He feared that if the guard agreed, it would only deepen his uneasiness, and he wouldn't know how to handle the situation if they really came. He was still only a 17-year-old boy. Hearing this, the guard turned his head and glanced at Yu Changming. His expression changed slightly, but soon returned to being expressionless. He said, "I'll report this to the hall master, but he probably won't agree." Relieved by this response, Yu Changming let out a breath. After relaxing for a while, Yu Changming regained some energy. "Brother, standing there for 4 hours, aren't you bored?" Yu Changming asked while drinking water. As a martial artist supported by inner energy, standing continuously for 4 hours wasn't tiring, but remaining completely still was difficult. He was curious about these guards who could stand for hours without moving. "Not bored," the guard replied calmly. Yu Changming found himself speechless. A little while later, he asked again, "Don't you get hungry after 4 hours without eating?" The mission comes first. At least this person still felt hunger, meaning he was somewhat normal. But hearing this, Yu Changming thought of something similar to military training. Was this organization secretly connected to an imperial force? That didn't seem right either. How could a military group have such beautiful maids? This organization was no ordinary entity. Thinking of this, Yu Changming suddenly started worrying about Li Dazhuang, the hardy older brother. Yu Changming had escaped while under Li Dazhuang's watch, meaning that Li Dazhuang might have failed in his duties. While the hall master seemed favorable toward Yu Changming, judging from the earlier guard's behavior, the hall master was probably strict with subordinates. If so, it was likely that Li Dazhuang wouldn't fare well. "Hey, how's Li Dazhuang, the guy who was guarding me yesterday?" Yu Changming asked, concerned. The guard did not speak, but just shook his head. It was unclear whether this meant he didn't know or couldn't tell Yu Changming. This only made Yu Changming worry even more. After a little over 2 hours, the shift change arrived. After handing over duties, the guard left quickly, probably to report to the hall master. About the length of an incense stick later, footsteps could be heard. Since the space here was small, the sound was quite loud and could be heard from far away. It sounded like someone was walking toward this area. Yu Changming got a fright. Other than for shift changes, he had never seen anyone come here. Could it be that the hall master was coming to interrogate him about his earlier request? Or had the hall master agreed and sent a maid over? Neither option was something Yu Changming wanted. When he finally saw the owner of the footsteps, Yu Changming let out a sigh of relief. The person was neither the hall master nor a maid, but another guard. Yu Changming was curious why a second guard had come. When the guard reached the cell, before Yu Changming could ask anything, the guard spoke first. "Mr. Yu, the hall master has sent me. You may request anything you need, as long as it's not too unreasonable." Yu Changming paused for a moment before responding. "All right, this hall master seems to have some sense." With his uneasiness fading, Yu Changming's long-suppressed inner restlessness suddenly surged up. He thought, if no one else was going to feel uneasy, then at least he himself shouldn't. Since the hall master said he could freely make requests, Yu Changming decided to enjoy being treated like an emperor. I'm hungry. Have the kitchen prepare food in advance. Yu Changming reclined with his legs crossed on the chair, speaking with the air of a bully. All right. With that, the guard left. Half an hour later, he returned carrying a large tray. Everything Yu Changming had requested, chicken, duck, fish, beef, mutton, pork, was present without exception. Yu Changming thought again, considering it inefficient for one person to do everything back and forth, and said, call a few more people over here. Subsequently, the guard brought 5 others who were also dressed in guards' uniforms. Good. Yu Changming looked at the 6 people lined up before him and pointed at the first one. You, go fetch a sofa. These stone chairs are too cold and uncomfortable. There's no sofa here. The first guard replied timidly. Then bring your best chair. No, bring the hall master's chair here. Yu Changming commanded forcefully, causing the guard to leave hastily. However, he certainly wouldn't dare take the hall master's chair. You. He then pointed at 3 others and said, replace all the furniture. Chapter 126, A Good Life. Thus, as Yu Changming enjoyed his feast of fish and meat, he watched those people hustle back and forth. An hour later, Yu Changming sat on a sandalwood armchair, dressed in the finest silk clothing, fanning himself with a small folding fan, looking just like a wealthy wastrel, admiring this prison cell. Aside from the iron bars surrounding it, there was not a single thing left to remind one of this place being a jail. The stone bed remained fixed to the ground, but all other furniture had been replaced with wooden ones. However, since these wooden furnishings were brought by different people, they weren't made of the same type of wood and looked somewhat mismatched. Yu Changming paid no heed to these details. To brighten up the place and eliminate its dimness, Yu Changming had them bring over many oil lamps. But too many oil lamps produced an unpleasant smell, so he eventually replaced them with night pearls. Now various sizes of luminous night pearls lay scattered about, making the whole prison cell quite bright. Yu Changming even kept a few in his pockets. This organization was quite rich. To alleviate boredom, Yu Changming inquired if there were any items for entertainment available here. The only response he received was books. Therefore, Yu Changming had them bring all the interesting books over, but they didn't understand which books qualified as interesting, and after several trips, none of them suited Yu Changming's taste. In frustration, Yu Changming instructed them to bring every book they could find. As a result, stacks of books, around 300 in total, were piled outside the railing. Yu Changming started taking each book inside the iron bars one by one to look through them, keeping the ones he liked and tossing out the ones he didn't. The books covered a wide range of genres. Among them, there was even a little adult novel. Upon seeing this book, Yu Changming quickly hid it behind his back, glanced at the guards who seemed to have not noticed him, and swiftly shoved it under the mattress. While Yu Changming acted imperiously, in a room close to the center of the mountain base, the hall master was sitting inside reading a book, while the man who had accompanied him during the preliminary competition stood nearby. This was where the hall master usually rested, so compared to other areas, it was much more spacious and brighter. But there were still some shadowy corners in the room that the light did not reach, and these dark places housed some figures, their identities unknown. However, from the cloth exposed to the light, it was similar to the material of the dresses worn by the serving maids who brought meals to Yu Changming. Speak. What is the matter? The hall master didn't look at the person beside him, keeping his eyes fixed on the book before him. That Yu Changming keeps coming up with all sorts of demands. Our people dispatched to deal with him are now searching all over the branch office for what he asks for, affecting the work of other departments. Is it really fine to let him act recklessly? The hall master gave a soft laugh and said, he's just a child. He won't cause us any major trouble. Let him play. It feels quite nice to command others without any scruples. I used to think the same way when I was young. Saying this, the hall master flipped a page of the book. What I'm doing is simply to let him settle down a bit. I don't want to go out again just to drag him back, and you should know, the Grand Master values him highly. No matter how the Grand Master intends to use him, I think he should be comfortable before that happens. Understood, replied the person after a moment. Is there anything else? No more. Your subordinate will take his leave. Saying this, the person turned to walk toward the door. Oh, call you one over as well, said the hall master, his eyes leaving the book for the first time to glance at the departing subordinate. Thus Yu Changming spent a day living like a young master. On the morning of the 3rd day after he'd been captured, footsteps suddenly came from afar. Yu Changming paid no attention at first, but as the sound grew closer, he became alert. Though it sounded as though only one person approached, Yu Changming detected something abnormal. It wasn't one set of footsteps, but many people walking with the same gait towards him. Realizing this, Yu Changming instantly grew vigilant. Despite his comfort, the iron bars constantly reminded him he was amidst enemies. After detecting the anomaly, Yu Changming put down the book he'd been reading and shifted the armchair behind him, positioning it so he faced the corridor where the footsteps were coming from while seated. Then, he crossed his legs, rested both elbows on the chair arms, opened the folding fan, leaned against the chair back at an angle, lifted his eyes coldly towards the front in what he thought was a very authoritative posture, ready to face the group of people approaching. But upon seeing who arrived, his body stiffened, and the fan that was gently waving slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. The arrivals were not the hall master and his followers as Yu Changming had imagined, but instead the maids in black uniforms with black veils covering their faces, and there were many of them, not just one. Thus, Yu Changming was dumbfounded as he sat on the sandalwood armchair. Yu Changming's mind was a bit chaotic. All he knew was that there were many maidservants in front of him. He didn't know exactly how many. Watching them gracefully approach the iron bars and line up, Yu Changming made no reaction, but stared at them unblinkingly. The lead maid gestured to the guard at the door, who nodded and came forward to open the iron gate. Afterward, the line of maidservants entered the cell one by one. Once they were all inside, the already not-so-large prison suddenly became quite crowded. It wasn't until the fragrance reached his nose that Yu Changming reacted, jumping directly off the armchair. In doing so, he accidentally stepped on the fan that had fallen to the ground earlier, snapping it clean in half. He retreated while shouting at the approaching maidservants. "What are you going to do?" The maidservants remained silent, but Yu Changming realized something, yelling, "That damn hall master really sent you here?" Still, they did not answer. Yu Changming rapidly retreated, but space was limited, and soon his back was pressed against the stone wall. "I was just talking nonsense. That bastard hall master actually agreed. But I didn't ask him to send so many either. And these sisters' eyes, why do they look so fierce?" Yu Changming's entire back was flat against the stone wall, his arms and palms spread out as well, trembling legs staring at the approaching maidservants. To his horror, these elegant ladies appeared like demons in his eyes. He wanted to summon his internal energy to break free from the encirclement, but similar to when the hall master had held him before, it seemed suppressed by some force and couldn't be mobilized no matter what. The first maidservant approached his side, pressing her left arm against his torso. Her bosom brushed against his upper arm, her left hand rested lightly on his chest, while her fine, white arm snaked around his neck and hugged his shoulder. As a pure-hearted young bachelor who had worked as a shop assistant for 10 years, Yu Changming had never experienced such treatment. His face immediately turned red, resembling a monkey's bottom. "Giggles," came the bell-like laughter in his ear. The exposed eyes of the maidservant clinging to him were full of amusement, clearly finding humor in Yu Changming's reaction. But the other maidservants weren't idle. The second one also attached herself to Yu Changming's right side in a similar manner. Yu Changming closed his eyes immediately, feeling embarrassed that he might make an embarrassing move if he kept them open. Chapter 127, The Hall Master's Questioning. With his eyes tightly closed, Yu Changming was flanked by the warmth of two young ladies. Two soft hands were gently caressing his chest, but he dared not make any movements. Then he felt his legs being embraced by something. No need to guess. It was the two maids who squatted down and held his legs. Next, as if it were the last maid, she directly threw herself onto his chest. Yu Changming felt a sudden warmth in his nose, and he realized a bit of blood was flowing out. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yu Changming thought he might lose his innocence, the sound of clapping suddenly came. In an instant, the warmth around him vanished. Phew. When he felt the maids leave his side, Yu Changming exhaled deeply and relaxed completely. But after opening his eyes, he strangely felt a pang of regret. Looking forward, the 5 maids had already left the prison. How fast they were able to move like this. Now they stood neatly in a line not far from the iron bars, their hands crossed before their abdomens. That's how maids should act. The earlier situation wasn't proper at all. If not for the surrounding environment, Yu Changming would have thought he'd been in a brothel. He then jumped when a figure suddenly appeared in front of the prison. It was that damn hall master. Tsk tisk. At this moment, the hall master paced back and forth outside the cell, admiring the luxurious prison Yu Changming had renovated. After taking a good look, he walked into the prison and sat on the rosewood armchair which originally belonged to Yu Changming. Yu Changming glanced at the armchair twice, then looked at the hall master. Feeling helpless, he sat on the bed. "How about my maids? Feel good?" the hall master asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Changming blushed slightly, turning his head away without answering. "You're still a kid." The hall master laughed loudly and commented thus. Yu Changming turned his head back, intending to argue, but upon seeing the 5 slim figures standing outside the prison and glancing at the face of the 30-something hall master, he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. "Is life here decent enough? Do you still want to go back?" This brought Yu Changming back to reality, who had been feeling somewhat puffed up. He had wanted to retaliate against the hall master but recalled that the women outside might be used against him again, so he chickened out. Freedom is the most important thing. After some time, Yu Changming managed to mutter these words. "Huh." The hall master burst into laughter again, even more intensely than before. This time he slapped his thigh. Yu Changming couldn't help getting angry and shouted loudly. "What's so funny? Would you want to stay locked up here forever?" "Yes, you're right. I'm not denying you're right. But for some reason, I just can't stop laughing." As he said this, his mouth bulged as if suppressing laughter. "Don't worry, you won't be kept here much longer. The Grandmaster will return tomorrow, and once you've met him, you won't be confined like this anymore." "The Grandmaster is returning?" Hearing this news, Yu Changming suddenly became a little nervous. Was this Grandmaster going to be even more peculiar than this ridiculous hall master? Suddenly, the hall master turned serious. "The Grandmaster will soon be back. While there's still time, I want to ask you something." As he spoke, he waved his hand behind him, signaling the guards to leave. However, the 5 maids remained there, showing no intention of leaving. "Do you know why we brought you here? What it is about you?" Yu Changming shook his head. He had made some guesses as to why these people had captured him. Perhaps they had discovered that his martial arts technique was residual frost. But he was no fool to admit it directly, so he decided to play dumb and not answer anything. Seeing Yu Changming shake his head, the hall master gave no reaction and continued asking. "Do you know if there's anything unusual about you?" Again, Yu Changming shook his head, closing his lips tightly, determined not to say a word. Upon seeing his behavior, the hall master nodded and said, "I see. Then surely you must know about the demon suppression pagoda." Yu Changming almost shook his head again, but quickly changed to nodding instead. "Damn, trying to trick me. If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd have fallen for it." Then have you ever entered the Demon Suppression Pagoda? After hesitating slightly, though not for too long, he finally nodded. Entering the Demon Suppression Pagoda may be difficult for regular students, but students of their cultivation level generally would have entered it before. Therefore, if he claimed he had never entered it, it would seem strange. Yu Changming was curious. Why was he asking if he had been inside the Demon Suppression Pagoda? Speaking of which, how about your true energy? Have you noticed anything special about it? Yu Changming's expression suddenly changed, but he endured it, not allowing his emotions to show or say anything. Then he quickly shook his head. The Hall Master didn't pause and continued. What is the relationship between your true energy and the Demon Suppression Pagoda? Upon hearing this, Yu Changming's face instantly turned pale. How does he know that my true energy has a connection with the Demon Suppression Pagoda? This thought kept circling in Yu Changming's mind because he couldn't believe that anyone could possibly know his true energy came from the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Not only did they not know, but he also believed no one would ever find such a thing plausible. So, he had never really cared about the source of his true energy. Instead, he was always on guard against exposing the residual frost technique. Never had he imagined that these people were actually interested in his true energy. What kind of organization is this? Yu Changming's mind momentarily froze. After a while, he finally managed to respond in a trembling voice. How could it be possible for my true energy to have anything to do with the Demon Suppression Pagoda? Seeing Yu Changming's reaction, the Hall Master returned to his usual demeanor, less serious than before. It seems you know something, but I won't ask further since asking too much will get me into trouble with the Grandmaster. With that, he stood up and left the prison. This scene is nice, best to keep it. Maybe showing it to someone from the Xianxia Academy might prove entertaining. Suddenly, the Hall Master's voice echoed outside the prison. Yu Changming looked up to see that a wall of water had appeared in front of the Hall Master. Unlike an ordinary water wall, this one displayed images illuminated by the night pearls, presenting extremely clear pictures right before Yu Changming's eyes. Asterisk. Yu Changming cursed outright as his pale face flushed red. The image wasn't anything else. It was precisely from earlier when he'd been embraced by the 5 maids. This martial art is called Mirage Water Moon, an intriguing name, though its function is simply to record any scene one has witnessed, explained the Hall Master, stroking his chin. It's quite useful for gathering intelligence, so I learned it, not expecting such practical use. As he spoke, he turned around and walked toward the corridor ahead, waving as he went. Be mentally prepared. Tomorrow you'll meet the Grandmaster. Chapter 128, The Sect Leader. Another day passed after that. The Hall Master was sitting quietly in his room reading, just like before. Recently, there were no missions, and all he had to do was wait for the sect leader's arrival, so he was quite idle. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he glanced at the place where Yu Changming was being held and muttered, I didn't expect Yu Changming to be so important to the sect leader. Once arrived, without making any arrangements, the sect leader headed straight over. The Hall Master didn't know what the sect leader would do. In his eyes, the sect leader was unfathomable, and no one could tell what was going through their mind. He also understood that with his cultivation level, it would have been impossible to sense the sect leader's presence. What he sensed was purely because the sect leader intentionally revealed a bit of their aura, signaling that they had already arrived. On this morning, Yu Changming lay on his bed covered with the velvet blanket he'd previously requested, his 2 panda eyes evident. Since yesterday, when the Hall Master came to ask those few questions, he had become increasingly uneasy. With the floor full of pearls glowing brightly around him, he couldn't fall asleep despite feeling exhausted. Why does he know my energy is related to the Demon Taming Pagoda? This was the question constantly on Yu Changming's mind. He could not comprehend it. He had always thought that this secret was only known by himself and Mo Yuning on the continent. If the Hall Master of this organization knew, then their sect leader must surely know too. And if this organization knew, other organizations must certainly know as well. Among them, the most relevant should be the largest group with the deepest ties to the Demon Taming Pagoda, the Pagoda sect. After careful consideration, Yu Changming realized there might be many people in the world who were aware of his secret. This made him even more acutely aware of his own ignorance and narrow-mindedness. Realizing this world was far more mysterious than he had imagined. He considered various possibilities, understanding why they had detected the peculiarity of his true essence. After all, even Teacher Gao could notice it. But why did they know his energy was linked to the Demon Taming Pagoda? Did they know the essence of the Demon Taming Pagoda so intimately? Which organization could possibly be so familiar with the Demon Taming Pagoda? Was it the Pagoda sect? It didn't seem likely. They wouldn't have positions like Hall Masters, nor would they have the kind of priest-like aura carried by the members of the Pagoda sect. Or was it perhaps the mysterious place where Mo Yuning and his mother resided? Or maybe some vast organization he had never heard of? As he continued to ponder, Yu Changming became increasingly uneasy, his emotions fluctuating greatly. Although mentally drained, he couldn't sleep, lying awake until morning. Actually, Yu Changming wasn't sure how long he had been lying there, only feeling as if he had thought for a very long time. Maintaining a flat-back posture had made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he turned over to one side. And then he saw a shadow. At first, his dazed state prevented him from comprehending immediately. It took several moments before he finally registered what he saw. When did a big black cloth appear here? Was it placed by the guard? That's what he wondered. Then he looked up further, and upon reaching the top of the black fabric, he froze. In an instant, he leapt off the bed like a startled rabbit, scrambling back and pressing himself against the wall. Pointing at the black cloth, he cried out, Who are you? It wasn't actually a piece of cloth, but a person dressed in black robes. The robe completely covered their body except for the head. which was why Yu Changming had initially mistaken it for a hanging cloth. This person had shoulder-length hair, streaked with both black and white. Though their face was visible, it appeared blurred as if distorted by some unknown force. Their features were indiscernible, and it was unclear whether they were male or female. Judging by height, though, they were probably a man. What happened? The guard outside heard Yu Changming's startled scream and quickly asked, but then fell silent. Looking outward, Yu Changming noticed the guard pause briefly before bowing deeply. Sect leader Dong. So this was their mysterious sect leader. The sect leader paid no attention to the guard outside, but fixed their gaze entirely on Yu Changming. Despite their obscured face, Yu Changming could still feel the intensity of the sect leader's unwavering stare. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed, with neither the sect leader nor Yu Changming moving. The guard remained bowed motionlessly throughout. Suddenly, the black robes moved slightly, and a gloved hand emerged, swinging backward. With a wave of power, the guard was propelled away down the corridor. Realizing the sect leader's intent, the guard hurriedly departed, their footsteps fading away. With silence between them, the sect leader spoke. Their voice was deep and hoarse. Are you Yu Changming? So it's a man. Yu Changming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The feeling this sect leader gave him made him extremely uneasy, a sensation no one had ever given him before. Without looking at the sect leader's form, it was as if there was simply a hanging black cloth there, with not a trace of human presence. So neither he nor the guard outside had sensed the sect leader's arrival. Moreover, something puzzled Yu Changming greatly. Clearly the door was locked. How had the sect leader entered? After asking his question, the sect leader fell silent once again, presumably observing Yu Changming anew. Suddenly, the sect leader began to move forward, approaching Yu Changming. What sent shivers down Yu Changming's scalp was that this sect leader did not seem to be walking, but rather floating. Could this possibly be a ghost? Once at the bedside, the sect leader's black robes moved slightly, and the hand extended out again, slowly reaching toward Yu Changming. Though moving exceedingly slow, Yu Changming felt as if there was no way to evade it, watching as this hand, covered in black fabric, approached him steadily. He was overcome by sheer terror, greater than any previous time, fearing that as soon as this hand touched him, he would die. Yet he couldn't move an inch, as if nailed to the spot, completely robbed of control over his own body. The hand slapped down on Yu Changming's shoulder, but nothing happened. It was just a simple slap, no more, nothing special. However, Yu Changming didn't feel comfortable. The hand was extremely hard, as if it contained only bone. After placing the hand on his shoulder, the sect leader took no further action, merely leaving it there for a while before raising it back up and stepping away from the bed. Once again falling into silence, Yu Changming could sense that this time, the sect leader wasn't scrutinizing him, but pondering some issue. Could it be that when the sect leader placed the hand on his shoulder, they discovered something? But he hadn't even felt them use their energy to examine him. Was there some superior method beyond his understanding? While contemplating, Yu Changming suddenly felt the sect leader's eyes focus back on him, hearing the low, hoarse voice ring out again. Would you like to know what kind of organization we are? Chapter 129, The Holy Sun. What did he mean by that? The patriarch's words made Yu Changming pause for a moment. Asking him if he wanted to know more about them was far from what he had imagined. In his imagination, the patriarch would force him to reveal the secrets he held or directly use some mind-affecting martial techniques, like Luo Sun's skills, to control his thoughts and make him divulge his innermost feelings. He never expected the patriarch to say such a thing, and this tone of voice seemed odd, not like someone who spoke to prisoners. This feeling was somewhat like trying to recruit him into the religion. Thinking of this, Yu Changming started to panic. He didn't want to nod because he felt that knowing these things might lead to big trouble. Yet, he also dared not shake his head, always sensing that if he refused the patriarch, that hard hand next time would no longer rest on his shoulder, but around his neck. Therefore, Yu Changming stiffly nodded. Should you know about the Sure Divine Academy? This academy serves as a cover-up for our organization's certain activities, and its name is derived from our group, which is called the Sure Divine Sect, and I am the patriarch of the Sure Divine Sect. The patriarch explained in a calm tone, as if he were introducing not his managed organization, but something entirely unrelated to him. Yu Changming remained silent, his expression unchanging, as it couldn't get any worse. Both he and others at the academy thought something was off about the Sure Divine Academy, but no one had ever imagined that behind this academy lay an organization like this. And just from the name, it sounded a lot like a cult. He had never heard of any Sure Divine Sect, and he could tell from the teachers' reactions that they definitely hadn't either. If even the teachers were unaware, this organization must be relatively obscure. But judging from his observations over the past few days, this Sure Divine Sect was certainly not small. So how did they develop so secretly? Why did they hide in the shadows? And what about the plan he mentioned? What kind of plan is that hidden away like this? It didn't sound like a good one at all. Yu Changming thought after hearing that information-rich sentence. The Sure Divine Sect, as its name suggests, exists to release gods. In fact, up until now, every time Yu Changming heard the two words, release gods, he unconsciously associated them with slay gods. The term release gods seemed peculiar, but upon closer reflection, it probably fit better for the name of an organization. Because slay gods was too exaggerated, it sounded like some third-rate gang. The patriarch's intention, it seemed, was to release the god, but their so-called god, what exactly was it? On this continent, there was only one mythical god, the deceased Tower God. The creed of our Sure Divine Sect is to release the ancient gods who have been sealed away, explained the patriarch. Ordinarily, when a patriarch reveals his sect's doctrine, they would usually express great enthusiasm and passion, but this patriarch of the sure divine sect still maintained a calm tone, simply presenting an introduction without showing even a hint of emotional fluctuation. The ancient god we aim to release is your so-called demon race, the demons sealed away within the demon subduing pagoda. Upon hearing this sentence, Lu Changming's heart exploded with shock. What did he say? Lu Changming felt like his ears weren't working right. Was he freeing the demon subduing pagoda? Releasing the demon race? At the same time of being deeply shocked, Lu Changming also harbored a spark of anticipation in his heart. Since their actions were tied to the demon subduing pagoda, could he possibly learn the secrets of the demon subduing pagoda through this sure divine sect? Since coming out from the demon subduing pagoda once before, Lu Changming knew that the pagoda definitely wasn't as described in the legends circulating on the continent. It undoubtedly concealed many secrets. Perhaps the sure divine sect could offer some extraordinary information. Perhaps he could return to the demon subduing pagoda in Luo City. This is the doctrine I have set, basically reflecting my goal. I propagate among my followers that the gods, not demons, are sealed inside the demon subduing pagoda. I tell them that the legend spread across the continent for 10,000 years is false. I tell them that the god sealed inside the demon subduing pagoda, once released, will bring us immeasurable blessings. From the patriarch's serene words, Lu Changming detected a strange undertone. The demon subduing pagoda has secrets, a fact that no legend can obscure. Relying on this, many people have come to believe me, allowing the sure divine sect to grow secretly and powerfully until now. I feel that my dream is soon to be realized. As he reached this point, the patriarch's speech began to rise and fall with emotion. However, this doctrine isn't completely true, nor is it completely false. Liberating the demon subduing pagoda will indeed grant them blessings. I've merely used a reason they are more likely to believe. The patriarch's words were a bit strange, but Lu Changming managed to grasp the general meaning. It seemed that the patriarch wanted to liberate the sure divine tower and believed that it would bring about good things. However, to free the demon subduing pagoda, he needed significant power. So he deceived the masses with some words, forming the sure divine sect. Now, success was almost within reach. Why is this patriarch telling me all these? Lu Changming's heart started pounding. After finishing his speech, the patriarch didn't say anything else, but his body moved, bending down to face Lu Changming sitting on the bed. Lu Changming felt the sharp gaze under the vague flow of qi. He swallowed and leaned back a little. Are you interested in joining our sure divine sect? The patriarch asked, yet there was an undertone of refusal being impossible. I knew he'd say something like that. Lu Changming hesitantly looked at the blurry face without making a sound. Are you interested in becoming the holy son of the sure divine sect? There was a hint of allure in the patriarch's voice now. What did he say? Holy son? What's that? Sounds awesome. He wants me to be the holy son. Why? What does that mean? Lu Changming's mind froze immediately. If he became just a small disciple, staying in the sect for a while to gather intelligence, and then leaving wouldn't have been too hard, but holy son sounded more like the successor to the patriarch. That, if he nodded, he'd likely be associated with this heretical sect for life, and that wasn't what he wanted. But if he shook his head, he couldn't even imagine what the patriarch might do. While Lu Changming was hesitating, the patriarch spoke again. Even if you don't want to become the holy son, I won't force you. But you should stay here for now. Don't worry, I won't keep you locked up like this. You can move freely as long as you don't leave or go to certain restricted places. Hearing these words, Lu Changming sighed in relief. At least he didn't have to make such a tough decision. After finishing his sentence, the patriarch's figure disappeared suddenly, along with the iron bars of the prison cell opening. His voice still echoed in the room. You will change your mind. Chapter 130, Hesitation. The sect leader had been gone for a long time. The iron gate was left open, but Lu Changming didn't leave. His emotions were now very complex. The sect leader's words had echoed in his mind like an enchanting melody, refusing to fade away. While the sect leader was still around, due to anxiety and fear, he could not delve deeply into reflection. But now that his emotions were calming down, he began carefully contemplating the sect leader's words. First, what bothered him the most was the issue of being made the holy son. From the hall master, he learned that they had kidnapped him because of his unique true qi. This true qi was converted from the purple energy absorbed in the spirit-taming pagoda. Their organization had been established to liberate the spirit-taming pagoda, so their focus on him was understandable. But according to the hall master's previous remarks, though the hall master knew that Lu Changming was important, he didn't think Lu Changming would be chosen by the sect leader as the holy son. If so, his attitude should have been much more respectful, rather than continuously keeping him confined here. So, this decision must have been made spontaneously after the sect leader met him. It seemed it wasn't just because of his true qi, but due to some deeper reasons. What was the reason? Lu Changming thought hard, and speculated that the sect leader placing his hand on his shoulder earlier was probably to confirm something. Residual frost, a martial art? That doesn't seem likely. Because if someone doesn't use their martial arts, no one knows what techniques they might have practiced before. Moreover, the hall master had likely seen him use residual frost, and showed absolutely no interest in it. Surely the sect leader wouldn't possess any kind of memory-reading ability. That would be far too incredible. Impossible. Impossible. Then what remains detectable about him is only his cultivation technique. Since true qi flows according to the method's pattern within the body, if one can discern the flow of someone's true qi inside their body, they can roughly understand what kind of cultivation method it is. As a leader of such a large organization, it is believed that the sect leader's realm must at least reach the Lingtong stage or higher. While he didn't know how strong those at the Lingtong stage truly were, he was sure they would find investigating the flow of a xuanhuan stage practitioner's true qi relatively easy. Then, this cultivation technique was given to him by Mo Yuning. Even now, Lu Changming had absolutely no clue about who Mo Yuning really was, what kind of person he was, why his strength was so formidable, where he and his mother originated. These things were all completely unknown to Lu Changming. Mo Yuning had sent him into the spirit-taming pagoda, letting him meet his mother and opening the door to martial life for him. Therefore, he was deeply grateful to Mo Yuning. However, Mo Yuning's mystery remained his persistent headache. Furthermore, uncovering information about Mo Yuning would mean unraveling his birth secrets. Why did his mother's faint consciousness reside within the necklace, and why did it manifest within the spirit-taming pagoda? Who was his father? This time, it seemed Lu Changming had a chance to uncover these mysteries because of this divine liberation sect's sect leader. Their goal is related to the spirit-taming pagoda, and both Mo Yuning and his mother also have intricate ties with it. The sect leader must surely know many useful pieces of information. If he agrees to become the divine liberation sect's holy son, he might lift this veil of mystery, allowing him to take a big step forward after stagnating for half a year. Lu Changming hesitated. Once he agreed with the sect leader, he would bid farewell to his past life forever. He quite liked studying at Cloud Soaring Academy, with dedicated teacher Gao teaching him, caring teacher Huang healing him, and his dorm mates Su Hang and Kong Yiyang, and many interesting classmates. Is my academy life over then? Lu Changming thought helplessly. The 2 months of academy life he'd experienced hadn't even allowed him to feel like a student, spending all his time training. In fact, after these competitions ended, Lu Changming had originally planned to attend classes diligently and do some things students usually do. If he refused the sect leader, they definitely wouldn't let him go, but he believed that after being abducted, Fengyang Empire certainly wouldn't let the matter rest easily. Their actions were far too audacious. No country would allow such a disgraceful event to happen unchecked. With the resources of an empire, perhaps it won't take long before they investigate and rescue him. Yet, once becoming the Holy Son, he would become an enemy of the entire empire. His young heart couldn't bear such a blow, but the temptation to resolve this mystery was immense. Moreover, due to his experiences in the spirit-taming pagoda, he already harbored doubts about the history of this continent. Perhaps, what the Divine Liberation Sect was doing wasn't entirely wrong. To become the Holy Son? Should he find the sect leader again and negotiate? Would it be enough just to become a regular disciple? After making this decision, Lu Changming began to think about the other things the sect leader had told him. Deceiving the followers, how skillful. If I tell his subordinates about these matters, would this organization collapse? Lu Changming thought, but then shook his head. If it were anyone in the sect, they'd choose to believe the sect leader over an outsider like him. But what if he became the Holy Son? Lu Changming felt his brain couldn't handle all this. Surely, such a big organization cannot simply rely on deception. There must be other reasons. The sect leader just hadn't told him that yet. But the fact of deceiving the masses is something that should have been kept hidden. Yet, the sect leader told him about it, and this was worth serious consideration. Such information should not even be revealed to the closest subordinates. The sect leader telling him this means either the information is false, or the sect leader trusts that he won't reveal it after becoming the Holy Son. Why? Could there be something compromising in the sect leader's hands? Or did the sect leader determine that once he became the Holy Son, he wouldn't be able to leave the Divine Liberation Sect? Or maybe he won't even get the chance to inform the Divine Liberation Sect members. No matter which one it is, Lu Changming didn't feel it was a good thing. Sigh. Lu Changming held his head and rolled around, feeling like if he kept thinking, his brain would definitely crash. Therefore, he gave up thinking. Sitting up on the bed, Lu Changming blankly stared forward and then fell back down, snoring softly, falling directly asleep. Once he confirmed that he wouldn't face any danger in the near future, his mind relaxed. So, after abandoning deep contemplation, drowsiness immediately overwhelmed him. After an unknown amount of time passed, Lu Changming woke up slowly. He felt as though his biological clock had completely gone haywire, and now he was a creature that rested during the day and lived at night. Rubbing his eyes and looking around, he noticed nothing had changed from when he fell asleep. Books were piled neatly, luminous pearls littered the room, and even the small yellow book under the pillow lay there quietly. That guard hadn't returned. Perhaps the sect leader dismissed him after pushing him away without specifying a return time, so he didn't dare to come back. Or perhaps the sect leader had removed his surveillance entirely. It didn't matter anyway. Lu Changming glanced at the open iron gate, and then at the corridor stretching far ahead. He decided to explore this maze-like stronghold first, and find the sect leader to discuss his thoughts. Chapter 131, The Chief's Recollection. Gurgle. Even before getting out of bed, Lu Changming's stomach started to grumble in protest. He began searching everywhere, but couldn't find what he was longing for, food. He guessed he had slept at least 4 watches. If judged by the previous schedule, there should already be a tray of food placed here. But now there was none, indicating that probably no one would come to deliver food again. What was going on? Could they just leave him to fend for himself? Lu Changming was very puzzled. 4 watches ago, approximately around the time when Lu Changming had fallen asleep for half a watch, the chief had just arrived in front of a room and was hesitating whether or not to knock when a deep, raspy voice came from inside the room. Come in. Although the master was clearly inside the room, the voice sounded as though it was right next to his ear. Hearing this, the chief slowly pushed open the door. It was a small room. Compared to the size of the chief's own quarters, it wasn't even close. It was about the same size as the room Lu Changming was originally in. However, this was one of the most important rooms in this outpost because it was the master's chamber. It wasn't because there were no extra rooms available here. In fact, there were many larger rooms than the chief's current one. But for some reason, the master of the Xianxia sect preferred smaller rooms. There was hardly any furniture in the room, just one table and one chair. There wasn't even a bed, leaving the room completely empty. At that moment, the master was standing in the middle of the room with his back to the door. You've come to ask about Lu Changming, haven't you? Before the chief could speak, the master said first. The chief nodded respectfully and said, yes. Previously, he had asked Lu Changming a few questions, but didn't delve deeply into them. Partly because he knew that simply asking wouldn't get much information from Lu Changming. Judging only from his tone and expressions was difficult to obtain accurate information. And most importantly, it depended on whether the master wanted him to know these things. That was why he decided to see the master at this time. Xuanhuan, how old are you this year? Suddenly, the master turned around, speaking in a tone similar to an elder and mentioning the chief's name. The chief was somewhat stunned, unsure of what the master meant by this, but still answered, 56. Though the chief was over 50, he looked like he was in his 30s due to his advanced cultivation. Counting that way, you've been following me for almost 40 years. So many years have passed. Again, the master fell silent, seemingly lost in recollection. Afraid to interrupt, the chief stood quietly by the doorway waiting. 40 years, huh? I remember meeting you for the first time when you were still a youth, like Lu Changming. Listening to the master's words, though the chief didn't fully understand, he too fell into recollections. When he met the master for the first time, he was still a young boy, yet the master had already become the leader of the sect. Although at that time the Xianxia sect wasn't nearly as large as it is now. Back then, the master wasn't so somber. Although he never showed his true face, he clearly exuded vitality. This change likely happened because of age. Having been in the Xianxia sect for nearly 40 years, he still had little understanding of who the master truly was. His name, his cultivation level, his age, all remained unknown. He could only deduce that the master must be very old, since when he joined the sect, he met the 4 chiefs at that time. Each of those chiefs was older than he is now, and all showed great respect towards the master, meaning his age wouldn't have been far from theirs, if not even greater. Now, the old generation of chiefs either died or went into seclusion, leaving only the master in place. Judging by the present situation, it seemed like he wouldn't last much longer. Probably it's time to choose a successor. Would it be that Lu Changming? Unlikely, this Lu Changming is currently only at the intermediate stage of the soul refining realm. To become the master, he would likely need to reach the spirit communication realm. Given the state of the master now, would he hold on until then? As the youngest of the 4 chiefs of the Xianxia sect, but also the most experienced, my most trusted Qinglong chief, I feel that there are some matters I can divulge to you now, said the master. Upon hearing this, the chief immediately became respectful and solemn, sensing that the master was about to tell him something crucial. Our great cause of the Xianxia sect will soon be complete. No matter how many times this news was announced or to whom, the distortion hidden behind the master's face always rippled slightly. After hearing the master's words, the chief momentarily froze, then joy burst onto his face. Congratulations, master. At first, he could hardly believe it, but these words came from the mouth of the sect leader. The sect leader would never joke about such a matter. Since he joined the Xianxia sect, he naturally shared the same goal with the sect leader. His childhood experiences and what he had heard already made him doubt this world. So when he learned that they could liberate the demon-taming pagoda, he was extremely excited. After the hall master calmed down, the sect leader said again, although the most important condition has been met, there are still some preparations to be done, especially in regard to what needs to be accomplished during the Continental Academy preliminary competition. There must not be any accidents. Understood, the hall master replied respectfully. Regarding Lu Changming. Speaking of Lu Changming, the sect leader actually hesitated for a moment, which greatly surprised the hall master. Bringing Lu Changming back was a great merit. The true energy within his body indeed originates from the demon-taming pagoda, but what I value most is not this point. This is something personal to me and has nothing to do with the Xianxia sect, nor does it concern our operations. You should not investigate his secrets further. Understood, the hall master answered. Though curious, he knew that the sect leader's orders could not be disobeyed. Furthermore, the fact that the sect leader entrusted this matter to him showed that he placed great trust in him. He must not let the sect leader down. Forget it, I'll handle it myself. The sect leader hesitated again. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Changming started searching for food. He had wandered through the dim corridor for about 2/4 of an hour, yet he still hadn't found anything like a kitchen. Although there weren't many people around here, he occasionally encountered someone rushing by. However, whenever Lu Changming tried to ask for directions, they remained silent and walked away without saying a word. This made Lu Changming anxious, because he was now lost. If no one paid attention to him, what would he do? Lu Changming looked around and suddenly thought, why don't I give this wall a few punches? Maybe that will draw out the hall master. Just as he was thinking this, someone approached from not far away and asked Lu Changming, who was leaning against the wall, are you Lu Changming? Chapter 132, xuanhuan. Xuanhuan found the command given to him by his master rather strange. He couldn't quite understand why his master wanted him to do this. A few days ago, after they had captured and imprisoned Lu Changming, he no longer paid any attention to Lu Changming's situation. He had heard that they would wait for the sect leader to arrive before deciding what to do with Lu Changming. But today, his master came again and told him to take Lu Changming around the Fengxing branch office, letting him become familiar with the place. Xuanhuan did not know that the sect leader had already returned and met with Lu Changming. so he was confused as to why Lu Changming was suddenly being let out and asked to act as a guide. Moreover, from his master's words, it seemed like Lu Changming hadn't joined the Xuanhuan sect yet, which made Fang Yuewen even more puzzled about the matter. But despite the confusion, he still had to carry out his master's orders. Looking at the young man approaching him, Lu Changming felt somewhat confused. It had been quite a while since he left the prison cell, and every person he encountered ignored his questions. Suddenly, someone appeared and started talking to him while also knowing his name. This felt off, like something was going to happen again. May I ask who you are? Lu Changming straightened up from leaning against the wall, looked at the young man, and respectfully bowed, asking the question. The youth in front of him looked no more than 20 years old, slightly older than him, but not by much. Handsome, but somewhat cold, with pale skin, probably due to spending long periods without sunlight. I am Fang Yuewen, replied Fang Yuewen politely. My master asked me to show you around here, get familiar with the place. Huh. Lu Changming wore a puzzled expression. What does this mean? Am I supposed to just wander around here? Your master is? The venerable master of the Youth Dragon Hall of the Xuanhuan sect, Lord Xianxia, Fang Yuewen said with a look of respect. What's this about the Youth Dragon? And who's Xianxia? Lu Changming didn't entirely understand all these titles. That is the hall master here, right? Lu Changming cautiously confirmed. Fang Yuewen nodded. I see. Lu Changming vigorously nodded up and down, indicating that he understood. I understand. Lu Changming hesitated for a moment, initially wanting to mock this hall master, but seeing how Fang Yuewen respected him so highly, he thought better of it. When provoking others, it was important to first know their strength. Otherwise, it would only create trouble for oneself. This young man before him didn't seem simple at all. Although now aware of his opponent's background, Lu Changming remained on high alert and became even more cautious. The previous impression left by the hall master wasn't positive at all. It was clear he had treated him like a toy. So Lu Changming figured that as a disciple of such a figure, Fang Yuewen must not be a good character either. He needed to prepare for any unexpected situations. My stomach is a bit empty. Where can I find food? This was Lu Changming's first question. Regardless of everything else, solving the problem of hunger was paramount. There should be food in the kitchen, but it's not mealtime, so there won't be much available. Saying this, Fang Yuewen turned toward a side path, showing signs of unwillingness to play the role of a guide. There was an air of indifference and obligation in his demeanor. After wandering for a while in the dimly lit corridor, Lu Changming caught a whiff of food. As expected, upon turning a corner, they arrived at the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Changming suddenly felt as though he'd returned to the Big Horse restaurant in Lotto. The layout here was similar to its kitchen, very ordinary. A few steel pots rested on stoves placed against the wall. Cooking utensils and meat hung from hooks on the wall, while several bamboo baskets filled with vegetables were neatly stacked against another wall. Other seasonings were likely kept in cabinets. What caught Lu Changming's attention most was the opening above the stove. Since cooking inevitably produced smoke and grease, these could not be allowed to drift into the base of operations. Even though ventilation here was relatively good compared to ordinary caves, it paled in comparison to standard housing. Therefore, the hole above the stove served as an exhaust system, leading directly to the outside. That's why Lu Changming took particular notice of it. Still, this was more of a subconscious habit. Since Lu Changming had already decided to stay and gather information, he merely glanced at the opening briefly and stopped focusing on it. However, this small action was noticed by Fang Yuewen. His master had previously mentioned that Lu Changming might try to escape and advised him to keep an eye out. Hence, Lu Changming's scrutiny triggered Fang Yuewen's vigilance. To prevent kitchen smoke from affecting the rest of the Fengxing branch, kitchens were always located on the outskirts of the base, not far below ground level. Fang Yuewen had heard about Lu Changming attempting to escape by digging tunnels, so since arriving here, he hadn't let Lu Changming out of his sight. This is the kitchen, specifically for cooking meals for Master, me, and other high-ranking members of the sect. There should be some leftovers here. Fang Yuewen pointed at a wooden cabinet in the kitchen but made no move to go forward. Lu Changming didn't hesitate. He was starving and immediately pounced toward the cabinet like a famished tiger. Inside the cabinet were a few steamed buns and leftover dishes. The buns were cool but still soft, likely not having been there long. The cold leftovers weren't bad either, considering this kitchen was dedicated to cooking for the leaders of the Xuanhuan sect. Before long, Lu Changming had devoured the leftovers. Though it wasn't much and far from enough to fill his stomach, at least it eased his hunger. With renewed energy and focus no longer split by hunger, Lu Changming began to observe Fang Yuewen more closely. He'd expected Fang Yuewen to be as rude and unpleasant as his master, but so far, he seemed rather calm. This calmness was different from Su Hang's. Su Hang's quiet demeanor stemmed from his immersion in cultivation, which made him less talkative despite being relatively cheerful in personality. In contrast, Fang Yuewen gave off the impression that he simply preferred silence and didn't enjoy speaking much. Still, Lu Changming suspected this might just be an appearance and decided he needed to keep observing further. After seeing Lu Changming finish eating, Fang Yuewen spoke faintly. Where do you want to go next? Lu Changming scratched his head, unsure where he wanted to head next. He was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know what would interest him. Are there any places here for entertainment? Lu Changming asked. Fang Yuewen shook his head. Lu Changming nodded, already expecting this. It was just a casual inquiry on his part. Well, is there anywhere around here that you find interesting? Fang Yuewen scratched his head, thought for a moment, then replied. The cultivation room. Lu Changming took a deep breath. Fang Yuewen's words struck a nerve, a painful one. For a long time, He'd been unable to cultivate by absorbing external energies and instead had relied solely on the demon-taming stone. But the stone was now lost, and Yidu thinking about it sent waves of anguish through him. Chapter 133, The Continent's History. Since he had decided to stay here, and perhaps live here for a long time in the future, Lu Changming felt that what he needed most was to memorize the terrain of this place. How do you remember all these paths? Is there any special trick? While Feng Yuewen was leading him around in this hive-like base, Lu Changming, who was already dizzy, asked one of his most pressing questions. You naturally get familiar after staying here for a long time. Feng Yuewen answered indifferently without turning back as he led the way. Isn't that stating the obvious? Of course, I know that over time you naturally remember. There must be some markers on these crossroads that help you distinguish directions, right? Lu Changming thought. He was somewhat annoyed, not because Feng Yuewen didn't answer his question, but because of Feng Yuewen's tone. Feng Yuewen's indifferent tone made Lu Changming feel uncomfortable, as if Feng Yuewen were just going through the motions, completely lacking the attitude of a guide. The reason why Feng Yuewen treated Lu Changming with such indifference wasn't due to any personal grudge, but rather because he didn't understand how important Lu Changming was to the Xianxia sect. The sect leader placed great importance on Lu Changming, but he never told anyone why. Most people in the Xianxia sect did not know why the sect leader valued him so highly. On the other hand, the Hall Master valued him because of his profound cultivation and high status, which allowed him deeper insight into the demon-suppressing tower, enabling him to sense the unusual true energy emanating from Lu Changming. But others didn't think that way. Most of those within the Xianxia sect who knew about Lu Changming believed he was merely someone helpful to the sect's plans. At worst, Lu Changming was considered an item for achieving their goals. Feng Yuewen's impression of Lu Changming was relatively better, though he still regarded him as an ordinary martial artist. Additionally, he was puzzled by the fact that the Hall Master had instructed him to serve as Lu Changming's guide, so he appeared quite absent-minded, giving Lu Changming the impression that he was neglectful. Lu Changming felt helpless. Since Feng Yuewen wouldn't speak, there was nothing he could do, so he decided to ask more pressing questions. Why does everyone here act like they're mute? Earlier, I encountered a few people, but none of them paid me any attention. Most of the people in this division are direct subordinates of our teacher. He enforces strict discipline, and since you aren't officially one of us in the Xianxia sect, they won't say a single word to outsiders. Although Feng Yuewen himself wasn't particularly interested in Lu Changming, he took the task assigned by his teacher very seriously. As long as Lu Changming's questions didn't involve secrets, he would answer them. Outsider? That's it. I'm still considered an outsider in their eyes. Lu Changming thought. He realized from Feng Yuewen's words that he hadn't yet joined the Xianxia sect. He had assumed, based on the sect leader's words, that he had been recruited, but now it seemed that the others in the sect didn't know. I want to meet your sect leader. After much contemplation, Lu Changming said this to Feng Yuewen. Although he really didn't want to see that ominous sect leader again, there were certain things bothering him. Besides, constantly being rejected by people here wasn't a good feeling. After hearing this, Feng Yuewen, walking ahead, stopped immediately. He turned around and stared at Lu Changming for a long time with a look that suggested he was watching a fool. In a somewhat sarcastic tone, he said, "Do you really think you can just see the sect leader whenever you want?" He then ignored Lu Changming and continued walking forward. Lu Changming scratched his head and let out a bitter laugh. He reflected on it and realized he was right. Demanding to see their revered sect leader so abruptly was indeed impolite. Even though he didn't get to see the sect leader, he did manage to meet the Hall Master. Compared to the sect leader, Lu Changming actually preferred not to meet the Hall Master. The sect leader may have given him an uncomfortable vibe, but at least he wouldn't try to trick him in any way. However, the smelly green dragon Hall Master was different. Who knew what strange things might happen when encountering him? The incident where the Hall Master used the mirror flower, water moon technique to record the scene still left Lu Changming feeling resentful. This time, the Hall Master didn't do anything to him, possibly because he realized how important Lu Changming was to the sect leader. While Feng Yuewen didn't know how significant Lu Changming was to the Xianxia sect or the sect leader, the Hall Master certainly did. He even picked up subtle hints from something the sect leader said, so the Hall Master answered almost all of Lu Changming's questions. From the Hall Master, Lu Changming learned that the sect leader had left again due to some matters. This time, he went to Yi Capital to look for something, which wasn't far from here, so he was expected to return soon. Lu Changming then asked more questions about the Xianxia sect. Although the Hall Master answered them one by one, regarding some secret-related matters within the sect, he told Lu Changming he was not authorized to inform him. If Lu Changming wanted to know, he still had to personally inquire with the sect leader. However, the Hall Master did elaborate on certain aspects of the Xianxia sect's doctrines, which the sect leader had previously not explained clearly enough. How the Xianxia sect viewed the demon-suppressing tower. For the Xianxia sect, the demon-suppressing tower was the complete opposite of what it meant for the continent and the pagoda sect. It wasn't a sacred symbol of salvation, but rather an emblem of evil. The sect leader had mentioned before that he deceived the congregation, stating that the demon-suppressing tower actually suppressed gods instead of demons. The Hall Master elaborated more on this history that the sect leader had instilled in him. In ancient times, there truly were demonic races, though their strength was powerful, yet weaker compared to another superior race, the divine race, and they coveted the power of the divine. Thus, through their numerical advantage, along with surprise attacks, they utilized unknown forces, attempting to seal away the divine race to steal their powers. But they underestimated the strength of the divine race. After managing to seal all the deities, the demon race also suffered near extinction due to the retaliation of the divine race, eventually being wiped out entirely by humans taking advantage of the chaos. Mythical beasts and divine creatures once existed 10,000 years ago, but the divine magic war at that time affected them, nearly eradicating their existence as well. With weak powers but skilled in self-protection, many humans survived, leading to the current domination of the continent by humanity. The predecessor of the pagoda sect was the strongest human organization 10,000 years ago. Upon seeing the divine race completely sealed, they conceived greedy intentions and fabricated the concept of Tower God out of thin air, brainwashing people back then, thus becoming the form we see now. For these 10,000 years, they have constantly sought the divine power, intending to possess it, but never found a way. If they obtained divine power, considering their greedy nature, no one knows what state the continent would be in. Chapter 134, The Murderer. The history of the continent has many doubts that support his theory. If humans truly had a genius like the Tower God, why in 10,000 years have no one yet reached the divine change realm again? If strength is sourceless, it will eventually fade away. The Tower God has already died, yet the purple chi called the Tower God's power inside the demon Subduing Tower continues to appear ceaselessly. This is completely illogical and can only mean that this is the leaked power of the ancient god race sealed within the tower. There are many other doubts that perplex those who take notice. It is precisely because of these reasons that the Xianxia sect has been able to continuously recruit people dissatisfied with this world and develop up to this point. As for how the Xianxia sect learned of this, it is rumored that the first-generation sect master discovered the secret of this world in an ancient relic. He did not wish for people to be so deceived, which is why he founded the Xianxia sect, hoping humanity would see a true world. Upon hearing these words, Lu Changming fell into deep contemplation. These words were false, as the sect master had already told Lu Changming this before. Naturally, he didn't believe them, but the members of the Xianxia sect believed them. If it were really like this, would releasing the god race from the tower be good? Would they not enslave humans? Isn't it better for humans to rule the continent themselves? The highest form of lie is 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. Being able to deceive so many followers means there must be some truth to it. Lu Changming also did not fully trust the continent's history. Perhaps, by combining the two, the true history could be uncovered. Lu Changming became increasingly determined to understand the secrets of this continent. After speaking with the Hall Master, he was also instructed to let Feng Yuewen properly show him around the area. With the clear command from the Hall Master, Feng Yuewen no longer went through the motions half-heartedly, but seriously began familiarizing Lu Changming with the roads here. Indeed, each branch road here had markers to help distinguish them, though most were quite subtle. If you didn't look carefully, these marks could easily blend into the surrounding walls. However, once you know how to differentiate them, it becomes quite easy. Though easy to discern, the place was simply too vast. It was impossible to memorize it all in just a day or two. Long-term residence would be necessary. But Lu Changming had nothing else to do, so he spent his days wandering around this area of the branch. Yet, Feng Yuewen also had his own tasks and couldn't accompany him all the time. However, it seemed like the Hall Master had given orders, because those occasionally passing by no longer completely ignored him. At least when he got lost and asked for directions, they would reply. Because of this behavior, Feng Yuewen once gave him a strange look. Naturally, Lu Changming knew why he looked at him this way. In such situations where there is nothing to do, martial artists generally choose to cultivate. Moreover, without any sign of cultivation over the past few days, it wasn't surprising that Feng Yuewen found it strange. But what could he do? He was desperate too. 2 days have passed, and Lu Changming wandered aimlessly in this branch of the Xianxia sect, not feeling bored since everything here was quite novel to him. Over these 2 days, he also gained a rough understanding of the layout here. All sorts of living facilities were relatively complete. Dining halls, restrooms, various areas were all set up. In order to maintain good hygiene and ventilation, these places were generally located close to the ground level. Furthermore, since the Xianxia sect was a martial artist organization, there were no commoners here. Therefore, all positions were held concurrently by combat units. For example, those serving food in the dining hall were all martial artists at the soul refining stage. The cleaning staff also rotated, and much to Lu Changming's surprise, the head chef in the dining hall was actually a highly skilled expert at the soul passage stage. In other areas like meeting rooms and some workspaces, Lu Changming discovered that he could actually enter them. But there didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy, only trivial matters. Those important locations were hard to find for someone unfamiliar with a place like him. On the 3rd day, Lu Changming, as usual, hummed a tune while walking leisurely down the dim corridor. Reasonably, the sect master should return today, and he wanted to take a look at the exit position he had avoided visiting for the last couple of days out of discretion. However, as he rounded a corner, he collided with someone running quickly from the opposite direction. That person was running very fast, and seemed to be using internal energy, so he directly knocked Lu Changming, who was completely unprepared, off balance. Since that person used internal energy, they were fine, but the stack of papers in their hands scattered all over the ground. The person hastily apologized while picking up the documents scattered on the floor, seemingly in a great rush. Lu Changming rubbed his slightly dizzy head, picked up the paper beside him, and complained, "What's so urgent?" That person did not answer, still picking up the papers scattered around with words on them, as if they hadn't heard Lu Changming's words. Lu Changming took a glance at the writing on the paper. Punishment results for negligent personnel. He suddenly became interested and immediately continued reading. First, he saw the punishment result for the most severely negligent individual, as it was bolded and emphasized. Punishment result: all cultivation abilities to be nullified, all memories of Xianxia sect to be erased, expelled from Xianxia sect. Wow, that's severe. What mistake could this person have committed to receive such a punishment? Lu Changming wondered as he looked towards the Punisher's information above. Punisher information. Xianxia joined the sect in year 854 of the Fengyan calendar. Underwent voluntary enhancement at the demon-suppressing stone array due to talent reasons in year 857. The information was so simple. Also, what exactly is this demon-suppressing stone array enhancement? It sounds powerful and seems related to the demon-suppressing stone. Lu Changming felt like he had stumbled upon some important information. Reason for punishment. On July 5th, year 860 of the Fengyan calendar, ordinary sect member Xianxia committed a major error during an operation at the Xianxia Academy. This date was precisely during their preliminary competition, and the name Xianxia seemed somewhat familiar. He should be one of the participants representing the Xianxia Academy during the competition. Xianxia, while tracking Lu Changming on July 5th. At this point, Lu Changming felt a lump in his throat. Realized that the after effects of the enhancement were surfacing but failed to report it to superiors, causing himself to go berserk. He killed a student from Xianxia Academy on Humei Street in Yi City, almost exposing the sect. By the time he read here, Lu Changming had lost interest in continuing further. These words reminded him of something that had made him exceptionally furious before. But after so much time had passed and so many events had occurred, his anger had dissipated. Nevertheless, these words still stirred great waves within him. He had finally found the murderer. He stopped reading further, partly because he had no mood, and also because the person gathering the documents had just taken the last sheet from his hand and rushed away hurriedly. That person must have been in quite a hurry. Chapter 135, The Door of Light. The person had been gone for a while, yet Yu Changming remained sitting on the ground. There were not many words on this piece of paper, but the information was vast. First, they discovered the culprit behind the murders of the female students at the Xianxia Academy. Someone everyone, including him, had been searching for, but that wasn't the focal point. The crucial part was the mention of Jinma Stone Array enhancement, twice in just these few lines. Previously, Yu Changming had wanted to uphold justice by eliminating the killer. However, after reading these words, he dismissed that thought. The murderer had already received due punishment. If this matter were truly entirely the responsibility of Xianxia, then that punishment would definitely be insufficient. In Yu Changming's mind, it should have been life for life. But the message on the paper suggested that the main cause was not Xianxia himself, but rather the thing called Jinma Stone Array enhancement. Judging solely by the last two characters of its name, it seemed to be a method for strengthening warriors, but with the addition of Jinma Stone Array, it caught Yu Changming's special attention. This Jinma Stone Array was clearly related to the Jinma Stone. Wasn't this Xianxia sect supposed to have the Jinma Stone? Yu Changming was surprised. It turned out that the Xianxia sect actually possessed such an artifact. But on further reflection, it made sense. They were so closely linked to the Jinma Tower that having a Jinma Stone was not surprising. Yu Changming had never considered before that the Xianxia sect might possess a Jinma Stone. Of course, the Xianxia sect was undoubtedly the group who raided the Ming family a few months ago. However, having only become a warrior less than half a year ago, Yu Changming lacked knowledge and insight, failing to detect the connection between these two incidents. Xianxia seemed to have been talent enhanced by the Xianxia sect using the Jinma Stone, but this enhancement apparently came with side effects, leading to his rampage in Yedu and causing this tragedy. It appeared that this Jinma Stone Array enhancement was the root cause of this tragedy. With that thought, Yu Changming clenched his fists, resolving to uncover all the secrets behind this Jinma Stone Array enhancement. But what exactly was this array? Was it some kind of formation? Apart from producing purple energy, it seemed the Jinma Stone had other uses as well. Yet, Yu Changming knew nothing about the Jinma Stone and therefore could not figure out any of its other purposes. Although he had a large piece of it before, no matter how he tried to manipulate it, the only function he discovered was that it absorbed true qi to generate purple energy. Even though he already knew that his understanding of the Xianxia sect was like the tip of an iceberg, after learning these facts, Yu Changming still shivered. He suddenly felt that the Xianxia sect was even more terrifying than he had imagined. But driven by curiosity, his desire to deeply investigate the Xianxia sect became even stronger. There you are. Suddenly, from not too far away, came Fang Yuowen's voice, accompanied by the sound of his running footsteps. After arriving beside Yu Changming, Fang Yuowen first glanced toward one direction. That direction was the position of the exit, and although guards stood there at all times making it impossible for Yu Changming to escape, Fang Yuowen couldn't help but suspect, upon seeing Yu Changming come here, that Yu Changming might still harbor thoughts of fleeing. Our teacher is looking for you. Come with me quickly. Fang Yuowen saw that Yu Changming seemed somewhat dazed, so he grabbed his arm and forcibly pulled him up. Upon feeling the grip on his arm, Yu Changming finally snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing Fang Yuowen's urgent expression, he asked, "Why is the hall master so anxious to see me?" Fang Yuowen didn't elaborate much, instead dragging Yu Changming back toward the direction he came from. Following Fang Yuowen for a while, Yu Changming suddenly realized that the surroundings had become somewhat unfamiliar. Although it was still the dim corridor expanded from caves, Yu Changming was certain they had never been to this place before. This seemed to be another area within this space. And soon enough, Yu Changming began to notice something unusual. Even though the passage was still winding and twisting, gradually, he observed that the number of forks decreased until there were none left, and the surrounding walls started to become smoother, indicating they had been meticulously polished. Yu Changming realized that Fang Yuowen was taking him somewhere special, a place likely very important to the Xianxia sect, otherwise it wouldn't be hidden so deep inside. Finally, they reached the end where there was no road ahead, but only a smooth stone wall. Yet, Despite the absence of a path, guards were stationed here, and their cultivation seemed high. Yu Changming inspected the wall carefully and immediately spotted something strange. The junction between the wall and the rock face did not look natural. On closer inspection, it was evident that this wall was not naturally formed but artificially constructed. When the 4 guards saw Fang Yuewen and Yu Changming approaching, they all paid their respects to Fang Yuewen. Then, one of the guards walked over to the wall and pushed it a few times, seemingly activating some kind of mechanism. The wall then emitted a gear-turning sound and the clinking of metal on metal, revealing a door in what appeared to be an unbroken wall. Yu Changming realized then that this wall wasn't a stone wall but a metal one, merely disguised as such. After the metal door opened, Fang Yuewen gestured for Yu Changming to enter, but he did not intend to follow. Yu Changming glanced back at Fang Yuewen, whose expression showed respect mixed with admiration. Hesitating briefly, Yu Changming stepped forward nonetheless. He didn't know what would happen once inside, but he felt entering through this door would mark a turning point in his life. Beyond the door lay a narrow passage, only slightly taller than a man, and barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The walls on all sides were metallic, seemingly connected to the earlier wall, suggesting this wasn't just a single structure but a defensive apparatus designed to protect whatever lay ahead, crafted perhaps by a masterful engineer. This corridor was not particularly long, and soon Yu Changming reached its end. Before him stood another solid metal wall. But before he could ponder further, the wall began to tremble faintly, separating from the surrounding walls to form a door that slowly opened. As the metal door opened, blinding light poured in, causing Yu Changming to close his eyes immediately. At first, he thought he had returned to the surface, but quickly realized his mistake. He did not feel the warmth of the sun or the fresh air. He was still within the cave. Though this light was bright, it was no match for the brilliance of the sun, and Yu Changming's eyes adjusted quickly. He opened them, and the first thing he saw was the source of the light. The light emanated from an arched portal, resembling a doorway, radiating soft blue hues, and standing prominently atop a platform in the center of the space. The brightest parts of the portal weren't at its center but along its edges, glowing as if outlined by luminous thread. The area enclosed by the blue light gave the impression of looking up at the water's surface from beneath it, with gentle blue ripples rippling across it, uncertain whether it emitted its own glow or reflected light from elsewhere. Chapter 136, Teleportation. Staring blankly for a moment, Yu Changming finally shifted his attention away from the light gate and looked around at the surroundings. Because of the light emitted by the light gate, he could clearly see the shape of the surrounding environment. Compared to the cave outside, the space here was extremely spacious, feeling almost 1,000 square meters in size. The walls around were very regular, forming a perfect circle, obviously specially excavated for the light gate. You've arrived, so I should leave. The voice of the hall master reached Yu Changming's ears. Only then did he notice there were actually 2 people present, the leader of the Xuanhuan sect and the hall master of Qinglong. It wasn't that the 2 weren't conspicuous. It was the scene before him that was too overwhelming, causing him to overlook the 2 silent figures standing beside the light gate. After speaking, the hall master walked towards Yu Changming's direction, as behind him lay the only way out. As he passed by Yu Changming, he quietly muttered, "Good luck," making Yu Changming suspect the purpose of the light gate ahead. After the hall master entered the metal door behind Yu Changming, the door clanged shut, blending seamlessly with the surrounding wall without a trace. Now, only Yu Changming and the sect leader remained. Yu Changming stood still where he was. He didn't know why the sect leader had summoned him to this mysterious place alone, but he felt it must be related to the light gate before him. So, he waited for the sect leader to reveal his intent. The sect leader beckoned Yu Changming over. Hesitating for a moment, and considering that the sect leader probably wouldn't harm him, Yu Changming eventually moved forward. Approaching the sect leader, the latter remained silent for a while, seemingly waiting for the hall master to completely leave the defensive mechanism. Then, he slowly stepped forward, facing the front of the light gate, raising both hands with palms directed toward it. His hands emitted a glow nearly identical to the light gate's color. Yu Changming was greatly shocked. It seemed like the sect leader intended to do something significant without explaining or giving him any choice. It was entirely forced. And he could only stand there, because simultaneously realizing his own inability to move due to some unseen power pinning him down. As the brightness of the sect leader's hands increased, the light gate appeared to establish a connection with him. Energy continuously flowed from the sect leader into the light gate. With the injection of energy, the originally human-height light gate began expanding slowly. After about half an hour, it stopped, and by then, the light gate had tripled in size. The water-like ripples on its surface became blurred. What surprised Yu Changming the most was that the light gate occasionally displayed glimpses of what seemed to be building structures. However, this amazement lasted only a fleeting moment before turning into sheer terror. Because he began floating upward, either due to suction within the light gate or the sect leader using his powers to lift him up. Without resistance, he hurtled towards the light gate. Fear of the unknown is a human instinct. Yu Changming had no idea what would happen if he collided with the light gate, and more importantly, he currently lacked any capacity to react, being tightly suppressed by the sect leader's force. Yu Changming's mind went blank, his mouth wide open in fear, trying to shout yet unable to produce any sound. However, his terror was short-lived, as he soon crashed into the light gate, instinctively closing his eyes just before impacting the ripple on its surface. Yu Changming plunged headfirst through the light gate in a doggy-style position. After watching Yu Changming enter the light gate, the sect leader stepped forward onto the platform, maintaining the same posture of raising his hands, with blue light continuously injected into the light gate. Slowly, he also disappeared into the blue ripples. After both individuals vanished, the light gate seemed to lose its energy source, gradually shrinking until returning to its original size, then disappearing altogether without a trace. The vast space, deprived of the light gate's illumination, grew dim, leaving only the stage lit by faint lights, now barren and empty. Upon contacting the ripple, Lu Changming first experienced a bout of dizziness. Then, he felt an abrupt drop in temperature around his body, sensing potential danger. Immediately opening his eyes, he realized he was falling from mid-air towards the ground, which was already quite near. Thanks to Mr. Gao's training, Lu Changming quickly reacted, simultaneously summoning true energy to protect himself and covering his head with his arms. Upon landing, he rolled several times to dissipate much of the impact. After stabilizing himself, Lu Changming immediately began observing his surroundings. He didn't believe that the sect leader forcing him to come here was for any good reason. Surely, this place must be somewhere sinister, which is why he hadn't been given a choice. This was Lu Changming's first reaction upon seeing his surroundings. At first glance, it seemed that there was no difference between this place and the vast space he had been in before, equally expansive, with the same light gate. The only difference was that now the light gate was behind him. It felt as if the sect leader had simply tossed him from one side of the light gate to the other, making it seem like just an ornamental item. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that this wasn't the previous cave. Though the space was still as large as before, Lu Changming had noticed the moment he landed that the ground here wasn't like the one in the expanded cave. Instead of solid rock, the ground was made up of neatly stacked bricks, and the temperature here was much lower. While the temperature in the previous cave wasn't high either, it certainly wasn't as cold as this, enough to feel like winter. With only summer clothes on, Lu Changming had no choice but to use his true energy to stay warm. However, this consumed his energy rapidly, and he estimated that within an hour, his true energy would be depleted. Just as Lu Changming was troubled by this, the light gate emitted a slight ripple, and then the sect leader clad in black robes emerged from it. Lu Changming was surprised to find that upon seeing the sect leader, he actually let out a sigh of relief. It made sense though, at least the sect leader wouldn't do anything harmful to him. As long as the sect leader was here, his safety should be assured. Follow me. After stepping down from the same tall platform that had been present in the cave, the sect leader started walking toward a direction, issuing his command. Without hesitation, Lu Changming followed right away, knowing staying there wouldn't be of any help. This place was really similar to the previous location. The only difference was that here everything was built with stone bricks, and even the defensive mechanism was identical to what had been there before. What is this place? Once inside the device, Lu Changming finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Northern border of the Fengyang Empire, Han Mountain County, Northern Ling Snow Mountain, headquarters of the Xianxia sect. The sect leader said it casually, yet his words sent shockwaves through Lu Changming's heart. Although he had already guessed that the light gate was some kind of teleportation device, he hadn't expected it to directly transport him thousands of kilometers to the northern border of the Fengyang Empire. Chapter 137, Bei Ling Snow Mountain. Fengyang Empire, Han Mountain County, Bei Ling Snow Mountain. Bei Ling Snow Mountain is one of the northernmost mountain ranges within the Fengyang Empire's borders. As it lies near the empire's northern frontier and has a relatively high elevation, it is perpetually covered in snow and ice, with few human visitors. Consequently, it serves as a haven for animals adapted to the cold environment. Of course, it is also a place where secrets can remain hidden. Deep within the Bei Ling Snow Mountain range, in a secluded valley, there was an unusual mound. On this mound, there was a black speck that stood out starkly against the surrounding snowscape. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a person dressed in white, whose black hair fluttered in the freezing wind. What a fine day today, the man in white said, stepping on the snow beneath his feet, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight as he surveyed the snowy landscape around him. It was natural that an unusual mound would not randomly appear in a snowy valley. This mound was, in fact, a building constructed with specially made white bricks and covered by snow, making it blend into the snow-capped mountains unless observed closely. If examined up close, one would realize that it was not just a small structure, but rather a massive fortress-like building, seemingly embedded in the valley so that, from afar, it only looked like a minor bump. The structure hidden within the Bei Ling Snow Mountains naturally belonged to what the cult leader had mentioned, the headquarters of the Xianxia sect. Although this was a prominent building among the sect's structures, the other parts of their base were almost entirely concealed, either level with the mountainside or built into the mountain itself. With the aid of the snow, it was impossible to detect any abnormalities from a distance. The man dressed in white who appeared atop the fortress was none other than one of the 4 great hall masters stationed at the headquarters of the Xianxia sect, Zhu Hall Master. Due to the relentless winds and snowstorms that typically blanketed this area, he always came out to admire the scenery after a rare sunny day. Being the highest point of the headquarters, he chose this spot. Only someone of his rank and power could freely sneak out of the fortress. To avoid any mishaps or special circumstances being discovered, the Xianxia sect generally prohibited leaving the fortress during clear weather. Ordinarily, no one would venture into the depths of the Bei Ling Snow Mountains. It was barren, nothing but endless snow everywhere, and even if someone did come here, they would struggle to scale the steep valleys to reach the fortress. Nevertheless, out of caution, the Grand Master still did not allow members to leave without reason. This prudence was partly why the Xianxia sect managed to grow to its current size without drawing attention from the continent. Thus, Zhu Hall Master's appearance was a sneaky escape. He was one of the 4 great hall masters, but he had assumed his position the most recently and was the youngest among them. Despite his playful demeanor, his strength was formidable, which allowed him to elude another elder at the headquarters, the Xianhuan hall master, to leave the fortress without notice. Due to his character, the Grand Master assigned him to assist the most stable member, Xianhuan hall master, in protecting the headquarters. There was some sense that keeping Zhu Ke close was akin to locking a restless child inside. Lying leisurely in the snow with his eyes closed, enjoying the scarce sunlight in the mountains, Zhu Ke hall master knew his time was limited. Though he had managed to evade Xianhuan, he couldn't hide forever. Xianhuan would likely discover the anomaly soon and summon him back. He respected his elder brother among the hall masters. Clad in a thin white shirt, he lay on the icy ground, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, muttering, "The Grandmaster has returned?" In an instant, he disappeared, the snow swirling around him, filling the indentation he had left behind, erasing all traces of his presence. Yu Changming followed behind the Grandmaster, walking to the outside of the device. Once outside, Yu Changming felt an immediate sense of openness. Despite being underground, it wasn't a cavernous space. Instead, it was a vast area constructed with stone bricks, suggesting that most of the structure was above ground. However, Yu Changming paid little attention to these details, pondering over what the Grandmaster had just told him. He was greatly astonished after hearing the Grandmaster's words. Why would the Grandmaster bring him here, to the headquarters of the Xuanhuan sect? And furthermore, how could such a bizarre place serve as its headquarters? Rather than being surprised by the teleportation itself, Yu Changming remained calm, for when he first became a martial artist, he had already experienced spatial teleportation through a stone tablet given to him by Mo Yuning, which transported him to the Fengshan forest. However, he did not know that if the continent were to learn of an organization possessing a teleportation device, it would surely drive the entire land into madness. This was because there was not a single person on the continent who could use space-related martial skills, let alone construct a teleportation device. The only place capable of performing spatial teleportation was the Demon Suppression Tower. Due to the Demon Suppression Tower, all the warriors on the continent knew about the spatial attribute, but no matter how much they studied it, they couldn't uncover its principle. This even included the Tower Sect, the managing organization for the Demon Suppression Tower, which despite having some access to experiment with it, still failed to make any breakthroughs. Yu Changming followed the sect leader forward with growing unease until they reached a spiral staircase leading upwards. They must be exiting the underground from here. As they continued ascending, the air around them seemed to become increasingly cold, forcing Yu Changming to amplify his internal energy output just to maintain warmth. Finally, they appeared to have reached the top of the spiral staircase. At the end of it was a door through which slivers of light filtered in between its cracks. It looks like outside this door is the surface, Yu Changming thought with excitement. How long had he been living in the cave? How long had it been since he last stepped onto the surface? His previous uneasiness began to fade slightly because of this. Creak. The sect leader pushed open the door, allowing light to stream inside. Yu Changming raised his hand to shield his eyes, though the light wasn't intense. It became clear that the area beyond the door wasn't outdoors, but rather still within a building. When he followed the sect leader past the door, his eyes had already adjusted to the brighter surroundings. He looked around and discovered that they were in a corridor, not a straight one, so he couldn't tell where it led. On the wall opposite the door were small windows, placed roughly 10 meters apart from each other, through which light streamed into the corridor, making the environment neither dim nor overly bright. Master Sect Leader, you've returned. Yu Changming jumped in surprise when he realized someone had been waiting in the corridor. Before, the sect leader's wide black robe had blocked his view of this person. This person wore white attire, looked to be in his 20s, possessed a handsome face, and though standing quietly, radiated a lively and cheerful aura. This person was none other than Hall Master Zhu Ke, who had sensed the sect leader's presence and come here accordingly. Chapter 138, Master of the Zhu Ke Hall. It seems only you noticed that I've returned, said the sect leader. Lu Changming was surprised to find a slight change in the sect leader's tone when he spoke these words, and there was even a rare emotional fluctuation. The relationship between the white-robed figure in front of him and the sect leader seemed quite extraordinary. Since what the Xianxia sect does goes against the entire continent, those who join the Xianxia sect more or less have ill feelings toward this world, especially those with higher cultivation levels, whose ill feelings toward the world grow stronger as they cultivate. Thus, members of the Xianxia sect's upper echelons rarely have friends, let alone partners. However, the previous master of the Zhu Ke Hall was different. For some reasons, the couple joined the Xianxia sect together, which also made them one of the few high-level officials in the Xianxia sect to have offspring, their son being the current master of the Zhu Ke Hall. The current Zhu Ke Hall master has been living at the Xianxia sect's headquarters since childhood and often received guidance from the sect leader during his youth. Even though he was just a child back then, due to his father's reasons, he could often meet with the sect leader. For the sect leader, who had been alone for decades, if not 100 years, such a lively and cheerful child no doubt added much color to his gray life. He also cracked the long-frozen heart of the sect leader, giving rise to an emotion he had never experienced before, paternal love. The sect leader watched the Zhu Ke Hall master grow up, treating him like a child of his own. In reality, whether the Zhu Ke Hall master's personality suits the enormous power and responsibilities of the position is questionable. He would actually be better suited for the role of elder. However, because of the sect leader's advanced age, he treated the Zhu Ke Hall master not with the strictness of a father, but with the kindness of a grandfather towards his grandson. Thus, a few years ago, after the former Zhuge Hall master retired and became an elder, the sect leader ignored the opposition of the former Zhuge Hall master, his father, and appointed him as the new Zhuge Hall master. Although young, there wasn't much dissent within the sect after he became the master, partly because he was the son of the previous Zhuge Hall master, thus continuing the legacy, but most importantly, it was due to his immense strength. His cultivation level had already reached the standard required to be a Hall master, and his abilities were exceptionally strong. Many elders at the Tongling level were no match for him. Still, due to his mischievous and playful nature combined with his young age and lack of maturity, despite becoming the Hall master, the sect leader did not assign him as the leader of various missions or send him on tasks outside. Instead, he assigned him as the deputy to the Xuanhuan Hall master, responsible for managing the hidden defense operations at the sect's headquarters. As for the disciples of the Zhuge Hall, they were temporarily managed by the Baihu Hall master. It could be said that currently, the Zhuge Hall master holds very little real authority. However, once the sect leader confirms he can properly lead the Zhuge Hall, control over its disciples will return to him. Yepping, it's been so long since we last met. I wonder if your realm has improved, the sect leader asked the Zhuge Hall master. Lu Changming was even more shocked. Not understanding the relationship between the sect leader and the Zhuge Hall master, it was confusing how such a cold-hearted person could ask such a question. But what further startled Lu Changming was the Zhuge Hall master's response. Not really, said the Zhuge Hall master with a troubled expression. Since breaking through to the Tongling realm, no matter how hard I practice, I can only feel my true energy increasing slightly. What? Tongling realm? Although the white-robed man might look younger than his actual age due to cultivation, he shouldn't appear older than 30. And yet, he broke through to the Tongling realm. What does this mean? Though he had become a warrior not long ago and lacked some knowledge, he still understood some basic facts he learned from books while resting in the Cloud Soaring Academy library. Currently, across the continent, individuals whose cultivation reaches the Tongling realm typically break through at around 60 years old. But the age of the person standing before him was merely half the average. Moreover, according to records, several powerful masters who reached the Tongxin realm broke through at around 40 years old. To break through at under 30 years old meant that this individual possessed talents so extraordinary that Lu Changming dared not imagine. The talent of the Zhuge Hall master may not be as terrifying, but he was one of the best talented people in the Xianxia sect over many years and had a high chance to eventually break through to the Tongxin realm. His cultivation at this age largely owed itself to the sect's teachings, particularly the subduing demon stones present within the sect. There's no need to rush. You've ascended too quickly recently. Use this time to consolidate your realm. This will help your future advancement, the sect leader said casually while walking down a passageway. All right, responded the Zhuge Hall master with mild disappointment. But this mood didn't last long as the next moment. The attention of the Zhuge Hall master was caught by Lu Changming, who was behind the sect leader. Lord of the sect, who is this young man? He asked. This person is very important to us. That's why I brought him here. The sect leader's response was vague, but it only fueled the Zhuge Hall master's curiosity even more. The sect leader seemed to have noticed what the Zhuge Hall master was thinking and thus said, I still have some things to discuss with Xuanwu. So, why don't you take care of him for now? Lu Changming stood by the window, wrapped in a coat, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered mountains outside. It was the first time he had ever seen such scenery, and he was immediately drawn to it. He was currently in the room that the Zhuge Hall master had arranged for him. The coat he wore was borrowed from the Zhuge Hall master for warmth. Hey, do you really not know why Lord of the Sect brought you here? The Zhuge Hall master, half sitting on a chair behind him, asked. Lu Changming sighed inwardly. He already knew that this person was none other than the famous Zhuge Hall master, peer to the Qinglong Hall master of Xianxia sect. But unlike others at a high position, the Zhuge Hall master lacked airs and treated Lu Changming as a friend instead, constantly asking questions about everything under the sun. Though Lu Changming didn't dislike him and actually found his personality likable, the endless questioning was starting to become a bit bothersome. I truly don't know. What could someone at my mere Lianhuan level know? I'm just as lost as ever. If you want to know, why don't you just ask the sect leader yourself? Although he knew that the person behind him possessed terrifying Tongling level strength, there was an innate charm about him that made Lu Changming instinctively consider him as a companion, so his tone wasn't overly polite. If the sect leader wanted to tell me, would I need to ask you? The Zhuge Hall master mumbled. Are all the Xianxia sect hall masters this eccentric? Lu Changming couldn't help but wonder. He longed to see what Baihu and Xuanwu Hall masters were like. Well, I'll leave first. Knowing he wouldn't get any answers, the Zhuge Hall master said, if you need anything, just find anyone outside. They're not like the mute followers of Qinglong. Earlier, during their chat, the Zhuge Hall master had learned about Lu Changming's painful experiences at the Fengxing branch. Chapter 139, The Omniscient Sect Leader. Although they were no longer underground, and the environment was no longer dim, Yu Changming's mood was not as oppressive. However, the sudden change from summer to winter still made Yu Changming feel somewhat uncomfortable. One night, while sleeping, Yu Changming accidentally kicked off the quilt, leaving him unprotected by his inner energy during sleep, and he woke up the next day with a cold. However, the sect leader showed no sympathy for him and pulled him out of the quilt where he was sniffling on the very next morning. This also revealed that the sect leader had brought him here for something truly important. Regarding my forcibly bringing you here, do you have any thoughts? The sect leader suddenly said, walking ahead. His voice remained deep and raspy, unpleasant to hear. That teleportation device was incredible, and the headquarters of Xianxia sect is massive. It feels like it can rival the royal palace of Fengyang. Yu Changming replied. Do you know I wasn't asking about that? Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Yu Changming fell silent. He looked up at the figure walking in front of him, his lips moving but ultimately saying nothing. As if aware of Yu Changming's thoughts, after a long silence without reply, the sect leader said, anger? Or helplessness? The sect leader was not wrong. At the time when he was forcibly thrown into the light portal, Yu Changming's heart was filled with fear of the unknown, anger, and frustration. The sect leader had not informed him of anything related to this matter, nor sought any of his opinions, causing flames of fury to rise within him. Yet he dared not speak out or show any trace of anger because the sect leader possessed unimaginable power, a realm Yu Changming could not comprehend. In the eyes of the sect leader, he was indistinguishable from an ant. If the sect leader wanted to kill him, he would have no chance to escape. Not only at the time of being thrown into the light portal, even before when he was under house arrest, his heart was brimming with helplessness and anger. His unreasonable demands at the time were also expressions of this emotion. Had he the strength, would such a situation have arisen? In the eyes of others, having reached the middle stage of the soul cultivation realm at a young age meant he certainly had boundless potential ahead. But only he knew how these abilities came to be, how slow his cultivation speed truly was, leading to his dissatisfaction with his current strength and anger toward his own talent. The sect leader naturally wouldn't know what Yu Changming was thinking, but through years of experience and knowledge of the demon-suppressing pagoda, he could deduce Yu Changming's current state. Lacking strength means being subject to manipulation. No matter how dissatisfied, helpless, or angry you are, this is the rule of the world. So now you want to become stronger, right? Yu Changming didn't respond from behind, but thought to himself, what do you know? However, the words the sect leader spoke next shocked Yu Changming deeply. But now you don't have the ability to grow stronger. The sect leader's tone was calm, but it struck Yu Changming like a thunderclap. Sweat poured down Yu Changming's forehead as he struggled to understand how the sect leader could possibly know this. He forced a smile, saying, what does the sect leader mean? How could a martial artist fail to grow stronger? If they cannot cultivate, they can no longer be called a martial artist. The sect leader noticed Yu Changming's abnormal reaction and turned around. Although his face was hidden, there was a slight distortion in front of him, making Yu Changming feel as though he might be smiling. I understand the demon-suppressing pagoda far better than you think. The sect leader stopped at the end of a corridor, breaking his long silence. Suddenly he said, others in the sect do not understand the true essence of your chi, but I do. The entirety of your essence comes from the demon-suppressing pagoda, converted from its purple chi. The sect leader turned around and faced Yu Changming directly. This did not shock Yu Changming much. After all, since the sect leader already knew he could no longer cultivate, knowing these things seemed unsurprising. The sect leader continued, though I do not know how you managed to reach the middle stage of the soul cultivation realm, I do know the characteristics of your chi. Upon hearing this, Yu Changming let out a sigh of relief. The continuous statements from the sect leader almost made him believe that the man was some kind of omnipotent deity, and the latter half of the sentence caught his attention greatly. Do you feel that the chi inside your body is rejecting outside sources? Upon hearing this, Yu Changming's heart jumped again. It felt like it couldn't take it anymore, this constant swing of emotions making him feel as though his heart was doing bungee jumping. It puzzled Yu Changming. Why did the sect leader know so many details? Even that the purple chi could reject absorbed external chi. Was he speaking from personal experience? Although the true energy in your body is converted from the purple chi, this merely means it has been transformed into a state that can be used by the human body. Its essence is still purple chi and cannot be considered as true energy. The purple chi and the true energy on the continent are both forms of energy, but they belong to different classes and thus are fundamentally incompatible. They can only undergo transformation. However, the human body cannot convert ordinary true energy into high-class purple chi. There's only one thing in this world capable of doing so. Suppressing evil stones. Yu Changming said. He had once owned a large chunk of suppressing evil stones, so he was quite familiar with this matter. Yes, precisely the suppressing evil stones. But unless there is a quantity like what's in the suppressing demon pagoda, the suppressing evil stones alone cannot sustain one's cultivation. Therefore, you are completely unable to cultivate at this point. Actually, if you wish to force your way through cultivation, it is possible. You just need to absorb sufficient ordinary true energy. But this would cause you to permanently lose the purple chi. Once suppressed by the ordinary true energy, the purple chi will become akin to the purple chi within other people's bodies, useful only for enhancing talent and physical attributes. Yu Changming no longer wondered how the sect leader knew all these things, because he simply couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, he focused on the meaning behind the sect leader's words. Judging by the tone, the sect leader didn't seem to want him to abandon his own purple chi. Yet why did the sect leader tell him this? If not told, Yu Changming wouldn't have known and wouldn't even consider abandoning the purple chi inside him. But there are benefits to this too. First, you're nourished by an abundance of purple chi, which enhances your natural talents. Even if your talents were originally poor, the purple chi would elevate you to the level of a genius. Not to mention, if you're already a genius. Moreover, the purple chi will further improve your cultivation. It's estimated that you could directly reach the peak of the soul refining realm. The most crucial point is that, although the true energy in your body may have become ordinary true energy, it will still be stronger than others. Typically, when true energy does not possess additional properties, it appears colorless. But after such a process, the true energy will transform into a shade of light blue, slightly paler than purple. Take mine, for instance. As he spoke, the sect leader raised his right hand, emitting a blue glow. Chapter 140. The Secret of Xuanhuan Sect. Lu Changming froze, staring at the light in the sect leader's hand and connecting it with what he had just said. What did this mean? The sect leader once possessed the same true energy as him, converted from purple chi, but it disappeared because he cultivated ordinary true energy from the outside world. Lu Changming wondered, how did the sect leader obtain his purple chi? Was it also obtained from the demon subduing tower? There was probably no other way. Since I can obtain strength from the demon subduing tower, why can't others? It seems I'm not that special after all, and there are others like me. Lu Changming moved his lips, wanting to express his doubts, but the sect leader didn't give him time to ask. After collecting the blue light in his hand, he continued. At that time, my power was weak, and I lacked the ability to find more purple chi for cultivation. Helpless, I could only abandon it, and turn to cultivating ordinary true energy to enhance my power. But things are different now. I am the leader of Xuanhuan Sect, and with its capabilities, we can gather enough demon-subduing stones for cultivation. I cannot continue anymore, but you still can. Lu Changming had been wondering why the sect leader had spoken so much today, but upon hearing these words, he understood. He wanted Lu Changming to agree to cultivate through the demon-subduing stones within Xuanhuan Sect. Thinking about this, a desire to withdraw arose in Lu Changming's heart. If he truly could cultivate normally using the demon-subduing stones of Xuanhuan Sect, his current situation meant that he would be bound to Xuanhuan Sect. To cultivate, he would have to stay in Xuanhuan Sect and meet the sect leader's demands. Rather than doing this, he'd prefer to cultivate ordinary true energy like the leader of Xuanhuan Sect. But if so, why did he tell me that I could recultivate ordinary true energy? Does he think I'll take a desperate risk because I can't cultivate, thus discovering this method on my own? Or does he believe that even after telling me, he still has a way to make me cultivate here willingly? I know you don't want to be too deeply involved with Xuanhuan Sect, but right now, you must do so. If you really want to uncover the secrets of the demon subduing tower, you must retain this purple chi. At first, Lu Changming doubted this, believing it to be a fabricated reason by the sect leader to make him stay in Xuanhuan Sect. But after careful thought, he found nothing wrong with the sect leader's words. Purple chi originated from the demon subduing tower, and using it to investigate its secrets wasn't unreasonable. What needed questioning now was why the sect leader was so eager for him to continue cultivating purple chi. Could this be a necessary condition for achieving their goal? On the contrary, the sect leader, knowing that he wished to explore the secrets of the demon subduing tower, didn't surprise him. What the sect leader had revealed earlier already left him numb, and even if the sect leader disclosed more secrets about him, he wouldn't be shocked. Looking at Lu Changming, who still hadn't responded, the sect leader said, I know you won't easily agree. I brought you here today to show you something, and after seeing it, you can make your decision. After speaking, without any visible action from the sect leader, the wall at the end of the tunnel, which was next to the sect leader, suddenly rippled and gradually became transparent. Here is the most important place of our Xuanhuan Sect, without exception, the sect leader said, facing the wall that was gradually disappearing. This place is different from where the portal lies. If necessary, even common sect members can use the portal location, but here, no one is allowed to enter without my consent. This place is named Zilong. The sect leader's words sparked intense curiosity in Lu Changming. Inside this place, perhaps lay the secret of the demon subduing tower, which was entirely unrecorded on the continent. With such a large force as Xuanhuan Sect, they must have uncovered plenty after years of studying the demon subduing tower. Lu Changming thought. The wall before them had now completely vanished, revealing a continuing tunnel stretching inward. Unlike the previous tunnel, this one extended further inside with no windows or lights. It was pitch black, and the end of the tunnel was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Lu Changming felt that everything else didn't matter. His eyes widened as he gazed inward. His heart was now dominated by an overwhelming desire for knowledge. He hadn't known this until now, how fervently he desired to uncover the secrets of the demon subduing tower. Because he had been hiding his interest in the demon subduing tower, he hadn't realized it himself. Not until this moment, when he was so close to the secrets of the demon subduing tower, did this passion awaken. Lu Changming himself didn't know, and neither could the sect leader see this from him. Had the sect leader known this, he might have directly used it as bait, binding him to the position of sacred son immediately. However, this had nothing to do with the place the sect leader was about to take Lu Changming. Lu Changming didn't know that the end of this tunnel had little connection to the secrets of the demon subduing tower. Because there was no light, Lu Changming could only follow behind the sect leader by listening to his faint footsteps. After a long walk, he finally saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. As they approached, Lu Changming realized that the light wasn't coming from any lighting tool, but seeping in through the entrance ahead. It appeared that some kind of restriction had been set up on the exit, yet the purple light was still visible. This indicated that the purple light was not only bright, but also carried a significant amount of energy. On both sides of the entrance stood two old men, their features unclear due to the weak light. Still, one could make out the tall and thin figure and the short and stout figure, along with their silver gray hair. When the two elders noticed the sect leader approaching, they both called out in unison, "Master of the sect." The sect leader nodded slightly and introduced the two elders to Lu Changming. These two are the elders responsible for guarding this place, Elder Li Zhang and Elder Luo Wendong. Though Lu Changming did not consider himself a member of Xuanhuan Sect, out of respect for the elderly, he bowed politely to the two elders. Lu Changming gave little thought to the introduction of the two elders, but the two elders were quite puzzled. Although the sect leader rarely brought people here, he had done so a few times in the past without ever introducing them. This time, however, the introduction seemed to carry some special significance. Without wasting any more time, the sect leader stepped forward, and blue light suddenly shone brightly in his hand, causing Lu Changming to squint. Then he placed his hand on the restriction, which promptly dissolved. Subsequently, Lu Changming felt the purple light shining through the entrance, much like sunlight, radiating not only brightness but warmth as well. Once the restriction vanished entirely, the sect leader strode inside, leaving Lu Changming no choice but to use his arm to shield himself and follow closely behind. As soon as he entered, he noticed that Elder Li, the tall and thin one, also followed him into this sacred area. Chapter 141, The Devil-Suppressing Stone Array. Lu Changming was awestruck by the sight before him. Before his eyes lay an expansive space. Unlike the area where the teleportation gate was located, this space wasn't very high, only about 3 to 4 meters. However, in terms of sheer area, it was more than 3 times larger than the previous space. There was nothing else within this space except for one dominant presence. It was an array, or at least it appeared to be one. Its shape seemed irregular, roughly circular as a whole, but upon closer inspection, it revealed mysterious patterns. It consisted of intricate patterns made from complex lines, and each line emitted a purple glow. Though the light from each individual line wasn't particularly bright, together they created an intense luminosity that filled the area. But what most shocked Lu Changming was not just the sight before his eyes, but the sensation throughout his body. He had felt it the moment the prohibition was lifted and the purple light touched him, though he hadn't been sure then. Once inside, he was certain. This space was filled with the kind of purple energy that could only come from the Devil-Suppressing Tower. Perhaps others might not have recognized it, but for Lu Changming, who had once owned a Devil-Suppressing Stone and used it for cultivation, the purple energy was exceedingly familiar. And there was even more to shock Lu Changming. As he closely examined the array, he suddenly noticed something extraordinary. At some of the intersections of the lines within the array were small crystal stones, about the size of a fingernail. The crystals themselves did not shine as brightly as the lines around them, yet they stood out starkly within the array. If it weren't for this, Lu Changming wouldn't have noticed them. At first glance, Lu Changming hadn't realized what these crystals were. But feeling the surrounding purple energy, he suddenly understood. They were devil-suppressing stones. Looking at the devil-suppressing stones scattered evenly across this portion of the array, Lu Changming quickly calculated and was stunned to discover that this array contained nearly 100 devil-suppressing stones. Lu Changming was utterly dumbfounded now, his mind going blank as he began counting on his fingers, muttering, "At the lowest price, 5 million taels per devil-suppressing stone, and there are at least 80 here. How much is that?" "Some things cannot be measured by money," the sect leader said, apparently having heard Lu Changming's murmurs. If everything could be measured by money, the 3 great empires of the continent would have already been bought out by our sect long ago. The sect leader was right. If there were truly someone willing to spend tens of billions of taels to buy these devil-suppressing stones, their sect wouldn't sell them. From this statement, Lu Changming also sensed just how powerful the sect leader considered their sect to be. "This place is called the Purple Cage, meaning a cage of purple," the sect leader explained. A cage of purple? What did that mean? Was something imprisoned here? Lu Changming found the sect leader's words quite puzzling. Not only Lu Changming, but also Elder Li standing behind them was equally surprised upon hearing the sect leader's explanation. What puzzled Elder Li was the meaning of Purple Cage, and what shocked him was that the sect leader had revealed the meaning of Purple Cage at all. Previously, Elder Li only knew the name of this place as Purple Cage, but was unaware of its deeper significance. In fact, apart from the sect leader, no one else in the sect knew what the term Purple Cage really meant. Everyone in the sect assumed this was simply where the sect leader used collected devil-suppressing stones to generate purple energy for those with merit or exceptional talent to cultivate, like Hall Master Zhu Quebec. Because of the sect leader's favor, Hall Master Zhu Ke had visited this place to cultivate more times than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the spirit realm at such a young age. As the elder guarding this place, Elder Li was aware of everyone who came here. He naturally remembered the number of times Hall Master Zhu Ke had visited. Others might not know, but he certainly did. The number of visits by Hall Master Zhu Ke alone accounted for approximately 1/5 of all the occasions the Purple Cage had been opened over the years. This clearly demonstrated how much the sect leader favored Hall Master Zhu Quebec. But was this truly a good thing? That was what Elder Li thought. Until today, Elder Li had always believed that the name, Purple Cage, was merely symbolic. However, now that he'd heard the sect leader reveal its meaning, he couldn't help but wonder, what exactly did this cage imply? Perhaps this place served a far more important purpose. Lu Changming, being unaware of internal sect matters, naturally didn't think too deeply about it. He merely found the strange name curious. And this array, the sect leader continued, is called the Devil-Suppressing Stone Array. The Devil-Suppressing Stone Array? Lu Changming exclaimed in surprise. Do you know this array? The sect leader picked up on some information from Lu Changming's tone. No, I just find devil-suppressing stones interesting. Lu Changming hastily shook his head and played dumb. Lu Changming naturally knew about the Devil-Suppressing Stone Array because he had seen its name just the morning before at the Fengxing branch of the Xuanhuan sect, right before teleportation. However, he had only seen the name and didn't have a deeper understanding of it. What caught his attention was still due to that unresolved murder case gnawing at him. But there was no way he would foolishly bring up this matter. He originally thought it would take a long time to steal information about the Devil-Suppressing Stone Array from the Xuanhuan sect. Unexpectedly, it took only one day for him to see the array in person, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Is that so? The sect leader clearly didn't believe Lu Changming's words, but didn't pursue further, continuing. Although this devil-suppressing stone array has been producing purple energy all along, it's always lacked an array capable of handling tremendous energy. Thus, the rate of producing purple energy has generally been rather slow. But, not too long ago, I found it. At this, the sect leader turned his head toward Lu Changming. The face behind the black robes contorted slightly, through which Lu Changming perceived what seemed like a smile. Why was the sect leader smiling? Lu Changming suddenly felt a bad premonition, sending shivers down his spine. Could he possibly be the array eye? Lu Changming clearly misunderstood. The array eye wasn't him. The sect leader fumbled around inside his black robe and extended his hand, on which rested an object. Upon seeing the object, Lu Changming experienced a complex mix of emotions: anger, helplessness, strangeness, and frustration. Regardless of the emotions swirling within, Lu Changming harbored one clear thought at the moment: to snatch back the object in the sect leader's hand. Not merely taking it over, but snatching it back. That's right, snatching it back, because the item in the sect leader's hand originally belonged to him. It was a crystal stone roughly half the size of a fist, radiating a soft purple glow. As the sect leader held it aloft, the devil-suppressing stones within the array became brighter. That's correct. The object in the sect leader's hand was a large devil-suppressing stone, a very familiar one to Lu Changming, the piece he had previously buried outside Yidu but hadn't managed to dig up after being captured. This made Lu Changming naively suspect that the sect leader separated from the Hall Master specifically to capture him first, and then secretly dig out this precious devil-suppressing stone. Wow! With a shout of anger, Lu Changming lunged towards the sect leader. Chapter 142, Lei Changming's Spirit-Taming Stone. Slap! With a wave of the sect leader's hand, Lei Changming returned to a distance again, though his posture had changed. He was no longer standing, but was instead lying there on his belly. But Lei Changming did not give up. That was his life root, and he could not let it fall into the hands of others. So, after quickly getting back on his feet, he lunged forward once more, only to be slapped back again. This time, the sect leader didn't even need to wave his hand. An unknown force directly repelled him. Lei Changming still refused to quit. It was the third time. The sect leader, feeling helpless, could only freeze him in place. Even while stuck in an awkward position, flat on the ground, he still strained his neck to fiercely glare at the spirit-taming stone in the sect leader's hand. 10 years of living as one of the lowest commoners in Lidu had instilled a habit in Lei Changming. What wasn't his, he wouldn't yearn for or try to obtain, but what rightly belonged to him, he would fight to reclaim no matter what. However, this point seemed not entirely relevant in the martial world where might made right. Still, seeing something that should belong to him now in someone else's possession made his heart ache severely, especially since it was the invaluable spirit-taming stone. The reason Lei Changming lunged forward again was that he felt he had gauged the sect leader's attitude towards him correctly. Even if he did so, the sect leader would not harm him. However, this alarmed the elder behind him. As someone who had been in the sect for over 50 years, the old man knew very well the character of the sect leader. Aside from Zhuge Hall Master, in Elder Li's memory, there were no known people familiar with the sect leader who dared to touch him, and Zhuge Hall Master only dared to do so when she was ignorant as a child. Now, she only dared to strike when the sect leader was teaching her combat skills. This was not just due to his position, but also because of his terrifying strength and, most importantly, the sect leader's cold ruthlessness. Over all these years, Elder Li had only seen the sect leader show affection for Zhuge Hall Master. To Elder Li, everyone else in the Exorcist sect seemed to be mere tools to achieve some purpose. Disliked tools could be broken at will. Only those unbound by sentiment could propel the Exorcist sect to develop so rapidly. Thus, the fact that Lei Changming repeatedly lunged toward the sect leader and remained unharmed sparked Elder Li's curiosity about his origins. Could this boy be the sect leader's illegitimate son? The missing array eye of this spirit-taming stone formation is this spirit-taming stone, the sect leader said calmly without reacting to Lei Changming's earlier actions. Since you retrieved it from the spirit-taming tower, it naturally belongs to you. However, its usefulness to you is quite limited. Lei Changming continued to stare at the sect leader, his determination to snatch back the spirit-taming stone unwavering. Inwardly, however, he was quite puzzled. Given the sect leader's capabilities, he need not utter such words. He could simply confiscate the spirit-taming stone without any explanation. So why did it seem like he was seeking his consent? Taking it a step further, the sect leader didn't even need to take out the spirit-taming stone. At some later point, if Lei Changming went to Yidu and couldn't find it, he would never know the sect leader had taken it away. But I can exchange it for something you desperately need now, something that will allow you to continue cultivating. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Elder Li behind him. Go set up the chi isolation in Zone High. Elder Li stood stunned, frozen in place. He was still pondering the previous sentence. When the sect leader said, the spirit-taming stone came from Lei Changming removing it from the spirit-taming tower, he thought he must have misheard and was still trying to understand its meaning. Seeing Elder Li remain unmoving, the sect leader gently uttered an This single sound terrified Elder Li. Hurriedly begging the sect leader's forgiveness, he rushed into the spirit-taming stone formation without giving it much further thought. Elder Li's hands formed into palms, slowly approaching a specific spot within the array. Then, Lei Changming distinctly felt an immense pressure emanating from Elder Li's hands, almost making him unable to breathe. Next, the portion of the spirit-taming stone formation near Elder Li began to change. With a trembling purple light, the purple glow in a fan-shaped area in front of Elder Li gradually dimmed until it finally extinguished altogether. In the end, about 1/12 of the entire spirit-taming stone formation no longer emitted light. At some point, the sect leader had already moved to that non-luminous region. Raising his hand, palm facing the ground, Lei Changming vividly sensed a faint tremor coming from beneath his feet. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 sounds resembling stone collisions, Lei Changming heard Elder Li's startled cry. Sect leader this. Elder Li instinctively spoke, but, catching a glimpse of the sect leader, quickly held his tongue. Fine, lift the chi isolation. The sect leader stated indifferently. Hearing this, Elder Li slowly raised his hand. Subsequently, the purple glow in other parts of the formation flowed like water into the lines that had just gone out. The spirit-taming stone formation gradually returned to its previous state, but there was one area that appeared damaged, with its light dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, Lei Changming was speculating about what the sect leader was up to. Suddenly, he realized that something extra was in his hand. Opening it up, he saw 5 fingernail-sized purple crystals. They were precisely the same spirit-taming stones found within the array. Startled, Lei Changming wondered how these objects could appear in his hand, but he quickly concluded that they must be what the sect leader offered in exchange. He didn't ponder how the sect leader had placed them in his hand, because there was no way for him to figure that out anyway. The total volume of these 5 stones wasn't even close to the size of the original single stone he'd possessed. Even if their volumes were equal, an entire piece was obviously far more valuable. Realizing this made Lei Changming feel infuriated, but he had no choice. It was already a sign of great mercy that the sect leader would offer him anything in exchange. I know you're dissatisfied with this trade-off, but didn't I say clearly? What I'm offering is the knowledge that will allow you to continue cultivating normally, said the sect leader nearby. I can teach you a simplified version of the spirit-taming stone formation. The amount of purple energy generated by the complete formation surpasses the mere purple energy produced independently by any individual stone. This is enough for you to train daily like a common martial artist. Upon hearing these words, Lei Changming glanced at the sect leader and then gazed at the spirit-taming stones in his hands with burning excitement. He couldn't believe it, but the ongoing operation of the spirit-taming stone array proved it possible. The simplified spirit-taming stone formation only requires 3 stones, so I'll give you 2 more as extras, the sect leader said, still holding the original spirit-taming stone that once belonged to Lei Changming. But these still cannot match the value of this stone. Let me tell you something. Stay here and cultivate for 1 hour. 2 days, Lei Changming immediately exclaimed. From the moment he entered this place, he'd envied the rich flow of purple chi present here. At the mention of such an opportunity, his blood rushed to his head, prompting him to start bargaining. 1 hour was simply insufficient. Seeing all this purple energy, he felt it surpassed even what he absorbed while inside the spirit-taming tower. This was an unmissable chance. Exorbitant demands. With that, the sect leader turned around and started to walk away. Wait, 1 day? Will 1 day work? Realizing that everything depended on the sect leader's decision and having nothing to threaten him with, Lei Changming kept reducing the time. The sect leader paid no attention and continued walking outward. 6 hours. No, 3 hours. All right, 3 hours. The sect leader stopped where he was. Chapter 143, Reason. At least 2 more hours had been gained. Lei Changming thought this, not expecting much from the bargaining. Yet surprisingly, the sect leader agreed. There is one more thing. Though I haven't seen your battles myself, I did learn something about you from Qinglong. The martial art that can freeze enemies you used. It's xuanhuan, right? Lei Changming nodded. It didn't surprise him that the sect leader discovered his martial art. Compared to the secrets the sect leader already knew about him, xuanhuan was no secret at all. Even though xuanhuan doesn't get much attention now, I once studied it in depth. So if you need it, I can teach you how to use xuanhuan. Naturally, Lei Changming was eager to know the tricks behind the martial art he'd won at auction. Having such a powerful person as the sect leader teach him would be excellent. However, Lei Changming didn't agree immediately. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, there were some questionable points in the sect leader's words. At the auction, he had heard the auctioneer mention xuanhuan's history of glory. Nobody on the continent could successfully cultivate it, and its owners never met good ends. Thus, over the years, this martial art kept circulating through various auctions. If nobody on the continent could cultivate it, then how did the sect leader know the method of using xuanhuan? And when did the sect leader study xuanhuan? This puzzled Lei Changming greatly. Was the sect leader truly capable beyond measure? The second reason was that if the sect leader taught him this martial art, it implied a relationship akin to master and disciple. Maybe the sect leader wouldn't care too much, and Lei Changming might consider it as part of the deal with the demon subduing stone. But if word got out, even if he weren't made the holy son, his ties with the Xianxia sect would be virtually set, potentially leading to trouble. Not only was Lei Changming pondering, but Elder Li standing nearby was also deep in thought, not due to the sect leader's words, but to ponder the reason behind them. Xuanhuan was well known on the continent, even though it wasn't exactly a popular topic. Still, it felt like arsenic, rarely mentioned in normal times, but once brought up, everyone on the continent knew its bad reputation. Being an elder who had spent over 50 years in the Xianxia sect, decades ago, he was one of the higher-ups in the sect, so he had many opportunities to interact closely with the sect leader. On one occasion, he had heard the sect leader talk about some matters concerning xuanhuan. Though the notorious reputation of xuanhuan was widely known, very few people completely believed these rumors because they had never actually seen xuanhuan, and those who had seen it were afraid to verify due to its 1,000-year-old ill-famed legends. As a result, for most people, these were merely credible rumors rather than definite information. But on that day, The tone of the sect leader was as if he had personally verified the rumors about xuanhuan. He couldn't remember the exact details anymore, but he remembered that the sect leader said xuanhuan was indeed as rumored, not a good thing, but not because of any curse. Instead, it was incomplete, which was why it was called xuanhuan, residual frost. It needed to be used in conjunction with another martial art, but that other set of techniques had long been lost in the world. Regarding the origin of xuanhuan, the recorded history within the Xianxia sect differed from the widespread legends of the continent. Therefore, it surely didn't come from the continent's rumored demon race or the tower god, but instead from the divine race inside the tower, making it unsuitable for humans to practice. Yet, the requirement of purple chi was indeed true. And just practicing xuanhuan alone, because of its overwhelming power, was sure to have adverse effects on the user. Using it a few times might not matter much, but using it frequently would influence the spirit. Elderly didn't know how the sect leader came to know these secrets, but since the sect leader spoke with such certainty, he understood xuanhuan wasn't something good. Before, seeing how special this child was in the eyes of the sect leader, he thought this child might be deeply favored by the sect leader like the Hall Master Zhuke, but now, it seemed the sect leader had other uses for this child. As to what specific uses, that wasn't his business to think about. As someone who had lived 100 years and considered himself sharp, Elderly knew what to inquire into and what to let go. After thinking for a while, Lu Changming said to the sect leader, "May I take some time to consider?" The sect leader nodded and said, "Then, you can cultivate here for 3 hours." With that, the sect leader turned around and was about to leave. "Lord Teach, please wait a moment. I have a question," Lu Changming suddenly said with a serious expression. "Why are you telling me all this? What's so special about me? The secrets I possess may indeed be enough to draw your extreme attention, but that is not the reason for you to reveal the secrets of the Xianxia sect to me." The face of the sect leader, covered by distortions, stared at Lu Changming without speaking for a long time. Finally, it seemed he had thought it through and said, "I originally planned to tell you after some time, but since you've asked, I'll tell you now." As he spoke, he glanced at Elderly beside him, gesturing for him to leave. Relieved, Elderly sighed as he heard the indication. He wasn't curious about what the sect leader was about to say. Turning around, he walked out, having already witnessed too many strange things today. He didn't want to hear any more. Knowing too much meant more troubles would come along. This was a conclusion he had drawn after nearly a century of living on the continent. He came here merely to guard the door and no longer wished to involve himself in external matters concerning the Xianxia sect. That was because he was already tired. He had worked hard for half his life for the sake of the Xianxia sect. Now, all he wanted to do was shut out all worldly affairs and focus solely on being the gatekeeper. Though the job as a gatekeeper might indeed seem a bit dull, for a martial artist, boredom was never something to fear. In the past, even one session of secluded cultivation could require staying alone for months, let alone now, when there was also old Luo to chat with. Today's revelations were already plenty to keep him entertained as he discussed them with old Luo outside for quite some time, enough to alleviate his boredom. After Elderly left and activated the seal, the sect leader slowly said, "You're right. The true energy you possess alone isn't enough to attract my attention. Perhaps Qinglong Hall Master would still bring you to me, and I might check on you briefly, but I wouldn't bring you to our most important place in the Xianxia sect like this, nor would I teach you how to use the demon subduing stone array. If you simply had purple chi, I would treat you as just another lucky martial artist who obtained fortune inside the demon subduing tower. However, when I placed my hand on you the first time we met, I immediately sensed your uniqueness. Even though you have objections against us in the Xianxia sect and don't wish to join us, you indeed have a connection with us, or rather belong to the same side as us, because your elder or perhaps your ancestor has a great connection with us." Chapter 144, Absorption. What? Lu Changming couldn't believe his ears. What he had just heard was the question about his origin that he had been most concerned with since he could remember. And the reason why he wanted to know the secret of the demon restraining pagoda was also because it extended from his origin. He believed that as long as he unraveled the secret of the demon restraining pagoda, he would be able to unravel the secret of his own origin. And from the words of the sect leader, he learned that his ancestor might have some connection with the Xianxia sect. "I don't believe it. How long has the Xianxia sect even existed? When did my ancestor have anything to do with you guys?" Lu Changming definitely didn't believe in the sect leader's ridiculous words. These words sounded like forced excuses, but given the sect leader's strength, there was no need to deceive him. "The time that Xianxia sect has existed isn't very long, but the purpose of your ancestor was similar to ours. It is because of your bloodline that I brought you here," the sect leader explained briefly. Lu Changming wanted to say something more, but the sect leader cut him off. "I will only say so much. The rest is for you to discover on your own." After finishing, the sect leader vanished in an instant with a swish sound, without any fluctuation in the restrictions at the door, leaving Lu Changming alone to stare blankly. "Timing starts now." A voice from the sect leader reached Lu Changming's ear. Lu Changming paused momentarily before realizing what this meant, and quickly ran to the place where he felt the most intense purple chi. Though there were many questions in his mind, since timing had already started, the most important thing was to absorb the purple chi here. He wasn't sure if there would be another chance to come back here, so not a moment of time should be wasted. Sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, after fully sensing the surrounding purple chi, Lu Changming realized that the concentration of the purple chi here was more intense than he had imagined. Although it was not as strong as when he entered the altar in the demon restraining pagoda where it felt almost tangible, it was still enough to match the concentration of purple chi in the large demon restraining stone he once had. Suppressing his inner excitement and clearing his mind of all distractions, Over the next 3 hours, Lu Changming decided to wholeheartedly absorb the purple qi here. Since leaving Yunqing City, he hadn't practiced cultivation for nearly a month. Resuming the absorption of purple qi, it took Lu Changming some time to regain the speed he used to have, wasting quite a bit of time, which made him very frustrated. His time was extremely precious now. No. After 15 minutes, Lu Changming slowed down from full-speed conversion and absorption of the purple qi. During these 15 minutes, Lu Changming realized that his pace was too slow. At this rate, though he could absorb quite a lot within these 3 hours, he would certainly feel unsatisfied. Such a great opportunity shouldn't be wasted. The reason Lu Changming slowed down was that he had a method to accelerate the absorption of purple qi, but he had to decide whether or not to use it. Since purple qi cannot be used by the body directly like true qi can, simply absorbing it could only serve to strengthen the body. Thus, while absorbing the purple qi, he had to use the method his mother had taught him to convert the purple qi into something akin to true qi, which greatly slowed down his absorption of the purple qi. If he didn't convert the absorbed purple qi into true qi, then this qi would accumulate in his meridians, blocking their circulation. Therefore, Lu Changming was pondering whether to abandon the conversion of purple qi and instead completely treat his body as a container, converting and absorbing all this purple qi later after leaving this place. Go for it. If I don't take advantage of this now, I'll definitely regret it in the future, thought Lu Changming. Calculating, filling his meridians with the purple qi at his current speed would roughly take 2 hours. Therefore, he would follow the usual process for half an hour first, then switch to full-speed absorption. Old Luo, the 3-hour period is up, right? Outside the restriction, Elderly said this. About time. We should let that boy out, Old Luo said, moving his heavy body toward the restriction, his massive fat jiggling. Elderly also walked over. In the Xuanhuan sect, those who could open this restriction could be counted on one hand. But aside from the sect leader, none could open the restriction alone. Therefore, when the sect leader was absent, they both had to cooperate to open it. With a flicker of light, the restriction gradually dissipated. Luo and Li both sensed again the warm feeling emanating from within the purple cage. But both felt something strange. Because they had been overseeing the purple cage for a long time, they knew its conditions well. Combined with their profound skills, they could sense any subtle changes inside the cage, let alone such clear alterations this time. They clearly felt that the purple qi inside the cage had thinned considerably. Therefore, they hurriedly entered the purple cage to check for any abnormalities. However, apart from the purple qi becoming thinner inside the purple cage, there was nothing unusual. The huge demon restraining stone array was still in operation, and there was a person lying inside the array. That person was naturally Lu Changming. However, it wasn't Lu Changming's usual appearance because he had now transformed into a fat man. But this kind of obesity was not normal. It was caused by an excessive intake of purple qi swelling his body. Originally, if following the plan, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But only 15 minutes after deciding on his storage strategy, Lu Changming couldn't resist starting to execute it. After absorbing for 2 hours, his body had already been filled to capacity, and it was obvious that his body had become bloated. Yet he still felt unsatisfied and continued absorbing until just 1 more ounce would cause his body to possibly explode. At this moment, Lu Changming's entire body was swollen, and his skin appeared purplish-blue. He had nearly lost all sensation and was completely unable to move. Furthermore, purple qi occasionally leaked out from his pores, which made him feel heartbroken. Except for the brain, internal organs, and meridians of the 5 senses, every other part of his body was already stuffed full. The brain and internal organs naturally could not be filled with purple qi, while the 5 senses were left unfilled after much deliberation. He knew that once the body was saturated with purple qi, he definitely wouldn't be able to move. Someone would surely come to carry him away later. In such a condition, even a small touch might cause unbearable pain, and he feared that if he couldn't help but cry out or make a big expression, his face might explode directly. Elderly looked at Lu Changming now and marveled, never imagining that the youth brought by the sect leader would go so far for this purple qi. Elderly himself did not know that Lu Changming required the purple qi for cultivation, nor did he understand how such a vast amount of purple qi could be used, so he didn't place as much value on the purple qi as Lu Changming did, nor did he comprehend why Lu Changming went to such lengths. What's going on? Suddenly, Elderly heard Elder Luo's surprised exclamation and immediately turned around. If anything had truly gone wrong with the purple cage, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. At that moment, Elder Luo was seen pointing in terror at a part of the demon restraining stone array, his whole body trembling. Chapter 145, Conversion. Slap. Elderly slapped the back of Elder Luo's head. You scared the living daylights out of me. This must be the doing of the sect leader. Elderly was half laughing, half crying because the place Luo Elder was pointing to was exactly where the sect leader had taken out the 5 darkened demon sealing stones. Since he was calculating how long Lu Changming would stay in the purple cage, Elderly hadn't informed Luo Elder about this yet. Elder Luo merely nodded after hearing this and stopped asking further questions. Elders, please take me away quickly. I fear I can't help absorbing more of this purple qi. Lu Changming trembled as he spoke, still able to talk since he wasn't storing the purple qi in his face. After a glance between Elders Luo and Li, they moved forward to prepare carrying Lu Changming out. Since the use of martial techniques was forbidden within the purple cage, they could not use any convenient or less painful methods to remove him, forcing them to physically lift him themselves. Then, sounds akin to piglets screaming rang throughout the purple cage. Lu Changming felt that the process of returning to his room was excruciatingly painful. If described in one word, it was akin to being devoured by 10,000 ants. It felt like every part of his body was constantly being pricked with needles. The pain wasn't just sharp but also tinged with an irritating itch. So, upon realizing he was finally lying down on the bed, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, beginning to convert the purple chi inside him into true chi. However, the process wasn't smooth at first. Since nearly all of his meridians were blocked by the purple chi, the converted true chi initially had nowhere to go, leaving his meridians still blocked. Lu Changming had no choice but to start converting from the areas of his face not entirely saturated with purple chi. Even then, the conversion speed was rather slow. This process continued for roughly 4 days before Lu Changming's body slowly returned to its original state, though the purple chi within him was not completely absorbed. The amount already absorbed was enough for him to break through. He planned to absorb the remaining purple chi after breaking through to the high stage of the soul-refining realm. During these 4 days, he was completely immobile, confined to bed, unable even to eat or drink water. Luckily, the purple chi had a nurturing effect on the body, so there weren't any major issues. In the first 2 days, however, due to severe vein blockage, Lu Changming was forced to release some purple chi outside his body to allow his true chi to circulate. Additionally, these 4 days of survival consumed a good deal of the purple chi, making Lu Changming feel very heartbroken over this loss. 2 days later, Lu Changming returned to his previous state. He had broken through to the high stage, but regardless, he couldn't muster any joy. He felt he had already absorbed a great deal of purple chi, likely more than what he absorbed from the demon ceiling tower. But even after completely absorbing this much, he merely broke through to the high stage, which left him still far from reaching the peak stage. Does the transition from mid-stage to high stage require so much purple chi? Then how much would it take to reach the peak stage? How about the spirit linking realm? And above that, even with the demon ceiling stone array taught by the sect leader, it seemed insufficient. But after reflecting a little longer, Lu Changming felt something was amiss. Why had the amount of true chi required for each advancement increased so drastically when he hadn't made a significant leap in his cultivation realm? Upon reflection, his conversion rate of purple chi into true chi wasn't particularly fast. Originally, he expected the process to take much longer, but it was completed in only 6 days. Could someone have stolen my purple chi while I was focused on converting it? Lu Changming suddenly thought, growing angrier the more he considered it. In frustration, he punched the hard wall of his room. Hiss! Lu Changming gasped in pain, as the punch carried no added true chi. It was just his bare strength against the stone. For most cultivators, unless they practiced special body strengthening techniques, their physical strength paled compared to rock. What Lu Changming failed to notice, however, was that his punch left several fine cracks on the wall. Although due to the extreme durability of the rock used in constructing the sect headquarters, they were subtle enough for him to overlook. Thanks to his technique, breaking through to the high stage didn't consume too much time. It felt almost effortless, akin to tearing a piece of paper. Although he truly did sense a tangible increase in his strength, he couldn't shake the feeling that this breakthrough was too simple. Thus, he pondered whether he should inquire about it from the sect leader. Perhaps the sect leader knew the secrets behind his technique. Even during these 6 days, he wasn't solely focused on absorbing the purple chi. He took breaks too. During those periods of rest, he mulled over the cryptic words spoken by the sect leader. Although the sect leader's words lacked clarity, they were likely truthful, considering his stature and power. There was absolutely no reason for such a person to deceive a mere cultivator in the soul-refining realm like Lu Changming. Therefore, for days, Lu Changming meticulously analyzed the deeper meanings hidden within the sect leader's vague remarks. The sect leader mentioned that his elder or ancestor had the same purpose as the Xuanhuan sect, implying that his ancestor must have intended to liberate the demon ceiling tower. So, it was clear his ancestors and elders knew its secrets. The only elder Lu Changming had met was his mother and Mo Yuning, who might be his cousin. Both of them had said they came from a mysterious place, and they both were very familiar with the demon ceiling tower. That's right, Mo Yuning's true chi. Upon recalling the moment he saw the sect leader's true chi, he had felt a sense of familiarity, which now seemed obvious. The blue color matched Mo Yuning's true chi exactly. Thinking this, Lu Changming took a deep breath, feeling like he had just uncovered a big secret. Since that mysterious place could send out his mother and Mo Yuning, there was no reason there wouldn't be a third or fourth person. The sect leader was likely one of them. His knowledge of Lu Changming's secrets probably stemmed from this, not some supernatural ability to read minds. Lu Changming felt he should go talk to the sect leader again. Perhaps he could uncover even more secrets. Before Lu Changming prepared to look for the sect leader, a guest arrived at his room, or rather, the master here, Master Chun Yeping of the Zhuke Hall. Without even knocking, Chun Yeping swaggered in and started inspecting Lu Changming up and down, muttering to himself. Weird, really weird. What's so strange? Lu Changming found Chun Yeping's behavior puzzling. It's the purple chi around you. Before, it was like a balloon full to the brim. And after just a few days, it's all gone. Did you let it out like passing gas? But that doesn't make sense either. I haven't sensed any purple chi appearing in the headquarters during these days, Chun Yeping said. As one of the higher-ups in the Xuanhuan sect, he was unaware that Lu Changming had relied solely on purple chi for cultivation. In his eyes, purple chi was merely an auxiliary tool for cultivation. The amount absorbed by Lu Changming should theoretically last someone half a year or more if used daily. So, from his perspective, using it all up was definitely impossible. It was also unlikely that Lu Changming wasted it by releasing it, as an expert at the spirit linking realm could perceive every subtle change within the headquarters. If the purple chi had escaped outside the purple cage, he would have clearly detected the exact amount of it. However, during these 6 days, he had only sensed a small amount being released in the first 2 days. Chapter 146, Lu Changming's Thoughts. Could it be that you have some kind of treasure that preserves the purple chi? Xianxia suddenly said, but then shook his head. He had never seen any container that could hold the purple chi. If such a thing existed, its value would far exceed that of the demon-subduing stone. Because once someone possessed this, they could directly let those eligible to enter the demon-subduing pagoda on the day of the Ta cult celebration collect the purple chi, which would yield 10 times faster than the demon-subduing stone at least. No matter how Xianxia thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He stared straight at Lu Changming, making Lu Changming sweat profusely, as even if spiritualists do not deliberately release pressure, staring at him was still very pressuring. I don't know either. I think the Grandmaster will know. Why don't you just ask him? Lu Changming replied. After hearing this, Xianxia immediately became deflated and said, forget it. If Grandmaster wanted to tell me, he would have done so already. Then he didn't bring up the matter again. He changed the subject. You're really greedy. That day when I saw you, I got a shock. I thought the headquarters meat pig had become a spirit. Lu Changming looked askance at Xianxia, feeling quite annoyed in his heart. What a metaphor. But he dared not make any gesture. Although the man before him seemed like a live treasure, he was indeed a solid spiritualist expert. Looking at Lu Changming's eyes, Xianxia felt somewhat irritated. Hey, if anything unexpected happens with this, you might get disabled completely, you know? Don't know what you were thinking. Absorbing less purple chi won't mean losing chunks of flesh, and even if you absorb more, you can't use it anyway. Hearing this, Lu Changming sighed. Yes, what was he thinking back then? After a moment of silence, Lu Changming said, it's fine. I am now alone, without family or ties. Even if I get ruined or die, maybe someone will feel sad, but no one will feel anguished. Pausing for a second, he added another sentence. Oh, it feels like being abandoned by the world. You're quite interesting. Xianxia looked at Lu Changming and said, the Xianxia sect is full of people who feel abandoned by the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the Xianxia sect. Though Xianxia is 10 years older than Lu Changming, in Lu Changming's eyes, he looks like a big boy. His behavior makes him appear mentally not much older than Lu Changming. But is he really like that? In the headquarters of the Xianxia sect, there are many old hands who've been around for decades. After dealing with these people for a long time, Xianxia isn't as harmless looking as he seems, and with his sharp wit, he can often see through things at a glance. It's just that usually, apart from practicing, he doesn't like to strain his brain too much. But this time, Lu Changming sparked his interest. It seems you don't want to join the Xianxia sect. Are you really thinking like this? Apart from the goal that makes you stronger, is there really nothing or no one you care about, or who cares about you? Hearing this, Lu Changming lowered his head, hesitated for a while, and said, it's fine. She won't know about the Xianxia sect. By the time she finds out my whereabouts, she may have forgotten me. The she Lu Changming referred to as naturally Xianxia. Moreover, he wasn't lying. He really thought as he said. He had carefully considered many things, all events between his departure from Fengshan Forest and his capture by the Xianxia sect. As for Mr. Gao and Su Hang, among others, although Lu Changming was grateful for their help, their relationship was just that of good teachers, students, and classmates. Any issues he might face wouldn't significantly impact them. The person Lu Changming worried most about was Xianxia. He could see that Xianxia genuinely liked him, and he also liked her. Her words on that night moved him deeply. But upon careful reflection, he realized that perhaps Xianxia only said those things out of excitement at that moment. Their relationship wasn't that intimate yet, since they had only known each other for half a month at that time. Perhaps Xianxia merely developed affection for him because he saved her. Now even he felt that his feelings for Xianxia were fading. He didn't know Xianxia's current situation. More importantly, something he thought back then was also whether he himself could achieve his goal. At the time, he was confused and even considered quitting, but now he has taken a significant step forward and caught hold of the thread, the Xianxia sect. At present, he will absolutely not give up. Therefore, before thoroughly investigating the demon-subduing pagoda, he will not see Xianxia again, and even if he does, he will not reveal his identity, as Xianxia does not recognize his current appearance. Given the dangerous level and difficulty of what he intends to accomplish, the best outcome for Xianxia is that he dies unknown, or remains anonymous in the continent before becoming famous. The name Lu Changming should never appear on the continent. If she doesn't hear from him for a long time, Xianxia will slowly forget about him, and she won't be sad anymore. Perhaps the best way back then was to tell her directly, don't wait for me, and leave the inn before her. She might have been heartbroken for a while, but now he could explore the secrets of the demon-subduing pagoda without any hesitation. By the way, you'd better be mentally prepared. I feel the master might be very angry. I heard elderly say that you absorbed 2/3 of the purple chi in the purple cage, which is 5 years' worth of production from the demon-subduing stone array. Xianxia warned Lu Changming before leaving. Lu Changming had already been unable to sense how much purple chi was around when he left the purple cage, so he was stunned after Xianxia finished speaking. It wasn't until after he left that he realized what it meant. What should I do? Should I still go see the master? Or wait a few days until the master cools down? Lu Changming muttered to himself. But no, it's been 6 days since I left the purple cage. If the master was mad, he would have cooled off by now. I'd better find the master as soon as possible. Lu Changming stepped out of the room he had been staying in for 7 days, ready to meet the master, but then he realized a problem. He didn't know where to find the master. The next day, he asked the ordinary followers here, but a common member of the Xianxia sect wouldn't possibly know where the master lived. Fortunately, he knew where the personal guards of the Zhuke Hall were stationed, and naturally, The guards of Zhuke Hall knew where Chunyi was. Once he found Chunyi, he would also be able to locate the master. In this roundabout way, Chunyi ended up disappearing again, and it took quite a while to find him. After wasting an hour, Lu Changming was finally brought by Chunyi to where the master was. In Lu Changming's imagination, the master of the Xun sect should live in something akin to a palace or a spacious meditation room, like a cultivation fanatic. But the scene in front of him made him momentarily think Chunyi was fooling him. The door in front of him was one of the most ordinary rooms at the headquarters of the sect, just like any followers. Chapter 147, Meeting the Sect Leader. Good luck. Chun Yeping said these words and left. Chun Yeping slipped away quickly, leaving Lu Changming no chance to ask why the sect leader would live in such a place. Lu Changming could only stand there hesitantly, eyeing the ordinary wooden door in front of him. With a creak, the wooden door opened before him, making Lu Changming jump a bit. But upon further thought, it made sense. With the sect leader's realm, he should have detected his presence long ago. There was nothing else to do but push forward despite his uneasiness. After entering the room, he was surprised again by its sparse furnishings, just 2 or 3 items, and a person inside. A table, a chair, a lamp, and of course the person being the sect leader himself. If Lu Changming had seen the room where the sect leader stayed at the Fengxing branch, he would have realized that these 2 rooms were almost identical. Currently, the sect leader was sitting cross-legged directly on the ground. His face was obscured, so it was unclear if his eyes were open or closed. However, from appearances, he seemed to be in deep meditation. Sect leader, Lu Changming respectfully greeted. But the sect leader did not reply for a long time. Thus, Lu Changming began to look around the room, trying to see if there might be some hidden doors leading to other chambers. He truly could not believe that the leader of an entire sect would reside in this sort of ghastly place, without even a bed. Why do you find it so strange that I live in such a place? The sect leader suddenly asked. Lu Changming nodded briefly in response. I do not like expansive spaces. I prefer smaller living quarters. It's a habit formed a long time ago. The sect leader explained. So, why have you come to seek me? Lu Changming hesitated momentarily. He was considering whether or not to immediately mention how he had absorbed 2/3 of the purple chi from Zilong, perhaps in hopes of receiving a lenient punishment. However, since the sect leader didn't seem angry, did this mean he simply didn't care about the matter? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Changming decided against mentioning it. Taking a deep breath, he spoke out a sentence he'd been preparing for a long time. Sect leader, what kind of person were you before joining Xianxia sect? After uttering those words, there was no immediate reaction from the sect leader in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Changming felt a chill run down his back. Though it lasted but an instant, during that moment, he felt as though he had been glanced at by death itself. He began to feel he may have asked something he shouldn't. What was your life like before this? After a prolonged silence, the sect leader suddenly counter-asked, then paused slightly continuing, what do you know? The second question left Lu Changming a little baffled, but he truthfully answered the first one. I worked as a helper in Luoyang from 10 years ago up until early this year. Then after some incidents, I moved to Xianxia Academy in Yunqing City. Lu Changming wasn't lying. He figured if he did lie, with the sect leader's keen eyes, he'd likely be found out. And besides, lying wasn't his strong suit. And before that, my memories from before working as a helper in Luoyang have disappeared. I don't remember. Is that so? Upon hearing Lu Changming's answer, the sect leader didn't pursue the matter further, seemingly lost in thought. The room once more fell silent. Because of the cold aura earlier, Lu Changming now dared not look around and could only wait silently for the sect leader's response. Not too long passed, and the sect leader concluded his thoughts. Speaking to Lu Changming, he said, I'm starting to piece things together. Let me ask you a question. Wasn't your true essence gained this year from the demon suppressing tower? Lu Changming froze slightly, and then nodded. He had originally thought the sect leader already knew his essence power had been acquired quite recently, so he told everything as truthfully as possible about his past. Now, however, he felt that doing so might have been somewhat inappropriate, though unsure of exactly what problems might arise. I assumed you obtained the purple energy long ago, continuously cultivating using that demon-suppressing stone until reaching mid-stage soul refining realm, but it seems that isn't the case, muttered the sect leader to himself. As Lu Changming listened, he became increasingly uneasy. It seemed he had divulged information the sect leader should not have known. This is getting interesting. The action carried out by the pagoda sect shortly after the tower festival at the beginning of this year was because of you all. What action? Lu Changming was rather confused, unaware that after his departure from Luoyang, the pagoda sect had conducted a search for him. In fact, aside from those within Luoyang, few people elsewhere knew about this event due to the tight lockdown enforced by the pagoda sect preventing the news from spreading. However, the Xianxia sect definitely knew. It's okay that you don't know. I've clarified now why the pagoda sect took such an odd move. It was for this reason. Lu Changming suddenly noticed the concealed expression on the sect leader's face seeming to bear a smile. It appeared this issue had troubled him for quite some time. Since the pagoda sect was their most watched organization, understanding the reasons behind their actions was crucial. Then this is simple. The one who brought you sent you into the demon-suppressing tower should be Mo Yuning, right? Mo Yuning? Excellent, intriguing. Lu Changming regretted coming. It seemed like the sect leader had taken an interest in Mo Yuning. Would he do something harmful to Mo Yuning? Was Mo Yuning still alive? Lu Changming recalled the rumor about Mo Yuning being surrounded that he heard at an inn in Yunqing City. Rest assured, Mo Yuning will be fine. Lu Changming's expression became downcast, and the sect leader quickly saw through his thoughts, saying, a dozen or so spirit passage realm cultivators can't possibly cause him any trouble. Lu Changming looked curiously at the sect leader. It seemed like the sect leader was quite familiar with Mo Yuning. There must be some kind of connection between them. What exactly was their relationship? Could it be that Mo Yuning once belonged to Xianxia sect? That didn't seem likely. Alright, go back now, the sect leader said to Lu Changming, his tone sounding fairly pleasant. For the sect leader to be in such a good mood, considering his cold nature, something big must have happened. But today, all Lu Changming did was answer a few questions from the sect leader. How strange. Not understanding what was going on, Lu Changming could only turn around and head for the door. Wait, something felt off to Lu Changming. He came here to ask the sect leader questions, not let the sect leader question him. Why did the whole conversation become just him answering the sect leader's questions while none of his own issues were resolved? He immediately turned back and looked at the sect leader. Anything else? The sect leader asked. Sect leader, you haven't answered my question yet. Oh, the thing about before I joined the Xianxia sect? Forgot. My memory from before has disappeared. I don't recall anything prior to joining the Xianxia sect. Lu Changming was frustrated. How could the sect leader brush him off like this? Was this really how a leader of a sect should behave? It was clearly modeled after the answer Lu Changming had previously given about not remembering anything before becoming a helper. Can I then ask about the history of Xianxia sect? Lu Changming changed his approach, thinking that perhaps he could uncover some clues through the history of the Xianxia sect. So he asked. Chapter 148. The sect calendar in the mouth of the sect leader. Do you want to know the history of the Xianxia sect? There are people specifically responsible for recording sect history in the Xianxia sect. You can go to the library and take a look, said the sect leader. Lu Changming was speechless. This devilish organization actually had a library, and there were people who specially recorded their history? How did they do it? Did they think from the very beginning that they would develop like the pagoda sect and be able to stand under the sunlight? Lord Sect Leader, you have already told me before that all the doctrines of the Xianxia sect were fabricated by you to deceive the members. So do you think I would believe that the history written by someone deceived is true? That is indeed the case. If I were you, I wouldn't believe it either. The sect leader nodded. But then do you trust what I say as the true history of the Xianxia sect? Of course not, Lord Sect Leader. You have already obtained such important information from me, and yet you're not willing to tell me the real history of the Xianxia sect? Lu Changming started acting unreasonably. Although his expression looked natural, he was sweating in his palms, showing that this still made him quite nervous. In my opinion, naturally what Lord Sect Leader says would be more accurate than the records. Feeling something amiss in the atmosphere of the room, Lu Changming awkwardly added. Alright, I will tell you something then. Whether or not you believe it is up to you, the sect leader said. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming, rarely, became fully focused outside of cultivation. Such secrets weren't something just anyone could learn. The Xianxia sect was established over 200 years ago. I remember it should be year 603 of Fengyang calendar, continental year, 10253. At this moment, the sect leader was no longer sitting cross-legged but standing up with his head slightly tilted back, seemingly lost in reminiscence. At that time, it wasn't called the Xianxia sect yet, and it wasn't a hidden organization. However, the goal was the same as it is now, to liberate the spirit-suppressing tower. But even though it was out in the open at the time, this goal was deeply concealed except for core members, and no one else knew. And the apparent purpose at the time was to develop better, trying to absorb as many members into the organization as possible. Members accepted were those who harbored much dissatisfaction towards this society, similar to today. After some time of assessment, we would reveal our goal to them and recruit them as core members. If not suitable, we would erase their memories through brainwashing. That was the fastest growing period for the Xianxia sect, but also the most unstable. Due to rapid expansion, it was difficult to properly manage peripheral members. Additionally, most members tended to despise the world, so it was easy to have conflicts with other organizations or stronger forces. Just like this, after merely 50+ years from establishment, the organization already accumulated a considerable number of enemies. Then, inevitably, the organization was attacked. With no other option, we abandoned the organization in order to protect key figures. Hundreds of core members gave up on the previous structure. We learned our lesson. So these hundreds remaining rebuilt the Xianxia sect secretly, gradually developing until today. In the century following this, growth was slow, increasing only from hundreds to over 1,000. In the past few decades, accumulated potential burst forth, resulting in its current size and form. Lu Changming nodded while listening. The development of the Xianxia sect seemed interesting, but Lu Changming had a feeling that this piece of history was utterly meaningless to him. It felt like there was nothing useful. Listening carefully, Lu Changming suddenly noticed that the sect leader stopped speaking. Just as Lu Changming wondered why, the sect leader seemed to come back from reminiscing. Turning to look at Lu Changming, he said, all of the above is a brief history of the pagoda sect. These things can also be found in the sect's records. Next, I will tell you some information that is not documented. Do you want to hear it? Lu Changming quickly nodded, failing to detect something odd in the sect leader's tone. Besides myself, no one else knows about these matters. Not even the 4 hall masters know, so they shouldn't be easily shared with others. Lu Changming realized something was off and instinctively took a step backward. But then, I think the saint son of our sect has the qualification to know this information, the sect leader calmly stated. Lu Changming had an urge to vomit blood. The sect leader kept her intrigued for so long, only to end with such a sentence. Despite saying so much, this was the sect leader's original intent. Although his tone remained calm, Lu Changming could sense the sly satisfaction in the sect leader's voice. I can make concessions, the sect leader, watching Lu Changming turn red and white with embarrassment, said. Naturally, The role of the Saint Sun must be assumed, but I assure you, I won't leak this information to the outside world. Within the Xianxia sect, I will tell only a small number of people, fewer than 10, as long as you acknowledge the position of Saint Sun. At this moment, Lu Changming's brain was working furiously, weighing the pros and cons. Upon careful consideration, the sect leader's proposal was actually extremely advantageous for him. As long as they did not disclose this information to the outside world, Lu Changming would still be seen as an ordinary warrior by others. Moreover, as an unknown Saint Sun, he could utilize the resources of the Xianxia sect without any downside. However, the prerequisite was that these few people who knew about his position as Saint Sun wouldn't leak it out. After pondering for a while, Lu Changming said to the sect leader, "I can agree with you, but I have one request." "Say it." "I need to know who the ones are who know I am the Saint Sun." Lu Changming stated. Given the sect leader's status and power, he believed her promise that the secret would remain safe since the sect leader valued her word highly. But other people? He wasn't so sure about them. "That is fine. I will only tell a few elders with very high statuses in the sect and the 4 hall masters." "Hold on, the others might be okay, but the Zhuke hall master." Lu Changming felt uneasy about Qin Yeping. "I will specifically talk to him about this, so don't worry, Yeping won't go against me," the sect leader reassured. Hearing this, Lu Changming took a deep breath, looking at the sect leader, and said, "All right, I admit, I am the Saint Sun of the Xianxia sect." After uttering those words, Lu Changming sighed softly, feeling like his life trajectory had completely changed. His heart felt unsettled. Suddenly, Lu Changming sensed something new in his hand. Opening his palm to take a look, there seemed to be something resembling a token. And although the sudden appearance of objects didn't surprise him anymore, because the sect leader clearly had a habit of handing out random things to people, he still found it strange. "Since you have become the Saint Sun of the Xianxia sect, as the sect leader, I count as your half-master. And this is a sort of greeting gift," the sect leader explained. "This token serves as a symbol of identity, allowing you to mobilize some forces within the Xianxia sect without revealing your status as Saint Sun. Its main function, however, is to serve as the core of the small demon stone array I'm going to teach you, which will increase the production speed of purple qi nearly twofold." Lu Changming was speechless. It appeared the sect leader had been holding on to something, waiting until after he acknowledged himself as the Saint Sun before giving it over. Chapter 149, The Sect Leader's Secret. "Next, I will tell you some secrets that no one else knows," the sect leader said with a tinge of mystery in his voice, causing Lu Changming to swallow nervously. "Do you know the average lifespan of martial artists at different realms across the continent?" the sect leader asked first. Lu Changming didn't know why the sect leader was asking this, but he still nodded. This common knowledge question was something he had known even when he was an apprentice. Lu Changming replied, "The average lifespan of ordinary people on the continent is around 70 years. Qi practitioners, being beginners, also have a similar lifespan. At the soul refining realm, there is a slight increase, and by the spirit passing realm, due to the strengthening effect of true energy on the body, the lifespan can reach around 100 years. As for the spirit communication realm, based on statistics of the strong ones, it's around 120 to 30 years. However, if we talk about average lifespans, martial artists below the spirit communication realm actually live shorter lives than ordinary people because they must fight and are prone to casualties." The sect leader nodded. "What about the divine communication realm?" "I don't know," Lu Changming replied. "Since lifespan isn't something that can be researched directly, it can only be concluded through large-scale statistics. Although there are not few experts in the spirit communication realm, many of them die naturally due to their strength. But these high-level experts, with their proud hearts, rarely cooperate with studies. When they pass away, no one even knows where they are hidden. Therefore, there has been no clear conclusion so far. Thus, it is even less possible for the lifespan of those in the divine communication realm to be known by the world. After all, the number of divine communication realm experts is scarce. Sometimes, there may not be one for decades. Apart from deaths in battle, no accurate death time of a divine communication realm expert has been recorded. I can tell you," the sect leader said indifferently. "In general, those in the divine communication realm can live up to 200 years. If they're lucky, they might reach around 230 years. Lu Changming nodded, unsurprised that the sect leader knew this since he had already deduced from various signs that the sect leader was a divine communication realm expert. Knowing this was not strange. However, there was one thing Lu Changming found very curious. Why did the sect leader suddenly tell him such information? Could it have any connection to the secrets of the Xianxia sect? The recorded history of Xianxia sect, though somewhat brief, is mostly true, the sect leader slowly said. However, there is one point that I specifically altered. Lu Changming focused intently, listening anxiously. It's the successive sect leaders of Xianxia sect. Huh, what's wrong with the succession of the previous sect leaders? Speak up, sect leader. That succession is incorrect. There has never been any succession. Though officially I am the 4th generation sect leader of Xianxia sect, in reality, there has only ever been one sect leader, me. What? Lu Changming didn't initially catch the weight of the sect leader's words, but soon his heart tightened sharply. What? How long has the history of Xianxia sect been? Isn't it Fengyang year 600 and something? Calculating from then, it's been over 250 years. The sect leader started as the leader back then and was at least in the spirit communication realm. How old was the youngest person to reach the spirit communication realm? Even if calculated conservatively, wouldn't the sect leader be nearing 300 years old? Thinking about this, Lu Changming forced a laugh and looked at the sect leader, saying, Sect leader, I'm no fool, please don't lie to me. For the first time after such a long time, Lu Changming felt that the sect leader was deceiving him. I'm not lying to you. The sect leader stood calmly there, indicating that he was not joking. Thousand-year fiend. Lu Changming suddenly felt an intense pain in his abdomen, and he was slammed against the wall of the room. It was the first time he had been attacked by the sect leader, yet the sect leader himself made no movement. Although he physically educated Lu Changming without leaving a trace to express his dissatisfaction with the term thousand-year fiend, he himself showed no other reaction and continued. Even with the help of purple energy, which has allowed me to live this long, my time is running out. Only now did Lu Changming realize why he hadn't sensed even a hint of life from the sect leader during their first meeting. So that's how it was. Upon hearing the news that the elderly man before him would soon pass away, Lu Changming was somewhat saddened. Although this person was the sect leader of Xianxia's sect, which should theoretically be considered a cult, over these past days, Lu Changming had developed a good impression of him. Despite the unpleasant aura the sect leader gave off, he was certainly not malevolent toward him. But soon, this sadness disappeared, because Lu Changming suddenly realized a very serious problem. He leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground with an expression of helplessness and a hint of anger. So that's why you're in such a hurry to find someone to be the Holy Sun. It's just so they can take over Xianxia's sect after you die? Lu Changming suddenly felt an urge to run away immediately. He sensed that a big black pot was about to be placed on his head. But then he thought of something else and laughed, saying to the sect leader, "Aren't you afraid that once I become the sect leader, I'll disband Xianxia's sect right here?" The sect leader shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Making you the Holy Sun is actually just an insurance policy. Your chances of becoming the sect leader aren't high." Lu Changming was now full of questions. Even though I said my time is short, I still have over 10 years left. That's enough time for Xianxia's sect's purpose to be fulfilled. By then, there will no longer be a Xianxia's sect, and your mission as the Holy Sun will be complete. Lu Changming was even more confused. What's the point of making me the Holy Sun then? No wait, it's done? The demon suppressing tower is going to be released? Suddenly realizing the issue at hand, Lu Changming understood the reason behind the sect leader choosing him as the Holy Sun. The task was much more complex than he had imagined. Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't have disclosed such important information to him. However, based on what he knew, he still couldn't figure it all out. And there was another issue that troubled Lu Changming. Was freeing the demon suppressing tower really the right thing to do? Although he didn't believe the legends about the tower that were circulating on the continent, he was quite curious about its secrets. However, he had seen the monsters inside the tower. Would freeing them also free the monsters? Or would they die without the tower's power to suppress them? Can you tell me what will happen after the demon suppressing tower is freed? Lu Changming asked. I don't know. The sect leader answered bluntly. Aren't you afraid that this continent will fall into disaster? The sect leader fell silent. After a long while, he replied, perhaps a disaster will occur, perhaps nothing will happen. I can't be sure. But I know that even if we release the demon-suppressing tower, this continent won't be destroyed. Instead, it will gain new life. So there's a possibility of disaster. How many people will die? Probably the equivalent of a whole continent war. Upon hearing this, it was Lu Changming's turn to fall silent. He pondered for a long time before laughing and saying, I agreed to be the Holy Sun of Xianxia's sect under your influence. But from what you've said, Xianxia's sect has never had a Holy Sun, so there are no defined tasks for the Holy Sun, right? Then, as the first and last Holy Sun in Xianxia's sect's history, I suppose it would be fine for me to go against Xianxia's sect entirely. Chapter 150, Instruction. Although Lu Changming felt that what he had said was very cool, he was extremely nervous inside because the person in front of him was the leader of the Xianxia sect, whose cultivation had reached the Divine Passage realm. Perhaps a moment of carelessness could put his life in danger. After Lu Changming finished speaking, the room fell silent for a while before the leader suddenly laughed and said, Since I've said it's just to have you as our titular Holy Sun, I won't restrict you in any way. As long as you still acknowledge yourself as the Holy Sun, I won't care what you do. This time, it was Lu Changming's turn to be surprised. It wasn't what he expected. Although he knew that the leader probably wouldn't take his life, he didn't expect such a laugh and an attitude of complete indifference. You don't want the demon subduing tower to be unleashed. Could it be that you're not curious about the secrets within it? Once it's released, all its secrets will be revealed. The leader added. This was indeed a dilemma for Lu Changming. No matter how he thought about it, releasing the demon subduing tower seemed to be the best way to uncover its secrets. However, unlike the members of the Xianxia sect who harbored resentment toward this continent, Lu Changming had no such feelings. Even though he knew there were dark aspects of this world that he didn't know about, this was the world where the people he cared for and loved lived. Thus, under any circumstances, he did not wish for this continent to fall into war. In particular, Ma Boss and Ma Yueyao from Lado were just ordinary people with no means to defend themselves in times of war. He did not want them to be placed in danger because of his selfishness. Upon reflection, in the Xianxia sect, liberating the demon subduing tower has been your personal purpose alone, hasn't it? After pondering for a long time, Lu Changming asked, In some sense, you are correct. Then may I infer that you fully understand the secrets of the demon subduing tower? Lu Changming paused carefully after every sentence, but the leader showed no signs of impatience. I cannot say I completely understand, but I know more than you might imagine. However, don't foolishly think I would reveal everything to you. You are only at the advanced level of the soul refinement realm. Knowing too much isn't good for you. If you could reach the spiritual connection realm, perhaps I would tell you these things. But by the looks of it, you won't reach that level before I die. These words stopped Lu Changming from responding. However, if you really want to know, go ask Mo Yuning. It was he who led you through the gates of being a martial artist. He is the most qualified to explain these matters to you, though how much he reveals will depend on him. From these words, Yu Changming determined that the probability was over 80% that the leader came from the same place as his mother and Mo Yuning, or possibly an even more mysterious organization older than the Xuanhuan sect, though the leader seemed to have left a long time ago. But from appearances, the leader definitely wouldn't tell him those secrets. Seeing that Yu Changming seemed to have no further questions, the leader suddenly said, "As an elder, I feel obligated to warn you once. Don't blurt out whatever thoughts come to mind as you did today. This world isn't as benevolent as you think it is. I answered your questions solely because of your background. Were it someone else, your behavior would be considered arrogance unless your strength greatly surpasses theirs." Hearing the leader's seemingly caring advice, Yu Changming was silent for a long while before replying, "Understood, I will take note." Afterward, Yu Changming didn't leave the leader's room, for the leader had detained him. "Since you're here, I'll teach you what I promised you that day," the leader said. What the leader meant to teach, Yu Changming naturally referred to the demon subduing stone array and residual frost. The simplified version of the demon subduing stone array wasn't particularly hard to learn. While mastering it was relatively easy, using it was not, because it required carving a magic formation, like the lines Yu Changming had seen inside the purple cage that day. The massive demon subduing stone array inside the purple cage was complex. However, it was composed of nearly 100 demon subduing stones. What Yu Changming needed to learn consisted merely of 3 demon subduing stones, so the lines were simplified down to just over 20. Remembering the patterns used to form the array was simple. What made it challenging was inscribing these patterns. Since the formation needed to be laid out on the ground, and since initiating it generated power, it required carving at least into a stone surface. This posed a challenge for Yu Changming, as he lacked talent in line drawing. Even when practicing lines on paper, his attempts often turned crooked, let alone trying to carve lines into the hard stone slabs. Moreover, he was merely at the advanced stage of the soul refinement realm. With mere spiritual energy, he couldn't smoothly carve lines into stone. The sect leader could only first teach Yu Changming a martial skill that allowed true qi to coalesce into a blade at the fingertips, barely enabling him to carve lines onto stone slabs. However, no matter how sharp the finger blade was, the formations drawn by Yu Changming always turned out crooked and uneven, causing the sect leader to sigh helplessly and lament Yu Changming's lack of talent in formations. Bang! This was the sound of the formation that Yu Changming painstakingly drew exploding, creating a small crater on the ground. But the sect leader had been foresight enough not to allow this formation to be etched in his own room. This time, Yu Changming felt it was his best attempt, so he couldn't wait to place the 3 demon subduing stones at the convergence points of the lines. However, it was clear that the formation was not up to standard. After Yu Changming injected true qi to activate the formation, purple light began spreading along the lines from the 3 demon subduing stones. But because the lines were not smooth, the light was soon blocked and caused the explosion. Alright, you should go back and practice more. Just memorizing the structure of the formation is fine for now. The sect leader had to stop Yu Changming from carving the formation further, otherwise the entire day would have been wasted on this. Then the sect leader began talking to Yu Changming about some techniques related to residual frost. What the sect leader talked about was not methods of using residual frost, but skills concerning the flow of qi through the meridians when practicing residual frost. This made Yu Changming inevitably doubt whether the sect leader had ever practiced residual frost himself, and also whether residual frost originated from the same mysterious place. The techniques explained by the sect leader were indeed very useful. Yu Changming found that the penetration power of residual frost had increased significantly, and it could even cross short distances of space. Still, it was just a short distance, requiring close proximity to the opponent, and activating it from afar greatly reduced its power. The sect leader further advised Yu Changming not to cultivate residual frost throughout his whole body, as written in the book, but only in his hands and feet. The reasons weren't explained, leaving Yu Changming feeling quite puzzled. But since the sect leader had shown him no ill intent, he decided to trust him for now. Finally, Yu Changming asked the sect leader about his peculiar cultivation method, but the sect leader told him to ask Mo Yuning, since it was Mo Yuning who taught it to him. If I could find Mo Yuning, would I need to ask you? Yu Changming thought with a sense of helplessness. Sect leader, then I'll take my leave. Having finished asking all necessary questions, and seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Yu Changming felt it was time to go. The sect leader responded, then suddenly remembered something and added, "There's a little over a month until the Continental Academy exchange competition. You will represent Xuanhuan Academy in participating." Chapter 151, Infiltrating the Royal Palace. Xueying Kingdom, Xianxia City. As the capital of Xueying Kingdom, Xianxia City's geographical location can be said to be very advantageous. To the west lies the Qing River originating from the Fengyang Empire, and to the east lies the northern Ling Snow Mountain. The Xueying Kingdom is already the northernmost country on the continent. Therefore, if an enemy country invades, it only needs to defend the south. The idea of the first king who established the capital was good, but it wasn't particularly useful because although Xueying Kingdom is a country, it doesn't actually differ much from one of Fengyang Empire's counties. It merely has some autonomy. Due to being entirely surrounded by the vast Fengyang Empire, they were like domesticated animals, conducting diplomacy almost exclusively with the few neighboring small countries, completely isolated from the center of the continent. If Fengyang Empire so desired, it could easily annex these few small countries. They merely remained intact because their positions were too remote, akin to mere afterthoughts in Fenyang's eyes. At this moment, inside a large room of an inn in Xianxia city, there were two groups of people. One group looked like merchants, while the other resembled bodyguards, just as though they were merchants accompanied by their guards. But observing their current behavior showed that wasn't exactly the case. The group looking like merchants were gathered around a table discussing something, whereas those resembling bodyguards sat coldly watching them from another side of the room. There's no way this can continue. One of the merchants with dark skin said. What else can we do? The whole city of Xianxia remains to have the Xuanhuan palace uninvestigated. Shall we investigate? A short merchant responded. I trust the boss's intuition. We'd better not investigate any further. A man wearing an eye patch, seemingly with only one eye, remarked while glancing toward the group resembling bodyguards, letting out a snort. Two members among the bodyguard group glared back at the taunting one-eyed man upon seeing his behavior. This group of merchants were spies sent 2 months ago by a certain prince of the Fengyang Empire to investigate the Sure Divine College, while the bodyguard-like group was another team dispatched later by the same prince. Because they belonged to different departments, these two groups had some mutual disdain for each other. At the beginning, the bodyguard team wouldn't listen to the warnings of the merchant team, thinking that their superior strength would allow them to discover something within the Xuanhuan palace. That night, however, they returned in fright, leading to some ridicule from the merchant team. Thus, the two groups tasked with the same mission lacked unity. Suddenly, an eagle's cry came from outside the window, causing both groups to stand up from their seats simultaneously because they were familiar with this sound. It was the cry of the eagles used for delivering messages from the princely house. The leader of the merchant group immediately walked to the window, lifting his left arm. An over a foot-long black eagle landed on his forearm. He swiftly took a scroll from the bamboo cylinder tied to the eagle's leg, let the eagle fly away, and began reading. After a while, the merchant captain exhaled and turned to speak to the people behind him. His Highness has already dispatched Master Feng Shu here, and he also carries a treasure that can conceal one's presence. Deep into the night, Master Feng Shu, will this umbrella really work? In a garden of the Xuanhuan Palace, hidden within a bush, a figure in black held an umbrella with a strange shape and peculiar patterns, crouching low as he addressed the darkness behind him. From his voice, he was unmistakably the head of the spy group, disguised as merchants earlier in the day. This is a treasure renowned throughout the continent, specifically designed by the foremost assassin on the continent, whose techniques remain unmatched to date to mask one's aura. It won't be detected, came a faint reply from the shadows behind the black-clad figure, clearly the Feng Shu he referred to. The black-clad figure couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He originally thought that with Master Feng Shu's arrival, all members of his squad would be brought into the palace using the treasures Feng Shu possessed. However, it turned out to be a single-person artifact, and its design truly seemed unreliable. Behind him, Feng Shu remained hidden. Feng Shu did not use the umbrella to conceal his presence since he himself was a master in the tunneling realm skilled at hiding his aura. Hence, he entrusted the artifact provided by the prince to the spy captain. The reason for this wasn't only due to his confidence in his own abilities, but also because he truly needed the spy captain's assistance. Though he excelled in stealth, he was not a trained spy, but rather an assassin by origin. This mission mainly required gathering intelligence, which was not his forte. Therefore, he allowed the spy captain to enter the Xuanhuan palace together with him. You're right. There indeed is an unusual aura within this palace. It appears there might be some kind of powerful expert guarding the premises, Feng Shu stated. The spy captain nodded silently, not saying a word. He had reason to doubt the effectiveness of this umbrella just now. Although he felt its powerful concealment, his instinct told him that this operation would still be very dangerous, and he informed Feng Shu. However, Feng Shu paid no attention. He trusted in the function of the umbrella and also believed in his own strength. He was sure no one would find him. After observing for a while, the two began their mission. The spy captain moved around the royal palace like a ghost, without Feng Shu by his side. He didn't let anyone in the palace notice him, quickly reaching the harem area. The ability of the spy captain, who could become captain, was undoubtedly strong. Just with the map, he could remember the entire route of the royal palace as if it were his home. Although he wouldn't get lost, he did not understand the characteristics of King Xueying, and the Fengyang Empire had done no investigation on this aspect. After all, who cares about the temperament of their own domesticated pig? So they didn't know where King Xueying was at night. The fastest way is to ask a maid or eunuch, but dealing with the aftermath will be troublesome since the spy captain said so. I'll take care of the aftermath. Feng Shu's voice came from the side. The spy captain nodded, then moved toward a maid who seemed to be going back alone to rest. Not until he reached behind her did the maid realize his presence. He covered the maid's mouth with one hand, dragging her into a nearby flower bed. Looking at the terrified eyes of the maid, he held a dagger, gesturing for silence. Only after the maid nodded to indicate understanding did he release his grip, covering her mouth. At the same time, he caught a whiff of an odd smell. The maid had lost control due to fear, but he made no indication, didn't even furrow his brows. Where's the king? He whispered, bringing the dagger closer to the maid's neck. The maid looked at the blade getting closer to her neck in panic and blurted out, Yongning Palace. As soon as she spoke these 3 words, the spy captain felt the body of the maid he was holding suddenly turn limp, then watched as her body along with her clothes slowly dissolved into powder, blending with the soil in the flower bed. Her expression remained frightened even as her face turned to powder and showed no change because she had already died upon uttering the word palace. Chapter 152, Exposure. The spy captain stared blankly at the soil before him. It wasn't because Feng Wu had killed the palace maid. Killing innocents during missions was already commonplace for a spy. He was dumbfounded by the way the maid had died. How she could have turned directly into powder completely baffled him, and he hadn't sensed any fluctuations in internal energy, Xianxia. Could Lord Feng have used some kind of poison? This thought crossed his mind, but he had never heard of a poison that could turn someone instantly into powder. If it wasn't poison, then it could only mean that Feng Wu's strength had surpassed his imagination. Let's go. The ghostly voice snapped the spy captain out of his stupor, making him realize this wasn't the time to be lost in thought. To lose focus at such a time. He scolded himself. Xianxia Palace, one of the Snow-Reflect Kingdom's royal bedchambers, was not originally a place the king liked to visit. This was generally where the king would sleep alone after busy workdays. Since Snow-Reflect was a small country with minimal governance and no foreign affairs to deal with, His Majesty rarely had much work and would usually spend his nights in the chambers of his concubines, until 3 months ago. At this moment, the emperor lay on the large bed in Xianxia Palace but wasn't sleeping. He had been suffering from insomnia for 3 months, lying there for a long time every night before falling asleep. Over 2 months ago, a sinister star entered the Snow-Reflect Imperial Palace unnoticed and directly confronted him, demanding he stamp an official seal on a document. Despite being the king, years of complacency due to their country's sheltered existence had worn away almost all boldness from generations of monarchs. So without resistance, he stamped the Snow-Reflect national seal onto the paper whose contents he didn't even know. He assumed the matter would just end there, but unexpectedly, the sinister star and some of her followers moved into the palace. Initially thinking he might become a puppet king or something, the sinister star merely resided there and gave no political orders. She only asked him to feign illness and stay in the palace away from ministers, and forbade him from visiting the concubines' chambers at night. He tried reaching out for help several times, but was always discovered by either the sinister star or her followers, leading to his eventual resignation to fate. Tonight, as usual, he lay in bed wide awake, not out of fear, but sheer boredom. At first, it was fear that kept him awake, but now it was excessive energy from idleness. He already knew that the sinister star wouldn't harm him, she merely restrained him. However, staying in the palace doing nothing was unbearably boring. Before, what exhausted him the most was spending nights with his concubines doing things he enjoyed the most, but now even that was forbidden, leaving him with nowhere to vent his energy. When will that sinister star leave? The king murmured under his quilt, the thing he thought about most every day. Becoming king among several competing princes showed that he wasn't stupid. So, he had figured out that these sinister stars living here for months must be working on some task and would eventually leave. Now, he was just waiting for that day to come. Thinking like this, the more he pondered, the clearer he became, unable to fall asleep. In frustration, he rolled over to the right. Something feels off. The king suddenly realized something after flipping over. During the roll, his left eye seemed to catch something. A figure, perhaps. Could it be that sinister star? Why would she come see me so late at night? The king wondered, breaking out in a cold sweat immediately. Nothing good could come from this. Thus, he quickly sat up and looked to his left. Strange, the king saw nothing. Is it because of that sinister star that I've become a bit paranoid lately? Muttering to himself, he squinted suspiciously at the ornate space on his left. Your Majesty, who exactly is this sinister star you speak of? A chilling, low voice entered the king's right ear. Its source was right next to him, sending shivers down the king's spine and drenching his robe in cold sweat instantly. Opening his mouth to shout for rescue, the king realized he couldn't make a sound because his throat seemed to be sealed by some invisible force. Whoever this was, they weren't part of the sinister star or her followers. This could be an assassin. Trembling all over, he turned around and saw an eerie sight. An assassin in black, holding an unusual umbrella, standing by the bed while bending over to look at him. The king had no time to wonder why this person carried such an umbrella, his mind filled with pure terror. Beyond the umbrella, this person exuded the aura of a killer. Unable to speak, his expression clearly conveyed the message. Brave warrior, please don't kill me. Lord Feng Wu, let's take him away first, said the spy captain, gazing at the king before them, his ominous premonition growing stronger. No voice from Feng Wu reached the spy captain's ears, and suddenly the spy captain became somewhat restless. However, due to his excellent quality as a spy, it did not show. Feng Wu hadn't spoken because he was considering whether or not to take the king of Snow-Reflect away. After entering Xianxia Palace, he too had sensed something amiss here. As an assassin, he trusted his instincts more than a spy would. He thought that once you sense something wrong, the best method is to do nothing and retreat directly. But this time was different. The target was right in front of him, and furthermore, just an ordinary person. Feng Wu was confident that with his speed, even if carrying an ordinary person along, few could catch up to him below the divine spirit realm. I will take him, Feng Wu told the spy captain, for the umbrella was only a personal magical tool. If the spy captain were to carry the king, it might reveal their presence. Breaking into someone's home uninvited is wrong, isn't it? Oh, suddenly, a voice appeared in Xianxia Palace. It was soft and feminine, yet its owner remained unseen. Upon hearing the voice, the king sighed in relief. He recognized the voice. Though she was a sinister star, at least she wouldn't claim his life. The spy captain, however, turned pale abruptly. To him, this gentle and pleasant female voice was no different from the voice of death. Without hesitation, he immediately channeled his internal energy, Xianxia, and swiftly left Xianxia Palace. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need for him to suppress his energy any longer. After putting the umbrella away, the spy captain sprinted wildly through the Snow-Reflect Imperial Palace. Not far behind, Feng Wu soon followed, no longer concealing himself. Like the spy captain, Feng Wu was dressed all in black, his face concealed, his figure lean and small, but precisely this made him faster and more agile. Feng Wu quickly surpassed the spy captain. As he passed by, Feng Wu patted the spy captain on the shoulder, making him instantly feel much lighter, able to barely keep up with Feng Wu's pace. However, not long after, Feng Wu stopped ahead. The spy captain couldn't halt in time because his speed had exceeded his limits, so Feng Wu had to use his arm to hold him back. The spy captain knew Feng Wu must have stopped for a reason. Hastily focusing, he noticed a person standing ahead. Chapter 153, Kill the Emperor. Judging by the figure, it was a woman, and she had a good physique. However, her face was covered like theirs, so her appearance couldn't be seen. At her waist hung a 1-foot-long short sword. Seeing that short sword, the spy captain felt somewhat puzzled, because after reaching the soul-channeling realm, martial artists rarely used ordinary weapons in combat, as martial skills could sever most metals. The dagger he had taken out before wouldn't have been used for battle either, but only for some special situations, such as threatening someone to extract intelligence. So he was curious why she carried that short sword. Could it be an ancient, powerful weapon suitable for use in the spirit passage realm? Such a hurry to leave? Won't you stay and play a bit? The woman's voice was gentle with a trace of allure. But the spy captain didn't let his mind waver because of it. He knew that the person in front of him was a master at the spirit passage level, and experts at this level were at least over 50 years old. He had no interest in grandmas. He wanted to ask Feng Wu what to do, but he didn't have the chance, because Feng Wu suddenly grabbed his ankle and quickly said, "Open that umbrella after landing, and tell the prince, kill the Emperor Yu Yan." Then he felt dizzy, as he was thrown into the sky by Feng Wu. From the perspective of onlookers, he flew out like a cannonball, estimated to travel more than 3 kilometers. After seeing the spy captain being thrown away, the woman referred to as Kill the Emperor seemed to want to chase after him, but she was blocked by Feng Wu's martial skill. Even though she was much stronger than Feng Wu, she dared not turn her back to a spirit passage expert. I didn't expect to see Kill the Emperor, who has disappeared from the continent for 10 years. Feng Wu looked at the person not far away and said, his voice trembling slightly, "Oh, do you recognize me? A person at the spirit passage level, using a blade as a weapon, and I couldn't detect any aura until your voice came. There is only one such person in this world. The title Kill the Emperor is every assassin's dream. But I didn't expect Yu Yan to be a woman." Feng Wu's voice continued to tremble, but it was unclear whether it was due to fear or excitement. What? Women can't become kill emperors? No, just didn't expect a woman to have done those things. HMPH. Yu Yan laughed twice, didn't answer anything, but instead said, "That umbrella is called the Heaven Evasion Umbrella, right? When you entered the royal palace, I only sensed your presence, but in the Yongning Palace, there were 2 people, and that must be because of it." Feng Wu was startled inside, not expecting her to have discovered them when they just entered the palace. Then he became somewhat self-deprecating. Apparently, all his confidences meant nothing to certain people. Actually, if Feng Wu held the Heaven Evasion Umbrella himself, even if the woman's speed and probing ability were strong, it would have been impossible for her to find him. However, since he let the spy captain take it, if he hadn't stopped her earlier, the spy captain, at the soul channeling level, would have been caught by now. Furthermore, Yu Yan's subordinates were not idle either and had started pursuing the spy captain. "I suggest you call back your men sooner. Although they might have strong tracking abilities, he won't leave any traces of escape," Feng Wu said. "You seem confident about your men. I also trust mine. What if today I spare you a life, and we see how it ends?" Feng Wu shook his head and bitterly smiled. He didn't want to know the outcome, and being spared a life by this person wasn't necessarily a good result either. With the Heaven Evasion Umbrella, you should have full confidence to leave. Why let him take it? Yu Yan also found it strange that Feng Wu chose to remain behind, and asked curiously, "Since I've met the renowned Kill Emperor Yu Yan, if I flee without testing your skills, I will surely regret it later." Feng Wu spoke with excitement and a hint of respect. "Besides, would I have any face to meet my employer again? Although he wouldn't blame me. You know as well, being a Kill Emperor, the day the mission fails is the day one dies." "Oh, Kill Emperor? Haha, I've waited here for some mice in Snow City, and unexpectedly caught a big rat instead." Upon hearing Feng Wu's words, Yu Yan's tone changed abruptly, no longer gentle but cold and tinged with excitement. "My blade hasn't yet cut through a Kill Emperor's throat. Today is a good day to try." She drew the short sword from its scabbard before acting. The sword was extremely thin and emitted a cold gleam. It was an excellent short sword, but for someone at the spirit passage level, it held no special significance. Before making her move, Yu Yan whispered softly, "Assassins these days are getting worse generation by generation. Today's Kill Emperor is kept and bred like a lapdog." As one of the northernmost countries on the continent, Zhumiang always had low temperatures even in summer, and occasionally snowfall. And tonight, light snow began to fall from the sky. While the citizens of Zhumiang were long accustomed to this weather, for someone else, it was turning into a stroke of bad luck. The wilderness outside Xianxia City was already covered with a thin layer of snow, and that wasn't good news for the spy captain who had been thrown out by Feng Wu. It was incredibly hard to get rid of traces left on such a thin layer of snow, so his current pace was slow. To make matters worse, he now held a peculiar umbrella. Even though others couldn't sense his true energy fluctuations due to the umbrella, under these conditions in the wilderness, his visibility from afar remained significant. Thus, as the spy captain proceeded, he was also making critical decisions. He could no longer regroup with his team. If the enemy had sensed Lord Feng Wu's presence, they would have detected them too. His comrades were likely already dead. He didn't let grief overwhelm him. Having served as a spy for a long time, he was used to the deaths of teammates. What mattered most right now was surviving and delivering Lord Feng Wu's message back to Yi Capital to inform the prince. As an elite spy with exceptional ability to sense true energy, he had detected more than 10 soul channelers coming his way the moment he was flung out of Zumiying's palace by Feng Wu. Though he could conceal himself with the umbrella, preventing precise detection of his exact position, they knew the general direction he was heading toward. Given their method of spreading out in multiple directions for search, it wouldn't take long before they discovered him. At this sluggish speed, he was bound to be caught soon. The best course of action was to find a place to hide and use the power of the umbrella until the snow melted, then head toward Yi Capital. Having decided this, he glanced eastward at the Northling Snow Mountains stretching endlessly beyond the horizon. That area seemed like the ideal hiding spot. The harsh environment of the Northling Snow Mountains made it almost inconceivable for anyone to guess that he might have taken refuge there. Even if they somehow deduced that he entered the Northling Snow Mountains, given its vast expanse, it would still be impossible for more than 10 pursuers to locate him amidst such terrain. With these thoughts solidified, the spy captain wasted no more time, immediately changing course and heading towards the snowy peaks. Although the environment would be cruel, he believed that his excellent physical conditioning allowed him to survive for quite some time. Chapter 154, 10 days before the contest. This was a picturesque mountain, nestled among many mountains. It wasn't particularly tall or short, lush with trees, it blended in unassumingly among the other peaks. Unless you observed its sunny side, it wouldn't catch your attention. The sunny side of this mountain, specifically its southern face, had nearly half its area devoid of trees. Instead, it consisted of several enormous rock slopes. Though the stone surface wasn't smooth, it was exceptionally flat and appeared magnificent from every angle. Were it not located deep within the mountains, it would undoubtedly attract numerous tourists. A visitor coming here a month ago might have thought so. But now, this slope could no longer serve as a scenic spot because the once smooth slope was now riddled with craters, some as large as 3 feet in diameter and others as small as 5 inches. In total, there were over 300 such craters. From afar, it looked like the once flawless face of a young girl suddenly dotted with countless freckles. It was now mid-morning at the end of summer, and the sun blazed intensely. Combined with the dark color of the stones, the surface temperature was extremely high, hot enough to fry an egg. However, there was a man lying on one of the few remaining unpitted areas of the rock slope under the scorching sun, apparently doing something. This man was none other than Lu Changming, and the holes on the mountain were all his doing. He knelt on the rock, his left arm pressed against the heated stone for support, seemingly unfazed by the searing heat. The sweat poured down his face, only wiped away when it obstructed his vision. This time, there should be no problems. Finally, Lu Changming stood up. He couldn't remember how many times he'd been here practicing to carve the devil-suppressing stone array. Quickly, he pulled out 3 devil-suppressing stones from his pocket, placing them onto the array's marks on the rock surface. Subsequently, he pressed both hands against the carved surface, beginning to activate the devil-suppressing stone array. Violet light slowly spread across the entire formation. Success seemed imminent. However, Lu Changming remained calm, as he'd seen this phenomenon dozens of times before. Finally, the violet glow covered the whole formation, and Lu Changming lifted his hands, but he didn't relax, as the array still hadn't been fully activated. Bang! Once again, an explosion echoed across the mountain. He had failed again, leaving yet another 3-foot-wide crater in the slope. But even as the explosion occurred, Lu Changming didn't waste any time. His figure flickered rapidly around the explosion site, and when he finally stopped, the 3 devil-suppressing stones had already returned into his possession. He was now proficient at reclaiming these stones, having practiced extensively to retrieve the scattered stones after each explosion. This practice came after much frustration caused by previous mishaps during indoor training where the stones would scatter upon explosions and roll down the rocky hillside far out of reach. Each time took him hours to locate them. Once, it took him 2 entire hours. After that lesson, he spent 2 days practicing the recovery process using ordinary stones until it became second nature, a skill honed through training thanks to Master Gao. Lu Changming sighed, looking at the crater with dejection. After a month of practice, his carving technique was near perfect, no longer irregular as before. Yet, he couldn't successfully activate the devil-suppressing stone array, unsure why. Should I ask the sect leader? He muttered to himself. Still, I need to wait a little while. Hey, Lu Changming, prepare to go back. We're leaving this afternoon. Feng Yuan's voice called from afar. He feared Lu Changming might once again lose track of time while practicing, so he came to remind him. Yes, Lu Changming replied, then glanced one last time at the stone pits scattered across the mountain before heading toward Feng Yuan. Time passed swiftly, and just after September, the biennial Continental Academy Exchange Contest was about to begin in less than 10 days. The host of the event rotated every 8 years between the 3 great empires and 1 medium-sized country eligible to participate. This medium-sized country needed to apply for hosting rights, a competition that always sparked fierce debate. After all, hosting the Continental Academy Exchange Contest was a tremendous honor for any medium-sized nation, akin to that of the 3 great empires. This year's competition was held in a medium-sized country called Yunhui Kingdom, located between Fengyang Empire and Mingyan Empire. Its national strength wasn't particularly formidable, but it had earned its place in the contest because of a powerful academy within its borders that qualified for participation. Although Yunhui bordered with Fengyang Empire, This was not entirely favorable for Fenyang's participating academies, since their shared border was also the boundary of Fengshan Forest. For safety considerations, the participants couldn't traverse through the forest. Hence, Fenyang's colleges had to take a long detour through Mingyun territory to reach Yunhui, further underscoring how geographically, Yunhui remained an affiliate of Mingyun despite being situated between two empires. Whenever the competition was hosted in a foreign land, Fenyang Empire, prioritizing convenience and safety, generally insisted all participating academies, save a few exceptions, gather in Yedu City before proceeding en masse to the venue. This time, due to the longer route required, they were scheduled to assemble in Yedu half a month prior to the contest. However, Lu Changming was still in Fengxing Mountain Range just 10 days before the event, suggesting his academy, Shun College, was among those exceptions. While Shun College technically used one of Fenyang Empire's spots, it actually belonged to Shuiying country. Therefore, unless directly commanded by the Fenyang Emperor, no department in Fenyang could demand that Shun College follow the main group. No precedent existed where an affiliate academy occupied an imperial slot based on merit. Hence, Fenyang allowed Shun College to proceed independently. With less than 10 days left until the start of the competition, although departure from Fengxing Mountains would get them to Yunhui faster than starting from Yedu, doing so left no room for preparation. Initially, Lu Changming found it odd how carefree Shun College seemed about logistics, but after packing up and gathering he understood why. He was back at that location, the site of the teleportation gate. Clearly, the divine religion intended to use the portal to transport them there. This revealed they had a branch in Yunhui Kingdom. In this vast space, which Lu Changming had visited previously but never fully explored, there were over 40 people present. 24 of them stood in formation near the teleportation gate, including Lu Changming himself. These 24 individuals were the competitors selected for the contest, among whom were some familiar faces from the preliminaries. Leading the group was Fang Yuan. The familiar faces, too, had seen Lu Changming, and while undoubtedly curious as to why he would join the competition, showed no outward signs of surprise, instead maintaining serious composure towards the front. Here, Lu Changming also spotted Qinglong Hall Master, whom he hadn't seen since returning from the northern Ling Snow Peak. Apparently, the Hall Master had been away performing some duties, not residing at the Fengxing branch. At this moment, the Hall Master was coordinating with several elders, clearly making final preparations for the teleportation process. Chapter 155, The Strange Teleportation Point. They quickly finished their preparations, and then the Hall Master gave a speech. He really looks like a school principal. Looking at the Hall Master, Lu Changming mocked him under his breath. Despite his mockery, the Hall Master's words were naturally different from those of a principal. His tone was not one of encouragement, but command. Moreover, Lu Changming also picked up on some information he cared about, the purpose of this trip by the Shuren sect. Although he didn't know the specific details, one sentence from the Hall Master caught Lu Changming's attention. You just need to focus on the competition this time, and the rest of the tasks will be left to the elders and the Baihu Hall members. Their objective this time seemed far from simple. Should I leverage my identity as the Holy Sun to pressure the Hall Master and make him reveal more? He should know that I am the Holy Sun. Wait, if I'm the Holy Sun, can I now settle old scores? Lu Changming thought excitedly. Be prepared, we're going to activate the teleportation portal. The Hall Master's words interrupted Lu Changming's thoughts. Next, Lu Changming saw the Hall Master leap into the air and sit cross-legged in front of the teleportation portal. Alongside him were 15 other elders, forming 2 circles around the 8 directions of the portal, 16 people in total. Then they emitted different colored lights from their hands, raising them toward the teleportation portal. The teleportation portal that could normally be activated by the sect leader alone now required 16 people working together to open it. This time, Lu Changming noticed something different from the last time when the sect leader had opened the portal. This portal did not expand as large as before. Instead, after doubling in size, it stopped expanding further. Subsequently, the light it emitted grew stronger. As the light intensified, Lu Changming had to close his eyes and shield them with his arm. After roughly 5 breaths, he felt the same dizzy sensation he had experienced during the previous teleportation, after which the bright light disappeared. Lu Changming opened his eyes. The teleportation portal had returned to its original state, but the surrounding environment had changed. It seemed the teleportation was complete. However, many of the 16 individuals who had opened the portal now looked pale, clearly indicating significant energy consumption. This teleportation was different from the last one. It was a ranged teleportation and did not require entering through the light gate. He wasn't sure which method was more advanced. He didn't dwell much on the differences in teleportation because this was beyond his current understanding. Once his cultivation level increased, he might understand the principles behind it better. Subsequently, his attention was drawn to the surroundings. This place was completely different from where the Fengxing Division and headquarter portals were located, both of which were hidden away, whereas this one was entirely exposed. Not only was it exposed, but the surrounding environment startled Lu Changming quite a bit. A heavy downpour was in progress, yet they weren't getting wet because they were inside a cliff hollow. Yes, inside a cliff hollow. After observing, he noted that this cliff wasn't too high, approximately 10 zhang tall. Its vertical and smooth walls had a large indent in the middle, as if carved out by something. This formed a cave positioned in the center of the cliff, and they were currently inside this cave. Looking into the distance, all he could see was trees, an endless forest. The terrain was relatively flat, making their location seem rather abrupt. Examining the surrounding area, Lu Changming deduced roughly where they were. All the trees here were native to the northern region, and there was only one vast forest in the north, the Function Forest. He had once again arrived at the Function Forest, though it was likely not the same place he had teleported to previously. Apart from their current position, everything else was covered in trees. Perhaps due to the sufficient space, this area was chosen as the teleportation point. Yet after searching for a while inside the cave, Lu Changming couldn't find any platform-like structures. The previous 2 teleportation points had such platforms, leading him to believe all portals would have them. We still have plenty of time. Let's wait here for the rain to stop, the Hall Master's voice echoed. After speaking, he walked directly to the deepest part of the cave, sat cross-legged, and began recovering his true essence. Meanwhile, those elders who appeared pale didn't move at all and closed their eyes to recover, indicating that the teleportation drained even more energy than Lu Changming had imagined. The 23 participants competing alongside Lu Changming dispersed. They didn't enter deeper into the cave, but gathered in small groups near the edge, whispering amongst themselves. While they discussed, they occasionally glanced over at Lu Changming. Many of them had participated in the preliminary competitions and knew that Lu Changming had been rescued back forcibly. They couldn't figure out why. Within just 2 months, he had become their teammate. Fortunately, the Qinglong Hall of the Xuanhuan sect maintained strict discipline due to the Hall Master. If it were another division, an unexpected newcomer like this would have caused trouble. Lu Changming paid no attention to these glances, but directly approached Fang Yuewen. Hey, Fang Yuewen, do you know what's going on with this teleportation point? Lu Changming asked in a low voice. With so many elders there recovering quietly, Lu Changming dared not speak loudly. Fang Yuewen shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Brother Lu, you overestimate me. All 23 of us here, including me, are teleporting for the first time. To be honest, I've never met anyone like Brother Lu who has already teleported twice within less than a month while still at the soul refining realm. By the way, Brother Lu asked me this because there's something wrong with this teleportation point, isn't there? Fang Yuewen didn't know that Lu Changming was the holy son of the Xuanhuan sect, but the Qinglong Hall Master had told him that Lu Changming was already considered a member of the Xuanhuan sect, so he spoke much more politely. He was very friendly to everyone from the Xuanhuan sect. Lu Changming shook his head and said, Nothing much, just felt a bit strange about this location. After finishing, Lu Changming turned and glanced toward the depths of the cave. The Hall Master was sitting cross-legged there. He should ask the Hall Master about this, and also test the authority of his role as the Holy Son. The Hall Master had profound cultivation skills, so it didn't take long for him to recover sufficiently and open his eyes. When Lu Changming saw that the Hall Master had opened his eyes, he walked towards the inside of the cave. The Hall Master also noticed Lu Changming's movement, then narrowed his eyes to look at Lu Changming. Seeing the unfriendly gaze of the Hall Master, Lu Changming felt his heart thump, thinking, could it be that the Hall Master doesn't yet know I'm the Holy Son? However, since he had already gone halfway, Lu Changming couldn't return now. It would be too awkward. This awkwardness did not last long because the Hall Master stood up and quickly came to Lu Changming's side. Once again, as if picking up a little chick, the Hall Master grabbed Lu Changming by the collar and led him out of the cave. All the people in the cave, including the elders who were recovering, opened their eyes and followed the two until they disappeared from the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave was the cliff. After arriving at the mouth of the cave, the Hall Master did not hesitate but jumped out, landing firmly on the ground. Although it was raining heavily, the Hall Master used true essence to erect an invisible barrier against the rain, so they didn't get wet. Placing Lu Changming on the ground, the Hall Master asked him, what is it? Chapter 156, The Four Halls of the Spirit-Releasing Sect. Hall Master, do you know that I am the Holy Son of the Spirit-Releasing Sect? Lu Changming asked cautiously in his heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface. Although he was already a Holy Son, the shadow cast by the Hall Master still lingered in his mind. The Hall Master glanced at him and nodded. So, what is the status of the Holy Son in the Spirit-Releasing Sect compared to the Hall Master? Equal to the Hall Master. The Hall Master realized there was some intention behind Lu Changming's question and answered with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Lu Changming sighed in relief. At least he didn't have to worry about the Hall Master doing anything nasty to him anymore. Before you say anything. Before Lu Changming could ask another question, the Hall Master suddenly said, Are you trying to hide the fact that you're the Holy Son? Lu Changming nodded. If you want to keep your identity as the Holy Son hidden, next time don't do anything so abrupt. Behave like an ordinary disciple, and come find me when no one's around. Lu Changming nodded again. Speak up, what is it? I just wanted to ask about the issues with the teleportation point. Lu Changming flinched a bit at the Hall Master's stern expression. After all, the man before him was at the spiritual communication realm, 2 major stages higher than him. Then he remembered he didn't have to cower since he was the Holy Son, though it took him quite a while to adjust his mindset. Why is this place different from the other 2 teleportation points? Although this place is indeed a teleportation point, people can leave here but cannot enter, thus there is no teleportation gate here. Only the teleportation array marked by the sect leader exists here. Although this place is within the forest, there are often people passing by. If we had placed a teleportation gate, it would definitely be discovered. The Hall Master quickly explained. That's why. Lu Changming now understood why there were no traces of a teleportation point visible here, and this meant that there were probably many such one-way teleportation points across the continent. Do you have any other questions? The Hall Master did not believe that Lu Changming only had this one question, otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to find him. Indeed, Lu Changming was not just concerned about the issue with the teleportation point. After hesitating for a moment, he said, As the Holy Son, I feel I should have the right to know the true purpose of this mission. The purpose of this mission? I don't know either, the Hall Master replied. Don't know? Lu Changming absolutely couldn't believe that the Hall Master didn't know. He felt his intelligence was being insulted. Could you please come up with a reason that sounds believable? You, the great Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Hall, actually don't know the objective of the task you're supposed to carry out. The Hall Master frowned. In the past, if Lu Changming had dared to speak to him this way, he would have slapped him long ago. But now, knowing that Lu Changming was the Holy Sun, he obviously couldn't do that. Moreover, he wasn't even angry, not because of his great temperament, but because he had become accustomed to being spoken to this way by juniors at his level. After all, the Phoenix Hall Master spoke to him this way too. With a hint of helplessness, the Hall Master looked at Lu Changming for a while, then looked up at the sky. This rain probably won't stop anytime soon. It is originally my task to inform you about some matters of the spirit releasing sect, but I've been too busy these last few days, so I'll take advantage of this waiting for the rain period to tell you, said the Hall Master. Our spirit releasing sect is divided into 4 halls, which you should already know. Lu Changming nodded. Do you know what exactly the 4 halls are responsible for? Lu Changming shook his head. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise halls each have different responsibilities, and they operate independently, cooperating on tasks but not interfering with each other. This mission is mainly led by the White Tiger Hall, and our Azure Dragon Hall is only playing a supporting role, so I don't know the details of this mission. If you want to know, go ask the White Tiger Hall Master. Now Lu Changming understood. The tasks undertaken by the 4 halls vary greatly. The primary responsibility of the Black Tortoise Hall is defense, and apart from places like the Wind Traveling Division, most of the strongholds are guarded by members of the Black Tortoise Hall. The main task of the Vermilion Bird Hall is intelligence collection, but currently, due to the insufficiency of the Vermilion Bird Hall Master's abilities, those under the Vermilion Bird Hall outside the headquarters are managed by the White Tiger Hall Master. The White Tiger Hall operates secretly, their most common task being assassination. Other tasks that need to be carried out covertly, such as theft, poisoning, or kidnapping. Perhaps if we hadn't abducted you, the White Tiger Hall would have taken over this mission. They aren't as merciful as I am. They might chop off a limb or something, so I think you should thank me properly. Lu Changming shivered. Hearing the Hall Master talk this way made the White Tiger Hall seem truly terrifying, but he had no intention of thanking the Hall Master. His current near binding with the spirit releasing sect was all thanks to him. Silently taking someone away is indeed the forte of the White Tiger Hall. Our Azure Dragon Hall isn't suited for this kind of work. That time when we grabbed you on the field almost exposed us and got me scolded by the sect leader, the Hall Master complained. Bro, don't complain in front of me, the party involved. Lu Changming thought to himself, sensing that the Hall Master was deliberately doing so. Our Azure Dragon Hall is one of the most important halls in the spirit releasing sect. Generally, all major tasks are entrusted to us, like with the demon subduing stone. It was our hall's responsibility. There are also other tasks the other 3 halls can't handle which fall under our jurisdiction. Therefore, we're the largest among the 4 halls, and also the strongest. In short, just a jack of all trades, right? Lu Changming clearly noticed the Hall Master boasting about his hall, so he said this but stopped after one sentence because he heard crackling bones from the Hall Master's body along with an increasing pressure emanating from him. The Hall Master took several deep breaths to dispel his anger before continuing. This exchange competition is followed closely across the entire continent, so I imagine even the White Tiger Hall would find it hard to infiltrate without being noticed. Thus, our purpose for participating is to bring the people of the White Tiger Hall into the arena disguised as either students or instructors. So I assume the goal of this mission will be to eliminate one of the competitors inconspicuously or, like what happened to you, snatch them back. But I don't know who the target is specifically. Afterward, the Hall Master fell silent, feeling he had said all there was to say. Lu Changming didn't think about whether he should inquire further with the White Tiger Hall Master regarding this task, because once he knew what the White Tiger Hall specialized in, he gave up asking them directly. The information shared by the Hall Master already satisfied him. He had more pressing matters at hand. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first, the Hall Master said. Wait, Honorable Hall Master, Lu Changming interjected. Since we're now equals, calling you Hall Master might seem too formal. Why don't I call you Uncle Xiang, or even Brother Xiang? I'm already 56. The Hall Master looked suspiciously at Lu Changming, unsure why he was trying to get so close. To Lu Changming, the Hall Master only appeared to be in his 30s. Although he knew his actual age could be higher, he hadn't expected it to be this much. Then I'll address you as Uncle Xiang. What do you want? The Hall Master immediately saw through Lu Changming's intent, knowing he must have some request. Chapter 157, National Border. The one called Mirror something, can you destroy it? Lu Changming asked with a mischievous grin. Oh, the Hall Master displayed an expression of sudden realization, understanding now that this young man had summoned him for just this reason. But come to think of it, it was only natural. If someone else held such incriminating material on him, he would surely seek every possible way to destroy it too. I didn't tell you before. Mirror Flower Water Moon relies on memory. Unless I forget that image, I can recreate it at any time. The Hall Master smirked insidiously. And even if it could be destroyed, do you think I would destroy it just because you asked me to? Sheng Uncle, I'm the Sacred Son now. One day, I will become the sect leader. If you keep that thing, I might have some resentment. Lu Changming felt that he should leverage his status as the Sacred Son, thus said slightly threateningly. Humph. The Hall Master coldly snorted but wasn't angered by Lu Changming's words. He understood very well what Lu Changming was thinking about and continued to mock him. Becoming sect leader? Do you think with your current abilities, how long will it take to become the sect leader? 40 years? 50 years? or even longer. By then, I might have already been buried in the ground. So why should I fear you at all? The Hall Master's expression turned serious as he went on. Lu Changming, don't assume that becoming the sacred son means you will certainly become the sect leader. In your present state, it is absolutely impossible for you to become the sect leader. If you truly hope to ascend to the position of sect leader, merely practicing now will absolutely not suffice. Do you think the current sect leader became sect leader simply because of his formidable power? No. What is most important for the sect leader is leadership. Relying solely on strength is not enough to command respect. Just being the sacred son doesn't mean anything. If you do nothing now except practice, when the sect leader eventually steps down or passes away and names you as the successor, I believe very few within the sect will support you. At that point, I estimate that a certain Hall Master would slay you to seize the throne. Of course, all this is premised on the fact that the sure divine sect continues to develop peacefully. Saying this, the Hall Master paused momentarily. And moreover, you don't really want to be sect leader either, right? Since you don't wish to be sect leader, this title of sacred son has no significance to me. The only reason I talk to you this way now is because the sect leader appointed you as sacred son, and I trust that the sect leader must have had good reasons for doing so. After hearing these words from the Hall Master, Lu Changming did not reply immediately, but fell silent. These words significantly altered Lu Changming's impression of the Hall Master. His words gave Lu Changming a sense of familiarity, much like his teacher, Mr. Gao, creating a feeling akin to educating a student. At the same time, Lu Changming also felt somewhat puzzled. He learned from both the sect leader and Zhuke Hall Master that anyone who joined the Sure Divine sect more or less harbored resentment against the continent or the Tower sect, especially those in high positions. Hence, their personalities tended to be somewhat peculiar. During his 2 months in the Sure Divine sect, he did indeed notice this, but looking at this Qinglong Hall Master and his disciple Fang Yuan, they seemed normal. Could this be an exception, or was there something he hadn't yet discovered? He would need to observe them more carefully in the future. Lu Changming saw the Hall Master turn and walk away, and hurried to follow. He didn't have the ability to fend off rain merely with his true essence, nor did he have martial skills to shield himself from the rain. If he didn't follow, he would become drenched. Sigh, what should he do about this mirror flower watermoon? It wasn't until dusk that the torrential rain finally stopped, though the overcast skies still lingered, obscuring the sunset after the rain. The Hall Master immediately ordered the group to move out. They couldn't spend the night here. This cliff faced west, while they needed to proceed eastward, so they had to climb over this mountainous cliff. After the heavy rain, the cliffs were slippery, but everyone among them had at least attained the initial stage of the soul refinement realm, making the ascent not particularly challenging. Upon reaching the top of the cliff and scaling over this peak, Lu Changming realized they weren't at the center of Wind Morning Forest, but near its edge. To the west of this mountain was the Wind Morning Forest, while to the east lay vast plains. In the distance, the view was a sea of yellow, which must signify that it was harvest season for wheat. Those yellows were likely wheat stubbles. Coming earlier would have allowed him to see golden wheat fields. Lu Changming felt somewhat regretful. Apart from the wheat fields, there were also small towns and villages, and further away, there were vague silhouettes of cities. The Hall Master said that was where they would rest for the night. Actually, that cliff marked a national border. To the west of the cliff lay Fengyang Empire, and to the east, the destination of their journey, Yanhui Kingdom. But there were no Fengyang checkpoints at this national border, as Wind Morning Forest served as a natural barrier. It was impossible to cross the forest and enter Fengyang territory without achieving at least the soul connection realm level. For warriors of such caliber, ordinary checkpoints served no purpose, and even those at the soul connection realm level wouldn't confidently traverse this forest unscathed. However, the Yanhui Kingdom had stationed a large number of troops at the foot of these mountains because, if any voiceau, magical beasts, slipped out from the forest, many villages would be devastated. The army's mission was to kill those magical beasts attempting to leave the forest. Their group consisted of 40 individuals. Hiding from the soldiers might work for the elders alone, but was impossible when including those younger ones who were still in the soul refinement realm participating in the contest. After all, there were powerful warriors present within the army as well. But they did have the passes for the competition, and upon the Hall Master waving them assertively, the soldiers had no choice but to let them pass reluctantly. All of the above scenarios are just Lu Changming's fantasies. The actual situation was that they got discovered, then were escorted to the military camp, where the Hall Master presented the relevant documents and gained clearance afterward. Though the commanding officer was puzzled about why they had emerged from this location, the document bore the grand seal of the Fengyang Empire, leaving them too fearful to ask further questions. They then proceeded toward the city, which, though seemingly not far away, was actually almost 100 kilometers distant due to their current position atop the mountain. Even as martial artists, it took them more than an hour to reach the city. Despite passing through several small towns and villages along the way, the Hall Master showed no intention of staying there, not because there wasn't enough room for everyone or due to concerns about unforeseen events, but rather he seemed to have something he needed to attend to in the city ahead. When they finally arrived, night had already fully fallen. This city was named Xishan City. It looked distant while on the mountain, but upon closer inspection after descending, it turned out to be a fairly large city, probably over half the size of Fengyang Empire's Yunqing City, likely ranking among the top 10 cities in Yanhui Kingdom. Considering its proximity to Wind Morning Forest, none of the important cities surrounding it were small, since most bounty hunters who relied on the forest for a living preferred to accept missions or sell materials close to home. Upon entering the city, Lu Changming noticed that the hall master and several elders had vanished without a trace. The remaining elders led the group to seek accommodation at an inn, much like a regular academy. However, they weren't given free time to explore, being confined to stay inside the inn. By the time they reached the city, it was already pitch dark outside. Chapter 158, Huang Yanyu. That night passed quietly. Actually, Lu Changming wanted to practice the spirit-suppressing stone array further, but there were no stone surfaces to carve in the inn, and he didn't want to blow up the inn either, so that night he was idle. Lu Changming was deeply troubled by his inability to master the spirit-suppressing stone array, as it was the only method he had for cultivation. The next morning, they gathered and prepared to depart. Careful Lu Changming noticed that although the team still consisted of 40 people, there had been some changes. First, the elders had changed, with a few faces that Lu Changming hadn't seen before. Although Lu Changming wasn't familiar with these elders, after just one night, he knew who had met him for the first time. These must be from Baihu Hall. At this moment, they had already left Xishan City and were heading towards the capital of Yunhui country to the east. Yunhui was not a large country, so it wouldn't take much time to reach the capital, Yunhui City. Therefore, they weren't rushing but rather trotting casually. Although this was a leisurely trot for practitioners, it almost matched the full-speed sprint of an ordinary person. Although the changes among the participants were subtle, they were clear in Lu Changming's eyes. Their group of 24 advanced in a strict formation, each position fixed, unlike the loose formations of other academies. For example, since Lu Changming was added last, his position was at the back. What made Lu Changming notice the change was the participant directly in front of him. Not only did the person change, but the change was significant. They had gone from a burly man to a tall, beautiful girl. Because they were participating in the competition, they wore clothes that could be considered uniforms of Xuanhuan Academy, which were loose yet couldn't hide the girl's impressive figure ahead. Her entire presence exuded maturity, despite having a youthful face that clearly didn't match her demeanor. Yet she should be no older than 20 to qualify for the competition. And, would such a figure affect her compatibility? Lu Changming occasionally found his gaze drawn to the double peaks in front of her chest. Seemingly sensing Lu Changming's gaze, the girl turned toward him and smiled enchantingly. This smile made Lu Changming lose his focus momentarily, so he quickly looked away. However, this girl seemed to take an interest in Lu Changming, leaning closer and speaking softly to him. "You're Lu Changming, right?" Her voice was alluring and breathy. Lu Changming sensed this girl must have intentionally done it, but his mind was heated and unable to think clearly about her purpose or why. As someone from Baihu Hall, she knew his name. He found himself at a loss with women, especially ones like her. He suddenly felt he should find time to study Buddhist scriptures later to help calm his mind somewhat. Lu Changming nodded without responding. "I'm Huang Yanyu, from Baihu Hall." "Hello," Lu Changming said, his face red as he focused on the road ahead, because while running, Huang Yanyu's chest swayed slightly, making him nervous. Lu Changming realized Huang Yanyu was deliberately acting this way, leading him to suspect if she was sent by the hallmaster again. After all, her sudden appearance next to him was suspicious. Besides the hallmaster, who else had the power to rearrange the positions of people from Baihu Hall? But this behavior didn't make any sense at all. Moreover, somehow influenced by Huang Yanyu, Lu Changming's speed slightly decreased, creating some distance between them and those ahead. "Is there anything you need?" Lu Changming asked. "Can't I just say hi without reason? Big sister heard that you were specifically brought here by Qinglong Hall and got curious, wanting to get acquainted." "Hey, why are your words making me more suspicious?" Lu Changming felt that this Huang Yanyu was very strange, not only in appearance, but also in tone, nothing like someone asking out of mere curiosity. In fact, Qinglong Hall and Baihu Hall don't have good relations. Big sister asked many people, but none of them told me the cause, so I came personally to investigate. Saying this, Huang Yanyu leaned closer to Lu Changming. "Huang miss, please stop." Lu Changming, a man without boldness, plus feeling that Huang Yanyu was too suspicious, spoke like this. To his surprise, upon hearing this sentence, Huang Yanyu obediently returned to her previous position, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of her puzzled expression. Without the interference of those temptations, Lu Changming calmed down and began to think. Huang Yanyu's series of actions were quite odd. What was her intention? As he thought, he also began to speed up, wanting to catch up with those in front. "Big brother Lo, could you tell Sister Yanyu why you joined the spirit release sect?" A sweet and crisp voice came from beside him, causing all of Lu Changming's body hairs to stand on end. Mechanically turning his head, Lu Changming nearly tumbled to the ground. However, after being steadied for a moment, he regained his balance but instinctively moved further away from Huang Yanyu. At this moment, Huang Yanyu had completely transformed. Though her face was still the same, her demeanor was no longer mature, but rather naive. Moreover, what shocked Lu Changming most was that her previously curvaceous figure now shrunk, with her chest size dropping by several grades. Now under the loose clothing, there were only slight curves, though her height remained unchanged, still tall, only half a head shorter than Lu Changming. This made her seem more than 10 years younger, feeling even younger than Ma Yueyao. What was going on? Witnessing this scene, Lu Changming felt quite terrified. How did she do it? But soon afterward, he recalled the disguise technique Mo Yunning taught him. Perhaps the current Huang Yanyu also possessed a similar amazing martial skill, highly suitable for infiltration and assassination missions for Baihu Hall. After seeing Lu Changming's expression, Huang Yanyu frowned, allowing him to determine she truly looked confused. He also heard her muttering softly. "Neither gentle older sister nor cute younger sister types work? Should I be more assertive? Hey, come over here. I have a question for you." Following this, Huang Yinyu's presence changed drastically again. Her tone became cold and fierce. Enough. Enough. Miss Huang, can we stop playing around? Hearing this sentence, Lu Changming quickly spoke. Lu Changming understood clearly. This Huang Yinyu seemed like she wanted to use seduction techniques to draw information from him, which might be the idea of Baihu Hall. But this task executor, Huang Yinyu, was a fool and didn't know how to use seduction skills properly at all. Yet her disguising skill indeed proved that Baihu Hall excelled in certain areas. Are you going to tell me then? Instantly, Huang Yinyu reverted to her initial presence. Although changes in her breast size probably needed time, so they didn't revert back to their original large size. No, I will absolutely never say it. It's something the Grandmaster personally told me must never be disclosed. Lu Changming decided to use the Grandmaster as a shield. Indeed, using the Grandmaster as a shield worked well. For the rest of the journey, Huang Yinyu didn't do anything strange anymore. The two caught up with the team ahead. Chapter 159, Disguise. They moved at a rapid pace, and by late afternoon, they had already neared their destination, Yanhui City. Since then, Huang Yinyu hadn't bothered him again, seemingly showing no interest in him other than the reason for capturing him. However, although she didn't interfere with him, from time to time, Huang Yinyu would cast glances at him, making his back feel cold. During the final rest before reaching the destination, Fang Yuewen visited Lu Changming once more, handing him a mask and saying, "Put this mask on. Once we approach Yanhui City, it's quite possible that we'll encounter people from other academies even outside the city. You wouldn't want others to recognize you as Lu Changming, would you? Just tell the organizers your face was injured and you have a large scar that needs covering with the mask. It's a valid excuse." Lu Changming accepted the mask and expressed his gratitude. Indeed, he didn't want others to know he was participating on behalf of Sure Divine Academy. Even if Fang Yuewen hadn't given him the mask, he would have found another way to disguise himself. Lu Changming liked the mask too. It was simple with no decorations, pure gray, with only 2 holes for the eyes. "I'll give you an additional disguise." Suddenly, Huang Yinyu came close to Lu Changming, startling him as he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. Fang Yuewen looked at Huang Yinyu curiously. He felt this person was somewhat strange, but since Qinglong Hall and Baihu Hall rarely interacted, and he didn't understand much about Baihu Hall, he shook his head and said nothing. "What kind of disguise?" asked Lu Changming, confused. "Since you're pretending to be disfigured, I can forge a scar extending from your face down to your neck. I think it will be more convincing. Moreover, the scars I make are absolutely reliable. They won't fall off even if your face gets genuinely injured." "I think it's a good idea," said Fang Yuewen. Lu Changming hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Upon seeing Lu Changming nod, Huang Yinyu turned her gaze coldly toward Fang Yuewen. Suddenly, Fang Yuewen felt a wave of chill, as if something had just occurred to him, so he quickly turned and left. However, Huang Yinyu's full attention was on Lu Changming, and she hadn't noticed this. When Fang Yuewen had moved far enough away, Huang Yinyu leaned forward slightly, causing Lu Changming to step back immediately. Seeing his reaction, Huang Yinyu chuckled lightly and said, "I'm just here to do your makeup. Don't be so guarded." Lu Changming still eyed her suspiciously, considering the situation for a moment, and eventually put down the hand that was previously held up in defense. "Let's go over there. It'll be faster to apply makeup while sitting," Huang Yinyu pointed at a nearby rock and suggested. After Lu Changming sat down quietly on the rock, Huang Yinyu pulled out a small box from somewhere unknown. The contents inside weren't typical female cosmetics like powder or water-based paints, but rather strange substances and tools that Lu Changming couldn't name. Staring at the small box in her hands, and then looking at Huang Yinyu's beautiful face, Lu Changming suddenly wondered, was her beautiful face actually a disguise? As someone from Baihu Hall, she should excel in such artistry, and he'd heard stories of assassins who used fake faces even in their daily lives. Thinking along these lines, Huang Yinyu might very well be using a disguised appearance, one vastly different from her original features. Perhaps she was actually ugly or worse. Maybe she was even a man? He recalled how some killers in novels would change gender outright to hide their identity. Coupled with her strange cup-size changing ability, Lu Changming felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Changming knew this was just his speculation, a strategy he employed to remain calm when facing her, not allowing himself to be distracted by her face and figure and subsequently manipulated by her tricks. Huang Yinyu, unaware of Lu Changming's extensive inner thoughts, approached him with cotton and a small bottle. Dipping the cotton into the liquid inside the bottle, she began smearing it over the left side of Lu Changming's cheek and jawline. Since it was merely to enhance the justification for wearing the mask, it sufficed to create a scar near the edge of the masked area on his face. "I have a question to ask," Huang Yinyu said. Lu Changming reacted immediately, prompting her to hastily add, "Not about you, of course. Do you have any understanding of the sect leader? I want to learn some things about him." "Sect leader?" Lu Changming felt somewhat baffled. Huang Yinyu switched to another powder and began applying it. "Ever since I saw the sect leader display his great power that time, I have admired him endlessly. But I'm just a minor figure at the refining souls level. I can't possibly ask the sect leader or the hall master. So when I heard that you were once personally taken to headquarters by the sect leader, I thought I'd ask you, what's the sect leader like in daily life?" While constantly giving himself hints to stay clear-headed, Lu Changming was also pondering Huang Yinyu's words. Her question was quite strange, feeling somewhat deliberate, not entirely natural. It seemed very much like she was trying to coax some information out of him. But if the Baihu Hall wanted to know anything from him, shouldn't they send someone more professional? Was there something hidden behind this? However, looking at her admiring eyes, it didn't seem fake. She truly wanted to know about the sect leader. After thinking for a while, Lu Changming felt that speaking wouldn't be a problem. The sect leader's impression shouldn't be considered a secret, so why not share it and see what happens next? I haven't been around the sect leader long. The sect leader rarely speaks and is indifferent toward everyone, as if devoid of emotion, said Lu Changming. That's how the sect leader felt to him. Although the sect leader had spoken to him a lot and taught him many things, Lu Changming knew he was an exception, just like the Zhuge Hall master. If it weren't for his background, the sect leader definitely wouldn't treat him like this. But Lu Changming didn't mention these facts, as they contained a great deal of information, and he didn't want others to know about them. Is that all? Seeing that Lu Changming had stopped talking after saying just one sentence, Huang Yinyu asked suspiciously. Lu Changming nodded. That's all. With a tch, Huang Yinyu stopped asking questions and focused on applying makeup to Lu Changming. Lu Changming suddenly realized that though her appearance and demeanor remained unchanged, her appeal to him seemed to have weakened. Had he lost his ability to think clearly before because he had fallen under some kind of seductive martial artistry? He wondered. Lu Changming hadn't noticed that although Huang Yinyu's expression appeared calm, deep in her eyes lurked excitement, and mixed within that excitement was even a trace of killing intent. Huang Yinyu's questions were not meant to uncover any secrets from Lu Changming, but rather to confirm something. Chapter 160, Mission Objective. The scar was quickly disguised, and Huang Yinyu's box had a mirror, which allowed Lu Changming to see what the scar on his face looked like. After seeing himself in the mirror, Lu Changming paused for a moment, then revealed an expression of surprise. Even though it was just a scar on his face, at first glance, Lu Changming did not recognize himself. It was mainly due to how hideous the scar was. The scar wasn't large, but it was long, stretching from his cheek all the way to the middle of his neck. It was a centipede-shaped scar formed after suturing and healing, and Lu Changming couldn't tell it was fake by just looking. He touched it with his hand, and it felt no different from a real scar. Except for feeling a little uncomfortable while speaking, this disguise was practically perfect. This skill left Lu Changming quite impressed. The head seemed to deliberately let Huang Yinyu do his makeup. After finishing, the rest time ended, and they started moving forward again. This place was very close to Yanhui City, so Lu Changming thought about it, and still put on his mask here. This mask was made of unknown material, feeling very hard, but its breathability was excellent. Even though there were only holes around the eyes, he didn't feel suffocated. However, until they reached Yanhui City, Huang Yinyu hadn't spoken to him again, leaving Lu Changming very puzzled. He believed Huang Yinyu came to probe him for information. Now that she stopped doing so, was it because she had already completed her task, or was she preparing other methods? But either way, it made Lu Changming quite worried. An hour later, the group finally arrived at Yanhui City. Although Yanhui City is the largest city in Yanhui Kingdom, its size is actually similar to Yunqing City. It can only be considered a big city, far incomparable to Yedu or Lidu. However, for a small country like Yanhui Kingdom, this is already remarkable. Even though the city isn't small, it's still impossible to have such a large-scale competition venue set up in the city or suburbs like in the capitals of the three great empires. Therefore, the competition wasn't held here. The reason why they came here must be for Xianxia sect to make some preparations. The competition site isn't far from here. It's located in a small town approximately less than 100 kilometers from Yanhui City. The reason for choosing this town is solely because the only college in Yanhui Kingdom that can rank highly on the continent, the Xuanhuan Academy, is located here. Choosing the location of Xuanhuan Academy as the venue has no special reasons. Yanhui Kingdom chose this mainly due to space considerations. Although the Intercontinental College Exchange competition is held every 2 years, it would likely take over 100 years for Yanhui Kingdom to get a chance to host it. Plus, Xuanhuan Academy may not always rank high. If Xuanhuan Academy declines, it might not get another opportunity to host it. Therefore, building a specialized venue for the competition would be too wasteful, especially since Yanhui Kingdom lacks the financial capacity to support such a large project, which would drain resources. Instead, they decided to rely on Xuanhuan Academy's own arena and construct some additional buildings for the competition. After the competition, these could continue to be used by Xuanhuan Academy. This is mutually beneficial and avoids waste. Upon learning this information, Lu Changming developed a sense of admiration for the king of Yanhui. Considering the well-being of the people like this is rare among the current kings of the continent. Most colleges go directly to the competition venue, but rarely do schools like Xianxia sect come to Yanhui City first, as normally getting to Xuanhuan Academy from abroad does not require passing through Yanhui City. But if a participating college enters Yanhui City under the pretext of visiting the capital, Yanhui Kingdom will welcome them anyway. So even though the city guard officials found it strange, the group was still permitted entry into Yanhui City upon arrival. Similarly, upon arriving at Yanhui City, everyone was ordered again, as they were in Xishan City, not to go out. Naturally, aside from Lu Changming, none of the others had any complaints, but Lu Changming felt extremely annoyed because, due to the teleportation, there were still 8 days before the competition started. They might stay here for a considerable amount of time since they hadn't successfully implemented the demon-taming stone formation yet, preventing him from practicing. Also, exercising the formation's power could be destructive, forcing him to wait idly. The leader disappeared after securing lodging. However, before leaving, he met with Lu Changming once. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Changming earnestly requested to find a place to stay outside, but was shot down by the leader with one sentence. If you want to be suspected and expose your identity, just do that. The reason the leader visited Lu Changming left him somewhat bewildered, because everything the leader said was trivial and inconsequential. However, some of the leader's actions made Lu Changming notice something amiss. It seemed like the leader was constantly observing him. That gaze was peculiar, almost as if they were checking something precious lent out to an unreliable person, examining whether it was damaged when returned. In a nearby and not far from where the Xuanhuan sect members stayed, Qinglong Chamber Master sat by the window, holding a cup of tea and gazing at the scenery outside. He wasn't alone in the room. In the dim corner on the other side, a figure leaned against the wall with arms crossed over his chest. "It's about time you told me the mission objective," the chamber master slowly said after sipping his tea. The man remained silent for a moment before replying. "The mission target is Holy Capital Academy." Upon hearing this, the chamber master's hand trembled slightly, spilling some tea onto his clothes. "So, the target really is that person?" The time is finally approaching. The chamber master placed his teacup back on the tray, losing interest in drinking tea any further. "This is the only chance we'll get, so it mustn't fail. Though that person will participate again in 2 years, the next competition will be held in Xuan Empire. This time, only one Divine Realm practitioner from Mingyan Empire is here to oversee the event, whereas there are at least 3 Divine Realm practitioners in Chengdu. It'll be infinitely more difficult next time, and the sect leader." "Stop talking," the man suddenly shouted. The chamber master ceased speaking. They weren't blind. Their insight was razor-sharp despite the sect leader's attempts to conceal his condition. They already understood the sect leader wouldn't last much longer. "Why do you take such an interest in that child?" The chamber master changed the subject, sensing potential trouble if he pressed further on the sect leader's situation. "You're deliberately asking when you already know. Haven't you heard rumors about my past? Huh? Are those rumors true?" Qinglong chamber master moved his chair closer to face the shadowed figure, showing curiosity. Despite both being part of the Xuanhuan sect, they had collaborated very few times, leaving him unfamiliar with many details. "Of course they're true, and therefore I'm also intrigued by you. If not for your strength, I would have," the man said chillingly. Even someone as composed as the chamber master felt a chill down his spine after hearing those words. "It's getting harder to suppress the urge." The cold voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. "You didn't learn anything today, did you?" The chamber master looked intently at the figure hidden in the shadows and warned, "I advise you to drop the idea. The sect leader holds great regard for that child. If you consider the sect leader's wishes, then don't lay a finger on him." Chapter 161, Fengyang Team. At the same time, about 500 kilometers southwest of Yanhui City, on an official road, a group of over 400 people were traveling. This group naturally included all the academies from the Fengyang Empire participating in this exchange competition. They had already been on the road for 6 days. In this group, apart from some officials responsible for organizing from the Fengyang Empire, there were 13 teams from academies. Excluding Xianxia Academy, 2 academies closer to Mingyan Empire chose to go on their own. Though this place was only 500 kilometers from Yanhui City, this was the straight line distance. In between lay the Fengshan Forest. They first needed to enter the territory of Mingyan Empire and then head towards Yanhui Kingdom. Calculated altogether, they still had over 1,500 kilometers left to travel. Combined with the large size of the team affecting their speed, even though the horses pulling the carriages were specially approved by the Empire, mixed-blooded magical beasts, they would still need another 4 days or so to reach their destination. In the front part of this group, there was a carriage that seemed slightly different from the others. The carriages themselves didn't differ much, but this one had an extra horse pulling it, making it 3 horses total, and its tracks were also deeper than the other carriages. Because this carriage had an additional layer of special armor inside, 2 horses wouldn't be able to pull it. This was the carriage of the person in charge leading the Fengyang Empire's team for this competition. Typically, there was no need for the leader's carriage to be of this kind, but this time was different. This time, it was Prince Ding, the royal uncle of the current emperor of Fengyang Empire. Just then, a black eagle had just flown away from the window of that special carriage, and within it, Prince Ding was looking at the note he'd just taken off the eagle's leg. "We're about to enter the border of Mingyan Empire, yet there has been no news about finding Xianxia Academy's whereabouts. Perhaps they have abandoned the competition? If they did, didn't I make this trip in vain? No. Could it be that Xianxia Academy is not actually within the Fengyang borders?" The prince murmured, pondering while looking at the slip in his hand. After a moment, he lightly pinched it between his thumb and index finger, turning the note into powder. This was the last update received from home. They were about to cross into Mingyan Empire's territory. Once inside, they couldn't use message-carrying eagles anymore. Otherwise, the information might be leaked. It seemed a bit excessive using the prince as the leader, but actually, he wasn't really managing this group directly. He wouldn't appear in his real identity either, ostensibly leaving the management to others. However, the ultimate authority still rested with him. The purpose of his application to the emperor to come along was entirely due to Xianxia Academy. If it had been for any other reason, the emperor certainly would not have allowed Prince Ding to leave for another country, because doing so was somewhat risky. But the emperor placed more importance on Xianxia Academy than even the prince himself did. He believed that if Prince Ding went, he would certainly uncover some traces, so under his insistent request, the emperor agreed. Prince Ding originally had no interest in going to Yanhui Kingdom. However, since Feng Shu and the spies hadn't sent back any messages yet, he subsequently dispatched someone to Shuiying country and found that Feng Shu and others had mysteriously disappeared, which forced him to pay attention. Although he didn't believe Feng Shu was dead, any organization that prevented him from sending a message surely wasn't simple. Moreover, this made Prince Ding very regretful about a previous event. He regretted letting someone at Tonghun Realm supervise Xianxia Academy during the preliminary selection instead of requesting an expert at Tongling Realm to personally monitor them. Had he done so, he might have discovered Xianxia Academy's secrets much earlier. If Xianxia Academy is indeed some secretive organization, This academy exchange competition might be the last time they make an appearance in the short term. Therefore, Prince Ding decided to personally visit once, closely observing what Xianxia Academy truly was. 1 month before the start of the competition, half a month before their departure, Prince Ding had activated the entire nation's intelligence system to investigate Xianxia Academy's movements. Even the nearby small countries had his informants, yet until now, there had been no news about Xianxia Academy. The competition would begin in 9 days. If they were within the borders of Fengyang Empire, even if they were near Mingyan Empire, it was already getting late. Could it really be as he suspected? Prince Ding was puzzled. There was a low chance they would abandon this competition. Based on the analysis of Xianxia Academy's actions during the preliminaries, their goal was precisely this exchange competition. Abducting Yunxiao Academy students was merely an ancillary act. However, if they were from other countries, why participate in the preliminary competition in Fengyang? Was it a time-related issue? Or maybe their dozens of participants didn't go together, but scattered across different routes at different times, reuniting upon arrival? This possibility was significant. And then there was the abducted youth. Though uncertain, Xianxia Academy had the greatest suspicion. What was the purpose of those people abducting that young man? He had asked his subordinates in charge of surveillance whether there was anything special about the youth named Lei Changming. His subordinates said that the young man's martial techniques were somewhat peculiar. Regarding this matter, he had also consulted several Ling realm experts in his residence, but no clue had emerged. Thinking about this matter, Prince Ding sighed. Although it hadn't spread to the public, the higher-ups in Yedu City were already in an uproar because of this incident. The dean of Yunxiao Academy had personally come to Yedu City due to this. It was rumored that this youth was a genius. But Prince Ding couldn't believe he was abducted merely because of his talent. There were too many geniuses around, and he couldn't believe that this youth had greater potential than the geniuses from Tianxiong or Fengshan academies. After pondering all these thoughts, Prince Ding had a headache. He rubbed his forehead. Now the simplest solution was to personally meet with the Shun College himself. 3 days passed, and it seemed that the hall master had completed his objective as Lei Changming was finally released from the inn. These days had been boring for him. Unable to cultivate, he could only practice drawing formations and practicing his xuanhuan technique. Even drawing formations was theoretical, as Lei Changming didn't dare to activate them. He had never successfully drawn one, so the failure rate would be more than 99% if he tried, and failure would mean collapsing the inn. Thus, he practiced enhancing his speed in drawing formations. As for xuanhuan, it felt like there wasn't much else for him to improve on. Thanks to the tips given by his sect master before, both in terms of penetration power and emission control, he believed he'd reached the pinnacle of what he could achieve at his current level. In order to make any further progress, improving his cultivation realm remained key. The sect master had mentioned that releasing the xuanhuan using just 2 hands and 2 feet was enough. Expanding it to the entire body wasn't necessary. Lei Changming provisionally believed this advice, even though the sect master hadn't explained the reasons. He trusted the sect master wouldn't harm him, possibly because the xuanhuan might have certain shortcomings. After all, it was rumored to be a cursed martial art. Mentioning xuanhuan reminded Lei Changming of another thing. The original version of his xuanhuan and some other important items were still at Yunxiao Academy. He needed to retrieve them somehow, but how was he supposed to go back now? This worried Lei Changming greatly. Yunhui City wasn't far from Tianhua Academy. After just over an hour, the group arrived at the small town where Tianhua Academy was located. Looking at the walls of Tianhua Academy in the distance, a thought suddenly struck Lei Changming. While the hall master was carrying out his mission, could he take the chance to escape? Chapter 162, Tianhua Academy. In Yunhui country, there are not a few prestigious academies. There are about more than 20. Though they can't rival the hundreds of renowned academies in the 3 great empires, this number is quite remarkable given the size of Yunhui country. However, among these more than 20 academies, except for Tianhua Academy, none even make it into the continental rankings. The strongest of these academies cannot even compare with the weakest of those from the 3 great empires. And yet, Tianhua Academy ranks within the top 100 across the entire continent. If considered only within Fengyang country's borders, it should rank within the top 30. Though it can't surpass Yunxiao Academy, it is still on par and not far behind. Moreover, the conditions for non-great empire academies participating in the Continental College Exchange competition are somewhat reduced since the strength of small countries cannot be compared with that of the great empires. This is why Tianhua Academy's ranking might not match Yunxiao Academy's, but finds it easier to enter the exchange competitions. Tianhua Academy has been able to stand out amidst such circumstances mainly because its recruitment method differs from that of other colleges. In addition to regular admissions, Tianhua Academy also employs a special recruitment strategy where teachers actively go out to seek exceptionally talented students. They don't look for students who have already started cultivating at preliminary colleges. Instead, they seek children under 10 years old who haven't yet begun cultivation. This is because on the continent, most people use the true qi technique, which suits the majority of people, to test if an individual has any talent for cultivation. However, some individuals may not be suited to this method. Among these unsuited individuals, there is still a significant proportion who possess excellent potential for cultivation. It is these extraordinary talents that the teachers of Tianhua Academy strive to find within Yunhui country. Once a child is successfully guided to become a warrior, then upon graduating from the preliminary academy, this child can only choose Tianhua Academy for further studies. Due to this method, while Tianhua Academy's enrollment numbers are somewhat fewer than those of peer-level institutions, its overall strength does not lag behind. This method is no secret. Many colleges on the continent know about it, but very few employ it. It's not that they don't want to. it's that they can't. Some colleges from the three great empires once tried to emulate this approach, but all failed. The main reason was population. The population of the three great empires is simply too vast, and once higher-ranking academies adopt this method, numerous parents who have already failed but still hope for their children to become warriors would bring their children en masse to the academy. Even the best academies could not withstand such influxes, let alone the relatively weaker ones using this method. Even if all the academies in the empire adopted this method, it would be impossible to sustain. Moreover, the top-ranked academies wouldn't even consider adopting it. Therefore, this method has become something only applicable in medium and small-sized countries. The other academies in Xuanhuan country were naturally the first to learn about this method. However, by the time they found out, Xianxia Academy had already grown significantly powerful through this method, attracting many famous experts from abroad to come and teach. The smaller academies knew that even if they were to use the same method, they couldn't possibly compete with Xianxia Academy. Other medium and small-sized countries also emulated the method after finding out about it. But the impact of population is still considerable. Too many people lead to disorder, while too few make it difficult to find exceptionally talented individuals. Thus, this method is suitable only for countries like Xuanhuan, countries that lie between the sizes of medium and small. Most academies in the countries meeting these criteria have begun implementing this method. However, unlike Xianxia Academy, which started without much competition, these academies developed slower and have not reached Xianhua's level. 5 days before the start of the competition, the group arrived at Xianxia Academy. At this moment, there were a total of 35 people, including 24 contestants, who were, of course, present. 5 elders who had gone missing were left in Xuanhuan City by the Hall Master because having 16 escorts as accompanying teachers was indeed excessive. The Hall Master did this to make them appear more ordinary. Besides, those 5 seemed to have some missions. At this point, Xianxia Academy gave off an appearance no different from ordinary academies, apart from Le Changming, the masked individual. During the registration process, Le Changming fully realized how stringent the Continental College exchange competition was. Not only were the procedures complicated, but bone age testing was required. However, this test wasn't for revealing one's exact age, but rather for protecting privacy. This testing was merely to confirm that each grade level didn't exceed the stipulated age without providing specific age information. A country like Xuanhuan, lacking experience in hosting large events, couldn't possibly achieve such strictness. The reason for this rigor was due to Mingyan Empire. Although the staff were all citizens of Xuanhuan, the people responsible for the event's operations were mostly from Mingyan Empire's officials. Furthermore, it seemed that a great master at the Divine Realm from the Mingyan Empire had come to oversee the smooth conduct of this competition. All of this was told to Le Changming by the Hall Master, seemingly intending to remind him of something. Xianxia Academy is the only other academy apart from Xianxia Academy that Le Changming has ever entered, so he can only compare it with Xianxia Academy. Perhaps due to regional differences, Xianxia Academy's style differs significantly from Xianxia Academy's, which is apparent just by looking at the gate and buildings. Since it is not located within a city, judging by the school map at the entrance, it should be much larger than Xianxia Academy. However, there do not seem to be any grand structures like Xianxia Academy's Martial Refinement Hall, Divine Martial Hall, or Library. This is partly because Xuanhuan country is not very wealthy, providing limited funding for Xianxia Academy, and also because the country lacks skilled craftsmen capable of designing such magnificent buildings. This made Le Changming realize the gap between large and small countries, but it also indirectly highlights how hard it is for Xianxia Academy to have reached its current level. However, it was rumored that the new venues built for the competition were constructed with the help of Mingyan Empire and are likely much more impressive than Tianhua's original buildings. After walking a distance inside Xianxia Academy, the Hall Master suddenly signaled for everyone to stop. Aside from a few elders, the rest were puzzled, unsure why the Hall Master had done this. Le Changming naturally didn't know either, but he noticed that Huang Yanyu, far away in the distance, did not display a look of confusion on her face. As for why Huang Yanyu was no longer walking beside him, he didn't know. After leaving Xuanhuan City, she had moved to a position farther from him. Thus, they stood here for 2/4 of an hour, and the remaining elders finally revealed expressions of realization. Still, the 23 contestants continued to feel perplexed. Another 2/4 of an hour passed before they noticed the anomaly. The rumbling sound came from the south, growing louder as time passed, indicating a large group approaching. It turned out that the Hall Master had detected this troop half an hour earlier. The Hall Master must have wanted to observe this group, which would need to be at least 300 people to create such a loud noise, and only the teams from the 3 great empires could have so many members. Considering the departure times of each empire, it was precisely the arrival time of Fengyang Empire. What does the Hall Master intend to do? Chapter 163, The Master's Awaited Person. As the rumbling of the carriage grew louder, the carriages from the Fengyang Empire finally arrived at the main gate of Xianxia Academy. Though the group had already entered the academy, they were not too far from the gate and could clearly see the dust rising as the carriages came to a stop. All members in this convoy were students of academies from the Fengyang Empire. However, the Continental Academy exchange competition was not a contest between nations, but between academies. Therefore, after their arrival, each academy was free to act independently. Once prepared, they began the registration process one by one. Since all the academies had arrived together, it was customary to show respect by allowing higher-ranked academies to register first. A small incident occurred during this process. A minor conflict arose between 2 academies. These 2 academies were naturally Tianxiong Academy and Fengshan Academy. Though Fengshan Academy ranked second in the Fengyang Empire, the gap between them and Tianxiang was negligible. As a result, both academies contested fiercely over the right to be the first to register. No physical conflicts occurred among the students. The disagreement was instead between the vice deans of the two academies. Each vice dean held their respective credentials for registration, facing off at the sign-in area, neither willing to let the other go first. Two academies ranked within the top 10 on the continent had their vice deans locked in a standoff, leaving almost everyone present too intimidated to intervene. This standoff lasted for 15 minutes. At this point, nearly all the passengers from the Fengyang Empire's carriages had disembarked, except for one where no one exited. A messenger was sent from this carriage to speak with the two vice deans. After hearing the message, the vice dean of Tianxiang smirked smugly while the vice dean of Fengshan appeared dejected. The outcome was clear. This remaining carriage, of course, belonged to Prince Ding of the Fengyang Empire, who now had the sole authority to resolve the deadlock between the two parties. Prince Ding had come specifically to investigate Xianxia Academy, so, for reasons of secrecy, very few people present knew that this carriage carried Prince Ding. However, the vice deans of Tianxiang and Fengshan academies were aware. Both these academies were national institutions of the Fengyang Empire, and although their vice deans were strong masters in the Tongling realm, once they joined the academy, they became subjects of the Fengyang Empire. Their ranks were below those of a prince, so they were obligated to follow Prince Ding's orders. After a delay of 15 minutes, registration resumed. Due to the need to test the bone ages of each student, the process was rather slow. Within the academy, periodically, the members of Xianxia Academy observed different academies of the Fengyang Empire entering. These academies also saw them, but as Xianxia Academy wasn't officially considered an academy of the Fengyang Empire, none approached to greet them. All the Fengyang academies had successively entered Xuanhuan Academy, yet the master stood there quietly, without moving, seemingly not waiting for them. Upon the entry of the 13th Fengyang Academy into Xuanhuan Academy, Let Changming recognized some familiar faces, people from Yunxiao Academy. Those participating from Yunxiao Academy remained largely the same except for a new face appearing among the third-year students. This person must be my replacement, Let Changming thought gloomily. After Yunxiao Academy entered Tianhua Academy, no more academies continued to enter. All the academies in this delegation from the Fengyang Empire should have already been admitted, yet the master still waited. Could it be the master wasn't waiting for these people? This question lingered in the minds of the members of Xianxia's sect. Da-da-da. Time passed like burning incense, and the sounds of hooves and wheels echoed outside the gates of Tianhua Academy. Finally, the master, who had stood silently until then, moved. He turned toward the entrance of Tianhua Academy, where the awaited carriage would arrive. The master kept his eyes fixed on the approaching carriage. When the carriage reached the Xianxia sect members, he slowly bowed to it. After the carriage left from sight, the master led his group toward their accommodations. All members of the Xianxia sect were curious about who was inside the carriage, worthy of such respect from the master. Prince Ding in the carriage also noticed the group from Xianxia Academy. Upon seeing them, his pupils contracted, and when he saw their leader bowing toward him, he was even more surprised. Had they discovered his presence? Prince Ding wondered. Naturally, Fengyang had spies within the territory of Mingyun Empire. Although cross-border transmission of information was difficult for these spies, intelligence was generally sent directly through special channels to Yedu. Only after entering Mingyun did he receive reports from the spies regarding Xianxia Academy. There was no trace of Xianxia Academy detected, leading Prince Ding to assume that they had abandoned the competition. But Xianxia Academy had arrived here, which puzzled him greatly. How did they come? How could so many people evade the informants of the Fengyang Empire? Could they have traveled through the Fengshan forest? Impossible. Prince Ding immediately rejected this idea. He knew how terrifying the depths of the Fengshan forest were. One person might cross it by sheer luck, but so many people couldn't possibly make it through unless everyone among them had a power level above the Tongling realm. No matter how hard Prince Ding thought, he could not figure out how Xianxia Academy managed to arrive at Tianhua Academy. Did they have the ability to completely avoid the intelligence network of the Fengyang Empire? And when that leader bowed to him, he saw a flicker of amusement in their eyes. Could they have recognized him? How did they know? This forced Prince Ding to reevaluate Xianxia Academy. Perhaps this academy, or rather, organization, was more powerful than he imagined. Everyone was assigned accommodations. Since it was an academy event, naturally, they would stay in student dormitories, 4 to a room. However, these dorms were not where students usually lived. They were newly built for this competition and would later house students from Tianhua Academy after the contest ended. Finally, the hall master no longer restricted their freedom because restricting them further upon arrival at the competition site would be too easy to notice. Regular academies would not impose such restrictions on their students. Thus, Let Changming finally had the chance to practice that cursed demon-suppressing stone array. Besides, there wasn't much else to do since he barely knew the other 3 roommates except Fang Yuan, who hardly spoke. It seemed better to go outside and practice. However, he soon realized one problem. His current appearance simply wasn't suitable for going out. Wearing a mask, and even with disguise skills, his facial scars were still hard to cover up. Should he ask Huang Yanyu to help him disguise again? That made him feel awkward. Even though Tianhua Academy wasn't located inside a city and was surrounded mostly by wilderness except for a small town nearby, finding a secluded spot to inscribe an array wouldn't be difficult. But the explosion sound from practicing the technique would easily attract attention. Moreover, the hall master would not risk allowing him to wander outside in this state for safety reasons. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea of practicing during the competition. Chapter 164, The Exchange Competition begins. 5 days isn't a long time, and it passed quickly. In these 5 days, Lu Changming had also come to know the other two roommates besides Fang Yuan. He learned about the daily lives of ordinary followers of the Qinglong sect of the Xuanhuan religion from them. Moreover, due to what seemed like Fang Yuan's reminder, the two did not ask why Lu Changming joined the Xuanhua religion and was representing the academy in the competition. Today was the day the Continental Academy exchange competition began. In the previous 5 days, Lu Changming had already learned the tournament system, schedule, and groupings. The Continental Academy exchange competition is unlike the preliminary competition, which screens for the strongest academies. It's purely a contest, so the rules aren't as complicated as the preliminaries. A total of 64 academies would first be divided into 16 groups, 4 academies per group for the group stage. The top 2 from each group would advance to the elimination rounds. The first-place teams from each group wouldn't meet in the first elimination round, and eventually, the champion, runner-up, and third-place winners would be decided. During the grouping phase, academies from the same country wouldn't be placed in the same group, so each group consisted of 1 academy from the Mingyan Empire, 1 from the Fengyang Empire, 1 from the Kuan Empire, and 1 small nation's academy. For this reason, most of the academies that advanced from the group stages were from the 3 major empires. Lu Changming's greatest concern, that he might face Xianxia Academy during the match, had become nearly impossible. They wouldn't be placed in the same group, and with Xianxia Academy's strength, it would be challenging for them to advance from their own group. As for whether the Xuanhua Academy could advance, Lu Changming didn't care at all. He didn't understand why the sect leader had asked him to participate, since he wasn't interested in competing on stage. His residual frost was too distinctive. Even with a mask, it was easy to arouse suspicion. If it weren't for the sect leader previously advising him not to go through the motions, and directly forfeiting wouldn't attract even more attention, perhaps he would have announced his disqualification right on the field. Though the competition began today, there were no matches scheduled for this morning. After all, this was a world-class event, so naturally, there would be an opening ceremony of some sort. This time, the number of spectators had increased significantly. Given that the venue was still within the academy, most students above the second year at Tianhua Academy would likely attend, ensuring the audience seats wouldn't be as sparse as before. The official opening match would take place in the afternoon. The organizers usually tried to make the opening game exciting, but it wasn't necessary for the participating academies to be exceptionally strong. As long as the 2 academies were evenly matched, that sufficed. Since any academy capable of entering the competition wouldn't be weak, today's afternoon game would feature the 2 most closely matched academies from Group 1, guaranteeing a fierce clash. Lu Changming was representing the 4th-year class this time. Recalling a few months ago when he took part in the entrance examination for Yunxiao Academy, he should have registered for the 2nd year given his age, but then teacher Gao from the 3rd year ended up taking him under his wing. Now he jumped straight to the 4th year, advancing 2 grades in less than half a year, probably unprecedented across the continent. The opening ceremony took place on a tournament ground, and after the competition commenced, students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years competed separately. This time, the tournament was far more formal than the preliminaries, so the schedule wouldn't be as tight as it was during the preliminaries. However, to prevent the progress from being too slow, 6 competition arenas would operate simultaneously, meaning the pace of each round would actually be faster than during the preliminaries. Even though Xuanhua Academy was in the relatively late Group 14, they would play as early as the day after tomorrow. Including the newly constructed arenas at Tianhua Academy, it was quite easy to arrange 6 venues, though the quality of the venues inevitably varied. Given that the 4th years possessed the highest cultivation levels, they competed on the newer, more durable grounds. Such situations generally only occurred in smaller or medium-sized nations. In the 3 great empires, there were designated arenas specifically built for the Continental Academy exchange competitions. On the field, competitors were fiercely engaging in battle, colorful martial techniques flying around everywhere. Occasionally, one could see streaks of red, someone's blood flowing from a wound, but Lu Changming paid no heed to the ongoing matches. His eyes, visible through the holes of his mask, remained fixed on the hall master seated ahead and several elders acting as 4th-year teachers for Xuanhua Academy. Since the hall master served as the head coach for Xuanhua Academy's team, they usually stayed with the 4th-year contestants. This time, they planned to cause trouble during the competition, and compared to the competition itself, Lu Changming was far more curious about the hall master's intentions. It was clear that the hall master had no plans to act today. After all, it was only the first day of the competition, and everyone, both on the field and off it, was brimming with excitement. It would be easy to make mistakes if they acted now. Still, Lu Changming didn't want to miss their moment of action. After all, during such a worldwide competition, the Xuanhua religion must have something big planned, a move that could potentially alter the balance of power across the continent. Thus, the entire afternoon passed without them making any move. It felt like they were just ordinary teachers earnestly observing the competitions of colleges that might become their opponents. The next day was the same, with no actions taken from their side. On the 3rd day, Lu Changming stopped observing because they were about to head to the contestant seats. Without surprise, Lu Changming had to participate in the match. Fang Yuan and Huang Yanyu were also on the list of those who would be competing. Lu Changming was aware of Fang Yuan's strength, at the peak of the soul-refining realm. Reaching this level before the age of 20 should be considered a once-in-a-century genius across the continent. However, Lu Changming knew that Fang Yuan didn't have such talent naturally. He must have used the power of the purple cage to achieve this, and this level likely wouldn't be displayed during the competition, or else Xuanhua Academy would become the focus. Setting aside Fang Yuan, for unknown reasons, Over these years, geniuses like him had appeared one after another in the three major empires. Mingyan Empire has Mo Yunning and Yu Yongquan. While Fengyang Empire and Kuan Empire might not truly reach the peak of the soul-refining realm, there are still quite a number of students with such potential. This made some people on the continent feel as if the peace here was about to change. Back to the competition, Xuanhuan Academy had 2 matches today. The first match in the morning was against an academy from a small nation, and the second match in the afternoon was against an academy from the Mingyan Empire. In the first match, Lu Changming was a substitute and did not need to participate. But in the second match against the Mingyan Empire Academy, he was chosen to compete. It seemed that the Hall Master deliberately wanted him to challenge stronger opponents, which somewhat irritated Lu Changming. Even though some academies from medium or smaller nations are strong, they were still very few in number. And the opponent for Xuanhuan Academy wasn't among these exceptional ones. Though nominally representing a small nation, Xuanhuan Academy was actually part of Fengyang. The fourth-year competition ended quickly with Xuanhuan Academy effortlessly defeating their rival. It could be assumed that the results were similar in other grades. This match also allowed Lu Changming to witness Fang Yuanwen's abilities. Using only the high-stage soul-refining realm strength, Fang Yuanwen defeated the only 2 high-stage soul-refining practitioners of the opposing team without sustaining any injuries. Chapter 165. Huang Yanyu takes the stage. The Hall Master was merely following the instructions of the sect leader, planning to arrange for Lu Changming to participate in the second match. Actually, he didn't know why the sect leader wanted him to do this, but he understood that the sect leader must have had a profound purpose. After all, this match was the first step in their mission. This afternoon would be the match against the academy from Mingyan Empire. Starting at noon, Lu Changming had been pondering how to prevent those who had seen Kan's Huang, Frost Fragment, from recognizing it when he used it. Although now he could unleash Kan's Huang from a short distance, the moment it erupted and froze the enemy's bodies was far too obvious. Thus, his only option was to prevent the eruption of Kan's Huang altogether. However, the symptoms when cold energy entered the body were also quite special. Though the people from Fengyang Empire might not identify it, he couldn't guarantee that Xianxia Academy wouldn't recognize it, since they had personally witnessed him use this method to incapacitate Xuanyu. Although this possibility was slim, precautions still needed to be taken. Therefore, the best approach would still be not to use Kan's Huang at all. At this thought, Lu Changming irritably scratched his head. In the past month, he had dedicated all his time to practicing formations. He should have found time to learn some martial techniques from the Xuanhuan sect. Since he had become the Holy Son, he should fully exercise his rights. But he still wanted to win, not for the Xuanhuan sect, but for himself. Coming all the way to the Continental Academy exchange competition, if he returned with total defeat, he'd regret it forever. Back then, when he failed to cultivate true Qi techniques, he was extremely disheartened. But when Mo Yuning said that he could become a warrior, only he truly understood how excited he felt inside, not just for uncovering his origins, but also to experience the freedom described in novels, doing whatever he wished, whenever he wished. Yet now, reality was diverging further and further from his imagination. The world of martial artists was nothing like what he had imagined. Their opponent was an academy named xuanhuan, which ranked around 12th within Mingyan Empire, but in this exchange competition, even as a mid to lower level participant, with the strength Xuanhuan Academy demonstrated in the preliminary round, victory should not be too difficult. In this match, the Hall Master did not let Fang Yuanwen go first, instead placing him at the end. First up was Huang Yanyu, while Lu Changming was scheduled for the second position. Lu Changming slightly misunderstood this arrangement. Previously, against weaker academies, the stronger Fang Yuanwen went first, but now, facing a stronger opponent, Fang Yuanwen was placed last. The match started soon after. Huang Yanyu took the stage first, having achieved the high tier of the Lianhuan realm. She had already participated in the match earlier today, but all the high-tier opponents at the Lianhuan realm were eliminated by Fang Yuanwen. Her own opponent was only middle tier, so her true strength hadn't been revealed. However, this time was different. The first opponent she faced would certainly also be high tier. The referee announced the start of the match. Huang Yanyu struck first, unsheathing the dagger at her waist. Since this was a competition, the dagger was certainly just an ordinary one. Subsequently, no one knew exactly what martial technique she released, but in Lu Changming's eyes, her figure became blurred, and there wasn't a trace of true Qi fluctuation. He imagined her opponent's sensations must have been more peculiar. It seemed she chose to use the weapon precisely to complement this martial technique. This style of combat was indeed characteristic of Baihu Tang, White Tiger Hall. That's what Lu Changming thought. Lu Changming was correct because this martial technique targeted Huang Yanyu's opponent specifically, making its effects particularly noticeable from her opponent's perspective. Through his eyes, Huang Yanyu gradually disappeared from his line of sight. However, due to his rich combat experience, encountering such an assassin-type adept skilled in concealment, his first instinct was to prepare defense rather than offense. After Huang Yanyu disappeared from his field of vision, he immediately conjured a layer of firewalls surrounding his entire body. These walls spread over a large area but consumed little energy because the firewalls were very thin. His goal was to determine the direction from which Huang Yanyu would attack, allowing him to respond as quickly as possible. Moreover, he saw the dagger in Huang Yanyu's hand and thus judged that while concealed, she wouldn't be able to use other offensive martial techniques, relying solely on that dagger. Even though the firewall was thin, it was still fire. Defensive abilities of such techniques might be weak, but attempting a direct physical breakthrough would still cause injury. A complete concealment technique that rendered her entirely undetectable would surely consume significant energy. He believed Huang Yanyu would grow impatient and make the first move. As expected, less than 10 breaths later, he noticed a slight disturbance in the firewall behind him. His arms immediately erupted with fierce flames, spinning and striking toward Huang Yanyu, who was now mere inches away. As the two fiery arms came toward her, Huang Yanyu had no choice but to block them with the dagger. Unsurprisingly, she was sent flying. The opponent certainly didn't harbor any soft feelings due to her beautiful appearance. There had been no mercy in that blow. After this clash, their strengths and weaknesses became clear. The front part of Huang Yanyu's arms had turned black from burns that were clearly quite severe. Her clothes also showed slight damage, and her hair smelled burnt, evidence of her breakthrough through the firewall. Her opponent, on the other hand, remained completely unscathed, without a trace of disarray. This wasn't because Huang Yanyu lacked strength, but because the arena was unsuitable for her type of warrior. If they were in the wild, it might well have been her opponent looking disheveled by now. Due to the unsuitability of assassin-style fighters for competitions, it was rare to see such warriors on the stage. However, no one in the audience was puzzled since having someone at the high tier of Xianhuan realm definitely outweighed the presence of someone at the middle tier. Once Huang Yanyu landed, she immediately released her concealment technique again without hesitation. Her opponent, who was just about to counterattack, quickly retracted his move and focused entirely on controlling his firewall. Whether Huang Yanyu was single-minded or simply only knew this technique that worked well on the stage, it was clear that if things continued this way, Huang Yanyu would inevitably lose. Not long after, Huang Yanyu attempted another assault, which failed as before. This time, however, apart from the burns suffered while breaking through the firewall, she sustained no further injuries. Her opponent noticed this and realized that Huang Yanyu wasn't as easy to deal with as he'd initially thought. He began considering a new strategy. Thus, for half a quarter of an hour, both sides engaged in probing each other. Then, deciding that it was time to directly end the match, Huang Yanyu bit down on her dagger, freeing her hands to stealthily approach her opponent. At this moment, her opponent was patiently waiting for her next move. After so many clashes, he was certain he couldn't cause Huang Yanyu serious injury anymore, but neither could she create more trouble for him. He had only expended 2/10 of his true chi, while he believed hers was likely less than half remaining. Therefore, he felt at ease. If things continued like this, victory was assured. Chapter 166, Severe Injury. When Huang Yanyu's opponent sensed the anomaly of the firewall, he immediately released a martial skill in the direction he felt. However, this time things took an unexpected turn, and his martial skill missed. After breaking through the firewall, instead of continuing to attack from that direction, Huang Yanyu took the risk of being burned by the firewall, pushed through the flames, and swiftly moved to another direction where the firewall had been breached. This put him right behind his opponent. The opponent was startled, but remained calm. Since Huang Yanyu did not attack with full force, he naturally concealed some of his own abilities as well. By the time he sensed Huang Yanyu's movements, it was already too late. Huang Yanyu was faster than he had imagined. Intense flames erupted around him in an attempt to drive Huang Yanyu away. But at this point, Huang Yanyu's dagger had already pressed against his back. Even if Huang Yanyu wanted to retreat to avoid the flames, it was no longer possible. Immediately afterward, a long wound was carved into his back by the dagger. Although it was just a flesh wound that did not harm internal organs or bones, the pain was very real. Feeling the pain, the opponent became enraged. What should have been an easy win turned into him getting injured, which greatly embarrassed and angered him. He immediately channeled his inner energy to his feet, and with a kick of his flaming right foot backward, struck Huang Yanyu directly in the abdomen. Huang Yanyu flew backward after receiving the heavy blow to her abdomen. The opponent, who wanted to continue chasing, was stopped by the referee. The outcome was already clear. Huang Yanyu had lost consciousness and could no longer fight, and her injuries were quite serious. Her whole body had been severely burned by the flames surrounding her opponent, and her abdomen, hit by the final blow, had turned completely black, signifying that her internal organs were likely damaged. With such injuries, without prompt treatment, it was probable she would suffer from lingering side effects, and if recovery went poorly, she might not be able to participate in future matches. Since the opponent had been facing away from her, he couldn't see her injuries, assuming Huang Yanyu had blocked his seemingly simple attack. But the referee saw clearly. This could not be blamed on the referee for not stopping it in time. In the eyes of the referee, before being struck by the final blow, Huang Yanyu still had a good chance of winning. Although the injury on the opponent's back was only skin deep, it was large enough that if untreated, it could lead to excessive blood loss. So long as she held on, there was still an opportunity for victory. But the referee couldn't fathom why. With Huang Yanyu's speed, she ended up being hit. That final kick was clearly a retaliatory strike made out of anger. Although it had great power, its speed wasn't fast, and because it was a backward kick, even someone at the mid-level of the soul refining stage might possibly dodge it, let alone someone skilled in speed at the high level. And yet, inexplicably, she got hit. Could the burns have affected her judgment? The first match goes to Mingyun Empire's xuanhuan Academy. Having announced the result, the referee continued to oversee the ongoing competition without further thought. Down below, Lu Changming looked in shock at Huang Yanyu, who was being carried off to the medical area. He was far from the arena, and the firewall obstructed his view, so he didn't see exactly how their final exchange unfolded. Still, he could not understand why Huang Yanyu had suffered such severe wounds. He glanced at the hall master sitting not far from him and noticed the latter had a neutral expression, appearing unconcerned about the matter. Could the White Tiger Hall's injuries have anything to do with them? Lu Changming pondered. No. The hall master's expression seemed like something expected. Could Huang Yanyu's injury have been part of the plan? There was no time to think more. because next up was his own turn. As Lu Changming walked onto the field, he witnessed something. His opponent dealing with the large wound inflicted on his back by Huang Yanyu. The gaping slash torn by the dagger had become a hindrance during battle, so the opponent first tore off the clothing covering the wound. His face then suddenly flushed red, his jaw clenched tightly, evidently enduring extreme pain. Subsequently, Lu Changming observed a flicker of flame emerge from his back. Even though Lu Changming was still some distance away from the arena, he caught the smell of burning flesh. He was actually using flames to burn the wound to stop the bleeding and avoid losing his combat ability due to excessive blood loss. Though this allowed him to temporarily cease worrying about the blood loss, it also worsened the injury, making future treatments more complicated and prolonging recovery time. Moreover, the kind of pain this caused was something not everyone could endure. Lu Changming started to admire his opponent. This act by his opponent ignited Lu Changming's fighting spirit. Suddenly, he understood. If his opponent could go to such lengths for victory, why couldn't he fight with all his strength? Why should he hold back just because there was a tiny possibility others might discover his skills? The referee declared the start of the match. Lu Changming immediately rushed forward. He had great respect for his opponent, and the greatest respect he could show was to defeat him with all his strength. Although the opponent had managed to stop the bleeding with fire, it was merely like drinking poison to quench thirst. The throbbing pain from the wound on his back still greatly affected his movements, especially when combined with Lu Changming's incredible speed. As a result, the opponent could only release a defensive martial skill to block. A fiery red light barrier appeared in front of the opponent, but Lu Changming was ready. He slapped the light barrier with his left palm, injecting Quan Frost into it. In just a moment, the barrier shattered like a thin layer of ice. The opponent didn't expect Lu Changming to break through so quickly, but his reaction was fast. His palms instantly turned a brilliant red, as if two hot irons, and were thrust toward the rapidly approaching Lu Changming. Lu Changming immediately ducked to avoid it. As the opponent redirected his palms downwards, unfortunately, the wound on his back slowed his motion by half a beat. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Changming moved like a ghost around to the opponent's back. Extending his forefinger, he placed it against the opponent's neck, where a thin blade of energy emerged from the tip. The very martial skill that the sect leader had taught him earlier for inscribing arrays on stone slabs. You lose, Lu Changming said coldly. At this point, the referee arrived by their sides and announced the result of the match. With no other options, the opponent sighed helplessly, deactivating the martial skill from his palms. He felt extremely regretful. If he hadn't been careless and gotten slashed by the dagger in the previous round, he would have had a significant chance of winning this second one. After all, his inner energy hadn't been drained much. As the opponent slowly walked off the stage, Lu Changming rubbed his forehead. Earlier, he hadn't intended to say, just you lose. He wanted to add things after the match like, I respect you, or hope we can be friends, etc. However, as soon as the fight started, he felt something unusual inside. His mind was clear, but he no longer had that passionate feeling right after the match started. He wasn't sure why, because it had never happened before. Well, during the preliminary rounds, he experienced a similar sensation, but it disappeared shortly after and was not as clear as it is now. Could it be due to using true energy? But in the wind-traveling mountain range while practicing the demon calming stone array, he used true energy every day and never encountered this feeling. This condition only occurred during competitions. Was it perhaps that he had an aversion to competitions? It didn't seem quite right. Lu Changming couldn't think of any plausible reasons, so he decided to thoroughly research this matter after today's competition concluded. Should he ask the Hall Master about this situation? Chapter 167, Strong Foe. Although Lu Changming hadn't expended much energy in his first match, his mood wasn't great due to the earlier events. The second participant from Xuanhuan Academy soon ascended the stage and prepared, prompting the referee to announce the beginning of the match. It seemed that this opponent had observed Lu Changming's speed from before. As a result, after the start of the match, he launched an attack first, aiming for control. Moreover, since he was a water attribute martial artist, he had to swiftly gather water to perform his techniques. The small amount he brought with him wouldn't be enough. Upon seeing that his opponent was a water attribute martial artist, Lu Changming sighed in relief. Xianxia, Frost Remnant, was fairly effective against water attribute martial artists. In addition, water attribute techniques could somewhat mask Xianxia. Although he had already decided to use Xianxia, his excitement had waned. If possible, it was better to hide his true strength. The first round of attacks from a low-rank water attribute martial artist typically wouldn't be too strong. During this time, they were gathering moisture from the air. This period was both the best and most crucial opportunity to attack the opponent. If one could disrupt the water attribute martial artist during this time, their chances of winning would increase significantly. However, after dodging the attack, Lu Changming didn't charge full speed at his opponent, but intentionally waited for the opponent to gather sufficient moisture. His opponent noticed this and found it strange, yet did not stop concentrating on the process, because no matter how you look at it, the more water gathered, the more advantageous it was for him. As the water gradually accumulated, his opponent began forming water walls around himself. He had watched Huang Yinyu's competition earlier, as well as Lu Changming defeating his ally. Therefore, he assumed that Lu Changming was also an assassin-type warrior like Huang Yinyu, perceiving such styles as common among Xianxia Academy students. This decision put him in a passive position. Although Xianxia could easily freeze water attribute techniques, dealing with large amounts of water still required some time, enough for an ordinary martial artist to react. However, water walls generally weren't very thick, so freezing just a part could break them down. As expected, using Xianxia, Lu Changming quickly broke through the water wall. Indeed, it went as Lu Changming anticipated. He easily breached the water wall, yet achieved no significant results because he was struck by a water column the moment he broke through. This opponent was much more cautious than the previous one, and was of no weak caliber either, which is why he had readied other skills while creating the water wall. Though surprised by Lu Changming's rapid breach, the opponent remained calm. Lu Changming's first assault failed, showing no change in expression but hinting at a growing frustration inside. Due to the previous match, he hadn't dared to fully mobilize his chi for this fight, but he still felt something akin to what happened last time, which caused this bit of irritation. Evidently, reducing the mobilization of his chi could not solve the problem. Thus, the best course now was to end the battle quickly so he could reflect deeply on its cause. After making this decision, Lu Changming immediately continued his attack. If the water attribute martial artist fought freely, even with Xianxia, it would be troublesome, especially given his current emotional instability. Dragging things out was uncertain and risky. At this point, the opponent had entirely finished gathering the water vapor. Seeing Lu Changming charge again, the opponent smirked as all the water around him transformed into dozens of water whips and swung towards Lu Changming. However, what followed made him become increasingly vigilant. He had believed these water whips would hinder Lu Changming for over 10 breaths, buying him time to prepare stronger moves. But once these whips struck Lu Changming, they instantly vanished. Upon closer inspection, they didn't disappear. Upon contact, they froze instantly, shattering into fine ice crystals. This led the opponent to believe Lu Changming was an ice attribute martial artist. Yet doubts lingered, as normal ice attribute skills would struggle to freeze water attribute techniques of the same level. How had Lu Changming managed? While pondering, he continuously unleashed techniques to obstruct Lu Changming's advance. Though this slowed Lu Changming down, it couldn't stop him completely. Water columns were also ineffective now. Water columns could only push him back previously because he wasn't ready. Once released, water columns exerted considerable force, making them hard to redirect, meaning even without using xuanhuan, Lu Changming could easily dodge. As Lu Changming approached, the opponent showed no signs of panic. On the contrary, he grew even more confident, having discerned Lu Changming's technique's limitation, seemingly needing physical contact to freeze the water. Realizing this, he immediately directed a water column at himself, creating distance between him and Lu Changming. Subsequently, he performed an action usually seen from Earth attribute martial artists, placing both hands on the ground. The ground was already saturated with water due to his techniques, giving him full access to its power for attacks. As his hands touched the ground, Lu Changming, rushing toward him, suddenly stopped as his feet were entangled by water ropes that had surged up from the surface. These ropes were infused with true energy, making them impossible to break with brute force alone. Seeing that Lu Changming seemed about to bend down and slap the water ropes with his hands, the opponent immediately increased the output of his true energy, causing the water ropes to envelop Lu Changming's entire body. However, they didn't extend to his arms, but instead only wrapped around his shoulders, preventing him from reaching the ropes with his hands. This, however, wasn't enough to hold Lu Changming. Not only could he release xuanhuan with his hands, but also with his feet, though it would take some time due to the interference of his shoes. Thus, after approximately 5 breaths, the section of water rope encircling Lu Changming's feet froze and snapped, while the ropes covering his body, lacking the support of true energy, were easily broken free with a light struggle, reverting back to water. Anticipating another such incident, Lu Changming bent down and placed his hands on the ground, freezing all the water on the surrounding surface. The opponent had also guessed that the water ropes wouldn't restrain Lu Changming for long, so as Lu Changming's hands touched the ground, he began preparing his ultimate technique. As Lu Changming froze the water, more time was spent, and when he attempted to approach again, the opponent's ultimate technique was already in the process of being unleashed. All the water surrounding the opponent gathered before him, slowly forming the shape of a dragon's head. No, not a dragon's head, but the head of Xuanhuan. According to legend, Xuanhuan is a water attribute divine beast, and many water attribute martial arts techniques mimic its form. This technique was no exception. The opponent probably couldn't fully unleash it, which is why only the head appeared. Nonetheless, its power mustn't be underestimated. But just as the opponent, who was now capable of releasing his ultimate technique, suddenly felt a sense of unease, it wasn't because of the technique itself, but rather due to a tangible feeling of danger emanating from Lu Changming. He knew this dangerous sensation came from Lu Changming, who had just frozen the ground and stood back up. Yet he couldn't comprehend why he felt so threatened. Despite this, the opponent showed no intention of stopping the fight, having full confidence in his technique. Chapter 168. Unexplained Kill Intent. The referee noticed something was off about Lu Changming, and he understood even more the dangerous aura that the contestant felt from Lu Changming. With his rich combat experience, he knew that this was not an ordinary aura, but a kind of killing intent. He didn't know why a college student would exude such a killing intent, but he did not stop the match, as he felt that with the abilities of both contestants on the field, there wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Because martial techniques could not be fully unleashed, the opponent's right hand was surrounded by water connecting it to the Zhu head, continuously emitting true chi. He couldn't maintain this technique for long, so once ready, the Zhu head immediately charged towards Lu Changming. Unexpectedly, Lu Changming did not dodge. Instead, he rushed straight toward the Zhu head, much to the astonishment of the opponent who had considered various pursuit strategies. The opponent wasn't happy seeing Lu Changming charging towards his martial technique. His cautious nature made him believe that Lu Changming must have a reason for doing so, though he couldn't come up with a response in time. Even if he could have thought of a way out, it would have been too late. Lu Changming had already collided with his martial technique. Lu Changming placed his palms together, facing outward in front of his chest. At the moment Nidhogg head made contact with him, part of it transformed into solid ice. With that piece of ice in front of him, Lu Changming surged into the opponent's martial technique. As he moved forward, he forcibly carved out a passage through the center of the Nidhogg head, which, rather than being submerged again with water as Lu Changming advanced, froze over simultaneously. In the audience's eyes, the massive head gradually froze from the inside out as Lu Changming advanced until it eventually turned into an ice sculpture of a dragon head. The opponent clearly hadn't reacted in time. After Lu Changming broke through his martial technique, shock left him unable to mount any defense. The right hand enveloped in water due to his connection to the martial technique froze alongside it, leaving him immobile for the time being. After breaking through the martial technique, Lu Changming didn't stop. Instead, he instantly arrived before the opponent, shaping his left hand into a blade-like form. As the referee shouted, he slashed downward at the opponent's frozen right hand. Snap! The opponent's left hand broke upon impact, yet no blood spilled since the blood in his hand had already been frozen. Staring in disbelief, the opponent gave a faint groan and fainted after witnessing his own right hand snap. It was only then that the referee stepped between the two, separating them. Accompanying the referee's arrival was also the Vice Dean leading Xianxia Academy, Qinglong Hall Master xuanhuan. The Hall Master's presence wasn't due to Lu Changming seriously injuring the opponent, but rather to protect him because at this point, a palm had already reached near Lu Changming, but was slower than the Hall Master's reaction. The Hall Master pushed forward with his right palm, causing its owner to let out a muffled grunt as he retreated 3 steps. This person was none other than the Deputy Dean of xuanhuan Academy, a skilled expert of the spirit realm. Hand over that malicious boy, the Deputy Dean barked fiercely, but there was little confidence in his tone. What are you, to dare demand someone from our Xianxia Academy? The Hall Master said without looking at the Vice Principal, instead turning to look at Lu Changming. At this point, his left hand still remained extended. Through the holes in the mask, one could see that his eyes were dull and unreactive, as if the events around him were irrelevant. The Hall Master furrowed his brows, seemingly understanding why the sect leader had arranged things this way. Hadn't he already won? And yet this kid still proceeded to harm others, resorting to such foul tactics, causing serious injuries to our academy students. The Deputy Dean blustered, shocked earlier by the Hall Master's push. Even though he was unhurt, the force sent his chi surging wildly, making him feel completely overmatched. Then you first hand over that fire attribute brat, the Hall Master retorted, referring naturally to the incident where a fire attribute competitor severely injured Huang Yanyu. That was just an accident caused by our student. And how do you determine my student isn't also involved in an accident? Why don't you worry more about your student? Finished speaking, the Hall Master ignored the Deputy Dean thereafter, grabbing Lu Changming by the shoulder and taking him away from the field. Infuriated, the Deputy Dean from xuanhuan Academy didn't dare to attempt grabbing him back. Should he take the initiative to attack first, it would be seen as his fault, since his student's injury occurred during the competition, responsibility likely lying with the referee's oversight. Moreover, he had no confidence in his ability to snatch the person back from the Hall Master. He felt powerless. If Lu Changming had truly caused irreversible harm to his student, the Mingyan Empire would intervene. But his student's injury wasn't irreversible. Although the arm was cleanly severed, it could still be treated. Every exchange tournament always featured a high-level healer overseeing things. For him, as long as it wasn't cut into several pieces, it could be reattached, though it would take quite some time to recover. His student wouldn't be able to participate in the following matches, and without a key player, it was equivalent to sentencing xuanhuan Academy to being unable to advance from the group stage. Master of the Hall, I don't want to participate in the next match, Lu Changming said one evening to the Hall Master after he'd finally recovered his senses. Even without me, the competition shouldn't have any issues, right? At this point, he wasn't wearing a mask anymore, and the fake scar that extended from his cheek down to his neck had been peeled off. The Hall Master looked at him deeply, then nodded and said, all right, you don't need to participate. Lu Changming gave a word of thanks and turned to leave. He didn't feel like saying more to the Hall Master. Watching Lu Changming walk away, the Hall Master sighed. He understood why the sect leader had arranged things this way, knew what was about to happen to Lu Changming, but he didn't know why the sect leader had let such things occur to Lu Changming or the ultimate purpose behind it. Though unsure, he didn't think too much about it. There were still more important tasks ahead. He actually liked Lu Changming quite a bit. Although he wasn't very obedient and sometimes arrogant, he was a diligent kid. However, the Hall Master still prioritized following the decisions of the sect leader. Lu Changming's mind was a mess now. The situation from the afternoon's match kept replaying in his head, so he decided to go out and wander around the small town near Xianxia Academy. Since he had already removed the scar, he could use disguise techniques and not worry about being recognized by others. As Lu Changming reflected on the feelings he had experienced, his emotions became exceptionally volatile. There was an urge within him, an impulse to kill, but oddly enough, he remained calm, with crystal clear thoughts and devoid of any emotion. It felt like the lives of everyone in the world had nothing to do with him. When he broke through the opponent's massive martial technique and saw his opponent, the impulse grew stronger inside him. It seemed like he wanted to kill his opponent. If the referee hadn't intervened between them, his right palm would have directly hit the opponent's head. With the amount of cold energy accumulated in his hand at the time, hitting the opponent's head would have resulted in certain death. This feeling was quite shocking for Lu Changming once he regained consciousness, but fortunately, no tragedy occurred. Chapter 169. Seeing Mo Yuning again. Why was he in such a state? This feeling had appeared during the preliminary competitions, so it probably wasn't caused by the Xuanhuan cult. The first time this occurred should have been when facing an opponent from the Function Academy. The sensation wasn't as intense back then. The second time was when he fell into Luo Sun's illusionary realm. Was it that illusion that created an issue with his mind? It seemed like he was catching on to something, but since he hadn't researched mental-based martial skills, all he could do was speculate that those techniques amplified his condition without knowing how it started initially. Lost in thought, Lu Changming found himself outside a small inn. He suddenly felt like drinking might help him feel better right now, so he pushed open the door and went inside. The layout of the inn was simple, just a few tables neatly arranged within. It was past dinner time already, and given that this was just a small town, there were no other customers. Inside was the counter, where the innkeeper sat calculating today's accounts. On the wall behind the counter, the menu was written in brush pen strokes. "Sir, please take a seat wherever you like," the inn's waiter greeted as he noticed Lu Changming entering. Upon seeing the waiter, Lu Changming felt as though he'd returned to the Big Horse restaurant in Luado, as his appearance resembled the current waiter before him, except that he looked younger. "Sir, what would you like to order? Bring me a pot of wine first. Looking at your features, sir, you seem to be a foreigner here. Our place is quite small, so we don't have any fine wine, only homemade local liquor. Do you mind?" "It doesn't matter." Lu Changming didn't drink much anyway, so he couldn't tell good wine from bad. "Would you like some appetizers to go with your drink?" "No need." Lu Changming, as he spoke. The liquid was yellowish and slightly cloudy. After finishing the first cup, his head felt a little dizzy. It's okay, spicy but better than the wine I had in the Star Ring Guild. At least this isn't hard to swallow. But why does it taste so strange? A bit fishy, is it because it's local liquor?" Lu Changming thought to himself. Even though it wasn't very palatable, the wine did manage to relieve some of his worries. He then drank another 3 cups in succession. Although the alcohol content wasn't high, Lu Changming wasn't much of a drinker and thus started to show signs of intoxication. His face began to redden. At that moment, someone else walked into the inn. The waiter quickly approached, saying, "Sir, please take a seat wherever available. What would you like to order? I'm here looking for someone." That person replied. Hearing these words, Lu Changming turned his head, scanning around. Since there were no other guests present, it appeared this person might be looking for him. Raising his eyes towards the door, he noticed a roughly 30-year-old man with a rather rugged appearance, yet someone unfamiliar. He touched his own face. He recalled having used disguise magic. Perhaps this long face bore resemblance to someone else, leading this visitor to make a mistake. With this realization, Lu Changming calmed down. This person wasn't looking for Lu Changming, and he continued to fill up his wine cup. Sure enough, the man took a seat across from Lu Changming and told the waiter, "Looks like my friend is about to get drunk. Bring some vinegar-soaked peanuts." "Coming right up," the waiter responded. "Long time no see, buddy," the man softly said to Lu Changming. "Hey, I think you're mistaking me for someone else." With the 4th cup of wine consumed, Lu Changming's head began to swell, the effects of previous drinks catching up, affecting his speech. "Goodness, look at you after drinking like that. If you can't hold your liquor, you shouldn't drink so much." Ignoring Lu Changming's protest, the man continued. "It hasn't been long, just over half a year, and you've forgotten who I am already, huh? Little Ming classmate." At hearing the words, "Little Ming classmate," Lu Changming startled slightly, waking somewhat from his stupor. His name contained the character Ming, making him suspicious. Did the term refer to the person whose likeness he now held, or to himself? "I've brought you exactly what you need most. You should thank me." The man grinned as he placed a parcel on the table before Lu Changming. "You've really got the wrong person," Lu Changming repeated. "Just take a look inside." Smiling gently, his coarse face made the grin seem disgusting, but somehow familiar to Lu Changming. After glancing at the man and the parcel hesitantly, the perplexed Lu Changming slowly extended his hand toward the package and opened it. Clang! Seeing what was inside, Lu Changming jumped off his stool abruptly, knocking it to the ground. Both the innkeeper and the waiter looked over immediately. Realizing he'd lost composure, Lu Changming quickly steadied the chair and sat back down. His heart still raced uncertainly, completely sober now from the shock. Inside the package was not something else, but what he had left at Xianxia Academy. The dagger, passbook, snake scales and skin, the martial arts manual given by Mo Yuning, Kan's Hang, Hanjing Jade pendant, and also Leguang mirror that he took to Yedu for the preliminary competition, as well as the jade box containing the demon-suppressing stone. Even a few remaining silver notes were there. Looking at the stupefied Lu Changming due to shock, that man laughed and said, "There are many things inside here which I gave you. You can't lose them." You are." Lu Changming was shocked speechless. The items in the package and his words proved that this person was indeed Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning made a shushing gesture, indicating Lu Changming not to utter his name. Finally, after regaining some strength, Lu Changming took a few deep breaths and looked at the unfamiliar face before him, revealing excitement in his eyes. Although the person before him looked unfamiliar, since Mo Yuning had given him the blueprint of disguise techniques, naturally Mo Yuning would also be proficient in such skills. "I know you have many questions to ask, but I cannot stay here too long. I will answer only 3 questions for you, then I have to leave. And some questions needing detailed explanations, I'll have to give brief answers," Mo Yuning said before Lu Changming could even begin asking questions. In Lu Changming's impression, Mo Yuning always had every move meticulously planned. Since he said so, there must be good reason. Thus, Lu Changming blurted out the 3 most pressing questions that came to mind right away. "Why did you deliberately feign death to escape the ambush? Why have you come back to find me now? Do you know about the secrets of Xuanhuan Institute? Are you related to them?" The first one, I faked my death to free myself from Qingming Academy's constraints. The dean, due to certain reasons, had been persistently juicing on me, so I had no choice but to do this. Mo Yuning raised his index finger and explained. The second one, I've come for you because I watched your match today. That condition of yours is due to Can's Hang. I have some knowledge about Can's Hang. I should have told you then that studying it requires caution, which was my mistake. But luckily, there's a Hanjing Jade in your package. This can help remove the homicidal impulses when using Can's Hang. So, consider yourself lucky. Mo Yuning extended his middle finger. Chapter 170, Sacred Capital Academy. The third, Mo Yuning said as she extended her ring finger. I've heard of the Xianxia sect, but I don't know as much as you. Even the three great empires couldn't find out the origins or even the real name of this organization. Knowing that it's called Xianxia sect is already quite an achievement. This time, I'm participating in the exchange competition as a teacher from some academy. Try to find me. After finishing her sentence, Mo Yuning slowly stood up and turned to walk away, her last words loud and clear. At that moment, the waiter placed a plate of peanuts on the table and said to Lu Changming, Sir, your friend is leaving so soon? Lu Changming picked up a peanut and put it into his mouth, shaking his head as he replied. He's mistaken me for someone else. I just look like his friend, but we chatted for a while and ended up being pretty compatible. The waiter nodded and left. Lu Changming poured himself another cup of wine, but this time it wasn't to drown his sorrows. After meeting Mo Yuning, the matter he was worried about was resolved. The source of that irritating feeling turned out to be the residual frost, a cursed martial skill indeed. He glanced at the bundle by his side and ate another peanut. These peanuts were so sour. Lu Changming did not tell anyone about meeting Mo Yuning. Thus, the hall master was unaware that Lu Changming's heartache had been lifted. Plus, with his convincing acting skills, he maintained an air of melancholy in front of the hall master. As a result, the hall master didn't let him compete in subsequent matches. But Lu Changming didn't stay cooped up in the dormitory. Instead, he followed them to watch the matches from the stands, curious about this mission involving the Xianxia sect, and unwilling to miss any move made by the hall master. Of course, he wasn't appearing as a masked student from the Xianxia Academy. Since the scar on his face had disappeared and Huang Yin, he was still hospitalized and unable to reapply his facial disguise. The hall master forbade him from wearing the mask to the competition site again. Thus, during these days, Lu Changming used cosmetic transformations to impersonate a student from Xuanhuan Academy and watch the matches behind the hall master's back. He didn't want the hall master to know how proficient he was in disguise techniques. But Lu Changming always felt something was off. It seemed as though the hall master already knew he had secretly come out to watch the matches, but chose not to expose him. Lu Changming knew that this mission was seemingly very important to the final plan of the Xianxia sect. If possible, he wouldn't mind interfering a little, although he also understood that with his current strength, it might be difficult. However, contrary to expectations, from the start of the group stage until the break began, Lu Changming did not detect any abnormalities in the Xianxia sect, except for Huang Yin's mysterious severe injury. The other matches involving the Xianxia Academy proceeded without irregularities. During the group stage, Lu Changming paid attention to only a few matches. Two particularly interested him. One was from the Yunxiao Academy, where he had once studied. Since this was the 4th grade competition, he watched Xie Kun's match, someone he had long wanted to observe. Although Yunxiao Academy's overall strength was weak, their 4th graders were quite formidable. Looking only at their 4th grade performance, they ranked second in their group, losing only to an academy within Kuan Empire that ranked among the top 10 in the continent. However, their 2nd and 3rd year students would likely not perform as well. Watching Xie Kun's match, Lu Changming mentally compared himself and realized that even though he had reached the high stage of Lianhuan realm, he still couldn't beat Xie Kun, which left him rather disheartened. He wanted to beat Xie Kun up. Naturally, he also watched the other 2 matches. Senior Lu Ying's fights matched her personality, violent. As for brother Li Yundong's martial skills, they seemed somewhat similar to Luo Sun's, possessing characteristics akin to the mentalist type, but not entirely. Rather than directly dragging opponents into a hallucinatory state, Li affected their spirits while engaging in combat. In another group was Qingming Academy. Having lived in Lu City for 10 years, Qingming Academy was relatively familiar to him. If nothing special happened, Lu Changming would merely glance at the matches briefly and learn the results. What truly caught Lu Changming's attention regarding Qingming's group occurred after the group matches concluded. Although Qingming Academy advanced, surprisingly, they didn't secure the top spot in their group. The academy that won first place was named Sacred Capital Academy. Lu Changming had heard of this academy. It wasn't part of the 3 major empires. It was the only academy on the continent not belonging to any nation, but the power behind it wasn't small. From its name alone, one could tell it belonged to the largest religious organization on the continent, the Pagoda sect. Sacred Capital Academy also ranked as the #1 academy on the continent and had held that position firmly for several thousand years, far surpassing the 2nd-ranked academy. Its ranking as the first academy was undoubtedly closely tied to the Pagoda sect. In general, the longer an organization exists on this continent, the stronger its foundation becomes. But this is not because of the length of time it has developed. Rather, the longer an organization exists, the more powerful predecessors it has, and thus the more heritage they leave for future generations. This heritage does not refer to wealth or status, but instead consists of martial techniques and rare treasures. Powerful warriors can use their understanding of their cultivation realms to comprehend and refine the martial arts they've learned, then document them and pass them down to future generations. Powerful martial techniques are the root cause for the strength of an organization or individual. An organization cannot exist forever. There will inevitably be unexpected occurrences during its development. However, as long as its inheritance remains unbroken, it will have sufficient depth to carry on. And while there may be organizations like the Pagoda sect that have been passed down for 10,000 years, none possess both a 10,000-year legacy and 10,000-year brilliance like the Pagoda sect. Although the Pagoda sect usually only has one divine realm expert, and under normal circumstances, the continent would have about 10 divine realm experts at any given time. Almost everyone believes that if those 10 experts attack the Pagoda sect simultaneously within the sacred capital, the Pagoda sect would still be victorious in the end. The Pagoda sect situation is extremely special, as they depend on the devil-suppressing pagoda, a matter that far surpasses the boundaries of this continent, for their existence. As long as the devil-suppressing pagoda stands, so will the Pagoda sect. Likewise, if the devil-suppressing pagoda disappears, this massive entity that is the Pagoda sect would collapse like a skyscraper without its foundation. Let's not stray too far from the point. The Pagoda sect has existed for 10,000 years, and during these 10,000 years, nearly 100 divine realm experts have emerged from within its ranks. Even this point alone makes the Pagoda sect's foundation surpass the sum total of all other organizations on the continent. The wealth left behind by one divine realm expert is immeasurable, and the insights of such an expert transcend monetary value. Even a basic martial technique meant for cultivating qi, after being refined by so many strong individuals, could become a world-renowned art, let alone the fact that the Pagoda sect's original martial techniques are top-tier. Therefore, when it comes to the most fundamental aspects of martial arts, the Sacred Capital Academy already exceeds other academies by far. Coupled with the Pagoda sect's name, most people who have the opportunity to attend the Sacred Capital Academy choose it over other institutions, making the talent of the students also higher than that of other academies. Then there's the faculty. The teachers of the Sacred Capital Academy are almost entirely composed of clerics and archbishops from the Pagoda sect. Their teaching abilities might not differ significantly from those of other top-tier academies, but their power and cultivation realms surpass the instructors of other academies. Likewise, their comprehension of martial techniques and cultivation methods is superior to that of other teachers. Chapter 171, Action. Lu Changming felt that Saint Capital Academy was distant from him, and he didn't want to deal with things related to the Pagoda sect for now, so he wasn't paying much attention. He did not know that this mission of the Divine Spirit sect was related to Saint Capital Academy. He was still pondering what the Hall Master intended to do. The elimination matches were about to start, and the exchange competition had already progressed halfway through, but the Hall Master still hadn't made any moves and continued participating in the competition unhurriedly. Could it be that the White Tiger Hall had already started its operations? Was this Hall Master's calm demeanor a mere ruse? But then he looked at the few elders by his side. They were all present. Could it be the ones left behind in Cloud Radiant City? That seemed unlikely because those elders haven't yet reached the spiritual communication realm and are not particularly powerful. On the 8th day of the exchange competition, it was the day the elimination matches began. Yesterday was a rest day. Lu Changming had been closely monitoring the movements of the Hall Master and the elders. Logically speaking, yesterday should have been the best opportunity for the Divine Spirit sect to act, but they still showed no signs of movement. Lu Changming wanted to sabotage this operation of the Divine Spirit sect, but he felt clueless as to where to start. Perhaps exposing the Divine Spirit sect on the continent would be a good way, but that would also put him against himself. Currently, he was merely a minor figure in the soul-refining realm. He couldn't imagine going up to some big shot and saying, "There is an evil organization called the Divine Spirit sect in the north. They plan to liberate the demon-suppressing pagoda." Even if it were himself without experiencing such situations, he wouldn't believe it either. If someone believed him, there'd be devils in the world. At best, he'd be driven away as a madman with sticks. At worst, he might be taken to the Saint Capital as a heretic disrespectful to the demon-suppressing pagoda, and then his life would be over. Moreover, Lu Changming had a premonition that if he really wanted to do this, he would be eliminated by the Divine Spirit sect before he could act. For the sake of his personal safety, and to leave himself the chance to stop the liberation of the demon-suppressing pagoda, it was a somewhat selfish thought. However, Lu Changming wasn't a noble offspring who received education about sacrificing oneself for the majority. Since he could remember, he grew up at the bottom of Luo capital, and most ordinary citizens were selfish. Lu Changming was raised in such an environment, having the mindset of, if one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish you. Stopping the Divine Spirit sect from freeing the demon-suppressing pagoda, as he told the Patriarch, was for the common people in Luo capital that he cherished, not for the entire continent. Therefore, what he said back then were mostly empty words. If he truly failed to stop them, perhaps he would ask the Patriarch to protect them. The Patriarch had noticed this, which was why he simply smiled at the time. Lu Changming regretted slightly now. He felt that it might have been a good idea to tell Mo Yuning about the Divine Spirit sect's plans during that day at the tavern. Letting Mo Yuning investigate the matter would have likely revealed more than what he himself had discovered. Although according to the Patriarch, Mo Yuning's goals should be similar to the Divine Spirit sects, there appeared to be no connection between the Patriarch and Mo Yuning. Both when the Patriarch heard Mo Yuning's name, and when Mo Yuning learned about the Divine Spirit sect organization, both expressed unfamiliarity. Lu Changming now felt uncomfortable. He didn't know whether what he was doing now was right or wrong. After leaving the headquarters of the Divine Spirit sect, he doubted everyone, including Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning's origins were mysterious, just like his mother's. His mother wouldn't harm him, logically. She claimed Mo Yuning was a distant cousin, meaning their goals should be the same. He too should share Mo Yuning's objectives. However, On that day inside the demon-suppressing pagoda, though his mother recognized Mo Yuning's identity, she did not tell him to follow Mo Yuning's actions. It seemed his mother wished for him to judge for himself. His mother apparently considered freeing the demon-suppressing pagoda not to be a good thing. He wished to return to the top of the demon-suppressing pagoda in Luo capital again, to take another look. He didn't know if he'd ever have another chance to see his mother, but he felt he should try once more, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. But he didn't know how to return. In his previous plans, he intended to go back only after reaching a certain level of strength. But after all this time, he realized that achieving such a level would take decades, which was impossible. And what would happen in several decades? By that time, it might be enough for the Divine Spirit sect to accomplish their goal of freeing the demon-suppressing pagoda. What would happen after the demon-suppressing pagoda is freed? The patriarch said he didn't know. Whether or not this was true, Lu Changming certainly, since the patriarch didn't wish to tell him. Other than the patriarch, Lu Changming couldn't think of anyone else who might know what would happen after the demon-suppressing pagoda is released. Perhaps even the Pope of the pagoda sect would know, but anyway, he wouldn't find out until after the pagoda is freed. And afterward, would he lose the opportunity to see his mother again? Or could he possibly see her again without needing to enter the demon-suppressing pagoda? He didn't know. Upon reaching this thought, he figured out what he should do. Perhaps he couldn't stop the Divine Spirit sect's progression, but he could delay it. Before the Divine Spirit sect liberated the demon-suppressing pagoda, he would enter it one more time. Lu Changming was not very interested in the competition, but he still knew the schedule of the elimination matches. This time, the Divine Spirit sect's opponents were strong. He didn't know whether the Hall Master would choose to fight to the death or to retreat. It seemed that their purpose for participating in the contest was to bring the people of the White Tiger Hall into the venue rather than winning the competition itself. But to Lu Changming's surprise, the Hall Master instructed the participants to give their all in the match as if truly there to prove the strength of their academy. Of course, Fang Yuewen still used his advanced level capabilities. Although the fourth-year students won, it appeared the third and second years had lost their matches. After all, the Divine Spirit sect wasn't an official academy, and those it recruited generally had limited talent. People as talented as Fang Yuewen were rare. Even with the assistance of purple energy, they still struggled to compete against the powerful academies. What Lu Changming didn't know was that on this night, in a separate room of the hospital set up for the exchange competition, Huang Yinyu, who was supposed to be lying unconscious in bed after sustaining serious injuries, suddenly opened her eyes, sharp and focused, not at all like someone who had been seriously injured. She had observed over the past 2 days that after midnight, a nurse would come by to check each room. She quietly sensed the surrounding aura. There was no one nearby her ward. Then she slowly transformed into a puff of black smoke and vanished from the ward. Strangely enough, her blanket did not sink when she left. From outside through the window of the ward door, it looked as though someone was still lying there. Tonight was the night the Divine Spirit sect took action. Tonight, someone in Xuanhuan Academy would vanish without a trace. Tomorrow, the entire Continental Academy exchange competition would surely descend into chaos because the person who disappeared would be one of the most important ones here. Chapter 172. Missing. On the morning of the next day, at Xianxia, in the farthest dormitory building prepared by Tianhua Academy for the participating academies, a group of people gathered there waiting for something. This group was from an academy, and at first glance, they were different from other academies that came to participate in the competition. First, their uniforms were quite different from those of other academies, giving off a religious vibe. Moreover, although unintentionally, these individuals exuded a sense of pride. They were proud of their academy and their uniforms. These people were exactly the teachers and students of Xingdu Academy. Tianhua Academy had built 4 dormitory buildings for this competition, but actually, just 2 would have been sufficient to house all the participants and more. The reason Tianhua built extra was simple. Constructing dormitory buildings didn't cost much compared to the arena. If they were building them anyway, they might as well build more so the students could enjoy new dormitories after the contest. The extra 2 buildings? One was for the teachers, while the other, out of respect, was given to the #1 academy of the continent, Xingdu Academy, which belonged to the Tower sect. Xingdu Academy didn't decline the offer and occupied an entire building on its own. At this moment, they were downstairs in their dormitory, waiting for someone. It had already been some time past the designated departure time, but that person still hadn't come out. This caused complaints among the 23 students and some teachers who were waiting. Actually, even before this, the group had some opinions about that person. Xingdu Academy was very strict with its students. Even though they occupied a whole building by themselves, students still lived in groups of 4 per room, adhering to a rigorous school ethos, a key reason why they remained the top academy on the continent. However, there was one exception, the person they were now waiting for. He demanded to live alone in one dormitory, and strangely enough, the usually stern vice dean actually agreed. This had sparked many private discussions among the students. Though privately they complained a lot, no one voiced their dissatisfaction openly. After all, everyone acknowledged this individual's prowess. None of them could confidently last longer than an incense stick's burning time against him. By last, it wasn't about winning, because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the spirit refining stage, higher than all of them. It was not surprising that Xingdu Academy had such a student. While such geniuses were once-in-a-century occurrences, the continent did not include the Tower sect. The Tower sect seemed to have special methods or cultivation techniques for some reason, but almost every few years, such a genius would emerge within the sect. For this very reason, the Tower sect managed to keep a divine passage level expert around most of the time throughout the last 10,000 years. Returning to the matter at hand, over half an hour had passed. They had a match scheduled for the morning. If they didn't leave soon, it might affect the competition. Therefore, one teacher suggested to the vice dean that he go call out that student. The vice dean sighed and said to the teacher, "I'll go." After saying that, he walked into the dormitory building. The vice dean was somewhat frustrated. He had issued the order for everyone to wait here, but it was getting too late now. There was nothing left to do but knock on the door. He also wondered what that troublesome young master was doing inside. Could it be that he senses a sign of breakthrough? Very possible, since he'd been at the peak of the spirit refining stage for nearly a year. With his talent, breaking through wouldn't be strange. In that case, he shouldn't be disturbed. None of the other teachers and students here knew the true identity of that student, but the vice dean did. That student was one of the candidates for the next pope position, yet even this status wasn't enough for the vice dean to wait so long for him. He had another identity. Because of this identity, even the vice dean needed to show respect. When this student requested to live alone in one dormitory, the vice dean found it unsurprising. Arriving at the door of the room, he gently knocked and asked, "Xuanhuan, what are you doing right now?" There was no response from within the room. A while later, the vice dean knocked again, still without response. The vice dean sensed something amiss. The person inside should not have been cultivating, as he felt no fluctuations in energy. He increased the force of his knocks, and when he still received no answer, a sense of foreboding suddenly gripped the vice dean. He immediately tapped lightly on the lock, and with a click, the lock broke. Rushing into the room, he saw that it wasn't disordered. Everything was neatly placed, but there was no one inside. Frowning, the vice dean thought, could he have gone out to take care of something? But if he had something to attend to, surely he would have informed me. Suddenly, he noticed the bedspread unmade on the bed and felt a tinge of discomfort. He immediately went over. This person was usually meticulous. If it wasn't an emergency, he would definitely have tidied up the bedspread first. After observing the bed for a while, the vice dean's complexion suddenly turned ashen. He swiftly flipped open the pillow and found a small slash on the bedsheet beneath it, seemingly made by a sharp object. As the morning approached the hour, all the academies arrived at the arena for the competition as usual, but the match had yet to begin. This was because the academy scheduled to compete in the first match of the day hadn't shown up. For any other academy, the referee could simply declare their opponents victorious, but this academy was different. The academy that was delayed today was none other than the #1 academy of the continent, Chengdu Academy. No one present dared to offend Chengdu Academy, which belonged to the Tower sect. More than half an hour had passed since the scheduled start time. Everyone present was puzzled. The academies without matches, who had been sitting quietly in the stands, began to murmur and speculate about the reason behind Chengdu Academy's absence, causing the venue to grow noisy. The more observant individuals noticed that the deputy deans leading the teams from Mingyun Empire's top-ranked academies had quietly left the arena. At Xianxia Academy, like in other academies, several students were seen whispering among themselves. But Lu Changming noticed something odd. Based on his earlier observations of the congregation from Xianxia Academy pretending to be students, even if there were intriguing matters around them, they were not permitted to act without explicit approval from their hall master. They could only wait for orders. Given their current behavior, it seemed likely that they had received instructions from their hall master to blend in with others, while the hall master himself sat with eyes closed, displaying no signs of concern or surprise. Lu Changming inferred that Chengdu Academy's failure to arrive for the competition must have something to do with them. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Xianxia sect had either already acted or completed their move. Chapter 173, The Regretful King Ding. As time went by, many academy people had already gone to inquire with the staff on site. However, these staff were also completely unaware of what was happening. Finally, after another half hour, people from the Holy Capital Academy finally arrived at this venue. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't just the fourth-year students who had come. All grade levels participating in the competition had arrived, but almost no teachers came along, only 2 teachers trailing behind the students. Their expressions were solemn, and their faces somber. After reaching their seats, they silently sat down without any intention of entering the match. Upon seeing them enter, the academies present stopped their discussions, and everyone turned their gaze toward the group of Holy Capital Academy, curious as to what exactly had happened at Holy Capital Academy. But the members of Holy Capital Academy paid no attention to these looks and quietly waited for something. After another period of tea time passed, suddenly, a group of stern-faced staff members briskly entered the venue and opened the large doors of the field. Soon after, a large number of students from other venues' competitions entered the venue, heading toward their respective academy seating areas. However, this venue was quite large, so even with this many people entering, the audience stands weren't fully occupied. Nevertheless, there was no longer an empty feeling. Upon seeing that their other grade students seemed forcibly brought here, each academy's leaders naturally showed signs of surprise and anger, asking the newly arrived teachers of the 2nd and 3rd grades about the reason. However, those teachers themselves didn't know why. They only knew this was Holy Capital Academy's decision. It appeared that some unexpected change had occurred at Holy Capital Academy, thus gathering everyone here. Holy Capital Academy had no intention of offering any explanation, and none dared to directly confront Holy Capital Academy. Thus, they could only question the organizers of the event. They were informed to wait a while longer. Reportedly, this was decided by both the leader of the Mingyun Empire in charge of this competition and Holy Capital Academy. Having no other options, the leading members of those academies had no choice but to continue waiting. On Xianxia Academy's side, the hall master remained unaffected by this matter. Even though during the interval an elder who had just arrived spoke to him about something, he still remained like before, as if all the events surrounding him had nothing to do with him. At this moment, King Ding Fengyang was also inside the venue, but he did not receive treatment befitting his identity, because aside from a few individuals from the Fengyang Empire present, very few people knew his true identity. So currently, he was staying here as the overall responsible person for the Fengyang Empire. He didn't know what had happened at Holy Capital Academy, but he guessed to a certain extent. More than 90% of the reasons must be related to Xianxia Academy, and this matter caused Holy Capital Academy significant losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered all participating academies here, no? This should be called imprisonment here. Even with Taja sect's impressive influence, doing such a thing would severely tarnish their reputation. For them to dare do this, and with the organizing party, Mingyun Empire, seemingly agreeing, it showed how important this matter was to Holy Capital Academy. Due to this exchange tournament would probably become the first one ever to halt midway. He was now deeply troubled by a rather serious issue since he was currently present here. Among all those present, apart from Xianxia Academy, only he and the guards he had brought were hiding their identities. Considering his princely status, if Holy Capital Academy found out, he would indeed be a prime suspect. After all, which prince would idly choose to be responsible for the organization of an academy exchange match? And given Holy Capital Academy's resolve, combined with the assistance of the Mingyun Empire, it was only a matter of time before they uncovered his true identity. So, revealing his own identity voluntarily might be the better option. Of course, there was another way to clear himself of suspicion, which was disclosing the purpose of his journey. If this situation had arisen before the knockout stage began, he would definitely have done so. But now, regardless, he absolutely dared not say. Xianxia Academy is highly suspicious. I've come to investigate them. Your academy's current issues may be related to them. Because when the preliminary rounds had just ended, with zero progress in their investigation into Xianxia Academy, a man resembling the head of that academy actually came to visit him. At that time, the man's words left him puzzled, but now he understood. He realized that if he voiced now the claim that Xianxia Academy was suspicious, then Xianxia Academy would likely retaliate. No matter what, compared to an academy coming to participate in a contest, the suspicion around a prince would be far greater. And judging from Xianxia Academy's demeanor, they had made complete preparations. Holy Capital Academy surely wouldn't uncover a single shred of evidence. Even if Holy Capital Academy did nothing to him because they were one of the three major empires, this would create a huge rift between the neutral Taja sect and the Fengyang Empire, something he could not afford. He had never underestimated the Taja sect, and perhaps the Fengyang Empire would decline because of this. King Ding was now somewhat regretful because he believed the organization behind Xianxia Academy was within the borders of the Fengyang Empire, so he didn't want other countries to know about this matter. Additionally, when he first arrived, the leader of Xianxia Academy's bow to him made him cautious and vigilant. Upon reflection, he should have revealed his identity and purpose to Taja's sect and the other two great empires upon arriving, which would have prevented the current situation. However, regretting now was useless. After this incident occurred, he could no longer take that approach. The most important thing now was to remove any suspicion from Fengyang. The issue concerning Xianxia Academy would be dealt with after this matter was resolved. In his view, nothing was more important than maintaining harmony with Taja's sect. Xianxia Academy's actions had already become intertwined with Taja's sect. It seemed their ambition was greater than he had imagined. After returning to Yi Capital, he would need to discuss this further with His Majesty. King Ding rubbed his temple and stood up. He needed to see someone from Holy Capital Academy now. Dean Xiang, are you really certain that your students were abducted? At the dormitory building, a person asked Holy Capital Academy's vice dean, clearly troubled. This man was Lin Mu, the highest-ranking official representing Mingyun in this competition. He was currently the most powerful cultivator in all of Tianhua Academy, but wasn't yet at the divine communication realm. Xianxia's sect had indeed been cautious. For just one academy's competition, Mingyun Empire didn't need to specially summon a divine communication expert. This time, Lin Mu, who possessed the peak spiritual connection realm cultivation, came. His rank in Mingyun Empire was only second to the few experts in the divine communication realm. His role here was naturally just for intimidation purposes. If it weren't for this major incident, perhaps he wouldn't have appeared even once until the competition concluded. Chapter 174, Between a Rock and a Hard Place. For the Mingyun Empire, inviting Lin Mu already felt somewhat exaggerated. In a world-class competition like this, who would dare to meddle at their own risk? But such an event really did happen, which is why he was so suspicious when asking Dean Xiang. This situation troubled Lin Mu greatly. Though the tournament's surface organizer was Yunhui country, it was still actually being managed by the Mingyun Empire behind the scenes. A person went missing during the contest due to poor supervision from the Mingyun Empire, and that missing person happened to be a very important student from Xingdu Academy. If not handled properly, it could potentially impact the relationship between the Mingyun Empire and the Pagoda sect. Though his cultivation had reached a level where he no longer needed to answer to any nation, Lin Mu was still a citizen of the Mingyun Empire, and he naturally hoped for its prosperity and progress. Venerable Lin, I can confirm that something must have happened to my student. Otherwise, based on his personality, he wouldn't allow such damage to appear on the bedsheet. Something unexpected must have occurred, and in a rush, he left this mark. The deputy dean of Xingdu Academy said anxiously. He was by far the most panicked person on the scene. Others might just know the missing individual as the successor of the Pope, but there were other significant identities involved. If he were truly abducted, he couldn't imagine the anger awaiting him upon return. Suddenly, someone ran over and whispered something into the ear of a person beside Lin Mu. This individual was the chief supervisor of this competition representing the Mingyun side. responsible for making all the decisions related to the tournament. After hearing what the runner-up said, this person's expression changed significantly. Then he immediately approached Lin Mu and Ding Sheng, who were discussing this matter, and said, "Masters, there's someone claiming to be Crown Prince Ding of the Fengyang Empire who wishes to meet both of you." Hearing this, Ding Sheng furrowed his brow, then looked at Lin Mu, noticing that Lin Mu also frowned, evidently unaware why Crown Prince Ding was here. "Venerable Lin, Ding Sheng." Crown Prince Ding greeted them with respect. Both Lin Mu and Ding Sheng reciprocated. Upon seeing Crown Prince Ding, their thoughts about someone impersonating the prince dissipated instantly. Although neither had met the Crown Prince before, the regal aura of a royal prince was hard to mimic. However, their doubts lingered. I'll be direct. Neither of these two people ranked below him, especially Lin Mu, so he dared not put on airs. I am here as the head responsible for our participating academy from the Fengyang Empire. It seems Xingdu Academy has experienced some abnormality. Something rather strange has occurred, so I've come here to inquire. Ding Sheng furrowed his brow and asked, could His Highness Crown Prince Ding have any insights regarding this incident? The sudden appearance of Crown Prince Ding caused suspicion, exacerbated further by Cheng's agitation over the matter, leading to this spontaneous question. Crown Prince Ding, upon hearing this, seemed a bit embarrassed and added, to be candid, precisely because my presence here is so unusual, I've taken the initiative to come see you both before you discovered my identity. Oh, then why does His Highness personally take responsibility for this contest? Lin Mu was very interested in the purpose of Crown Prince Ding. After all, Crown Prince Ding represented the Fengyang Empire, which was different from neutral factions like the Pagoda sect. There was plenty of open and covert rivalry between the Mingyun and Fengyang empires. To be honest, my mission here is quite crucial for our country, but looking at Xingdu Academy's current situation, compared to our empire's affairs, they're negligible. Crown Prince Ding gave Lin Mu a polite yet awkward smile. My arrival this time is somewhat related to the Mingyun Empire, but specifically what it entails, it's not convenient for me to disclose. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's face changed. Whatever Crown Prince Ding was initially set to do may impact the Mingyun Empire. Fortunately, an incident occurred at Xingdu Academy. At these words, Ding Cheng's expression softened. Despite his impatience, as the Vice Dean of Xingdu Academy, he was still reasonable. Since Crown Prince Ding had voluntarily identified himself, he was likely unconnected to this matter. He believed that not a single soul on the continent would dare stand openly after abducting a succession candidate of the Pagoda sect. Furthermore, kidnapping a Pagoda sect successor offered no advantage to the three empires. It would only result in endless repercussions. Could Your Excellency inform us what exactly is going on that necessitates such a grand gesture? Crown Prince Ding asked Ding Sheng. His curiosity genuinely piqued about the situation that prompted such unusual action from the usually low-key Pagoda sect. Ding Sheng's face turned ashen as he replied. One of our Pagoda sect Pope succession candidates was abducted last night. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Ding froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he stunnedly muttered, "What?" After a while, Prince Ding finally accepted the information. Frowning, he muttered, "How could such a thing happen?" Despite his seemingly calm exterior, sweat had already started to form in his palms. Regret gnawed at him again. This matter was far more serious than he had imagined. He hadn't thought that the Xianxia Academy would be so reckless as to abduct an heir of the Pagoda sect. Whatever this group aimed for was grand, and might even influence the entire continent's power structure. Perhaps he should disclose what he knew about the Xianxia Academy. But it was too late now. He had already painted himself into a corner. He'd fabricated reasons earlier to explain things to Lin Mu and Ding Sheng, and to maintain relations with the Pagoda sect. He lied in a way that would alarm the Mingyun Empire. If he were to suddenly reveal the truth about the Xianxia Academy, who knew what uncontrollable consequences might arise? So, he decided to keep this secret buried. What Prince Ding didn't realize was that this decision of his would eventually plunge the entire continent into a crisis unprecedented in 10,000 years. Time flowed slowly, and it was nearly noon. The crowd inside the venue was growing restless. If Xingdu Academy did not issue any statement soon, there would surely be protests. Finally, the deputy dean of Xingdu Academy appeared along with some teachers inside the venue. Accompanying them were several vice deans of the Mingyun Empire who had gone missing earlier, as well as a few others whose identities remained unclear. Judging by their attire and demeanor, however, it was obvious they held high positions. Most of them returned to their respective designated spots, but a few walked up to the main platform in the middle of the competition area. Among them was someone most people in the venue didn't recognize. This person took the central seat. It was Lin Mu. However, the one speaking wasn't him but the deputy dean of Xingdu Academy standing beside him. Please quiet down everyone. As the deputy dean of Xingdu Academy spoke, although many still harbored dissatisfaction, the audience gradually silenced. I sincerely apologize to all of you. We've gathered you here today because something happened last night that we at Xingdu Academy absolutely cannot forgive. Until we identify the culprits, please remain here for now. Chapter 175, Exposure. Could the dean please inform us what exactly has happened, said the vice dean of the Holy Capital Academy, and immediately after him someone else added. They had been locked here for so long that anyone would be upset. If they didn't know the reason behind this, many wouldn't just let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene became noisy. Some were already starting to stir up trouble, and most wanted to know why this situation had made the Holy Capital Academy so angry. Silence, said Lin Mu from the middle, his voice accompanied by deep, true energy. Everyone in the scene, including the vice deans of several major academies, felt a sense of pressure. Everyone was shocked by Lin Mu's strength, falling silent one by one, and the entire venue fell into stillness. Dean Sheng nodded at Lin Mu in gratitude, and then fell silent, considering whether or not to disclose this matter. Once everyone here knew about this, the news would surely spread across the continent. This is what the pagoda sect doesn't want to see. But thinking further, the organization or person who had the courage and ability to silently kidnap one of the pagoda sect's heirs must possess considerable power and intention. Whoever dared to do this must have prepared completely. With only the current forces at his disposal, it would be difficult to uncover much, so he'd have to return and rely on the strength of the pagoda sect. And given the identity of the kidnapped individual, he thought the Pope would surely mobilize the greatest forces for an investigation. Rather than causing panic later, it would be better to speak now. With this thought, Vice Dean Cheng decided to inform those present. He looked around the whole arena and then said, "A student of ours from the Holy Capital Academy, who is also one of the candidates for the succession of the papacy of the pagoda sect, Xianxia, went missing last night. And we can almost certainly confirm that he was abducted." After Vice Dean Cheng finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Everyone froze. It wasn't until quite a while later that voices gradually emerged in the stadium, growing louder bit by bit, until almost everyone was talking in shock. "To all of you, the person beside me is Lin Mu from the Mingyun Empire, possessing peak spiritual realm cultivation." Suddenly, Vice Dean Cheng began introducing Lin Mu, and upon hearing that the great being who had just intimidated them was by Cheng's side, everyone quieted down again. During these days of the intercollegiate matches, Elder Lin kept an eye on Tianhua Academy's surroundings, and no one sneaked in. If anyone could enter without Elder Lin noticing, then it must be a peer of divine realm strength. I think there will not be any peer of divine realm strength willing to lose dignity by abducting a junior soul refiner. Though chances of finding out were small, Vice Dean Cheng still wanted to try. Therefore, I believe the abductor mixed with one academy into our midst, which is why I restricted all participants in this place. I request your cooperation to check if any academy's reported numbers don't match up. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply towards the front. Seeing Vice Dean Cheng's sincere bow and slightly beseeching tone, those few who had previously spoken showed understanding. They understood why the Holy Capital Academy acted this way. Everyone knows that the kidnapping of a candidate for the successor of the pagoda sect's pope is no simple matter. It's not just about the personal safety of that individual or the face of the pagoda sect. It's that for thousands of years, no organization has dared to do such a thing. Historical records show that the last organization daring enough to openly confront the pagoda sect vanished without a trace within less than a month. Therefore, the audience was stunned for a long time upon hearing this news. The 10,000-year-old legacy of the pagoda sect is not something that can be fully seen on the surface. In the Xianxia Academy, Lu Changming was very panicked after hearing the deputy dean of the Holy Capital Academy's speech. He didn't know how this incident would impact the pagoda sect or the continent, but he knew that the pagoda sect definitely wouldn't leave it alone, as was evident from the current situation. This event was undoubtedly carried out by the Xianxia sect. If the Holy Capital Academy learned the truth at this moment, Lu Changming didn't dare imagine what would happen. Anyway, he believed that all present would help the Holy Capital Academy, and at that point, it would be explosive, with no exception spared in the Xianxia Academy. So now he was extremely anxious, wanting to escape directly from here, but the prospect appeared unworkable. Let alone the fact that this place was sealed off, trying to escape would surely lead to capture. Even the Hall Master wouldn't allow him to do so. Doing so would confirm the suspicions against the Xianxia Academy. Seeing that the Hall Master was still calm, Lu Changming relaxed a little, realizing that it might not be possible for the Holy Capital Academy to find evidence. Thus, Deputy Dean Cheng began checking the registration lists to see if any academy was missing people. This was all he could do. Whoever could carry out such an act so stealthily must possess great concealment skills. Perhaps Lin Mu might have noticed something, but Cheng felt certain he himself wouldn't be able to uncover anything, which was why he decided to check each academy one by one. And if even Lin Mu couldn't detect it, then that person should be moving freely here without a hitch. Because of the intense competition, many participants from different academies were injured and currently resting in the hospital. Even these injured students did not escape Dean Cheng's attention, as he sent teachers to check on their conditions at the hospital. He hadn't initially thought that this approach would lead him directly to the culprit. Rather, when the matter first came to light, he made this decision impulsively, without much thinking. Now he felt trapped in his own plan and had no choice but to continue with it. However, his efforts weren't completely fruitless. He could show others that he was putting in some effort into finding the culprit, instead of simply returning to the pagoda sect empty-handed. This way, once back, he would be better placed to report to the Pope and reduce the extent of punishment he'd face. After about an hour, Deputy Dean Cheng finally reached the Xianxia Academy, and the Hall Master immediately stood up to greet him with a false smile. The Xianxia Academy is missing one person, a student who sustained severe injuries and is currently being treated in the hospital, said one of the teachers beside Deputy Dean Cheng. What about that one? Deputy Dean Cheng asked seriously. He is still unconscious. Fine, let's move on to the next academy. Seeing nothing wrong with the Xianxia Academy, Deputy Dean Cheng was ready to proceed to the next one. The pressure of having so many people gathered in one place was significant. The sooner he finished the checks, the better. Though he was from the Holy Capital Academy, the presence of so many other academies was imposing immense stress on him. Just as Deputy Dean Cheng was about to leave the area, a competition staff member suddenly spoke up behind him. I remember that person has a scar on his chin. Upon hearing this, Deputy Dean Cheng immediately turned around and rushed to the person urgently asking, "What are you referring to?" "That person." The man pointed at Lu Changming, who was wearing a mask. "When the Xuanhuan Academy registered, I was there, and because he wore a mask, I remember him very clearly. At the time, I distinctly saw a long scar on his chin, but now it's gone." Chapter 176, Passing Off. Aside from the Divine Spirit Academy, after hearing those words, people around turned to look in the direction pointed out by that person and saw Yu Changming wearing a gray mask sitting there with a blank expression. Cheng Vice Dean's expression became stern. Then he walked toward Yu Changming's position. When Cheng Vice Dean and the teachers of the Holy Capital Academy approached Yu Changming, he felt a great amount of pressure and instinctively wanted to stand up and retreat. Though he stood up, when attempting to retreat, his feet couldn't move at all. This wasn't due to Cheng Vice Dean restricting him, it was the Hall Master. Yu Changming turned his head and glanced at the Hall Master who was walking this way not far behind Cheng Vice Dean. The Hall Master nodded slightly at him, signaling that he should not worry. At this moment, the binding on his legs was lifted because Dean Cheng had already arrived by his side, and the Hall Master feared that if it continued, Cheng Vice Dean might uncover the truth. Although the Hall Master assured him there would be no problems, Yu Changming still felt extremely flustered but chose to trust the Hall Master and didn't make any moves. Running away instead would only increase suspicion. "Take off your mask," Cheng Vice Dean said bluntly. Yu Changming glanced at the Hall Master, who again nodded slightly, gesturing for him to remove his mask. He took off the mask and revealed his original face, showing no scars at all. "Speak. What about the man with the scar on his face earlier?" Cheng Vice Dean asked thusly, leaving Yu Changming completely bewildered. He was the genuine individual, so he assumed Cheng Vice Dean would question why he disguised himself as someone with scars, never expecting Cheng Vice Dean to believe he replaced the prior person. Yu Changming was at a loss for words, mumbling incoherently. "Dean Cheng, this is that person from before. Look at this." Timely, the Hall Master spoke to Dean Cheng and presented a clump of brown material. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the fake scar Yu Changming had torn off days ago and discarded. Unexpectedly, the Hall Master foresaw something like this could happen and retrieved it beforehand. "What is this?" Cheng Vice Dean furrowed his brows and questioned. The Hall Master unfolded the thing, addressing Cheng Vice Dean. "This is the scar my student used for disguising himself, but it has been torn off." Cheng Vice Dean accepted the object and carefully examined it for a while before nodding. Then, he addressed the Hall Master. "Why did your student disguise himself as having a scar?" "This." The Hall Master looked at Yu Changming in a pretentious manner and replied, "My student has some secrets that aren't easy to talk about. How about this? I'll just tell you, Dean Cheng." Cheng Vice Dean frowned, pondered for a bit, and then nodded, believing that since the student wore a mask for such a secret, it must be crucial. "Then Dean Cheng, please follow me." The Hall Master pointed toward the outermost area of the audience seating, where no one was present. "Dean Cheng, don't you know that illegitimate children are very unwelcome within prominent families?" The Hall Master whispered softly to Cheng Vice Dean. Could it be? Yes, he is indeed the illegitimate child of a family from Fengyang. He was expelled from his family, enduring humiliation and diligently cultivating in our academy. Although he has reached this level of cultivation, with his current strength, it is still insufficient to return to his family. Moreover, during this competition, there are members from his family present, whose power surpasses his own. Hence, he does not want to expose himself yet. His use of the fake scar is merely to reduce the suspicions of others. If Yu Changming were present, he would certainly admire how well the Hall Master could weave stories. "I've heard that he seriously injured someone in the match." Dean Cheng, being an illegitimate child, his childhood was not good, so his personality tends to be a little unruly. "Well then, I understand. As a teacher, you must educate him properly and rectify this twisted personality of his." Though Cheng Vice Dean did not entirely believe the story, the fake scar provided by the Hall Master indeed checked out. Furthermore, he sensed nothing strange or peculiar from Yu Changming. Most importantly, he had doubted from the beginning that simply doing this could find the real culprit. Yu Changming was completely unaware that the Hall Master described him as an unruly illegitimate child. He merely noticed the Hall Master leading that rather gloomy-looking Vice Dean to a secluded place to speak a few sentences. Afterward, the Vice Dean departed along with the instructors under his command. He was very curious about what kind of lie the Hall Master had concocted, but no matter how he pressed for details, the Hall Master refused to disclose how exactly he convinced Vice Dean Cheng. "You'd better put the mask back on. Holy Capital Academy has stayed here long enough. Other academies are watching us closely, including Xianxia Academy. I can't guarantee none of them have sharp eyes," the Hall Master remarked to Yu Changming, who had a troubled expression on his face. Upon hearing the words, Yu Changming quickly put his mask back on. Xianxia Academy had lost early in the competition, but as a world-class event, academies that had already been eliminated generally would not leave early. The semifinals and finals were quite exciting, so Xianxia Academy was still there. In the afternoon at Shenhour, Cheng Vice Dean thoroughly inspected all the academies, finding nothing unusual. He had no reason to further restrict the freedom of the participating academies, and after the stadium's gate had been closed for 3 hours, it reopened. Cheng Vice Dean was not without suspicions about the 3 great empires. According to his understanding, only the 3 great empires possessed strong enough individuals capable of completing such an act silently and invisibly. However, unless concrete evidence existed, he did not believe that the 3 great empires would do something like this. Though Pagoda sect held formidable power, they had remained neutral on the continent for 10,000 years, having no influence over the rule of the 3 great empires. Kidnapping the successor of the Pagoda sect's pope provided them with no benefits, and using hostages to threaten pagoda sect would be meaningless. Pagoda sect would never compromise for any one person, even if their identity were special. They had no reason to perform such an act which would completely offend pagoda sect. So, he dismissed any suspicion toward the three great empires. But based on his knowledge, he could uncover no more information. Xianxia Dean decided to return to Holy Capital tonight to report the urgent news. At his spirit communication level speed, he estimated it would take less than a day to reach Holy Capital. Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed unlikely that this session of the exchange competition would continue, especially when students from the first academy on the continent had been abducted during the competition. It was inappropriate to proceed under these circumstances. Although the competition couldn't go on, each academy was informed they could not yet leave Xuanhuan Academy. This was not a command issued by Xianxia Dean, but by the experienced Lin Mu. Xianxia Dean had become flustered over the matter. Though outwardly he appeared calm, inside he was utterly disoriented, causing some odd behavior. While he was still present, Lin Mu made no comments, considering that Xianxia Dean represented pagoda sect. After his departure, however, Lin Mu took charge in his place. Lin Mu imposed a full lockdown across Xuanhuan Academy. Although individual freedoms weren't formally restricted, his mental perception enveloped the area, preventing anyone from leaving the bounds of Xuanhuan. This state would presumably persist until the Pope's order arrived. Chapter 177, The Pope's Outburst. On the second morning, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, most of the residents in the Holy Capital were still sleeping. Only a few guards stood on the northern gate of the Holy Capital, steadfastly holding their posts. Although the Holy Capital almost never saw any special circumstances, these guards were all the most devout believers of the pagoda sect, and even without anything happening, they did not allow themselves to slacken. Beneath them stretched the walls of the Holy Capital that had stood for nearly 10,000 years. Thanks to the power of the pagoda sect enhancing them, these walls' bricks remained undamaged despite the passage of time, appearing extremely magnificent. Only upon close inspection could one notice their antiquity. Suddenly, a plume of dust rose far away in the mountains, formed by a figure rushing at incredible speed. This person was Dean Sheng who, just yesterday, had been in Yunhui Kingdom. After an entire night of travel, he had covered 800 kilometers in less than 6 hours, thanks to his abilities in the spirit realm and his deep reserves of true energy, arriving back at the Holy Capital. Climbing over the last peak and spotting the Holy Capital city, Dean Sheng slightly slowed down his pace. As he approached the city gates, he slowed down even further, more than half. Even though his mission was urgent, he dared not speed through the Holy Capital. The guards, noticing someone approaching them at high speed, naturally grew alert but showed no fear, for behind them was not an ordinary city but the renowned Holy Capital, the city of the pagoda sect. Seeing Dean Sheng slow down, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although they believed no sane person would dare attack the Holy Capital, it was possible that the approaching figure might be some strong individual who had lost their mind due to spiritual imbalance, capable of unpredictable actions. "Senior, please present your pass or wait outside until the gate opens," shouted the captain of the guards towards Dean Sheng, who was now standing beneath the city gate. Dean Sheng said nothing but directly tossed something to the guard captain. Startled, the captain quickly caught what looked like a token and focused on inspecting it. Upon recognizing its meaning, he was shocked once again and hastily said, "Your Eminence, please wait a moment while I go and open the door for you." "That's unnecessary," said Dean Sheng. With that, he lightly leapt onto the wall and swiftly retrieved the token-like object from the captain's hands before immediately heading inward towards the direction of the Papal Palace. Before long, Dean Sheng arrived before the Papal Palace. Being both a vice dean of the Holy Capital Academy and one of the higher-ranking bishops, only one step short of achieving the rank of archbishop, the vast majority of teachers at the Holy Capital Academy held positions within the pagoda sect. The guards stationed at the Papal Palace were unlike those guarding the city, as they were directly under the pagoda sect's command. Recognizing Dean Sheng as a high-ranking official residing in the Holy Capital, the guards didn't hinder him in any way. They merely bowed in respect as he passed through. The moment Dean Sheng stepped into the Papal Palace, a voice echoed in his ear. "Come see me in the council chamber." It was the voice of the Pope, who had already sensed his presence long before he reached the mountain to the north. Upon hearing this, Dean Sheng became solemn, and the weariness on his face caused by the overnight journey vanished. He took a deep breath and quickly headed towards the council chamber. Not long after, Dean Sheng arrived at the council chamber's door. After knocking and receiving permission to enter from inside, he pushed the heavy wooden doors open. The council chamber was usually where the high-ranking members of the pagoda sect held collective meetings, thus being quite spacious. At this moment, however, it contained only the Pope, making the room feel rather empty. The Pope was not seated in his usual place in the chamber, but instead stood beside the window, admiring the serene morning view of the Holy Capital. When Dean Sheng entered, the Pope turned around and asked, "What happened? Why are you back at this time? Shouldn't the Continental Academy exchange competition still be ongoing?" "Pope Garun." Immediately upon entering, Dean Sheng knelt on the ground with his forehead pressed against the floor, saying, "I have failed in my duties. Please punish me." Upon seeing Dean Sheng in such a state, the Pope did not reveal any expression of surprise. Instead, narrowing his eyes, he questioned, "What happened?" Dean Sheng spat out a mouthful of saliva. In front of His Holiness, he felt somewhat intimidated, so he paused to gather his thoughts before speaking. "Shen Yihan has been abducted by thieves." After uttering those words, Dean Sheng went silent, his head remaining tightly pressed against the ground. He did not dare to lift it to look at the Pope. After listening, the Pope offered no immediate response, plunging the council chamber into silence. Snap! The sound of cracking rocks echoed as the floor of the council chamber cracked in a radial pattern from the Pope at its center. Dean Sheng felt an overwhelming pressure, so great that he was now unable to even lift his head. Even without releasing any true energy, the wrath of one in the spirit realm held immense power. However, the cracks did not continue to spread but stopped just before reaching the walls of the chamber, as if the Pope had managed to control his anger. Then a faint glow emanated from the Pope's body, and the cracks on the ground began to slowly heal, gradually closing. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the council chamber returned to its original state. The only reminder of what had happened was the disarray of tables and chairs caused by the earlier tremors, assuring Dean Sheng that what had just happened was no illusion. What exactly happened? The Pope asked word by word, and Dean Sheng could clearly hear the anger and questioning in his tone. Yesterday morning, Dean Sheng began recounting to the Pope the events from the morning he discovered Xuanhuan's disappearance to the investigation. When Dean Sheng finished speaking, the Pope's emotions had calmed down. To become the Pope, one rarely allows emotions to affect their work. This much anger demonstrated how greatly this matter had impacted him. Even Lin Mu didn't sense the thief's presence or actions. As the Pope's mood settled, he immediately grasped the significance behind this event. There were many candidates for the papal succession within the pagoda sect, many of whom were not in the holy capital, making them easier targets for abduction. Why, then, had they specifically chosen Xuanhuan? It was highly possible that those people had learned of Xuanhuan's other identity. The Pope felt troubled. He believed he understood the intentions of those individuals, glancing at the ancient grand tower standing at the center of the holy capital and sighing. Besides the Holy Capital Academy and Lin Mu, is anyone else aware of this matter? The Pope questioned. In the course of investigating yesterday, I informed the academies participating in the competition about this. Dean Sheng sensed something amiss and quickly added, but I only told them that Xuanhuan was a candidate for the papal succession, nothing more. You're good for nothing and always ruin things. The Pope became angry once again, and Dean Sheng, who had remained unharmed even under the Pope's earlier fury, was directly kicked out of the council chamber. A mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. Chapter 178. Lin Mu's Considerations. At 9 a.m., Xianxia Academy. Today is the second day after the incident, and the competition has not continued. The academies are not allowed to leave either. This is Lin Mu's order. He claims that he has sent messengers to inform the Pope and must wait for his command to release everyone. Before that, his spiritual awareness will cover the entire Xianxia Academy to prevent anyone from sneaking out. Lin Mu doesn't expect this to completely seal the news here, because too many people know about it, and there's no way to seal everyone's mouth. His purpose in doing this is merely to show goodwill towards the Tower sect. The successor candidate of the Tower sect was abducted, and Dean Sheng didn't delve deeply due to panic. But the calm Lin Mu knows this is a signal. It's been thousands of years since anyone dared to challenge the Tower sect. Once someone does, and in such a manner, it indicates that this continent will no longer remain peaceful. This is what the Tower sect least wants to see, but it doesn't mean the three great empires feel the same way. The continent has been at peace for too long. On the continent, the three great empires stand equally powerful in a tripartite balance, with the Tower sect's holy capital located at the center of the continent, which also happens to be the junction point of the three empires' territories. Added to the fact that the Tower sect aims to maintain continental peace, war is therefore difficult to happen. But any empire has ambitions to unify the continent, so they hope for turmoil on this continent. Therefore, while showing goodwill to the Tower sect, Lin Mu did not stop Deputy Dean Sheng from revealing this message because he hopes this event spreads across the continent. As soon as the news gets out, it will cause rapid fermentation and accelerate the unrest of the continent. The Emperor of Mingyan Empire would likely wish for this as well. His gesture of goodwill is aimed at maintaining good relations with the Tower sect. Regardless, the power of the Tower sect cannot be ignored. Even though they do not have an army of immense size, they do possess top-tier experts on par with the three great empires, an elite force known as the Tower sect Knights, their 1,000-year accumulation of power, and the demon subduing pagoda. Most importantly, they wield great influence over ordinary civilians. However, Lin Mu did not anticipate that this unrest would be much stronger than he imagined. What Lin Mu could think of, naturally other cunning old foxes could also comprehend. They were very angry at Lin Mu's actions, but were helpless against his formidable strength. Even if they all joined forces, it wouldn't work. Lin Mu is at the peak of spirit-linked realm, having not yet broken through into soul-connected realm. The combined vice-deans of several strong academies might still be able to match him, but the academies of Mingyan Empire and Xianxia Academy would side with him. Also, teachers prioritize the safety of students, so there will definitely be no fight. Lin Mu likely won't keep them locked up for too long either. The Duke Ding is currently the most anxious one. Aside from Xianxia Academy, he knows the most about the situation. He wants to return quickly and report this matter to the Emperor because the originator of this incident may be within the territory of Fengyang Empire. Due to this matter, Fengyang Empire might be the first one to suffer. He wanted to directly ask Xianxia Academy, but judging by the leader's demeanor, he appears to be a deeply scheming person. He couldn't possibly gain any useful information and might even end up being threatened instead. Because Lin Mu is obstructing them, the members of the various academies are still residing within Xianxia Academy, staying in those 4 dormitory buildings. However, the number of people currently inside the dormitories is not many. Although Lin Mu prohibited them from leaving Xianxia Academy, they can still move freely within its premises. After all, Xuanhuan is an academy capable of ranking highly among all the continent's academies. Various cultivation facilities are ample, and most participating students are hard-working individuals. So many have taken advantage of the academy's offerings to begin training again. In one room of the dormitory building, Lu Changming is lying diagonally on the bed, staring at the beige solid ceiling. He raises his right hand and points at the ceiling, sketching something in the air. This morning, he watched enviously as Fang Yuanwen from the same dormitory went to find a place to train with another person. Although they were just pretending for appearance's sake, Lu Changming still envied them immensely. How he wished to train as well. But since he relies on the demon-subduing stone array and hasn't mastered it yet, there's simply no way for him to practice that technique here. Ever since they set off to participate in the competition, this thing has been on his mind for more than half a month now, almost becoming an obsession. Now, whenever he sees any smooth stony surface, he instinctively lifts his hand and starts drawing the formations of the array. Ugh! Annoyed, Lu Changming turns over and lowers his right hand, which had already been raised for half an hour and started to feel sore. 2 people from the dormitory have gone off to pretend to train, and 1 person remained behind. Over these past few days, living together, Lu Changming has become quite familiar with them. Baij. Lu Changming sits up and calls out to the person who is reading a book. What? What's up? The person called Baij by Lu Changming replied. His full name is Bai Jian, and he is a little chubby with slightly dark skin. At first glance, his facial features look somewhat fierce, but in fact, he is a very nice person. I just have a question for you. I haven't been in the Xianxia sect for long, so I'm not very clear about the matters inside. Could you tell me something about it? Said Lu Changming. He felt that understanding the Xianxia sect from ordinary members might lead him to learn some interesting things. He had also thought of asking this question before, but Fang Yuanwen had always been around. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Fang Yuanwen, but since Fang Yuanwen was the disciple of the master of Qinglong Hall, the hall master would inevitably know what he had done through Fang Yuanwen. He didn't really want the hall master to know what he had done, so he did many things secretly without Fang Yuanwen knowing. What aspect are you interested in knowing? Just daily life and such, along with responsibilities. When I arrived, I was immediately assigned to participate in this action. I haven't experienced the daily life within the sect yet. So now, I'd like to ask, so that when I return, I can adapt as quickly as possible. Our usual life revolves around the Fengxing mountain range branch. The primary focus every day is cultivation. Regarding work, at my current level, which is Lianhuan realm, and considering I am still young, the most important task right now is cultivation. Generally speaking, we handle some menial tasks, like this type of mission that only allows people under 20 years old to participate. For important missions, we will need to wait until after breaking through Tonghan realm to be assigned these tasks. Lu Changming nodded and said, I see. Seeing Lu Changming's concerned expression, Bai Jian added, our Xianxia sect might seem like an evil organization to outsiders, but actually, compared to many other organizations, our internal management is better. Just take the spy departments of the 3 great empires. Their training methods are extremely cruel. Lu Changming nodded again. He didn't know much about the 3 great empires, but he understood that because of the demon-subduing stones, the Xianxia sect doesn't need to use brutal methods like certain organizations operating in the shadows to enhance its strength, thus avoiding significant personality issues. However, he had seen a piece of paper in the Fengxing branch the other day. Clearly written on it was madness due to overuse of demon-subduing stone array. He didn't know exactly what side effects came from overusing the demon-subduing stone array, but the piece of paper told him that forcing talent enhancement through the demon-subduing stone array was planting a time bomb inside the body. This definitely wasn't a good thing. Chapter 179, Lifting the Restrictions. Big Brother Bai, do you know what that demon-taming stone array enhancement is? Lu Changming tentatively asked, uncertain if ordinary believers like Bai Jian would be aware of the demon-taming stone array enhancement. However, he recalled that Song Ran had been able to participate in the preliminary selection matches and was probably also a common believer like Bai Jian who had undergone the enhancement. Thus, Bai Jian should also know something about it. What array enhancement? What's that thing? Bai Jian looked completely confused, evidently unaware of the concept of the demon-taming stone array enhancement. It's a method to enhance one's talents. I heard it from Fang Yuanwen. Forget it if you don't know, Lu Changming said, sounding somewhat disappointed. I don't know what this array enhancement is, but I know that our sect has talent enhancement. Oh, talent enhancement. In Xianxia sect, it's not exactly a secret. Most people know about it. It's probably just newcomers like you who wouldn't be aware. Then quickly tell me what this talent enhancement is. Lu Changming asked curiously. He believed that the talent enhancement mentioned by Bai Jian was most likely the demon-taming stone enhancement. The Xianxia sect probably wouldn't have 2 ways of enhancing talents, right? Perhaps it's because the name, demon-taming stone, was too conspicuous, so another name was used among ordinary followers. This talent enhancement is quite an incredible thing. Look at me, my natural talents were mediocre before. To attend an academy, I would have only passed the exams for 3rd-rate academies. There was no way I could have participated in the Continental Academy exchange competition like this. It's only after going through this talent enhancement that I was able to cultivate to the high level of the spirit-refining realm before the age of 20. As he spoke about the talent enhancement, Bai Jian suddenly became excited, clearly highly supportive of the idea. By the way, little Lu, you've just joined the Xianxia sect not too long ago, right? And yet, without undergoing talent enhancement, you've already reached a high level. If you undergo talent enhancement, you might reach Captain Fang's level, wouldn't you? Bai Jian said. In his mind, anyone would surely choose to undergo the enhancement. Lu Changming chuckled dryly and replied, Captain Fang is so capable, I lack confidence. Oh, since you've undergone talent enhancement, have you noticed any particular sensations in your body? Why are you asking this? Let me think. No, there's nothing special. Ah, that's right. I remember that when I first completed the enhancement, the elder who handled my enhancement told me, if you feel anything unusual, report it to your superiors immediately. But until now, I haven't felt any discomfort. This demon-taming stone array enhancement indeed seems to have some side effects, and it appears that the Xuanhuan sect hasn't informed its ordinary members about these side effects. TCH, I also want to try this enhancement, but I'm feeling rather nervous. Big brother Bai, how does this talent enhancement work? How does it feel? Let me think. It's been a few years since I did it, so I've somewhat forgotten. After thinking for a moment, he continued. I remember an elder leading me along with some other people into a small room where we proceeded with the enhancement. After entering, we were apparently lying on a platform, and I began to feel very drowsy, as if I fell asleep. Yet, my consciousness was clear throughout. That's roughly how it went. The process, though, I remember it being quite uncomfortable, so much so that I didn't retain much memory of it. Saying this, Bai Jian laughed twice. Is it very uncomfortable? Lu Changming frowned slightly as if pretending, but internally, he was thinking about something else. Apparently, this demon-taming stone array enhancement isn't conducted within a purple cage. So how exactly is it done then? Regardless, he certainly wouldn't risk trying it just to explore the details further. It seemed like all Bai Jian knew was this. After all, he was just an ordinary believer in the spirit-refining realm, with a relatively low status. 2 days quickly passed, and the pagoda sect sent word that Lin Mu needn't restrict the participating academy students any longer, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Of course, before lifting the restrictions on the various academies, the pagoda sect sent someone to remind those under restriction to keep the matter confidential. Though this cautioning could ensure the majority of the ordinary students wouldn't disclose the information, the vice deans of each academy would inevitably report this event to their respective deans, and within a few days, the news would spread among the high-ranking individuals across the countries. The pagoda sect aimed solely to slow down the dissemination of this matter among the general public, fully realizing that it was nearly impossible for over 2,000 people to keep such a secret indefinitely. After the restrictions were lifted, each academy began making preparations to leave. Since the competition wasn't completed, there was no award ceremony or closing ceremony, meaning Mingyan Empire and Yunhui country would have to take back the prizes they had prepared for the winners. Essentially, all the academies returned in the same manner as they arrived. The only exception was Xuanhuan Academy, whose members had teleported to the location. However, since the teleportation was one way, they obviously couldn't return through the same mountain cliff. Lu Changming was curious about how they would leave, and even more curious about where the student from Xingdu Academy, who had been abducted by Xuanhuan's sect, was being held. Fengyang Empire's 13 academies arrived together, but on their way back, 2 more academies joined them, bringing the total to 15. These 2 academies were closer to Mingyan Empire, and therefore didn't join the main group when they came, but now found it convenient to return with Fengyang's main group. The overall leader of Fengyang Empire, Prince Ding, visited the deputy dean of Xuanhuan Academy, Qinglong Hall Master, before departure, asking if he'd like to follow them back, his purpose clear without needing explanation. The Hall Master naturally declined, citing, Xuanhuan Academy is located in Shuiying country. Following Fengyang Empire's large troops southward would be taking a detour, while going directly north from Tianhua would be much shorter. No one doubted this reasoning except for Prince Ding, who understood that Xuanhuan Academy must have other intentions, possibly related to the recent incident, but he didn't press further, fearing what he might learn. A day passed, and all the participating academies, including Xuanhuan Academy, left Tianhua Academy. 3 more days passed, and only the staff of Mingyun Empire responsible for organizing the competition remained in Tianhua Academy. Lin Mu hadn't left either. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mu opened his eyes, having just finished meditating cross-legged, and spoke a single word, enter. The person in charge of organizing the competition for Mingyun Empire stepped inside and said, Master Lin, the last academy, Xuanhuan Academy, has already left Yunhui territory. It seems they left some people behind in Yunhui city, so they spent a day there before heading north. Is that so? All the academies have now left Yunhui territory. It's time for us to go as well. Lin Mu replied. He had stayed not to deal with the aftermath but to wait for something, or someone, that never arrived. Chapter 180. The Strange Behavior of Huang Yanyu. In a small town on the northeastern border of the Fengyang Empire, a group of more than 40 people suddenly arrived at dusk one day. This was quite rare for a northeastern town, as this area was the most remote part of the Fengyang Empire, and it was uncommon to see a group of non-residents exceeding 10 people. Moreover, this group seemed to have come from the east, where not far away was the border defense force, and further east lay the territory of Mingyun Empire. Because the capital of Fengyang country, Yidu, was located in the southwestern part of the nation, along with the southern climate being more suitable for human habitation, the economic and political centers of the Fengyang country were concentrated in the south and west. Due to the Winshan forest, the northeast and southeast parts of the Fengyang Empire were completely isolated. To reach Yidu, one had to take a very long detour, which made the northeast of the Fengyang Empire almost completely isolated from its economic and political center, leading to relatively underdeveloped economy. Hence, this place became the optimal destination for officials exiled by the Fengyang Empire. However, due to this reason, the people of the northeast were much more simple and pure compared to other places in the Fengyang Empire. The group arriving at this small town naturally consisted of the people from Xuanhuan Academy who had recently left Tianhua. After 4 days of arduous journeying, they left the Cloud Radiance Kingdom, crossed through the territory of Ming Yun Empire, and finally returned to within the boundaries of the Feng Yang Empire again. Bang bang bang. The master of the hall knocked on the door of the building that somewhat resembled an inn in the town. After a while, the door creaked open, making a sharp noise that indicated it hadn't been maintained for quite some time. The owner looked to be around 60 years old, not short in stature, but slightly hunched, making him appear half a head shorter than the master of the hall. He glanced at the group behind the master and said to the latter, Sir, my small shop doesn't have enough rooms to accommodate so many people. This elder gentleman, we only wish to purchase some dried rations. As for lodging, we'll camp outside. The master smiled gently, his tone very amiable. Standing a bit further behind the master, Lu Changming rolled his eyes inwardly, grumbling. Doesn't he look almost as old as that grandpa? And he's pretending to be young? Is that so? Please come in then, the boss said and immediately headed toward the inner room. Wait outside. The master instructed the group, before entering with Feng Yuan, closing the door after them. Preparing dry rations for 40 people would certainly take a while. Lu Changming pondered this and found a stone to sit down. His gaze then shifted towards Huang Yanyu, the person he had kept his eye on all day. Huang Yanyu's injuries still hadn't healed. It would be more accurate to say she didn't want to get better. Since entering the hospital, there had been no signs of improvement. She had been unconscious when she entered, and it had already been close to 10 days since then, yet she remained comatose. However, the master did not show any worry at all, clearly indicating that her state was feigned. Indeed, it was so well done that even Lu Changming couldn't tell whether Huang Yanyu was pretending. Her condition appeared exactly like someone gravely injured and unconscious. After nearly half an hour, the shop door creaked open once again. The master stepped out first, and behind him was Feng Yuan, carrying a large bag. He started distributing the dry rations to everyone. Once the distribution was complete, they left the town. A few miles away from the small town, they prepared to spend the night in a small valley. Since this area was located at the northern end of the continent, even though autumn had just begun, the temperature here was not high, especially at night. Although everyone present was a warrior, they had not yet reached the cultivation level to ignore the effects of cold or heat. During the daytime, constant travel kept them warm, but if they weren't careful at night, many might catch a cold. Therefore, the master chose this wind-protected valley to set up camp. Everyone began preparing for the overnight stay, pitching tents or searching for ingredients. Although there were rations, nobody would actually prefer eating them unless necessary. Although the elders also lent a hand, most of the work fell on the ordinary followers, naturally including Lu Changming, who thus went about the simplest task, gathering firewood. He wandered leisurely around the nearby small hills, whistling happily as he enjoyed the scenery, assuming the tents would be mostly ready by now. He then slowly carried a bundle of firewood back to the camp. When reaching the outskirts of the campsite, he subconsciously looked towards the direction where Huang Yanyu's stretcher was placed, only to freeze momentarily. He realized Huang Yanyu, who should have been lying there, was nowhere to be seen. Immediately afterward, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw Huang Yanyu standing right behind him, glaring at him with an eerie grin playing on her lips. It was an unsettling sight indeed. Lu Changming's legs trembled slightly as he couldn't figure out why Huang Yanyu was standing behind him, staring at him, or why he felt a chill. But before he could ask, Huang Yanyu seemed to sense something and vanished instantly from his sight. Lu Changming stood stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what had just happened. After standing there for a while thinking, he still couldn't figure it out. Maybe this was due to the eccentric personalities of everyone in Baihu Hall. With that thought, Lu Changming returned to the campsite holding the firewood. What Lu Changming failed to notice was that when Huang Yanyu appeared behind him, the master's figure suddenly appeared behind a tent, watching her closely, as if giving a warning. In the dead of night, the master wasn't asleep but instead stood on a small hill. At the master's level of cultivation, sleep wasn't really necessary. Meditation alone was enough to restore one's energy. The master gazed into the distance, specifically towards Tianhua Academy. The weather was clear tonight, with the moon being a gibbous phase, so the moonlight was very bright. You'd better suppress your cravings, the master suddenly said, though no one was visible around him. You know I've been suppressing them for 10 years now. Coming across such a perfect target made it hard for me to endure. A woman's voice echoed in the master's ear. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the master, placing her hands on his shoulders. The moonlight illuminated her face. It was Huang Yanyu. The master frowned but remained silent. Huang Yanyu poked the master's neck with her sharp nails and said, "Or you could satisfy me a little bit? Enough. Let's talk business." The master shook his shoulders, throwing off Huang Yanyu's hands. "TCH. Heartless." Huang Yanyu pouted, her voice melodious yet captivating. But the master was unmoved, knowing well the woman behind him wasn't as she appeared to be. The kind of woman who held the position of Baihu Hall master was formidable. "It's about time. Lin Mu should already have left, so we should go back and retrieve the goods," the master said. "All right, I'll follow your lead." As Huang Yanyu spoke, her figure disappeared, her voice fading away. "Remember, don't lay a hand on the goods. Of course, that is personally requested by the sect leader. I wouldn't dare touch it." Huang Yanyu's voice reappeared in the master's ear. Chapter 181, The Hall Master's Admonition. On this night, Yu Changming didn't sleep well because of Huang Yanyu. At the time, he hadn't felt much, but after lying down, he started to reminisce about the situation at that moment, remembering Huang Yanyu's gaze and expression which sent chills through his body. This left him wide awake, unable to divert his mind. No matter how hard he tried to think of other things to distract himself, As soon as he was about to fall asleep, her eyes popped back into his mind. Not until dawn did Yu Changming finally drift off, but before he could get enough rest, he was pulled up by Feng Yuan. By then, he had already overslept, while everyone else had prepared nearly everything. It wasn't until they were about to dismantle the tent and saw Yu Changming still sleeping that they roused him. It was time to set out. Yu Changming was still a little dazed and instinctively looked towards the stretcher. Why was the stretcher still there? Hadn't Huang Yanyu gotten up? Thinking of this, Yu Changming became alert and took a closer look at the stretcher. There was something on the stretcher. No, not a person, but a large black bag, concealing its contents. Judging by the shape, it seemed like it contained someone. This puzzled Yu Changming. Recalling Huang Yanyu's demeanor last night, Yu Changming couldn't help but maliciously speculate. Could it be that Huang Yanyu had some mental problems, leading her to be put inside the black bag? Then Yu Changming saw Huang Yanyu walk past from not far in front of him. Lightning-fast retribution. If it wasn't Huang Yanyu, then who was in the black bag? Yu Changming recalled the purpose of the Xianxia sect's participation in the exchange competition. It was for kidnapping. Many events had occurred during the past few days. As they rushed ahead for several days, Yu Changming almost forgot about this mission. This must be Xianxia sect's target for this trip, the successor of the Ta Jiao sect. He wondered what kind of person this was, judging from their appearance, likely unconscious. Moreover, why did Xianxia sect reveal this person now? Where had they been hiding them before? Yu Changming had many questions in his mind. The territory of Fengyang was unlike that of Yunhui country or Mingyan Empire. The entire nation could almost be considered Fengyang royalty's domain. So upon entering Fengyang territory, the Hall Master sensed a few pesky bugs trailing them closely behind. Naturally, these were spies sent by Prince Ding. The Hall Master wasn't particularly concerned about these insects. They were heading towards Shuiying country anyway, and these spies wouldn't be able to glean any valuable information. He also wasn't afraid that if Prince Ding learned their location, he might dispatch strong warriors to intercept them. Sending an ordinary spiritual warrior would mean sending one to die. As for stronger individuals, the Hall Master believed that it would be impossible for them to be dispatched before Prince Ding returned to Yedo to discuss with the Fengyang Emperor. However, should they choose to persistently trail them to the end, he wouldn't object to crushing those bugs. Although the Hall Master didn't want to interfere, it didn't mean others didn't. Prince Ding's spies had excellent stealth abilities, but among those in the Xianxia sect, only a select few could detect them. And among this small group was one person who was very restless, unable to bear the tension built up over the past few days. Therefore, Yu Changming noticed Huang Yanyu disappearing from sight every now and then as they marched toward Shuiying country. After some time, she'd return with a faint whiff of blood about her. 6 days later, the group from the Xianxia sect finally reached their destination. Their goal wasn't Shuiying country, however, but Beiling Snow Mountain, though the distance between Beiling Snow Mountain and Shuiying country wasn't great. At this point, they were at the foot of a mountain. This wasn't a snow-covered peak, but part of the Beiling Snow Mountain range. The mountain wasn't high and located more towards the south, so it lacked the characteristics of a snowy peak. Won't you return to headquarters? The Hall Master asked. No, I have some unfinished business in Shuiying country, and constantly following you all has made me restless and uncomfortable. Saying this, Huang Yanyu glanced towards the direction of the stretcher and Yu Changming. Sighing, the Hall Master shook his head. Looking at Huang Yanyu's behavior, he was rather worried about Yu Changming's safety. Yu Changming observed Huang Yanyu splitting off from the main group just before climbing the mountain, accompanied by a few elders who also left. After roughly half an hour, they crossed the mountain, ensuring Huang Yanyu was gone. Deciding to inquire about her from the Hall Master due to her eerie nature, Yu Changming was surprised to find that the Hall Master had already summoned him via Feng Yuan to address precisely the topic of Huang Yanyu, confirming her questionable behavior indeed existed. This was Yu Changming's conclusion. What do you think of Huang Yanyu? The Hall Master asked. Strange, creepy, and sometimes terrifying, but also beautiful. Huh. Upon hearing the last 3 words, the Hall Master couldn't help but laugh. Yu Changming felt somewhat embarrassed, yet it was truthful. He thought Huang Yanyu was beautiful. What? Do you have any ideas about her? I advise you to get rid of this thought, the Hall Master said with a smile. She is older than me. What? Lu Changming didn't catch it at first. Older than you. Lu Changming did the math in his mind. The Hall Master had mentioned being over 50, so Huang Yanyu. Never mind. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Just imagining that he'd felt something for an old woman made him uncomfortable. She is the White Tiger Hall Master, the Hall Master said again. This revelation shocked Lu Changming a bit, though not as much as before, since he'd already guessed something similar when the Hall Master mentioned her being older. Then her young face must be a disguise like your scar, right? Lu Changming asked, very concerned about this point. Pretty close, but not exactly. Her current appearance isn't real, but she doesn't disguise herself as younger. Her true face is actually very beautiful, replied the Hall Master, turning his head to look back as if afraid that Huang Yanyu would suddenly appear. You know, women are very particular about their faces. Therefore, most female warriors use their inner energy to maintain their looks regularly. Plus, due to their cultivation, skilled female martial artists generally look 20 or 30 years old unless they're extraordinarily old, the Hall Master continued. Hearing this, Lu Changming exhaled a sigh of relief. At least, he hadn't developed feelings for someone who was originally old-looking. Hall Master, why are you telling me all this about the White Tiger Hall Master? Lu Changming felt that the Hall Master wouldn't tell him this for such a simple reason. Oh, I almost forgot. I want to tell you not to get too close to her. Why? Lu Changming didn't want to get closer to Huang Yanyu either way, but he still wanted to know the reason. I've told you about the works of the White Tiger Hall, haven't I? What kind of person do you think a woman who holds the position of White Tiger Hall Master would be? You also said she gave you a strange and eerie feeling, sometimes even a scary one. The hall master paused here. Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone else. And if someone does find out, don't say it was me who told you. Chapter 182. Work. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 182. Huang Yanyu has a peculiar fetish. She likes to slit throats. The hall master's tone was very cold, causing Lu Changming to shiver. Slit throats, really? Lu Changming wasn't entirely convinced. Did you see the dagger on her? She always carries sharp weapons with her. It's because she enjoys the feeling of metal slicing through flesh, and she believes the throat is the best place to cut. The hall master slowly explained, as if telling a ghost story. She once said that the feeling of spraying blood when an artery in the neck is slashed with a sharp blade. All right, stop right there. Lu Changming interrupted the increasingly absurd words of the hall master. Listening to his description, Lu Changming felt a chill down his neck. However, she has become more restrained lately. Not exactly restrained, but rather her bizarre fascination has become more sophisticated. In the past 10 years, she no longer slits throats randomly. Instead, she does it with purpose. It's almost like a collection obsession. She likes to cut the throats of people from different social standings. Gulping, Lu Changming swallowed hard. By now, she's practically killed everyone of high status. Officials from the 3 great empires, kings of various countries, even the leader of the Ta sect. Only the holy son of the Xianxia sect remains. That's why she's been keeping such close watch on you. As the hall master slowly spoke, Lu Changming's expression transitioned from slight fear to shock. By the end, he was glancing at the hall master skeptically, doubting if this was all a fabrication. Lu Changming then retorted, hasn't she failed to kill the Qinglong hall master of the Xianxia sect as well? Caught off guard for a moment, the hall master replied, of course, my neck has been on her radar too, but she can't beat me. As he said this, he arched an eyebrow toward Lu Changming. Lu Changming caught the implied meaning. You're just a kid at the soul refinement stage. Focus more on yourself. Though Lu Changming didn't fully believe anyone could have such a strange fetish, he also felt the hall master had no reason to lie to him. Additionally, he truly sensed something unsettling about Huang Yanyu. Deciding tentatively to heed the hall master's warning, he proceeded. They entered the Biling Snow Mountain, their destination being the headquarters of the Xianxia sect. This time, however, they were to enter through the mountain itself rather than using teleportation, giving Lu Changming an appreciation for just how secretive the headquarters was. The Biling Snow Mountain might not be as large as the Fengxing Mountain range, but upon entering deeper, Lu Changming realized that crossing the Biling Snow Mountain would actually be more difficult than traveling the entire length of the Fengxing range. Inside the snowy depths, frequent blizzards made navigation perilous. Right now, they were moving through one such storm, relying heavily on the guidance of the hall master to avoid getting lost. In total, they spent an entire day traversing the mountain. When night finally fell, the hall master led them to their goal. This was Lu Changming's second visit to the Xianxia sect headquarters and his first view of it from the outside. To say the least, he was surprised. He couldn't see any buildings, only a cliff within the snow-covered mountain. This was partly due to the darkness of night. Had it been daytime, Lu Changming would have noticed that this cliff was significantly smoother than the others nearby. With a single wave of his hand, the hall master dispersed the snow covering the ground, revealing a hidden door. This door was extremely similar to the surrounding rock surface. Without the hall master's action, it would have remained almost invisible, even without the cover of snow. Lu Changming thought that the Wind Division already seemed secretive enough, but this main headquarters was even more so. Not only was the structure concealed within a cliff, but entry required going around beneath the earth. Despite these observations, Lu Changming did not spend much time complaining about the secrecy of the headquarters. There was something else on his mind. Once back, he'd finally be able to continue practicing the unfinished devil subduing stone array. It had been nearly a month already, and mastering this technique had become somewhat of an obsession for him. If he didn't make progress soon, it might turn into a psychological burden. So, after entering the headquarters, Lu Changming didn't greet anyone, not even the sect leader or the Zhuke hall master. He simply found a spot and started practicing the array. A few more days passed. It was already early October. Bang, bang, bang. In one area of the Xianxia sect headquarters, the explosive sound of stones shattering occurred regularly. Though the other disciples in that region wondered about the source, none ventured closer to investigate. The Qinglong hall master, who had been absent for quite some time, had explicitly told them to ignore the explosions. These noises were the result of Lu Changming practicing the devil subduing stone array, causing repeated bursts of stone explosions. Shattered stones lay scattered across his room. Sighing deeply, Lu Changming picked up another stone tablet from a pile beside him and resumed the repetitive process he'd been doing for days. He no longer carved on the ground, as that would create a large pit and the building might not withstand such abuse. So now, he cut stone slabs from outside to use for practice. Cutting these stone slabs was exhausting because the surface needed to be flat for carving the devil subduing stone array. Therefore, after cutting out the slab, Lu Changming had to use his inner energy to smooth it out. However, smoothing the stone wasn't without benefit. After practicing for a few days, Lu Changming felt his control over his inner energy had greatly improved, speeding up even the carving of the array. Yet, success still eluded him. Lu Changming had grown accustomed to failure and thought it was time to ask the sect leader what was wrong. Just as Lu Changming was about to continue carving, there came a knock on his door. But before he could respond, the person opened the door and entered without waiting. Lu Changming didn't bother turning around. He knew exactly who it was. Anyone else would have waited for his response before entering. Only one person did this. Zhuke hall master, Chen Yeping. I've been back for many days now, and you haven't visited me even once. It's really hurt my feelings. Chen Yeping teased him. Though a decade older than Lu Changming, they seemed more like peers. I'm busy. Lu Changming pointed at the scattered stone shards all around him. If you've got something to say it quickly. Why can't I just come see you without a reason? Chen Yeping asked, but when Lu Changming ignored him and began drawing on another slab, he sighed in resignation. All right. The sect leader wants to see you. The sect leader? What could this be about? It's good timing too. I wanted to ask him about the devil subduing stone array anyway. Lu Changming thought. The sect leader was still in that little room. Master sect leader, why have you summoned me? Lu Changming asked. The sect leader was sitting on a chair, seemingly reviewing some documents. Lifting his head, his face remained obscured by distortions. Yet, judging from his gaze, it appeared he was appraising Lu Changming. He looked unkempt from all the practice, his body dirted by grime, and hadn't cleaned up before meeting the sect leader. Now that you've joined the Xianxia sect, we can't keep letting you idle away training. You need to do some work. Lu Changming nodded. What needs to be done? Do you have any interest in the person we captured recently? Go serve as his guard. Chapter 183, Guarding. Lu Changming hesitated for a moment and said, do I need to stand by the door all the time? No, just make sure he doesn't do anything strange, the sect leader said. All right, Lu Changming agreed. Watching someone wasn't really that difficult. The sect leader didn't make him stay by the door all the time, so he could move the stone slabs over and practice the demon-subduing stone array near the jail entrance. Anything else? The sect leader asked, noticing Lu Changming had not left. Regarding the problem with the demon-subduing stone array, I can draw the formation properly now, but it still explodes. The sect leader stared at Lu Changming silently for a while before saying, cultivation is something you must comprehend yourself. It would benefit you more to spend time figuring it out rather than having me teach you, so you learn quickly. Lu Changming nodded, finding the sect leader's words reasonable, though for some reason, he sensed a hint of peculiar tone in his voice. After returning to his room and cleaning up the broken stones, Lu Changming went outside again, cut a square meter-sized stone, and then carried that stone along with the remaining stone slabs towards where the sect leader had told him the tower sect inheritor candidate was being held. This large stone was naturally cut specifically for practicing the demon-subduing stone array, but it still needed to be processed into slabs during his watch to become usable. It wasn't actually a prison in the headquarters of the Xianxia sect. It shouldn't even be called one since the Xianxia sect rarely held anyone prisoner. Rather, this was a specially prepared room designated for the prodigy of the tower sect. Lu Changming found himself reminiscing as he observed it, because this room reminded him of the place where he had been confined during his second imprisonment. It was fully equipped, except that the front wall had been replaced by iron bars, making the interior clearly visible. However, there seemed to be a small additional room inside which was out of sight if someone stepped behind its door. This point struck Lu Changming as odd. Perhaps it was a toilet? However, Xianxia, the inheritor candidate of the tower sect, did not choose to hide in this small private room. Instead, he sat cross-legged with an unfriendly expression on his face, seemingly meditating. But when Lu Changming arrived carrying the enormous stone, he woke Xianxia from his meditation. Xianxia immediately opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Lu Changming. He paused slightly upon seeing the massive stone, evidently surprised by Lu Changming's imposing presence. Lu Changming, however, was taken aback much more severely, momentarily stunned. Initially, upon entering and seeing Xianxia, Lu Changming simply thought he looked quite handsome, but appeared somewhat frail. Wearing the loose uniform of St. Capital Academy, he gave no indication of being a genius at the soul-refining realm's peak level. He just looked like a pretty boy. But after Xianxia opened his eyes, Lu Changming froze in place mid-step. The face that previously seemed merely delicate and attractive now transformed into something extraordinary when Xianxia revealed his bright, clear eyes. Lu Changming felt his heart skip a beat. Words like handsome were insufficient. Beautiful might fit better, yet even that fell short. This was truly celestial beauty. Lu Changming quickly suppressed his feelings, telling himself, he's a guy. My preferences are normal. Thus, Lu Changming soon snapped out of his daze and greeted the beautiful male prisoner whom he met for the first time with a nod. Xianxia also reacted shortly after but ignored Lu Changming's acknowledgement, turning his head away and refusing to meet his eyes again. Lu Changming didn't mind. He had come here to act as a guard, so why would he expect any friendly gestures from the prisoner? Besides, he had other things to do, such as practicing the demon-subduing stone array. But first, he needed to process the massive rock into slabs suitable for inscribing formations. There were chairs and tables here, making conditions far better than those provided for Lu Changming during his previous guard duties, where he could only stand by the door. In this way, despite both parties being able to see each other, neither paid any attention to the other. One was cutting stone slabs, while the other seemed to be cultivating. However, what Lu Changming was doing looked quite unusual to an uninformed person, so Xianxia couldn't help glancing curiously toward Lu Changming occasionally as he carved the stone. Finally, Lu Changming managed to break the entire large rock down into slabs. Counting them, he reckoned it should be enough to practice for 2 days. He stood up and stretched his stiff body, glancing out the window. It was already completely dark outside. It was summer, so night fell later, meaning he'd probably been on duty here for 4 hours already. Although he hadn't really kept constant watch on Xianxia, it felt like nothing much happened, right? Probably. At this hour, where was the relief guard? Surely he couldn't stay here 24 hours a day. Lu Changming wondered. Previously, the guards watching him rotated every 4 hours, changing shifts 3 times daily. Lu Changming sat in the chair and waited for another half an hour, But still, no one came. Weird. What's going on? He thought about going to ask the sect leader or a hall master, but at the moment, he was the only person here. If he left, no one would be watching Xianxia. Finally, footsteps were heard from the corridor. Lu Changming thought that now he could finally leave, right? But then he saw Xuanhuan carrying a big bundle on his left shoulder and holding a tray in his right hand, kicking the door open with his foot. Why are you here? Are you supposed to guard the door? Lu Changming asked strangely. No, I'm here to deliver something to you. Here, and your meals too. As he said this, he threw the big bundle to Lu Changming and placed the tray on the table. Deliver something? Lu Changming opened the bundle curiously and saw a set of bedding inside. Lu Changming looked astonished at Xuanhuan and asked, Why are you giving me this? Xuanhuan replied as he walked out. What you're doing here, the sect leader knows all about it. Since you'd be practicing anyway, might as well stay here and watch him for 12 hours straight. It'll save us some manpower. Lu Changming almost shouted, and then he spat toward the door. But just as he did so, Xuanhuan suddenly stuck his head out from the door, using his inner energy to redirect the spittle to the side, while saying, You don't have to stay here the whole time. You can go out for a bit if necessary, like digging stones. That kid's energy has been sealed by the sect leader. Given his physique, he shouldn't be able to do much. Lu Changming got a scare from Xuanhuan. He had almost spit into Xuanhuan's face, and knowing Xuanhuan's abilities, if it had hit, there would have been consequences. Suddenly, Lu Changming heard a soft laugh. He turned his head and saw Xianxia quickly turning away, pretending he hadn't seen anything, with an expression suggesting nothing unusual had happened. TCH, laughing when you're locked up? Lu Changming thought inwardly, not realizing he himself had given similar orders while being held before. Lu Changming sighed helplessly and started laying down the bedroll. The sect leader was right. Anyway, he needed to practice the demon-subduing stone array. It didn't matter where he slept. Chapter 184, The Wrong Array. After placing his food on the table, Lu Changming approached the prison cell with a tray and said, Here. Xianxia ignored him and continued meditating with his eyes closed. Although his internal energy had been sealed, it seemed the sect leader had shown some mercy, allowing him to still practice. Seeing that Xianxia paid no attention to him, Lu Changming didn't get angry. After placing the tray on the ground inside the cell, he returned to eat at the table. After finishing, Lu Changming started what had become his daily routine, engraving an array. However, frankly speaking, there hadn't been any progress in these past days, and he was starting to feel bored. A quarter of an incense stick later, as expected, the stone tablet exploded, and once again, he failed. The explosion startled Xianxia out of his meditation. Frowning, he looked towards Lu Changming, but Lu Changming didn't seem to notice anything as he took another stone tablet and began engraving again. Xianxia, initially annoyed by the explosion, soon became intrigued by the array that Lu Changming was carving. The Ta sect delved deeply into the study of arrays, and the Holy Capital Academy also offered courses on arrays. Thus, he was quite knowledgeable about them, but he had never seen the kind of array Lu Changming was engraving. As Lu Changming kept engraving, Xianxia grew increasingly perplexed, especially by the last part. But soon, something else caught his attention. Lu Changming took out a demon-suppressing stone. The moment he saw the demon-suppressing stone, Xianxia narrowed his beautifully sharp eyes. Although the Ta sect did not collect demon-suppressing stones, they were well acquainted with them, and Xianxia recognized it immediately. Lu Changming placed the demon-suppressing stone into the array and activated it. Bang! It exploded again. Swiftly, Lu Changming rose, his figure flickering repeatedly as he retrieved the 3 flying demon-suppressing stones back into his pocket. Upon seeing this display of agility, Xianxia's expression tensed. Without pausing, Lu Changming took out another stone tablet and continued drawing. After he finished, just as he was taking out the demon-suppressing stone to place it in the array, Xianxia, who had remained silent since Lu Changming's arrival, suddenly spoke up. Isn't this a demon-suppressing stone? Without beating around the bush, Xianxia directly stated it. Lu Changming shuddered, realizing how he could have forgotten about this. So preoccupied with practice, he accidentally exposed the demon-suppressing stones before someone. Haha, you're mistaken. How could I possibly possess demon-suppressing stones? And not just one, but 3 of them. Lu Changming turned around to face Xianxia, trying to cover up with laughter, but inwardly, he scolded himself for being so careless and revealing the demon-suppressing stones to someone from the Ta sect. I'm from the Ta sect, you can't deceive me. Xianxia smirked and tilted his head slightly. Lu Changming finally noticed his voice. Though somewhat neutral and not particularly melodious, Lu Changming thought it suited his delicate features. If you think it's a demon-suppressing stone, then let it be a demon-suppressing stone. Realizing concealment was futile, Lu Changming said this indifferently and resumed preparing the array. Xianxia froze for a second, anger flaring within him. Never before, in either the Holy Capital Academy or the Ta sect, had anyone spoken to him like that. Coupled with the fact that he was in prison now, his anger surged further. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and cleverly addressed him. Do you know your array has errors? Lu Changming heard this and frowned, turning around to ask, an error? Our Ta sect studies arrays deeply, and almost every type of array is documented within our archives. Although I don't recognize your particular array, I know one thing. All arrays rely on 2 key concepts, circulation. Circulation? What does that mean? Lu Changming asked curiously. Most arrays require sustained duration, and for internal energy flow, all the lines in an array must form a closed loop to ensure circulation. Otherwise, if the internal energy becomes blocked somewhere, it would result in the array exploding like yours. Lu Changming made no comment. instead looking back at the array and realizing that indeed, there were 3 broken lines. Try connecting these 3 broken lines to the grooves where you placed the demon-suppressing stones, suggested Xianxia. He wasn't really trying to help Lu Changming, but was more interested in observing what this strange array might do once activated. Lu Changming nodded. Since he had already failed many times, attempting this suggestion wouldn't hurt, although he didn't hold much hope. He inserted the demon-suppressing stones into their grooves and then activated the array. After a while, without any explosion, Lu Changming felt a shock in his heart. A little while later, a faint purple aura emerged from the demon-suppressing stone array, and both of their hearts simultaneously trembled. Lu Changming was naturally shocked. Following Xianxia's advice had actually led to success. Simultaneously, he recalled the sect leader telling him about the incorrect version of the demon-suppressing stone array. Why? This error, which now seemed insignificant, couldn't possibly have been a simple mistake. Was the sect leader trying to train his understanding? And Xianxia was equally astonished by the effects of the array. As someone from the Ta sect, he naturally recognized this purple chi, and because he came from the Ta sect, he knew better than most how hard this purple chi was to achieve. What kind of organization is this? How could they have such an array? Xianxia was extremely shocked in his heart. Lu Changming was very happy, as all his attention had been on the demon-suppressing stone array before. Now that issue was resolved. However, he did not immediately dive into the long-delayed cultivation. Instead, he suddenly remembered that this man was captured just like himself, which made him feel a sudden kinship. He began to find Xianxia more tolerable. Moreover, a thought sprang into his mind. The sect must have brought Xianxia here for some reason. If he let Xianxia go, could he possibly disrupt the sect's plans? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, but with the sect leader and 3 hall masters currently at headquarters, letting Xianxia escape would be as hard as climbing the heavens. So he buried this thought in his heart and decided to cultivate peacefully for now. Your name is Xianxia, right? Lu Changming asked. Yes, what's the matter? Xianxia replied cautiously, deeply suspicious of Lu Changming's sudden friendliness. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name is Lu Changming, Lu Changming said. By doing so, he aimed not only to introduce himself, but also to test something. Ever since escaping from Luoyang, he'd always feared that the pagoda sect might do something to him. However, 6 months had passed without any action against him. Therefore, he wanted to probe the pagoda sect's attitude through Xianxia. I see. Xianxia coldly responded. Lu Changming felt rebuffed. Is there no news about me within the pagoda sect? In Lu Changming's view, as one of the pagoda sect heir candidates, Xianxia should know plenty, and thus likely be aware of some information about him, such as how an ordinary person entered the demon-suppressing tower. But it seemed Xianxia hadn't heard of his name. News about you within the pagoda sect? Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu Changming's words hinted at some underlying issues. In Xianxia's eyes, Lu Changming became someone who did something wrong, got discovered by the pagoda sect, and was now worried about being pursued. Thus, Lu Changming instantly found his way onto Xianxia's blacklist. Lu Changming realized his words had exposed something, so he quickly said, No, I was just guessing. At least he now knew that the upper echelons of the pagoda sect had probably not informed their subordinates about him, meaning there would likely be no short-term actions against him. However, Lu Changming couldn't fathom why the archbishop, who had so desperately wanted to capture him in Luoyang, wasn't taking any action now. Chapter 185, Proof. Lu Changming felt he should prepare for his plan to let Xianxia escape, so he said, Do you know what happened during the Fingyang Empire's preliminary contest? Xianxia did not know that this person in front of him was trying to help him. Since Lu Changming was supposed to be guarding him, and with the words Lu Changming had previously spoken, Xianxia already considered him as one of the thieves. Thus, he mostly disbelieved Lu Changming's words. Of course, Lu Changming referred to the event where he himself had been abducted, something that spread quickly due to its unprecedented nature, especially since it occurred during a competition. The various academies were sure to pay attention, and Shindu Academy should be no exception. Hence, Lu Changming believed Xianxia would certainly be aware of it. Fingyang Empire preliminary contest? What happened? Xianxia asked in confusion. He obviously knew what had transpired at the Fingyang Empire preliminary contest, an event from over 2 months ago that had caused quite a stir among the academies. He spoke this way merely to guard against Lu Changming. As he was saying this, Xianxia also pondered, why is this little thief asking about this? What does he intend? Lu Changming was momentarily speechless. Could it be that the Fingyang Empire has sealed off information about this event? He thought. It happened on the last day of the Fingyang Empire preliminary contest when a student from Yunshao Academy, one of the participating colleges, was abducted right on the field, just like you. Oh, that incident. Xianxia laughed twice, but inside, there was considerable turmoil. Only after Lu Changming mentioned it did Xianxia realize the connection between these 2 events. These 2 events are very similar. Could they both be the work of this organization? Alright if you know. Lu Changming took a breath and said, You must have guessed by now that the incident is related to this organization, right? Let me tell you candidly. I am actually the student they captured. Lu Changming revealed his identity directly, because he felt their situations were somewhat alike. This might earn Xianxia's favor and assist in the upcoming plan. There was another reason. Ever since arriving at the Shushan sect, Lu Changming had been alone, which made him feel lonely. Although he didn't consciously identify this feeling as loneliness, it made him hope for a companion. When thinking of how Xianxia's situation was similar to his, Lu Changming impulsively wanted to make friends with Xianxia. Lu Changming's statement shocked Xianxia, leaving him dumbfounded for some time before stammering. What? Are you telling me you're the student they kidnapped? Then Xuanhuan laughed. Haha, little thief, if you're going to lie, do it more convincingly. Kidnapped? You've done well if you were abducted, working as a guard already. In only 2 months? Don't take me for a fool. I know that the student who was abducted that day was from the 3rd year, at the middle stage of the Xianhuan realm. Break through to the high stage of Xianhuan within 2 months? And in such a prestigious academy's 3rd year? Impossible. You said you didn't follow this closely, yet you know so much about it. Lu Changming said while knowing Xuanhuan wouldn't easily believe him, but still feeling somewhat irritated, leading to his counter-question. Xuanhuan was temporarily speechless. How is it impossible? Lu Changming began explaining. Just because you can reach the peak of the Xianhuan realm before 20 years old, does that mean I can't reach the high stage of Xianhuan by the 3rd year? You received help from the pagoda sect, whereas I. While saying this, Lu Changming pulled out a carved stone tablet and continued. I have this. Xuanhuan remained silent, watching the tablet and realizing that Lu Changming's words made sense. With the efficacy of this formation, it wasn't entirely improbable that Lu Changming advanced to the high stage in these 2 months. Lu Changming continued. Moreover, I'm not like you. You belong to the pagoda sect, while Xianxia sect. Lu Changming paused, then explained. Oh, I haven't told you yet. The name of this organization is Xianxia sect. They probably kidnapped you for ransom. However, I'm different. I'm just a lowly poor student with no status. They abducted me because they valued a certain talent of mine and attempted to recruit me, allowing me to be here, as I am today. So you're willingly working for the organization that captured you. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm merely a small fry at the Xianhuan stage. Can I resist? Safeguarding my own life is most important. To retaliate, I need to become stronger first. Plus, apart from threats, they have treated me decently otherwise. Lu Changming lifted the stone tablet again while saying this. Xuanhuan stayed quiet, staring straight at Lu Changming. Seeing this, Lu Changming thought Xuanhuan still doubted him and added, Wait here, I'll go fetch something. After saying this, Lu Changming ran out, leaving a dazed Xuanhuan behind. However, within half a quarter of an hour, Lu Changming returned with a small package, which was the very one Mo Yuning had given him that day, the package from Xianxia Academy. Here, take a look. After fumbling for a while, Lu Changming retrieved 2 items from the package. One was a school badge, and the other was a passbook. Lu Changming hadn't anticipated finding the school badge inside either, surmising that the people from Xianxia Academy must have bundled all his belongings together, after which Mo Yuning acquired them all. This is the Xianxia Academy badge, and this is my savings passbook from Yunqing City's bank branch when I was at Xianxia Academy. Xuanhuan nodded. Although he didn't recognize these items, seeing how hard Lu Changming was trying to prove himself, Xuanhuan already believed that Lu Changming was indeed the person who had been abducted. Still, Xuanhuan didn't trust Lu Changming completely because there were too many suspicious points. While Xuanhuan knew little about the Xianxia sect Lu Changming mentioned, he believed it must be a significant force to snatch someone during the exchange contest. It was possible that the Lu Changming in front of him had been brainwashed by one of the organization's mental force powerhouses. Moreover, judging by the terrifying strongman who had just delivered the bedding to Lu Changming, it seemed as if this organization deliberately assigned Lu Changming as his guardian, probably intending to lower Xuanhuan's defenses by using their similar plights. With that in mind, Xuanhuan asked Lu Changming, Let's assume I believe you. Why are you telling me all this? Lu Changming hesitated for a moment before replying. I think we share similar circumstances, perhaps we can become friends. Lu Changming didn't reveal his true intentions since some things were so shocking that saying them outright would only make Xuanhuan doubt further. Huh, do you really think someone like you is worthy of being my friend? I am one of the successors of the pagoda sect, whereas you're merely a coward who was forced to join this heretical cult. What qualification do you have to be my friend? Besides, I don't need any friends. It seemed they had failed to reach an agreement. Moreover, what Xuanhuan said angered Lu Changming greatly. What nonsense about his identity. He needed to teach this overconfident pretty boy a lesson. Pretty boy, I heard your cultivation has been sealed. Lu Changming rubbed his fists as he said this. What are you going to do? Xuanhuan glared at Lu Changming and added. And who's calling whom pretty boy? Exactly. My fists are itching. Chapter 186, Familiarity. Lu Changming did not beat Xuanhuan, and that was certainly not because Lu Changming was merciful. It was because an iron fence separated them. Although it would not be difficult for Lu Changming to destroy the iron fence with his cultivation, doing so would cause unnecessary trouble and waste time, which was something Lu Changming didn't want. He still had to practice. Pretty boy, just wait. I'll get the keys sooner or later, then you'll suffer. That was Lu Changming's last sentence that evening. It was already late, so after making a symbolic threat, he went to bed. For the following days, neither of them spoke to each other. By the next day, Lu Changming had almost forgotten about wanting to hit Xuanhuan because all his energy was focused on practicing. Moreover, there was no deep hatred between them. They'd merely exchanged heated words. In fact, Lu Changming even felt some sympathy for Xuanhuan. This demon-suppressing stone array worked better than he had imagined. The amount of true essence gained in one day was more than what he absorbed from that large demon-suppressing stone that could only be used every few days before. At this rate, if he kept practicing like this every day, combined with the fact that his true essence was already at the mid-stage of high-level cultivation, he estimated that he could reach the peak of the soul-refining realm by the end of the year. Thus, during these few days, Lu Changming remained completely engrossed in the pleasure of enhancing his cultivation. Every day, except for sleeping and eating, he was cultivating. Even his main duty of guarding the place slipped his mind, though it wasn't necessary since Xuanhuan's cultivation had been completely sealed. so there was no need for him to watch constantly. As for Xianxia, actually, he had regretted saying those words as soon as he said them. He had woken up just a few days earlier, found himself locked up, and had his entire cultivation sealed. So he was extremely upset. Adding to this, Lu Changming's behavior, previously working on his own carving of the array, but then acting completely different afterward, easily led to misunderstandings. Who could believe that the change was simply because both of them were captured together? Why had Lu Changming acted so coldly at first? He had come to believe that Lu Changming, just like him, had been forcibly taken here. Although Lu Changming's actions made him suspicious of the motives behind his behaviors, when Lu Changming said he wanted to be friends, it moved him inside. Due to his status, whether in the Pagoda sect or the Holy Capital Academy, he had been accustomed to being domineering, so while he had many followers, he never really had a friend. Therefore, when Lu Changming suggested becoming friends, he was surprised and somewhat happy. However, he couldn't help but feel disgraced because the first person who wished to befriend him was someone who had already joined a heretical sect. Caught in frustration, suspicion, and humiliation, those were the reasons he said such things. Though Lu Changming soon let go of the matter, Xianxia still thought those words were very hurtful. After calming down and reconsidering, Xianxia realized that Lu Changming's reason for joining the flesh-releasing sect to protect himself was not wrong. At least, it was not Lu Changming's fault, so he wanted to apologize. But, having been accustomed to being domineering in the Pagoda sect, it was difficult for him to bring himself to apologize to Lu Changming. After much internal conflict, he still could not gather the courage to speak to Lu Changming, and thus the issue was unresolved. However, this sense of guilt might stay within him forever. You should know that the flesh-releasing sect has developed to its current state with the help of demon-suppressing stone formations and other things, and the history of the flesh-releasing sect isn't long either, so there aren't many powerful martial techniques in the flesh-releasing sect. Xianxia pointed at the bookshelf in front of him and told Lu Changming. Even though some elders of the flesh-releasing sect are very powerful, they joined the sect after already having certain abilities, each practicing their own skills and methods. The master cannot force them to copy out their techniques, so only these books remain. Lu Changming looked at the scattered books on the bookshelf in front of him and was quite surprised. Today was a month after he started his guard duty. After practicing with the demon-suppressing stone formation for a month, Lu Changming suddenly thought he should learn more martial techniques. Although some side effects of the frost residue technique had been neutralized by the cold jade he carried, he had tried using the frost residue technique again. There was no longer a bloodthirsty impulse, but he experienced an extreme calmness and complete lack of emotion, as if nothing mattered outside of his goal. Lu Changming felt that such a state was suitable for battle, but he disliked the feeling. So, Lu Changming decided to learn other martial techniques. Perhaps he could save the frost residue technique for when it was absolutely necessary as his ultimate skill. Alright, choose whatever you want here, don't take too long. Hurry back, or that girl might do something sneaky. With that, Xianxia left. Lu Changming hummed an acknowledgement. His attention was fully focused on the bookshelf, and he didn't notice anything peculiar in Xianxia's words. In less than 2 moments, Lu Changming returned to the cell with 2 martial arts manuals. Upon returning, he threw a small package in his hand to Xianxia and said, "Your things." Xianxia took the package, remained silent for a moment, then softly said, "Thank you." Lu Changming, who had already sat on the chair preparing to study martial techniques, was surprised and turned his head. After being stunned for a while, he replied, "You're welcome." That Xianxia would express gratitude was truly unexpected. What? Is it that strange? Xianxia's face turned slightly red as he glared at Lu Changming, who was astonished. No. Lu Changming quickly turned back to flipping through the martial techniques. Of course, he wasn't scared. Rather, Xianxia's blushing face just now, it was too cute. Lu Changming quickly reminded himself. He's a guy? He's a guy? How could someone look so beautiful? I'm going to be straight again. Monster. Lu Changming silently muttered. After a month, the two had become familiar with each other. Neither of them had been dwelling on that night's events, so after a few days, they were able to start talking again. After the initial crazy training sessions where Lu Changming was obsessively practicing non-stop, which is hard on the body, during the rest periods, Lu Changming and Xianxia began chatting about various things. Through these exchanges over the past few days, Xianxia discovered that Lu Changming actually had a good nature and hadn't been brainwashed by the Exalting Spirit sect. But Lu Changming refused to explain why he had joined such an evil sect. Despite their growing familiarity, their relationship was still strained. Xianxia had always lived a privileged life, giving him a bit of arrogance, which Lu Changming detested. On top of that, Xianxia wasn't particularly easygoing either. With Lu Changming often exhibiting a terrible attitude, their conversations usually ended unhappily, nearly leading to another fight more than once. However, Lu Changming managed to restrain himself since bullying someone whose cultivation has been sealed was quite immoral. But both of them hated boredom, so even though their idle chats frequently ended on bad terms, in their free time between cultivation practices, they still often exchanged a few words. Thus, although it seemed like their relationship wasn't close on the surface, there was an unspoken sense that it was better than what appeared. Chapter 187. The Past of the Killer Emperor. During this time, Lu Changming also learned what that room in the prison was. He initially thought it was a toilet, but after a while, he found out that it wasn't just a toilet, it was also a bathroom. This discovery dates back half a month ago. At that time, Lu Changming was absorbing the purple chi from the demon-taming stone array. Feeling that he had absorbed enough, Lu Changming relaxed and prepared to open his eyes when he suddenly sensed Xianxia acting suspiciously inside the prison. Lu Changming suspected that Shun Yihan might be planning the same thing he had once intended, escaping. So, Lu Changming pretended to still be meditating, but slightly opened his eyes, stealthily observing what Shun Yihan was going to do. Since Shun Yihan's true energy had been sealed, he couldn't sense that Lu Changming was already awake. Lu Changming saw Shun Yihan take down the towel hanging on the wall and tiptoe stealthily toward that room. Speaking of this towel, Lu Changming couldn't help but make a comment. Not just the towel. Shun Yihan's cell was incomparably better than the one Lu Changming had stayed in before. Not only was the room much larger, but all living necessities were provided, though he'd been locked up for a longer period. Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Changming saw Shun Yihan quietly open the door, enter, and then gently close it again. Afterward, there was a long silence. Lu Changming immediately opened his eyes, stimulated his true energy to minimize making noise, and quickly walked to the front of the cell, clinging to the iron bars to see what Shun Yihan was doing. But after 10 breaths, there was still no sound. Lu Changming wanted to forcibly break the iron bars and enter. If Shun Yihan now attempted to escape by any means, the sect leader would definitely discover it, and subsequently strengthen the vigilance, making it harder for him to devise a plan to release Shun Yihan later, so he had to stop it. As he gathered his true energy on his hands to destroy the iron bars, water sounds suddenly came from within the room. Lu Changming froze for a moment, then withdrew the true energy from his hands and extended his ears toward the cell door. What is this sound? Lu Changming muttered. Could it be the sound of someone taking a bath? Indeed, it was the sound of someone bathing. Lu Changming wondered why the sect leader had even prepared a bathroom. Why such good treatment? For about half an hour, he kept muttering to himself. Then, the water sound stopped, but Lu Changming seemed to have forgotten what might happen after the water stopped. He continued clinging to the iron bars, staring at the bathroom door. After a short while, the door clicked as it was opened. Lu Changming realized this at once and wanted to return to his previous position to pretend he was still meditating, but it was too late. Shun Yihan, who opened the door, was still wearing his school uniform, though his hair was wet and disheveled. Seeing Lu Changming waiting by the iron bars, Shun Yihan let out a shrill scream, covering his chest with one hand and quickly shutting the door again. That scream left Lu Changming's ears ringing. However, as Lu Changming was digging out his ears and complaining about Shun Yihan's overreaction, Shun Yihan emerged from the bathroom like nothing had happened. Ignoring Lu Changming completely, he stood in front of the mirror and started brushing his hair as if it were the most normal thing. Watching Shun Yihan combing his hair after the bath, Lu Changming noticed how much more radiant his already pale skin looked. He felt a tremor in his heart, but quickly pinched himself and muttered, "I'm straight." True energy surged in his hand, and he said to Shun Yihan, "Do you want me to help dry your hair?" Shun Yihan suddenly turned around, his cheeks flushed red as he growled, "Get lost." Because of his own hidden thoughts, Lu Changming felt a bit guilty and returned quietly to where he was meditating. Shun Yihan lowered his head and continued arranging his hair, but it was clearly pretense. He repeatedly smoothed the same part of his hair over and over. Though calm on the surface, his mind was racing with anxiety, as if worried that Lu Changming had discovered something. And that was what happened that day. "What is this?" Shun Yihan yelled, pulling Lu Changming out of his meditation. Lu Changming frowned and turned to see Shun Yihan gripping a pair of underwear. His face beat red. Underwear? Could it be that the people of the Tower sect are so noble that they've never worn underwear? Then what do you use? A loincloth? Lu Changming asked curiously. The package contained clothes that Shun Yihan had removed and that Lu Changming had fetched for him. Thinking Shun Yihan might have some kind of cleanliness disorder, Lu Changming didn't think much of it. Simply went back to his own room and fetched a new set of clothes that had never been worn for Shun Yihan. "You? I." Shun Yihan blushed furiously, stammering. Whose are these things? Mine. Who else's could they be? But don't worry, I haven't worn them yet. They're new. Also, don't yell so loud. I'm still trying to meditate. After saying this, Lu Changming turned back and resumed looking at martial arts techniques. Shun Yihan stared at Lu Changming in humiliation, wanting to say something but unable to voice it in the end, only muttering under his breath. What an idiot. Hall Master Huang Yanyu of the White Tiger Hall was quietly standing by the door of the Patriarch's room, her presence completely indiscernible, as if she had blended with the surrounding environment. Even when sect members walked past in the corridor, they would find it difficult to know that she was there. She was right there, yet it was as though she were invisible. At this moment, she hesitated whether or not to knock on the door. Suddenly, a voice from the Patriarch reached her ears. "Why are you standing outside? Come in." Huang Yanyu's body quivered slightly. Then her connection with the surrounding environment severed, and her human presence gradually became evident again. Huang Yanyu thought in her heart, perhaps only the Patriarch could so easily discover me. Then she slowly pushed open the door and entered the small chamber. Inside the room, everything was simply arranged as usual. The Patriarch sat cross-legged on the ground, just like always. "Speak. What is the matter?" The Patriarch's voice remained deep, raspy, and as alluring as ever. Huang Yanyu reflected inwardly. Though her thoughts swirled inside, Huang Yanyu maintained an outwardly tranquil expression and said, "The aftermath of the Xuanhuan kingdom has been taken care of. I believe the Fengyang Empire won't uncover anything unusual. Is that why you've come to see me?" Patriarch, are there any other tasks?" Huang Yanyu wasn't actually here for assignments. Her main purpose was to see the Patriarch. It had been almost half a year since she'd gone to carry out her mission in Xuanhuan Kingdom. It had been half a year since she last felt the Patriarch's presence. Huang Yanyu still remembered an incident from 10 years ago. It was her last mission as the Killer Emperor, known as Yu Yan. That time, it was a trap specifically set up against her. a deathly assassination setup designed for certain annihilation. She wasn't surprised at all. Having committed countless heinous deeds, she knew that eventually, she would meet her end. She just didn't expect it to come so soon. As the apex assassin, the killer emperor, behind her title lay untold rivers of blood. The number of souls lost under her hands was beyond counting, and the amount of blood she spilled might well form a lake in heaven's door. Many feared her, even more detested her. Her enemies spanned the entire continent, so she was fully aware that someday she would be killed, regardless of her being the killer emperor. But in that certain-to-kill arrangement, she wasn't slain because someone saved her. That person was the patriarch. Chapter 188, The Man with Lost Memory. Yu Yin clearly remembered that at the time, there were no fewer than 10 spirit-communicating realm cultivators surrounding and attacking her. Each of these individuals had cultivation levels higher than hers. Although one-on-one she could rely on her excellent stealth abilities and skills to kill them, she had no chance against more than 10 opponents. Even more terrifying was that a spirit-attuned realm expert was hiding in the dark. Although Yu Yin did not sense his presence, she knew that there would certainly be someone at the spirit-attuned realm nearby. If she stopped moving, the spirit-communicating realm practitioners would have been unable to detect her using just their spiritual senses alone. She was confident that her concealment skills were unrivaled in the world. Only an extraordinary being at the spirit-attuned realm could discover her when she remained still. Even if she managed to escape from the encirclement of these more than 10 people, it would have been impossible for her to evade the interception of that spirit-attuned realm expert. But this deadly situation changed because of the arrival of the sect leader. With just one strike, those more than 10 spirit-communicating realm experts all lost their ability to fight, and that spirit-attuned realm master had no choice but to reveal himself. Yu Yin still remembered the scene back then. "Brother, may I ask why you attacked us without reason? Could it be you intend to save this fiendish woman?" said the spirit-attuned realm cultivator. "What I intend to do, must I inform your kind?" The sect leader's voice was low and raspy at the time, yet his words carried endless, overbearing dominance. Yu Yin was immediately captivated by the sect leader's voice and aura. She knew that if she survived that day, she would spend the rest of her life by his side. The spirit-attuned realm cultivator turned pale with anger at the sect leader's words. Every spirit-attuned realm practitioner commanded respect, even among peers within the same realm. After breaking through, he had never received such treatment before. Thus, he acted immediately. A terrifying aura condensed in his palm as he struck towards the sect leader, causing the heavens and earth to shift in response. In Yu Yan's understanding, a strike so fearsome was something she couldn't possibly withstand. Yet, the sect leader blocked it with merely one hand. Whenever Yu Yin thought back to that moment, and saw how displeased the spirit-attuned realm cultivator looked, her heart felt extremely gratified. Following this, the sect leader took less than 10 moves to defeat the spirit-attuned realm master. Yu Yin was completely overwhelmed by the sect leader's prowess. It seemed that whenever the sect leader made a move, heaven and earth were at his command. This also allowed Yu Yin to realize that even among spirit-attuned realm practitioners, there were differences in strength. She had previously thought that once one reached the spirit-attuned realm, they could roam freely without fear of being beaten or killed by another at the same level. Now reflecting upon it, that belief was greatly mistaken. Spirit-attuned realm practitioners were ranked in 3 different classes. Although the sect leader defeated the spirit-attuned realm practitioner, he didn't use lethal force, treating those of the spirit-communicating realm similarly, sparing their lives. This led Yu Yin to believe that the sect leader was probably a person who disliked killing. It was precisely for this reason that she reigned in her own desires over the last decade. She did not wish the sect leader to see her drenched in blood. "There hasn't been much mission lately. You should take some time to rest," the sect leader said. "No missions? Can I stay at the headquarters then?" Yu Yin said with surprise. "You still need to return to the White Tiger Hall. There needs to be someone holding down the fort." The joy on Yu Yan's face immediately turned into disappointment. Though she wanted to stay at headquarters, she never disobeyed the sect leader's orders. "By the way, here is something for you. Though its effect on you will be somewhat limited." Saying this, the sect leader conjured up an umbrella in his hand. "This is the sky-avoiding umbrella?" Yu Yin said in astonishment. This umbrella was the same one she had seen in Snow Palace several months ago, which seemed to have been taken away by a soul-communing realm individual. "Indeed, it has little use for me, so take it. It does hold some commemorative value after all." Overjoyed, Yu Yin accepted the umbrella. This was the first gift given to her by the sect leader in 10 years. After taking the umbrella, Yu Yin tightly embraced it in her arms as if it were her most important possession. Suddenly, Yu Yin remembered something and asked the sect leader, "Sect leader Dun, I remember this umbrella was originally with someone from the Fengyang Empire. Did that person enter Bailing?" That person was approaching the area. I sensed it. At that time, Yu Yin sent men out to track down the spy thrown outside the city by Feng Shu, but they returned unsuccessful. It turns out the person went into the northern ridge snow mountain. "Sect leader, where is that person now?" Yu Yin knew the sect leader didn't indulge in unnecessary killing, so that person might still be alive. People who escaped the killing emperor brought shame to him. Thus she wished to personally deal with this individual. "I've already let him go. Sect leader Dung, that person knows many of our secrets." The sect leader fell silent for a while and then said, "Rest assured, I've already handled it." Meanwhile, in a small town located in the northern border of Fengyang Empire, there was a ragged figure with a dirty appearance and disheveled hair obscuring his face. He was limping along, eating a freshly bought baked pancake as he slowly made his way southward. The people nearby all avoided him when they saw him. This person of unknown identity, who looked like a beggar, had just arrived here last night. This morning, an incident occurred that made this beggar-like individual famous in the town. In the town, there were usually 3 idle ruffians who bullied the townsfolk with their minor background. They learned about the new face in town and, being bored out of their minds, decided to cause trouble. They confidently approached and blocked the beggar-like person's way, making threats. However, the beggar-like individual showed no reaction and walked straight forward, pushing the 3 hooligans aside. The hooligans, accustomed to ruling the town with impunity, had never been so blatantly ignored. As a result, they immediately lunged at the beggar-like man, punching and kicking. In the end, the beggar-like person showed no effect from their attacks, but their fists ended up swollen. Perhaps due to some impatience, the beggar-like individual casually waved his hand, slapping the 3 hooligans onto the rooftops, leaving their life or death uncertain. The money he used to buy pancakes was taken from their pockets as he slapped them away. The town was not large, and most people knew each other. Therefore, within half a day, this event spread throughout the town, making the beggar-like person a local celebrity. Although the townspeople disliked the hooligans and felt relieved seeing them get taught a lesson, the beggar-like individual frightened them even more. With a mere wave of his hand, he could send 3 adult men flying into the air, something even the strongest person in the town, the mayor's nephew and a cousin of one of the hooligans, couldn't achieve. That person had already reached the soul-refining realm after breaking through the chi practicing stage, yet still lacked such power. So the townspeople began speculating which divine master this could be. This beggar-like person himself did not know where he came from. He only remembered one thing: go south, head to Yi capital, and visit Prince Ding of the Dingwangfu. However, he didn't know why he needed to meet Prince Ding, nor could he recall where Yi capital was located. His mind often went blank for reasons unknown, which is why he had lingered in this small town for so long. In his current condition, it was uncertain how long it would take for him to return to Yi capital. Chapter 189, Visitor. This is the place. A gentle voice came from outside, but the tone gave a sense of flippancy. Then Yu Changming heard a knock on the door. Excuse me, is this where Shen Yihen is being detained? Shen Yihen? Is there someone in the Xianxia sect who calls Shen Yihen like that? Yu Changming was quite puzzled, so he didn't rush to open the door immediately. Instead, he sat on his chair and thought for a while. Hey, no one here? I was told there should always be someone present, the voice outside said. Yu Changming then stood up and opened the door. A person of medium build, but somewhat taller, stood outside. He looked around 40 years old, with an appearance that seemed rather ordinary, someone you wouldn't notice if he was in a crowd. However, Yu Changming did have some impression of him. Even though he looked very common, there was a special aura about him, clearly different from the others in the Xianxia sect. This man seemed to be from the xuanhuan chamber. Yu Changming had seen him once at headquarters before, noticing him due to his unique presence. He hadn't expected him to come here. May I ask who you are? Yu Changming asked, slightly on guard. For over a month now, aside from Zhu Ke, the hall master bringing things, no one had visited here, and even meals were brought back by Yu Changming himself from the canteen at headquarters. What was this person's purpose in coming here? Yu Changming couldn't figure it out, but he already had an uneasy feeling that this person wasn't simple just by looking at him. Hello. I'm Mu Yu from the xuanhuan chamber. The man said with a smile. Hello. May I ask what brings you here? Isn't this the place where Shen Yihen, the one captured from St. Capital Academy, is being held? It indeed is, but Mr. Mu, how do you know about this event? Yu Changming questioned suspiciously. Aside from those involved in the Intercontinental Academy exchange competition, not many within the Xianxia sect knew about Shen Yihen's capture. How did this self-proclaimed Mu Yu find out? Well, I just found out recently too. I became an elder only recently, which is why I learned later than the other elders, hence my visit now. Elder Mu, good to meet you. Yu Changming replied insincerely but still showed external respect since it was an elder. May I inquire why Elder Mu has come to see Shen Yihen? No special reason really. Before joining the Xianxia sect, I've always been in awe of the Tower sect's strength. I never thought the Xianxia sect would dare to abduct someone from the Tower sect. Anyway, I'm simply curious, so I came by to take a look. That's all. Elder Mu said with a carefree grin, not behaving much like a man nearing 40. Is that so? Without any special circumstances, this room cannot be entered casually. Of course, Yu Changming made this up on the spot. No one had ever mentioned to him that this place couldn't be entered by just anyone. It was merely Yu Changming's way of not wanting others to interfere with his duties as a gatekeeper, which might affect his plans. He also wasn't afraid that this Mu Yu would pressure him using his elder status. Who was he after all? He was the holy son of the Xianxia sect. Why would he fear a mere elder? Although this person probably had no idea. However, Mu Yu didn't do such a thing. He truly didn't know Yu Changming's holy son identity, but it seemed like he had something else on his mind. Can I really not take a quick peek inside? Mu Yu said, tilting his head to try looking into the room. Yet all he could see was the table and chair where Yu Changming usually sat. Not even the iron bars, let alone Shen Yihen, could be seen. No. Yu Changming's response was firm. Seeing his firm attitude, Mu Yu left dejectedly. Once Mu Yu was far enough away, Yu Changming closed the door and returned inside. At that moment, Shen Yihen was leaning on the railing, looking towards the door, evidently curious about the visitor. Who was that? One of the elders of the Xianxia sect, claiming to be interested in you, so I sent him off. Yu Changming sat back on his chair and resumed studying martial techniques. TCH, an elder should hold quite a high position in your sect, right? You managed to dismiss an elder? That's impressive, little thief you. Shen Yihen said with a knowing smile. Yu Changming's courage to send away the elder obviously stemmed from his hidden identity as the holy son. Shen Yihen's words struck right at Yu Changming's sore spot, causing him to blush. He quickly explained, the rules in the Xuanhuan sect are strict. Even an elder can intrude into places they're not supposed to go. You, after all, are an important hostage, so this place should count as semi-forbidden grounds. Should it? Xianxia clearly didn't believe it. You're quite something, little thief you. To become the guardian of forbidden grounds, surely there's more to the story, isn't there? Yu Changming felt that if the conversation continued, it would veer off topic. Thus, he did not respond further and instead focused intently on studying martial techniques. Xianxia saw Yu Changming no longer paying attention to her, so she made a dismissive tsk sound and sat back down on the bed. But not long after, Yu Changming turned his head towards Xianxia again. Earlier, feeling slighted by Xianxia's barbs, Yu Changming had spent some time thinking about how to counterattack. Since they couldn't fight physically during their days of captivity, they could only banter back and forth. The one who won their word duel would have a good mood for the day. Hey, you white-faced brat, do you think the Xuanhuan sect is a heretical sect? Yu Changming asked. Xianxia was a bit puzzled as to why Yu Changming suddenly began talking to her again. She didn't know what he was scheming, but still replied, of course it's a heretical sect. Otherwise, why would it attack people from the Tower sect? So, in your opinion, are all members of a heretical sect crafty and evil? What do you think their personalities would be like? Obviously, sneaky, malicious, and up to no good, just like you. Xianxia wasn't one to let him get away with anything. Yu Changming ignored her insult and pressed on. Of course, heretics tend to be oddballs. Thus, many men among them lust after handsome men. Look at your pretty face. Maybe that elder came here for that very reason. Xianxia shivered all over and shifted backward slightly, obviously buying into Yu Changming's lie. Seeing this, Yu Changming felt extremely pleased and was about to turn around to resume studying martial arts when Xianxia spoke up from behind him once more. How do you even know there are such people in the Xuanhuan sect? How long have you been with this heretical sect anyway? Could it be you've experienced it personally? This question almost caused Yu Changming to cough up blood. He fell into the very trap he'd dug for himself, trying to find a way out of it, but unable to think of anything. Today wasn't going too well for Yu Changming. The visit from Elder Mu the day before concerning Xianxia left him somewhat anxious, which affected his concentration and dulled his ability to argue with Xianxia. Had it been any other time, their verbal exchanges might have lasted a few more rounds. But today, Yu Changming was stumped. Still, those words infuriated him. How could his innocence be slandered so carelessly? Raising his left hand towards Xianxia, a ball of flames erupted in his palm. He'd learned a new fire-based martial skill recently and achieved some understanding of it, hence the flame in his hand. Xianxia, though, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Knowing fully well that Yu Changming wouldn't dare strike her, she goaded him on mockingly. Come on, hit me if you dare. Frustrated by Xianxia having read his intentions correctly, Yu Changming extinguished the flame with a sigh and returned to reading his book. Lord Sect Leader, Elder Mu, who has just become an elder, wishes to take on maintenance duties for the defense formation in Zone 3's northern area. You make the decision yourself. Why come to me for it? Zone 3 North contains the place where that person is being held. Oh, that Mu elder. If he applied directly, then let him go ahead. The next afternoon, Mu Yu once again headed toward the room where Xianxia was being detained. Last time, having gone unprepared in haste, he now had everything ready. No mishaps would occur this time. In his mind, Mu Yu was resolute, holding in his hands the appointment document from the xuanhuan chamber head. Mu Yu typically maintained an orderly and serious demeanor, rarely acting impulsively. Learning that the Xuanhuan sect had captured a candidate for succession from the Tower sect had greatly shocked him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Thus, after returning from there yesterday, he made the rash move of applying to the head of the xuanhuan chamber to become a maintainer officer. Originally, it was already too late to regret it now since, unexpectedly, the chamber head actually approved his application. There was no point dwelling on these regrets now. His first priority was checking on Xianxia. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked upon again, and Yu Changming frowned, thinking, why is someone coming here 2 days in a row? Excuse me, I've come again, said the voice from outside. It was indeed Elder Mu from yesterday. Yu Changming looked at Mu Yu's smiling face and frowned, asking, why are you here again? Wasn't it said that no one can enter without special circumstances? I have a reason this time. As Yu Changming moved to close the door, Mu Yu quickly explained, pulling out the appointment letter before Yu Changming. I have been officially appointed by the head of the xuanhuan chamber as the maintenance officer for Zone 3 North. This area includes your room under my jurisdiction. I am here in an official capacity to check the defensive array nodes within this room. The Qinglong chamber head did teach Yu Changming quite a lot about the Xuanhuan sect. What Mu Yu said was correct. Every room in the headquarters had its part in a comprehensive defensive formation covering the entire base. One of the primary responsibilities of the xuanhuan chamber was maintaining these formations, ensuring they were ready to activate at any moment. In reality, the rule that no one could enter without special reasons was fabricated by Yu Changming. Now that Mu Yu had an official pretext, Yu Changming couldn't stop him from coming in anymore. So, he said helplessly, all right, please come in. Mu Yu finally got what he wished for, to enter this room. He saw the room's layout, the iron bars, and Xianxia locked inside. Watching Xianxia being confined, Mu Yu clenched his fists tightly, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. This is one of the candidates for the Pope succession of the Tower sect. What a beautiful youth, Mu Yu said, still retaining his usual air of flippancy. For some unknown reason, after hearing his words, Xianxia, in the cell, showed a look of fear and leaned towards the wall. Chapter 190, Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't know why this was happening. Could it be that Xin Yihan greatly feared the people of the Shuren sect? But based on his understanding, Xin Yihan shouldn't be so cowardly, right? But Lu Changming naturally understood what was going on, hiding to one side and snickering. It was because his words from yesterday had taken effect. Combined with Mu Yu's frivolous tone, it made Xin Yihan believe without doubt in the idea that some of the people in the Shuren sect were fond of male beauty, hence showing such fear. Xin Yihan also noticed Lu Changming stifling a laugh with his hand covering his mouth and gave him a nasty glare, but he said nothing because Mu Yu was present. It seems that classmate Xin Yihan doesn't welcome me much, Mu Yu said awkwardly. Enough already. Just do your job fast. Get out once you're done. Lu Changming frowned as he spoke. Hey, I'm an elder. Show some respect, young man. It doesn't matter whether you're an elder or the head of a hall. I belong to the Qinglong Hall, so you have no authority over me. Moreover, I'm the boss here in this room, and I say the rules. Lu Changming showed no fear at all. All right. Mu Yu sighed helplessly. The Shuren sect had strict rules, and as long as no inappropriate actions were taken, people from the four halls could not interfere with each other. Therefore, even though he was an elder, there was nothing Mu Yu could do about Lu Changming. Helpless, Mu Yu walked toward a corner of the room, turning around midway to glance at Xin Yihan. This made Xin Yihan cross his arms while sitting on the bed and lean back slightly twice. That corner was a node of the headquarters defensive formation. As Mu Yu placed his hands on the ground, intricate blue light patterns appeared on the wall of the corner. Seeing these patterns, Xin Yihan forgot his fear, getting off the bed and walking to the iron bars to observe these patterns closely. The strength of a formation is generally proportional to the density of the light patterns. Observing the dense patterns, this formation could be considered top tier even within the Shurtian sect. However, Xin Yihan had never seen such a styled formation before. Although Xin Yihan had conducted some research on formations, he was far from reaching the level of a grandmaster. Therefore, he couldn't discern much from merely observing these light patterns. As for Lu Changming, he wasn't interested at all since he didn't understand any of it. The only array he knew, Town Suppressing Stone Array, he learned by rote memorization, and it was just a castrated version. Before long, Mu Yu finished checking. As he removed his hands from the ground, those patterns slowly faded away. All done, now go away quickly. Can't you see neither of us wants you here? Lu Changming waved his hand and said. Mu Yu glanced sideways at Lu Changming without speaking, then headed towards the door, which surprised Lu Changming somewhat. After opening the door and preparing to leave, Mu Yu turned to look at Xin Yihan again, seemingly reluctant to part. This utterly repulsed Xin Yihan, who decided that the next time this scoundrel came over, he would directly hide in the bathroom. After hearing Mu Yu's footsteps fade away, Lu Changming also exhaled a breath of relief. Seeing Mu Yu's behavior, he felt that perhaps Mu Yu did have some particular interest in Xin Yihan. Did you see that? I told you I was right, didn't I? Lu Changming said to Xin Yihan, who was still shaken, seizing every opportunity to tease him. What was correct? Xin Yihan feigned ignorance. Wow, how dare this pale-faced boy pretend to know nothing? Lu Changming thought to himself. Paleface, you'd better show me proper respect from now on. It's me who's guaranteeing your safety right now. If you dare to talk back to me again, I won't hesitate to let Mu Yu do whatever he pleases next time he comes. Lu Changming threatened. Tisk. Xin Yihan expressed his attitude through his action. Returning to his room, Mu Yu began reflecting on the events of today in that prison. He had initially thought that the place where Xin Yihan was imprisoned would have strict security, but unexpectedly, there was only one guard, and that was someone at the Xianhuan realm level. However, it was understandable. The headquarters of the Shuren sect was located in such an obscure area, it was almost impossible for outsiders to rescue anyone. As long as the prisoners had no means of escape, fewer guards were necessary. But it seemed the Shuren sect didn't anticipate someone inside their headquarters wanting to rescue Xin Yihan. Just thinking about this made Mu Yu rub his forehead. He realized he had been a bit rash earlier. As soon as he heard that Xin Yihan had been captured, he panicked, and in haste, actually requested to be the maintenance official for that region from the xuanhuan hallmaster. He didn't know if the Shuren sect would notice something from this. Still too young. I can never shake off this impulsiveness. Like 6 years ago, Mu Yu thought. 6 years ago was when he joined the Shuren sect. Because of his impulsiveness, he ended up joining this muddy organization, and now he realizes that leaving has become very difficult. His joining of the Shuren sect could be traced back 9 years. 9 years ago, he had just broken through to the Tongling realm. As the youngest to achieve the Tongling realm at that time, he was promoted by the Pope to be the bishop responsible for managing the library of the Holy Capital. It was also then that he first met Xin Yihan. Back then, Xin Yihan was just a little girl not yet 10 years old, and she liked sticking close to her father who had just stabilized his position as Pope. The little Yihan back then was so adorable, but he didn't know why the current Xin Yihan chose to appear in male attire. Because of this position, he was able to access many books that were considered taboo within the Tower sect, and thus he discovered strange traces about the demon-taming tower. Therefore, after being a librarian for a year, he applied to the Pope, hoping to be sent to a small country to serve as the archbishop there. Based on the information he obtained from the books, after meticulous calculations, the demon-taming tower in that small country would likely undergo some changes that year. That small country was called Liang Country, and the city where the demon-taming tower was located was called Anyang City. His calculations were not wrong. Just 6 months later, that demon-taming tower underwent a change. However, all he collected were only some stones carrying purple energy. He found nothing else. But this situation with the demon-taming tower's shaking had to be reported to the Pope, so he returned to the Holy Capital that year to report the incident to the Pope. However, Contrary to his expectations, the Pope wasn't surprised by the shaking of the demon-taming tower, as if he had already known this would happen. Instead, the Pope was astonished that Mu Yu knew the demon-taming tower would shake. Afterwards, the Pope also warned him not to investigate further into the cause of the shaking of the demon-taming tower, and he could return to work in the holy capital. But he declined and left without notice. Relying on his intelligence, after a year of investigation and undercover visits, he finally uncovered traces of the Xuanhuan sect. It was also at that time, out of impulse, that he joined the Xuanhuan sect, becoming a kind of mole. In these 6 years, with his wisdom and the power of the Tongling realm, his status within the Xuanhuan sect continued to rise, ultimately becoming an elder of the Xuanwu Hall just a month before. It was precisely because his status within the Xuanhuan sect continued to increase that he felt more and more shocked by the secrets hidden by the Xuanhuan sect. The Xuanhuan sect's influence might not match the Tower sect, but the mystery of the Xuanhuan sect, in his view, far surpassed the Tower sect. For instance, that teleportation array. It was a method to utilize space that existed only in ancient times and still hadn't been researched by the continent today. Then there was the defensive grand formation at the headquarters. Xianxia couldn't see the light patterns of the defensive grand formation, but as a Tongling realm strong individual within the Tower sect, Mu Yu had deep knowledge of formations, so he could see the mysteries of this formation. Although the strength of this formation was inferior to the most top-tier formations within the Tower sect, its patterns were completely different from all formations on the current continent. Mu Yu always had such a thought. Could the things in the Xuanhuan sect come from over 10,000 years ago, long before human history recorded? And that mysterious purple cage, he still hadn't entered it to this day. Then there was the leader of the Xuanhuan sect, whom he saw as even more terrifying than the strongest person of the Tower sect, the Dean of the Holy Capital Academy. Since he joined the Xuanhuan sect in the Tongling realm identity, the leader of the Xuanhuan sect personally reviewed him when he joined. The first time he saw the leader, for words surfaced in his heart, unfathomably deep. And those 4 hall masters were all extremely powerful individuals. Although the old Zhuge hall master had retired now, the new Zhuge hall master, in a certain sense, was even more terrifying than them. What terrified him most was still the purpose of the Xuanhuan sect. Originally, he didn't entirely believe in the Xuanhuan sect's goal to liberate the demon-taming towers, but as he learned more and more secrets of the Xuanhuan sect, he understood the Xuanhuan sect truly might achieve their goals. He certainly wanted to send this information outside, but there was no way to do so because he belonged to the Xuanwu Hall. Within the range of the headquarters and some branches, except for the leader and a few elders, the people of the Xuanwu Hall were half a level higher than the people of other halls because they were responsible for defense. Nothing was more important than guarding the headquarters, so once the Xuanwu Hall needed to take action, the other halls would have to cooperate. Because of this privilege and the importance of their job, the people of the Xuanwu Hall almost never left the headquarters. Thus, ever since he entered the Xuanwu Hall, he had stayed there unable to leave. Sometimes he thought, perhaps the leader arranged him in the Xuanwu Hall due to distrust towards him. He actually started reminiscing about the past. But right now, the most important thing is still how to save Xianxia. This way, his efforts over the past 6 years wouldn't be entirely meaningless. If he could manage to rescue Xianxia, even if he died in the process, it wouldn't matter. His efforts within the Xuanhuan sect these years wouldn't have been wasted. Perhaps, he might even allow Xianxia to deliver the message out. Perhaps, it's best to start with the person on guard. Mu Yu thought this way. Mu Yu had some understanding of Lu Changming because Lu Changming was someone the Xuanhuan sect captured during the preliminary competition of the Fengyang Empire and was also someone who received the favor of the Qinglong Hall Master, a fact that had spread throughout the sect. And after learning that Lu Changming was one of the guards, Mu Yu specifically investigated matters related to Lu Changming. Judging by the relationship between Lu Changming and Xianxia, it seemed quite good. Aside from those iron bars, they almost appeared as friends living together. Perhaps this was because both were forcibly taken into the Xuanhuan sect. Furthermore, since Lu Changming was forcibly brought in, his loyalty to the Xuanhuan sect could possibly be an angle to exploit. Chapter 191, Allies. After a night of consideration, Mu Yu had figured out a general strategy, but he still had some doubts. Why was Lu Changming targeted by the Xuanhuan sect and appreciated by the Hall Master of Qinglong Hall? Could there be a secret surrounding Lu Changming? He couldn't figure it out, but perhaps talking to Lu Changming would give him the information he wanted. So he decided to go there again. Hey, why are you here again, Elder Mo? The formations should already have been maintained. Lu Changming looked at Mu Yu standing by the door with evident disdain. He'd come for 3 days in a row. Could he really have feelings for Xianxia? Lu Changming thought internally. And upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Xianxia acted on her thoughts from yesterday, rushing directly into the bathroom and firmly shutting the door. The maintenance is done, but I'm still a little uneasy. Not about the formation, but about you. Mu Yu pointed at Lu Changming as he said this. Me? Are you mistaken? What danger am I supposed to represent? Lu Changming pointed at himself, his face full of disbelief as he spoke. Weren't you captured by the cult from the Fengyang Empire preliminary contest 3 months ago? Lu Changming nodded and replied, yes. And so what? So, I think you might pose a danger. I feel it's necessary to check your loyalty to the Xuanhuan sect in order to avoid any betrayal. Therefore, please cooperate with me and answer my questions. Mu Yu said with utmost seriousness. What? Why should I cooperate with you? Veins bulged on Lu Changming's forehead in anger. He thought that Mu Yu was deliberately picking a fight. If it weren't for the elder's overwhelming strength, Lu Changming wouldn't mind just punching him. Regulation 4-2 of the Xuanhuan sect. As a member of Xuanwu Hall, I have the authority to take action on anything within the area under my management that could affect the safety of the Shuren sect, and members of other halls must cooperate regardless of the reason. Mu Yu, pretending not to notice Lu Changming's anger, began reciting the regulations. Lu Changming took several deep breaths to calm down before saying, "All right, I admit defeat. Elder Mu, ask your questions." But Mu Yu didn't question. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, saying, "It's not too good doing this in the corridor, right? Please." Lu Changming gestured with one sidestep to invite him in, though his fists were tightly clenched, making it seem like Mu Yu would get knocked unconscious once he entered. "Here, sit." With great effort, Lu Changming pulled out a chair for him, but after Mu Yu came inside, the latter reverted back to a somewhat frivolous demeanor, clearly just using the sect rules as an excuse to come inside, and now that he had achieved his purpose, he seemed satisfied. Why bother getting angry about this? Lu Changming thought. Once he understood, he decided that it didn't matter if Mu Yu came or not. He just wanted to see what antics this man was up to. Where's Xianxia? He went to defecate. Lu Changming said, pulling out another chair and sitting down on it. Bang! The bathroom door was violently knocked from the inside, evidently expressing dissatisfaction with what Lu Changming just said. Xianxia obviously hates you, didn't you see that? So ask your questions quickly, then leave. Lu Changming took out a teapot and started brewing the tea he'd received from Chun Yeping. Neither he nor Lu Changming knew the exact type. But after the tea was brewed, they heard no sound from Mu Yu. When Lu Changming turned around, he saw Mu Yu looking rather deflated, seemingly struck by the words Lu Changming had said earlier. Slowly strolling over to the chair, Mu Yu sat down with an air of despair. Lu Changming pushed the teacup towards him and said, "Pour yourself," while sipping a bit of tea himself. Mu Yu picked up the teapot, pouring tea as he complained tearfully. "Yihan dislikes me." Lu Changming nearly sprayed the tea all over, swallowing hastily. Then, stuttering slightly, he said, "Elder Mu, do you really have those kind of hobbies?" "What kind of hobby?" Mu Yu asked with a mournful expression, putting down the teapot. "You know, that kind. Tell me what kind of hobby." Mu Yu picked up the teacup, chugged half the cup in one go. "Do you like men?" "Puh." Mu Yu immediately spewed out the tea he had just taken a sip of, splashing all over Lu Changming's face. Asterisk asterisk. Furious, Lu Changming wiped his face, trying to understand why Mu Yu had reacted so strongly. How could I possibly like men? Mu Yu raised his voice, making Lu Changming's ears ring. "If you don't, then why are you constantly visiting Xianxia? Isn't it because of this that he's avoiding you?" Finally, Lu Changming wiped off all the tea from his face. Upon hearing Lu Changming's words, Mu Yu was momentarily lost for a response, and afterward he shouted in anguish, "How could I dare? No, how could I possibly? I'm here for a special reason. It's not because I like men. Besides then he wore an enlightened look, saying, "Ah, so Xianxia dislikes me because of this. What else could it be? That's good, that's good." Mu Yu appeared to sigh in relief. "Then, why are you here for some special reason?" Mu Yu raised his hand and made a stopping gesture, saying, "Let me collect my thoughts for a while." After a period equal to the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Mu Yu finally calmed down. Then he put on an expression as serious as when he was at the door and said to Lu Changming, "Before that, I think I should first finish my work. Please answer a few questions for me." Lu Changming scrutinized Mu Yu for a moment before saying, "All right, ask your questions. Have you heard? You were caught by the divine sect during the preliminary contest in the Fengyang Empire." Lu Changming nodded without denying it, knowing most people within the divine sect already knew about this matter, so there was no need to hide it. "I'm just curious. Why are you allowed to leisurely serve as a guard when Xianxia is locked up?" "That's obvious. Xianxia is from the pagoda sect, probably captured as a hostage or something. As someone belonging to another sect, it makes sense they would detain him." Lu Changming replied without hesitation. "Is that so? Capturing Xianxia was for a hostage. Then, what about capturing you?" Lu Changming froze momentarily, sensing that he had fallen into a trap set by Mu Yu. After hesitating for a bit, he said, "Who knows? How can I not feel like you should know?" Lu Changming realized that Mu Yu's questions were somewhat strange. He said, "Elder Mu, isn't this beyond your jurisdiction? Go ask the hall master of Qinglong Hall if you want to know more." "All right then, let me ask something within my domain. When you refer to the divine sect, you don't use the respectful title Shunjiao, but instead call it by its full name Shi Shunjiao. This implies that you don't have much of a sense of belonging to Shi Shunjiao in your heart, or perhaps you even dislike it, right?" Mu Yu had felt this way since their first meeting 3 days ago. From Lu Changming's words and actions, Mu Yu sensed that he wasn't genuinely devoted to Shi Shunjiao. Precisely because of this perception, he had come today. He wasn't here to see Xianxia this time. Instead, he came to meet with Lu Changming. To save Xianxia, he couldn't rely solely on himself, unsupported, for it would be impossible. Because his previous actions had been slightly out of line, he didn't dare make too big of a move anymore. He needed an ally, and for that very reason, Lu Changming became a highly suitable choice, or perhaps even his only one. His real purpose in coming here wasn't to confirm anything, but to persuade Lu Changming to help him rescue Xianxia. He didn't know that Lu Changming had already intended to do the same. And Lu Changming definitely wouldn't know what Mu Yu was thinking. He was now perplexed by Mu Yu's statement. The calm Mu Yu seemed entirely different from the panicking one earlier, yet he could deduce all these things just from one sentence. It never crossed his mind that simply being disliked by Xianxia could provoke such a reaction. Because of those statements Mu Yu had initially made, combined with his precise deductions, Lu Changming believed Mu Yu was truly investigating his loyalty. Lu Changming wasn't worried about Mu Yu discovering anything and reporting it upward because the sect leader already knew his intentions. What he feared was that if this situation escalated, he would lose his current peaceful position as a guard, thereby ruining his plan to rescue Xianxia and delay the actions of Xianxia. Lu Changming couldn't respond because he had no idea how to explain it. He thought of several ways to defend himself, but none of them felt persuasive enough. Mu Yu nodded. Though Lu Changming hadn't spoken, he had already obtained the answer he sought. What do you think of Xianxia? Mu Yu suddenly asked. What do you mean? Lu Changming frowned, questioning the intent behind Mu Yu's question. Do you consider your relationship with Xianxia to merely be between prisoner and jailer? Lu Changming fell silent, unsure of how to reply. Suddenly, there was a strange noise from the bathroom in the prison cell. It seemed someone was very interested in this question. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Changming laughed, saying, "We're probably Minchang, marginally, considered friends." I understand. Mu Yu paused, seemingly hesitating before asking, "Do you know the purpose of the divine sect?" This sentence Mu Yu spoke softly, either not wanting Xianxia to hear it, or to prevent others from eavesdropping. Lu Changming clearly perceived the change in Mu Yu's words. He no longer referred to the divine sect as Shunjiao, but as Shunjiao. What did this imply? I know. Lu Changming nodded, his expression turning serious as well. He knew that Mu Yu was about to say something very important, and he also had a vague feeling that Mu Yu probably had an opinion against Xianxia. Do you think freeing the demon-suppressing tower will really make the continent better? Mu Yu stared at Lu Changming and asked. Lu Changming stared back at Mu Yu, shaking his head after a long while. Good, since you've said that, I won't hide it anymore. Mu Yu took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He lowered his voice even more and whispered almost inaudibly to Lu Changming. I am from the pagoda sect, just like Xianxia. Chapter 192. Mo Yuning in the Holy Capital Academy. Mu Yu actually hesitated for a long time about whether to reveal his identity to Lu Changming. He was already 90% sure that Lu Changming was not loyal to the pagoda sect, but this was still a risky move, because Lu Changming's disloyalty to the pagoda sect did not necessarily mean he wouldn't tell others. However, Mu Yu knew he had to take this risk to gain Lu Changming as an ally, rescue Xianxia, and pass on all the intelligence he'd gathered over the years via Xianxia. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been wasted. Moreover, before Mu Yu revealed his true identity, Lu Changming had already shown his position first. Lu Changming did not believe that the pagoda sect's purpose was just. This made Mu Yu feel somewhat ashamed since he had let a boy under 20 bear the burden of taking such a bold step to express his stance. So Mu Yu finally resolved to proceed with the plan. But what Mu Yu didn't know was that Lu Changming wasn't under as much pressure. Even if exposed, Lu Changming wouldn't face Mu Yu's level of calamity, or even suffer any harm at all. The Holy Capital is an ancient city, the oldest city on the continent, where every building carries a historical aura. Especially the Palace of Teachings. It underwent fewer than 5 renovations in the thousands of years since its completion, and it still preserves the architectural style from more than 1,000 years ago, the era before the formation of the 3 great empires. In contrast, there is only one cluster of buildings within the entire city that has a modern touch, the current first academy on the continent, the Holy Capital Academy. The Holy Capital Academy is also the only building complex in the Holy Capital that covers more area than the Palace of Teachings. Due to constant changes in teaching methods and cultivation equipment, the Holy Capital Academy must adapt accordingly to maintain its status. Thus, every few decades, some of the buildings are either refurbished or rebuilt entirely. This is why the Holy Capital Academy contrasts sharply with the old atmosphere of the Holy Capital, though this does not affect its standing among the people of the Holy Capital, as it remains the top academy and a source of pride for its citizens. Currently, teachers and students at the Holy Capital Academy were quite busy because they were preparing for the graduation exams for the 4th-year students. Each year around the end of October, approximately 10 days after the preliminary competitions of the continental academies, a large portion of academies on the continent conduct their 4th-year graduation exams. In the first half and middle of November, these academies hold their annual graduation ceremonies. Though ranked first on the continent, theoretically making the graduation exams extremely challenging, the Holy Capital Academy boasts one of the highest graduation rates on the continent, ranking in the top 5 with over a 95% graduation rate, far surpassing other leading academies. The entrance exam for the Holy Capital Academy is even harder than the graduation exam, so most students admitted based purely on talent can graduate. Those who rely solely on their natural gifts without effort tend to be weeded out during 2nd or 3rd-year final exams. For this reason, the Holy Capital Academy achieves such a high graduation rate. Logically, as the graduation ceremony approaches, the graduating students should feel happy because graduates of the first academy on the continent, whether staying in the pagoda sect or heading to the 3 empires, are bound to have a bright future. However, among the teachers and students currently preparing for the graduation ceremony, few wear smiles. This is due to an event that happened a month ago. During the Intercontinental College Exchange competition last month, Xianxia, the #1 student of the 4th year, was captured. After his capture, the school community learned that Xianxia was one of the candidates to inherit the role of pagoda sect pope. As teachers and students of the Holy Capital Academy, many of them are devout followers of the pagoda sect. The kidnapping of one of the pope's heirs was undoubtedly an affront to the pagoda sect. No, it was an insult. For the devoted believers of the pagoda sect, it was akin to avenging the murder of one's father. Yet this matter wasn't something the Holy Capital Academy should handle. It was up to the pagoda sect's priests. There wasn't much ordinary teachers and students could do. and the graduation ceremony still had to go ahead as planned. Still, this ceremony would inevitably be different from previous ones. Currently, thanks to suppression by the pagoda sect, news of this event hasn't spread widely. Most people on the continent remain uninformed. Only within the Holy Capital Academy have the teachers and students been informed of this matter. If the common people of the Holy Capital were aware, chaos would likely break out within the city limits. At this moment, Mo Yuning leaned idly against the railing on the top floor, watching the bustling teachers and students below. Since the end of the graduation exams at the Holy Capital Academy, he had nothing else to do. His current face couldn't be recognized by Lu Changming. It was neither the face he used when he sent Lu Changming into the demon-taming tower, nor the face of the older man. But this particular face was very familiar to the instructors at Qingming Academy. 9 months ago, after he faked his death and left Qingming Academy, Mo Yuning began to consider how to act next. However, it wasn't until 6 months ago that he arrived at the Holy Capital Academy. To understand more about this continent's inner secrets, Mo Yuning had been wandering across various places on the continent, rarely staying long in one place. 6 years ago, when he learned that there were precious documents in the archive rooms of large libraries, he set the libraries of various countries as his target. Qingming Academy was the place where he stayed the longest, 3 whole years. This is because the library of Qingming Academy was very special. It served not only as Qingming Academy's library, but also as the royal library of Mingyan Empire. It took him 3 years to infiltrate Qingming Academy and complete his research, during which he even abandoned a false identity for certain reasons. Since the library was composed of 2 parts, the Mingyan Royal Library could be said to be the largest library on the continent. Although he discovered many secrets from it, Mo Yuning didn't obtain what he wanted most. If even the National Library of the Empire couldn't provide him with the information he sought, then to delve deeper into the continent's secrets, there was only one place left, the central library of the pagoda sect located in the teaching palace of the Holy Capital. Within half a month of leaving Loado, he came to this city located at the center of the continent. He stayed here for more than 2 months, but was completely unable to enter the teaching palace. It wasn't that he lacked ways to get in. It was his intuition that warned him of the dangers inside the teaching palace, advising against entering it. Thus, in the end, he chose to join the Holy Capital Academy, attempting to enter the pagoda sect library through an indirect route. At his age, it would naturally be impossible to enroll as a student at the Holy Capital Academy, and besides, the academy has never had a history of accepting transfer students. Therefore, the only way he could infiltrate was by applying as a teacher. Mo Yuning revived the identity he had discarded 2 years prior. Chengyu, historically the most talented graduate of Qingming Academy, and used this identity to apply for the teaching position at the Holy Capital Academy. The process went very smoothly. Even though the minimum requirement for hiring teachers outside of the pagoda sect was the Soul Passage Realm Peak, Chengyu's name made the Holy Capital Academy make an exception. Although the name Chengyu might not have much fame on the continent, it was quite renowned among the academies, as he was undoubtedly one of the strongest students on the continent in recent years. Even before graduating, if placed in the Holy Capital Academy, he would easily have ranked first. After arriving at the Holy Capital Academy, Mo Yuning did not conceal his strength, but applied as someone at the intermediate stage of the Soul Passage realm, surprising the teachers of the Holy Capital Academy even further. They knew that when Mo Yuning graduated under the identity of Chengyu, he only displayed the pinnacle of the spirit-refining realm. Just 2 years later, his cultivation had risen by 2 realms. Remember, the cultivation speed in the Soul Passage realm can't compare to that of the spirit-refining realm. Geniuses may advance a realm each year in the spirit-refining realm, but once they reach the Soul Passage realm, their advancement drastically slows down. Yet Chengyu was still cultivating at such a pace, earning only the evaluation of freak from the teachers of the Holy Capital Academy. Though it was an exception to hire him, the regulations of the Holy Capital Academy couldn't be broken arbitrarily. Therefore, Mo Yuning entered as an external lecturer and started a teaching life that lasted for half a year. External lecturers don't enjoy the same benefits as regular teachers, but the Holy Capital Academy's control over them isn't as strict either. Over these past 6 months, Mo Yuning's main task has been exchanging cultivation insights with the students of the Holy Capital Academy. This was precisely why the Holy Capital Academy hired him as a lecturer. A young man in his early 20s would certainly not match those experienced teachers in lecturing, but insights on cultivation are a different matter altogether. Besides talent, the efforts and methods Chengyu employed for cultivation were crucial reasons for his success. Sometimes a single enlightenment could significantly enhance one's cultivation level. This was something those teachers who concentrated solely on teaching and no longer dedicated themselves to cultivation simply lacked. So Mo Yuning had plenty of time to focus on his grand plan. However, ample time alone couldn't solve some problems. Half a year passed, and he still couldn't access the pagoda sect's library. The library of the Holy Capital Academy was always open, but it mainly housed books related to cultivation or works meant for moral cultivation. Actually, right after the Intercontinental Academy exchange competition ended, he had intended to leave the Holy Capital Academy because he discovered other methods to explore the continent's secrets. The incident that occurred during the exchange competition gave him a premonition that if he investigated along this event's line, he would surely find what he needed. However, the Holy Capital Academy wasn't a place that could be entered or exited at will. As a fourth-year lecturer, he had to wait until his students graduated before he could leave, so he stayed another month at the academy. Tomorrow was the graduation ceremony for the fourth-year students of the Holy Capital Academy. This event didn't concern him much. As an external lecturer, He didn't need to help with any preparations. All he had to do was attend the ceremony on the day itself. After the graduation exams ended at the end of last month, he found himself with nothing much to do aside from regular cultivation practice. His most frequent activity became standing on the top floor of a tall building, watching the busy figures of the students, or gazing into the distance at the teaching palace in the city center, as well as the spirit-taming pagoda not far from the teaching palace, the largest spirit-taming pagoda on the continent, the holy capital's spirit-taming pagoda. Chapter 193, Departure. Senior Chung, you're here. At the entrance of the auditorium for St. Capital Academy's graduation ceremony, a student in charge of welcoming guests approached upon seeing Mo Yuning. Mo Yuning replied with his usual smile, saying, "I'm here. How's your recent cultivation progress? Thanks to the techniques taught by Senior Chung, my cultivation is going very smoothly now, and I don't even find the graduation exam too difficult," the student said as they led Mo Yuning to his designated seat. Although Mo Yuning had only been at St. Capital Academy for half a year, almost all fourth-year students knew him. The name Chung Yu was quite famous among the students, and Mo Yuning's guidance had helped them immensely. Therefore, they all respected Mo Yuning greatly. The title senior was something Mo Yuning had asked them to call him. Although he was an external lecturer, he still belonged to the teaching staff. However, since Chung Yu was only 2 years older than these students, Mo Yuning didn't mind being called teacher, but the students might have felt awkward. So, he let the students call him senior. After arriving at his assigned seat, Mo Yuning quietly waited for the graduation ceremony to begin, while that student, who had other duties, bid farewell and left. 2 years ago, he also attended Qingming's graduation ceremony. Thinking back, he even gave a speech as the representative of the graduates then. That sense of being the center of attention was not something Mo Yuning particularly enjoyed. Even though St. Capital Academy was ranked first on the continent, it felt simpler compared to Qingming Academy. The auditorium wasn't large because only fourth-year students and teachers were attending, so they chose a smaller venue instead of the largest one. Although the auditorium featured religious styling due to its connection with the Tower sect, it wasn't overly decorated with many murals. Apart from the original decorative elements in the auditorium, there weren't many additional adornments. This might have been due to the recent incidents prompting the faculty and students to maintain a more solemn atmosphere, refraining from excessive luxury. Similarly solemn were the people present. Aside from necessary greetings, laughter and frivolity had ceased, and most conversations revolved around the upcoming graduation ceremony. It seemed this state would last for some time. Of course, not everyone was equally solemn, but most kept a straight face. They couldn't appear different from others and had to act accordingly. There were likely many like this. The people of the Tower sect are truly hypocritical. Mo Yuning looked down on this current state of affairs. Mo Yuning wasn't especially keen on attending this graduation ceremony, but as a fourth-year lecturer, it wouldn't look right if he didn't show up, so he delayed his arrival until the ceremony was about to start, by which time the seats around him were nearly filled. Watching the crowd bustling around, preparing for the final tasks in the aisles, Mo Yuning slightly furrowed his brow. These few years of academy life were the most pleasant years of his life since birth. This short period of time had changed some of his ideas, yet the concepts drilled into him from childhood were not easy to alter. Thus, he still felt uneasy in crowded places. There was nothing remarkable about the graduation ceremony's procedure. It was almost the same as any ordinary graduation ceremony. Instead of the headmaster, usually the deputy headmaster delivered the address. The unique aspect was the inclusion of a sermon by the bishop of the Tower sect. After all, this was a school under the jurisdiction of the Tower sect, so the bishop's presence wasn't surprising. Though the procedures were mundane, their contents were anything but. The incident that occurred a month ago during the competition had a significant impact on the Tower sect, evident from the speeches given by the teachers and students. Especially in the speech of the student representative, which should have been filled with blessings, the tone was more like a declaration. It was filled with rage and defiance towards the mysterious organization that kidnapped Xianxia, along with admiration and respect for the Tower sect, and reverence for the holy demon-suppressing tower. When the words holy demon-suppressing tower were spoken, Mo Yuning sitting there couldn't help but curl his lips, not in a smile, but in mockery. On the contrary, the deputy headmaster's speech remained unchanged, filled with blessings for the graduating class without expressing anything extraordinary. The graduation ceremony lasted about an hour or so. When the host announced that everyone could leave, Mo Yuning immediately got up and left the auditorium. Stretching outside the auditorium, Mo Yuning exhaled. All that needed to be done was over. Finally, he could leave this place. Honestly speaking, he did quite enjoy this academy. Among the top-tier academies, it shared a similar learning and cultivation atmosphere as Qingming Academy, but due to his own teaching influence, St. Capital Academy had a touch more solemnity than the others. Many people in the academy were believers of the Tower sect, adhering to its doctrines. Hence, the frequency of conflicts among students was much lower here than in other academies. Mo Yuning liked this peaceful feeling, no disputes, simple desires, a world far from what he had once witnessed. Yet the ever-present sight of the demon-suppressing tower in the city made Mo Yuning uneasy. Mo Yuning calculated that he still had enough time. He could use these final moments to bid farewell to some acquaintances. Chungyu, what brings you here? Don't just stand there, come on in, sit down. Vice Dean Liu had just returned from the graduation ceremony hall and hadn't even settled into his chair when Chungyu came to see him. Good day, Dean. I've come to say goodbye, said Mo Yuning, refusing to sit as he stated his purpose immediately. What? Is something wrong? Could it be dissatisfaction with the academy? If so, just speak up. There's no need for reservation. We always take our faculty and students' suggestions seriously. In the student community, Xiangyu's reputation was excellent. His teachings had earned approval from many students. If he kept this up, within 2 years, Xiangyu might even become one of the youngest teachers at St. Capital Academy. Normally, anyone would hesitate to pass up such a great opportunity to join St. Capital Academy, which is why Vice Dean Liu subconsciously assumed Xiangyu was leaving due to dissatisfaction with the academy, not considering other reasons. No, Dean, you're overthinking it. It's not dissatisfaction with the academy. Just look, I'm still young and don't want to be bound by one place. I've set myself a goal, to travel across the continent within 5 years. Now that I've spent half a year at the academy, it's time to go. Mo Yuning didn't lie. He really did have this thought, but not now. In fact, during his recruitment interview with Deputy Dean Sheng, who welcomed him at the time, he had mentioned he wouldn't stay long. However, since Deputy Dean Sheng was the one who dealt with him then, Vice Dean Liu wasn't aware. By now, Deputy Dean Sheng hadn't returned to the academy yet, and Mo Yuning suspected why. Since he couldn't find the absent Deputy Dean Sheng, he decided to visit Vice Dean Liu instead to say goodbye. An ambitious goal indeed. Vice Dean Liu nodded approvingly. Young people should aim high like this. All right, I won't hold you back. Wishing you a safe journey. Thank you, Dean. When I want a stable life again in the future, I will consider coming back. After leaving the Deputy Dean's office, Mo Yuning didn't head anywhere else, but directly left St. Capital Academy, heading south toward the South City Gate, as if intending to head to the Xuan Empire. At this very moment inside the papal palace of the Tower sect, someone was keeping a constant eye on Mo Yuning's movements. Since 6 months ago when Mo Yuning first arrived in the holy capital, this person noticed him right away. For half a year, every so often, they would probe Mo Yuning's status. This only ceased briefly when Deputy Dean Sheng returned a month ago. Once their emotions stabilized, they resumed observing Mo Yuning covertly. This person was none other than the Pope. With his cultivation level, Mo Yuning couldn't possibly detect his divine awareness. But Mo Yuning's danger sense was sharp, and the threat he felt earlier was precisely due to this godly presence. As Mo Yuning gradually distanced himself from the holy capital, the Pope slowly retracted his divine awareness and murmured softly, "That matter probably has nothing to do with him." Actually, the Pope already knew quite a bit about Mo Yuning, including where he came from. That's why, after Mo Yuning arrived in the holy capital, the Pope paid attention to him. But due to certain reasons, unless Mo Yuning crossed boundaries or committed offenses, the Tower sect wouldn't make any move against him. However, Mo Yuning didn't know any of this. He always thought that perhaps no one alive in the world knew the secrets he carried. Perhaps one day, when he faced the Pope, he would learn some things he himself also did not know about his predecessors. Mo Yuning proceeded at a normal pace toward the southern regions. His mission was to investigate the successor matters concerning the Pope of the Tower sect. Although he understood that the origins of the case lay in the north, his decision to head south wasn't based on any specific detection but out of habit, habitual protection of his false identity. He had always been accustomed to protecting his alias, because at some point in the future, there might be opportunities to utilize this false identity, just like how this Chengyu persona allowed him access to the St. Capital Academy. So moving south allowed this alias, Chengyu, to keep a distance from the center of the potentially disruptive event. This would make it easier to reactivate this convenient alias in the future. Besides, traveling south wasn't going to waste too much time on his part. After leaving the territory of the Tower sect, Mo Yuning entered the deep mountains of the Xuan Empire. After confirming that there was no one around, he began rummaging through his backpack. It took him a while to pull out a diamond-shaped crystal from it. At first glance, it seemed similar to the diamond-shaped jade he once gave to Lu Changming, but upon closer inspection, there were many differences. After retrieving the crystal, Mo Yuning muttered to himself, "There aren't many teleportation charms left. I need to reach the spirit-communicating realm as soon as possible." As he said this, he infused his blue true qi into the crystal. Subsequently, strange symbols appeared around his body, emitting a faint purple glow. Ugh, let me think. Which of the coordinates I set is the farthest north? Oh, I remember. As he spoke, Mo Yuning quickly tapped a few runes. A moment later, the runes began to spin around him, and he gradually disappeared. Chapter 194, Making Dumplings. The fire in the fireplace roared fiercely, and the logs crackled. There were no windows in this room, but even through the thick walls, one could hear the howling wind outside. Listening to the ghostly wailing of the wind, Xianxia tightened her coat around her body and thought to herself, "This place is way too cold in winter." Chew. Xianxia sneezed and wiped her nose, inching closer to the fireplace. Because her true energy had been sealed, she couldn't use it to keep warm. Half a month ago, she was still wearing the thin uniform of Holy Capital Academy. It was obvious that she couldn't endure the freezing cold. Lu Changming noticed this and so provided her with a set of winter clothes, along with personally building her a fireplace. This made Xianxia feel slightly moved. However, her prideful nature developed over many years prevented her from easily accepting what felt like charity. So at the time when Lu Changming gave her the clothes, she did not wear them immediately. Lu Changming didn't bother to insist either. He figured he'd done his part. Whether or not Xianxia chose to wear them wasn't his problem anymore. Actually, deep down, he also enjoyed imagining Xianxia shivering in the cold. His wish came true soon enough. After fetching the clothes, Lu Changming prepared to convert the wall facing outward into a fireplace. Of course, this fireplace was not built just for Xianxia. It was also for himself, since using true energy to keep warm all the time would disrupt his cultivation process. It was precisely because of the construction of the fireplace that Xuanhuan eventually wore the set of winter clothes. While constructing the fireplace, a chimney had to be built simultaneously. Unfortunately, the thickness of the wall wasn't sufficient to create a channel for the chimney. So, Lu Changming simply decided to dismantle and reconstruct that wall entirely, with the other side leading directly outside. No one needed to worry about the smoke being noticed by others. In winter, especially during the deep winter on Biling Snow Mountain, blizzards could break out anytime. In such circumstances, even those of the divine spirit sect at the Ling realm might reconsider venturing out, let alone anyone traveling to the remote depths of this snow mountain. Although Lu Changming specifically chose a sunny day for the renovation, Biling Snow Mountain remained bitterly cold even under bright sunshine, and now it was winter. As soon as the wall was removed and the wind blew inside, Xuanhuan started sneezing. Yet, Xuanhuan refused to wear those winter clothes. While Lu Changming was busy building the fireplace, hearing Xuanhuan's persistent sneezes, he grew rather irritated and asked her why. Xuanhuan naturally did not state the real reason and only evaded with a few words. Nevertheless, Lu Changming discerned her thoughts from both her words and expressions, making him quite angry. He initially wanted to storm into the prison cell and forcibly dress her in those winter clothes, but in the end, he refrained from doing so. These clothes are not something I give you out of pity because you're cold, they're a gesture of care, Lu Changming said at the moment. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's face turned red, and she turned her head away, avoiding looking at Lu Changming. After a while, she obediently put the clothes on. Still, due to being exposed to the wind for too long that day, she caught a cold which hasn't fully subsided even now. At the moment, Xuanhuan was alone here, and she was staring intently at the direction of the room door. Lu Changming had left over half an hour ago, the longest he'd ever stayed away from this place in the past 2 months, leaving Xuanhuan feeling somewhat out of sorts. She wondered what Lu Changming was up to. Xuanhuan didn't have to wait much longer, because Lu Changming returned shortly after. But Lu Changming left her speechless upon his return. Lu Changming came back with a lot of things, carrying them not in his hands but pushing them with a small cart. Once he got back, he didn't pay attention to Xuanhuan and began bustling about. He first took a small iron stand off the cart and placed it on the ground. Then he put a large pot, the most prominent item on the cart, onto the iron stand. Next, he fetched several buckets of water and placed a small round wooden table and 2 folding stools beside the pot. Then, he arranged some bowls on the table and poured items from a few bags into these bowls. Finally, he took a bag of flour off the cart and placed it beside the small wooden table. What are you doing? Xuanhuan finally realized what was going on. What am I doing? Making dumplings. Making dumplings? It's New Year's Eve today? Though there are dumplings at the headquarters cafeteria, homemade ones always taste the best, so I've brought these things from the kitchen. Saying this, Lu Changming grabbed a few pieces of wood from the stack near the fireplace and placed them under the iron stand beneath the pot. He poured a bucket of water into the pot and snapped his fingers, lighting the firewood below the pot. Using another bucket of water, Lu Changming washed his hands and then sat on the stool. On the small round wooden table, he began kneading dough. After working as a helper and assistant chef at the Big Horse Noodle Shop for 10 years, he had picked up quite a bit of culinary skills. Though his abilities weren't enough to match those of an executive chef, making dumplings and kneading dough presented no problem for him. As Lu Changming pressed and kneaded, the dough kept changing shape, and its surface became more plump. Halfway through kneading, Lu Changming suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked into the prison cell, only to see Xuanhuan sitting like a puppy on the iron bars, her beautiful eyes shining with bright light, directly staring at the ball of dough in Lu Changming's hands. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, Lu Changming felt a slight flutter in his heart and asked, "Have you never seen dough?" Xuanhuan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. "Nor have you ever made dumplings?" Xuanhuan nodded again. "Strange. During the new year, they should be visible all over the streets. Don't you make them at your house?" Lu Changming exclaimed curiously. Could it be that they don't make dumplings in Holy Capital either? Xuanhuan's face turned slightly red as she whispered softly. "After school was out, I always stayed. At home, my father wouldn't let me go outside. In my family, nobody makes dumplings." "Then what do you eat during the new year?" "Dumplings, but the chefs at home prepare them and bring them to my room. I don't know how they make them. My imagination is limited by poverty," Lu Changming muttered, somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing Xuanhuan look slightly disheartened, Lu Changming washed his hands of the sticky flour, walked to the door of the jail, and said, "Would you like to give it a try?" Hearing this question, Xuanhuan immediately lifted her head, recovering her former excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Can I?" Lu Changming, looking at her eager expression, sighed helplessly, pulled out a key, and said, "I was originally planning to let you out after I finished making the dumplings, but I suppose it doesn't matter if I release you earlier." Lu Changming left for more than half an hour, actually spending most of that time seeking this key. He didn't hold much hope, yet unexpectedly, the sect leader really gave him the key. Click! With a soft sound, this prison's door opened for the first time in 2 months, and Xuanhuan was visibly thrilled. Standing by the entrance, Lu Changming extended his hand and said, "Come on." Xuanhuan glanced at Lu Changming's hand, slightly raising her arm, then noticed his proud expression, huffed, and chose to ignore him, squeezing past him instead. This made Lu Changming feel awkward. For the first time leaving that prison, Xuanhuan wasn't thinking about escape. With her peak level of the soul forging realm, she had no confidence to break free, let alone with her true energy sealed away. Stepping outside, she immediately went to the obvious prepared small stool waiting just for her, sat down, stared at the round, full ball of dough, and tentatively poked it with her finger, extremely curious. Want to give it a try? Yu Changming asked, fetching some more flour, added water, and kneaded a much smaller ball of dough. He placed this uneven and soft lump of dough before Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia was momentarily at a loss. She waved her hands for a long while but finally did not dare to touch it. Seeing Xianxia's flustered manner, Yu Changming found himself wanting to laugh. Dragging the small stool closer to Xianxia, he said, "Let me teach you." The two were close together now. Xianxia furrowed her eyebrows. Apart from her father, this was the first male who dared to get so close to her. Yet she did not back away, just shifted slightly to one side. Unaware of Xianxia's subtle movement, Yu Changming seriously explained the method of kneading dough. Press like this first, then. Instead of focusing on the dough, Xianxia was captivated by Yu Changming's concentrated expression. Got it. Yu Changming raised his voice slightly, jolting Xianxia out of her daze. Realizing her behavior had been peculiar, Xianxia felt a warmth creeping into her cheeks and quickly said, "I forgot it already. Teach me again." There was a hint of coyness in her tone. Yu Changming's attention was fully on the dough, and he didn't notice Xianxia's tone. Even if he had, he might not have understood it. Baka. Yu Changming sighed in exasperation, then demonstrated it to her once more. Finally, the dumplings they made filled an entire bamboo steamer tray, with 3/4 covered by neatly arranged, beautifully shaped dumplings, and the last quarter taken up by various strange and misshapen lumps of dough, some of which leaked their stuffing. Looking at these terrifying dumplings, Yu Changming rubbed his forehead in despair. Beside him, Xianxia seemed somewhat embarrassed. Originally, she thought hers were fine, but compared with Yu Changming's, she too believed these dumplings were truly unsightly. "These monsters are yours to handle," Yu Changming said, dumping the dumplings and monsters into the already boiling pot of water. After hearing Yu Changming's words, Xianxia seemed to have misunderstood something. Her expression became somewhat dejected, and she softly asked Yu Changming, "Can I eat the dumplings you made?" "I just meant I wouldn't eat the ones you made. Not that you can't eat mine." Yu Changming was startled inwardly. What was wrong with Xianxia today? Why had she suddenly changed like this? Where had her previous, undesirable character gone? Xianxia immediately burst into a smile. Yu Changming, who still thought of her as male, upon seeing this beautiful smile, felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. He began to wonder if he should keep his distance from this bewitching person in the future. Chapter 195, New Year's Eve. Burp. Xianxia let out a satisfied burp. "You really can eat," Yu Changming said, looking at the empty plate with amazement. He had thought that the whole tray of dumplings would be too much for the two of them, but unexpectedly, Xianxia finished all of them. Xianxia felt quite embarrassed by his comment and wanted to kick Yu Changming, but she had eaten so much that moving caused her stomach discomfort, so she gave up. Still, she couldn't resist making a comment. "These dumplings are okay, but they're nowhere near as good as what my chef makes." Sure. How could I, a mere shop boy, compare with a grand chef from a noble household?" Yu Changming waved his hands as he began tidying up the pots and pans. After leaning against Yu Changming's chair for half an hour, Xianxia finally felt well enough to move freely again. A few times in between, she accidentally swayed and almost threw up all the dumplings. Yu Changming glanced at her a couple of times before asking, "Are you feeling better?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia looked at Yu Changming pitifully and said, "Am I going to be locked up again?" Yu Changming couldn't bear her expression anymore and helplessly replied, "Fine. Since it's New Year's Eve, I'll let you stay out for the night. Anyway, your true energy is sealed, so you can't run away." "It's fine, as long as I can get out," Xianxia muttered, which made Yu Changming notice something strange in her tone. Then he realized. This Xianxia, a top student of the Holy Capital Academy, and probably some young master, was suddenly inexplicably caught and confined for 2 months. If this happened to Yu Changming, he might not be able to endure it either, especially considering Xianxia had probably always lived a life of luxury. Thinking about this, Yu Changming softened his heart, thinking, "I've already got the key. Before Muyu takes action, I'll let him out a few more times." Speaking of Muyu, Yu Changming felt a bit odd since the last time he came over. It had been a month without seeing him, let alone receiving any messages or plans. Is there a problem? Yu Changming started to worry. Looking at Xuanhuan sitting in the chair with her knees hugged, looking dazed, Yu Changming felt somewhat sad. That day, what he said to Muyu was heartfelt. After 2 months of cohabitation, he saw through Xuanhuan's terrible temper and found that at heart, she was a good person. He had already considered Xuanhuan a friend, though he still wasn't quite sure how Xuanhuan viewed him. "Do you want to go out? I can show you the way," Yu Changming suggested. Perhaps walking around might improve Xuanhuan's mood. Can we go out? Le Xiaozhe, when did you become so nice-hearted?" Xuanhuan looked at Yu Changming with an interesting expression. "If you want to go out, then shut up." Xuanhuan paused for a moment and said, "Is this place called Beiling Snow Mountain? I've never seen a blizzard before. Can I see one?" Yu Changming thought for a while and then said, "All right, let me grab a few things first, and you wait here for a little longer." After speaking, he ran out without locking Xuanhuan back up, leaving her alone in the room. Not long after, Yu Changming returned. He handed over something in his hand to Xuanhuan and said, "Put it on. The weather here in Beiling Snow Mountain is colder than you think. To watch the snowstorm, you should dress warmer, or your cold might worsen again." Xuanhuan took the item and unfolded it to find a dark coat. Suddenly, her eyes felt a bit moist. Her father had always been strict and very busy, rarely taking care of her. After her mother's passing, no one had cared for her like this. Though her life was comfortable, her spirit felt extremely hollow. Yu Changming's actions over these days had brought her warmth. Unknowingly, Yu Chongming was no longer just a thief in her eyes. Instead, he had transformed into a complex image that she couldn't quite describe. She quickly rubbed her eyes when Yu Chongming wasn't paying attention and put on the coat. The coat was very warm, but its appearance was nothing special. Together with her winter clothes, it made her look quite bloated. Xianxia couldn't help but mock Yu Chongming's taste in aesthetics, but it didn't matter anyway, as besides Yu Chongming, few people would see her like this. Let's go? What are you thinking about? Yu Chongming was already standing outside the door, turning his head and looking at Xianxia, who was still lost in thought. Yu Chongming didn't understand why he cared about Xianxia so much, but every time he saw Xianxia's weak side, combined with her usual domineering nature, it created such a stark contrast that it instilled a protective instinct within him. However, because Yu Chongming believed Xianxia to be a man, the emergence of this protective instinct seemed strange to him, so he suppressed this urge. As they walked along the long corridor, the wild wind howled outside. Through the small windows above the corridor, the sound of the wind was sharper, and occasionally some snowflakes would drift into the corridor, only to melt as soon as they touched the ground. In front of a few doors they passed through, there were still several Fu characters posted, giving this headquarters of the Xianxia sect a taste of the New Year atmosphere. Even though many of the cult members hated the continent, some things could not be forgotten. The sect master and hall masters wouldn't celebrate the New Year or have any holidays, so they could only post the Fu characters as a formality, and life continued as usual. By now it was already quite late, and after they came out, they hadn't seen a single person. Where are we going to see the blizzard? Are we going out? Xianxia asked. They had been away from that room for a while, but had yet to reach their destination. This storm is quite big, the biggest I've seen in these past months. Certainly can't go out to watch the blizzard. You'd float away if you got caught in a gust. Lu Chongming said. Xianxia looked a bit angry, puffing her cheeks and saying, then where are we going? You'll see if you follow. TCH not telling won't matter. Who cares anyway? Xianxia muttered as she pouted. Lu Chongming didn't respond, instead quickening his pace, forcing Xianxia to jog in order to keep up with him. After circling around for a while, they finally arrived at their destination. This was a warehouse, but nothing important was stored here, just miscellaneous items, so there was no door. After arriving here, Lu Chongming walked straight inside without hesitation, and Xianxia hesitated for a moment before following him in. The warehouse wasn't small, the lighting was dim, and clutter was everywhere. A flame ignited in Lu Chongming's hand to provide illumination, yet the warehouse still gave off a somewhat gloomy and eerie vibe. Xianxia followed behind, pondering why Lu Chongming had brought her here. Watching a blizzard required running all the way to the warehouse. Had he uncovered her secret and taken her here to plan something improper? At this thought, Xianxia tightened her coat, slowing her steps. But that didn't make sense. In the jail, there were only the two of them, so why run to such a place to act improperly? Lu Chongming had no idea about Xianxia's many suspicions, continuing on until they reached the back of the warehouse, where he stopped and looked up saying, we're here. Following Lu Chongming's gaze, Xianxia also looked up and saw more than a zhang, about 3.3 meters. Above on the wall in front of them was a square opening covered by an iron net, which seemed to be a ventilation outlet. Ventilation outlet? Yeah, ventilation outlet. These outlets here are all pretty big, large enough for an adult to crawl through bending over. I think watching the blizzard from a ventilation outlet should work fine. The exit side probably has wind, but not as strong as it is outside. Then Lu Chongming scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. I haven't been here too long, so I only know about this one ventilation outlet. Otherwise we wouldn't have spent so much time walking. Xianxia didn't care about those details, instead wearing a look full of anticipation. Watching the blizzard from a ventilation outlet sounded intriguing. Lu Chongming didn't say much upon seeing Xianxia's expression, then jumped forcefully onto the wall. Using some true energy, he gripped the stone brick seams and hung beside the iron net. With one hand, he bent open a slightly rusted lock catch on one side of the iron net, then did the same on the other side, finally removing the net and revealing the shape of the ventilation outlet. Lu Chongming squatted in the ventilation outlet, looking down at Xianxia below and asking, can you climb up yourself? Xianxia shook her head. Lu Chongming sighed helplessly, jumping down from the ventilation outlet and asking, what level of physical cultivation are you at? Lower level. Xianxia replied sheepishly, at the mid-level of physical cultivation, one should be able to use the wall gaps to climb up relying solely on the body, but at the lower level, that was impossible. A grown man, and yet at the lower level. How embarrassing is that? Xianxia mumbled a couple of words quietly, offering no rebuttal. What did you say? Nothing. Lu Chongming didn't pursue the matter further. Suddenly, facing Xianxia, he bent down, holding Xianxia's buttocks with both hands. Before Xianxia could protest, he stood up, hoisting her on his shoulder and leaping into the ventilation outlet with his feet empowered by true energy. Only after entering the ventilation outlet did Xianxia let out a scream. Slap. Lu Chongming slapped Xianxia's bottom on his shoulder, saying, you little brat, be quiet. Think about where you are now. Xianxia's cheeks turned red from being hit by Lu Chongming, but she shut her mouth, lowering her voice to say, you jerk. Can't you at least warn me beforehand? Do I really need to be carried like this? Wouldn't carrying me on your back work better? Too much trouble. After setting Xianxia down, Lu Chongming coolly responded with those words. You. Xianxia was speechless, her face reddening from anger, embarrassment, or the cold. Lu Chongming stared at her crimson face for a moment before bending and turning his head forward, saying, keep up. Xianxia glared at Lu Chongming's back for a while. Only when he had walked quite far did she hurry to catch up. Lu Chongming was entering the ventilation outlet for the first time, but there were not many branches here, and every one of them was a right-angle turn. As long as they kept their direction clear, they wouldn't get lost. The temperature in the ventilation outlet was much lower than in the room, and occasionally a slight cool breeze would blow by. Lu Chongming turned around and looked at Xuanhuan, seeing that she didn't seem affected, then continued moving forward. Before too long, they felt the surrounding temperature drop again. They should be close to the end of the ventilation outlet now.